Hi everyone, I know you are watching this content to accompany your sleep. So before we start, I want to know where you are watching from and what time you are watching. Also, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Let's jump straight into the story. Case 1. Robert Bobby LeBlanc was born and raised in the heart of Louisiana, a place where the bayous ran deep and trust was a currency of its own. He grew up in a modest home in Baton Rouge, the son of a local businessman who owned a small hardware store. His father was known for his honesty and hard work, but Bobby was different. From a young age, he had an uncanny ability to charm people, to make them believe in whatever dream he painted before their eyes. By the time he was in his late 20s, Bobby had already mastered the art of persuasion. He was a man who could sell an empty bottle as if it were filled with gold. He dressed impeccably, drove luxury cars, and exuded an air of success that made people eager to be in his orbit. But behind the expensive suits and the charismatic smile, Bobby was nothing more than a master manipulator. It all started in the mid-2000s when Bobby established LeBlanc Investment Group, a firm that promised high returns with minimal risk. He targeted middle-class families, retirees, and even small business owners who were looking to grow their savings. Bobby's pitch was simple. He claimed to have access to exclusive, high-yield investment opportunities that traditional banks and brokerage firms wouldn't touch. The promise of easy money was enough to lure hundreds of people into his scheme. He didn't just sell investments, he sold dreams. He spoke about financial freedom, early retirement, and a future where his clients would never have to worry about money again. He held lavish seminars at expensive hotels in New Orleans, offering free gourmet dinners to potential investors. He had testimonials, many of them fake, that told stories of people who had doubled or even tripled their money in just a few years. The checks he showed, the bank statements, the success stories, it all looked real. For the first few years, Bobby kept up the illusion flawlessly. He paid early investors with money from new investors, making them believe they were seeing real profits. It was the classic Ponzi scheme, but Bobby had perfected it in a way that made it nearly undetectable. He hired a team of accountants and lawyers who, knowingly or unknowingly, helped keep the illusion alive. He made small, legitimate investments to create a facade of credibility. And for those who doubted, Bobby always had an answer, a reason, a carefully crafted excuse. But greed has a way of catching up with even the most skilled deceivers. As more people poured their savings into his fund, Bobby began to live beyond his means. He bought a multi-million-dollar estate on the outskirts of Baton Rouge, a private yacht that docked in Florida, and a collection of rare cars that he barely drove. He traveled across the world, staying in the most expensive resorts, rubbing shoulders with celebrities and politicians. The cracks in his empire began to show when a few investors decided to cash out their returns. Bobby stalled them, feeding them lies about temporary liquidity issues and assuring them their money was safe. But when a wealthy retired couple from Lafayette grew suspicious and hired a forensic accountant, the truth started to unravel. By the time federal investigators caught wind of the scheme, Bobby was already losing control. The Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, launched an inquiry. Banks began freezing his accounts, and panicked investors started demanding their money back. The walls were closing in. One fateful morning in 2011, federal agents raided Bobby's office in New Orleans, seizing computers, financial records, and everything they could get their hands on. But Bobby? He was nowhere to be found. Rumors spread quickly. Some said he fled to the Caribbean. Others believed he had assumed a new identity in South America. But the truth was far less dramatic. 3 weeks later, authorities found Bobby hiding in a rundown motel outside of Houston, Texas. When they arrested him, he was no longer the sharp-dressed businessman people once admired. He was unshaven, exhausted, and broke. At his trial, dozens of victims came forward, sharing stories of lost savings, ruined retirements, and shattered dreams. Bobby LeBlanc was sentenced to 32 years in federal prison for wire fraud, securities fraud, and money laundering. His empire had crumbled, leaving nothing but heartbreak in its wake. In the years that followed, some victims managed to recover a portion of their money through federal restitution programs, but many never saw a single dime returned. Bobby, once the golden boy of Louisiana's financial world, spent his days in a prison cell, a far cry from the luxury he once knew. And so ended the reign of Louisiana's most deceptive con man. In the aftermath of Bobby LeBlanc's arrest, the impact of his crimes rippled through Louisiana's financial community. Investigators discovered that over $180 million had been funneled through his fraudulent investment group, with more than 2,500 victims spread across the state and beyond. Many of these victims were elderly retirees who had entrusted Bobby with their life savings, believing in the financial security he had promised them. Among them was Eleanor Ellie Dufresne, a 72-year-old widow from Lafayette. Ellie had worked as a schoolteacher for over 40 years and had carefully saved every penny for her retirement. She had attended one of Bobby's seminars in 2008, drawn in by his polished presentation and the testimonials that painted him as a financial genius. He had looked her in the eye, smiled, and assured her that with his guidance, she would never have to worry about money again. Ellie invested $250,000, nearly all she had, into Bobby's so-called exclusive investment fund. For the first 2 years, she received small returns, enough to make her feel secure. But when she attempted to withdraw a portion of her money in 2011 to help pay for medical bills, she was met with delays, excuses, and eventually silence. By the time she realized the truth, her entire savings had vanished. Her story was not unique. Bobby's victims came from all walks of life: teachers, police officers, small business owners, even church pastors who had convinced their congregations to invest. The betrayal ran deep, and the anger in the courtroom during Bobby's trial was palpable. The prosecution painted Bobby as a cold and calculating predator, a man who had deliberately targeted those who could least afford to lose their money. They played recordings of his sales pitches, showed emails where he dismissed concerns from early skeptics, and laid out the lavish lifestyle he had built on the backs of his victims. One of the most damning pieces of evidence was Bobby's private ledger, recovered from his office during the raid. The handwritten notes revealed the true nature of his scam: detailed entries of who had invested, how much he had taken, and cryptic messages about keeping certain investors quiet to avoid suspicion. There were also references to offshore accounts, though many of those funds were never recovered. When Bobby finally took the stand in his own defense, the man who once commanded rooms with his charisma now appeared defeated. His lawyer argued that Bobby never intended to defraud anyone, claiming that his business simply collapsed under market pressures. But the jury saw through the deception. It took them less than 6 hours to return a guilty verdict on all counts. At his sentencing hearing, Judge Henry Calhoun, a stern but respected figure in Louisiana's legal circles, did not hold back. He described Bobby as a man who manufactured hope only to steal it away, and condemned him to 32 years in federal prison with no chance of early parole. The courtroom erupted in tears, some of relief, others of devastation. Bobby did not react. He stood still, his hands gripping the podium, as the weight of his actions finally settled upon him. As the months passed, attempts were made to recover the stolen funds. The FBI, the SEC, and a team of forensic accountants traced millions of dollars through a complex web of shell companies and foreign bank accounts. A fraction of the money was returned to victims, but for many, it was too little too late. Bobby's assets, his mansion, his cars, his yacht, were all seized and auctioned off. The estate that had once been a symbol of his success was now nothing more than another failed dream. The proceeds went toward the restitution fund, but it barely scratched the surface of what was owed. Meanwhile, Bobby began his life behind bars at FCI Oakdale, a federal correctional institution in Louisiana. Gone were the tailored suits, the luxury watches, the adoring crowds. Now he was just another inmate, stripped of the power and influence he once wielded. But even in prison, Bobby remained the same manipulator he had always been. Within a year, reports surfaced that he was offering financial advice to fellow inmates, promising them ways to hide money and avoid detection once they were released. Guards reported that he had formed a small following, other prisoners drawn to his confidence, just as his victims once were. Still, the world outside had moved on. For those he had defrauded, justice had been served, but the scars remained. Some victims struggled to rebuild, taking on second jobs or relying on family support. Others, like Ellie Dufresne, never fully recovered from the betrayal. On a quiet evening in early 2014, Ellie passed away in her small Lafayette home, never knowing if she would get back even a portion of the money she had lost. Her obituary mentioned her years of service as a teacher, her love for her grandchildren, and her dedication to her community. But what it did not mention was the heartbreak of trusting the wrong person. And Bobby LeBlanc? He remained in his cell, a shadow of the man he once was, waiting for the years to pass, knowing that outside the prison walls, he would only ever be remembered as Louisiana's most infamous fraudster. As Bobby LeBlanc's years in prison stretched on, the world beyond his cell walls continued without him. The financial world in Louisiana had changed. New regulations were passed, stricter oversight was imposed, and investors became more cautious. Yet, the wounds Bobby left behind did not fully heal. Even after his sentencing, legal battles continued. Families of his victims fought in court to claim whatever assets remained. The government had seized much of his wealth, but lawyers discovered that Bobby had hidden some funds in anonymous offshore accounts, making full restitution nearly impossible. For many, justice felt incomplete. Bobby was behind bars, but the damage he had inflicted could never be undone. Inside FCI Oakdale, Bobby refused to fade into obscurity. His gift for persuasion did not vanish with his wealth. He built a small network of influence, offering financial consultations to fellow inmates. Though barred from any real investment activities, he found ways to manipulate the prison economy, advising other prisoners on how to trade favors, control commissary supplies, and even smuggle contraband. But prison had its own laws, and Bobby was no longer the untouchable figure he once was. He had enemies both inside and out. Some were fellow inmates who resented his arrogance, while others were people he had defrauded, men who had once admired him but had lost everything. The name Bobby LeBlanc still carried weight in Louisiana, but now it was spoken with disgust and contempt. In 2017, 6 years into his sentence, Bobby's health began to decline. Decades of excess had caught up with him. Heart problems, high blood pressure, and the slow deterioration of a man who had once lived off power and greed. Despite his attempts to maintain control over his prison surroundings, his influence weakened. The same confidence that had once allowed him to steal millions now only served to remind everyone of the fraudster he truly was. Rumors spread that Bobby was trying to negotiate an early release on medical grounds, claiming that his health had deteriorated beyond what prison facilities could handle. His lawyers filed multiple appeals, citing poor conditions and the need for better medical care. But the victims of his crimes fought back. At a hearing in early 2018, former investors, now elderly, broken, and struggling, testified against him once more. One man, Roger Mathis, had lost his entire retirement fund to Bobby's scam and was now living in a trailer, surviving on government assistance. With shaking hands, he addressed the court. "I don't care if he's sick. I don't care if he suffers. He had no mercy on us." The judge denied Bobby's request for early release. He was to serve out his full sentence, with no special treatment. Years passed, and Bobby's name faded from the headlines. Louisiana moved on. New scandals emerged, new fraudsters rose and fell, but Bobby remained locked away, a relic of a past scandal that once shook the state. In 2025, at the age of 69, Bobby LeBlanc was found unresponsive in his prison cell. The official cause of death was cardiac arrest, though some speculated that stress, isolation, and years of resentment had taken their toll. His death made small news, a brief article in the local papers. There were no public memorials, no tributes, no mourners waiting to speak on his behalf. The state auctioned off the last remnants of his estate, what little remained of his once grand empire. The proceeds, though minor, were distributed among the victims, a final, hollow attempt at justice. But for the people of Louisiana, Bobby LeBlanc was nothing more than a cautionary tale, a reminder of how greed could destroy not only the lives of the innocent, but also the one who wielded it. His story did not end with redemption, nor with forgiveness. It ended exactly as it had been written, a man who took everything, only to lose it all in the end. Case 2. In the heart of Baton Rouge, Louisiana, during the late 2000s, a man named Derek DJ Calloway rose to prominence. He was a smooth talker, the kind of man who could walk into a room full of strangers and leave with a dozen new friends, and a few business deals in the making. With his sharp suits, expensive cologne, and a silver tongue, Derek embodied success. Born in Shreveport in 1974, Derek grew up in a modest household. His father was a truck driver, his mother a schoolteacher. From a young age, Derek showed a keen ability to persuade people. While other kids were trading baseball cards, he was selling them for a profit. By high school, he had convinced classmates to invest in fake business ventures, promising returns that never materialized. He was caught once, but the charm that would later define his career got him off with little more than a slap on the wrist. By 2006, Derek had built a reputation as a financial advisor, specializing in real estate investments. His company, Callaway Capital Group, marketed itself as the gateway to financial freedom. The pitch was simple: invest with him, and he'd put the money into lucrative Louisiana real estate deals. In a time when the housing market was booming, it sounded like a golden opportunity. At first, his company seemed legitimate. He did invest in a few properties, flipping houses and making moderate profits. But as his lifestyle became more extravagant, the line between real business and outright fraud began to blur. Derek needed more money, faster, bigger, and with fewer questions asked. That's when he devised his biggest con. Using a strategy similar to a Ponzi scheme, he promised guaranteed 20% returns on real estate deals that didn't exist. Investors were shown fake documents, doctored property deeds, and even staged photos of renovations that were never happening. New investors' money was used to pay off old investors, keeping the illusion alive. For 3 years, the scheme flourished. Derek expanded his reach beyond Louisiana, attracting clients from Texas, Mississippi, and Florida. He hosted lavish seminars, rented out luxury hotels, and even flew potential investors to what he called exclusive investment retreats in New Orleans. By 2009, he had collected nearly $50 million. But cracks in the foundation were beginning to show. Some investors demanded their payouts, but the money had been spent on sports cars, vacations to Europe, and a multi-million-dollar home in Baton Rouge. To keep the scheme afloat, he needed more investors. The problem? The economy was changing. The 2008 financial crisis had hit, and real estate wasn't the easy sell it once was. Investors grew cautious, and Derek's well-oiled machine started stalling. Complaints piled up. The Louisiana Attorney General's office received multiple reports, and whispers of fraud reached the ears of federal authorities. But Derek wasn't ready to stop. Not yet. As the walls started closing in, Derek Calloway became desperate. The once flawless illusion of his empire began to show cracks, and he scrambled to hold it together. Investors who had once sung his praises now demanded answers. Some showed up at his Baton Rouge office unannounced, their voices rising with frustration. But Derek, always the master manipulator, reassured them with fabricated documents, fake wire transfer receipts, and bold-faced lies about delays in the housing market. Yet, behind the scenes, his empire was crumbling. By mid-2009, Derek was running out of new investors to pay off the old ones. He started pressuring his closest associates and employees to recruit more people, offering bonuses for each new investor brought in. He even targeted retirees, promising them secure returns that would allow them to enjoy their golden years without worry. The greed that had once been manageable had now turned reckless. One of his biggest mistakes was taking money from the wrong people. A group of wealthy businessmen from New Orleans, with ties to underground dealings, had invested millions into Derek's scheme. When their payouts were delayed, they didn't just send emails, they sent men to his doorstep. Fearing for his safety, Derek took extreme measures. He transferred nearly $5 million into offshore accounts in the Cayman Islands and booked a one-way flight to Argentina, where he believed he could live under the radar. His plan was to disappear before anyone could catch up to him. But the law had finally caught up. In August 2009, the FBI raided his offices in Baton Rouge. Agents seized computers, hard drives, and boxes of fabricated documents. Bank accounts were frozen, and properties under his name were placed under investigation. Derek, however, was nowhere to be found. For weeks, authorities searched. The story became headline news in Louisiana, with local news stations broadcasting footage of angry investors demanding justice. His victims included single mothers, retired veterans, and even former friends who had trusted him with their life savings. Then, on September 5, 2009, Derek was found in a Miami hotel, just hours before his flight to Buenos Aires. U.S. Marshals took him into custody without incident. The man who had once stood on stages preaching about financial freedom was now handcuffed, silent, and cornered. Charged with wire fraud, securities fraud, and money laundering, Derek was facing up to 30 years in federal prison. The trial would soon begin, but for his victims, the damage had already been done. Derek Calloway's trial began in early 2010, and it quickly became one of the most high-profile fraud cases in Louisiana's history. The courtroom was packed with former investors, angry victims, and reporters hungry for a sensational headline. Prosecutors painted Derek as a ruthless conman who had preyed on hardworking people, robbing them of their savings while living a life of excess. They presented mountains of evidence, forged contracts, manipulated financial records, and even emails where Derek laughed about his victims' naivety. Some of his victims took the stand, their voices filled with anger and heartbreak. A 67-year-old retired teacher recounted how she had invested her entire pension, believing Derek's promise that she'd never have to worry about money again. A single father of two spoke about how he had taken out a second mortgage on his home, only to lose everything when Derek's empire collapsed. But despite the overwhelming evidence, Derek refused to admit guilt. He hired top defense attorneys, arguing that he had been a victim of the 2008 financial crisis himself. His lawyers claimed that he had always intended to make good on his promises, but the market crash had ruined his ability to follow through. It was a desperate attempt at shifting blame, but few believed it. After a 6-week trial, the jury deliberated for just 4 hours before returning with their verdict: guilty on all counts. The judge, showing little sympathy, sentenced Derek to 27 years in federal prison, calling him a man without conscience who had destroyed lives for personal greed. As he was led out of the courtroom in handcuffs, his once confident smirk was gone. The man who had once controlled millions of dollars, who had dined with Louisiana's elite and traveled the world, was now just another inmate wearing an orange jumpsuit. In the years that followed, his name faded from headlines, but the damage he left behind remained. Some of his victims never recovered financially. Some lost their homes. Others fell into depression, burdened by the betrayal and financial ruin. The state of Louisiana tightened regulations on investment firms, hoping to prevent another scheme like Derek's from happening again. Derek Calloway, inmate #49736-019, now spends his days in a medium-security federal prison in Texas. He teaches financial literacy classes to other inmates, a cruel irony, considering the lives he destroyed. He still claims he wasn't a criminal, that he was just unlucky. But to the hundreds of people he scammed, he'll always be remembered as the man who stole their dreams and left them with nothing. Case 3. In the quiet town of Greenville, South Carolina, a man named Raymond Ray Holloway built an empire on trust. Born in 1965, Ray was the son of a small-time businessman who ran a local car dealership. Growing up, he watched his father hustle to keep the business afloat, learning the power of persuasion and the art of the deal at a young age. Unlike his father, however, Ray was never satisfied with small gains. He wanted more, faster, and without limits. By the time he was in his mid-30s, Ray had transformed himself into a respected figure in Greenville. He owned a thriving real estate company, drove a sleek black Mercedes, and lived in a sprawling suburban mansion with his wife and 2 children. On the surface, he was a self-made success story, the kind of man people admired. He attended charity galas, spoke at local business events, and sponsored high school football teams. His name carried weight, and when Ray spoke, people listened. His primary business, Holloway Investment Group, promised low-risk, high-reward real estate ventures. Investors from all over South Carolina handed over their savings, lured by Ray's charm and an impeccable track record, one he had carefully fabricated. He promised double-digit returns, assuring clients that their money was going into exclusive housing developments and commercial properties that would soon skyrocket in value. But in reality, most of these projects existed only on paper. For years, Ray ran what was essentially a real estate Ponzi scheme. New investors' money went toward paying off earlier ones, giving the illusion of steady profits. He fabricated property deeds, faked renovation permits, and even hired actors to pose as construction crews whenever potential investors came to inspect projects. His scam was flawless, and as long as money kept flowing in, no one questioned his success. By 2012, Ray had amassed over $50 million from nearly 300 investors, including retirees, single mothers, and even longtime friends. He had become a celebrity in local financial circles, frequently appearing in newspapers as a visionary entrepreneur. But behind the luxury, cracks were beginning to form. The first sign of trouble came when an audit by a skeptical investor revealed inconsistencies in Holloway Investment Group's financial records. The paperwork didn't add up. Certain properties Ray claimed to own either didn't exist or were never purchased in the first place. Suspicion grew, and whispers began circulating. Investors who once blindly trusted Ray now demanded explanations. To buy himself more time, Ray doubled down on the deception. He faked legal documents, doctored bank statements, and created a web of lies so intricate that even some of his employees believed everything was legitimate. But as more investors requested withdrawals, he struggled to keep up the charade. The walls were closing in. The authorities had started watching, and by late 2013, federal agents were silently gathering evidence against him. Ray was running out of moves, but he was too deep to stop. Instead of coming clean, he made one final, desperate attempt to escape the inevitable downfall. By early 2014, Ray Holloway's empire was crumbling. Investors were demanding their money back faster than he could bring in new ones. His usual tactics, stalling, promising even bigger returns, and manipulating financial statements, were no longer enough. People wanted answers, and some were willing to take legal action. Behind closed doors, Ray's personal life was falling apart, too. His wife, Linda, had grown suspicious of the late-night calls, the constant stress, and the sudden secrecy surrounding their finances. Their lavish lifestyle, once a symbol of Ray's success, had become an unbearable weight. The mansion, the luxury cars, the designer clothes, it was all built on a foundation of lies, and now that foundation was cracking. Ray knew he was running out of time. The FBI, the Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, and state financial regulators had begun investigating Holloway Investment Group. Investigators traced dozens of fraudulent transactions, uncovering a tangled web of fake real estate deals and non-existent properties. They also discovered that millions of dollars had been funneled into Ray's personal accounts, funding everything from luxury vacations to secret investments in offshore accounts. Desperate to maintain control, Ray attempted a final deception. He forged new contracts, claiming that a major out-of-state investor was about to buy several of his developments for a record-breaking sum. He used this fake deal to convince some of his biggest clients that their money was safe. If they could just hold on for a little longer, they would get even bigger returns. Some believed him, but others weren't so easily fooled. Two of his largest investors, each having poured millions into Holloway Investment Group, hired forensic accountants to investigate further. What they found was damning. Ray had never purchased half of the properties he claimed to own. The documents proving ownership were either forged or completely fabricated. When news of the fraud leaked, panic set in. Investors began showing up at his office, demanding their money back. Lawsuits were filed. Local news stations picked up the story, and Ray's name, once associated with wealth and success, became synonymous with deception and betrayal. But Ray wasn't ready to face justice. Instead of cooperating with authorities, he vanished. On a rainy night in April 2014, Ray emptied his remaining bank accounts, nearly $2.3 million, and disappeared. His phone went silent. His office was abandoned. His mansion was left unlocked, as if he had left in a hurry. Authorities launched a manhunt, but for weeks, Ray remained a ghost. His face was plastered on news stations and online forums, labeled as South Carolina's most wanted financial fugitive. Some believed he had fled the country, while others thought he was hiding somewhere in the state, waiting for the heat to die down. But the truth was far stranger than anyone could have imagined. Ray had been preparing for this moment for years, and he had one final trick up his sleeve. For weeks, Ray Holloway seemed to have vanished into thin air. His bank accounts were drained, his assets were frozen, and his family was left behind to deal with the fallout. Investigators traced his last known whereabouts to a remote cabin in the Blue Ridge Mountains, but by the time they arrived, it was abandoned. Inside, they found nothing but discarded burner phones, an old laptop, and a half-eaten meal. It was clear, Ray had been there, but he was already gone. Authorities widened the search, focusing on his offshore accounts, business partners, and even old friends. But no one seemed to know where he had gone. Some speculated that he had fled to South America, where extradition laws could work in his favor. Others believed he had assumed a new identity, blending into the crowds of a distant city. Then, in June 2014, a breakthrough came from an unexpected place. A hotel clerk in Biloxi, Mississippi reported a guest who had checked in under the name Charles Bennett, but the ID looked suspicious. The man had paid in cash, avoided security cameras, and asked too many questions about exits and surveillance. Something felt off. Authorities acted quickly. Within hours, federal agents swarmed the small, dimly lit hotel off the interstate. Ray had no time to escape. He was found hiding in a room under a false name, his suitcase filled with over $100,000 in cash and a collection of fake passports. The arrest was swift, almost anticlimactic, considering the magnitude of his crimes. When news of his capture broke, Greenville erupted in relief and anger. Investors who had lost their life savings demanded justice. Former friends and business associates cut ties, denying ever knowing him. His wife, Linda, filed for divorce, and his children, once shielded from the truth, were now burdened with the shame of his actions. In court, the evidence against Ray was overwhelming. Wire fraud, securities fraud, money laundering. Every charge stacked against him carried heavy sentences. Prosecutors painted him as a calculating con artist, someone who had spent decades perfecting the art of deception. His defense team argued that he had simply made bad business decisions, but the jury didn't buy it. In March 2015, Ray Holloway was sentenced to 35 years in federal prison, with no chance of parole. His empire had crumbled, his fortune was seized, and his reputation was destroyed. The once respected businessman was now just another inmate, locked away in a cell. Even after his conviction, some of his victims never recovered. Elderly retirees lost their savings. Families were forced to sell their homes. Trust in local investment firms plummeted, as people feared falling victim to another Holloway-style scam. And as for Ray, he never showed remorse. From behind bars, he continued to insist that he had only been playing the system, and that if things had gone just a little differently, he would have gotten away with it. Case 4. In the quiet, historic town of Charleston, South Carolina, few names carried as much prestige as Dan Mercer. A financial consultant with over 20 years of experience, he was seen as a pillar of the community, respected, well-connected, and seemingly untouchable. Dan specialized in wealth management, catering to an elite clientele of retirees, local business owners, and aspiring entrepreneurs. His firm, Mercer Financial Group, was known for delivering impressive returns and helping clients secure their financial futures. But beneath the polished exterior, Dan Mercer was nothing more than a fraudster in an expensive suit. His entire business was built on lies, deception, and stolen trust. His scheme was simple yet devastatingly effective. Dan promised investors high-yield, low-risk returns through exclusive financial products that, in reality, didn't exist. Clients who invested in his private wealth fund believed they were putting their money into real estate, technology startups, and international bonds. In truth, their money was being used to pay off earlier investors, sustain Dan's personal lifestyle, and cover up mounting financial losses. For over a decade, Dan operated in plain sight. His charm and confidence blinded people to the red flags. Clients who had doubts were quickly reassured with forged financial statements, showing fabricated profits and growing account balances. The illusion of success was carefully maintained. Lavish networking events, first-class travel, and philanthropic donations to Charleston's finest institutions kept his reputation untarnished. But behind the scenes, Dan was running out of time. By 2017, the cracks in his empire had begun to show. New investments were slowing down, making it harder for him to keep up with the payments owed to existing clients. Regulators started asking questions, and former employees who had left Mercer Financial Group began raising concerns about unusual accounting practices. Dan, however, refused to accept defeat. He doubled down on his lies, promising even bigger returns to lure in new investors. In an act of desperation, he launched a new financial product, an offshore investment opportunity that promised tax-free wealth accumulation. The deal sounded too good to be true, and in reality, it was a complete fabrication. With pressure mounting, Dan's confidence began to falter. He became paranoid, checking his office security cameras obsessively, keeping his phone conversations brief, and instructing his staff to destroy sensitive documents. His once flawless operation was unraveling, and those closest to him could sense that something was very, very wrong. And then one day, the truth finally came crashing down. The first sign of Dan Mercer's downfall came when one of his longest-standing clients, Robert Whitaker, a retired engineer, requested a large withdrawal from his investment account. Robert had trusted Dan with his entire life savings, believing his money was growing safely over the years. When he decided to move out of state and buy a lakefront home in North Carolina, he asked for a full withdrawal of his funds, nearly $600,000. Dan stalled. Excuses poured out one after another. The market was volatile. The transaction needed special approval. There was an issue with international wire transfers. But Robert, an intelligent and methodical man, wasn't convinced. He went to the bank Dan claimed was holding the investment funds, only to find that his account didn't exist. Panic set in. Robert contacted a lawyer, who quickly reached out to the South Carolina Office of Financial Regulation. Within weeks, state and federal authorities launched an investigation into Mercer Financial Group. At first, Dan downplayed the allegations, acting as if it was a misunderstanding. His lawyers sent vague responses to inquiries, dodging direct questions. But investigators weren't buying it. A deep dive into his financials uncovered massive discrepancies, hundreds of falsified statements, missing transactions, and a web of offshore accounts designed to hide money trails. The tipping point came when forensic accountants found that Mercer Financial Group had no actual investment portfolio. The returns investors had been seeing for years were entirely fabricated, and their money had been siphoned into luxury real estate, sports cars, and secret accounts in the Cayman Islands. The entire operation was a textbook Ponzi scheme, and the numbers were staggering. Over $150 million stolen from nearly 300 clients. News of the scandal spread like wildfire. The story made headlines across South Carolina, then nationally. Once loyal investors swarmed his office, demanding answers. Employees, many of whom had unknowingly facilitated the fraud, were left shocked and jobless overnight. Dan, knowing he was on the verge of being arrested, attempted to escape. On a stormy night in October 2017, he quietly left his waterfront mansion and drove to the Charleston Marina, where he kept a 34-foot yacht named Silver Tide. His plan? To sail down the Atlantic coast, disappear into the Caribbean, and live under a false identity. But law enforcement was already onto him. As he was preparing to leave the dock, federal agents and U.S. Marshals swarmed the marina. Within minutes, Dan was handcuffed, his dream of escape shattered. His face, once the image of confidence and power, was now drained of color, his hands trembling as he was led away. Authorities seized all of his assets, his homes, cars, offshore accounts, and even personal belongings. His wife and children, blindsided by the full extent of his crimes, were forced to leave Charleston, their reputation forever tarnished. In the weeks that followed, more victims came forward. Some had lost everything: retirement funds, college savings, inheritance money. Families were devastated, forced to sell homes, delay medical treatments, and completely rebuild their financial lives from scratch. The betrayal ran deep. But the most shocking revelation was yet to come. Dan Mercer wasn't just running a Ponzi scheme. He had been laundering money for criminal organizations, including international drug traffickers. Investigators found links to offshore shell companies connected to illicit businesses, further complicating his legal troubles. As his trial loomed, the weight of his crimes became undeniable. But what no one expected was what Dan did next. As Dan Mercer sat in his cold, dimly lit holding cell in Charleston, South Carolina, he finally realized there was no escape. His expensive lawyers, his carefully crafted image, and his years of deception, none of it could save him now. He had spent decades building an empire of lies, and now, that empire had collapsed in the most spectacular fashion. The government wasted no time in bringing federal charges against him. He was indicted on multiple counts of securities fraud, wire fraud, and money laundering, with the potential for a life sentence if convicted on all charges. His case became one of the largest financial fraud investigations in South Carolina history, drawing comparisons to infamous Ponzi schemers like Bernie Madoff. As the court proceedings began, the testimonies of his victims painted a harrowing picture. Elderly couples who had trusted him with their retirement savings broke down in tears as they described how they had lost everything. Young families who had been promised financial security now faced bankruptcy, struggling to keep their homes and pay off debts. One of the most heartbreaking stories came from Janet Mullins, a 67-year-old widow who had inherited a small fortune from her late husband. She had invested nearly $800,000 with Dan, believing it would allow her to live comfortably and fund her grandchildren's education. Now, she was left with nothing but a pile of worthless financial statements and a future filled with uncertainty. "I trusted him," she said on the witness stand, her voice trembling. "He looked me in the eye and told me I was safe. But he was stealing from me the whole time." The prosecution uncovered chilling details about how Dan operated his scheme. He forged documents, created fake investment reports, and used a complex network of shell companies to funnel money into his own pockets. Investigators found that he had purchased multiple luxury properties under different aliases, including a $5 million beachfront mansion in the Bahamas. But what truly stunned the court was his connection to organized crime. It turned out that Mercer Financial Group had been a front for laundering millions of dollars for international drug cartels and arms dealers. For years, Dan had secretly worked with corrupt businessmen and offshore financial networks, moving illicit funds under the radar of regulators. The prosecution presented evidence that he had even facilitated transactions for known traffickers operating in South America and Eastern Europe. This revelation sent shockwaves through the courtroom. Dan Mercer wasn't just a fraudster. He was a criminal mastermind operating on a global scale. As his trial progressed, Dan's world continued to crumble. His wife, Lauren Mercer, filed for divorce, refusing to stand by a man who had destroyed hundreds of lives. His children, who had once been proud of their wealthy father, now refused to speak to him, ashamed of the damage he had caused. Realizing that he had no way out, Dan made a desperate move. He agreed to a plea deal, offering to cooperate with federal authorities in exchange for a reduced sentence. He provided detailed information about the criminal networks he had been working with, including offshore accounts, money laundering operations, and illicit financial schemes that stretched across multiple countries. This cooperation led to the arrest of several high-profile figures in the financial and criminal underworld. But despite his assistance, prosecutors refused to show leniency. His crimes were too severe, his betrayal too deep. In March 2019, Dan Mercer was sentenced to 115 years in federal prison, ensuring that he would spend the rest of his life behind bars. The judge, in his final remarks, condemned him for his greed, deception, and utter disregard for the lives he had ruined. As he was led out of the courtroom in shackles, Dan refused to make eye contact with anyone. The man who had once stood at the top of the financial world in South Carolina was now nothing more than a disgraced con artist, destined to fade into obscurity. But for his victims, the scars remained. Many would never recover financially, forced to rebuild their lives from nothing. Some, like Janet Mullins, would never see justice in full, knowing that no prison sentence could ever return what was lost. And so, the name Dan Mercer became a cautionary tale, a warning of how greed, deception, and unchecked ambition can lead to one's ultimate downfall. Case 5. In the quiet suburbs of St. Louis, Missouri, Nathaniel Nate Holloway was a man who seemed to have it all. At 42 years old, he was the CEO of Holloway Investment Solutions, a financial advisory firm that promised clients secure investments with high returns. He lived in a sprawling estate, drove luxury cars, and frequently appeared at charity galas, always presenting himself as a pillar of the community. To his investors, he was a financial genius, a man who had built his wealth through years of smart trading and insider knowledge. But to those who knew the truth, Nate Holloway was nothing more than a master manipulator, a con artist who had spent years weaving a web of deception so intricate that even seasoned financial regulators had trouble seeing through it. His scheme was simple but devastating, a high-yield investment fraud that promised investors returns of 10 to 15% annually, far above the market average. He claimed to have a proprietary trading algorithm that could predict stock market movements with precision. He boasted about having connections in Wall Street, insinuating that he had access to exclusive investment opportunities. His early investors saw incredible returns, as he paid them using money from new investors rather than actual profits. It was a classic Ponzi scheme, but Nate had perfected the illusion of success. He used fake documents, fabricated earnings reports, and even staged phony trading sessions where he showed investors how their money was growing. For nearly a decade, no one questioned him. By 2017, Holloway Investment Solutions managed over $150 million in client funds, with hundreds of investors across Missouri, Kansas, and Illinois. Many of his clients were retirees, small business owners, and families who had put their life savings into his firm, believing that Nate's financial expertise would secure their futures. But cracks began to show in early 2018. Some clients started requesting large withdrawals, and Nate struggled to keep up with payments. Since there were no real investments backing his firm, he had to scramble to find new investors to keep the illusion alive. The first major red flag appeared when an investor, a retired schoolteacher named Margaret Whitmore, attempted to withdraw $500,000 from her account to purchase a home for her daughter. Nate stalled her for weeks, claiming there were delays in the transfer process. Frustrated, Margaret contacted financial regulators, and soon, the Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, began investigating Holloway Investment Solutions. By mid-2018, federal authorities were closing in. Nate's desperate attempts to maintain his scheme only worsened the situation. Bank records didn't match his claims, fake financial statements were uncovered, and dozens of investors started filing complaints. Then, in November 2018, the inevitable happened. The entire scheme collapsed. As investigators delved deeper into Holloway Investment Solutions, the scale of Nate Holloway's deception became disturbingly clear. Bank records revealed that the firm had virtually no legitimate investments. Instead, nearly all incoming funds had been cycled through a complex series of personal accounts, offshore entities, and luxury purchases, ensuring that Nate lived like a king while his clients unknowingly funded his extravagant lifestyle. Authorities uncovered lavish expenditures that had nothing to do with investing: private jet rentals, five-star vacations in Europe, rare art collections, and even a luxury yacht docked in Miami under a fake company name. Despite his carefully curated image as a disciplined financial expert, Nate had been burning through millions to sustain a lifestyle of pure excess. By early December 2018, Nate could no longer keep up appearances. Clients were demanding their money, but there was nothing left to give. The pressure from regulatory agencies, law enforcement, and angry investors became unbearable. His once loyal employees started resigning, fearing legal consequences. Then, in a desperate move, Nate vanished. On December 10, 2018, Nate failed to show up at his St. Louis office. His employees, now fully aware that their firm was crumbling, found his office completely cleaned out. His computer hard drives had been wiped, paper records had vanished, and his personal safe was emptied of all cash and valuables. By the time authorities arrived at his residence, his mansion was eerily silent. Security footage showed Nate leaving the house the night before, dressed in casual clothing, carrying a single leather duffel bag. His luxury cars remained in the driveway. He had left them behind. His cell phone signal went dead near a remote area outside Kansas City, leading to speculation that he had switched to burner phones or even assumed a false identity. With millions of dollars unaccounted for, some investigators believed that he had escaped the country using offshore accounts and fake documents. Others theorized he was hiding under an alias somewhere in the U.S., waiting for the heat to die down. For weeks, authorities launched a nationwide manhunt. News stations ran headline after headline about the missing financier. Former investors pleaded for justice, some having lost their entire retirement savings. But Nate was nowhere to be found. By January 2019, the SEC formally charged Holloway Investment Solutions with fraud, money laundering, and conspiracy. Nate's co-conspirators, two senior executives and his personal accountant, were arrested, but none of them knew Nate's whereabouts. As forensic auditors tore through the firm's financial records, they found evidence of a long-running fraud scheme dating back nearly 15 years. The Ponzi structure had been in place far longer than anyone suspected. Many of Nate's early clients had been paid off with stolen funds, making them unwitting participants in the scheme. One particularly devastating discovery was that several non-profit organizations and charities had also invested in the fund, believing Holloway Investment Solutions to be a safe, high-yield opportunity. These charities, focused on causes like children's education, medical research, and disaster relief, were left devastated. But the most heartbreaking stories came from individual investors. Families who had trusted Nate with their children's college savings, retirees who had transferred everything they had, and small business owners who had poured their life savings into what they believed was a secure investment. For nearly 6 months, Nate remained a ghost. There were sporadic sightings. A man resembling him was spotted at a casino in Biloxi, Mississippi, and another sighting placed him at an airport in Mexico City, but neither were confirmed. Then, in June 2019, authorities received a tip from a hotel worker in Key West, Florida. A man fitting Nate's description had been staying in a small boutique hotel under a fake name, using cash-only transactions. On June 14, 2019, U.S. Marshals raided the hotel room, and there he was. Nathaniel Holloway was found hiding under an assumed identity, his hair dyed black, his beard grown out, and carrying multiple fake passports. His duffel bag contained over $500,000 in cash and several burner phones, indicating he had planned to flee yet again. But this time, his luck had finally run out. Nathaniel Holloway was swiftly taken into custody and extradited to Missouri, where he faced an overwhelming number of charges: securities fraud, wire fraud, money laundering, and obstruction of justice. The U.S. Attorney's Office prepared a case that painted him as one of the most calculating financial criminals in the state's history. His arrest made national headlines, with news outlets replaying footage of his dramatic capture in Key West. The FBI, SEC, and DOJ held a joint press conference detailing the scale of his crimes. But Nate was not one to go down easily. He pleaded not guilty, hiring a team of high-profile defense attorneys who specialized in white-collar crime. Their strategy? Blame it on mismanagement, market downturns, and overzealous financial regulators. For months, his legal team fought every charge, filing motions to suppress evidence and challenging the prosecution's narrative. Nate even attempted to strike a plea deal, offering to reveal the locations of additional offshore accounts in exchange for a reduced sentence. But the government refused. Prosecutors had more than enough evidence, dozens of financial records, testimonies from his former employees, and even Nate's own emails detailing how he had manipulated investor funds. In October 2019, the trial began. Over the course of 8 grueling weeks, prosecutors called forward a parade of victims, retirees, small business owners, families, and even charitable organizations, all testifying about the devastation Holloway had caused. Jurors listened as people broke down in tears, describing how they had lost their homes, their businesses, and their futures because they had trusted him. Some had been forced to file for bankruptcy, while others had taken on multiple jobs just to stay afloat. One of the most gut-wrenching moments came when an elderly couple in their late 70s, both cancer survivors, pleaded with the court to ensure Nate was held accountable. They had invested their entire life savings with him, believing his promises of a secure future. By December 2019, the jury reached a unanimous verdict, guilty on all counts. On March 2, 2020, Nathaniel Holloway was sentenced to 52 years in federal prison, one of the harshest penalties ever given for a financial crime in Missouri. The judge denounced his actions, stating that his fraud was not just about stealing money, it was about destroying lives. The courtroom erupted in applause, with victims hugging one another. Some openly wept, relieved that justice had finally been served. Even after sentencing, authorities continued to recover assets linked to Nate's fraudulent empire. Over the next 2 years, the government seized nearly $12 million hidden in offshore accounts and liquidated his luxury assets, returning whatever they could to victims. The legacy of the Holloway scam. The fallout from Nate's crimes led to tighter financial regulations in Missouri, with lawmakers pushing for stricter oversight on investment firms. His case became a textbook example in business schools, a cautionary tale of unchecked greed and deception. Today, Nate Holloway sits in a maximum security federal prison, stripped of his wealth, his power, and the life he once built. His name is now synonymous with one of the biggest investment frauds in Missouri history, a man who lived a life of luxury at the expense of others, only to end up behind bars. Case 6. In 2016, South Australia saw one of the most elaborate financial frauds in its history, orchestrated by Graham Linton, a charismatic and well-connected financial consultant who had spent decades building a reputation in Adelaide's elite circles. With his impeccable suits, smooth demeanor, and an uncanny ability to gain trust, Linton was the kind of man people felt safe investing with. He had started his career as a mid-level financial advisor in the early 2000s, working his way up in real estate investments and wealth management firms before branching out to start his own company, Linton Capital Management. His firm promised secure, high-yield investments in real estate, technology startups, and sustainable energy projects, industries that were booming at the time. By the time he was in his mid-40s, Linton had built a portfolio worth hundreds of millions of dollars, attracting investors from across South Australia and beyond. He targeted wealthy retirees, small business owners, and even charities, offering exclusive, limited-time investment opportunities that he claimed were backed by government grants and international partners. His clients saw consistent, impressive returns, or so they thought. Linton was meticulous in his deception, fabricating quarterly reports, forging legal documents, and even creating fake websites and press releases to give the illusion that his firm was thriving. But in reality, Linton Capital Management was nothing more than a carefully constructed house of cards. The investments he claimed to be funding didn't exist. The profits investors saw on paper were entirely fictional. And as more people bought into his scheme, he used new investments to pay off earlier investors, maintaining the illusion of a profitable and successful operation. For nearly a decade, Linton lived a life of excess, spending millions on luxury cars, extravagant vacations, and waterfront properties in Adelaide, Melbourne, and even overseas. He sponsored high-profile charity events, donated to political campaigns, and made himself an untouchable figure in Adelaide's elite circles. But all of it was built on lies. By 2016, cracks in Linton's empire began to show. Investors started asking more questions, demanding access to financial records and proof of the assets he claimed to own. Some real estate projects he had promised returns on simply never materialized, and audits from regulatory bodies uncovered irregularities in his financial statements. As pressure mounted, Linton scrambled to keep his scheme afloat, moving money between accounts, silencing whistleblowers with legal threats, and even staging fake investment meetings to reassure clients. But the walls were closing in fast. In March 2017, an anonymous whistleblower leaked internal company documents to financial regulators, revealing the full scale of the fraud. Within weeks, Linton Capital Management was raided by authorities, and the Australian Securities and Investments Commission, ASIC, froze all of its assets. What had once seemed like a thriving investment empire was exposed as one of the largest Ponzi schemes in South Australian history. Graham Linton disappeared overnight, leaving behind hundreds of millions in stolen funds and thousands of defrauded investors who had lost their life savings. In the days following Linton's disappearance, chaos erupted across South Australia's financial community. Investors, many of whom had trusted him with their entire retirement funds, were left in a state of shock. Law firms were flooded with calls, desperate clients demanded answers, and the media quickly latched onto the story. Headlines described it as South Australia's biggest financial deception, with many questioning how such a large-scale fraud had gone undetected for so long. The Australian Securities and Investments Commission, ASIC, began a full-scale investigation, combing through years of falsified reports, fake investment portfolios, and offshore bank transfers. Investigators discovered that Linton had used an intricate network of shell companies to launder money, moving funds between offshore accounts in Singapore, the Cayman Islands, and even Switzerland. His operation was so well structured that even seasoned financial analysts had failed to notice discrepancies, until it was too late. As the fraud unraveled, the damage became painfully clear. More than 3,000 people had been defrauded, including pensioners, small business owners, and even charities that had entrusted their donations to Linton Capital Management. Some had invested as little as $50,000, while others had put in over $10 million. The total losses exceeded $480 million, making it one of the largest financial crimes in Australian history. Many victims faced financial ruin. An elderly couple from Adelaide had invested their entire retirement savings with Linton, believing it would provide for them in old age. When the scam collapsed, they were left with nothing. A small environmental nonprofit had invested their donations in Linton's so-called Sustainable Energy Fund, only to find out the fund never existed. Their entire organization shut down within months. A group of small business owners had pooled money together for an investment, thinking it would secure their futures. Instead, they were left drowning in debt. The devastation spread beyond just financial losses. Families were torn apart, friendships shattered, and some investors even took their own lives after realizing they had lost everything. Psychologists and crisis counselors saw an uptick in cases of depression, anxiety, and suicidal thoughts among victims. Meanwhile, authorities around the world were searching for Linton. Interpol issued a red notice, placing him on Australia's most wanted list. Investigators suspected that he had fled the country before the raid, possibly using a forged passport to slip past border security. CCTV footage from Adelaide Airport showed a man matching Linton's description boarding a private chartered jet, but the flight logs were mysteriously erased. For months, speculation ran wild. Some believed he was hiding in South America, using stolen identities to evade capture. Others thought he had bribed officials to secure passage into Russia or China, where extradition would be difficult. Rumors even suggested that he had undergone plastic surgery to alter his appearance. Then, in November 2017, a breakthrough came. A bank in Thailand flagged a suspicious transaction, a wire transfer of $500,000 linked to one of Linton's shell companies. Investigators traced the transaction to a luxury villa in Phuket, where local police conducted a raid. But when they stormed the property, Linton was already gone. Inside the villa, authorities found fake passports, burner phones, stacks of cash, and luxury watches, evidence that he had been living there under an alias. He had vanished just hours before the raid, leaving behind only a trail of forged documents and encrypted laptops. The chase continued. For nearly 2 years, Linton remained a ghost, an international fugitive with millions in stolen funds hidden across multiple countries. Australian authorities, working alongside Interpol, the FBI, and Europol, followed a complex trail of financial movements, encrypted emails, and offshore transactions. Every time they thought they had closed in, Linton managed to stay one step ahead. His ability to vanish without a trace baffled even the most seasoned investigators. Reports suggested he had changed his appearance multiple times, using forged documents to travel between Malaysia, the Philippines, South Africa, and even Argentina. A former associate claimed Linton had paid off immigration officials in several countries to ensure his safe passage whenever law enforcement got too close. However, Linton's downfall came not from high-level police work, but from his own arrogance. In May 2019, he was spotted in Dubai, staying at the Burj Al Arab under the alias Marcus Reynolds. A former investor, one of his many victims, recognized him at a high-end restaurant and immediately reported it to authorities. Within 48 hours, Dubai police, working in coordination with Interpol, launched a covert operation to track his movements. Investigators discovered that Linton was attempting to withdraw millions from a private account at an international bank in Dubai. Undercover officers waited until he stepped out of the bank, then swiftly arrested him on the spot. The fugitive, who had once lived a life of unimaginable luxury, was led away in handcuffs as news cameras captured his downfall. Linton was extradited back to Australia in August 2019, where he faced a high-profile trial in Adelaide. The courtroom was packed with victims, their faces filled with anger and grief. Some had lost their life savings, while others had watched their dreams crumble because of Linton's greed. Prosecutors laid out the full extent of his crimes, presenting thousands of pages of evidence, financial statements, offshore banking records, and testimony from former employees and victims. The charges included financial fraud exceeding $480 million, money laundering, wire fraud and identity theft, forgery and destruction of financial records, evading law enforcement and obstructing justice. Despite his defense team's efforts to argue that Linton had not acted alone, the evidence was overwhelming. On December 12, 2019, the jury returned a guilty verdict on all charges. Judge Emily Cartwright delivered a scathing statement before handing down the harshest financial crime sentence in South Australian history, 320 years in prison, without the possibility of parole for 70 years. The level of deception you orchestrated was beyond comprehension, she said. You destroyed lives, stole from the vulnerable, and shattered the trust of an entire financial system. This court ensures you will never again have the opportunity to harm another soul. As the sentence was read, gasps filled the courtroom. Some victims broke down in tears, finally seeing justice served. Linton James Morgan was escorted out of the courtroom in chains, his once arrogant demeanor replaced with defeat. The man who had spent years evading the law, living in penthouses and traveling the world, was now condemned to a life behind bars. Even with Linton behind bars, the damage he left behind was irreversible. The Australian financial system was forced to implement new fraud prevention laws, increasing oversight on private wealth management firms. Many victims never recovered their stolen funds. While authorities managed to seize $72 million hidden in offshore accounts, it was only a fraction of the total stolen wealth. Several financial advisors who had worked under Linton were banned from the industry, with some facing criminal charges for their role in the fraud. For years, Linton had been the mastermind of one of the largest financial scams in Australian history. But in the end, greed, arrogance, and the relentless pursuit of justice had finally caught up with him. Case 7. In the quiet coastal town of Devonport, Tasmania, where the sea breeze carried the scent of salt and the locals knew each other by name, Howard Howie Blackwell was a respected figure. A 53-year-old financial consultant, he had built a reputation as a brilliant investment strategist, someone who could turn modest savings into generational wealth. Standing at 6 feet tall, with neatly combed silver-streaked hair and a confident, reassuring smile, Howard carried himself like a man who had seen it all. He wore tailored suits, drove a sleek black Audi, and dined at Tasmania's finest restaurants. To the residents of Devonport, he was a self-made man, someone who had worked his way up from a modest background to become one of the wealthiest individuals in the region. Howard owned Blackwell Financial Solutions, a private firm specializing in wealth management and investment advisory services. His clientele ranged from middle-class retirees looking to grow their pensions to high-net-worth individuals seeking lucrative investment opportunities. For nearly a decade, Blackwell had been seen as a financial wizard. He promised returns of 15% to 20% annually, far exceeding what traditional investment firms could offer. His clients, many of whom had known him for years, trusted him without question. But what no one knew, not his clients, not his colleagues, not even his own family, was that Howard Blackwell had built his empire on lies, deception, and one of the largest Ponzi schemes Tasmania had ever seen. Howard's scheme started in 2012, when a wealthy couple from Hobart approached him, looking for a secure investment to grow their $2 million inheritance. Instead of investing their money into legitimate funds, Howard moved the money into his personal accounts, using a portion to pay off earlier investors and keeping the rest for himself. When the couple received their first quarterly report, it showed a 17% gain, even though their money had never been invested. They were thrilled and recommended Howard to their friends. More investors followed, each one handing over their savings under the belief that Howard's strategy was foolproof. Over the next 6 years, Howard perfected his con. He fabricated account statements, creating the illusion of steady profits. He forged documents to make it seem like he was investing in real estate, government bonds, and blue-chip stocks. He used new investors' money to pay off old investors, keeping up the illusion of success. He lived extravagantly, purchasing a luxury villa in Sandy Bay, a yacht named Evermore, and a collection of high-end watches. By 2018, Blackwell Financial Solutions was managing over $120 million in assets, or so the records showed. In reality, only a fraction of that money actually existed. The rest had been funneled into offshore accounts, spent on lavish expenses, or used to maintain the Ponzi scheme. For years, Howard had managed to avoid suspicion, but in early 2019, cracks in his empire began to show. A retired surgeon from Launceston, Dr. Richard Holloway, had invested $5 million with Howard in 2016. After 3 years of receiving impressive returns, he decided to withdraw his principal investment to fund a property development. Howard panicked. He didn't have the money, at least not all of it. Desperate to buy time, he convinced Holloway to reinvest with the promise of a special 25% return. But Holloway refused. Realizing that something was deeply wrong, Holloway hired a forensic accountant to review his investment portfolio. Within weeks, they discovered several irregularities, forged statements, missing transactions, and non-existent assets. Word began to spread. Other investors started asking questions, demanding proof of their holdings. Howard scrambled to produce fake reports, but the pressure was mounting. By mid-2019, it was no longer a question of if the scheme would collapse, but when. By August 2019, Howard Blackwell was drowning in a sea of lies and financial chaos. The once revered investment guru of Tasmania was now spending his days juggling numbers, fabricating reports, and frantically shifting money between accounts to keep up appearances. The weight of the deception had grown unbearable, and the cracks in his scheme had turned into full-blown fractures. Dr. Richard Holloway's forensic accountant had discovered significant inconsistencies in Blackwell Financial Solutions records. More alarmingly, they had found evidence that Howard had been moving funds between accounts without proper documentation, a classic red flag of a Ponzi scheme. When Holloway threatened legal action, Howard made a desperate attempt to keep his empire afloat. He convinced 2 new investors to inject $8 million into his exclusive offshore fund, promising them a 30% return within 6 months. But it wasn't enough. His debts had grown too large, and withdrawals from existing investors far outpaced the new money coming in. By September, the dam broke. A group of 9 investors, including Holloway and several business owners from Hobart and Devonport, filed a formal complaint with the Australian Securities and Investments Commission, ASIC. They accused Howard of financial misconduct, misrepresentation, and fraud. ASIC immediately froze Blackwell Financial Solutions assets, launching a full-scale investigation into Howard's dealings. Within days, over 200 investors had come forward, demanding answers about their money. As ASIC investigators dug deeper, the scale of Howard's fraud became staggeringly clear. Out of the $120 million he claimed to manage, only $14 million was actually traceable in legitimate investments. More than $80 million had been lost, misappropriated, or siphoned into offshore accounts. At least 40% of investors' funds had been used to pay off earlier clients, proving that the entire scheme had been nothing more than a Ponzi operation. Even more damning was the discovery that Howard had been doctoring investment reports as far back as 2013, meaning that his fraud had lasted for nearly a decade without detection. When investigators raided his luxury waterfront home in Sandy Bay, they found stacks of falsified investment documents, carefully organized to maintain the illusion of success. 2 offshore account ledgers detailing transactions in the Cayman Islands and Switzerland. Luxury items worth millions, including watches, fine art, and a collection of rare wines. But Howard Blackwell himself was nowhere to be found. The day before ASIC froze his accounts, Howard had quietly disappeared. He had withdrawn $300,000 in cash, boarded a private yacht, and vanished into the open waters of the Bass Strait. Authorities immediately issued a warrant for his arrest, branding him as one of the most wanted financial criminals in Australian history. His photo was plastered across news outlets, and a $1 million bounty was offered for any information leading to his capture. Interpol was notified, and Australian Federal Police, AFP, tracked his last known movements. They believed Howard had fled to Indonesia or the Philippines, both countries with notoriously difficult extradition laws. As the manhunt intensified, his former investors, many of them retirees, were left shattered. Some had lost their life savings, others had taken out second mortgages to invest with him. The betrayal ran deep. By November 2019, authorities had seized all of Blackwell's known assets, including his $4.5 million estate in Sandy Bay, his luxury yacht, 4 high-end sports cars, multiple investment properties in Melbourne and Brisbane. The total recovery amounted to just $19 million, barely a fraction of the stolen funds. Many victims would never see their money again. For nearly 2 years, Howard Blackwell remained at large. His name became legendary in financial crime circles, compared to infamous fraudsters like Bernie Madoff. Some speculated that he had assumed a new identity, while others believed he had died at sea, his yacht lost in a storm. Then, in March 2021, a shocking twist occurred. Authorities in Buenos Aires, Argentina, arrested a gray-haired man trying to withdraw $500,000 from a flagged account. His passport identified him as Martin Langford, an Australian citizen, but fingerprints revealed the truth. It was Howard Blackwell. Extradited back to Australia, Howard faced 38 charges of fraud, embezzlement, and financial deception. In a high-profile trial, prosecutors detailed how he had stolen millions, manipulated innocent investors, and faked reports for years. His defense claimed that he had intended to repay the money, arguing that he was simply in over his head. But the judge saw through his lies. In October 2022, Howard Blackwell was sentenced to 35 years in prison, one of the harshest financial crime sentences in Australian history. Howard's case rewrote financial fraud regulations in Australia. The ASIC tightened its oversight, implementing stricter reporting laws for investment firms. But for his victims, no law could undo the devastation he caused. Many spent their retirement years struggling to recover, while others were forced to return to work in their 60s and 70s. Howard Blackwell's name became synonymous with greed, deception, and betrayal. And for those who had trusted him, the scars would never fully heal. Howard Blackwell's downfall was not just a story of one man's greed. It was the collapse of an entire community's trust. His victims weren't just wealthy investors looking for quick profits. They were teachers, small business owners, retirees, and single parents who had put their faith in his reputation. Many of them had invested everything they had, believing in his promises of stability and high returns. As news of his sentencing spread, anger and sorrow gripped Tasmania. Protesters gathered outside the courthouse in Hobart, holding signs that read, "Justice for the victims. Life savings stolen. Where is our justice?" Blackwell belongs behind bars forever. Among the crowd was Margaret Donovan, a 72-year-old widow who had lost her entire retirement fund to Blackwell's scheme. She had trusted him with $320,000, the money she had spent decades saving after her husband's death. Now, she was forced to sell her home and move into a government-subsidized apartment. Another victim, Daniel Porter, had used his son's college savings to invest with Blackwell. "He told me this was a safe bet," Daniel later told reporters. "He promised me that I'd have enough to send my boy to university debt-free. Instead, I had to tell my son that he needed student loans to afford tuition." Stories like theirs emerged by the hundreds, families broken, businesses bankrupt, and futures stolen. While financial fraud may not leave visible scars, it inflicts deep psychological wounds. Experts compared Blackwell's deception to the betrayal of a close friend or family member, as many victims had trusted him personally. A 2021 mental health study found that 34% of Blackwell's victims suffered from depression, anxiety, or post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, due to their financial losses. Some had even reported suicidal thoughts, unable to cope with the reality of losing everything. One such case was Trevor Hastings, a former chef from Devonport. At 58 years old, he had planned to retire early with his $550,000 investment. When the fraud was exposed, his entire savings vanished overnight. His wife left him, and he struggled to find work at his age. In July 2020, Trevor took his own life. His sister later revealed that he had written a note blaming Howard Blackwell for robbing him of his future. The tragedy of Trevor's death sent shockwaves through Tasmania, reinforcing the devastating human cost of financial crime. As investigations continued, forensic accountants uncovered new layers of deception in Blackwell's scheme. His fraud had extended beyond Australia, with ties to offshore shell companies in the Cayman Islands, Switzerland, Singapore, Hong Kong. Authorities found hidden accounts where he had laundered at least $25 million, funneling it through fake corporations that existed only on paper. Some of this money had never been recovered, leading investigators to believe that Blackwell had hidden assets still unaccounted for. Even after his sentencing, Australian authorities continued working with Interpol to track down the missing funds. Suspicious transactions linked to his scheme surfaced in New Zealand and Dubai, suggesting that Blackwell may have had international accomplices. However, with his life in prison assured, many victims feared they would never see their money again. One of the most disturbing aspects of the Blackwell case was how long he had operated undetected. His fraud spanned nearly a decade, raising questions about Australia's financial regulatory system. How had ASIC, the very agency designed to prevent such schemes, failed to notice the warning signs? A government inquiry in 2022 found several failures that had allowed Blackwell to evade detection. Lack of routine audits. ASIC had only audited Blackwell Financial Solutions once in 10 years, despite handling millions in investor funds. Outdated fraud detection systems. Investigators found that Blackwell had used sophisticated software to alter reports, which ASIC's antiquated systems had failed to detect. Understaffed investigative teams. Whistleblower complaints had been ignored or delayed due to ASIC's overworked personnel. As a result of these findings, the Australian government introduced sweeping reforms, including mandatory audits for financial firms every 2 years, advanced fraud detection AI systems to flag suspicious transactions, whistleblower protections to encourage early fraud reporting. Despite these measures, many Tasmanians felt betrayed. To them, these reforms were too little, too late. While Blackwell's trial had ended, the mystery of his missing millions remained. Financial investigators continued tracking offshore accounts, hoping to recover at least a portion of the stolen funds. In April 2023, they made a breakthrough. A Swiss bank account under a fake identity, containing $6.2 million, was uncovered. The money was seized by authorities, but it was a fraction of what had been lost. Rumors spread that some of Blackwell's money had been converted into cryptocurrency, making it nearly impossible to trace. The possibility that an unknown accomplice still controlled the funds haunted investigators. At age 61, Howard Blackwell now lived behind the walls of Risdon Prison, Tasmania's maximum security facility. Gone were the days of luxury yachts and champagne. His new reality was a cramped prison cell and a lifetime of regret. Reports from inside the prison described Blackwell as isolated and paranoid. He refused to interact with other inmates, fearing retaliation from former victims. Some prisoners had family members who lost money in his scheme, making him a target for violence. A former prison guard later revealed that Blackwell had been assaulted twice, once in 2021 and again in 2022. The attacks left him with broken ribs and a fractured wrist. After the incidents, he was moved to solitary confinement for his own safety. Even in prison, Blackwell maintained his innocence, telling reporters in a rare interview, "I never meant to hurt anyone. The market collapsed, and things spiraled out of control. I was trying to fix it, but they turned me into a criminal." His lack of remorse only infuriated the public further. The Howard Blackwell case became a cautionary tale for financial investors across Australia. Schools and universities began using his story as an example of how to spot investment fraud. Some of the key lessons learned from his case included: if it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. Always verify where your money is going. Don't just trust someone's reputation. Diversify investments to avoid complete financial ruin. For many Tasmanians, though, the damage could never be undone. By 2024, the Howard Blackwell scandal had faded from daily headlines, but its impact remained. His name was now a warning, a grim reminder of how one man's greed destroyed lives. And while he would spend the rest of his days behind bars, the families he defrauded would continue picking up the pieces, some never fully recovering from the betrayal that changed their lives forever. Case 8. In the bustling city of Handan, located in China's Hebei province, two men stood at the center of a financial storm that would soon capture the nation's attention. Ren Xiaofeng, a vault manager at the Agricultural Bank of China, was known among his peers as diligent and unassuming. Born in the early 1970s, Ren had spent his entire career within the banking system, meticulously overseeing the daily operations of the vault. His colleague, Ma Xiangjing, shared a similar background. Together, they managed the bank's vault with a level of trust that, in hindsight, would prove to be disastrously misplaced. In October 2006, Ren faced a personal financial crisis. The pressures of mounting debts and the allure of a more prosperous life led him down a path he had never before considered. With access to the bank's vault, temptation loomed large. One evening, after the bank had closed and the halls were silent, Ren made a fateful decision. He discreetly removed 200,000 yuan, approximately $26,000, from the vault, fully intending to replace it before anyone noticed. His plan? To gamble the money on the Chinese lottery, hoping for a windfall that would solve all his problems. Remarkably, luck was on Ren's side. He won enough to replace the stolen funds and pocket a modest profit. Emboldened by this success and the apparent ease with which he had gotten away with the theft, Ren's ambitions grew. He confided in his colleague, Ma, sharing both his misdeed and the lucrative outcome. Rather than expressing shock or disapproval, Ma saw an opportunity. Together, they concocted a scheme that would dwarf Ren's initial theft. Between March and April 2007, Ren and Ma embezzled a staggering 32.96 million yuan, approximately $4.3 million, from the bank's vault. Their method was audaciously simple. They took the cash, purchased vast quantities of lottery tickets, and awaited their fortune. However, unlike Ren's initial success, this time the lottery did not favor them. Desperation set in as they realized the enormity of their crime and the impossibility of returning the stolen funds. In a frantic bid to recoup their losses, the duo escalated their theft. On April 14, 2007, they stole an additional 18 million yuan, approximately $2.3 million, immediately funneling 14 million yuan into lottery tickets in a single day. The city of Handan saw record lottery ticket sales, but luck remained elusive. Their combined efforts yielded a mere 98,000 yuan, approximately $12,700, a paltry sum compared to the vast amounts they had stolen. By April 16th, the discrepancies in the bank's vault could no longer go unnoticed. Routine audits revealed the missing funds, and panic ensued within the bank's management. Ren and Ma, sensing the impending doom, fled Handan. They used their meager lottery winnings to purchase fake identification documents, hoping to start anew far from the reach of the law. However, their escape was short-lived. The Public Security Ministry swiftly added them to China's most wanted list, launching a nationwide manhunt. Ma was apprehended in Beijing on April 18th, and Ren was captured the following day in Lianyungang, Jiangsu province. The rapidity of their capture was a testament to the efficiency of Chinese law enforcement and the impossibility of evading justice in a country with extensive surveillance and security measures. The trial that followed was swift and garnered significant media attention. Both Ren and Ma were charged with embezzlement and robbery of a state-owned financial institution, crimes considered especially egregious given the trust placed in them as vault managers. In August 2007, they were sentenced to death, a verdict that underscored the severity with which China treats financial crimes, especially those involving state assets. On April 1, 2008, Ren Xiaofeng and Ma Xiangjing were executed by firing squad in Hebei province. Their story serves as a stark reminder of the perils of greed and the swift hand of justice. The aftermath of their actions led to increased scrutiny and reforms within China's banking sector, aiming to prevent such breaches of trust in the future. This tale of ambition, desperation, and ultimate downfall highlights the fragile nature of trust within financial institutions and the catastrophic consequences when that trust is betrayed. The scandal that unfolded in Handan was not just a tale of greed, but a reflection of the weaknesses in financial oversight at the time. The Agricultural Bank of China, like many other financial institutions in the early 2000s, operated under a system that placed immense trust in individual employees, especially those in charge of vaults. This reliance on human integrity, without sufficient checks and balances, created opportunities for exploitation. Ren Xiaofeng and Ma Xiangjing were not the first to exploit such loopholes, but their case became one of the most high-profile banking crimes in China's modern history. In the weeks leading up to their grand theft, Ren and Ma had carefully observed the internal procedures of the bank. They knew exactly when audits were conducted, how cash movements were tracked, and where the weaknesses in oversight lay. The key to their scheme's initial success was the delayed auditing system, which meant that small discrepancies in cash reserves could go unnoticed for a few days. This flaw was what allowed Ren to initially steal 200,000 yuan without raising immediate suspicion. The fact that he had been able to return the money without consequence only emboldened him further. If one could take a small sum, gamble it, win, and return it undetected, what was stopping them from taking more? It was this dangerous line of thinking that set the stage for one of China's largest bank heists. Unlike many traditional criminals, Ren and Ma were not seasoned thieves. They were banking employees who had suddenly found themselves lured by the prospect of easy money. Their plan, however, was built on an unstable foundation: gambling. The Chinese lottery system, much like lotteries worldwide, operates on pure chance. The odds of winning a jackpot large enough to cover their theft were astronomical, but in their desperation, they convinced themselves that their strategy would work. The pair did not act alone in purchasing the tickets. To avoid suspicion, they distributed cash among various people who bought tickets on their behalf. These unsuspecting individuals did not realize they were part of a multi-million yuan fraud. Lottery vendors in Handan later reported record-breaking sales, but at the time, no one knew the money fueling the purchases was stolen. As their losses mounted, Ren and Ma became increasingly frantic. The sums they were stealing escalated rapidly. The 200,000 yuan had turned into millions. When their lottery tickets failed to yield the returns they needed, they stole even more in an attempt to recover their losses. It was a vicious cycle, one that inevitably led to disaster. The tipping point came in mid-April 2007. The bank's internal auditing team had begun noticing inconsistencies in cash reserves. While minor discrepancies were not uncommon, the sheer scale of missing funds, tens of millions of yuan, set off immediate alarms. It was no longer an issue that could be overlooked or dismissed as an accounting error. When confronted by his superiors about the missing funds, Ren initially attempted to feign ignorance. He insisted that the vault's records must have been miscounted. But as pressure mounted and a full-scale investigation was launched, it became clear that an unprecedented crime had taken place. Realizing their fate was sealed, Ren and Ma made a final, desperate move. They fled. They abandoned their homes, discarded their bank-issued uniforms, and sought refuge in different cities. Ren headed south, hoping to blend into the bustling crowds of Lianyungang, while Ma fled to Beijing, a city teeming with millions where he believed he could disappear. The disappearance of two vault managers from the Agricultural Bank of China, coupled with the revelation of the massive theft, sent shockwaves through the country. The Ministry of Public Security wasted no time in launching a nationwide manhunt. Their names and photographs were broadcast on state television, published in newspapers, and disseminated through law enforcement networks across China. Ren and Ma's attempts to avoid capture were clumsy at best. They had used some of their stolen money to purchase fake identification documents, but in a country with a tightly controlled residency system, their movements were easily traced. Their large cash withdrawals and spending patterns also left behind digital footprints, making it only a matter of time before authorities closed in on them. Ma was the first to be apprehended in Beijing on April 18, 2007. He had checked into a low-end hotel, using an alias, but surveillance footage from lottery vendors had placed him in key locations where the stolen money had been spent. He was arrested without resistance. Ren was captured the following day in Lianyungang, Jiangsu province. He had been trying to board a long-distance bus when plainclothes officers surrounded him. Unlike Ma, who had resigned himself to his fate, Ren initially attempted to flee, but was quickly subdued. The weight of his crimes and the futility of escape had caught up to him. The trial of Ren Xiaofeng and Ma Xiangjing was one of the most widely covered financial crime cases in China. The Chinese legal system, especially when dealing with crimes against state-owned institutions, is notoriously unforgiving. Prosecutors painted the two as reckless gamblers who had betrayed the trust placed in them. They emphasized the sheer scale of the theft and the absurdity of their plan, staking their entire futures on a lottery system that is inherently based on luck. The court had little difficulty in reaching a verdict. In August 2007, Run and Ma were sentenced to death for embezzlement and financial fraud. Their actions had not only resulted in the loss of millions of yuan, but had also severely undermined public confidence in the banking system. Their execution was carried out in April 2008, a year after their arrest. The fallout from the case prompted sweeping changes in China's banking industry. The Agricultural Bank of China faced scrutiny over its lack of security protocols. Stricter auditing measures were implemented across state-owned banks to prevent similar incidents. Vault access procedures were reformed, requiring multiple levels of clearance and real-time tracking of funds. The case of Run and Ma became a cautionary tale, not just for banking employees, but for anyone tempted by the illusion of quick wealth. Their story underscores the harsh reality that gambling, especially when done with stolen money, is never a solution. It only deepens the abyss of failure. The public perception of the case remains strong even years later. Many view it as an example of how desperation and greed can cloud judgment. Others see it as a reminder of the unforgiving nature of China's legal system, which does not hesitate to impose the harshest penalties on financial criminals. At the heart of this story lies an almost tragic level of foolishness. Run and Ma were not masterminds. They did not plan elaborate schemes or construct sophisticated financial frauds. They were two ordinary men who believed they could outsmart the odds. Their story serves as an example of how financial crime, even when attempted by seemingly harmless individuals, can spiral out of control in the blink of an eye. While their names have faded from the headlines, their cautionary tale continues to echo in the banking world. The lessons learned from their case have helped tighten security measures, ensuring that future generations of bankers do not fall into the same trap of greed, arrogance, and self-delusion. Their story remains a reminder that trust is a fragile thing, and once broken, it is nearly impossible to restore. The aftermath of the Handan Bank heist did not just result in the punishment of Ren Xiaofeng and Ma Xiangjing. The scale of their crime shook China's financial industry to its core, exposing significant vulnerabilities in bank security, employee oversight, and the ease with which money could be mishandled by those in trusted positions. But beyond the direct consequences, the psychological effects of their crime lingered for years, both in the banking sector and in the general public's perception of financial institutions. News of the Handan Agricultural Bank scandal spread across China like wildfire. While many were shocked by the audacity of the crime, others found it almost absurd. Two mid-level bank employees believing they could turn stolen funds into winnings through sheer luck. The scale of their theft was unprecedented, making it one of the biggest banking scandals in China at the time. The Chinese government took swift action, not only in punishing the perpetrators, but in reassuring the public that financial institutions remained secure. The scandal had created a crisis of confidence. If two ordinary employees could steal millions undetected, what did that say about the safety of people's savings? Following the case, the People's Bank of China, PBOC, issued a directive to all financial institutions, tightening regulations regarding cash storage, vault access, and employee background checks. The Agricultural Bank of China, in particular, underwent a rigorous internal audit that led to the dismissal and reassignment of several executives. Among the new measures implemented were stricter access controls. Vault keys and combinations were no longer assigned to individuals, but required multi-person authentication. Real-time surveillance. Security cameras were installed in vaults and required to be monitored by independent auditors. Frequent cash audits. Instead of monthly or quarterly checks, banks were now required to conduct weekly audits of cash reserves. Psychological evaluations for key employees. Those with access to large sums of money underwent periodic evaluations to assess financial stress or potential risk factors. The Chinese media heavily covered these reforms, showcasing them as proof that the government was taking steps to prevent such crimes in the future. However, for many citizens, the damage had already been done. The belief that money was truly safe in banks was now under scrutiny. One of the lingering mysteries of the case was how much of the stolen money was actually recovered. Authorities estimated that a significant portion of the funds had been lost in gambling, meaning it had effectively disappeared into the pockets of lottery vendors and the broader gaming industry. Of the 51 million yuan stolen, only a fraction was ever retrieved. Investigators painstakingly tracked where Run and Ma had funneled the money, but the sheer volume of transactions, many of which were conducted in cash, made it nearly impossible to account for every yuan. Several individuals who had unknowingly participated in purchasing lottery tickets with the stolen funds were questioned, but none faced criminal charges. The government made it clear that only Run and Ma bore legal responsibility for the theft. Ironically, while the Chinese government used Run and Ma's case as an example of why financial crime would not be tolerated, their story inspired a wave of copycat crimes. In the years that followed, there were several attempted bank thefts in China, many of which bore striking similarities to the Handan heist. One such case occurred in 2010, when a bank manager in Hunan province was caught embezzling funds and using them to finance a similar lottery scheme. Unlike Run and Ma, this manager was caught before the full scale of the fraud was realized, and he was sentenced to life in prison instead of facing the death penalty. Another incident in 2013 saw a bank employee in Sichuan province attempt to steal 5 million yuan, hoping to invest it in online gambling. His crime was discovered within days, thanks to the enhanced security measures implemented after the Handan case. These copycat crimes proved two things. Despite the harsh penalties, some people still believe they could outsmart the system. Many experts have analyzed what drove Ren Xiaofeng and Ma Xiangjing to commit such a reckless crime. Their actions were not those of career criminals, nor did they exhibit signs of deep-rooted financial fraud expertise. Instead, they were ordinary men driven by a dangerous combination of financial desperation and delusion. Both Run and Ma had significant personal debts, which may have contributed to their willingness to risk everything on an absurd gamble. But more than that, their belief that they could win it all back echoes a common psychological trap found in gambling addiction. The illusion of control. Run and Ma convinced themselves that they could strategize their way to winning, despite the randomness of lottery draws. Sunk cost fallacy. As their losses piled up, they kept doubling down, believing they had already invested too much to walk away. Denial and cognitive dissonance. Even when the odds were stacked against them, they refused to acknowledge their mistakes, choosing instead to escalate the crime. This aspect of their case has been studied in financial crime seminars, particularly in discussions about how irrational thinking can lead to catastrophic decisions. More than a decade after the Handan Bank heist, Ren Xiaofeng and Ma Xiangjing's names have largely faded from mainstream media, but their case is still referenced in academic studies and legal discussions. Many younger Chinese citizens who were children at the time of the crime now learn about it in university finance and law courses. Public opinion on the case remains divided. Some view Run and Ma as idiots who deserve their fate, seeing their actions as an example of the consequences of greed and foolishness. Others see them as desperate men who fell victim to their own financial struggles, pointing out that China's banking system at the time had many loopholes that allowed such crimes to occur. A small minority believes their punishment was too severe, arguing that financial criminals should not face the death penalty when violent criminals often receive lighter sentences. Despite the differing opinions, one thing is certain. Their story is a cautionary tale that continues to resonate. The most significant lasting impact of the case is how it reshaped China's approach to financial security and fraud prevention. In addition to the immediate banking reforms, there has been a broader cultural shift in how financial employees are trained. Ethical training. Bank employees now undergo mandatory ethics courses, reinforcing the importance of integrity in handling money. Anonymous reporting systems. Many banks have set up hotlines for employees to report suspicious behavior, reducing the likelihood of internal fraud going undetected. AI-driven monitoring. Advances in artificial intelligence have allowed banks to detect irregular financial transactions in real time, making it nearly impossible for cases like Run and Ma's to happen again. The rise of digital banking has also significantly reduced opportunities for large-scale cash theft. In 2007, China was still heavily reliant on physical cash transactions, but today, with cashless payments and digital audits, embezzlement at this scale is far more difficult to pull off. The Handan Bank heist was not just a crime, it was a study in human folly. Ren Xiaofeng and Ma Xiangjing's belief that they could win back what they had stolen was not just illegal, it was delusional. Their story serves as a cautionary tale about the dangers of unchecked ambition, financial recklessness, and the false hope of gambling. More than a decade later, their names are rarely spoken, but but their actions have left a lasting impact on China's financial sector. Their failure is the foundation upon which modern banking security measures have been built. And perhaps that is their true legacy, a reminder that in the end, greed never pays. Case 9. In the autumn of 1996, in the heart of Kansas City, Missouri, a man named Jonathan John Mercer had built a reputation as a successful real estate investor. He was the kind of man who charmed his way into any room. Smooth talker, well-dressed, and always carrying an air of authority. He claimed to have made millions flipping properties, turning abandoned houses into profitable rentals. But behind the facade, John Mercer was not a self-made success story. He was a con man of the highest order. John's rise to wealth was not through hard work, but through deception. He ran a sophisticated scheme targeting retirees, promising them high returns on real estate investments that never existed. He would persuade them to invest their life savings into properties that were either dilapidated beyond repair or didn't exist at all. Using forged documents, fake appraisals, and even actors posing as tenants, he made his investors believe they were making the deal of a lifetime. For nearly a decade, John lived lavishly on stolen wealth. He bought luxury cars, owned a mansion in one of the city's most exclusive neighborhoods, and dined at the finest restaurants. His name was known in elite circles, and he often rubbed shoulders with politicians and influential businessmen. But every empire built on lies eventually crumbles. In late 1996, John expanded his operation into the rural areas of Missouri, where he preyed on elderly farmers looking to sell their land for retirement. He convinced them to sign contracts, promising large sums of money that never arrived. He would then resell the properties at inflated prices to unsuspecting buyers, pocketing the cash before disappearing. One of his victims was an 82-year-old man named Harold Dunbar, a widower who had worked his entire life on a small farm outside Jefferson City. Harold had planned to sell his land and move closer to his grandchildren. John approached him with an offer too good to refuse, presenting documents that seemed legitimate. Harold signed over the deed, expecting payment within weeks. But the money never came. When Harold tried to contact John, he found his calls unanswered. He went to John's office, only to discover that it had been cleared out overnight. Desperate, he contacted the authorities, who initially dismissed his claims as a simple real estate dispute. But as more victims came forward, investigators began to see the pattern. John Mercer had orchestrated one of the largest real estate frauds in Missouri's history, swindling millions from hardworking families and retirees. His empire was built on deception, but the cracks were beginning to show. As law enforcement closed in, John did what he did best: he vanished. John Mercer had always prided himself on his ability to disappear when the walls closed in. He had spent years perfecting the art of the vanishing act, switching identities, laundering money through offshore accounts, and leaving behind nothing but confusion. But this time, things were different. Law enforcement agencies across multiple states were now investigating his fraudulent real estate empire. Victims were coming forward in waves, each one telling a similar tale. A deal too good to be true, a handshake from John, and then nothing. With Missouri's Attorney General launching a full-scale fraud investigation, John knew he had to act fast. He liquidated what assets he could, transferring money to accounts under various aliases, and fled Kansas City in the dead of night. His next destination? Miami, Florida, a city known for its transient millionaires, shady dealings, and a place where money could buy silence. But John's escape wasn't as smooth as he had hoped. In the months following his disappearance, news outlets ran exposés on his scams, interviewing victims who had lost everything. The FBI got involved, marking John as a high-priority target for financial fraud. Meanwhile, John was living under the name Michael Langley, operating out of a luxury condo overlooking Biscayne Bay. He had learned from past mistakes, keeping a lower profile while still engaging in financial crimes. This time, he wasn't scamming retirees, he was targeting real estate investors. He had partnered with a shady developer who needed someone with experience in closing high-end property deals. Using his knowledge of fraud, John helped orchestrate a series of fake property investments, promising buyers million-dollar condominiums that were nothing more than blueprints. For over a year, he continued his deception, siphoning money from unsuspecting investors and laundering it through international wire transfers. His downfall, however, came not from his crimes, but from his arrogance. One of John's former associates from Kansas City had also fled to Miami, a man named Richard Wells. Richard had been a minor player in John's schemes, handling paperwork and managing dummy corporations. But unlike John, Richard had turned himself in after the Missouri fraud case exploded. In exchange for a reduced sentence, he provided the FBI with crucial information about John's operations, including his use of fake identities and offshore accounts. With this intelligence, federal agents tracked financial transactions linked to John's aliases. It wasn't long before they pinpointed his location in Miami. On the morning of March 5, 1998, the FBI and U.S. Marshals executed a high-risk warrant at John's waterfront condo. As the sun rose over Miami, they moved in swiftly. John, caught completely off guard, attempted to flee through the back staircase, but was tackled before he could reach his car. His arrest was broadcast on national television. The once charismatic conman, now in handcuffs, was paraded in front of flashing cameras. His empire of lies had finally crumbled. In the weeks that followed, investigators unraveled the full extent of John's crimes. They traced over $15 million in stolen funds, spread across multiple bank accounts, shell companies, and offshore havens. Dozens of families had lost their savings, and some had been left in financial ruin. John Mercer faced charges of wire fraud, money laundering, identity theft, and conspiracy to commit fraud. His trial became one of the most publicized white-collar crime cases of the decade, with prosecutors portraying him as a master manipulator who preyed on the vulnerable. Despite his lawyer's attempts to negotiate a plea deal, John showed no remorse. He maintained his innocence, insisting he was merely a businessman who had made bad investments. But the evidence was overwhelming. After a 6-week trial, the jury found him guilty on all counts. On October 12, 1998, John Mercer was sentenced to 45 years in federal prison, with no possibility of parole. He would spend the rest of his life behind bars, his name forever etched in history as one of Missouri's most notorious fraudsters. The sentencing of John Mercer was not the end of his story. It was merely the beginning of a much larger unraveling of fraud, corruption, and betrayal that spanned multiple states and countries. His 45-year prison sentence marked one of the harshest penalties for financial crimes in Missouri's history, but for his victims, it was only a partial victory. Many had lost their homes, their savings, and in some cases, their entire livelihoods. And while Mercer sat behind bars, the true scope of his empire was still being unearthed. In the months following his conviction, forensic accountants worked tirelessly to track the stolen funds. Mercer had been meticulous in covering his tracks, funneling money through a labyrinth of offshore accounts, shell companies, and cryptocurrency holdings, an early precursor to the modern digital financial scams. Investigators discovered that while $15 million had been directly traced back to Mercer, estimates suggested that his total fraud might have exceeded $50 million. The problem? Much of it had vanished. Federal agencies, including the FBI and the IRS, formed a joint task force to locate the missing funds. One of their key breakthroughs came from an unlikely source, an ex-girlfriend of Mercer's, a woman named Caroline Fields. Caroline had lived with Mercer in Miami during the final stretch of his schemes, unaware of the full extent of his crimes. After his arrest, she fled to the Caribbean, fearing she might be implicated. But when federal agents approached her, offering a reduced sentence in exchange for information, she agreed to cooperate. According to Caroline, Mercer had spoken frequently about a fail-safe plan, an offshore account in the Cayman Islands, where he had stashed millions under an alias. But he had been careful. He never wrote down account numbers, never used digital banking. He kept everything stored in his head. Without access to Mercer himself, the task force had little hope of retrieving the money. But that didn't stop them from trying. In 1999, authorities launched a legal battle to seize Mercer's known assets, including properties he had purchased under false names. Luxury cars, watches, and artwork were auctioned off to provide restitution for victims. Yet even after liquidating these assets, only a fraction of the stolen funds could be recovered. Meanwhile, Mercer adjusted to life behind bars. But even in prison, his influence remained strong. He quickly befriended other white-collar criminals, offering legal advice, writing appeals, and even mentoring younger inmates on financial loopholes. Prison staff noted that Mercer was charismatic, almost likable, despite the destruction he had caused in the outside world. In 2003, 5 years into his sentence, Mercer attempted the unthinkable, an elaborate escape plan that nearly succeeded. It began when he developed a friendship with a corrupt corrections officer, a man named Daniel Graves. Graves had financial troubles, gambling debts, a failed business, and Mercer saw an opportunity. Using his remaining influence, Mercer promised Graves a hidden share of his offshore fortune if he could help facilitate his escape. The plan was intricate. Graves was to provide Mercer with false documents, smuggle in civilian clothing, and arrange for an external transport vehicle disguised as a delivery truck. The escape was scheduled for a routine transfer between federal facilities, one of the rare moments when Mercer would be outside the maximum security prison's walls. Everything was going according to plan until the very last moment. As Mercer was being led to the transport vehicle, another corrections officer noticed something unusual. A slight bulge under his jumpsuit, later revealed to be a forged identification card. Suspicious, the officer stopped the transfer, leading to a full search. Within minutes, the escape plan was exposed. Graves was immediately arrested and charged with aiding and abetting an attempted escape. Mercer, now classified as a high-risk inmate, was transferred to a supermax prison, where he would remain under 24-hour surveillance. His privileges were revoked, his ability to communicate with the outside world severely restricted. But even then, his story wasn't over. Long after his arrest, the damage Mercer caused continued to ripple through communities across the United States. Many of his victims never recovered. Some filed lawsuits against banks that had processed fraudulent loans, while others found themselves caught in legal battles over properties that never existed. By 2010, Mercer's case had become a cautionary tale in financial fraud circles, studied in business schools and law enforcement agencies alike. His ability to manipulate financial systems, evade capture for years, and nearly orchestrate a prison break made him one of the most infamous conmen of the late 20th century. But despite his notoriety, Mercer faded into obscurity. Over time, news coverage of his case diminished, replaced by newer scandals and financial crimes. By 2020, few people remembered his name, though his victims still bore the scars of his deception. In 2023, John Mercer was found dead in his prison cell at the age of 69. The official cause of death was ruled as natural causes, though rumors circulated that he had been poisoned by fellow inmates seeking access to his hidden fortune. To this day, the majority of Mercer's stolen millions remain unaccounted for. Some believe the money still sits in an offshore account, untouched, waiting for someone with the right knowledge to claim it. Others think it was long since laundered and spent, vanishing just as Mercer had intended. One thing is certain, his legacy is one of deception, destruction, and an enduring mystery that may never be solved. On a cold evening in November 2012, deep in the suburbs of Kansas City, Missouri, a man named Daniel "Danny" Hargrove was preparing for another night of crime. Danny was 33 years old, a man who had spent most of his adult life in and out of the system. His rap sheet was extensive: grand theft auto, burglary, assault, and even drug-related charges. Yet, no conviction had ever stuck long enough to keep him off the streets for good. He was known among his circle as a skilled car thief, someone who could steal a vehicle in under a minute without leaving a trace. Danny had grown up in a broken home, raised by a single mother who struggled to make ends meet. His father, a career criminal himself, had abandoned the family when Danny was just 5 years old. By the time he was 15, Danny was already involved in petty crimes, stealing bicycles, breaking into parked cars, and running errands for older criminals in the neighborhood. What started as a means of survival quickly turned into a thrill, an addiction to the adrenaline rush that came with every heist. That night, Danny had a specific target in mind. He had been scouting a wealthy residential neighborhood for days, looking for an easy mark. He knew which houses had expensive cars sitting in the driveway, which ones had security cameras, and which ones belonged to people who left town for the weekend. His choice was a dark blue 2011 Audi S5, parked outside a modern home with a sleek driveway. The owner, a young corporate lawyer named James Whitaker, had left for a weekend business trip, leaving the house unoccupied except for his girlfriend, who was staying over. Danny had done his research. He knew that the Audi's security system was advanced, but nothing he couldn't handle. He approached the car casually, wearing gloves and a black hoodie, blending into the darkness of the night. With expert precision, he disabled the alarm system and manipulated the lock. Within 30 seconds, he was inside. The push-to-start ignition was his final obstacle, but he had a device, a stolen electronic tool that mimicked the car's key fob frequency. Within moments, the engine roared to life. He was about to drive away when he saw movement from the house. A shadow passed by the window. His heart raced, but he didn't panic. He had done this before. Most people were too afraid to confront a thief. They would call the police, but by the time officers arrived, he would be miles away. However, this time was different. The front door burst open. A figure rushed toward the car, shouting. It was James's girlfriend, Emily Carter, a 27-year-old nurse who had just finished her night shift at the hospital. She had heard the car engine start and reacted on instinct. Danny didn't hesitate. He put the car in gear, pressing down on the accelerator. Emily ran to the driver's side, trying to yank open the door. But as she reached for the handle, Danny turned the wheel sharply. The sudden movement threw her off balance, and she stumbled into the street. In that split second, as Danny tried to speed away, the car's front bumper struck her with force. She fell backward, her head hitting the pavement with a sickening thud. Danny felt the impact but didn't stop. He couldn't afford to. The adrenaline coursed through his veins as he disappeared into the night, leaving Emily lying motionless in the street. The crime had taken less than 3 minutes, but its consequences would last forever. The sound of tires screeching against the asphalt faded into the distance as Danny Hargrove sped away, his heart pounding against his ribs. He didn't dare look back in the rearview mirror. He knew what had happened. He had felt the impact. He had heard the sound, flesh and bone colliding with steel. But there was no time to dwell on it now. As he maneuvered through the quiet streets of the wealthy Kansas City neighborhood, Danny's mind raced. He had stolen dozens of cars in his lifetime, but this was the first time someone had gotten in his way. The first time someone had been hurt. Or worse. He pushed the thought aside. There was no turning back. If she survived, she might be able to identify him. If she didn't, he forced himself to focus on the road ahead. The Audi S5 was a powerful machine, its engine humming with precision as he weaved through the city streets, heading toward an industrial area on the outskirts of town. He had a contact there, someone who could strip the car for parts and make it disappear before morning. But something about this night felt different. He couldn't shake the feeling that he had just crossed a line he could never undo. Danny arrived at an old, abandoned warehouse where his associate, Marcus Mack Holloway, was waiting. Mack was a veteran in the car theft world, a man in his late 40s who had built a reputation for making stolen vehicles vanish like ghosts. His operation was swift and meticulous. No VIN numbers, no traceable parts, just pure profit. When Danny pulled up, Mack gave the car an approving nod, but his expression darkened when he saw the shaken look on Danny's face. Something happened? Mack asked, eyeing him closely. Danny hesitated before responding. He knew Mack wouldn't want unnecessary heat, and this was as hot as it got. Nothing I can't handle, he finally muttered, shaking his head. Mack didn't press further. He had his own rules, no questions, no attachments. He motioned for his crew to get to work, and within minutes, the Audi was inside the warehouse, its fate sealed. Danny stepped outside, lighting a cigarette with shaky hands. The cold air bit at his skin, but he barely felt it. He exhaled slowly, watching the smoke disappear into the night sky. He needed to lay low. He needed to disappear for a while. But he never got the chance. Back at the crime scene, sirens cut through the silence of the night. Emily Carter lay on the pavement, barely conscious, blood pooling beneath her head. A neighbor who had heard the commotion had already called 911. Within minutes, paramedics arrived, working frantically to stabilize her. She was rushed to the hospital in critical condition, her survival uncertain. The police wasted no time launching an investigation. Surveillance footage from nearby houses captured blurry images of the suspect, a man in dark clothing, wearing a hoodie. The stolen Audi was quickly reported, and detectives knew that time was against them. The longer it took to track down the vehicle, the less likely they were to find the thief. Danny didn't sleep that night. He holed up in a dingy motel on the outskirts of the city, flipping through the news channels, waiting for any mention of the crime. By morning, it was all over the headlines. Young woman in critical condition after attempted car theft turns violent. The news anchor described the attack in chilling detail, emphasizing that the suspect was still at large. His stomach twisted as he listened. He had been in trouble before, but this was different. This wasn't just another stolen car. This wasn't just a quick job for easy cash. Someone could die because of him. He turned off the television and sank onto the bed, gripping his head in his hands. He needed a plan. He needed to disappear before the cops put the pieces together. But deep down, he knew it was only a matter of time. The walls were closing in, and there was no escape. The morning light crept through the thin motel curtains, casting long shadows on the peeling wallpaper. Danny sat on the edge of the bed, staring at the dirty carpet beneath his feet. His cigarette had burned down to the filter in the ashtray beside him, leaving only a trail of gray smoke curling in the still air. The news had been relentless. Emily Carter was still in critical condition, fighting for her life in the ICU. The city was on edge, and the police were hunting him like an animal. He had to move. Grabbing the duffel bag he always kept packed for emergencies, Danny rifled through its contents. A few changes of clothes, a burner phone, a wad of cash, his escape plan, always ready for moments like this. He needed to get out of Kansas City, but where? Heading west meant larger cities and more surveillance. Going south meant border patrols and checkpoints. The best move was east, small towns, fewer eyes, easier places to disappear. As he stepped outside, the cold morning air hit him like a slap. He pulled his hoodie over his head, keeping his face down. He had left his old car parked around the block, a rusted-out Buick that no one would look twice at. The motel clerk barely glanced up as Danny walked past, his mind already calculating his next move. But he wasn't the only one awake that morning. Across town, Detective Brian Calloway was already at the precinct, reviewing the footage again. The stolen Audi had been stripped down to its bones by the time the police found it in a scrapyard on the south side. No fingerprints, no traceable parts. It was as if the car had never existed. But Calloway had been doing this job long enough to know that every thief left a trail. Danny's record wasn't clean. He had been in and out of the system since he was a teenager. Car theft, minor break-ins, petty crimes. Nothing that had ever escalated to this level. But people didn't just change overnight. They escalated. Calloway knew this, and he knew Danny was scared. Emily Carter was still in surgery, but the prognosis wasn't good. If she died, Danny would be facing a murder charge. That was the turning point. The FBI got involved. The Kansas City Police Department put out a bolo, "Be on the lookout," for Danny Hargrove, plastering his mugshot across every news station. They interviewed his old associates, his former girlfriends, anyone who might have seen him in the past few days. But Danny was already gone. For 2 days, he drove east, avoiding highways, paying in cash, staying off the grid. He slept in his car, only stopping for gas and cheap food from roadside diners. The weight of what he had done was crushing him. He had spent years telling himself he wasn't like the real criminals, that he just stole cars because it was easy money. He never wanted to hurt anyone. But now, someone might die because of him. On the third night, he reached St. Louis. The city felt different, bigger, louder, more dangerous. He found a small motel on the outskirts, paying for the room in cash. He thought he was safe. He was wrong. The police were closing in. They had tracked his movements through security cameras at gas stations and toll booths. They had spoken to Mac, who, despite his best efforts to stay out of it, had let slip that Danny had been in Kansas City the night of the attack. And then, there was the break they had been waiting for. Emily Carter woke up. She couldn't remember much, but she remembered the face of the man who had stolen her car. Danny didn't know any of this when he walked into a liquor store that night, hoping to buy a cheap bottle to take the edge off. He didn't notice the plainclothes detective watching him from the back of the store, didn't see the unmarked police car parked across the street. It wasn't until he stepped outside that he knew. The red and blue lights flashed. "Get on the ground." Danny froze. His mind screamed at him to run, but his body didn't move. He knew it was over. The officers swarmed him, forcing him to the pavement, cuffs snapping around his wrists. The cold metal bit into his skin as they pulled him to his feet. He didn't resist. For the first time in his life, Danny Hargrove felt truly trapped. The trial was swift. With Emily Carter's testimony, the surveillance footage, and his long record of car thefts, the jury didn't hesitate. He was sentenced to 25 years without parole. From his prison cell, Danny watched the news coverage of his own downfall. Emily Carter had survived, though she would never fully recover from her injuries. His old crew had abandoned him. Mac had disappeared. He had spent his whole life running, stealing, taking what wasn't his. But now the world had taken everything from him. And for the first time, he had nowhere left to go. Case 10. The man known to the local authorities as Adifir Raharjo was, by all outward appearances, a man of quiet means. Born in 1982 in a small town in Java, he had relocated to Bali in the late 2000s, drawn by the island's promise of endless opportunity. He was in his 40s now, his lean frame and sharp features aging into something more distinguished, though his past was anything but respectable. He had a criminal history, one carefully woven into the fabric of the underground economy that pulsed beneath Bali's luxurious resorts and pristine beaches. Adifir had spent years in and out of trouble, but never enough to be locked away for good. His expertise lay in stolen goods, particularly cars, vehicles taken from unsuspecting tourists or locals, smuggled through the labyrinthine networks of Indonesia's black market. He was a middleman, rarely getting his hands dirty, yet always knowing exactly where to place a stolen vehicle to make it disappear. The money was good, the risks manageable, until he got greedy. By 2019, Adifier had developed a method. He would target rental cars, vehicles borrowed by tourists who, in their momentary lapse of judgment, left them unattended, their keys often carelessly placed inside resort rooms or tucked in unsecured bags at the beach. Working with a network of informants, he knew where to strike. Yet, as his operation grew, so did his arrogance. He wanted more than just abandoned rentals. He wanted high-end cars, the kind that required direct confrontation. And so his downfall began. It was September 2019 when Adifier made the fateful decision that would unravel everything. His target was a wealthy expatriate named Daniel Clark, an Australian businessman who had been living in Bali for over a decade. Clark was known for his ostentatious displays of wealth, frequenting elite clubs, and driving a brand new Mercedes-Benz G-Class. The vehicle was a status symbol, a rarity in Bali, and worth a small fortune. Adifier watched Clark for weeks, studying his habits. He knew that Clark had a routine: drinks at a particular beach club every Friday, returning to his villa late at night, often intoxicated. It was the perfect setup. The plan was simple: intercept Clark as he left the club, take the car, and disappear before anyone could react. It wasn't the first time Adifier had arranged a direct theft, but it would be the first time he underestimated his victim. The night of the theft was humid, the air thick with the scent of salt and clove cigarettes. Clark stumbled out of the club around 2 a.m., just as Adifier predicted. He walked toward the parking area, his phone dimly illuminating his path. Adifier's accomplice, a younger man named Wei-in, waited nearby, pretending to be another late-night reveler looking for a ride home. As Clark reached his car, Wei-in approached him, engaging him in what appeared to be casual conversation. Then, in an instant, it all went wrong. Clark, sensing something was off, resisted when Wei-in attempted to seize the keys. A scuffle broke out, and in the chaos, Adifier, who had been watching from a distance, had to intervene. He had never planned for violence, but adrenaline took over. A swift strike to Clark's head sent him sprawling onto the pavement, but instead of knocking him out, it enraged him. Clark fought back harder than expected, yelling loudly enough to attract attention. Panic set in. The simple car theft was spiraling into something far worse. Desperate to silence him, Adifier reached for a weapon, a small knife he carried for intimidation, never meant for use. But in the heat of the moment, with Clark still struggling, he made a fatal choice. The blade found its mark, and in mere seconds, Clark collapsed. His body went still, the fight leaving him, and the night turned deadly. What should have been a routine crime had now escalated to murder. Adifier stood frozen for a moment, his breath shallow, his heart pounding against his ribs. The weight of what he had just done pressed down on him like the humid Bali night. Clark lay motionless on the pavement, his blood pooling beneath him, glistening under the dim streetlights. The distant sound of waves crashing against the shore suddenly felt deafening, drowning out everything else. Wei-in, his accomplice, stood a few steps away, his face pale with horror. This wasn't how things were supposed to go. It was just supposed to be a simple car theft, quick and quiet. No one was meant to die. For a brief moment, Adifier considered running. Leaving the car, leaving the body, disappearing into the darkness of the night. But he knew better. If they fled now, it wouldn't take long for the authorities to connect the crime to them. Clark was a well-known figure among expatriates and the local elite. His murder wouldn't go unnoticed. Thinking fast, Adifier snapped out of his shock. "We need to move the body," he muttered, barely recognizing his own voice. Wei-in hesitated, but the fear of getting caught outweighed his moral conflict. Together, they lifted Clark's lifeless form and shoved him into the back seat of the very car they had come to steal. The Mercedes-Benz, now tainted with crime, rumbled to life as Adifier took the wheel. They drove into the night, the city lights gradually giving way to the more secluded outskirts of the island. Adifier knew of a place, an abandoned construction site near Gianyar, far from prying eyes. It was a location he had used before to strip stolen cars for parts. But this time, he wasn't just dumping a vehicle. The drive felt endless. Every red light, every passing vehicle, every shadow on the street felt like a threat. Adifier's hands gripped the steering wheel tighter, his knuckles white. Wei-in sat silently in the passenger seat, staring out the window, unable to process what had just happened. By the time they arrived at the site, the first traces of dawn were beginning to streak across the horizon. Time was running out. They had to act fast. With great effort, they pulled Clark's body from the car, dragging it towards a shallow pit where construction debris had been left behind. The ground was rough, uneven, and covered in loose dirt and rocks. It wasn't a proper grave, but it would have to do. They hurriedly covered the body, making it look as inconspicuous as possible. Then came the car. Leaving it behind was not an option. It was too recognizable, too valuable. Instead, Adifier made a decision that would later prove to be his undoing. He knew a buyer, a man who specialized in altering stolen vehicles to make them untraceable. If they could get the car to him, they might still walk away from this with a profit. With the sun creeping over the horizon, they drove off, leaving behind only the disturbed earth and a few faint bloodstains that would soon be covered by dust. But secrets, especially those of this magnitude, don't stay buried for long. Daniel Clark was not the type of man to go unnoticed. His absence was felt almost immediately. When he failed to show up for a scheduled business meeting the following day, concern quickly spread. Calls to his phone went unanswered. His villa remained untouched. His closest friends, mostly expatriates and local business partners, reported him missing by noon. The authorities, accustomed to dealing with cases of missing tourists and occasional disputes, initially approached it as a simple disappearance. Maybe he had taken an impromptu trip. Maybe he was nursing a hangover somewhere. But when security footage from the club showed Clark leaving on foot, only to vanish without a trace, the alarm bells started ringing. Then came the breakthrough. A local fisherman, wandering near the construction site in Gianier, noticed something unusual. A patch of earth that had been disturbed, the faint but unmistakable scent of decay lingering in the air. Curiosity got the better of him, and as he prodded the ground with a makeshift stick, something horrifying was revealed. The police were called immediately. Within hours, Clark's body was exhumed, the shallow grave unable to hide the brutal truth. The wounds on his body spoke volumes. It was a robbery gone wrong, but it was more than that. It was murder. News of the discovery spread like wildfire, reaching not only local circles, but also international headlines. The Australian embassy became involved, putting pressure on the Indonesian authorities to find the culprits. Bali, a paradise for many, was now the setting of a crime that threatened to shake its image. The hunt was on. Adifier had assumed they were in the clear. Days passed without a single knock on his door. The car had been handed off to his buyer, and the money was already in his pocket. He had even begun planning his next move, perhaps lying low for a few months, maybe even leaving the country for a while. But his overconfidence proved to be his downfall. Unbeknownst to him, Clark's Mercedes-Benz had become the key piece of evidence. While Adifier had been careful to remove the license plates and any traceable documents, the luxury vehicle was still a rarity in Bali. The buyer he had sold it to, an underground figure known for modifying stolen cars, was also being watched by the authorities. A tip-off from an informant led the police to the buyer's garage, where the car was in the process of being repainted. A forensic sweep of the interior confirmed what they suspected. Traces of Clark's blood remained, despite the attempts to clean it. The stolen vehicle had become the silent witness to a brutal crime. From there, it didn't take long for the authorities to trace the transaction back to Adifier. His name surfaced in multiple police reports: petty crimes, stolen vehicles, underground dealings. The puzzle pieces began to fit together, and soon enough, a warrant was issued for his arrest. But when the police arrived at his known residence, he was gone. Adifier knew the net was closing in. He had sensed something was off the moment he heard whispers of Clark's body being discovered. Without wasting time, he packed whatever cash he had left and fled. For weeks, he remained a ghost, moving between safe houses, relying on old contacts to keep him hidden. But Bali, for all its sprawling landscapes, wasn't limitless. And with the police actively searching for him, the walls were closing in fast. It was in a small guest house on the outskirts of Denpasar that he was finally caught. He had been planning his next move, possibly escaping to another island, when a simple mistake led to his arrest. He had grown desperate, making calls from an unregistered phone to arrange transportation. But one of those calls had been intercepted by the authorities. By the time he realized his mistake, it was too late. The police stormed the guest house in the early hours of the morning. Adifier didn't resist. He knew there was no escaping this time. Adifier's trial was swift, the evidence against him overwhelming. Security footage, witness testimonies, forensic evidence from the car, everything pointed to his guilt. Wei-yin, his accomplice, had already been arrested and had turned against him, hoping for a reduced sentence. In the end, Adifio was convicted of murder, vehicle theft, and multiple other charges. The court handed him a life sentence, ensuring he would never see freedom again. Bali moved on, its paradise-like facade untouched by the darkness that had briefly cast a shadow over it. But for those who knew the truth, the island would never feel quite the same again. Adifio sat in the cold, gray interrogation room of the Denpasar police headquarters, his wrists tightly cuffed, his face expressionless. The fluorescent lights above buzzed faintly, casting sharp shadows against the bare walls. Outside, the world moved on, but inside this small, suffocating space, time felt frozen. The trial had been swift, but the weight of his actions was only now beginning to settle upon him. The evidence against him had been overwhelming: security footage, forensic proof from the stolen car, Wei-yin's testimony. There was no way out. The judge had been merciless, sentencing him to life imprisonment with no possibility of parole. The echoes of the past weeks haunted him. He had been careful, he thought. He had planned meticulously. And yet, it had all crumbled within days. A single mistake, a single drop of blood left behind, a single desperate call on an unregistered phone had undone everything. The police had worked tirelessly to piece together the events of that fateful night, reconstructing the timeline in chilling detail. Clark had been drinking, but not enough to dull his instincts. When Adifio and Wei-yin had approached him, he had sensed something was wrong. He had fought back, unexpectedly, fiercely. In the struggle, Adifio had panicked, drawing the knife he always carried for intimidation, never truly intending to use it. But in the heat of the moment, he had stabbed Clark in the chest. And now Clark was dead. Karabakan prison, infamous for its overcrowding and harsh conditions, became Adifio's new home. It was a place where criminals of all kinds, drug traffickers, murderers, thieves, were thrown together in a brutal hierarchy of survival. The first few weeks were the hardest. Adifio was no stranger to violence, but prison was a world of its own. Inside, power belonged to those who could exert control. The guards, corrupt and indifferent, turned a blind eye to the internal workings of the inmates. Gangs operated freely, and debts were paid in blood. Wei-yin, having testified against Adifio, had been placed in a different facility for his own protection. Adifio had no allies inside these walls. He was on his own. Days turned into weeks, weeks into months. He learned the unspoken rules of the prison, the importance of keeping his head down, the necessity of choosing his battles wisely. Food was scarce, and violence was constant. At night, the sounds of fights, desperate cries, and the occasional scream echoed through the cell blocks. But it was the solitude that truly broke him. Locked away for hours in his tiny cell, he was left alone with his thoughts. He replayed the events of that night over and over again, each time wishing he could rewrite history. If only he had walked away. If only he hadn't drawn that knife. If only he had chosen a different path. The weight of his guilt was crushing. Letters from his family arrived sporadically, but he found himself unable to respond. What could he possibly say? That he was sorry? That he regretted everything? That he wished he could take it all back? Words felt meaningless now. And then one day a letter arrived that changed everything. It was from Clark's younger brother, Nathan Clark. Unlike the impersonal legal documents and court notices, this letter was raw, filled with the grief and anger of a man who had lost his only sibling. "I don't know if you'll ever read this," Nathan wrote. "I don't even know if you'll care. But I need you to know what you took from me. Daniel wasn't just another tourist, another rich foreigner passing through Bali. He was my family. He was my protector, my best friend. And now, because of you, he's gone." Adifio read the letter multiple times, his hands trembling. Nathan had traveled to Bali after the trial, retracing his brother's last steps, trying to make sense of his final moments. The pain in his words was undeniable. Clark had been more than just an expat businessman. He had been someone's son, someone's brother. His life had mattered. Adifio felt something crack deep within him. He had spent so long running, hiding, denying. But the truth was inescapable. He had destroyed a life. He had left a family broken, and no amount of prison time would ever change that. The months continued to pass, but something inside Adifio had shifted. He no longer resisted the weight of his guilt. He embraced it. He knew he could never undo the past, but he could at least try to atone for it. He started writing letters, first to Nathan, then to Clark's mother. He didn't expect forgiveness, and he didn't ask for it. He simply told the truth. He told them everything: the robbery, the panic, the fear. He admitted his cowardice, his recklessness, his regret. Nathan never replied. But one day, months later, a letter arrived from Clark's mother. "I don't know if I can ever forgive you," she wrote, "but I needed to hear this from you. I needed to know that you understood what you had done, that you weren't just another remorseless criminal. My son is gone, and nothing will bring him back. But maybe, just maybe, you can find a way to make something of whatever life you have left." It was not forgiveness, but it was something, and for Adifia it was enough. Years passed. Adifia remained in Karabakan, his name forgotten by the outside world. He became just another inmate, another number in the system. But he never forgot. He carried Clark's memory with him, a permanent scar on his soul. He worked inside the prison, cleaning, assisting in the kitchen, trying to find some purpose in the meaningless cycle of days. He kept his head down, avoiding trouble. He knew that no amount of good behavior would erase his past, but perhaps, in some small way, he could honor the life he had taken. One morning, as he sat on the cold concrete floor of his cell, staring at the tiny slit of a window that let in a fraction of daylight, he wondered if Clark's family ever thought of him. Did they still feel the same hatred? Had time softened their grief, even a little? He would never know. His sentence was for life, and he had accepted that. Outside, the island of Bali continued to thrive, its beaches still crowded with tourists, its streets still alive with the hum of scooters and street vendors. The paradise remained untouched, indifferent to the sins buried within its soil. But for Adifia, paradise had become a distant dream, a place he would never see again, because some mistakes could never be undone, and some debts could never be repaid. Case 11. Reinhard Sinaga was born in Jakarta, Indonesia, in 1983. Coming from a privileged background, he had access to a good education and financial stability, which allowed him to pursue higher studies abroad. His family was well regarded in their community, and his academic achievements were consistently above average. From a young age, he exhibited intelligence and an interest in scholarly pursuits, excelling in his studies and displaying a keen interest in sociology and human behavior. In the early 2000s, Sinaga moved to the United Kingdom, where he enrolled at the University of Manchester to complete a master's degree in planning. Later, he pursued a PhD in human geography. To most people, he was simply another international student working toward his academic goals. His life seemed structured around studies, social activities, and an active presence in student circles. He was known to frequent social gatherings and clubs, mingling with friends and acquaintances without drawing much suspicion. Living in Manchester's city centre, Sinaga resided in a small apartment near popular nightlife spots. His home became a meeting point for various acquaintances, and he was often seen as a welcoming host. He presented himself as friendly and engaging, known for his outgoing personality and seemingly harmless demeanor. Those who knew him described him as sociable, someone who was always eager to be around people, particularly young men who were new to the area or the student scene. Beneath this facade, however, lay a much darker truth. While his academic pursuits painted the picture of a dedicated scholar, his activities outside the classroom told a different story, one that would only come to light years later. The crimes he committed remained undiscovered for a long time, hidden behind the trust he built with those around him. He carefully orchestrated his actions, ensuring that no suspicions were raised. His ability to blend into the student community and maintain a sense of normalcy in his daily life allowed him to continue without interference. However, everything changed on a single night in 2017. The turning point came when one of his intended victims resisted. Unlike the others, this individual managed to fight back and alert the authorities, setting off an investigation that would expose a shocking series of events. What followed was an extensive legal process that revealed the extent of Sinaga's crimes, leading to a trial that shocked the United Kingdom and beyond. When authorities first received reports about the incident involving Reinhard Sinaga, it seemed like an isolated case. However, as investigators delved deeper, they uncovered a pattern far more disturbing than they had imagined. The young man who had reported the incident in 2017 had provided a crucial break in the case, one that would lead law enforcement into a horrifying discovery spanning several years. Police obtained a warrant to search Sinaga's apartment, a place that had long served as the epicenter of his crimes. What they found was beyond anything they had expected. Hidden among his personal belongings were hundreds of hours of digital footage documenting his offenses. The material spanned years, revealing the full extent of what had been happening behind closed doors. There was no doubt that he had meticulously recorded every crime, archiving each moment with precision. As forensic analysts began sorting through the evidence, the magnitude of Sanaga's actions became painfully clear. The number of victims was staggering. Many had no idea what had happened to them, having only hazy recollections of the night they encountered him. Others had never even realized they had been targeted at all. The sheer scale of the case required an exhaustive investigative effort, as law enforcement sought to identify victims, track timelines, and reconstruct events. Sanaga's method followed a distinct pattern. He would frequent Manchester's nightlife areas, positioning himself in places where young men, often students or recent arrivals, gathered. He had an uncanny ability to appear non-threatening, offering assistance to those who seemed lost, intoxicated, or simply in need of help. Sometimes he would strike up casual conversations, presenting himself as friendly and approachable. His victims were unaware that by accepting his hospitality, they were stepping into a well-laid trap. His apartment, small and seemingly unremarkable, concealed years of meticulously planned crimes. The digital evidence collected from his devices provided undeniable proof, leaving little room for doubt about his guilt. Prosecutors later described his actions as among the most prolific of their kind in legal history. The evidence was overwhelming, and there was no way to dispute the facts. As the case grew in complexity, authorities faced the daunting task of reaching out to victims, some of whom were now living in different parts of the country or abroad. Many had no memory of what had transpired, making the process of informing them even more difficult. The psychological impact was profound, with some individuals struggling to come to terms with the revelations. By the time Sanaga was arrested and formally charged, the scale of his crimes had made international headlines. The judicial process that followed was lengthy, requiring multiple trials due to the sheer volume of offenses. Each proceeding brought new revelations, painting a picture of someone who had methodically constructed a life around deception and harm. Authorities worked tirelessly to ensure that justice was served. The survivors, many of whom had unknowingly carried the weight of these experiences for years, were given a voice in court. Their testimonies, even when fragmented by memory loss, contributed to the undeniable case against Sanaga. The legal proceedings marked one of the most extensive cases of its kind in the United Kingdom's history. Every piece of evidence pointed to a carefully calculated pattern of behavior, executed over an extended period without detection. Experts analyzing the case noted that Sanaga had deliberately constructed an illusion of normalcy, using his academic persona to deflect suspicion. By the time the trial neared its conclusion, the world was watching. The case had not only revealed the depths of Sanaga's crimes, but had also sparked wider conversations about safety, justice, and the systems in place to protect individuals from harm. As the trial progressed, the sheer depth of Reinhard Sanaga's crimes became more horrifying with each revelation. The courtroom was filled with investigators, journalists, legal experts, and most importantly, the survivors and their families. The evidence presented was damning. Countless hours of footage, forensic reports, and expert testimonies all pointed toward a single conclusion. Sanaga had orchestrated one of the most prolific predatory crime sprees ever recorded. Despite the overwhelming proof, Sanaga showed no visible signs of remorse. Throughout the proceedings, he remained composed, at times even appearing indifferent to the gravity of the situation. Prosecutors detailed how he had deliberately constructed a facade of normalcy, pursuing multiple degrees in academia, maintaining an active social life, and positioning himself as a friendly, helpful individual within his community. This calculated deception had allowed him to operate undetected for years. Survivors were given the opportunity to provide statements, recounting the deep psychological toll Sanaga's crimes had taken on their lives. Many struggled to comprehend how someone they had never suspected could have inflicted such harm. Some spoke of long-term trauma, anxiety, and trust issues that had developed as a result of the experiences they had unknowingly endured. Others expressed their anger, frustration, and deep sadness over how easily Sanaga had been able to manipulate and exploit the people around him. Experts who examined the case described it as unprecedented. They noted how Sanaga had meticulously documented his crimes, treating them as trophies, an act that ultimately became his undoing. The extensive evidence he had collected himself made it impossible for him to argue innocence. The trial resulted in a series of consecutive life sentences. The judge, in delivering the verdict, did not hold back in condemning Sanaga's actions. He described them as predatory, calculated, and completely devoid of any sense of morality. It was clear that Sanaga had viewed his victims not as human beings, but as mere objects to satisfy his twisted impulses. As the news of his sentencing spread, the case became a catalyst for broader discussions on personal safety, legal protections, and the importance of raising awareness about such crimes. Advocacy groups emphasized the need for education and preventive measures to protect vulnerable individuals. Law enforcement agencies also took the opportunity to review existing procedures, identifying areas where improvements could be made to detect and prevent similar crimes in the future. The survivors, while finally receiving justice, faced the long and difficult journey of healing. Many sought therapy and support, while others found strength in sharing their stories publicly. Some chose to remain anonymous, preferring to process their trauma privately. Regardless of their path, each survivor played a vital role in ensuring that Sinaga was held accountable for his actions. Even after his conviction, the impact of his crimes continued to resonate across society. The case served as a grim reminder of how predators could exist in plain sight, operating under carefully constructed personas to evade suspicion. It also highlighted the importance of vigilance, community support, and the need for stronger legal frameworks to prevent such cases from occurring again. With Sinaga behind bars, the world turned its attention to the lessons that could be learned from the case. Universities, law enforcement agencies, and advocacy organizations worked together to implement new safety measures, aiming to prevent similar crimes in the future. Educational institutions introduced awareness campaigns, emphasizing the importance of looking out for one another and recognizing warning signs. For the survivors, the end of the trial marked the beginning of a new chapter. While justice had been served, the emotional and psychological scars remained. Many expressed their hope that by speaking out, they could help others avoid similar fates. Their resilience, courage, and determination ensured that their voices would not be forgotten. As time passed, the case of Reinhard Sinaga remained a significant reference point in legal discussions and criminal psychology studies. It stood as a chilling testament to the dangers of unchecked manipulation and exploitation. Yet, amid the darkness of his actions, the bravery of the survivors and the relentless pursuit of justice shone as a beacon of hope. The world would remember the name Reinhard Sinaga not for his academic achievements, but for the devastating crimes he committed. More importantly, however, the world would remember the strength of those who stood against him, ensuring that he would never harm another person again. Case 12. The autumn of 1888 was unlike any other in the history of London. The city, wrapped in a dense fog, was a labyrinth of narrow alleys, cobbled streets, and flickering gas lamps that cast eerie shadows upon the walls of Whitechapel. It was a place where desperation and poverty coexisted with mystery and fear, a district that would soon be marked by a series of crimes that would haunt the city for generations to come. At the heart of this darkness was an unidentified figure, a man whose name and face were never known, yet his legacy became one of the most infamous in the annals of crime. He was called Jack the Ripper. No one knew where he came from or what his true identity was. He was not just a common criminal lurking in the shadows. He was an enigma, a specter who slipped through the cracks of London's underbelly, leaving behind a trail of terror. The newspapers, desperate to sell headlines, fueled the hysteria with every new report. They painted a portrait of a cold, calculating individual who seemed to know the streets of Whitechapel intimately, as though they were his hunting ground. The first incident that sent waves of fear through the district occurred on August 31st, 1888. The body of Marion Nichols, a woman struggling to survive in Whitechapel's harsh environment, was discovered on Bucks Row. The scene was horrifying. It was clear that the person responsible had acted with precision. It was not an act of simple violence. It was something far more chilling. For the residents of Whitechapel, life had always been difficult, but now an unknown threat walked among them. Women feared stepping out alone at night. Men whispered theories in the dimly lit taverns, and the police, overwhelmed by the gruesome nature of the crime, struggled to make sense of the madness. Then, just a week later, another victim was found, Annie Chapman, left lifeless in the backyard of a house on Hanbury Street. This time, the level of brutality had escalated. The investigators were baffled. Was this the work of a single man, a deranged mind operating in secret? Or was it something more sinister, something beyond their understanding? The fear deepened as more cases followed. The city held its breath, and the legend of Jack the Ripper began to take shape, a name that would forever be etched into the pages of true crime history. As September unfolded, the fear that had gripped Whitechapel began to spread beyond the narrow streets of the East End. The murders were not isolated incidents. They were a pattern, one that suggested cold calculation rather than impulse. The newspapers had christened the unknown assailant Jack the Ripper, after a taunting letter allegedly sent to the Central News Agency. Whether the letter was genuine or the work of an opportunistic writer seeking notoriety, it cemented the killer's place in history. The police, led by detectives from Scotland Yard, found themselves grasping at shadows. In the gaslit alleys of Whitechapel, every corner seemed to conceal danger, every passerby a potential suspect. The streets reeked of filth and desperation, a place where the unfortunate sought shelter in the arms of alcohol and where crime thrived. It was in these streets that Jack the Ripper roamed, unseen yet ever present. Then came the night of September 30th, a night that would forever be remembered in the annals of true crime as the double event. Two women, Elizabeth Stride and Catherine Eddowes, were found dead within the span of an hour. Elizabeth Stride was discovered in Dutfield's yard off Burner Street. Unlike the previous victims, the extent of the injuries suggested an interruption. Was the Ripper startled? Had he been on the verge of something even more horrifying before fleeing the scene? The police barely had time to process the discovery before another body was found. Catherine Eddowes lay lifeless in Mitre Square, her body displaying the Ripper's unmistakable brutality. If he had been interrupted with Stride, he had taken out his frustration on Eddowes. The precision, the anatomical knowledge suggested more than just random violence. It suggested intent. The city trembled. By now, London's newspapers were in a frenzy. The descriptions varied. Some called him a doctor, others a butcher, and some claimed he was a foreigner, preying upon the vulnerable in a district that could barely protect itself. Suspicions fell on immigrants, particularly the Jewish community, leading to tensions and unrest. But despite the panic, there was no concrete evidence, no definitive suspect. And then, as if to mock the investigators, the killer left behind a cryptic clue. Near the scene of Eddowes' murder, on a wall in Golston Street, a message was scrawled in chalk. The Jews are the men that will not be blamed for nothing. The police were divided. Was it a genuine clue left by the murderer? Or was it an attempt to incite hatred against an already persecuted group? Sir Charles Warren, the Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police, ordered the message to be erased before dawn, fearing riots. But in doing so, had he erased the one real clue they had? By October, Whitechapel was suffocating under paranoia. Women no longer walked alone at night. Taverns that once welcomed weary souls with cheap gin were now places where theories ran wild, where men whispered about the devil who walked among them. The police presence had doubled, yet no arrests were made. Then came November. The air in Whitechapel grew colder as November crept in. A biting wind howled through the alleys, rattling the wooden shutters of dilapidated tenements, and pushing the desperate further into the shadows. Yet, despite the chill that now settled over London, it was not the cold that kept people indoors, it was the fear. The city had witnessed brutal murders before, but never like this. Never with such savagery, such precision, such elusiveness. Then, on November 9, 1888, just as whispers of the Ripper's possible disappearance began to settle over Whitechapel, the nightmare reached its most grotesque peak. This time, he did not strike in the open streets, did not leave a body sprawled in the gaslit alleys. This time, he went indoors. Mary Jane Kelly was young, prettier than the other victims, and far more mysterious. Unlike the others, who had lived hard, weathered lives on the streets of London, Kelly had an aura of tragic beauty. She spoke with a soft Irish lilt, claiming to have once lived in a higher class of society before misfortune dragged her into Whitechapel. Some said she had been married to a wealthy man, others that she had come from Wales. But no one knew the truth. What was certain was that she was a sex worker, scraping by in a squalid single-room lodging at 13 Miller's Court. It was in this cramped, windowless room that the Ripper committed his most horrifying crime. The morning of November 9th was like any other. The city bustled outside, oblivious to the horror concealed within the walls of Miller's Court. It was only when Kelly's landlord, frustrated by unpaid rent, sent an assistant to knock on her door that the first signs of something terrible emerged. When there was no answer, the assistant peered through a broken window. What he saw would scar him forever. Inside, Mary Jane Kelly's body lay sprawled on the bed, butchered beyond recognition. Her flesh had been flayed, her face obliterated. The walls were splattered with blood, as if the killer had taken his time, savoring his work. Unlike the previous murders, which had been executed with swift precision in dark alleys, this one was prolonged, methodical, and deeply personal. The police were shaken. Never had they seen such a scene. The others had been brutal, but this? This was a complete desecration of a human body. It was almost as if, after months of taunting the city, the Ripper had decided to reveal the full extent of his monstrous desires. And yet, as shocking as the crime was, it left no new clues. There was still no sign of who he was. As news of Kelly's murder spread, the fear that had gripped Whitechapel turned to hysteria. Women refused to leave their homes after dark. Suspicions and accusations multiplied. Any man who walked the streets at night alone could be the Ripper. Bar fights broke out over drunken claims of knowing the killer's identity. Some said it was a butcher. Others swore it was a mad doctor, experimenting on the bodies of the poor. Some believed he was a foreigner, a shadowy figure slipping through the docks, vanishing after each crime. But the truth was far worse. The Ripper was still out there, watching, waiting. Despite the brutality of Kelly's murder, it marked something unexpected, the end of the killings. As suddenly as he had begun his reign of terror, Jack the Ripper vanished. Some believed he had died, others that he had fled the city. A few even whispered that he had been caught by the authorities in secret, locked away to prevent mass panic. Scotland Yard, despite its best efforts, was left humiliated. The Ripper had mocked them, killing repeatedly under their noses. Detectives had pursued dozens of leads, interrogated countless suspects, but none fit the profile. They had no fingerprints, no eyewitnesses, no forensic evidence. The only thing they had were the mutilated bodies of his victims, and a city still trembling with fear. As the years passed, theories about the identity of Jack the Ripper multiplied. Some believed he was a surgeon, well-versed in human anatomy. Others suspected he was a member of the royal family, protected by the British government. Some said he was an insane asylum escapee, returning to kill whenever his urges overwhelmed him. One of the most chilling theories suggested that he never stopped, that he simply changed locations, continued his crimes under a new name in another city, another country. Though more than a century has passed, the name Jack the Ripper remains infamous. His story is told in countless books, films, and theories, each offering a different version of the horror that unfolded in Whitechapel. Yet, despite the speculation, despite the obsession with uncovering his identity, one terrifying fact remains. Jack the Ripper was never caught, and he still lurks in the shadows of history, a ghostly figure who watches from the pages of time, waiting, laughing in the darkness. Case 1. In the summer of 2014, in the sun-drenched streets of Los Angeles, California, the city was buzzing with its usual energy. The ever-present hum of traffic, the street performers, and the constant clash of dreams and realities echoed throughout the city. But beneath the shimmering surface of palm trees and Hollywood lights, a storm was brewing, one that would shake the city to its core. This is the story of Emily Wilson, a woman whose actions would carve a dark chapter into California's criminal history. Emily had always been a bit of an enigma. To the outside world, she appeared as an ordinary woman in her late 20s, a product of the city's fast-paced lifestyle. She had a charming smile, long brown hair, and eyes that sparkled with a mixture of ambition and something darker, something that she had learned to hide behind layers of makeup and expensive clothing. But behind the facade, Emily was hiding a secret. She was deeply involved in a criminal underground, a world that few could even imagine, let alone understand. Her story wasn't one of desperation or poverty. Emily was far from being a victim of circumstance. She was driven by a sense of entitlement and an insatiable hunger for power. Raised in a middle-class family in a quiet suburb outside of LA, she had always been told she could achieve anything. However, unlike most people who chase dreams through hard work or perseverance, Emily sought shortcuts, ways to climb the ladder without looking back. And that's where she found herself, entangled in the darkest parts of the city. Her involvement in crime began innocuously enough. A few bad decisions, small acts of dishonesty that seemed harmless at the time, eventually led to a much more dangerous path. Emily became acquainted with a group of individuals who operated in the shadows of the legal world. They were known for laundering money through high-end luxury goods, running fake investment schemes, and forging official documents. Emily saw this as the ultimate opportunity, a chance to not only gain wealth, but to control and manipulate the very system she had once been told would guarantee her success. By 2014, Emily had fully immersed herself in the criminal underworld. She had crafted a new identity for herself, one that allowed her to seamlessly blend into the world of the elite while secretly pulling the strings behind the scenes. It wasn't long before she became a trusted figure in the operation. She was given access to sensitive information, had a network of corrupt officials at her disposal, and was trusted with handling large sums of illicit money. Emily became the perfect embodiment of ambition twisted by greed. But as with all dangerous games, the risk started to rise. The more she delved into her criminal activities, the more she pushed the limits of what she could get away with. One of her most lucrative operations involved a complex scheme of credit card fraud. Emily and her associates had managed to hack into the financial systems of several major banks, stealing millions of dollars worth of personal data. Using this data, they created fake identities and applied for credit cards under false names. They would then max out these cards before disappearing without a trace, leaving the banks with the bill. For months, the authorities were left clueless. The credit card companies were being flooded with fraudulent transactions, but the culprits were elusive. Emily, knowing the ins and outs of the system, took extreme caution to cover her tracks, making sure no evidence ever linked back to her. However, as the operation grew, so did the risk. Emily began to get cocky, overconfident in her ability to evade capture. She was now laundering money through casinos and luxury car dealerships, making herself an untouchable force in the criminal world. But with her newfound power came an equally dangerous obsession with control. Emily's ambition began to overtake her judgment. She started making enemies, threatening people who got too close to exposing her operation. She became paranoid, seeing danger in every shadow, but her arrogance kept her moving forward. She had already gotten away with so much, and she believed she could continue to do so without consequence. The turning point came when one of Emily's former associates, someone she had once trusted, grew tired of living in the shadows. This individual, a hacker named Alex, had been one of the key players in the credit card fraud scheme. As the weight of their crimes started to bear down on him, Alex became reckless. He began talking, leaving traces of information behind that would eventually lead investigators straight to Emily. It was a small slip-up, an encrypted email sent from a burner phone, but it was enough for the authorities to catch wind of her operation. Law enforcement had been tracking the money trail for months, but Emily had always been one step ahead. However, with Alex's betrayal, the pieces of the puzzle finally started to fall into place. The FBI began to close in, assembling a team to track her movements and monitor her activities. It wasn't long before they were able to trace her back to the luxurious apartment she had been living in, a place she thought was impenetrable to the law. Emily's life, which she had so carefully constructed, began to unravel at an alarming speed. Once the FBI got a warrant, they raided her apartment, finding documents that linked her to multiple criminal enterprises across the state. The evidence was overwhelming, and Emily, despite her usual ability to manipulate and evade, had nowhere to run. The same sense of control that had once made her untouchable was now her downfall. As the sun set on the evening of her arrest, Emily sat quietly in the back of a police car, staring out at the bustling city she had once ruled from the shadows. The lights of Los Angeles glimmered in the distance, but for Emily Wilson, that world was gone. The woman who had once been the mastermind behind an elaborate network of fraud and deception was now just another criminal behind bars. And her story, though twisted and dark, was only just beginning to unfold. The investigation into her criminal activities would continue for years, with Emily's trial capturing the attention of the nation. The complex web of crimes she had woven, the lies she had told, and the people she had manipulated were all laid bare for the world to see. But even as she faced the consequences of her actions, one thing was clear. Emily Wilson's descent into crime had been a calculated and chilling journey, one that would leave its mark on California for years to come. The trial of Emily Wilson became a spectacle that captivated not only the local community, but the entire nation. It was as if the very fabric of California's gleaming, glamorous society had been torn open, exposing a hidden underbelly of deception, corruption, and greed. With each passing day in the courtroom, more was revealed about the extent of Emily's criminal activities. The prosecution painted her as a master manipulator, a woman whose ambitions had led her down a path of destruction. In the weeks following her arrest, Emily's defense attorneys worked tirelessly to construct a narrative that would allow her to escape the full consequences of her actions. They painted her as a victim of circumstance, someone who had been caught in the wrong place at the wrong time, driven by ambition but never truly understanding the consequences of her decisions. They tried to argue that Emily had been coerced into her criminal activities by the powerful individuals she had associated with, claiming she was just a pawn in a much larger game. But the prosecution wasn't buying it. They had already collected a mountain of evidence that painted a much darker picture. The fraudulent transactions, the stolen identities, the offshore accounts, and the money that had been funneled through Emily's hands were irrefutable. Even more damning were the testimonies from former associates, like Alex, who had turned state's witness in exchange for a reduced sentence. He described in graphic detail how Emily had masterminded the entire credit card fraud operation, how she had manipulated her associates, and how she had never shown even the slightest remorse for her actions. Alex's testimony was perhaps the most damaging of all. His words were precise, methodical, and he knew exactly how to dismantle Emily's carefully constructed facade. For the first time, the world saw Emily not as a clever businesswoman, but as a cold and calculating criminal. The prosecution also presented evidence that linked her to other illegal operations, including the laundering of money through high-end car dealerships and luxury goods sales. Emily had used her charm and beauty to gain the trust of wealthy individuals who unknowingly became part of her criminal empire. She had even gone so far as to forge documents and identities to secure loans and credit lines for herself, siphoning off millions of dollars in the process. One of the most shocking pieces of evidence came from a series of wiretap conversations between Emily and one of her closest associates, a man named Christopher Reynolds. Christopher had been involved in the money laundering operation and had helped Emily secure fake loans and investments. The tapes revealed Emily's complete disregard for the law, her ruthlessness, and her willingness to exploit anyone in her path. In one conversation, Emily was heard laughing as she discussed how easily she had manipulated the banking system. "We're untouchable, Chris," Emily's voice rang out over the wiretap. "We've got them all wrapped around our little fingers. They'll never catch us." It was chilling. Emily's arrogance had reached new heights, and the tapes showcased just how deeply embedded she was in her web of lies. She wasn't just a criminal. She was a woman who believed she was invincible, someone who thought the rules didn't apply to her. The defense, however, clung to the notion that Emily had been coerced into the criminal activities by the men she had worked with, that she had been manipulated into doing things she never would have done on her own. But the jury wasn't buying it. The overwhelming evidence stacked against her, combined with the testimonies from her former associates, painted a much darker portrait of the woman sitting in the defendant's chair. As the trial dragged on, the media turned their focus to Emily herself. The public was fascinated by her story, and the press followed her every move. They began to dissect her life before the arrest, looking for clues that might explain how someone so seemingly ordinary had become embroiled in such a dangerous and elaborate criminal enterprise. Journalists dug into her past, uncovering a trail of lies and deceit stretching back years. Emily's upbringing, which had once seemed so innocent, now appeared in a different light. She had been raised in a suburban neighborhood where success was valued above all else. Her parents, well-meaning but overly ambitious, had pushed her to excel in everything she did. From an early age, Emily had been taught that the world was a place where only the strong survived. And as she got older, she began to see that the rules didn't necessarily apply to those with the right connections. She learned how to manipulate situations, how to bend the truth, and how to charm her way into the circles of the wealthy and powerful. Her rise to the top was swift and calculated. She had a knack for identifying weaknesses in others, exploiting their vulnerabilities to her advantage. She ingratiated herself with those who could help her climb the social ladder, using their influence to further her own ambitions. But as her power grew, so did her appetite for more. What started as small-time cons and dishonest dealings soon escalated into larger and more dangerous operations. Emily had become addicted to the thrill of outsmarting the system, to the rush of knowing that she was untouchable. As the trial reached its final stages, the prosecution made their closing arguments. They painted a vivid picture of Emily as a woman who had lived her life in a constant state of manipulation and deception. She had betrayed those closest to her, destroyed countless lives, and stolen millions of dollars from innocent people. They argued that her actions had not been the result of bad decisions or unfortunate circumstances. They had been deliberate, calculated, and cold-blooded. And then it was Emily's turn. The once confident, charismatic woman who had strutted into the courtroom at the start of the trial now sat with her head bowed. Her defense team tried their best to rally, but the cracks in their case were evident. Emily spoke in a soft, almost inaudible voice as she took the stand, apologizing for the pain she had caused and pleading for leniency. She claimed that she had been caught up in a whirlwind of greed and ambition, but she was no longer the person she had been. Her words were carefully crafted, but they lacked the conviction they once had. To the jury, it was too little too late. They had already seen who Emily really was. A woman who had used her charm and intelligence to manipulate and deceive. A woman who had let her desire for power consume her. Her apology felt hollow, as if she were more concerned about the consequences of her actions than the damage she had done to others. After a brief deliberation, the jury returned with their verdict. Emily Wilson was found guilty on all charges: fraud, money laundering, identity theft, conspiracy, and more. The courtroom erupted in whispers and murmurs as the verdict was read. Emily's face remained expressionless, but deep down, she knew the consequences of her actions would soon catch up with her. In the weeks that followed, Emily's sentencing was held. The courtroom was filled with her victims, people who had lost their savings, their livelihoods, and their sense of trust because of Emily's actions. They sat in silence, watching as the judge delivered the sentence. 25 years in federal prison, with no possibility of parole. It was the maximum sentence, a reflection of the severity of her crimes. Emily was led out of the courtroom in handcuffs, her head held high, but the once confident woman who had evaded capture for so long was now just another criminal. Her name would forever be associated with one of the largest and most elaborate fraud schemes in California's history. As she was escorted to prison, Emily reflected on her journey. The choices she had made, the people she had hurt, and the power she had once craved. She had been consumed by her own ambition, and in the end, it had destroyed her. The woman who had once ruled the shadows now had no choice but to face the consequences of her actions. The case of Emily Wilson became a cautionary tale, a reminder that no one is invincible, and no matter how clever or charismatic one might be, the truth has a way of catching up with you. The city of Los Angeles, with all its glitter and glamour, had seen a darker side, one that would never be forgotten. As Emily's final moments in court were etched into the public's memory, her trial began to fade into the backdrop of everyday life. Yet, the ripple effects of her actions stretched far beyond the confines of that courtroom. The once celebrated figure in Los Angeles's high society circles was now reduced to a cautionary tale, a symbol of how the pursuit of wealth and status can consume even the most seemingly well-adjusted individual. Prison life, however, was a stark contrast to the luxurious world Emily had once inhabited. For the first time in years, Emily found herself without the comforting distractions of money, power, and adoration. The life she had carefully constructed had crumbled, and in its place stood a stark reality. A prison sentence that would stretch over 2 decades. It was a punishment that not only stripped away her freedom, but her identity as well. She was no longer Emily Wilson, the polished socialite. She was now just another inmate in a federal penitentiary. The transition into prison life wasn't easy for Emily. In the months following her incarceration, she struggled to adapt to the harsh, unyielding environment. Prison wasn't like the world she had once known. Gone were the parties, the luxury cars, the expensive dinners. There was no longer anyone to charm or manipulate, no glittering circle of people to impress. For someone like Emily, who had built her life on the art of persuasion, this was a cruel punishment. She was forced to confront the very core of who she was, the woman who had relied on her beauty and wit to navigate the world. Only now, those tools were useless. In a world ruled by rules, discipline, and routine, her charms meant nothing. She was assigned to a medium-security facility in Northern California, where her name carried weight, not for the reasons she would have liked, but because of the crime she had committed. Emily quickly became aware of the whispers that followed her wherever she went. Her case had been heavily publicized, and her status as a high-profile criminal made her a subject of interest among the other inmates. Some were curious, while others were resentful, but none of them had the same privileges she once enjoyed. There would be no special treatment for Emily. She had entered the system as just another number, and in the harsh reality of prison life, that was exactly how she would be treated. In the beginning, Emily tried to maintain a semblance of control. She would dress carefully in the standard-issued prison uniform, ensuring that her appearance was as neat and tidy as possible, hoping that it would help her retain some of her former dignity. She often found herself thinking back to her days in the city, the people she had known, and the luxurious life she had once taken for granted. She thought of the world she had lost, the glamorous parties, the adoring fans, and the high-powered business meetings. It felt like a distant dream now, something that had never truly been hers to begin with. In prison, those dreams were meaningless. But Emily wasn't one to give up easily. Even in the grim reality of her new life, she couldn't help but draw on the same resilience that had helped her claw her way to the top in the first place. She started to make connections with other inmates, carefully selecting those who could offer her protection, influence, or the resources she needed to survive in the harsh environment. She quickly learned that survival in prison wasn't just about physical strength. It was about alliances, loyalty, and the ability to read people. Emily had always been a master of understanding human behavior, and in prison, those skills became essential. Her ability to charm and manipulate still existed, but now, instead of gaining favors from wealthy businessmen, she was seeking protection from the hardened criminals around her. She used her intelligence to stay one step ahead, but there was no denying the fact that she had lost everything. Her days were spent doing the monotonous work that was assigned to her, cleaning, cooking, and serving in the prison's cafeteria, but she couldn't shake the feeling that she was slowly becoming a different person. The woman who had once run in the circles of Los Angeles' elite was now forced to scrape by, just like everyone else. Over time, Emily's sense of identity began to shift. She couldn't rely on her appearance, her charm, or her wealth anymore. In prison, people were judged for their actions, not their status. She had been stripped of her luxury, and now she was being forced to confront the consequences of her greed. The more she reflected on her past, the more she began to understand the true depth of her actions. She had hurt people, not just financially, but emotionally. She had destroyed lives, ruined relationships, and left a trail of devastation in her wake. Emily realized that her criminal activities had been driven not by necessity, but by an insatiable desire for power and wealth. And then came the guilt. For the first time in her life, Emily truly felt remorse for what she had done. The prison walls may have separated her from the outside world, but they couldn't keep her from the weight of her own conscience. She spent hours each day reflecting on her actions, replaying the moments when she had chosen to deceive, betray, and manipulate. She had justified her behavior for so long, telling herself that she was simply playing the game better than anyone else. But now, in the isolation of her cell, the truth became undeniable. Emily knew that her actions had not only impacted her own life, but had ruined the lives of others. She began writing letters of apology to her victims, though she knew that no amount of words could undo the damage she had caused. But she wrote anyway, hoping that somehow, in some small way, it might offer a sliver of redemption. These letters were not part of her defense, nor were they meant to influence her sentence. They were simply her way of confronting the people she had wronged, acknowledging the hurt she had caused, and perhaps beginning the long process of healing. In the years that followed, Emily's reputation within the prison began to shift. While she was never able to fully regain the trust of the other inmates, she slowly earned a degree of respect. Her intelligence, which had once been used for deception, began to be recognized as a valuable asset. She became involved in educational programs, using her business acumen to teach other inmates skills that might help them reintegrate into society after their release. She also worked with a rehabilitation counselor, trying to unpack the psychological motives behind her actions and the twisted mindset that had driven her to commit such heinous crimes. But no matter how much Emily changed, she could never escape the past. Her name would always be associated with the grand fraud scheme that had rocked California. The media continued to follow her story, even from behind bars. There was something irresistible about the tale of the once glamorous woman who had fallen from grace. Her story had become a symbol of ambition gone too far, of a woman whose hunger for power had ultimately led to her own downfall. In the end, Emily Wilson's story was a tragic one, a cautionary tale of how greed and manipulation can ruin not only your life, but the lives of those around you. It was a story of a woman who had everything, yet in her pursuit of more, lost everything. The echoes of her actions reverberated through California and beyond, leaving a lasting legacy that would serve as a reminder to others that no one is untouchable, no matter how carefully they build their empire. And so, Emily Wilson's journey, one that had begun with the glitz and glamour of Hollywood and ended in the cold, unforgiving walls of prison, served as a haunting reminder that no matter how high one might rise, the fall is always just a step away. Case 2. In 2012, in the small, quiet town of Wichita, Kansas, there was a case that would forever alter the lives of many. The name Michael Carter would come to be associated with one of the most chilling and complex criminal cases to ever unfold in the state. He was not a man of extraordinary intelligence or remarkable abilities, but his actions were driven by a deep-rooted desire for something more. More money, more power, and more control over the life he felt he had been denied. Michael Carter was born and raised in Wichita. His childhood was unremarkable, but he grew up in a family that struggled financially. His father worked as a mechanic, and his mother was a nurse who worked long hours to make ends meet. There was no shortage of love in the Carter household, but there was always a sense of tension caused by the looming financial instability. Michael, the youngest of 3 siblings, watched his parents work tirelessly, but despite their efforts, their situation never seemed to improve. From an early age, Michael learned the value of money, or rather, the power that came with it. He saw his peers who had wealth, or even just a little more than his family, and felt a sense of envy. These kids had everything they wanted: new clothes, new toys, and the freedom to do what they pleased. For Michael, it wasn't just about materialism. It was about what money represented: freedom, status, and respect. As he entered adulthood, Michael's life took a dark turn. He became involved with the wrong crowd. Individuals who were always looking for the next big score, the next opportunity to make a quick buck. Initially, it was small-time stuff: petty thefts, gambling debts, and minor offenses. But as time passed, Michael's ambition grew, and he began to feel the weight of his own inadequacy. He felt that he was destined for something bigger, something that would change his life forever. By 2010, Michael had become deeply involved in the world of organized crime. He began working with a local gang that had a foothold in Wichita's underground economy. Their operations involved everything from drug trafficking to illegal weapons sales, and Michael quickly climbed the ranks. He was known for his cunning and his ability to manipulate situations to his advantage. However, despite his growing reputation, Michael never truly felt secure. He constantly worried about being caught, about losing everything he had worked for, about the life he had built collapsing around him. In early 2012, Michael was presented with an opportunity that seemed too good to pass up. A well-connected associate of his had a plan to pull off a major heist, a bank robbery that would yield millions of dollars. The plan was meticulously thought out, the risks carefully calculated. The target was a small, regional bank that had a reputation for lax security and a vault filled with large sums of cash. Michael, ever the opportunist, saw this as his ticket to the wealth and power he had longed for. He knew that if he could pull this off, everything would change. No more struggling for money. No more living in fear of getting caught. This was his moment. The heist was set for a rainy Thursday afternoon in March. The gang had everything prepared: disguises, weapons, and even inside information. They knew the bank's layout, the location of the vault, and the times when the bank was least crowded. Michael's role was clear. He would be the one to supervise the heist, ensuring everything went according to plan. He had a natural talent for organizing and leading, and this job was no different. As the day of the robbery arrived, Michael could feel the weight of the decision pressing down on him. He had always dreamed of a life of luxury, but he never considered the cost of achieving that dream. The reality of the heist, with all its risks and dangers, was beginning to dawn on him. But there was no turning back now. The plan was set in motion. On the day of the robbery, Michael and his crew entered the bank disguised as ordinary customers. They had planned it so well that they blended in seamlessly with the regular crowd. No one suspected that anything was out of the ordinary. The gang's leader, a man named Tom, was the first to make his move. He and 2 others rushed to the vault, while Michael positioned himself by the front entrance, ensuring that no one would be able to escape. The whole operation was going smoothly at first, but as the minutes ticked by, things began to unravel. One of the crew members made a mistake. They had not accounted for the bank's silent alarm system, which had been triggered just moments after the robbery began. Police officers were already en route, and within minutes, the calm atmosphere of the heist turned into chaos. Michael and his crew had underestimated the speed with which the authorities could respond. They were not as prepared as they had thought. As the police began to close in, Michael realized that the dream he had so carefully crafted was slipping through his fingers. He had planned for everything, but he hadn't planned for this. In a split second, panic took hold of him. He heard the sounds of sirens growing louder, and the reality of being caught, of losing everything, set in. His crew, once confident and resolute, was now frantically trying to escape. But the plan had fallen apart, and there was no easy way out. Michael made a split-second decision. He fled the scene, leaving behind his crew and the stolen money. It was a cowardly move, but at the time, it seemed like his only option. He disappeared into the shadows, slipping away into the city streets. The police arrived moments later, finding the robbers still inside the bank. They arrested Tom and the others, but Michael was nowhere to be found. The manhunt for Michael Carter began immediately. The police knew they were dealing with a dangerous individual, someone who was willing to go to extreme lengths to achieve his goals. They also knew that Michael was not going to give up easily. He had been careful, calculating, and elusive. But despite his efforts to stay hidden, his past eventually caught up with him. It wasn't long before Michael's name appeared on the FBI's most wanted list. He had gone into hiding, moving between different cities, changing his appearance, and staying off the grid. But as the weeks turned into months, the pressure began to mount. The police were closing in on him, and his fear of getting caught grew with each passing day. He had once been in control of his destiny, but now he was a fugitive, running from the very system he had once believed he could manipulate. The story of Michael Carter and the failed heist became a sensational topic in the local media. People were captivated by the details of the robbery, the meticulous planning, the daring escape, and the chaos that had ensued. But as the case dragged on, the public's interest began to wane. The police, however, were relentless. They worked tirelessly to track down Michael, hoping to bring him to justice for the crime he had committed. And then, after 6 months of evading the law, Michael was caught. It happened in a small, rundown motel in Kansas City, far from the bustling streets of Wichita. He had been living under an alias, working as a handyman to make ends meet. But his past caught up with him when a tip from a local informant led the police to his door. The arrest was swift, and Michael was finally brought to justice. The trial that followed was a spectacle. The courtroom was packed with reporters, the public eager to hear about the man who had nearly gotten away with the perfect crime. Michael's defense team argued that he had acted out of desperation, but the prosecution painted a picture of a man driven by greed and ambition. In the end, Michael was convicted on multiple charges, including armed robbery, conspiracy, and fleeing from law enforcement. He was sentenced to 25 years in federal prison. Michael Carter's story became one of caution, a tale of ambition gone wrong, of a man who believed he could outsmart the system, only to fall victim to it in the end. His name was no longer associated with the dreams of wealth and power he had once sought. Instead, it was tied to a crime that would forever be remembered in the annals of Wichita's criminal history. Michael Carter had never imagined his life would end this way. He had spent his early years dreaming of a better life, one where he could break free from the chains of poverty and become someone important, someone admired. But as the years went by, he found himself trapped in a cycle of bad choices, each one pulling him further into a world of crime and deceit. By the time he pulled off the botched heist, Michael had already made peace with the fact that he was not destined for greatness through conventional means. His mind had come to accept the dark path he had chosen, but there was always the lingering thought that he could be more, that he could outsmart the system and finally achieve the wealth and respect he had craved for so long. After his capture, the reality of his situation sank in. Sitting in a holding cell, awaiting trial, Michael was forced to confront the magnitude of his actions. It was one thing to plan and execute a crime with the adrenaline pumping through his veins, but it was another thing entirely to sit quietly, without the thrill of the chase, and recognize the consequences of his decisions. His life, as he had known it, was over. The days in jail were long and monotonous. Michael, once a man of action, found himself in a state of inertia. The realization that he would likely spend the next 2 decades of his life in prison was a crushing blow. And yet, despite the overwhelming weight of his situation, there was a sense of relief in some strange way. At least the fear of being hunted, of living in constant paranoia, was over. The chase had ended, and now, Michael could finally settle into a new life, albeit one of captivity. Michael's trial was a pivotal moment in the public's understanding of his character. While many saw him as a ruthless criminal, there were others who sympathized with him, seeing him as a product of a broken system, someone who had never had the opportunities that others had been afforded. Some of the people who had known him before the robbery described him as a troubled, but fundamentally good person who had simply been driven to desperation by his circumstances. His defense attorneys tried to make the case that Michael was a victim of his environment. They painted a picture of a man who had been raised in poverty, who had watched his parents struggle to make ends meet, and who had turned to crime out of a sense of hopelessness. They argued that the robbery was a cry for help, a desperate attempt to escape a life that had seemed doomed from the start. But the prosecution wasn't having any of it. They argued that Michael's crime was the result of his own choices and greed. They pointed out that he had been involved in a series of increasingly dangerous criminal activities long before the bank heist. His descent into a life of crime was not an accident. It was a series of calculated decisions. The prosecution brought forth evidence of Michael's history with gang affiliations, his criminal record, and his ability to manipulate situations to his advantage. They argued that he wasn't some misguided soul acting out of desperation. He was a hardened criminal who had carefully planned the robbery with the intent of securing a better life at the expense of others. The case garnered widespread attention. The media turned Michael into a symbol of the dangers of crime, and his story became a cautionary tale for the public. People debated whether he was simply a victim of his circumstances, or whether he was a man who had made a series of conscious choices that led him down a dark and dangerous path. The truth, of course, was more complicated than any of the sound bites offered by the media. Michael was a man who had been shaped by his environment, but he was also a man who had chosen to take the easy route out of his troubles. When the jury delivered its verdict, Michael sat in the courtroom, his face expressionless. He had known deep down that he would be convicted. The evidence against him was overwhelming. The robbery had been a failure from the start, and his subsequent escape had only made things worse. In the end, it wasn't just the robbery itself that had condemned him. It was his inability to accept responsibility for his actions. Instead of taking ownership of the crime and facing the consequences head-on, Michael had run, leaving his crew behind. His actions had painted a picture of someone who wasn't just a criminal, but a coward, someone unwilling to face the repercussions of his choices. The judge, after considering the facts, sentenced Michael to 25 years in federal prison. It was a harsh sentence, but one that reflected the severity of his crime. Michael's life, once full of promise and potential, was now reduced to a number, a 25-year sentence that would define the rest of his existence. As he was led away in handcuffs, Michael didn't feel the rush of victory that he had once dreamed of. He didn't feel like a man who had gotten away with something. Instead, he felt a crushing sense of defeat. Life in prison was a far cry from the freedom Michael had once known. The first few months were the hardest. He struggled to adjust to the strict routines, the constant surveillance, and the absence of his old life. There were no more plans, no more schemes. The constant hustle, the thrill of outsmarting the system, those were things of the past. Michael found himself facing an entirely new reality, one where survival meant playing by the rules of the prison system. At first, Michael tried to maintain some semblance of his old persona. He kept to himself, tried to stay out of the spotlight, and avoided drawing attention to himself. But as time wore on, the weight of his actions began to sink in. He had spent so much of his life focused on the future, on what he could achieve, that he had neglected to understand the consequences of his choices. Now in prison, with nothing but time to reflect, Michael began to think about the life he had lived. He thought about his family, the parents who had worked tirelessly to provide for him, the siblings who had always been there, even when times were tough. He thought about the people he had hurt, the lives he had disrupted, and the choices he had made that led him down this dark path. The guilt gnawed at him, and he began to realize that the dream of wealth and power had been nothing but an illusion. In the end, it was the relationships he had burned and the trust he had shattered that mattered most. As the years passed, Michael began to change. The tough exterior he had once maintained began to crack, and he found himself grappling with the reality of his situation. Prison had a way of breaking people down, but it also had the potential to rebuild them. Michael began to take part in programs that focused on rehabilitation, anger management, education, and job training. For the first time in his life, he began to think about the future in a different way. He wasn't just looking for a way out of prison anymore. He was looking for a way out of the cycle of crime and destruction that had defined his life. By the time Michael's 10th year in prison arrived, he had become a different person. The angry, ambitious young man who had dreamed of a life of luxury was gone. In his place was a man who understood the cost of his actions, a man who knew that the road to redemption would not be an easy one. He had spent years thinking about his mistakes, and while he knew he couldn't undo the harm he had caused, he was determined to make amends in whatever way he could. But the past had a way of catching up with him. Despite his efforts to change, Michael would always be defined by the crime he had committed. His name would always be associated with the failed heist, the botched robbery that had brought him fame, but not the kind he had once dreamed of. His story was one of ambition and failure, of dreams that had turned into nightmares. Michael Carter's life in prison was one of quiet reflection and hard-earned lessons. He had been given a second chance, not at freedom, but at redemption. And while his past would never be forgotten, he found solace in the idea that he could still change, still grow, even within the confines of a prison cell. As the years passed, Michael Carter's time in prison became a long, slow march towards an uncertain future. What had once felt like an eternity in the early days had transformed into a pattern he began to understand and respect. It wasn't that he had become content with his situation. Far from it. But he had learned to find meaning in the smallest moments, in the brief exchanges with fellow inmates, in the hours spent reading, in the fleeting sense of hope he sometimes experienced during his morning runs in the yard. His transformation didn't happen overnight. In fact, there were days when he felt the weight of his past pressing down on him so heavily that he was sure he couldn't breathe. Guilt and regret gnawed at him constantly. His thoughts often returned to the moment of the robbery, to the terrible mistakes he had made, to the faces of those he had hurt. But even in those dark moments, he found a glimmer of resolve, something deep inside him that told him to keep going, to keep moving forward, even when it felt like the path ahead was filled with nothing but darkness. At the heart of his rehabilitation were the programs that prison offered. It was a small light in a very dark place, a chance for inmates like Michael to make something positive of their time behind bars. He enrolled in every program he could find, educational courses, therapy sessions, work release programs. But the one that changed him the most was a course on restorative justice. It wasn't something Michael had initially believed in. In the beginning, he saw it as little more than a checkbox, something to tick off the list of requirements needed to make parole more likely. But as he spent more time in the program, listening to the stories of others, stories of pain, loss, and redemption, he began to see things differently. Restorative justice was based on the idea that crime wasn't just a violation of the law, but a harm done to people and communities. The goal was to repair that harm, not just by serving time, but by taking responsibility for one's actions and understanding their impact on others. Michael began to grasp the true meaning of this concept, and it slowly began to transform the way he thought about his past. The most difficult part of the program was the victim impact statements. In these sessions, inmates were required to listen to victims, real victims of their crimes, speak about the pain and damage they had suffered. For Michael, it was unbearable at first. He had never taken the time to consider the consequences of his actions on the lives of the people he had hurt. When he had planned the robbery, he had been so focused on the money, so focused on escaping his circumstances, that he had failed to think about the people who would be affected. Now, listening to the voices of the victims, Michael felt a deep sense of remorse. He heard about the families who had lost loved ones, the children who had been left without parents, the lives that had been shattered because of his choices. And with every word, the guilt inside him grew heavier. But it also sparked something else, a desire to make things right, to find a way to repair the damage he had caused. He realized that his journey toward redemption wasn't just about him. It was about the people he had hurt, the lives he had disrupted. One day, during a therapy session, Michael spoke up for the first time. He had been participating in the program for months, but had kept his thoughts and feelings to himself. But now, the weight of the victims' stories was too much to bear. He stood up in front of the group and spoke of his own journey, his regrets, and the things he had learned. It was the first time he had spoken about his past with such raw honesty. He had always tried to bury the guilt deep inside, but now he realized that facing it head-on was the only way to move forward. "Every day, I live with the consequences of what I've done," he said, his voice trembling. "I didn't just hurt people when I robbed that bank. I hurt my family, my friends, and I hurt myself. I thought that if I could get out, if I could make enough money, then I'd be free. But now I see that there's no such thing as freedom when you leave a trail of destruction behind you. I can never take back what I did, but I want to be a better person. I want to find a way to make things right." It was a simple statement, but in that moment, Michael felt a shift within himself. He wasn't just talking about the past, he was talking about the future. He was committing himself to change, to make the rest of his life count for something more than just the mistakes he had made. The room fell silent, and for the first time in years, Michael felt a sense of peace, a sense of purpose. Over the following months, Michael's participation in the restorative justice program deepened. He began to volunteer at the prison's counseling center, helping other inmates confront their own issues with guilt, shame, and anger. He became a mentor to younger inmates, offering them the wisdom he had gained from his own experiences. He spoke openly about his mistakes, about the choices he had made, and about the lessons he had learned along the way. It wasn't an easy journey. There were times when Michael questioned whether he would ever truly be forgiven, whether he would ever be able to heal the wounds he had caused. But he refused to give up. He understood now that redemption wasn't about erasing the past. It was about learning from it, accepting responsibility, and doing everything in his power to change for the better. By the time Michael had served 15 years of his sentence, he had undergone a profound transformation. He was no longer the same man who had walked into that prison cell all those years ago. He had become someone who understood the value of honesty, of taking responsibility, of working towards healing. But despite the changes he had made, he knew that he still had a long way to go. There was no quick fix, no easy way out. But for the first time in his life, Michael felt ready to face the future. When the day came for his parole hearing, Michael was nervous, but he knew he had done everything in his power to prove that he was ready to re-enter society. He had participated in every program available to him, had worked hard to become a better person, and had shown remorse for his past actions. He was no longer just a prisoner. He was a man who had learned from his mistakes and was ready to contribute to society in a meaningful way. The parole board listened carefully to his statement, weighing his progress against the severity of his crime. They acknowledged the hard work he had done to change, but they also reminded him of the gravity of his actions. In the end, the decision was made. Michael Carter would be granted parole, but with strict conditions. He would be required to undergo continued counseling, find stable employment, and maintain a relationship with his family. As he walked out of the parole hearing, Michael felt a sense of relief, but also a deep sense of responsibility. His journey was far from over. But for the first time in his life, he had the opportunity to build something new, to take the lessons he had learned and apply them to the rest of his life. Case 3. In 2012, in the small town of Bloomington, Indiana, a man named Richard Rick Holloway's life would take a dark turn. At the age of 45, Rick had spent most of his adult life living on the fringes of society. He wasn't a violent man by nature, nor was he someone who sought out trouble. But like many who had grown up in challenging circumstances, he found himself caught in a cycle of bad choices that eventually led him down a path he could never have anticipated. Rick had grown up in a family that wasn't exactly stable. His father, an alcoholic, often spent days at a time lost in a haze of liquor, while his mother was a kind, hard-working woman who did the best she could to hold everything together. But no matter how much love she gave, Rick's father's behavior cast a long shadow over their family. Rick learned early on that life didn't always make sense, that people were unpredictable, and that sometimes you had to fend for yourself. By the time Rick was in his 20s, he had already dropped out of high school. He worked odd jobs, manual labor, some warehouse work, and even a short stint as a cook at a local diner. But none of it really stuck. His relationship with his father had deteriorated to the point where they barely spoke, and his mother had passed away unexpectedly from a heart attack when Rick was 24. Her death left him unmoored, and he spent the next several years drifting aimlessly. He never quite found a place to belong, never had a career to speak of, and struggled with addiction. Alcohol had been a part of his life since he was a teenager, but it was in his 30s that he had truly begun to spiral. In the years leading up to 2012, Rick had managed to hold down a small job as a janitor at a local motel. The pay wasn't great, but it was enough to cover his basic needs. He rented a small, run-down apartment in a part of town where most people didn't ask too many questions. It was quiet, lonely, and far from the hustle and bustle of Bloomington's downtown area. He spent his free time at bars, sinking deeper into his alcoholism, using the liquor to drown out the ache of his past and his uncertain future. Rick's social circle was minimal. He had a few acquaintances from the bars he frequented, but no real friends to speak of. He wasn't the type to open up about his feelings or his past. Most people just saw him as a quiet man who kept to himself. But on the inside, he was struggling. He had no direction in life, no purpose beyond getting through another day. The one thing that kept him going was the hope, albeit faint, that things might someday get better. That hope, however, was tested when he met a woman named Lisa. Lisa was different from anyone Rick had ever met. She was in her late 30s, a soft-spoken woman who worked as a secretary at a local law office. She had a gentle, warm personality that drew people in. Lisa was also dealing with her own set of personal struggles, but she had a resilience that Rick admired. They had met at a bar one evening, and after a few awkward exchanges, they struck up a conversation. Over the next few weeks, they ran into each other several times. Lisa would stop by the bar Rick often visited, and they would talk for hours. For the first time in years, Rick felt like he had someone he could talk to. Lisa didn't judge him for his past or his drinking. She was patient, kind, and offered him a sense of comfort that he hadn't experienced in a long time. She had been divorced for several years and was living alone, but unlike Rick, she still held on to the belief that things could get better. Rick found himself becoming attached to her in a way that he hadn't been with anyone else in years. Their relationship, though brief, was filled with ups and downs. There were moments of genuine connection, but Lisa had her own demons to fight, and Rick was still deeply entrenched in his addiction. There were days when they would spend hours together, talking and laughing, and days when Rick would go on benders, completely cutting himself off from her. Lisa would often try to reach out, but Rick would retreat into his own world, ashamed of himself, angry at himself for not being able to pull his life together. In the summer of 2012, things took a dark turn. Rick had fallen deeper into his addiction, and his emotional state was fragile. His relationship with Lisa had become strained. He was jealous of her independence, of the way she seemed to have a life outside of him. He started feeling like she was slipping away, and with that came an overwhelming sense of panic. The idea that he might lose the one good thing in his life, the one person who seemed to care about him, gnawed at him constantly. He didn't know how to express his feelings, so he kept them bottled up inside, where they festered and grew. It was one evening in late August when the tension between them finally reached a breaking point. Rick had been drinking heavily throughout the day, and when he met Lisa at a local diner for dinner, he was already in an unstable emotional state. They sat in silence for a long time, Lisa trying to make small talk, but Rick's mind was elsewhere. His emotions were raw, his thoughts swirling with confusion, anger, and fear. The argument began when Lisa mentioned that she had been thinking of moving to Indianapolis for a fresh start. She had been offered a job there, and though she was hesitant, she was considering taking it. The moment she mentioned this, something inside Rick snapped. He felt as though his world was collapsing. He couldn't bear the thought of losing her, of her walking away. In a flash of rage, he lashed out. The details of what happened next are unclear, but it's known that Rick became physically aggressive. The altercation escalated quickly. In his drunken state, Rick lost control of himself. He grabbed Lisa's arm, and when she tried to push him away, he pushed her to the ground. It was a moment of blind rage, a culmination of all the pain and frustration that had built up inside him over the years. He didn't mean to hurt her, but in that moment, his emotions took over. The violence wasn't planned. It wasn't premeditated, but the impact of what he did would forever change both of their lives. Rick immediately realized what he had done. He backed away, horrified by his actions, but it was too late. Lisa was visibly shaken, and the damage had been done. She got up, her face pale, and without saying another word, she walked out of the diner. Rick sat there for a long time, his mind a whirlwind of guilt, shame, and confusion. He couldn't undo what had happened. He knew that he had crossed a line that could never be uncrossed. The next few days were a blur. Rick tried to reach out to Lisa, but she didn't respond to his calls or texts. He spent the next few weeks in a state of turmoil, his emotions torn between regret and a desperate hope that things might somehow return to normal. But they never did. The police were eventually called after Lisa's family became concerned. Lisa had confided in her sister about what had happened, and soon, Rick found himself facing charges of domestic assault. After the incident at the diner, Rick Holloway found himself at a crossroads in his life. The alcohol that had long been his crutch no longer seemed to provide the same relief it once had. His days were filled with guilt and regret, and the emotional weight of his actions weighed heavily on him. The clarity that came after the outburst, the realization that he had hurt someone who had shown him kindness, left him feeling hollow, as if a part of him had broken beyond repair. Lisa's silence only deepened Rick's sense of isolation. The few attempts he made to reach out to her went unanswered, and he could only imagine the hurt and fear she must have felt. He knew that he had betrayed her trust in the worst possible way. But, as was often the case with Rick, the guilt soon gave way to a cycle of self-destructive behavior. He retreated into himself, numbing his emotions with alcohol and isolating himself from the people around him. Weeks passed, and Rick's world seemed to become smaller with each day. The bar, which had once been a place for him to unwind and forget, now seemed like a prison. The faces of people who once shared drinks with him now seemed distant and unimportant. He spent most of his time in the apartment he had called home for years, pacing in the small space, trying to outrun the thoughts that constantly crept into his mind. One evening, while sitting alone at his kitchen table, Rick received an unexpected knock on his door. He opened it to find a police officer standing there. The officer's presence sent a shiver down his spine, but he had known this moment was coming. The officer asked if he was Richard Holloway, and when Rick nodded, the officer informed him that Lisa had filed a report regarding the incident at the diner. Rick's stomach sank as the officer explained the charges: domestic assault. The words hit Rick like a punch to the gut. He knew deep down that he deserved whatever came next, but the reality of it all made him feel small and powerless. The officer advised him that he had the right to remain silent, and that he could either face the charges in court or work out a plea. Rick felt a surge of confusion and dread, but he didn't argue. He was numb, unable to process the full weight of the consequences. The officer handed him a citation, and Rick was told to appear in court in the coming weeks. The days that followed were filled with a sense of inevitability. Rick spent sleepless nights wondering how he had let everything spiral out of control. How had he allowed himself to become the person he was, a person capable of hurting someone he cared about? He knew he would have to face the consequences of his actions, but the idea of going to court, standing before a judge, and admitting the truth filled him with dread. Rick knew that this was the point of no return. He had to make a choice. He could continue down the same destructive path, letting his addiction and self-loathing guide him, or he could confront his demons, take responsibility, and try to rebuild what little was left of his life. For the first time in years, Rick felt a flicker of hope, a realization that he had the power to change, even if it was just a small step forward. Case 4. The sun had barely begun to rise over the city of Cebu, casting a warm glow on the streets that were just beginning to stir with life. In the midst of the bustling traffic and the morning sounds of the market, Maria Santos stepped out of her small apartment, a quiet determination etched on her face. For the past few weeks, her life had been in turmoil, ever since her son, Ivan, had been arrested. Ivan, a young man in his early 20s, had always been a quiet soul. His mother often remembered him as a child who loved to play with toy cars, dreaming of a future that seemed far from the harsh realities of the world he now found himself trapped in. Raised in a neighborhood that faced poverty and high crime rates, Ivan had struggled to break free from the chains that society seemed to place on him. He worked as a mechanic, scraping by to make ends meet, and his mother often worried about the friends he kept, the ones who seemed to lead lives filled with trouble. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Ivan made a choice that would alter the course of his life forever. Under the pressure of his circumstances, he had become involved in a robbery gone wrong. The plan had been simple: take what they could and leave before anyone noticed. But things had escalated. The confrontation with the store owner turned violent, and by the time the police arrived, Ivan and his companions were already in handcuffs. Maria had never expected her son to be involved in something like this. She had tried to shield him from the dangers of the world around them, but as with many parents in her community, she found herself helpless in the face of the larger forces at play. Ivan had been arrested, and soon after, he was charged with armed robbery and attempted murder. Maria's heart sank as she tried to come to terms with the situation. The boy she had raised, the boy who used to dream of becoming a doctor or an engineer, was now facing the very real consequences of his choices. But Maria was determined. She was a woman of faith, and she knew that no matter how dark the path ahead seemed, there was always a way forward. Her son, despite the grave charges against him, was still her son. She knew that Ivan was not beyond redemption, that he could turn his life around if given the opportunity. The legal process was slow, and as the weeks passed, Maria's hopes began to fade. She visited Ivan every day in jail, offering him comfort and encouragement. Her heart broke each time she saw him in the small, gray uniform, his face gaunt from the stress and isolation. He had always been a sensitive boy, and the environment of the prison only seemed to harden him, pushing him further from the person he once was. As the trial approached, Maria found herself caught between the love she had for her son and the reality of the crime he had committed. She knew that Ivan had made a mistake, a grave mistake, but she also knew that he wasn't beyond redemption. She spent sleepless nights reading through legal papers, meeting with lawyers, and reaching out to community groups that worked with incarcerated youth, hoping for a miracle that would allow her son to rebuild his life. It was during one of these sleepless nights that Maria received a letter from Ivan. In it, he apologized for the pain he had caused her. He wrote about the deep regret he felt for his actions and how he had come to realize the magnitude of what he had done. He spoke of the guilt that consumed him, of the tears he shed in his lonely cell, wishing he could turn back time. But Ivan also expressed a quiet hope. He talked about the lessons he was learning in prison, the importance of taking responsibility for his actions, the value of education, and the possibility of a better future if he was given the chance. Maria held the letter close to her chest, tears streaming down her face. In that moment, she realized that her son was still in there, that the young boy who had once dreamed of a better life was still alive, buried beneath the weight of his choices. It gave her hope. Even in the darkest of times, there was light, and that light was her son's determination to change. As the days turned into weeks, Maria clung to the hope that somehow, Ivan would find a way to rise above the circumstances that had brought him here. The case was gaining attention, not just within their small circle of family and friends, but also in the broader community. Ivan was not the first young person from their neighborhood to be caught up in a crime, but his case felt different. It seemed as though the entire community was holding its breath, waiting for a resolution. The court date was approaching, and every passing day only seemed to deepen the uncertainty that had taken hold of Maria's heart. Ivan's defense attorney, a man named Roberto Mendoza, had assured Maria that they would put up a strong defense. He spoke of the possibility of reduced charges if Ivan showed genuine remorse and willingness to rehabilitate. Maria wasn't sure what to make of all the legal jargon, but she trusted Mendoza. He had a reputation for being fair and compassionate, a trait that was often rare in the cutthroat world of criminal law. Still, she could not shake the fear that her son would be lost forever in the prison system. Just another statistic in a long line of young men from marginalized communities whose futures had been stolen by the very system that was supposed to protect them. Despite the gravity of the situation, Ivan remained steadfast in his desire to make things right. He had begun to take part in rehabilitation programs within the prison, anger management, literacy courses, and vocational training. Maria visited him every Sunday, and with each visit, she could see the changes in him. The light that had dimmed in his eyes during his early days in prison was beginning to return. He spoke about the value of education, the importance of finding a way to make amends, and the desire to someday work with troubled youth, helping them avoid the same mistakes he had made. One day, during a particularly emotional visit, Ivan looked at his mother with a mixture of guilt and hope. "I know I messed up, Mama," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "But I'm trying. I want to get out of here and make things right. I want to help other kids not end up like me." Maria's heart swelled with a bittersweet pride. She knew that Ivan was struggling, torn between the guilt of his past and the desire for a better future. She could see the effort he was putting in, and while she couldn't deny the severity of his actions, she also couldn't ignore the changes she saw in him. As the trial date neared, Maria's anxiety grew. Every morning, she woke up with a knot in her stomach, unsure of what the day would bring. The courtroom, with its harsh fluorescent lights and cold, sterile atmosphere, was a far cry from the warmth of their small home. But Maria knew that this was a battle they had to fight. Ivan needed to be held accountable for his actions, but he also needed to be given a chance to rebuild his life. She wasn't ready to give up on him, and she wasn't willing to let the legal system strip away his chance at redemption. The day of the trial arrived, and Maria sat in the courtroom, her hands tightly clasped together. The judge, a stern woman with a reputation for fairness, called the court to order, and the trial began. The prosecution laid out its case: a violent robbery, a store owner who had been left shaken and injured, and Ivan's involvement in the crime. The evidence was damning. Witnesses testified, and the facts seemed to paint a clear picture of Ivan's guilt. But as the defense took its turn, Roberto Mendoza argued that Ivan had acted out of desperation, a product of his environment. He spoke of Ivan's troubled upbringing, the lack of resources in their community, and the pressures of living in a place where opportunities were scarce. He highlighted Ivan's remorse, his participation in rehabilitation programs, and his genuine desire to make amends. Maria sat in the courtroom, her heart racing as she listened to the back and forth. She didn't know what would happen next, but she knew that this was the moment that would define Ivan's future. As the judge called for a recess, Maria stepped out into the hallway, her thoughts a swirl of emotions. She had prayed for this moment, this chance for Ivan to be seen for who he truly was, not just the crime he had committed. She knew that the road to redemption was long and uncertain, but she also believed that Ivan had the capacity to change. The trial dragged on for several more days, with the defense and prosecution presenting their final arguments. On the final day, the judge made her ruling. Ivan would be convicted of the robbery, but the attempted murder charge would be dropped. The judge, recognizing Ivan's efforts to turn his life around, sentenced him to a reduced prison term with the opportunity for parole after several years, contingent upon his continued participation in rehabilitation programs. The courtroom was silent as the judge's gavel came down, marking the end of the trial. Ivan's eyes met his mother's across the room, and for a moment, time seemed to stand still. Maria's heart ached with the weight of the moment, but she also felt a sense of relief. Ivan would have the chance to rebuild his life, slowly but surely. And no matter what, she would be there, supporting him every step of the way. The days following the trial were filled with mixed emotions. Maria and Ivan both had moments of relief and grief. While Ivan had avoided the harshest sentence, the weight of his conviction still hung heavy. Prison life was tough, but Maria held on to the hope that the system could work with him, offering him the tools to change and build a better life when his time was served. She couldn't help but feel a small sense of victory. Her son was still alive, and there was still a chance for him to make a difference in his own life and in the lives of others. At the start of Ivan's sentence, Maria would visit him every weekend. She knew the visits meant the world to him. In the early days of his incarceration, he had struggled with loneliness, isolation, and the heavy weight of his mistakes. Maria had never seen him so broken, so lost in the sea of guilt and regret. But with each visit, Ivan seemed to pick himself up a little more. It was evident that prison wasn't just a punishment for him. It was a place of reflection, a place where he was coming to terms with his past and his mistakes. In those moments, Maria could see the glimmer of the son she had raised. The son who had once had dreams and hopes. The son who had laughed and played in their neighborhood before the world had changed around him. Ivan participated in everything he could: anger management, education programs, and even the prison's counseling services. He had begun to read books on psychology, sociology, and self-improvement, trying to understand the choices that had led him to this point. With the help of his therapist, Ivan began to trace the roots of his criminal behavior, trying to find the triggers that had pushed him to act out in ways he never imagined he would. His counselor, a woman named Gloria, encouraged him to confront his past, to revisit the moments that had shaped his worldview and his decisions. She pushed him to see that his past didn't have to define his future. One Sunday, during one of their visits, Maria noticed a subtle change in Ivan. He was more composed, more confident, and his eyes no longer held the same pain that had once made her heart break. As they sat together in the small visiting room, Maria looked at her son, noticing the quiet strength that had emerged within him. "Mama," Ivan began, his voice steady, "I've been reading a lot. About people who change, who get better. I know it's not going to be easy, but I want to be one of those people." Maria smiled softly, feeling a tear slip down her cheek. "I know, hijo. I believe in you. I always have." It wasn't the first time Ivan had spoken about change, but this time Maria could sense something different. Something in his tone, his posture, the way he spoke of the future. It wasn't a perfect path, but it was a start. For the first time in months, Maria allowed herself to believe that her son could become someone better than he had been. She allowed herself to hope. The following months were filled with moments of progress and setbacks. Ivan continued to work hard in prison, but there were days when the burden of his sentence became overwhelming. He had moments of doubt, moments when the walls of the prison seemed to close in on him, and he questioned whether he could truly change. On those days, Maria's visits became his anchor. He would hold on to her words, reminding himself that this wasn't the end of his story. It was simply a chapter in a much longer journey. As time passed, Ivan's behavior began to draw attention from prison officials. He was no longer the same person who had entered the system with anger and bitterness in his heart. He was someone who had begun to take responsibility for his actions, someone who was actively seeking redemption. His participation in rehabilitation programs, his newfound passion for learning, and his willingness to help others in the prison who were struggling caught the attention of the prison staff. One afternoon, during a prison-wide ceremony that recognized the efforts of inmates who had made significant progress, Ivan was called to the stage. Maria had been invited to attend, and she watched from the audience as her son stood before the other prisoners, his head held high. The ceremony was a small but significant step in Ivan's journey. He was being recognized for his transformation. Ivan had earned the respect of those around him, and more importantly, he had earned the respect of himself. "Today is the day I realized that who I was is not who I have to be forever," Ivan said, his voice loud and clear. "I am not proud of the mistakes I've made, but I am proud of the man I am becoming. And I promise that when I leave this place, I will not waste the second chance I've been given." The audience was silent as Ivan's words echoed through the hall. Maria, sitting in the front row, couldn't help but feel overwhelmed with emotion. She had seen the darkness that had taken hold of her son's life. She had witnessed the destructive path he had walked. But now, she saw the light that had finally begun to shine through the cracks. Ivan had turned a corner, and while his journey wasn't over, he had shown that change was possible. After the ceremony, Ivan joined his mother in the small room designated for family visits. They embraced, and for the first time in a long time, Maria felt a sense of peace. Her son wasn't just serving a sentence, he was serving his time to grow, to change, to learn. She knew there would be challenges ahead, that the road to redemption would be long and difficult. But for the first time, Maria was no longer afraid of what the future held. Case 5. In the heart of Indonesia, a quiet town nestled along the coast had long been known for its peaceful community and scenic beauty. But in 2015, the tranquility of this place was shattered when a heinous crime occurred, forever altering the lives of its residents. The central figure in this chilling story was a man named Amir Rahman, a once well-respected member of the community, whose fall from grace would soon become a tragic tale that would echo through the streets of the town for years to come. Amir was 38 years old, a man who had always appeared to lead a normal, stable life. He ran a small but successful construction business that employed several local workers. He had a wife, children, and was often seen attending community events, his reputation mostly untarnished by any significant controversies. To the outside world, Amir was a family man, a person who valued hard work and the simple pleasures of life. But beneath the surface, a darker side of his character had been slowly brewing, something that would come to light in the most devastating of ways. The incident occurred on a warm evening in June, just days after Amir's wife, Sari, had returned from a visit to her family in a neighboring city. It was around 7 p.m. when Amir's wife and children were settling in for the night. At first, everything seemed calm, as it always did in their modest home, located just on the outskirts of the town. But this night was different. A series of events that had been set into motion over the course of several months would culminate in an unthinkable act of violence that would forever change the town's perception of Amir. It started with a phone call. Amir, who had spent much of the evening drinking alone in his garage, made a call to his wife that would set the stage for the night's tragic events. The conversation was nothing out of the ordinary at first. He told Sari that he had been working late and would be home soon. But then, something shifted in his tone. Sari, who had known her husband for many years, could sense the tension in his voice, a sharp edge that she couldn't ignore. She was used to his moods. They had been married for over a decade, after all. But tonight, there was something different about him. Sari tried to keep the conversation light, asking about his day, his work, and the children. But Amir's responses grew more curt, his words slower and slurred. It wasn't the first time he had been drinking heavily, but something in his demeanor alarmed her. She had seen him like this before, unpredictable, irritated, and often consumed by irrational thoughts, but it had always been brief. This time, however, felt more dangerous. Amir ended the call abruptly, telling his wife he would be home soon. Sari, now uneasy, sat in the living room, watching the clock tick away. The children had already gone to bed, their soft breathing echoing from the other room. For a moment, she considered calling a friend or her family for reassurance, but she hesitated, uncertain of how to explain the growing discomfort she felt. Minutes later, the front door creaked open, and Amir staggered inside. His eyes were bloodshot, his movements unsteady. His usually neat appearance was disheveled, his shirt wrinkled and untucked. He smelled strongly of alcohol, and there was a faint scent of something else in the air, something that would later be identified as the sharp, metallic smell of blood. Amir didn't acknowledge his wife immediately. He walked straight to the kitchen, muttering under his breath. Sari watched him from the couch, her heart pounding in her chest. She could sense the storm brewing within him. This wasn't the Amir she had known. This man was different, unrecognizable in his current state. He fumbled through the kitchen drawers, eventually pulling out a large knife. At this moment, Sari's fear reached its peak. She had always known that Amir's temper could be volatile, but she had never seen him like this. She knew there had been trouble at work recently. A series of financial struggles had weighed heavily on him, but she never imagined it would come to this. Without warning, Amir turned, and in a fit of rage, he lunged at her, the knife flashing in the dim light. It was a shocking and swift attack, one that left Sari no time to react. She barely managed to dodge his first blow, but she was not fast enough to escape the second. The sharp edge of the blade cut across her arm, a deep wound that sent a wave of pain through her body. Sari screamed, but Amir's anger only intensified. His eyes, now wild with rage, seemed to look right through her, as though she were nothing more than a target for his fury. She stumbled backward, trying to shield herself from his next strike, but the knife found its mark again, this time leaving a gash on her leg. Her vision blurred from the pain, but she didn't give up. She knew she had to survive. In a final desperate attempt, Sari lunged toward the kitchen counter and grabbed a heavy vase. With all her strength, she swung it at Amir's head, knocking him off balance. It wasn't enough to stop him entirely, but it bought her just enough time to break free. She ran out of the house, her heart pounding in her chest, as she heard Amir's footsteps following closely behind. But it was too late. Sari had made it out the door and into the night. She ran through the streets, her mind frantic as she searched for help. Her body was bruised and bloodied, but her determination to escape was stronger than ever. Eventually, she made her way to the home of a neighbor, where she collapsed on the doorstep, gasping for breath. The neighbor quickly called the authorities, and within minutes, police arrived at the scene. The following investigation revealed that Amir had been under extreme financial stress for months, compounded by his growing dependence on alcohol. His business was struggling, and he had recently discovered that his company was on the verge of bankruptcy. It was this combination of personal and professional turmoil that had pushed him to a breaking point. Yet, none of this could excuse the violence he had inflicted upon his wife. Amir was arrested at the scene and charged with attempted murder, aggravated assault, and several other related crimes. His trial would soon follow, and the town was left in shock as the truth of what had happened behind closed doors became public knowledge. The investigation into the events that had transpired that night was extensive. As the details came to light, the quiet town that had once regarded Amir Rahman with respect was left in disbelief. Neighbors who had once spoken highly of his work ethic and character were now questioning how well they had truly known him. Amir's past, once marked by reliability and good judgment, began to crumble, revealing a man who had hidden his struggles behind a facade of normalcy. Sari, though shaken, was determined to find her strength. After being rushed to the local hospital, she was treated for her injuries. The cuts and bruises were severe, but her physical recovery was only part of the battle. The psychological toll the attack had taken on her was far greater. It wasn't just the physical pain that haunted her. It was the sense of betrayal, the realization that the man she had trusted and loved had turned into a stranger before her eyes. Her children, who had been in their rooms asleep during the attack, were spared from witnessing the violence. However, the trauma of what had happened to their mother and the subsequent fallout was something they would carry with them for years to come. Sari knew that she needed to shield them from the details, but she also understood that they needed to know the truth when the time was right. Amir, meanwhile, had been taken into custody, his life unraveling in the wake of his actions. During his interrogation, he gave a cold, detached account of the events leading up to the attack. He admitted to being under immense financial strain, but he refused to acknowledge the gravity of his actions. There were no signs of remorse in his voice as he recounted how he had taken the knife and attacked his wife. His indifference shocked the investigators, who were accustomed to dealing with criminals who often showed signs of guilt or regret. But Amir's response was clinical, almost robotic, as though he were recounting a story detached from the real-life consequences. The more the investigation progressed, the more it became clear that Amir had been hiding his struggles for a long time. His addiction to alcohol had worsened in the months leading up to the attack, and he had been drinking heavily on the night of the incident. But the alcohol was only a catalyst. It wasn't the cause of his violent behavior. Beneath the surface, Amir had been battling deep-seated anger and frustration that had built up over the years. His inability to cope with his personal and financial failures had festered into something much darker. As the trial began, Sari was forced to relive the trauma she had endured. She was called to the stand to testify, her voice steady but her hands trembling as she recounted the harrowing details of that night. The court listened in silence as she spoke of the man she once loved and the brutal act he had committed. Her words, though calm, carried the weight of a lifetime of pain and heartbreak. Amir's defense team argued that he had acted in a moment of rage, claiming that his mental state had been impaired by his financial troubles and his addiction to alcohol. They painted him as a man who had lost control, a victim of circumstance rather than a cold-blooded attacker. But the prosecution was unrelenting. They presented evidence of Amir's pattern of erratic behavior leading up to the attack and his refusal to take responsibility for his actions. The prosecution also highlighted the severity of Sari's injuries, painting a vivid picture of the violence that had been inflicted upon her. The courtroom was filled with tension as the trial progressed. Sari's courage in standing up against the man who had once been her husband was a testament to her strength. But it was also a painful reminder of the deep scars left by the attack. Her journey to recovery would be long, and the emotional toll of the trial would only add to the weight she carried. Amir's family, once supportive of him, struggled with the reality of his actions. His parents, devastated by the news, tried to make sense of the man they thought they knew. They struggled to reconcile the son they had raised with the man who had been capable of such violence. They were left questioning their own role in his descent into darkness, wondering if there had been warning signs they had missed. In the end, Amir was convicted of attempted murder, aggravated assault, and other related charges. The judge sentenced him to a lengthy prison term, acknowledging the severity of his actions and the lasting impact they had on his family. Amir's fall from grace was complete. The man who had once been a pillar of the community was now behind bars, facing the consequences of his violent outburst. For Sari, the journey was just beginning. While the legal proceedings brought some sense of justice, they could not undo the damage that had been done. She faced the difficult task of rebuilding her life, not only for herself but also for her children. The road ahead would be filled with challenges, but Sari was determined to move forward. She knew that her strength would be tested, but she also knew that she could not let the darkness of the past define her future. The story of Amir, Rahman, and Sari would forever serve as a reminder of the fragile nature of trust and the destructive power of unresolved anger. It was a cautionary tale of how the pressures of life, financial struggles, personal failures, and hidden demons could push someone to the brink of madness. But it was also a story of resilience, of a woman who refused to be defined by the violence of one night and chose to rise above it for the sake of her children and her own future. As the weeks turned into months, Sari's life began to take on a new rhythm. The weight of the trial, the emotional toll of the events, and the impact of Amir's betrayal were still heavy in her heart, but she found solace in the quiet moments she spent with her children. They were her anchor, the reason she kept pushing forward despite the darkness that threatened to engulf her. The scars on her body were healing, but the scars on her soul would take longer to mend. In the quiet moments, when the house was still and the children were in bed, Sari would sit by the window and reflect on the life she had built with Amir before everything changed. It was hard to reconcile the man she had once known, the man who had smiled at her, shared dreams of a future together, and promised to love her with all his heart, with the man who had attacked her in a fit of rage. How had they arrived at this point? How had she missed the signs? The questions haunted her, and though she had no answers, she knew one thing for certain: she would never go back. Therapy became a lifeline for Sari. At first, she was reluctant to talk about the trauma she had experienced. The idea of reliving the pain made her anxious, but as time went on, she realized that sharing her story was a step toward healing. The therapist's office became a place where she could let down her guard, a place where she didn't have to be strong for anyone else. She could simply be herself, the woman who had been hurt but was determined not to let the past define her. The children, too, were struggling to understand what had happened. They were too young to fully grasp the severity of the situation, but they knew enough to sense the change in their mother. They missed the warmth of the home that had once been filled with laughter and light. Sari tried to reassure them that everything would be okay, but there were nights when even she wasn't sure if that was true. The weight of their questions, their worries, and their need for stability pressed down on her. In the months that followed, Sari learned how to navigate her new reality. She found new strength within herself, strength she hadn't known existed before. She had always considered herself a quiet, introverted person, but now, she began to tap into a well of resilience that surprised her. Each day, she faced new challenges, dealing with the court proceedings, managing her household, and trying to keep her emotions in check for the sake of her children. There were days when it all felt too much, but she never gave up. Amir, on the other hand, was dealing with his own consequences. The prison walls were a harsh reminder of the choices he had made, and though he had been convicted of his crimes, he showed little remorse. His letters to Sari, which once had been filled with pleas for forgiveness, had become more passive. He wrote about his struggles in prison, but never once acknowledged the pain he had caused her. It was as if he couldn't see beyond his own suffering to understand the depth of what he had done. In the prison system, Amir had to learn quickly how to navigate the complex social dynamics of his new life. He was no longer the respected, well-liked man he had been in the community. Instead, he was a convicted criminal, a man whose reputation had been destroyed by his own actions. While he found ways to adapt to his new environment, A part of him remained frozen in time, unable to move past the night that had changed everything. Sari's path to recovery, though difficult, was steady. She sought out new opportunities for herself, enrolling in a local college to finish her degree. Education had always been important to her, and now it became her way of taking back control of her future. She would not let Amir's actions steal her dreams. Slowly but surely, she began to build a new life, one that was independent of the past and focused on the present. The support system around her grew stronger as well. She leaned on her friends and family for encouragement, and she found comfort in their unwavering belief in her strength. Sari had always been there for others, but now she had to learn to accept help when it was offered. It wasn't easy for her, but she knew she couldn't do it alone. Over time, Sari began to open up about her experience more publicly. She gave talks at local support groups for victims of domestic violence, sharing her story in hopes of helping others who had been through similar situations. Her bravery in speaking out inspired many, and she was often approached by women who had faced similar struggles. For Sari, it was a way to reclaim her voice, to take back the narrative that had been stolen from her. Each time she shared her story, she felt a little bit stronger, a little bit more whole. Amir's trial was a turning point for the community as well. The case became a high-profile example of the dangers of unchecked anger and the consequences of living in denial. It sparked conversations about the importance of mental health awareness, addiction recovery, and the need for early intervention in cases of domestic violence. While the damage had already been done, the awareness that the case brought to light was an important step in addressing these issues on a larger scale. For Sari, the most important part of her healing journey was the realization that she was no longer defined by the actions of her ex-husband. She had spent years identifying herself as a wife, a partner, and a mother, but after the attack, she came to understand that she was so much more than that. She was a survivor. She was a woman who had faced unimaginable pain and was determined to rebuild her life for herself and her children. Sari's journey was far from over, but she had made remarkable progress. With each passing day, she grew stronger, more resilient, and more determined to move forward. She knew that the road ahead would not be easy, but she also knew that she was no longer the woman who had been trapped in a cycle of fear and pain. She was a woman who had chosen to rise above her circumstances, and in doing so, she had reclaimed her power. As the years passed, the scars of the past began to fade, but the lessons remained. Sari's story would continue to be a testament to the power of healing, the strength of the human spirit, and the unwavering will to move forward, no matter the obstacles. Case 6. In 2016, in the sprawling suburban city of Los Angeles, a man named Thomas Langley had everyone fooled. He was known for his charming personality and his seemingly unassuming nature. With a smooth-talking demeanor and a smile that could make anyone feel at ease, he was someone you wouldn't think twice about trusting. On the surface, Langley seemed like any ordinary guy, well-dressed, with a respectable job in a small consulting firm. But underneath that surface was a man who had been plotting one of the most elaborate fraud schemes that would devastate numerous people's lives. Langley wasn't your average scam artist. His charisma allowed him to easily blend into any social circle, making it almost impossible for his targets to suspect he had any ulterior motives. His story began in his mid-30s, when he had already amassed a small fortune through what appeared to be savvy business ventures. People who met him spoke highly of his business acumen, and for years he had managed to avoid suspicion. Langley's ability to manipulate conversations and weave believable lies became his weapon of choice. He was a master of deception, and he used his charm as a mask to cover the darker side of his operations. In the beginning, Thomas Langley used his supposed expertise to offer consultations to individuals looking to grow their personal savings or to expand their small businesses. His consulting firm, which he had founded under the name Langley Enterprises, appeared legitimate. With an office in downtown Los Angeles, the firm had professional branding, an impeccable website, and a staff that seemed to operate efficiently. Langley carefully crafted an image of success, even publishing articles on financial planning, which gave him a reputation as an expert in the field. He made regular appearances at local business seminars, where he spoke confidently about topics such as investment strategies, financial growth, and business management. But what no one knew was that beneath his polished exterior, Langley was quietly planning a massive Ponzi scheme, one that would affect hundreds of investors and steal millions of dollars. His method was simple yet devastatingly effective. He convinced his clients that they had an opportunity to invest in a high-risk, high-reward business venture, an exclusive and limited opportunity, so lucrative that it was almost too good to pass up. Langley promised extravagant returns, often claiming that the investments would yield returns upwards of 30 to 40% annually. Of course, it all sounded too good to be true, but Langley was incredibly convincing, and the allure of quick wealth was enough to make many people ignore their doubts. In the beginning, Langley's scheme seemed harmless. He offered small payouts to his early investors, ensuring that they would keep spreading the word about how successful his company was. Word of mouth was the best marketing tool he could have ever hoped for, and as more people joined the investment pool, the money kept flowing in. At first, investors received the returns Langley promised, which only strengthened their belief in the project. They told their friends and family members, encouraging them to get involved. Langley was building a loyal following of investors who trusted him implicitly. But behind the scenes, Langley was doing something far more insidious. Rather than investing the money, he was using it to pay the earlier investors, creating the illusion of profitability. He was building a pyramid, carefully maintaining the balance to ensure that there was always enough new money coming in to keep up with the growing number of people waiting for their payouts. As the scheme progressed, Langley used the funds for his own personal gain. He bought expensive cars, lived in a luxurious home, and traveled around the world, all while maintaining the appearance of a successful businessman. By 2018, Langley's Ponzi scheme had reached a critical mass. He had dozens of people involved, many of whom were using their life savings or taking out loans to invest. As the number of investors continued to grow, so did the pressure on Langley to maintain the illusion of success. It was a delicate balancing act, and eventually, it all began to unravel. With more people demanding their returns and fewer new investors to fill the void, Langley found himself unable to cover the withdrawals. The money that had once flowed freely was now drying up, and his empire was on the brink of collapse. As Langley's operation grew, so did the suspicion surrounding his activities. Despite his efforts to keep everything under wraps, some of his investors began to ask questions. They noticed that payouts were starting to get delayed, and rumors began to spread that there was no real business behind the lucrative investments. Some people even claimed that Langley had become increasingly defensive and evasive when questioned about the specifics of the investment opportunities. But by the time the investigation into Langley's operations began, it was too late. Many of his investors had already lost everything. Retirees had seen their nest eggs vanish, families had drained their savings, and small business owners were left scrambling to recover the funds they had trusted Langley with. As authorities began piecing together the extent of the fraud, Langley's once gilded reputation began to crumble. The man who had once been so respected was now being painted as a criminal mastermind. The full scale of Langley's operation wasn't revealed until months later, during a lengthy investigation that uncovered the vast network of victims who had been affected by his scam. By the time the case went to trial, Langley had disappeared. He had used the money he stole to cover his tracks, and had likely fled the country. Despite efforts to track him down, Thomas Langley remained at large for several years. However, the damage had already been done, and the lives of those he had swindled were irrevocably altered. Langley's story became a cautionary tale of how even the most charming individuals can harbor the darkest secrets, and how trust can be shattered in the blink of an eye. As investigators continued to work on the case, they uncovered chilling details about Langley's life that made it clear he had been a fraud long before he ever got involved in the consulting business. His past was filled with instances of dishonesty and manipulation, and his rise to success was built on a foundation of lies. The case of Thomas Langley would go on to be one of the most talked about fraud cases in Los Angeles history. Thomas Langley's disappearance was as dramatic as his rise to infamy. After being put on the FBI's most wanted list, he became a ghost, a name whispered in the offices of law enforcement and a constant subject of news reports. For those whose lives were shattered by his fraud, the pain of losing everything they had worked for was compounded by the knowledge that Langley was still out there, living the lavish life they would never get to experience again. In the wake of his departure, authorities began a full-scale investigation into the man who had once been a reputable consultant in the city. As they dug deeper into his past, they uncovered a chilling pattern of behavior that painted a portrait of a man driven not just by greed, but by a deep-seated need for control and power. Thomas Langley wasn't merely a con artist. He was a master manipulator who had carefully cultivated a persona that allowed him to move undetected for years. Langley's childhood, it turned out, had been less than ideal. Raised in a small town in Pennsylvania, Langley had experienced the kind of early life that fostered resentment and a desire to escape. His father had been an alcoholic, prone to fits of rage, while his mother was emotionally distant. Langley had grown up in an environment where survival, not love, was the focus. At an early age, he had learned to manipulate those around him in order to get what he needed. Whether it was manipulating his parents into giving him more money or convincing his teachers to overlook his misbehavior, Langley was always able to use his charm to get out of sticky situations. As Langley grew older, his talents for manipulation only grew stronger. He attended a local college in Pennsylvania, where he majored in business. It wasn't long before he discovered that his true strength lay in convincing others to part with their money. His college years were filled with schemes, small ones at first, like running fake online businesses or pretending to be a consultant for companies that didn't exist. But these small scams were just the beginning. By the time Langley graduated, he had already mastered the art of deception, and he knew that he was capable of pulling off much bigger scams. After college, Langley moved to New York City, where he briefly worked in finance before moving to Los Angeles. It was in California that Langley found the perfect environment to execute his grandest scheme. The city, filled with aspiring entrepreneurs, was the ideal breeding ground for the kind of investment fraud he was planning. Langley knew that he would have to blend in, that he would need to convince people that he was one of them, just another successful businessman looking to make a name for himself. And that was exactly what he did. When he started Langley Enterprises, his consulting firm, he made sure that everything looked legitimate. He invested in sleek office furniture, hired well-spoken staff, and built a website that looked like it had been designed by a high-end marketing agency. He even made sure that his office was in one of the most prestigious parts of Los Angeles, a neighborhood where successful entrepreneurs were often seen coming and going. Langley knew that perception was everything, and he worked tirelessly to maintain an image of success and reliability. For the first few years, Langley's firm operated without incident. He built a network of loyal clients who trusted him to help them grow their businesses or manage their personal finances. He used these early successes to lure in bigger investors, convincing them that his consulting firm was the key to unlocking their financial dreams. He told them that he had access to exclusive, high-risk, high-return investment opportunities that were not available to the average person. He made them feel special, like they were part of an elite club. At the same time, Langley began building his Ponzi scheme in the background. He started with a small group of trusted investors, offering them returns that were too good to be true. These investors, many of whom were eager to grow their wealth, took the bait. They saw the returns coming in, and as they did, they encouraged their friends and family to invest as well. Langley knew that if he could keep the illusion of success going long enough, he would have more than enough money to cover the returns of his earliest investors, while using the new money to fund his lavish lifestyle. The money poured in. Langley was living the dream, driving expensive cars, staying in five-star hotels, and flying around the world on private jets. But it was all a house of cards, and Langley knew that eventually, the cards would begin to fall. By 2019, he had taken in over $100 million from investors, and the scheme was starting to show cracks. While the first wave of investors had been satisfied with their returns, the later investors were growing impatient. They wanted bigger payouts, and the pressure to maintain the illusion of profitability was mounting. Langley began to grow more erratic. He started making promises to investors that he could no longer keep. He would make up excuses for delays, blaming everything from market fluctuations to internal restructuring at his company. But these excuses weren't enough to keep his investors from getting suspicious. Some began to ask for proof of their investments, but Langley, ever the smooth talker, was able to deflect their concerns. He reassured them that everything was fine, that they were still on track to make massive returns. But as more and more people demanded their money back, Langley began to panic. He could no longer keep up with the payouts, and the walls were closing in. He made several attempts to shore up his finances, borrowing money from lenders, and even using his own personal credit to cover some of the gaps. But in the end, it wasn't enough. The inevitable crash was coming, and Langley knew it. In late 2019, Langley's operation began to unravel. A few of his investors, suspicious about the delays and evasions, filed complaints with the Better Business Bureau, prompting an investigation into his company. By the time authorities started digging into Langley's business practices, his empire was already on the verge of collapse. It didn't take long for investigators to connect the dots. Langley had been using the money from new investors to pay off earlier ones, a textbook Ponzi scheme. They found that his company had no real assets, no genuine investments, and no legitimate business ventures. It was all smoke and mirrors. As law enforcement began to piece together the full extent of the fraud, they realized just how many people Langley had affected. They were no longer just dealing with a few disgruntled investors. They were looking at a full-blown financial crisis, with hundreds of people having lost everything. While investigators were busy tracing Langley's movements, a manhunt was launched. They knew that Langley would likely try to flee the country, but they had no idea where he might go. His sudden disappearance left his investors reeling, with many of them unable to comprehend that they had been duped by a man they had trusted so completely. Langley's story, however, didn't end with his disappearance. As the investigation progressed, more victims came forward, some of whom had lost their entire life savings, their homes, and even their businesses. Langley's scheme had devastated lives in ways that could never be undone. The victims were left to pick up the pieces, knowing that they would never get back what they had lost. Despite the trail going cold for years, the investigation into Langley's fraud operation continued. It would become one of the longest-running cases of its kind in Los Angeles history, with law enforcement and financial experts working tirelessly to uncover the full scope of the damage. But Langley, it seemed, had vanished into thin air, his name becoming synonymous with betrayal and greed. The months stretched into years, and as time wore on, the hope of catching Thomas Langley began to fade. Investigators were left with little to go on. Langley had erased every trace of his past, leaving behind no paper trail, no connections that could be exploited. His records had been carefully cleaned, his digital footprint practically non-existent. It was as though he had disappeared without a trace, leaving only the wreckage of his victims and the hollow promises of wealth he had fed them. But one thing Langley hadn't accounted for was the tenacity of those he had wronged. The victims, devastated by their financial ruin, became determined to see justice done. A grassroots movement began to take shape, as former investors formed support groups and began pooling their resources to investigate Langley themselves. They couldn't rely on the authorities alone. They had to take matters into their own hands. This was more than just a fight for money. It was a battle for their dignity, for the sense of justice they felt had been denied to them. Among the victims was a woman named Rebecca Grant, a former high-powered executive who had worked in Silicon Valley for years. Rebecca had been one of Langley's early investors, trusting him with a significant portion of her retirement fund. She had believed in Langley's promise of high returns, convinced that his reputation and charisma were enough to make her money grow exponentially. But when Langley disappeared, Rebecca was left not just with a financial loss, but with a sense of deep personal betrayal. She had given him her trust, and in return, he had taken everything. Rebecca was one of the first to lead the charge in holding Langley accountable. She organized meetings with other victims, some of whom had lost their entire life savings, others who had borrowed money to invest in Langley's schemes. They were all united by the same sense of betrayal, and they were determined to see Langley pay for his actions. They pooled their resources, hiring private investigators and cybersecurity experts to try to track down Langley's whereabouts. It was a long shot, but Rebecca was willing to do whatever it took. As the group worked tirelessly to uncover clues, they discovered something chilling. Langley had left behind a trail, one that had remained hidden for years. They found connections to shell companies in foreign countries, financial transactions that were cleverly disguised to look legitimate. They also discovered a network of people who had worked for Langley, people who had unknowingly helped him launder his ill-gotten gains. These individuals had all disappeared too, their roles in the operation swept under the rug. One of the more surprising revelations was that Langley had maintained a network of offshore accounts in multiple countries. This was not just a man running a fraudulent consulting firm. Langley had built an intricate web of financial transactions across borders, hiding his wealth in plain sight. Some of these accounts had been dormant for years, but others had shown signs of activity, sending small, untraceable payments to various recipients. It was as if Langley was still alive, still orchestrating a game from the shadows, and it became clear that his disappearance was part of a much larger scheme. But the most crucial piece of evidence came from an unexpected source. After months of investigation, Rebecca's group managed to track down one of Langley's former associates, a man named Jason Miller. Jason had worked closely with Langley during the height of the Ponzi scheme, helping to manage investor relations and orchestrating the elaborate lies that Langley fed to his clients. He had been one of the few people who truly knew Langley, and when the pressure became too much, Jason had disappeared, just like the rest of them. Through careful investigation, the group managed to find Jason living under an assumed name in a small town in Nevada. He had been living a quiet life, far removed from the chaos he had left behind, but Rebecca and her team were able to convince him to speak. Jason, it turned out, had a conscience. While he had been complicit in the fraud, he was now racked with guilt over the pain he had helped cause. He agreed to provide valuable information in exchange for immunity from prosecution. Jason led Rebecca's group to a hidden villa in the outskirts of Los Angeles, where Langley had been living in the years before his disappearance. The villa was not the luxurious mansion that many had imagined. Instead, it was a modest property located far from the public eye. But inside, they found evidence that suggested Langley had been preparing for his escape long before he vanished. He had gathered a collection of fake passports, multiple forms of identification, and a series of encrypted hard drives that contained information about his financial activities. With this new lead, the FBI was once again brought into the investigation. Jason's testimony provided the missing link in the case, and authorities were finally able to piece together the scope of Langley's fraud operation. They learned that Langley had been operating the Ponzi scheme for nearly a decade, manipulating investors and raking in millions while hiding his true intentions. The full extent of his deception was beyond anything they had imagined, and the damage he had caused was far greater than anyone could have anticipated. It took several more months, but the combined efforts of the private investigators, the FBI, and Rebecca's group finally led them to Langley's location. He had been living under a new identity in Mexico, blending in with a community of expatriates. He had changed his appearance, adopting a new name, and even starting a new business venture. But Langley's past caught up with him, and in 2022, he was arrested at a small cafe in Guadalajara. The long hunt was over. Langley's arrest was a bittersweet moment for the victims. While they were relieved that he had been caught, they knew that the damage he had caused could never be undone. Langley's Ponzi scheme had ruined lives, destroyed families, and left a scar on the financial industry. Many of the victims would never recover from their losses, and some would never be able to rebuild the trust they had once had in the financial system. In the aftermath of Langley's arrest, the victims group continued their work, ensuring that others would not fall prey to the same kind of deception. Rebecca, who had once been a high-powered executive, now dedicated her life to educating others about the dangers of financial fraud. She traveled across the country, speaking at conferences and seminars, warning investors about the signs of a Ponzi scheme and the importance of due diligence. Langley's trial, which took place in 2023, was a highly publicized event. His lawyers fought tooth and nail to secure a lighter sentence, but the evidence against him was overwhelming. In the end, Langley was sentenced to 30 years in federal prison for his role in the fraud. His once promising future had been obliterated, and he was left to spend the rest of his life paying for the crimes he had committed. But the true tragedy of Thomas Langley's story was not the man himself. It was the countless lives he had shattered, the dreams he had stolen, and the faith he had eroded. For the victims, the road to recovery would be long and painful. Some would never fully recover from the financial ruin they had suffered, while others would carry the emotional scars of betrayal for the rest of their lives. In the end, Langley's rise and fall served as a stark reminder of the dangers of unchecked ambition and the devastating consequences of greed. It was a cautionary tale, one that would echo for years to come in the annals of financial fraud. Langley may have been caught, but the damage he had caused would never be erased. And for those who had been left in his wake, the scars would remain, a permanent reminder of the man who had built an empire on lies and deceit. Case 7. The year was 2018, and the bustling streets of New York City were alive with the endless hum of commuters and the rhythmic clattering of subway trains. Amidst this chaos, a seemingly unremarkable man walked among the throngs of people, blending in as if he were just another face in the crowd. His name was Nicholas Carter, but in the circles where his name mattered, he was known simply as Nick. A man in his late 30s with sharp eyes and a well-groomed appearance, Nicholas had a presence that could command a room. He exuded an air of confidence and sophistication, qualities that allowed him to easily earn the trust of those around him. But Nicholas Carter wasn't who he appeared to be. Beneath the surface of his polished exterior, there lay a man who was skilled in manipulation, deception, and above all, the art of the con. Nicholas had spent years honing his abilities, studying human nature, learning how to read people, and using their weaknesses to his advantage. He was a master of blending into any environment, charming his way into the hearts and wallets of his unsuspecting victims. In 2018, Nicholas was operating a sophisticated investment scam that targeted the wealthy elite of New York's financial district. Under the guise of a private equity firm, Nicholas had successfully convinced numerous individuals to invest in what he claimed was a high-yield, low-risk fund that promised to deliver returns far beyond what traditional investment channels could offer. The fund, which he had cleverly named Carter Capital, was nothing more than a well-crafted illusion. A Ponzi scheme designed to keep the money flowing in while he paid out just enough to maintain the illusion of profitability. Nicholas had started small, targeting acquaintances and colleagues from his time in the finance world. He presented himself as a seasoned investor with an impressive track record, and he used this fabricated history to lure in more clients. At first, everything seemed legitimate. He made early payouts to investors, using the money from newer clients to keep the cycle going. Word spread quickly, and soon, Nicholas was gaining the trust of some of New York's most influential figures, entrepreneurs, CEOs, and even celebrities. His ability to make people believe in his promises was uncanny. He understood the psychology of wealth, how the rich were always seeking more, always looking for the next big opportunity. Nicholas had carefully crafted his pitch to appeal to their desires: the need for exclusivity, the allure of wealth, the promise of insider information. He offered them an investment vehicle that seemed too good to pass up, and for many, it was. For months, the scheme seemed to be running smoothly. Nicholas made sure to maintain the appearance of legitimacy. His office in a sleek Manhattan skyscraper was immaculate, filled with the latest technology and staffed by people who appeared to be well-versed in finance. He threw lavish events, inviting potential investors to swanky parties at upscale venues, where he would mingle with the city's elite, making connections and subtly reinforcing the image of success. Everything about Carter Capital screamed professionalism and success, and few questioned it. But like all great cons, there were cracks beneath the surface. As the months wore on, the number of investors grew, and the amount of money flowing into the scheme increased exponentially. Nicholas had been able to keep things afloat by paying out small returns to the early investors, but the influx of new money had begun to slow. He needed to find new ways to keep the scheme going, and that's when he began to take bigger risks. He started diverting funds into speculative investments that had little chance of success: high-risk real estate ventures, obscure stocks, and even cryptocurrency. Nicholas hoped that some of these ventures would pay off, but they only served to deepen his financial hole. The money that was supposed to be used to pay out investors was now being used to cover up the losses from these risky ventures. The cracks in the scheme were widening, and it was only a matter of time before the truth would come to light. But Nicholas was not a man easily deterred. He was determined to maintain the facade for as long as possible. His charm, his ability to manipulate, and his unwavering confidence were his greatest weapons. He had built a network of loyal followers, people who believed in him and his vision, and he leaned on them heavily as he navigated the increasingly precarious situation. It wasn't just about the money for Nicholas, it was about power. The thrill of controlling people, the rush of watching them hand over their life savings in exchange for the illusion of wealth, was intoxicating. Every new investor was another victory, another notch in his belt. He reveled in the attention, the admiration, and the fear that he could inspire in others. But with every victory, the risk grew. Nicholas knew that if the scheme were ever uncovered, the consequences would be catastrophic. Yet, he continued to push forward, believing that he could outsmart the system, that he could avoid the inevitable fallout. He was careful, meticulous, always a step ahead. But as the scheme grew larger and more complex, it became harder to manage, harder to control. In the fall of 2018, things began to unravel. A whistleblower, an employee who had worked for Nicholas in the early days of Carter Capital, became suspicious of the operation. She had noticed discrepancies in the financial records, payments that didn't add up, and a growing sense of unease within the office. Her instincts told her that something wasn't right. She started to investigate, digging into the company's accounts and discovering that the vast majority of the funds were unaccounted for. She didn't waste time. She contacted the authorities and provided them with the evidence she had uncovered. The FBI soon launched an investigation into Carter Capital, and what they found was shocking. The scheme had grown far beyond what anyone had anticipated. Nicholas Carter had managed to defraud investors out of millions of dollars, and the extent of the deception was staggering. But as the authorities began to close in, Nicholas had already begun to disappear. At the height of the investigation, Nicholas Carter vanished without a trace. His office was emptied, his phone lines disconnected, and his once glamorous lifestyle came to a screeching halt. He had planned for this moment, anticipating that his scheme would eventually be exposed. Nicholas knew that the day would come when the truth would catch up with him, but he had no intention of facing the consequences. In the weeks that followed, investigators worked tirelessly to track down Nicholas. His once glamorous world had crumbled, and he was now a fugitive on the run. The search for Nicholas Carter would become one of the most high-profile manhunts in recent years, with authorities combing through his financial records, tracking his known associates, and scouring his last known locations for any trace of the man who had pulled off one of the most elaborate investment scams in New York's history. But even as the investigation intensified, Nicholas remained elusive. The man who had once seemed so confident, so in control, had become a shadow, a figure who existed only in the whispers of those who had been left behind. As the weeks turned into months, the search for Nicholas Carter intensified. Law enforcement agencies across the country were now involved, tracking every lead and reviewing his extensive network of contacts. His sudden disappearance left many unanswered questions. How could someone so carefully calculated, so methodical in his deception, vanish without a trace? The authorities had discovered that Nicholas had maintained multiple aliases, using a variety of fake identities and offshore accounts to obscure his movements. He was no stranger to evading detection. Meanwhile, the victims of his scheme were left in a state of shock and disbelief. The realization that they had been conned on such a grand scale sent ripples through New York's high society. For many, it was an emotional blow as much as a financial one. These were people who had trusted Nicholas with their money, their livelihoods, and in some cases, their hopes for a comfortable future. Some of them were entrepreneurs who had invested their last savings into what they believed was a sure thing. Others were established businesspeople looking for an opportunity to diversify their portfolios. The devastation was palpable. Among the investors who were hardest hit was Victoria Grant, a well-known socialite and philanthropist. Victoria had been one of Nicholas's first high-profile clients, someone he had courted with promises of great returns and exclusive access to financial opportunities. She had always been cautious with her investments, but Nicholas had swept her off her feet with his charisma and his tales of untapped potential. In the months leading up to the discovery of the scam, Victoria had become increasingly involved with Carter Capital, attending meetings, hosting events, and promoting the firm to her network of wealthy friends. When the truth came to light, she was devastated. Not only had she lost a significant portion of her fortune, but she also felt personally betrayed. Nicholas had played on her vulnerabilities, manipulating her into believing in the legitimacy of his operations. For Victoria, the emotional toll was as severe as the financial one. Her reputation, built on years of careful social navigation and philanthropic work, was now in jeopardy. The public nature of her involvement in Carter Capital added to her humiliation, and she was forced to step back from her social circles for a time. But Victoria was not the only one to suffer. A prominent entrepreneur named Alan Simmons, who had poured millions of dollars into Nicholas's fund, was left scrambling to find answers. Alan had worked tirelessly to build his business, a successful tech startup that had become one of the most promising in the city. He had believed that investing with Carter Capital would secure his company's future and provide a cushion for his retirement. The revelation that his money had been siphoned away into a fraudulent scheme left him in a state of disbelief. His company, which had been thriving just months before, now faced financial ruin. For Alan, the pain was not just in the loss of money, but in the realization that his judgment had failed him so completely. He had been taken in by Nicholas's charm and polished appearance, unable to see the warning signs that now seemed so obvious in retrospect. The betrayal was not just financial, it was personal. Nicholas had become a trusted advisor, a confidant, someone who had presented himself as a partner in success. As the authorities closed in, they found that Nicholas had carefully constructed his web of deception. He had created a network of fake companies and shell corporations, all designed to disguise the true nature of his operations. His financial records were complex, filled with layers of misdirection and false documentation. It was clear that Nicholas had gone to great lengths to cover his tracks, leaving behind few clues that could lead investigators to him. But despite his careful planning, the cracks in the scheme were starting to show. The FBI, working in conjunction with financial analysts, began to piece together the true scope of the scam. They discovered that the funds from Carter Capital had been funneled into a variety of high-risk ventures, many of which were failing. Nicholas had been using the money from new investors to pay off the old ones, a classic Ponzi scheme tactic. But as the flow of new investments slowed, the scheme began to collapse under its own weight. Nicholas had gambled on risky real estate deals in the outer boroughs of New York, betting that a rising property market would allow him to make huge profits. He had invested heavily in several luxury developments, promising high returns to his investors. But the real estate market was not as robust as he had anticipated, and many of his investments began to tank. At the same time, he had taken significant stakes in volatile stocks and cryptocurrencies, hoping that the fluctuations in these markets would generate enough profit to keep the illusion of success alive. In truth, Nicholas had been playing a dangerous game, one that required constant vigilance and an ever-growing pool of new money to sustain it. As the pressure mounted, he began to take even bigger risks, diverting funds from his investors into personal expenses. Lavish vacations, extravagant gifts, and a lifestyle that far outstripped what his legitimate income could support were all part of his carefully crafted image. Nicholas had been living a lie, and the more he accumulated, the more his need for more grew. The FBI was determined to bring Nicholas to justice, but they faced a challenge. Nicholas had been skilled in covering his tracks, and his network was extensive. He had created a false trail of financial documents, using dummy companies and offshore accounts to obscure his movements. He had made use of encrypted communication platforms and burner phones, ensuring that there was no easy way to trace him. Meanwhile, the public fallout from the scam continued to unfold. Victims of the fraud were left scrambling to recover what little they could, but the chances of seeing any of their money again were slim. The financial toll was severe, but the emotional impact was even greater. Trust, once broken, is difficult to rebuild, and many of those who had invested in Carter Capital found themselves questioning their own judgment. The story of Nicholas Carter, the man who had conned New York's elite, became a cautionary tale. His rise and fall were the subject of news reports and documentaries, a symbol of the dangers of unchecked greed and blind trust. As for Nicholas, his name became synonymous with deception, a reminder of how easily someone could be manipulated by a charismatic con artist. But despite the investigation and the media attention, Nicholas remained elusive. The authorities continued their search, but as time passed, the chances of finding him grew slimmer. He had disappeared into the ether, vanishing as quickly as he had appeared, leaving behind a trail of broken promises, shattered lives, and a city that had been taken in by his lies. Months turned into a year, and Nicholas Carter's name slowly faded from the headlines. His disappearance became more and more of a mystery, but the scars from his fraudulent empire remained etched in the lives of those he had deceived. The pain of financial loss was something that time couldn't heal. In fact, for many of the victims, it only intensified as they struggled with the harsh reality of their situation. Victoria Grant, the philanthropist who had once considered Nicholas a trusted confidant, spent countless sleepless nights in the confines of her luxurious Upper East Side apartment, reflecting on the years she had spent working to build her empire. The false promises made to her had cost not only her fortune, but also her dignity. Victoria's friends, once vibrant and loyal, had slowly distanced themselves. They too had fallen under Nicholas's spell, and some were left too embarrassed to admit that they had been taken for a ride. They had seen the same glimmer in Nicholas's eyes, the same allure that Victoria had, and they too had ignored the red flags. The conversation about Nicholas had shifted from admiration to disgust, whispers spreading through the halls of New York's social scene. How could we have been so blind? Was a question often asked in private gatherings. They had all been fooled, caught up in a fantasy of wealth and prosperity. But the world had moved on, and those left in Nicholas's wake were left to pick up the pieces of their shattered trust. Meanwhile, Alan Simmons, the tech entrepreneur, had never quite recovered from the blow. The effects of the scam were far-reaching for him. The investments he had lost were not just money, but the very foundation of the future he had planned. Alan had been known for his innovation, his sharp business acumen, and his resilience in the face of adversity. However, nothing could have prepared him for the emotional toll of being deceived by someone he had trusted so completely. The company he had spent years building now faced a difficult future. Several investors, once eager to fund his next big breakthrough, pulled out after hearing about the scandal surrounding Carter Capital. The news of Nicholas's involvement in multiple fraudulent schemes began to spread beyond the social circles of the city. Investigators had discovered that Nicholas's network wasn't confined to just New York. He had set his sights on victims all across the country, using his charm to infiltrate financial hubs in cities like Chicago, Los Angeles, and Miami. There were rumors that he had operated on an even larger scale than anyone had initially realized. He had duped investors across multiple states, building a network of deceit that spanned the country. But with each passing day, it seemed less likely that the authorities would ever catch him. He was good at covering his tracks, and the authorities had no leads on his whereabouts. The FBI's investigation into Nicholas Carter grew more complicated as they dug deeper into his financial activities. They began to unravel the complex web of shell companies, offshore accounts, and fake identities that he had used to evade detection. It became clear that Nicholas had not only defrauded individual investors, but he had also managed to deceive several small and mid-sized banks. The amount of money he had laundered and funneled through various accounts was staggering. It was said that Nicholas had used an intricate network of fake loans, false transactions, and dummy corporations to cover up his tracks. The FBI's team of forensic accountants worked tirelessly, poring over thousands of pages of financial documents and trying to trace the flow of money. But Nicholas's network was sophisticated, so sophisticated, in fact, that the investigators began to question whether he had help from the inside. There were whispers of collusion, that Nicholas may have had associates within the banking industry, people who were willing to turn a blind eye to the illegal activities in exchange for a cut of the profits. Days turned into weeks, and still, no one knew where Nicholas had gone. The once charismatic financier had vanished, leaving only a trail of devastation. His former clients, now filled with anger and betrayal, were left to fend for themselves. Many of them filed lawsuits in an attempt to recover their losses, but with little success. It was clear that Nicholas had taken extreme measures to hide his assets, and most of them were out of reach. Yet, in the back of their minds, the victims held on to a glimmer of hope. They wondered if Nicholas would make a mistake, if his desire to enjoy the wealth he had accumulated might cause him to slip up. Perhaps he would reappear somewhere, flaunting his ill-gotten gains, and someone would spot him. They just needed one mistake, one lead to follow. And then, in the quiet of another winter's evening, that lead arrived. The break came when an informant, a former associate of Nicholas's who had fallen out with him during the height of his deception, contacted the FBI. The informant claimed to have knowledge of Nicholas's final days before disappearing. They described a meeting that had taken place in a small, upscale restaurant in Miami, where Nicholas had been seen speaking with several individuals who were known to have ties to the underground world of money laundering and organized crime. The details of that meeting set off a chain reaction of events. The FBI traced the informant's account back to a private storage unit in a nondescript warehouse in Miami. When agents finally opened the unit, they found an array of personal items, clothing, documents, and even a stack of cash that had been hidden away. Among the belongings were several passports with different identities, and records showing that Nicholas had been preparing to leave the country. It was clear that he had planned his escape carefully, but it seemed he had underestimated the authorities' persistence. As the search for Nicholas intensified once again, the story of his rise and fall became a cautionary tale for investors across the country. Financial advisors warned their clients to be wary of high-return promises and to never blindly trust individuals who lacked transparency. Nicholas Carter had become a symbol of the dangers of unchecked ambition and greed. His tale was a reminder that even the most polished appearances could be hiding something dark and dangerous beneath the surface. But while the authorities were closing in on him, Nicholas was still very much at large. Whether he would ever be caught remained to be seen. The case was far from over, and as investigators continued their pursuit, the victims of Nicholas's fraudulent empire were left to pick up the pieces of their shattered lives. In the end, the story of Nicholas Carter was not just about a man who had deceived thousands, but about the consequences of unchecked trust, the fragility of wealth, and the devastating impact of a lie that had spread across the nation. Case 8. In the spring of 2016, Los Angeles, California, was the setting for a scandal that would shock both the financial world and the glamorous entertainment industry. The mastermind behind the operation was none other than Luke Davidson, a man whose charm and good looks had earned him a reputation as one of the most influential young entrepreneurs in the city. Standing at 6 feet 2 inches with a well-groomed beard, sharp jawline, and a wardrobe that screamed luxury, Luke appeared to be the embodiment of success. His social media profiles were full of pictures that showed him mingling with high-profile celebrities, attending exclusive parties, and enjoying the finest things life had to offer. To outsiders, he was the perfect embodiment of the American dream. But behind the facade of wealth and sophistication lay a web of deception that would come to unravel in the most unexpected way. Luke's story began like many others. He grew up in a middle-class family in the outskirts of Los Angeles, where his parents, both hard-working professionals, instilled in him the values of ambition and perseverance. He graduated from a private high school with honors and went on to study business at a prestigious university in the city. During his college years, Luke developed a keen interest in the world of finance and technology. He saw the rise of tech companies, particularly in Silicon Valley, and decided that he too could make it big in the world of startups. He was known for his charisma, a trait that helped him build a strong network of investors and influencers in the city. By the time he was 25, Luke had already founded 2 failed tech startups, but his charm and smooth talking had kept him afloat. He learned from his mistakes and knew how to spin them into stories of resilience and growth. It was this ability to create a narrative that would later help him pull off the grandest scam Los Angeles had ever seen. In 2015, Luke founded a new company called Nova Ventures. According to his pitch, Nova Ventures was a cutting-edge tech firm specializing in artificial intelligence and blockchain technology. The company, he claimed, would revolutionize industries ranging from healthcare to finance by using AI to predict market trends and optimize business operations. Luke sold the vision with such confidence that even the most skeptical investors were swept up in the excitement. Nova Ventures was not just another tech startup, it was a movement, and Luke was its charismatic leader. He crafted a compelling story about a team of brilliant engineers and scientists who were working tirelessly to develop groundbreaking solutions. Luke's social media presence reflected this narrative, showcasing the team at work in sleek, modern offices, attended by people who seemed to be always on the edge of discovering the next big thing. Investors were hooked. He held lavish private events and gatherings where investors were treated to dinners at high-end restaurants and exclusive networking sessions. He even made personal phone calls to major investors, assuring them that Nova Ventures was on the brink of a breakthrough. The company's stock value soared, and Luke's circle of wealthy investors and venture capitalists grew. Many were impressed by his apparent vision and the highly sophisticated technology he was developing. They didn't question the lack of tangible products or prototypes, trusting that Luke would deliver on his promises in due time. For a while, things seemed to be going well. Luke lived a lifestyle that many could only dream of. He was regularly featured in industry magazines as one of Los Angeles's most promising young entrepreneurs. His photos graced the pages of Tech Innovator and LA's 30 Under 30 lists. He was photographed next to celebrities and billionaires, establishing himself as a fixture in the city's elite social circles. His wealth grew, and so did his influence. But beneath the surface, things were falling apart. Luke's claims about Nova Ventures and its innovative technologies were nothing more than carefully crafted lies. The company had no breakthrough AI algorithms, no blockchain technology, and no real product to speak of. Instead, Nova Ventures was merely a shell company that existed to attract investment funds. Luke was using the money he collected from investors to maintain his lavish lifestyle, expensive cars, luxury condos, and private jet flights. He also had a network of associates who helped him orchestrate the scheme, creating fake documents, forging emails, and maintaining the illusion of a thriving company. As the months passed, a few sharp-eyed investors began to ask questions. Some were becoming increasingly frustrated with the lack of progress and the vague updates they were receiving. They were growing suspicious of the delays, especially as Nova Ventures continued to burn through their funds without producing anything tangible. But Luke, always the smooth talker, reassured them. He told them that technology development was a slow process and that they needed to be patient. He even promised that the company would soon be ready for a major public offering, which would make them all rich. However, by the beginning of 2016, the cracks in Luke's empire were starting to show. Some investors, unable to get direct answers from him, began to dig deeper into the company's finances. They found discrepancies in the financial reports, and soon, a few smart investigators uncovered the truth. Nova Ventures had never developed any legitimate technology. It had merely been a vehicle for Luke to collect funds under false pretenses. The money was being funneled into personal accounts, shell companies, and offshore bank accounts. When the investigation gained traction, Luke began to panic. His high-profile lifestyle that had once masked his criminal activities was now at risk of unraveling. He started distancing himself from the company, pretending to be on an extended business trip abroad. In reality, he was fleeing the city, knowing that the authorities were closing in on him. But by the time he disappeared, it was too late. Too many investors had been burned, and the news had already spread like wildfire. What followed was a media frenzy. The story of the charming, ambitious entrepreneur who had defrauded millions of dollars from investors became a sensational headline across the city. Los Angeles, known for its bright lights and glamorous lifestyle, was now home to one of the largest financial scandals the city had seen in years. Lucas Davidson had vanished without a trace, leaving a wake of devastation behind him. His victims were left to pick up the pieces of their ruined lives. Many of them were not only financially ruined, but emotionally scarred by their trust in a man who had promised them the world. The authorities worked tirelessly to track down Luke, but it seemed that he had disappeared into the ether. The search for him became an obsession for both the FBI and private investigators, but as days turned into weeks, there were no signs of his whereabouts. As the weeks went by and the story of Luke Davidson's fraudulent operation spread across the news, the investigation into Nova Ventures gained momentum. The FBI and local law enforcement were now actively involved, trying to track down the man who had orchestrated what seemed to be one of the most elaborate Ponzi schemes in recent Los Angeles history. However, Luke's disappearance wasn't going to be as simple as the authorities had hoped. Luke had planned his exit meticulously. Long before the first signs of trouble emerged, he had covered his tracks. He had multiple identities, a web of fake companies, and a network of loyal associates who were willing to do whatever it took to protect him. He had vanished from the public eye as swiftly as he had appeared. His social media accounts were wiped clean, and his last known whereabouts were a vague story about a business trip to Europe that seemed increasingly dubious. In the months following Luke's disappearance, the victims of Nova Ventures' scam began to come together. The anger was palpable. Many of the investors who had been duped were high-profile figures themselves, people who were used to the spotlight and had trusted Luke based on his appearance and reputation. Some had invested millions of dollars, while others had bet their life savings on Luke's promises of exponential returns. The more they dug into the scheme, the more they realized how expertly Luke had manipulated them all. The victims included celebrities, prominent venture capitalists, and even well-known tech entrepreneurs. Among them was a well-respected Silicon Valley investor named Emily Park, who had been one of Luke's earliest backers. She had met Luke at a tech conference in San Francisco, and he had been charming and persuasive. His pitch about Nova Ventures' potential to revolutionize industries like healthcare and finance sounded plausible, especially when he introduced her to his team of engineers and scientists who were apparently working on groundbreaking projects. Emily was convinced that Nova Ventures was poised to change the world, but as she later found out, the team Luke had introduced her to didn't actually exist. There were no engineers, no blockchain experts, and no AI developers. Only actors who had been hired to play roles in Luke's elaborate ruse. Emily was devastated by the revelation, not just because of the financial loss, but because she felt personally betrayed. Luke had used her trust to manipulate her into investing, all while feeding her a narrative that made her believe she was part of something revolutionary. As Emily began to compare notes with other victims, it became clear that Luke had operated on a level of sophistication that made him almost untouchable. His charm had been his greatest asset. He didn't just sell an idea, he sold a vision. And he made it seem so real, so tangible, that no one questioned the holes in his story. The luxury lifestyle, the fake products, the endless meetings with investors, they were all part of a carefully constructed illusion. For some of the investors, the pain of being scammed was made even worse by the fact that they had to maintain their social reputations. They had backed a man who was now a fugitive, and their involvement in the scheme was beginning to tarnish their own names. Some of them had lost not just money, but their credibility in the business world. The shame they felt was overwhelming, but they had no choice but to stand together in an attempt to recover some of what had been lost. It wasn't just the financial damage that left a scar on these individuals. Luke had preyed on their emotions, playing into their desires for success, their fear of missing out, and their need for validation. By the time the truth came out, many of these victims had already lost something more valuable than money: trust in themselves. They had believed in a man who promised them the moon, only to be left with nothing but the bitter taste of betrayal. The authorities, meanwhile, were working around the clock to find Luke. They had his last known location traced to a private airport in Los Angeles, where he had boarded a flight to an undisclosed destination. Investigators scoured every lead, following the trail of his bank accounts, his assets, and his associates, but it seemed that Luke had been one step ahead of them at every turn. Luke's ability to disappear was aided by his extensive knowledge of the digital world. He had erased his traces from the internet, using burner phones and encrypted communication methods to stay out of sight. Even his associates, who had helped him set up the fake companies and created the illusion of a thriving business, were either untraceable or unwilling to cooperate with the authorities. In the midst of this chaos, the media continued to feed the public's insatiable curiosity about the man who had deceived so many. Investigative journalists worked tirelessly to uncover the full extent of Luke's fraudulent activities. Some of them managed to track down former employees of Nova Ventures, who shared their stories of a company that had never truly existed beyond the glossy marketing materials and flashy presentations Luke had used to attract investors. These former employees described an atmosphere of constant pressure, where anyone who asked too many questions was quickly silenced. They spoke of Luke's manipulative tactics, his ability to charm anyone into believing in his vision, and his complete disregard for the well-being of others. As the investigation into Luke Davidson continued, a pattern began to emerge. Luke wasn't just a con artist. He was a master manipulator who understood the psychology of trust. He knew that people wanted to believe in something extraordinary, something that would set them apart from the rest of the world. And he knew how to sell that dream, no matter how unrealistic it was. The more the authorities uncovered, the more it became clear that Luke's scam had been years in the making. Nova Ventures had been his final, grand deception, but it was not the first time he had pulled the wool over people's eyes. His earlier failed ventures, which had seemed like simple business misadventures, were actually just practice for his ultimate scheme. Each failure had taught him a little more about what worked and what didn't, about how to control the narrative and keep people believing in him no matter what. The FBI, now armed with an understanding of Luke's modus operandi, began to focus on the international aspect of the case. Luke had used shell companies and offshore accounts to funnel money out of the country, and they knew that if they were going to catch him, they would need to extend their search beyond the borders of the United States. With each passing day, the pressure mounted on the authorities to capture Luke. As more information came to light, the FBI and other federal agencies began working together to trace Luke's financial moves across international borders. Investigators discovered a network of shadow companies that Luke had set up in places like the Cayman Islands and Luxembourg, locations known for their lenient tax laws and strong banking secrecy. Each of these companies appeared legitimate on paper, but was merely another piece in Luke's vast web of deceit. While the investigators were focused on these financial transactions, the victims of Luke's scam began to realize that they weren't just dealing with a financial loss. They had been manipulated psychologically as well. Many of them had shared their deepest dreams and aspirations with Luke, trusting him with personal information and confidences that no one else had known. To them, he wasn't just a businessman, he was a confidant, a mentor, and even a friend. Luke's ability to create this illusion of genuine connection was a testament to how deeply he understood human psychology. One particular victim, Jake Morrison, a high-profile venture capitalist in Silicon Valley, found himself struggling to come to terms with his involvement in the scam. Jake had been one of Luke's first investors, and had even introduced him to a number of other wealthy backers, all of whom had been drawn in by Luke's magnetic charisma. Jake had trusted Luke implicitly, believing that his instincts about people were infallible. He had helped Luke raise millions of dollars for Nova Ventures, and it was only after Luke disappeared that Jake realized just how thoroughly he had been taken in. In the months following Luke's disappearance, Jake spent sleepless nights re-examining every conversation, every deal, and every moment he had shared with Luke. He had been so certain that Luke was the real deal, so convinced that the man he had backed was destined for greatness. But now, Jake had to face the harsh reality that he had been a pawn in Luke's game all along. The shame and guilt were overwhelming. Jake had not only lost his money, but his credibility in the world of venture capital. His colleagues, many of whom had warned him about Luke's flashy, too-good-to-be-true promises, now saw him as a fool. And while Jake was determined to recover from this setback, he knew that the emotional cost of his involvement in the scam would take years to heal. In the meantime, the FBI's investigation took a dramatic turn when they uncovered a set of encrypted emails that seemed to lead directly to Luke. These emails had been sent from a burner account, making it nearly impossible to trace them back to their source. But after painstakingly analyzing the metadata and piecing together the digital trail, agents were able to confirm that these messages had been sent by Luke himself, despite the fact that he had been living under a different identity for months. The emails detailed his plans to establish an entirely new network of businesses under different names, with the goal of continuing his scheme and eventually laundering the millions of dollars he had stolen. Luke had been working tirelessly behind the scenes, plotting his next moves while staying one step ahead of the authorities. As investigators closed in on Luke, they learned that he had developed a reputation for his ability to outsmart law enforcement. He was known to have a vast network of contacts who could help him erase his tracks, and he had used these connections to facilitate his escape from the country. But despite all of his efforts, the walls were beginning to close in. With each passing day, the net grew tighter around him. By the time the authorities had gathered enough evidence to issue an international warrant for Luke's arrest, he had already moved again. They tracked him to a luxury yacht anchored off the coast of Brazil, where he was reportedly living under yet another alias. The yacht, a sleek and sophisticated vessel, was registered in a shell company that was, of course, owned by one of Luke's many fake identities. As agents worked with local authorities in Brazil to apprehend Luke, the clock was ticking. They knew that Luke would stop at nothing to escape, and they also knew that his network of loyal followers might try to intervene. The danger of confronting a man like Luke, who had already shown his ability to deceive and manipulate, was not lost on the authorities. They had no choice but to approach with caution. The final confrontation with Luke, when it came, was a carefully orchestrated operation. Brazilian federal agents, working in conjunction with the FBI, raided the yacht in the dead of night. Luke was taken by surprise, and despite his earlier efforts to plan for every eventuality, he found himself facing a team of agents who were prepared for his tricks. He was arrested and flown back to the United States to stand trial for the countless crimes he had committed. The aftermath of the operation was a mixed bag of emotions for the victims of Nova Ventures. Some felt relief that Luke had been caught, while others remained angry and bitter over the years of deception they had endured. But for many of them, there was a sense of justice in knowing that Luke would finally be held accountable for his actions. Luke's trial was a spectacle. The courtroom was filled with victims who had come to testify about the pain, betrayal, and financial ruin they had suffered at his hands. Jake Morrison, once one of Luke's biggest supporters, was among the first to take the stand. He spoke of the trust he had placed in Luke, of how he had been blindsided by the scale of the fraud. As he recounted the events leading up to the discovery of the scam, he could feel the weight of the shame lifting off his shoulders, though it would take years before he truly healed. When Luke was finally convicted of fraud, conspiracy, and money laundering, he was sentenced to 25 years in federal prison. His assets were seized, and efforts to repay his victims began, though most of them knew that the chances of recovering their lost funds were slim. For those who had been caught in his web, life would never be the same. The financial damage was undeniable, but the emotional scars were even more lasting. Trust had been shattered, and the reality that Luke had deceived so many people who had once trusted him as a friend, was a hard pill to swallow. But through the darkness of betrayal came a sense of strength. Many of the victims who had once been humiliated by their involvement in the scam began to speak out, sharing their stories in an effort to warn others about the dangers of blindly trusting someone who promised too much. They became advocates for financial literacy, speaking at conferences and working with organizations that help people protect themselves from similar scams. Though Luke Davidson had succeeded in stealing millions of dollars and ruining countless lives, he had also unwittingly inspired a movement, one that would help prevent future generations from falling prey to the same kinds of manipulation that he had used to build his empire of lies. Case 9. In 2017, a seemingly ordinary man named Tom Henderson made headlines across Utah for an elaborate and devious scam that would leave dozens of victims devastated. Born and raised in Salt Lake City, Tom was known for his charming personality and his apparent dedication to helping others. He was a self-proclaimed financial guru, boasting about his ability to help people become financially independent through high-yield investment opportunities. At first glance, he seemed like any other entrepreneurial type eager to share his knowledge. However, behind his affable exterior lay a mind capable of orchestrating one of the most complicated and manipulative fraud schemes the state had ever seen. Tom had always been a smooth talker. From an early age, he He had a knack for making people believe in his abilities, even when his resume was less than impressive. After high school, he attended a local community college but dropped out after just one semester. Rather than pursuing a traditional career, Tom started dabbling in various business ventures, all of which ended in failure. He briefly tried selling insurance, worked as a car salesman, and even briefly worked in real estate, but nothing seemed to stick. It wasn't until he became involved in online forums and investment clubs that his true talents began to shine, not for making money but for convincing others to hand over their own. In 2015, Tom founded a company called Henderson Financial Solutions, promising clients access to exclusive investment opportunities in a variety of markets, including stocks, real estate, and cryptocurrency. The website was sleek, professional, and full of testimonials from individuals who claimed to have profited enormously from Tom's advice. In truth, these testimonials were fabricated, and the investments Tom was touting didn't actually exist. But to anyone who came across his company, it looked legitimate. He was clever in his approach. He marketed himself as a mentor, someone who had learned the hard lessons of financial independence, and was now eager to share his insider knowledge with the world. He hosted seminars, conducted webinars, and even offered one-on-one coaching sessions. These services weren't free, of course. Tom charged exorbitant fees for access to his advice, with prices ranging from hundreds to thousands of dollars, depending on the package a client selected. At first, Tom's business seemed to be flourishing. He built a network of people who trusted him implicitly, some of whom followed him blindly as he painted a picture of wealth, success, and a brighter future for all of them. People would send money to his company, convinced they were investing in a winning strategy. The first few payments to his clients, largely drawn from new investors, seemed to validate his claims, creating a ripple of excitement and intrigue that spread like wildfire. Those who had profited from their initial investments became loyal advocates, recommending Tom's services to friends, family, and colleagues. But unbeknownst to them, Tom was merely creating the illusion of profitability. He wasn't actually investing their money in the markets or any legitimate ventures. Instead, he used the incoming funds from new investors to pay out returns to earlier investors, operating his scam as a classic Ponzi scheme. He spent much of the money he received living a lavish lifestyle, upgrading his home, buying expensive cars, and attending exclusive events. Tom's appearance at these high society gatherings further enhanced his reputation, making him seem even more successful in the eyes of his followers. However, as with all Ponzi schemes, the cracks eventually began to show. By 2017, the number of new investors began to slow down, and Tom found himself struggling to keep up with the payouts. As his personal debts mounted, he became increasingly desperate. Instead of slowing down and admitting his failure, Tom doubled down on his deception. He started offering even higher returns to those willing to invest larger sums of money. He promised to help them make life-changing amounts of money in a short period of time, using language that was both enticing and manipulative. His charm was hard to resist. One of his biggest victims was Angela Stevens, a single mother of two who had been struggling financially for years. Angela had attended one of Tom's seminars and was immediately taken by his persuasive speech and the success stories he shared. Tom spoke of individuals who had gone from living paycheck to owning multiple properties and traveling the world. Angela, desperate to secure a better future for her children, decided to take a chance. She liquidated her small savings account and invested $15,000 in one of Tom's high-yield opportunities. Initially, Angela received small payouts, and Tom's promises of high returns seemed to be coming true. She was hooked, eager to invest even more. Over the course of several months, she sent Tom additional funds, hoping to capitalize on what she thought was her ticket to financial independence. As Tom's success stories continued to flood in, Angela's confidence grew, but she couldn't help but feel an underlying unease. Something didn't feel quite right. At first, Tom's system seemed foolproof. But slowly, Angela began to notice that other investors, people she had met during seminars and online groups, weren't receiving the same returns. Their monthly payouts seemed to be delayed, or in some cases, they received nothing at all. Angela grew concerned and started reaching out to Tom, only to find that he was less responsive. Emails went unanswered, and phone calls went to voicemail. Eventually, Tom disappeared entirely. It wasn't until Angela spoke with a former client of Tom's that the truth began to unravel. The man she spoke with revealed that he, too, had been a victim of Tom's scam. He explained that Tom had convinced him to invest nearly $30,000, only for the money to disappear without a trace. As the pieces of the puzzle fell into place, Angela realized the magnitude of Tom's fraud. She wasn't alone in her loss. There were dozens, if not hundreds, of other victims who had been deceived by Tom's charm and false promises. The authorities soon became involved, and an investigation was launched into Tom's activities. It didn't take long for them to uncover the full scope of his operation. They learned that Tom had been running a Ponzi scheme for over 2 years, using new investors' money to pay returns to older investors while enriching himself along the way. He had amassed a small fortune, but now the walls were closing in. As investigators traced his digital footprint, they found that he had been careful to cover his tracks, using fake names and false documents to hide his true identity. But no amount of subterfuge could keep him hidden forever. As the investigation deepened, law enforcement uncovered startling details about Tom's lifestyle. They discovered that, in addition to the lavish homes and luxury cars, he had maintained a network of fake businesses, bank accounts, and shell companies designed to launder the money he had stolen from unsuspecting investors. Many of these businesses appeared legitimate on the surface, with slick websites and professional branding, but upon further inspection, they turned out to be elaborate facades that existed only to funnel money into Tom's personal coffers. At the same time, investigators learned about the personal toll Tom's scheme had taken on the victims. Angela Stevens, now devastated by her losses, joined a growing group of former clients who had banded together to confront Tom. They filed complaints and shared their stories, many of them expressing feelings of betrayal and self-doubt. How could they have been so easily duped? Some had invested their life savings, while others had borrowed money from family and friends to fund their investments in Tom's false promises. The emotional and financial repercussions of his actions were profound. But Tom was elusive. For several months, he remained on the run, using various aliases and changing locations frequently. He was adept at hiding his tracks, and his ability to blend into different social circles made it hard for authorities to pinpoint his whereabouts. Still, the victims, fueled by anger and a sense of injustice, refused to back down. They formed online support groups, shared information about Tom's past, and spread awareness about his fraudulent activities. As the group grew in numbers, they realized they were not just victims, they were survivors. Together, they became determined to see Tom held accountable for his actions. The breakthrough came when a former associate of Tom's, who had been involved in one of his fake businesses, came forward with crucial information. This person, who had once been a trusted ally of Tom, had begun to suspect something was amiss when the payouts started slowing down. After some investigation of their own, they had come to the same conclusion as the victims. Tom was running a scam. This insider provided the authorities with detailed information about Tom's operations, including his hidden assets, the methods he used to avoid detection, and the names of other individuals who had been involved in his schemes. Armed with this new information, law enforcement closed in on Tom's location. They tracked him down to a small town in northern Utah, where he had been living under a fake name and working as a consultant for a tech company. It wasn't long before a SWAT team raided the home where Tom had been hiding. He was arrested without incident, but the emotional toll on his victims was far from over. Tom Henderson's trial began in early 2018, and it quickly became a media sensation. Victims from all over the country traveled to Utah to testify about their experiences with him. They spoke of their hopes and dreams that had been shattered by his lies, and many openly wept as they recounted the hardship he had caused them. Angela Stevens took the stand, her voice shaking as she explained how Tom's promises had led her to make the hardest financial decision of her life, only to lose everything. She told the jury how she had trusted Tom with her children's future, and how that trust had been shattered. Her testimony was powerful, and it resonated with many in the courtroom. Tom, for his part, showed little remorse during the trial. He sat in the defendant's chair with a smug expression, as if he didn't understand the gravity of his actions. His defense attorney argued that Tom had merely made bad business decisions, and that he was a victim of his own greed, but the evidence against him was overwhelming. In the face of mounting pressure, Tom's attorney eventually advised him to take a plea deal, which would reduce his sentence in exchange for his cooperation. In the end, Tom Henderson pled guilty to multiple counts of fraud, wire fraud, and money laundering. He was sentenced to 15 years in federal prison, a sentence that many of his victims felt was far too lenient given the devastation he had caused. Nonetheless, It was a rare moment of justice in a case that had seemed almost too convoluted to untangle. For Angela Stevens and the other victims, the trial marked the end of a long and painful journey. They had sought accountability, and while it did not restore what they had lost, it brought them a measure of closure. The story of Tom Henderson's rise and fall serves as a cautionary tale about the dangers of trusting those who make grandiose promises of wealth and success. His charm and smooth-talking ways had masked the darkest intentions, and countless individuals were left to pick up the pieces of their broken lives. In the end, though, justice prevailed, and those who had been deceived were able to move on, determined to never fall for a scam again. The trial of Tom Henderson was a spectacle, not only for the victims, but for the public at large. News outlets, especially those in Utah, followed the case closely. His arrest and subsequent guilty plea were covered extensively, but what followed in the aftermath was a mixture of emotions. While many hoped his prison sentence would offer them closure, the lingering questions about how such a large-scale scheme could have continued for so long remained unanswered. The years that followed his conviction saw the victims struggling to rebuild their lives. Many had lost their homes, their families, and in some cases their sense of security. For some, the financial loss was only part of the story. They felt betrayed by someone they had trusted, someone who had appeared genuine and even likable. Tom's ability to mask his true intentions was his most insidious trait. He had the charm of a seasoned salesman, the kind of person who could convince anyone of their potential success, while skillfully masking his own desperate attempts to climb a ladder built on deceit. Angela Stevens, who had once stood at the forefront of the victims' fight for justice, struggled to come to terms with the years of emotional turmoil. She had tried to reclaim the financial stability she had lost, but the psychological scars lingered. It was not just the money that hurt, it was the realization that she had been complicit in her own downfall by trusting Tom's false promises. She worked tirelessly to rebuild her career, but it wasn't easy. She had lost more than just wealth. She had lost trust in herself. Every investment she made, every decision she took, was now clouded with doubt. The guilt that weighed on her was something she would have to learn to carry, but with the support of the other victims, she slowly began the long process of healing. As for the other victims, some managed to find peace after the trial. They turned to therapy, support groups, and their own families to help them recover from the damage caused by Tom's manipulation. Yet, many of them were forever changed. The allure of quick money and promises of success had seduced them, and they had learned the hard way that there were no shortcuts in life. They had been burned, but they hoped others would learn from their pain. In the years following his conviction, Tom Henderson's name became synonymous with financial fraud in Utah. His story was discussed in universities, in financial seminars, and among local law enforcement as an example of how far-reaching a con artist's impact could be. His case remained a warning to investors, particularly those who believed in too-good-to-be-true opportunities. Financial advisors often reference the Henderson case to caution their clients about the risks of unverified investments and the dangers of placing too much trust in someone's word without verifying the details. While many people had been hurt, the legacy of Tom Henderson's fraud also gave birth to a stronger sense of vigilance in the community. Local authorities started working more closely with federal agencies to identify early signs of financial fraud and catch perpetrators before they could do as much damage. The regulatory systems that were in place were criticized for their inability to catch Tom sooner, but after his case, new methods for identifying fraudulent schemes were implemented. The role of technology in modern-day scams became more apparent, and the use of social media to spread fake investment opportunities was scrutinized more thoroughly. Tom, meanwhile, sat in his prison cell, serving out his 15-year sentence. He had lost everything: the wealth he had once accumulated, the respect of his peers, and the freedom he had once enjoyed. But despite his incarceration, the damage he had caused continued to reverberate through the lives of those he had defrauded. He was left to reflect on the choices he had made and the legacy he would leave behind. Would his name become a cautionary tale, as it was for so many others? Years passed, and Tom's story eventually faded from the front pages of the newspapers. The victims, though forever scarred, moved on with their lives. Some of them even went on to advocate for greater financial literacy, hoping to prevent others from falling into the same trap they had. Angela Stevens, for example, started speaking at local events, teaching people how to recognize scams and make smarter financial decisions. She found strength in helping others avoid the same pitfalls she had once fallen into. The experience had changed her in ways she never could have anticipated. No longer was she the woman who had believed in easy wealth and instant success. She was now someone who understood the value of patience, hard work, and skepticism. Her journey of recovery had been long and filled with setbacks, but she had come out stronger on the other side. And while the wounds inflicted by Tom Henderson's fraud may have healed in some ways, the lessons learned from his crimes continued to resonate. It served as a stark reminder that greed and manipulation could have devastating consequences. Trust, once broken, could take a lifetime to rebuild. Case 10. In 2017, a music festival that promised luxury, exclusive performances, and paradise turned into one of the most infamous scams in modern history. The Fyre Festival, promoted by entrepreneur Billy McFarland and rapper Ja Rule, promised a glamorous weekend on the idyllic island of Great Exuma in the Bahamas. The event was marketed as a luxury escape, complete with gourmet meals, private villas, and performances from top artists. The advertising campaign was meticulously crafted, featuring supermodels and influencers posting alluring photos of sun-kissed beaches and lavish accommodations. However, the reality was far from what was promised. When festival goers arrived at the island, they were met with disaster. Instead of private villas, attendees were greeted with FEMA disaster relief tents. The gourmet meals advertised turned out to be sliced bread, cheese, and lettuce served in styrofoam containers. The promised luxury experience quickly turned into a nightmare. McFarland, the festival's organizer, had made a series of reckless and fraudulent decisions to cut costs and inflate the event's appeal. Despite claiming that the festival was sold out and a symbol of exclusivity, McFarland had failed to secure the infrastructure, supplies, or even the proper permits to hold the event. Vendors and contractors were never paid, and attendees were left stranded, many of whom had spent thousands of dollars on tickets, accommodations, and travel expenses. As the situation worsened, McFarland attempted to downplay the disaster, even going so far as to post misleading updates on social media to convince people that everything was fine. But it soon became clear that the event was a total failure. The Fyre Festival became a symbol of the dangers of social media-driven hype and the lengths people would go to manipulate their audience for profit. Billy McFarland was arrested and charged with wire fraud and other crimes. In 2018, he was sentenced to 6 years in federal prison for defrauding investors and ticket holders out of millions of dollars. His fraudulent scheme had not only damaged the lives of countless individuals, but also tarnished the reputations of those associated with the event. The aftermath of the Fyre Festival scam served as a cautionary tale about the dangers of blind trust in social media influencers and the importance of verifying claims before diving into high-stakes ventures. The event's failure also led to changes in how festivals and other events are marketed, with a greater focus on transparency and consumer protection. Following the catastrophic failure of the Fyre Festival, the fallout was swift and unforgiving. Social media platforms, which had initially been instrumental in spreading the glamorous vision of the festival, became a powerful tool for the public to voice their frustration and disappointment. Influencers and attendees began posting pictures and videos of their disastrous experiences, showing the reality of the situation. Tents without air conditioning, mattresses scattered across dirt fields, and chaos that contrasted sharply with the glitzy promotional materials that had enticed so many to purchase tickets. In the wake of the disaster, a wave of lawsuits flooded the court system. Attendees demanded refunds for their tickets, which had ranged from $1,000 to $12,000, depending on the level of luxury they were promised. Some individuals, who had paid extra for VIP experiences, sought even more in compensation. Businesses and contractors who had been promised payment for their services also took legal action, adding to the growing list of victims in what many had dubbed the Fyre fraud. Billy McFarland's actions, while intentional, had far-reaching consequences. Not only did he deceive thousands of attendees, but he also defrauded investors and business partners out of millions. The Fyre Festival was supposed to be a groundbreaking event that would redefine the world of music festivals, blending luxury and exclusivity with world-class entertainment. Instead, it became a cautionary tale about greed, mismanagement, and the dangers of unchecked ambition. In 2018, McFarland was sentenced to 6 years in federal prison for wire fraud and related crimes. The judge ruled that McFarland had lied to investors and customers, knowingly falsifying information to secure millions of dollars. The case was a stark reminder of the importance of due diligence and honesty in business transactions. The aftermath of the Fire Festival also left a lasting mark on the music festival industry. Organizers, promoters, and performers became more cautious about their marketing tactics. The disastrous event prompted heightened scrutiny of the festivals and events being advertised, and many companies began implementing stricter guidelines for event marketing, promising greater transparency and accountability. Despite the legal consequences, McFarlane's rise and fall would continue to generate media attention. Documentaries, books, and articles about the scandal emerged, offering varying perspectives on what went wrong and how it could have been avoided. The Fire Festival was discussed as a textbook example of how social media and influencer marketing could be weaponized for fraudulent purposes, and how public perception could be manipulated with curated imagery and messages. McFarlane himself became a controversial figure. Some saw him as a naive entrepreneur who was in over his head, while others viewed him as a deliberate fraudster. In interviews, McFarlane admitted to making mistakes, though he maintained that he had never intended to deceive anyone. His inability to accept full responsibility for the disaster left many feeling that justice had not been entirely served, despite his prison sentence. For the victims, however, the damage was deeper than just financial loss. Many felt humiliated by the experience. The Fire Festival had not just been a failed event. It had been a public spectacle, a story that was shared and ridiculed across the internet. People who had trusted the promises of luxury found themselves in the middle of a chaotic, almost dystopian scenario. The trauma was real, and for some, the scars of the experience would linger long after the media attention had faded. On the other hand, some of the festival goers found solace in coming together as a community. Online groups and forums popped up where they could share their experiences, vent their frustrations, and for some, even find humor in the absurdity of what they had endured. For many, the shared experience of surviving the Fire Festival became a unique bond that helped them cope with the fallout. In the years following the Fire Festival's failure, a stronger emphasis was placed on transparency in marketing, particularly in the luxury event space. The Fire Festival had revealed the dangers of overhyped promotional content and the risks of selling an image rather than an actual experience. People became more cautious of promises that seemed too good to be true, especially when backed by influencers and celebrities whose motives were not always clear. Billy McFarlane's name, once synonymous with ambition and success, had become forever linked to one of the greatest frauds of the decade. His story served as a reminder of the dark side of influencer culture and the lengths to which some would go to achieve fame and fortune, no matter the cost. Story 1. In the quiet, suburban town of Marlow Heights, Maryland, a string of violent bank robberies had begun to rattle the community. The mastermind behind these brazen acts was a man named Vinny Harper. Known to many as an unassuming mechanic who lived a quiet life, Vinny was the last person anyone would suspect of being involved in any criminal activity. Yet, behind the scenes, he had been carefully planning his descent into a life of crime. Vinny had grown up in the rougher neighborhoods of Baltimore, where crime was often a way of life for those who didn't have many options. He had spent his youth navigating a world of drugs, violence, and broken dreams. But Vinny managed to escape the worst of it, moving to Marlow Heights to rebuild his life. He got a steady job at a local auto repair shop and tried to distance himself from the criminals he had once known. However, as the years passed, his financial struggles began to mount. His debts piled up, his car repair business barely making enough to cover expenses, and his life seemed to be stagnating in a town that promised more than it could deliver. It was during one particularly dark stretch of his life that Vinny met a former associate, Greg the Snake Lawson, a man whose reputation as a criminal mastermind preceded him. Greg had been involved in everything from car thefts to armed robberies, and it didn't take long for him to rekindle their old friendship. Greg, with his cold and calculating demeanor, noticed Vinny's desperation and suggested a partnership. He saw potential in Vinny, someone with a steady hand who could be molded into a proficient criminal. Together, they could pull off the kind of high-profile robberies that would set them up for life. The plan was simple. Vinny and Greg would rob a series of local banks, using firearms to intimidate the tellers and customers. They would wear masks, ensuring that their identities remained concealed, and in the confusion, grab the cash before anyone could react. Vinny, having worked with cars his whole life, used his knowledge to acquire the perfect getaway vehicle, an unassuming white van that would blend into the crowd. They made sure to avoid any advanced technology that might track them, using payphones and burner phones to make contact with their partners. The first robbery occurred in late November 2019 at a small bank in downtown Marlow Heights. The security cameras captured the masked figures entering the bank with military precision, their faces hidden behind ski masks. Vinny was the one to brandish the firearm, a Glock 19, which he'd purchased off the black market. The heist was a success. They were in and out within minutes, walking away with over $100,000 in cash. The plan had gone off without a hitch. In the days following the robbery, Vinny and Greg kept their heads low, laying low in an apartment Greg had secured in a nearby city. The thrill of the heist, the adrenaline rush, was intoxicating. It was unlike anything Vinny had ever experienced. His mundane life as a mechanic seemed so distant now, and the money had temporarily lifted the weight of his mounting debts. He knew, however, that they couldn't stop here. They needed to strike again, and quickly. The next bank they targeted was in a more affluent part of the town. This time, they took a bolder approach. The bank was busier, and there was a heightened sense of security, but Vinny had already thought of everything. He had spent hours studying the bank's security measures, learning the routines of the employees and the placement of the security cameras. The second robbery was executed with the same precision as the first, but this time, they had a more sophisticated getaway plan. They didn't just take the van. They used a set of stolen license plates to switch vehicles at a nearby parking lot, making it even harder for the authorities to track them. But despite their careful planning, something was beginning to go wrong. The police, although unable to identify the perpetrators, had begun to notice a pattern. The same weapons were used in both robberies, and the similarities in the approach and timing couldn't be ignored. Detective Clara Hernandez, a seasoned investigator with the local police department, had been assigned to the case. She wasn't one to be easily fooled, and she quickly put together a profile of the robbers, focusing on their use of firearms and the consistent getaway tactics. As the weeks went by, the heat was starting to build. Vinny felt the pressure mounting. Greg, on the other hand, seemed more confident, almost cocky, as though they had already gotten away with the perfect crime. But Vinny began to question whether he could keep up this lifestyle. His conscience was starting to eat at him, and the thought of getting caught weighed heavily on his mind. It wasn't just the law he feared, it was the possibility of losing everything: his quiet life, his family, and the future he had worked so hard to rebuild. Yet, despite his growing reservations, Vinny couldn't back out now. He knew that Greg wouldn't hesitate to cut ties with him if he showed any signs of weakness. They were in too deep, and the lure of easy money had become too powerful to resist. The next robbery was scheduled for early February 2020, and this time, it would be their biggest job yet. But as they prepared for their third heist, fate would take an unexpected turn. As Vinny and Greg set their sights on a larger, more secure bank located in the heart of Washington, D.C., tensions began to rise. This was a different kind of heist. They had meticulously planned every detail, but even the slightest mistake could lead to disaster. Greg had arranged for an insider to work at the bank, a janitor who had access to the vault, and who had agreed to turn a blind eye to their actions in exchange for a cut of the money. This was their most ambitious plan yet, and Vinny felt the weight of it all pressing down on him. The day of the heist arrived, and Vinny's nerves were on edge. He tried to push the anxiety aside, reminding himself that they had done this before. But something was different this time. The city felt more alive than usual, the streets busier, the air thicker with the sense of impending danger. He couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched, that their every move was being tracked. But Greg, ever the optimist, reassured him. "We've got this, Vinny," Greg said, his voice calm, almost reassuring. "This is going to be our big one. We'll be out in minutes. Trust me." Vinny tried to relax as they approached the bank. The plan was simple. Greg would enter the bank first and distract the security guards, while Vinny followed close behind, armed with his Glock 19. The janitor, a middle-aged man named Robert, would let them into the vault, where they would take the money and escape through the back entrance. Everything was in place, and for a moment, Vinny almost believed that they might pull this off without a hitch. As they entered the bank, the familiar tension settled in. The sound of the door opening echoed in Vinny's mind as he followed Greg inside. The place was bustling with customers, all of them oblivious to the danger that lurked just beyond the door. Greg had already begun his distraction, chatting casually with one of the guards at the security desk. Vinny, his heart pounding, moved swiftly past the tellers, his eyes scanning the room. His fingers tightened around the grip of the Glock, ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. They reached the vault area with minimal resistance. The janitor was already there, waiting for them, a nervous look on his face. Vinny could see the sweat on Robert's brow as he unlocked the vault. The moment the heavy door creaked open, a sense of relief washed over Vinny. They were so close now, just a few more minutes, and they would be out of here, free with the money. But just as they began loading the cash into their bags, the unthinkable happened. A loud siren blared across the bank, echoing through the halls. Vinny froze, his breath catching in his throat. The vault door slammed shut with a deafening thud, trapping them inside. Panic surged through him as he glanced at Greg, whose face had gone pale. It was too late to escape. They were locked in. Shit, Greg muttered under his breath. What the hell happened? Vinny's mind raced. He quickly realized that something had gone wrong. Someone must have tipped off the authorities. Their careful planning had crumbled in an instant. The sirens grew louder, and the sound of approaching police cars could be heard from the street. Time was running out, and Vinny's heart began to race. "We need to move now," he hissed, grabbing the nearest bag of cash and pushing past Greg. They rushed for the back exit, but as they neared the door, it was too late. The police had already surrounded the building. Vinny could hear the faint sound of footsteps, the shuffling of officers as they took positions. The weight of the situation was suffocating. He had gone from feeling in control to completely powerless in a matter of seconds. The adrenaline that had fueled him just moments before now felt like a distant memory, replaced by an overwhelming sense of dread. Greg cursed, his hand darting for the back door, but before he could even reach it, a voice came through the loudspeaker. "Drop your weapons and get on the ground," the officer shouted. Vinny's stomach dropped. The reality of the situation hit him like a punch to the gut. They had been caught. There was no way out. The officers moved in quickly, surrounding the area. Vinny and Greg were forced to surrender, their hands raised in the air. Vinny's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, but one thing was clear. His life, as he knew it, was over. In the aftermath, the investigation revealed that Greg had been the one to make the fatal mistake. His overconfidence had led them into a trap, and the tip-off had come from someone within their own circle. Robert, the janitor, had betrayed them in exchange for a reduced sentence, and the authorities had been waiting for them when they made their move. The robbery had been meticulously planned, but in the end, it was the smallest mistake that led to their downfall. Vinny's arrest made headlines across the country, a cautionary tale of how even the most careful plans could be undone by a single error. As the days turned into weeks, and the court cases dragged on, Vinny realized the true cost of his decisions. The money, the thrill, the false sense of security, it all came crashing down. He had lost his freedom, and more importantly, his chance at redemption. The quiet life he had once dreamed of was now nothing more than a distant memory, a casualty of the choices he had made. As he sat in his cell, waiting for his trial, Vinny couldn't help but wonder how he had gotten to this point. The man he had once been, the mechanic with big dreams and a hope for a better life, seemed so far removed from the criminal he had become. And yet, deep down, he knew that he had made his own choices. The consequences were his to bear. Months passed as Vinny sat in his cell, reflecting on the choices that had led him to this point. The once quiet and humble mechanic had become a criminal, driven by desperation, greed, and a false sense of invincibility. The thrill of the robberies, the money, and the adrenaline had clouded his judgment, blinding him to the inevitable consequences of his actions. Now he was left with the harsh reality of prison, and he had no one to blame but himself. As the days turned into weeks, Vinny's trial approached. The media coverage had been extensive, and he had become a symbol of how even the most ordinary of people could be pulled into a life of crime. The once respected mechanic, the man who had lived among the suburban families of Marlow Heights, was now a notorious criminal. His face appeared on TV screens and newspaper headlines, the story of his downfall serving as a cautionary tale for others. Greg, who had been arrested alongside Vinny, had taken a different approach. Greg had always been the more ruthless of the two, the one who had pushed for the robberies and had been the driving force behind their criminal endeavors. Unlike Vinny, Greg showed no remorse for his actions. He was prepared to face the consequences with a cold indifference, as if he had always known this would be his fate. Vinny, on the other hand, struggled with guilt. Every night, as he lay in his cell, he replayed the events of the robbery over and over in his mind. He thought about the people he had hurt, the bank employees who had been terrified, the families who had trusted him, and his own family, who had no idea what he had become. His mother, who had always been proud of him, had visited him once, her face a mixture of disappointment and sadness. It had been the hardest thing Vinny had ever had to endure, seeing the pain he had caused her. His attorney, a public defender with little time to spare, had tried to negotiate a plea deal, hoping to secure a lesser sentence. But the charges against Vinny were serious, and the evidence was stacked against him. The authorities had gathered fingerprints from the bank, surveillance footage from the security cameras, and even phone records that linked him to Greg. The case was airtight, and Vinny knew that there was no escaping the consequences of his actions. The night before his trial, Vinny sat alone in his cell, staring out through the small window at the dark sky above. He thought about the man he used to be, the man who had dreamed of opening his own auto repair shop, of building a life away from crime. How had he fallen so far? How had he allowed himself to become the very thing he had once despised? He knew the answers now. It was the pressure, the desperation, the constant battle to stay afloat in a world that seemed to offer no other options. And it was the lure of easy money, the false belief that he could pull off one more job, just one last score, and then retire. But that dream had shattered the moment the sirens went off, the moment he realized they had been caught. The trial began the following morning, and Vinny sat at the defendant's table, surrounded by his legal team. The courtroom was packed, the air thick with anticipation. The prosecution presented their case, detailing the meticulous planning of the robberies and the overwhelming evidence against Vinny and Greg. They showed video footage of the robberies, including the moments when Vinny had brandished the weapon and ordered the tellers to fill the bags with money. It was clear from the footage that Vinny had been fully involved in the heists, his face obscured by the mask, but his stance and actions unmistakable. Vinny's defense attorney argued for leniency, citing his lack of prior criminal history and his cooperation with the investigation. But it was clear that the damage had been done. The jury deliberated for hours, and when the verdict was finally read, Vinny's heart sank. Guilty. The words echoed in his ears as he sat motionless, his hands trembling at his sides. He had known this was coming, but the reality of it was still overwhelming. The judge sentenced him to 20 years in federal prison, the weight of the decision pressing down on him like a heavy anchor. He would have to serve time, and for the rest of his life, he would have to live with the knowledge that he had betrayed everything he had once stood for. In the months that followed, Vinny tried to adjust to life behind bars. Prison was a brutal place, a world where survival meant conforming to a harsh and unforgiving code. The inmates were ruthless, and Vinny quickly learned that in order to survive, he would have to keep his head down, avoid making waves, and stay out of trouble. But even as he adjusted to the prison environment, the guilt still gnawed at him. He couldn't escape the memories of the people he had hurt, and the thought of his family, especially his mother, haunted him every day. During his time in prison, Vinny began to do something he had never done before. He started reading. At first, it was a way to pass the time, but over time, the books began to provide him with something more. They gave him an escape from the harsh reality of his surroundings and allowed him to reflect on his past. He read about redemption, about people who had turned their lives around after making grave mistakes. It gave him a glimmer of hope, a small but important realization that he could still change, that he didn't have to be defined by the mistakes he had made. But that hope was tested when he learned that Greg, the man who had been his partner in crime, was making moves to cut ties with him. Greg had been offered a plea deal, a chance to reduce his sentence in exchange for cooperating with the authorities and providing information on other criminal activities. It was a betrayal, and it stung deeply. Vinny had always known that Greg was ruthless, but seeing him throw him under the bus for a reduced sentence made the betrayal feel all the more personal. The pain of that betrayal was compounded by the ongoing sense of isolation that came with prison life. Vinny realized that he had no one left, no friends, no family, and no hope of ever returning to the life he had once known. The world he had built had been destroyed by his own hands, and now, all he had was time to think, to regret, and to wonder if it was too late to make things right. Case 2. Logan Pierce had spent most of his life chasing a dream that never seemed to materialize. Born and raised in the outskirts of Detroit, he grew up in a broken home, bouncing between foster care and juvenile detention. By the time he was 20, he had already racked up an extensive criminal record: armed robbery, grand theft auto, and illegal weapons possession. Prison had become a second home, and after serving 5 years for an attempted carjacking, he was released with nothing but a parole officer watching his every move. But Logan had no plans to go straight. In late 2021, Logan reconnected with an old friend, Tyler Vance, a former military dropout who had turned to the criminal underworld to make ends meet. Tyler had contacts within an illegal gun-running operation, and together, they hatched a plan to steal a massive cache of firearms from a small but well-stocked gun store in rural Missouri. The target, Patriot Arms and Supplies, was known for selling high-powered rifles and tactical equipment to local militias and survivalists. It was a prime target, but it wasn't going to be easy. The heist was planned for December 17th, a cold and foggy night when visibility was low and most of the town would be asleep. Logan and Tyler, along with two other associates, Devin Brooks and Eric Rigsby, arrived in a stolen van just after midnight. The store was equipped with an alarm system, but Tyler had procured an electronic jammer that would disable any outgoing signals for at least 15 minutes, just enough time to break in, load up, and vanish into the darkness. Using a crowbar, Logan pried open the side door while Riggs kept watch. Inside, rows of assault rifles, handguns, and thousands of rounds of ammunition lined the shelves. The group moved fast, stuffing duffel bags with as many weapons as they could carry. Devin focused on the safe, using an industrial drill to breach the lock and access the store's most valuable inventory: customized sniper rifles and rare firearms worth tens of thousands of dollars on the black market. But what they didn't know was that the store's owner, a former law enforcement officer named Hank Lawson, had been sleeping in the back room with a shotgun by his side. The sound of drilling had woken him, and by the time he stepped out, the gang was already halfway through their haul. Hank, realizing what was happening, fired a warning shot into the ceiling. Chaos erupted. Logan and his crew panicked. Tyler grabbed a handgun and fired back, hitting Hank in the shoulder. The blast sent him crashing against a shelf, knocking over boxes of ammunition. In the confusion, Devin dropped his tools and bolted for the exit, but Riggs, always the most reckless of the group, decided to stand his ground. He fired 2 shots, forcing Hank to retreat into the back office. With sirens now wailing in the distance, proof that their jammer hadn't worked as long as they'd hoped, the crew knew they had to flee. Logan grabbed the nearest bag and sprinted for the van, Tyler following close behind. Riggs, however, was too slow. As he turned to run, Hank emerged from cover and fired a single shot, striking Riggs in the leg. He collapsed just as the van peeled out of the parking lot, leaving him behind. The police arrived within minutes, finding Riggs bleeding out on the floor. Under interrogation, he quickly folded, giving up the names of his accomplices. A statewide manhunt was launched, and within 48 hours, Devin was arrested at a motel outside St. Louis. Tyler was found 3 days later, hiding in an abandoned warehouse with a portion of the stolen weapons. Logan, however, managed to evade capture longer than anyone expected. Using fake identities and burner phones, he moved between cities, selling off stolen firearms to underground buyers. But law enforcement was relentless. With federal agencies now involved, Logan's days were numbered. On January 5, 2022, after weeks on the run, he was finally tracked to a cheap motel in Oklahoma. A SWAT team surrounded the building, cutting off all exits. Logan, realizing there was no way out, surrendered without a fight. In court, the evidence against him was overwhelming. Surveillance footage, Riggs' testimony, and the recovered weapons all sealed his fate. Logan Pierce was sentenced to 35 years in federal prison, another criminal who had gambled for a big payday and lost. The failed heist became another cautionary tale in the growing epidemic of illegal gun trafficking in the U.S., a stark reminder that even the best-laid plans could unravel in an instant. In the weeks following the arrest of Logan Pierce, federal investigators worked to uncover the full extent of the stolen firearms operation. The robbery at Patriot Arms and Supplies was more than just a failed heist. It was a window into a much larger underground network. The stolen guns had already begun circulating on the black market, and law enforcement feared they would be used in violent crimes if they weren't recovered quickly. While Logan sat in a high-security holding facility awaiting trial, agents from the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms and Explosives, ATF, launched a multi-state crackdown on suspected weapons traffickers. Their first priority was tracking down the missing inventory from the robbery. Although Tyler Vance had been caught with a portion of the stolen guns, hundreds were still unaccounted for. The investigation took an unexpected turn when they discovered that Devin Brooks, the gang member who had fled the scene first, had managed to sell a significant portion of the weapons before his capture. Devin, who had connections in the Chicago underworld, had arranged a deal with a high-profile arms dealer known only as Kingston, a notorious figure with ties to gang violence in the Midwest. As federal agents pieced together the timeline, They realized that some of the stolen firearms had already been used in violent crimes. A Glock 19 with a scratched-off serial number, taken directly from the store's shelves, was linked to a fatal shooting in Kansas City just days after the heist. Another firearm, a modified AR-15, was seized during a drug raid in Indianapolis. The urgency to track down the remaining weapons intensified. Logan's interrogation. Despite the overwhelming evidence against him, Logan refused to cooperate with authorities. He knew that testifying against Kingston or other high-level arms traffickers could mean a death sentence, even behind bars. But as prosecutors built their case, they didn't need Logan's confession. His fingerprints were found on multiple stolen weapons, and his name was connected to burner phone records used to communicate with buyers. Even more damning, an anonymous informant inside the Oklahoma City jail tipped off federal agents about a $50,000 bounty placed on Logan's head by Kingston's network. It was clear that even in custody, Logan was still a liability to the people he had worked with. Realizing his life was in danger, Logan reluctantly agreed to a plea deal. He would provide detailed information on how the stolen weapons were transported, who the buyers were, and which gun-running networks were involved. In exchange, he would avoid a life sentence and be placed in protective custody. Using Logan's testimony, the ATF orchestrated an undercover sting operation targeting Kingston's associates. Agents posing as arms dealers set up a fake buy, luring members of the trafficking ring into a warehouse in Memphis. On the night of the transaction, the warehouse was surrounded by heavily armed federal agents. The bust resulted in 8 arrests and the seizure of over 200 firearms, including some of the remaining guns stolen from Patriot Arms. Kingston himself, however, was not present. He had disappeared weeks earlier, likely tipped off by a corrupt informant. The case against him remained open, but his absence only fueled his legend in the criminal underworld. Sentencing and final judgment. By the time Logan's trial concluded in late 2022, he had already been branded as a traitor in the criminal world. His cooperation with authorities had earned him a reduced sentence, but it had also placed a permanent target on his back. Final sentence. Logan Pierce, 35 years in federal prison, with the possibility of parole after 20 years. Tyler Vance, 40 years without parole. Devin Brooks, 25 years with additional charges for illegal firearm distribution. Eric Riggs Rigsby, 18 years for his role in the robbery and assault on a store owner. Even behind bars, Logan knew he would never be truly safe. The criminal network he once served had turned against him, and every day in prison was a reminder of the life he had lost. Meanwhile, the ATF continued their hunt for Kingston, knowing that as long as he remained free, the illegal arms trade would continue. For Logan Pierce, the heist had been a last-ditch effort at fortune and power, but in the end, it only sealed his fate as another lost soul in the system. Despite the successful sting operation and the arrests of Logan Pierce and his crew, the case was far from over. Kingston, the elusive arms dealer, remained at large, and federal authorities feared that his network was still operational. The Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms and Explosives, ATF, formed a joint task force with the Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI, and U.S. Marshals to track down Kingston before he could disappear permanently. His last known whereabouts placed him in Atlanta, Georgia, but investigators suspected that he had fled overseas, possibly to Mexico or South America, where he had connections to major drug cartels. Meanwhile, law enforcement began interrogating the men already in custody, hoping to uncover any lead that would bring Kingston down. Most of them refused to speak, knowing that any information they provided could lead to a death sentence from Kingston's enforcers. However, one low-level associate, Darius D-Lo Carter, decided to cooperate. D-Lo had been a runner for Kingston's organization, transporting illegal firearms across state lines. In exchange for a lighter sentence, he gave investigators a key piece of information. Kingston had a safe house in Miami, where he frequently stayed before heading to the Caribbean to escape law enforcement crackdowns. Acting on this intelligence, the Joint Task Force organized a raid on the safe house, hoping to catch Kingston before he could vanish once again. On the night of November 18, 2022, a SWAT team surrounded a luxury condominium in downtown Miami, where Kingston was believed to be hiding. Using a no-knock warrant, the agents breached the door and stormed inside. The scene inside was far more elaborate than they had expected. The penthouse had been stripped of any personal belongings, indicating that Kingston had already fled. However, what they did find was just as valuable, a laptop, burner phones, and a stash of fake passports under different aliases. Investigators quickly analyzed the laptop, uncovering financial records, offshore bank accounts, and coded messages between Kingston and his cartel contacts. One encrypted message stood out. Headed south. Business as usual. We'll check in when clear. This single message confirmed their worst fear. Kingston was on the move again, likely en route to Colombia or Venezuela, where extradition would be difficult. While Kingston remained a fugitive, the U.S. government began using the recovered data to dismantle his entire operation. Federal authorities traced his financial transactions to shell companies in Panama, which were used to launder money from arms sales. They also discovered that Kingston had military-grade weapons in his possession, including customized sniper rifles and high-capacity magazines, many of which were believed to be stolen from military bases. This revelation led to an internal investigation within the U.S. military, exposing a black market pipeline that had been leaking weapons into criminal organizations. Several corrupt military personnel were arrested, and Kingston's supply chain began to collapse. However, Kingston himself remained a ghost, moving from one country to another, always one step ahead of the law. Back in the United States, Logan Pierce was learning the harsh realities of life in prison. Despite his plea deal, Logan was a marked man. Word had spread quickly that he had cooperated with the authorities, and in the world of organized crime, that was a death sentence. He was placed in protective custody, but even that couldn't shield him from the constant threats. Inmates loyal to Kingston and other gun-running networks saw him as a traitor, and within months of his incarceration, he had already survived multiple attempts on his life. In January 2023, Logan was nearly stabbed in the prison yard, but the attacker was intercepted at the last moment by guards. In March 2023, he was found unconscious in his cell, likely from an attempted poisoning, though no evidence was found. By May 2023, he had been transferred twice to different federal facilities, each time due to security concerns. Despite the constant danger, Logan had one last card to play. Facing the reality that he would never survive in general population, Logan made a desperate decision. He would give up everything on Kingston in exchange for entry into the Witness Protection Program. His lawyers arranged a final debriefing with federal agents, where he laid out the full structure of Kingston's network, naming corrupt officials, cartel connections, and even safe houses that had not yet been discovered. The information was explosive. Federal authorities now had a new roadmap to track Kingston down, and with each revelation, they closed in on him. Logan, meanwhile, was quietly moved out of federal prison and into a secure government facility, awaiting his new identity and relocation. Despite the new intelligence, Kingston remained at large. The ATF and FBI expanded their international efforts, working with Interpol and Latin American law enforcement agencies to track down Kingston's whereabouts. His criminal empire was collapsing, and the walls were closing in. But Kingston was no ordinary arms dealer. He was a survivor, a man who had evaded capture for over a decade. Even as authorities got closer, the question remained, would they catch him before he disappeared forever, or was Kingston simply too powerful to fall? Case 3. Marcus Mack. Holloway had spent most of his life navigating the underbelly of Detroit's crime scene. Born into a family with a history of petty crime, Mack never had a chance at a normal life. By the time he was 18, he had already served time in juvenile detention for robbery. By 25, he had built a reputation as a streetwise enforcer, dealing in stolen goods, running small-time scams, and acting as muscle for local gangs. But that was never enough for him. Mack wanted something bigger. He wanted the kind of score that would set him up for life. And in 2017, he saw his opportunity. It was a firearms warehouse on the outskirts of Toledo, Ohio. The facility, operated by a licensed dealer, stored hundreds of weapons, handguns, shotguns, and even military-style rifles. These weren't just any firearms. Many were high-value, sought-after models that could be flipped on the black market for a fortune. Mack had inside information from an ex-employee who owed him money. Security was tight but predictable, with a single guard patrolling the premises and an alarm system that had a 2-minute delay before alerting authorities. Mack assembled a team of 3 men: Deshaun Carter, a former gang associate with a history of burglaries; Luis Ortega, a getaway driver who specialized in high-speed chases; and Aaron Reaper Mills, a wild card, ruthless and unpredictable, but experienced in breaking into high-security buildings. Their plan was simple but brutal. They would hit the warehouse in the dead of night, neutralize the guard, and clear out as many firearms as possible before the cops could respond. On the night of December 14th, 2017, they moved in. Dressed in dark clothing and wearing gloves, they cut the chain-link fence surrounding the facility. Luis stayed in the van, engine running, while the others crept toward the loading dock. The guard, an older man in his late 50s, was making his rounds when Mac struck from behind, knocking him unconscious with the butt of his pistol. They dragged him inside and zip-tied his hands before proceeding with the heist. Aaron used a crowbar to pry open the storage room door, while Mac and Deshawn began loading crates into a dolly. Inside the crates were semi-automatic pistols, high-powered rifles, and thousands of rounds of ammunition. Within 10 minutes, they had filled the van with nearly 70 firearms and several cases of ammunition. Enough firepower to equip an entire street gang. But they had made one mistake. The guard, despite being tied up, had managed to trigger a silent alarm. Unbeknownst to them, police units were already en route. As Mac and his crew made their way back to the van, the flashing red and blue lights appeared in the distance. The sound of sirens shattered the silence of the industrial district. Luis floored the gas pedal before everyone was fully inside, nearly sending Deshawn tumbling out of the van. The police were closing in, and within seconds, the pursuit was on. The van barreled down the highway, swerving through lanes at reckless speeds. Inside, Mac and Aaron loaded rifles, preparing for the worst. As they approached an intersection, Luis attempted a sharp turn, but the van's back wheels skidded. The vehicle spun out of control and crashed into a concrete barrier. Before they could recover, squad cars surrounded them. With nowhere to run, Deshawn attempted to flee on foot, but was taken down by a police dog. Aaron opened fire in desperation, but officers quickly returned fire, striking him in the chest. Mac and Luis surrendered, hands raised as police dragged them from the wreckage. By morning, the heist had made headlines across the country. The stolen weapons were recovered, though authorities suspected some had already been moved to buyers before the bust. Mac was sentenced to 45 years in prison for armed robbery, weapons trafficking, and assault. The botched heist became one of the most infamous firearm thefts in Ohio's history, a failed attempt at a final payday that ended in blood and prison bars. In the aftermath of the heist, authorities launched a full-scale investigation into how Marcus Mac Holloway and his crew had managed to orchestrate such a daring robbery. The Toledo police, working alongside the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms and Explosives, ATF, knew that recovering the stolen firearms was their top priority. Even though most of the weapons were found inside the wrecked van, a deeper look into Mac's criminal network suggested that some of the stolen inventory had already been pre-sold to underground buyers. In the weeks that followed, forensic experts combed through every piece of evidence at the warehouse and inside the getaway vehicle. Surveillance footage showed Mac's team moving with precision, indicating that they had spent weeks, if not months, planning the operation. The inside information they had received about the warehouse security system proved to be key, and investigators were eager to track down the source of that leak. Authorities traced the tip-off back to a former warehouse employee named Daniel Whitmore, who had been fired earlier that year for suspected theft. Under pressure, Whitmore admitted to selling security details to Mac for a few $1,000s, believing it was just another petty robbery. What he hadn't expected was for Mac and his crew to go after the firearms themselves. Now he found himself facing conspiracy charges, and rather than risk a lengthy prison sentence, he cooperated with investigators. Through Whitmore's testimony and seized phone records, law enforcement unraveled more details about Mac's broader criminal connections. It became clear that this heist wasn't just about making a quick profit. It was part of a larger underground gun-running operation spanning several states. Mac had connections in Detroit, Chicago, and even as far as Atlanta, where illegal firearms were in high demand. The stolen weapons had been earmarked for buyers long before the heist even took place, with encrypted messages and burner phones being used to set up deals. As the investigation deepened, authorities focused on tracking down the missing weapons. ATF agents raided multiple locations in Detroit, leading to several smaller arrests, but the biggest breakthrough came in an unexpected place. 2 months after the heist, a Glock 19 pistol linked to the robbery surfaced at a crime scene in Cincinnati. A routine traffic stop had led officers to a car filled with gang members, one of whom was carrying the stolen weapon. With pressure mounting, authorities flipped one of the arrested gang members, who revealed that Mac's stolen firearms had already begun circulating in the black market. Many had been sold off within days of the heist, moving through an underground pipeline that law enforcement had struggled for years to dismantle. The stolen firearms were transported using hidden compartments in vehicles, often disguised as shipments of legal goods, making them difficult to detect. As authorities worked to trace each weapon, Mack himself was facing the full weight of the legal system. Prosecutors sought to make an example out of him, arguing that his operation had put countless lives at risk. They presented a mountain of evidence in court: phone records, financial transactions, and surveillance footage, all painting Mack as the mastermind behind a dangerous weapons trafficking scheme. Despite his lawyers' attempts to argue that Mack had been forced into a life of crime due to his upbringing, the jury was unmoved. Mack was convicted on multiple charges, including armed robbery, illegal firearms distribution, and conspiracy. His sentence was severe, 45 years without the possibility of parole. Deshaun Carter, who had a history of violent offenses, received 30 years. Luis Ortega, as the getaway driver, was given 20 years, while Aaron Mills did not survive his injuries from the police shootout. Even with Mack behind bars, the case was far from over. The stolen weapons continued to resurface in violent crimes across the country, a grim reminder of the heist's long-term consequences. Authorities knew that as long as demand for illegal firearms existed, criminals like Mack would continue to take risks for the promise of wealth and power. Mack himself never expressed remorse for his crimes. In prison, he became something of a legend among other inmates, a man who had tried to pull off one of the boldest firearm heists in recent history. But outside the walls of his cell, his legacy was one of bloodshed, regret, and a stark reminder of how one night of crime could have consequences that lasted for decades. Inside the high-security federal penitentiary, where Mack was serving his 45-year sentence, he quickly adapted to life behind bars. Prison politics were just as dangerous as the streets, and with his reputation as a mastermind criminal, he was both feared and respected among the inmates. Some saw him as a legend, a man who had almost pulled off the perfect heist. Others saw him as reckless, a fool who got caught while his stolen guns still fueled violence across the country. But Mack himself didn't care about his legacy among criminals. He had accepted that he would never see the outside world again. Meanwhile, outside the prison walls, law enforcement continued their pursuit of the missing firearms. The ATF task force dedicated to the case worked relentlessly, tracking weapons that had surfaced in violent crimes. Some had been used in gang shootings in Chicago, others in armed robberies in Texas. Every recovered weapon was another piece of the puzzle, and each one provided a clearer picture of how Mack's gun pipeline had operated. Investigators found that after the heist, Mack's crew had moved fast to distribute the weapons, using a mix of local criminals and professional smugglers. Many of the guns had been transported through hidden compartments in freight trucks, making it difficult for authorities to track their movement. Some were shipped across state lines inside legal shipments of household goods, while others were smuggled into Mexico, where American firearms were highly sought after by cartels. One of the most disturbing discoveries came when federal agents raided a warehouse in St. Louis linked to Mack's network. Inside, they found not only some of the stolen firearms, but also evidence that the operation had been larger than they had originally thought. Documents recovered at the scene suggested that Mack's crew had been planning to expand into a full-scale arms trafficking business, supplying illegal firearms to multiple criminal organizations. This revelation only reinforced the devastating impact of the heist. Even with Mack in prison, his influence still lingered. But while law enforcement focused on dismantling the remnants of Mack's operation, a new threat was emerging. With the original crew either dead, imprisoned, or on the run, other criminal groups saw an opportunity to take over Mack's business. The demand for illegal firearms hadn't disappeared, and now that Mack was out of the picture, a violent power struggle began to take shape in the underground market. One of the key players in this new wave of gun trafficking was a man named Carlos Viper Morales, a former associate of Mack's who had managed to avoid arrest during the initial investigation. Viper had learned from Mack's mistakes and was determined not to get caught. Unlike Mack, who had relied on brute force and risky heists, Viper operated with a much lower profile. He built his network using encrypted messaging apps and anonymous financial transactions, making it nearly impossible for law enforcement to track him down. As the years passed, the ripple effects of Mack's heist continued to be felt. Some of the stolen weapons remained in circulation, used in crimes across the country. Families of victims, law enforcement officials, and even politicians pointed to the case as a prime example of the dangers of illegal gun trafficking. Debates over firearm regulations reignited, with some calling for stricter background checks and harsher penalties for gun smugglers. But for Mac, none of that mattered anymore. Sitting in his prison cell, he had come to accept his fate. He had once dreamed of being the king of the streets, of making enough money to escape the life of struggle he had been born into. But in the end, all he had gained was a lifetime behind bars. The world outside moved on without him, and the criminal empire he had tried to build had crumbled into dust. Yet, in the darkest corners of the underground, his legacy lived on. Young criminals still whispered his name, telling stories of the man who had once stolen an arsenal of weapons in the dead of night. And as long as there were those willing to risk it all for power and money, another Mac Holloway would rise again, repeating the same cycle of crime, ambition, and inevitable downfall. Case 4. Surya Lek, the Nam was not a man born into crime, but circumstances had shaped him into one. Raised in the outskirts of Bangkok, he spent most of his childhood in poverty, watching his father struggle as a low-ranking security guard and his mother sell food on the streets just to make ends meet. As he grew older, he became drawn to the allure of easy money, quickly falling into the company of gangsters and smugglers who operated along the porous borders of Thailand. By his early 20s, he had established a reputation as a ruthless enforcer for an underground arms syndicate that funneled stolen and black market weapons across Southeast Asia. By 2017, Surya had become the mastermind of his own operations. His criminal enterprise specialized in robbing weapons shipments and reselling them to militant groups and crime syndicates in neighboring countries. His network of informants, corrupt officials, and skilled gunmen made him nearly untouchable. But with the Thai government cracking down on illegal arms trafficking, his operations became riskier, forcing him to take more drastic measures to maintain his dominance. In September of that year, he set his sights on a high-profile target, a military transport carrying a cache of newly imported firearms, including assault rifles, handguns, and tactical gear, all meant for an elite police division in Chiang Mai. The convoy was heavily guarded, but Surya had an inside man, one of the transport drivers, who had been on his payroll for months. With carefully planned precision, he and his crew orchestrated an ambush along a remote stretch of highway in the northern provinces, where dense forests provided the perfect cover. On the night of the heist, the convoy slowed as it approached what appeared to be a routine checkpoint, manned by men in police uniforms. Unbeknownst to the real officers in the convoy, the supposed checkpoint was a carefully staged ruse. The moment the lead vehicle stopped, gunfire erupted. Within minutes, the armed gang overwhelmed the security detail, killing 2 officers in the process. The surviving guards were restrained, and Surya's men swiftly loaded the stolen firearms into their trucks before disappearing into the night. However, the robbery alone wasn't enough. To ensure they had leverage in case authorities pursued them too aggressively, they took one of the officers hostage, a high-ranking official named Captain Anand Suwan. Anand, known for his relentless pursuit of arms traffickers, was a valuable bargaining chip. Surya knew that his capture would send shockwaves through law enforcement and force the authorities into a difficult position. The Thai police launched one of the largest manhunts in recent history, scouring the jungles and border towns for any trace of the gang. Intelligence units intercepted encrypted messages suggesting that Surya was planning to transport the weapons and his hostage across the Mekong River into Laos, where they would be sold to buyers with deep pockets. Time was running out. A week later, acting on a critical tip-off, elite police units and military forces raided a secluded hideout in the mountains near the Laos border. A violent firefight broke out as Surya's men fought desperately to escape. One by one, his gunmen were either captured or killed. Seeing no way out, Surya attempted to flee into the jungle, using Captain Anand as a human shield. But the authorities were prepared. A sniper took a calculated shot, hitting Surya in the leg, forcing him to surrender. The hostage was rescued unharmed, and the stolen weapons were recovered before they could be smuggled out of the country. Surya was taken into custody, charged with armed robbery, murder, and kidnapping. During his trial, prosecutors presented overwhelming evidence, including testimony from captured gang members and forensic evidence linking him to multiple crimes. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The case sent a clear message to the underworld. No matter how powerful a criminal may seem, justice would find its way. But the incident also exposed deep-rooted corruption and the alarming reality of arms trafficking networks operating in Southeast Asia. Despite Suriya's downfall, law enforcement knew that his empire had not completely crumbled. Others would rise to take his place, and the battle against illegal arms trade was far from over. Inside the high-security prison where Suriya-elect Benam was being held, the air was thick with tension. His capture had not only disrupted the flow of illegal weapons in Thailand, but had also sent shockwaves through the powerful networks of smugglers and corrupt officials who had long profited from his operations. While the public celebrated his arrest, those who had once worked with him were scrambling to cover their tracks, fearing that Suriya might exchange secrets for a reduced sentence. The authorities had placed him in solitary confinement, aware that there were many who wanted him silenced before he could speak. Meanwhile, outside the prison walls, the Thai police continued their pursuit of the remnants of Suriya's organization. Although his capture was a major victory, the case was far from closed. His second-in-command, a man known only as T, had managed to escape during the raid at the border and had gone underground. Intelligence reports suggested that T was gathering what was left of their network, planning either a counterattack or an escape operation to free Suriya before he could be transferred to a more secure location. For the authorities, this was a race against time. They had dismantled Suriya's immediate circle, but the weapons trade was far from over. In the weeks following the raid, forensic analysis of the recovered arms revealed serial numbers matching weapons stolen from military stockpiles as far away as Cambodia and Malaysia. This confirmed their worst fears. Suriya's syndicate was only part of a much larger operation, one that involved cross-border smuggling and high-level corruption. As the investigation deepened, law enforcement uncovered a chilling detail. The convoy ambush had not been a simple robbery, but part of a broader plan to destabilize security forces in the region. Evidence suggested that some of the stolen weapons were intended for extremist groups in neighboring countries, while others had been set aside for domestic buyers, including criminal factions operating in Bangkok's underworld. This revelation transformed the case from a high-profile heist into a matter of national security. The urgency of the situation intensified when Captain Anand Suwin, the officer who had been taken hostage and later rescued, came forward with unsettling details about his captivity. He described being held in a remote hideout deep within the jungle, where he had overheard conversations between Suriya and his men. They had spoken in code, but one thing had been clear: Suriya had not been working alone. There were others, possibly within the government or military, who had facilitated his operations and provided him with inside information. Determined to expose the full extent of the conspiracy, Thai intelligence agencies launched a covert operation to track T's movements. Surveillance footage and intercepted communications placed him near the Burmese border, where he was believed to be negotiating safe passage with local warlords in exchange for weapons. The authorities knew that if T succeeded in regrouping, the violence and instability would continue. In a daring midnight raid, a joint task force composed of Thai special forces and border police stormed a compound suspected to be T's hideout. The battle was swift but brutal. T and his men fought fiercely, knowing they had no way out. By the time the gunfire ceased, several gang members lay dead, while T himself had vanished into the dense jungle. The failure to capture him was a blow to the investigation, but it also fueled the determination of law enforcement. With the case now involving international crime syndicates, Thai officials sought cooperation from neighboring governments. Cambodia, Laos, and Myanmar tightened security along their borders, making it harder for T to move freely. His options were running out. Back in prison, Suriya remained eerily silent. Despite interrogations and the looming threat of life imprisonment, he refused to reveal anything about his larger network. Investigators suspected that he still held some leverage, perhaps a hidden stash of weapons, or contacts within the government who were working to secure his release. One thing was certain: the war against illegal arms trafficking in Thailand was far from over. Suriya's downfall had left a power vacuum, and as long as there was demand, there would always be someone willing to supply. The authorities had won a battle, but the fight against the underworld had only just begun. As the hunt for T continued, law enforcement agencies across Thailand and its neighboring countries remained on high alert. Intelligence sources suggested that he had crossed into Myanmar, seeking refuge among one of the armed insurgent groups operating in the region. If true, this would complicate matters significantly, as crossing into Myanmar's lawless borderlands meant T could potentially secure protection in exchange for weapons, cash, or even information. The Thai authorities knew that if he managed to forge such an alliance, he could rebuild his operation within months. Meanwhile, inside the high-security Bangkok remand prison, Surya Lek Thanam maintained an unsettling silence. The former arms smuggler, now one of the most heavily guarded prisoners in Thailand, rarely spoke during interrogations. Despite repeated attempts to extract information, he remained composed, his expression betraying nothing. Investigators knew he was withholding critical information, likely details about his broader network, corrupt officials involved, and hidden weapon stockpiles. But without concrete evidence or a confession, they could only speculate. What troubled authorities the most was the possibility that Surya had planned for this moment all along. His arrest had been a significant victory, but it had not dismantled the entire network. The remnants of his operation were still active, and there were signs that someone, perhaps one of his silent backers, was working behind the scenes to secure his release. The suspicion grew stronger when prison officials intercepted coded messages attempting to reach Surya from an unknown source. The messages were vague but hinted at an upcoming operation. Fearing a potential escape attempt, authorities moved him to an even more secure wing of the prison, increasing surveillance and limiting his communication with the outside world. At the same time, the forensic analysis of the seized weapons from the border ambush continued to yield disturbing discoveries. Several rifles bore markings indicating that they had been smuggled out of military stockpiles, but what was more concerning was the presence of advanced weaponry, anti-material rifles and explosives, that were not typically available through standard black market channels. This suggested that Surya's syndicate had access to military-grade arms, possibly through inside connections. Determined to uncover the full extent of the conspiracy, Thai intelligence officers launched a joint operation with Interpol and the intelligence agencies of Cambodia, Malaysia, and Laos. Their investigation led them to a series of offshore accounts linked to shell companies based in Hong Kong and Singapore, indicating that the arms trade was being financed through a complex web of international money laundering. As law enforcement traced the funds, they found links to individuals in Thailand's corporate and political sectors, people who had never been publicly associated with criminal activity, but had quietly profited from the illegal arms trade. The revelation sent shockwaves through Thailand's elite circles, as it became evident that this was more than just an underground smuggling ring. It was a deeply entrenched system of corruption that had allowed criminals like Surya to operate with near impunity for years. While the investigation into these financial dealings continued, special forces remained focused on capturing T before he could re-establish his network. Surveillance drones and intelligence operatives tracked movements in the remote border regions, monitoring known hideouts used by insurgent groups. Then, after weeks of searching, a breakthrough came. A tip from an informant revealed that T had been spotted near the Thai-Myanmar border, attempting to negotiate a deal for a safe passage out of Southeast Asia. He was reportedly planning to move to the Middle East, where he had potential buyers waiting for a fresh supply of military-grade weapons. Realizing that this could be their last chance to capture him, Thai authorities launched a high-risk operation. A specialized unit of the Royal Thai Police, alongside border security forces, mobilized to intercept him. They moved in under the cover of darkness, surrounding the makeshift hideout where T and his remaining men were holed up. The operation did not go smoothly. T's men, though fewer in number than before, were heavily armed and willing to fight to the end. A violent gunfight erupted, with the sounds of automatic fire echoing through the jungle. The battle lasted nearly an hour before the security forces gained the upper hand. By the time the dust settled, T was among the dead. His body was found with a bullet wound to the chest, his weapon still in his grip. The remaining members of his gang were either captured or killed, effectively dismantling the last active remnants of Surya's operation. With T gone, the focus shifted back to Surya, who remained locked away but undoubtedly aware of the events unfolding outside. Investigators knew that his influence had not disappeared completely, and the possibility of another figure rising to take his place was a constant threat. The crackdown on arms trafficking continued, with authorities making several high-profile arrests in the months that followed. Corrupt officials, businessmen, and former military personnel were exposed, their involvement in the illegal trade brought to light. However, despite these efforts, there was an unshakable reality. The black market for weapons was not something that could be eradicated entirely. Surya's downfall had been a major victory, but in the underworld of international arms smuggling, there was always someone waiting to take the throne. and as long as there was conflict and demand, the cycle would inevitably continue. Case 5. In the mid-1990s, Cambodia was a nation emerging from decades of conflict, with remnants of the Khmer Rouge still active in certain regions. One such area was Phnom Penh, a mountainous region in the southern part of the country. This area became infamous in 1994 due to a tragic event that underscored the lingering instability and dangers present during that time. On July 26, 1994, a passenger train traveling from Phnom Penh to Sihanoukville was ambushed by a group of Khmer Rouge guerrillas near Phnom Penh. The attackers, led by Commander Sam Biff, derailed the train and opened fire, resulting in the deaths of at least 13 Cambodian passengers. In the chaos, the guerrillas abducted more than 100 hostages, including 3 Western backpackers, Australian David Wilson, Briton Mark Slater, and Frenchman Jean-Michel Braquet. Sam Biff, born on May 1, 1933, was a high-ranking official within the Khmer Rouge hierarchy. Having served as a deputy to the notorious military leader Tom Ock, Biff was known for his strategic acumen and ruthless tactics. By the early 1990s, as the Khmer Rouge's power waned, commanders like Biff resorted to kidnappings and banditry to sustain their diminishing forces. Following the train ambush, the hostages were marched into the dense jungles of Phnom Penh. The Khmer Rouge demanded a ransom and political concessions from the Cambodian government in exchange for the release of the captives. Despite prolonged negotiations, the demands were not met, and tragically, after several months in captivity, the 3 Western hostages were executed. Their deaths drew international condemnation and highlighted the persistent threat posed by the remaining Khmer Rouge factions. In the years that followed, efforts to bring those responsible to justice intensified. Sam Biff evaded capture for several years, but in 2002, he was arrested and charged with multiple offenses, including kidnapping and murder. He was subsequently sentenced to life in prison. Biff died on February 15, 2008, while serving his sentence. This incident remains one of the most notorious kidnappings in Cambodia's recent history, symbolizing the challenges the nation faced during its transition from a war-torn past to a more stable present. As news of the kidnappings spread, diplomatic channels were immediately activated. The governments of Australia, the United Kingdom, and France applied pressure on Cambodian authorities to secure the safe release of their citizens. However, dealing with the remnants of the Khmer Rouge was a delicate matter. The group still controlled pockets of territory, particularly in remote jungle regions, and had a history of brutal tactics, making negotiations perilous. The hostages, David Wilson, Mark Slater, and Jean-Michel Braquet, were taken deep into the forests of Phnom Penh, where they were kept in makeshift bamboo cages. They were guarded around the clock by heavily armed Khmer Rouge soldiers, who were distrustful of outsiders and adhered to a strict ideology of secrecy and paranoia. Food was scarce, and conditions in the jungle were harsh, with scorching daytime temperatures and frigid nights. The Khmer Rouge commander overseeing the operation, Chuk Rin, was known for his unwavering loyalty to the movement. He had been indoctrinated during the Cambodian Civil War and had risen through the ranks due to his ability to execute orders without hesitation. Under his command, the prisoners were subjected to mental and physical strain, often forced to march long distances under the threat of execution. For weeks, the Khmer Rouge played a dangerous game, using the hostages as bargaining chips. They demanded the release of captured Khmer Rouge members from Cambodian prisons, safe passage to a more secure stronghold, and a hefty ransom payment. The Cambodian government, under Prime Minister Norodom Ranariddh and Second Prime Minister Hun Sen, faced a difficult decision. Conceding to the guerrillas' demands could set a dangerous precedent, encouraging more kidnappings, yet failing to act decisively could result in the deaths of the hostages. Months passed with no resolution in sight. Inside their jungle prison, the 3 hostages remained hopeful, unaware that time was running out. Their captors grew increasingly frustrated as negotiations stalled and the Khmer Rouge began to sense that their leverage was slipping away. Desperation set in among the commanders, and the tone of their messages to government officials became more aggressive. In early September, reports surfaced that the Khmer Rouge had issued an ultimatum. If their demands were not met within a matter of days, the hostages would be executed. The announcement sent shockwaves through the diplomatic community, triggering frantic last-minute attempts to negotiate a settlement. Despite these efforts, communication with the captors became increasingly sporadic. Then, without warning, all contact ceased. On September 28, 1994, a grim discovery confirmed the worst fears. The bodies of David Wilson, Mark Slater, and Jean-Michel Braquet were found in shallow graves near the jungle camp. All three had been executed, likely days earlier, in what appeared to be a final act of defiance by their captors. The news devastated their families and sparked international outrage. In the aftermath, Cambodian authorities launched a manhunt to track down those responsible. Chuk Rin managed to evade capture for several years, but eventually surrendered in 2000. He was tried and sentenced to life in prison, though he was controversially released on humanitarian grounds in 2015 due to illness. Sam Biff, the senior Khmer Rouge commander implicated in the crime, was arrested in 2002 and also received a life sentence. The Phnom Penh kidnappings remain one of the darkest chapters in Cambodia's post-war history. The incident highlighted the fragility of peace in a country still grappling with the remnants of a violent past, and it served as a stark reminder of the risks faced by those who ventured into unstable regions. Decades later, the families of the victims continue to seek full accountability, ensuring that the tragedy is never forgotten. The fallout from the Phnom Penh kidnappings was immediate and far-reaching. Internationally, the murders of David Wilson, Mark Slater, and Jean-Michel Braquet sent shockwaves through diplomatic circles. Western governments condemned the killings in the strongest possible terms, calling for justice and a renewed crackdown on the Khmer Rouge insurgency. In Cambodia, the event intensified ongoing discussions about the country's fragile post-war stability and the lingering influence of the once dominant guerrilla faction. For the families of the victims, the loss was devastating. They had clung to hope for months, believing that negotiations might bring their loved ones home safely. When the news of their executions broke, grief quickly turned into calls for accountability. The Australian, British, and French governments demanded answers from Cambodian authorities, pressing them to bring the perpetrators to justice. Pressure mounted on the coalition government, led by Prince Norodom Ranariddh and Hun Sen, to act decisively. In response, the Cambodian military intensified operations against the Khmer Rouge stronghold in the Phnom Penh region. A series of raids targeted known hideouts, but the dense jungle and difficult terrain made progress slow. The guerrillas, trained in jungle warfare and deeply familiar with the landscape, evaded capture time and time again. For years, Chuk Rin, the commander directly responsible for the hostages, remained elusive. His knowledge of the terrain and his ability to blend into sympathetic communities made him nearly impossible to track. Eventually, as Cambodia transitioned further into a period of peace and reconstruction, the Khmer Rouge's power waned. Many of its former fighters surrendered under government amnesty programs, and leaders who had once commanded terror found themselves hunted fugitives. In 2000, after years of hiding, Chuk Rin turned himself in, hoping for leniency. He was put on trial and sentenced to life in prison. His defense, that he had merely been following orders and had tried to save the hostages, was dismissed by the courts. In 2015, he was controversially released on humanitarian grounds due to his failing health, a decision that angered the victims' families. Sam Biff, another senior Khmer Rouge commander, was arrested in 2002 and similarly sentenced to life imprisonment. Unlike Chuk Rin, he remained incarcerated until his death in 2008. His capture and sentencing marked one of the few instances where former Khmer Rouge leaders were held directly accountable for their crimes, but for many, it was too little too late. The legacy of the Phnom Penh kidnappings is still felt in Cambodia today. The incident highlighted the dangers posed by insurgent remnants long after conflicts officially end. It also exposed the weaknesses of a fragile government struggling to assert control over a country still recovering from decades of war and genocide. For foreign travelers, it served as a grim reminder of the risks associated with venturing into unstable regions, and for Cambodia's leadership, it underscored the need for a stronger, more unified response to lingering security threats. Though decades have passed since the tragic events of 1994, the families of David Wilson, Mark Slater, and Jean-Michel Braquet continue to seek full accountability. Their loss remains a painful reminder of a dark chapter in Cambodia's history, one that they refuse to let fade into obscurity. Case 6. In the early morning hours of August 23, 2018, a gruesome murder in the quiet suburbs of Brisbane, Australia, sent shockwaves through the community. The man responsible was 31-year-old Thomas Caldwell, a former security contractor with a history of aggressive behavior and financial distress. A once promising career had spiraled downward due to a series of poor decisions, including a gambling addiction that left him drowning in debt. Friends and family had grown distant, weary of his unpredictable temper and erratic lifestyle. For months leading up to the murder, Caldwell had been fixated on one person, his former business partner, Mark Reynolds, a 45-year-old real estate developer who had cut ties with him after a failed investment deal. Caldwell believed Reynolds had cheated him out of a significant sum of money, and resentment festered into something far more sinister. He began tracking Reynolds' daily routine, lurking outside his office and even breaking into his emails, desperate for any leverage he could find. But in his paranoid mind, revenge became the only solution. On the night of August 22nd, Caldwell drove to Reynolds' home, a spacious property on the outskirts of the city. Armed with a hunting knife and wearing dark clothing, he broke in through the back entrance, moving swiftly through the house. Reynolds had just returned from an evening business meeting and was in the kitchen when Caldwell confronted him. A struggle ensued, and before Reynolds could call for help, Caldwell stabbed him multiple times in the chest and neck. The attack was brutal, fueled by years of pent-up anger and desperation. After ensuring Reynolds was dead, Caldwell attempted to stage the scene as a robbery gone wrong. He ransacked the house, knocking over furniture and scattering valuables, then fled the scene in his car. But in his haste, he left behind crucial evidence: a blood-stained glove near the doorway and surveillance footage from a neighbor's security camera, which captured his vehicle leaving the premises at the time of the murder. The next morning, Reynolds' assistant arrived at the house for a scheduled meeting and discovered the horrific scene. Authorities were immediately called, and within hours, a manhunt was underway. The police pieced together Caldwell's motives quickly, given his public grievances against Reynolds and prior threats made in anger. By the evening of August 24th, law enforcement tracked him down to a motel just outside the city, where he had been hiding. His arrest was swift and under interrogation. He initially denied involvement but later confessed when confronted with the overwhelming evidence. During his trial, the prosecution painted a picture of a man consumed by rage and desperation, incapable of rational thought. The defense argued for diminished responsibility, citing Caldwell's mental health struggles, but the jury was unmoved. In October 2019, he was convicted of murder and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole for 25 years. The case left an indelible mark on Brisbane's legal community, serving as a stark reminder of how financial ruin, unchecked anger, and obsession could drive a man to commit an unthinkable act. For Reynolds' family, justice had been served, but the loss was irreparable. His wife and 2 children, forever haunted by that tragic night, moved away from Brisbane, seeking to leave behind the echoes of a crime that shattered their lives. In the weeks following Thomas Caldwell's conviction, the media continued to dissect the case, attempting to unravel what led an otherwise ordinary man to commit such a horrific act. Journalists dug into his past, uncovering a history of financial instability, reckless behavior, and failed business ventures. Some speculated that his downfall had begun years earlier, when he first became involved in high-risk investments, losing tens of thousands of dollars in bad deals. Others pointed to his growing isolation. His friends had distanced themselves, and his family had stopped responding to his erratic calls and messages. The mounting pressure had left Caldwell desperate, pushing him to an irreversible breaking point. As investigators examined Caldwell's movements leading up to the murder, they discovered a disturbing level of premeditation. His internet search history revealed weeks of research into violent crimes, forensic evidence, and ways to avoid detection. He had driven past Reynolds' home multiple times in the days before the attack, carefully noting the layout of the house and the patterns of its occupants. When police reviewed his bank records, they found that in the days before the murder, he had withdrawn several $1,000s, likely planning to flee after the crime. However, his poor planning and impulsivity ultimately led to his capture, just hours after Reynolds' body was found. One of the most chilling aspects of the case was how Caldwell had acted after the murder. After fleeing the crime scene, he had checked into a low-budget motel, less than 20 miles from the site of the killing. There, he spent the night drinking heavily and watching news reports about the murder, waiting to see how authorities would respond. Surveillance footage from a nearby gas station showed him buying beer and cigarettes, his expression disturbingly calm given what he had just done. Investigators later found that he had made several calls to unknown numbers, possibly trying to secure a way out of the country, though those leads ultimately led nowhere. When police finally caught up with Caldwell the following evening, he was in a haze of exhaustion and alcohol. The arrest was swift. Officers kicked down the motel door after he refused to respond to commands, finding him sitting on the bed, his face blank with resignation. During interrogation, he initially denied any involvement, claiming he had spent the night alone, but the evidence against him was overwhelming. When confronted with the blood-stained glove left at the crime scene and the damning security footage, his facade crumbled. He broke down, sobbing as he confessed to the crime, claiming he had never intended for things to escalate the way they did. Caldwell's trial, which began in the summer of 2019, was closely watched. The prosecution laid out a clear timeline of events, demonstrating the calculated nature of his actions. The defense attempted to argue that he had acted in a moment of uncontrollable rage rather than premeditated murder, hoping to reduce the severity of his sentence. They brought in psychologists who testified about his declining mental state, his increasing paranoia, and his history of anxiety and depression. While the court acknowledged his mental struggles, the jury was unconvinced that they were enough to excuse his actions. Throughout the trial, Reynolds' family sat in the courtroom, listening to the harrowing details of the night he was murdered. His wife, Julia Reynolds, later spoke to the press, describing the immense toll the case had taken on her and her children. "We lost more than a husband and a father that night," she said. "We lost our sense of security, our faith in people we once trusted. No amount of justice will ever bring Mark back, but we needed this conviction to move forward." When the verdict was delivered, guilty of first-degree murder, Caldwell showed little reaction. His once defiant demeanor had faded, replaced by an empty stare. The judge sentenced him to life in prison, with a minimum of 25 years before the possibility of parole. He was immediately transferred to a maximum security facility, where he would spend the rest of his days surrounded by others who had made similar irreversible choices. Even after the trial concluded, the case left an enduring impact on the community. It became a cautionary tale of how financial ruin, unchecked resentment, and isolation could lead to devastating consequences. Discussions arose about the importance of mental health resources, the warning signs of violent behavior, and the responsibilities people had to report concerning actions before they escalated into tragedy. For Reynolds' family, the sentencing brought a semblance of closure, but the void left by his murder would never truly heal. Julia eventually relocated with their children, leaving behind the home that had become a place of unbearable memories. She later established a foundation in Mark's name, dedicated to supporting families affected by violent crime. Meanwhile, Caldwell faded into obscurity, his name becoming just another entry in Australia's long history of high-profile murder cases. As Thomas Caldwell adjusted to life behind bars, the weight of his choices became increasingly difficult to ignore. His arrogance, once evident in the early days of his incarceration, faded as the reality of his life sentence set in. Prison was not the escape he had once envisioned when he plotted Mark Reynolds' murder. It was a slow, suffocating existence filled with monotony and regret. Caldwell was transferred to a maximum security prison in the outskirts of New South Wales, where he was placed among some of Australia's most dangerous criminals. The facility housed murderers, drug lords, and career criminals, men who had long since resigned themselves to a life behind bars. For someone like Caldwell, whose crime, though brutal, was fueled more by desperation than a history of violence, the adjustment was brutal. His soft-spoken nature made him an easy target for intimidation. He quickly learned that in a place like this, any sign of weakness could turn fatal. The guards kept a watchful eye on him in his first few months, knowing that inmates convicted of high-profile murders often faced a particularly harsh time in prison. Some saw him as a coward, a man who had killed out of greed and selfishness rather than any street code or criminal allegiance. Others simply viewed him as another inmate, no different from the rest. Caldwell tried to keep his head down, but rumors of his case followed him. Inmates whispered about the murder, about the money he never got to spend, about the sheer recklessness of his actions. Despite the bleak environment, Caldwell still had visitors in the early months of his incarceration. His sister, Emily Caldwell, came to see him once, though it was clear she struggled to recognize the man sitting across from her. She had been the last member of the family to hold on to hope, the last to believe that maybe, just maybe, her brother had been framed or had acted out of genuine self-defense. But the evidence had been undeniable, and as she looked at him, his face now gaunt, his posture slumped with defeat, she knew this was the last time she would visit. She left without a word, and Caldwell never heard from her again. The months turned into years. Caldwell's name disappeared from the headlines, replaced by newer, more sensational crimes. The world moved on, but he remained stuck in the same cycle. Waking up at dawn, eating the same meals, walking the same concrete yard, staring at the same walls. The regret that had once consumed him dulled over time, replaced by an eerie emptiness. At some point, he stopped counting the days. Meanwhile, outside the prison walls, the world did not forget Mark Reynolds. His wife, Julia, continued to advocate for victims of violent crime, turning her grief into action. The foundation she had established in Mark's name grew, offering support to families who had suffered similar losses. She spoke at events, partnered with law enforcement, and even worked with legislators to push for stricter sentencing for premeditated crimes. Though she never publicly mentioned Caldwell's name again, his actions had ignited a movement that would far outlast his time in the public eye. As Caldwell approached his 10th year in prison, he received word that an appeal he had quietly filed years earlier had been rejected. The news didn't come as a surprise. The evidence against him had been too strong, the trial too conclusive. There was no legal loophole that could save him. His fate had been sealed the moment he took Mark Reynolds' life. Some prisoners hold on to hope, believing that one day they might walk free. Caldwell wasn't one of them. He knew that even if he were granted parole in another 15 years, there would be nothing left for him outside. No family, no fortune, no second chance. His life had ended the moment he let greed dictate his actions. And so, he lived on in the prison system, another forgotten name in a place filled with lost souls. The man who had once dreamed of wealth and power now had nothing, no freedom, no future, no redemption. Just time. Endless, unforgiving time. Case 7. In the early 2000s, Melbourne was a city gripped by fear. A shadow loomed over its bustling streets, an underworld war unfolding in the corners of quiet neighborhoods, in the parking lots of suburban homes, and even in broad daylight at public spaces. This was the era of the Melbourne gangland killings, a time when criminals no longer settled disputes with whispered threats or backroom deals, but with bullets and blood. At the center of this storm stood one man, Carl Anthony Williams. Carl Williams wasn't born into crime, nor was he raised in a world of hardened gangsters. He grew up in a modest working-class family in Melbourne, the son of George and Barbara Williams. For much of his early life, he remained in the shadows of the city's more notorious underworld figures, working menial jobs and running small-time scams. But ambition burned within him, and the lure of fast money proved too great. By the late 1990s, he had found his way into the lucrative drug trade, a world ruled by old-school criminals who had spent decades building their empires. At first, Williams played the role of a silent partner, watching and learning from the powerful Moran family, who controlled a significant portion of Melbourne's drug market. He supplied and distributed amphetamines, making connections in the criminal underworld and gradually expanding his influence. But Williams was never satisfied with being second to anyone. He saw weaknesses in the system, cracks in the armor of those who had been in power for too long. He wanted more. His rise to infamy began on October 13, 1999. That day, what should have been a simple meeting to discuss debts and territory between Williams and Jason Moran turned violent. A gun was drawn, and Williams was shot in the stomach. He barely survived, but the incident left something far more dangerous than a scar. It left a thirst for revenge. The attack had turned him from a businessman into a warrior, one who would stop at nothing to seize control. In the following years, bodies began to drop. Mark Moran was the first major casualty, gunned down outside his home in June 2000. His death sent a clear message. Carl Williams was no longer just another player in the game. He was coming for the throne. But the Morans did not go down without a fight. Retaliation loomed, and the war escalated. By 2003, Melbourne was no longer safe. Gunfire erupted in unexpected places. Jason Moran and Pasquale Barbaro were killed while sitting in a parked van outside a children's football practice. The kind of attack that shattered the illusion that civilians were off limits. It was a war without rules, and Carl Williams was winning. His empire grew, absorbing the power left behind by the bodies of his enemies. But violence has a way of catching up, no matter how powerful one becomes. By 2004, Williams' name was whispered in police investigations and crime reports. Informants turned against him, and the law finally closed in. He was arrested, charged with multiple murders, and in 2007 he pleaded guilty. The courtroom was packed, not just with law enforcement officers eager to see him locked away, but with journalists, families of his victims, and even former allies who had survived his rise to power. He was sentenced to life in prison, his once great empire reduced to whispers and fading memories. But even behind bars, Williams' past could not be escaped. On April 19, 2010, while serving his sentence at Barwon Prison, he was attacked by a fellow inmate. The man struck him repeatedly with a metal rod, delivering a fatal blow that ended the reign of one of Australia's most notorious crime lords. Carl Williams was gone, but his story lived on, immortalized in books, documentaries, and the television series Underbelly. His legacy was not one of triumph, but of destruction, a tale of ambition that burned too bright, leaving nothing but ashes in its wake. And Melbourne, once gripped by fear, took a breath of relief. The war was over, but the scars remained. The death of Carl Williams in 2010 marked the end of an era, but his shadow still loomed over Melbourne. Even behind bars, he had remained a powerful figure, his name whispered in the corridors of power and crime alike. His murder inside Barwon Prison was a chilling reminder that in the world of organized crime, debts were never forgotten, and revenge had no expiration date. Williams' rise to power had not been an accident. It had been calculated, methodical, and ruthless. He had taken advantage of the fractures within Melbourne's underworld, eliminating rivals one by one until he stood at the top. But in doing so, he had created a long list of enemies, men who had lost brothers, fathers, and friends to his war. Even locked away, he was still a marked man. His execution was brutal and unrelenting. The killer, Matthew Johnson, was a hardened criminal with his own reputation for violence. Prison surveillance footage would later show Johnson approaching Williams from behind in the common area, carrying a heavy metal rod from an exercise bike. Without hesitation, he struck Williams in the head, again and again, until his victim collapsed. There was no struggle, no final words, only the cold efficiency of a man carrying out an act that had been long in the making. When the guards finally arrived, it was already too late. Many speculated on the reasons behind his murder. Some believed it was a hit ordered by old enemies, a delayed act of vengeance for the bloodshed he had caused in Melbourne's gangland wars. Others suggested it was about control. Inside prison, Williams had been cooperating with police, providing information that could bring down others still walking free. Whatever the reason, one thing was certain. The underworld had not forgotten Carl Williams, and they had made sure he did not escape justice, even in a cell. The aftermath of his death sent ripples through both the criminal underworld and the legal system. Investigations into corruption revealed that Williams had been receiving special privileges inside prison, fueling speculation that he had struck deals with authorities. A controversial arrangement had allowed him access to better food, private meetings, and even secret discussions with law enforcement. But all of that had only made him more vulnerable. In a world where loyalty was a currency, Williams had been seen as a traitor, and traitors did not get second chances. Outside the prison walls, the remnants of his empire crumbled. His associates, once untouchable figures in Melbourne's underworld, now faced arrests, betrayals, and internal conflicts. Some attempted to take what little power remained, while others fled, seeking refuge in anonymity. The police, emboldened by the fall of their greatest adversary, intensified their efforts to dismantle the network he had built. Williams' death did not erase the damage he had done. The families of his victims still carried their grief, and Melbourne, though safer than before, would never forget the years of fear and violence that had defined an entire generation. The gangland war had left scars that could not be healed, a grim reminder that power gained through bloodshed would always end the same way. His name remained infamous, spoken in hushed tones among those who still lived in the shadows. Some saw him as a warning, a man who had flown too close to the sun and paid the ultimate price. Others, particularly the new breed of criminals rising in his wake, viewed him as a legend, proof that with enough ambition and ruthlessness, one could rise from nothing and take the city for themselves. But Melbourne had changed. The days of open executions and street wars had passed, replaced by a new era of crime, one where violence was more hidden, but no less deadly. As the years passed, the story of Carl Williams faded from the headlines, but it never truly disappeared. His name remained etched into the history of Australia's underworld, a cautionary tale of ambition, betrayal, and the inevitable cost of power. And in the dark corners of Melbourne, where new criminals plotted their rise, his ghost still lingered, a reminder that even kings of crime were never truly untouchable. Melbourne had seen its fair share of crime lords rise and fall, But Carl Williams' story was one that refused to fade. Even after his brutal murder in Barwon Prison, the ripple effects of his reign and downfall continued to shape Australia's criminal landscape. His death had been swift, decisive, and merciless, yet it had not brought closure. Instead, it had left a void, one that both law enforcement and the underworld scrambled to fill. In the months following Williams' killing, authorities intensified their crackdown on organized crime, determined to dismantle what remained of his empire. The gangland wars of the early 2000s had left Melbourne bloodied, and with Williams gone, some believed the violence would finally cease. But power does not disappear, it merely shifts hands. The question was, who would take his place? Old rivalries reignited in the wake of his absence. His former associates, once united under his leadership, found themselves without a clear path forward. Some sought to distance themselves from his legacy, eager to escape the inevitable scrutiny from police. Others saw an opportunity to claim a larger piece of the underworld, forging new alliances while settling old scores. But the power vacuum left behind was dangerous. The Melbourne underworld had been accustomed to a single dominant figure, and without one, the balance of power grew unstable. The man who had delivered the fatal blows, Matthew Johnson, had his own story to tell. A violent career criminal with deep ties to the prison underworld, Johnson had acted with brutal efficiency, but his motivations were never entirely clear. Officially, his attack on Williams was framed as an internal dispute, an act of prison violence rather than a premeditated assassination. But few believed it was that simple. Johnson was sentenced to life in prison for Williams' murder, but behind bars, he remained a feared figure. Some speculated he had been acting on behalf of others, perhaps carrying out a hit for those who had long wanted Williams dead. Others believed he had simply seized an opportunity, eliminating a man he saw as weak, a liability inside the prison walls. The truth, like much in the underworld, remained obscured. What was certain was that Johnson had delivered a message, one that resonated far beyond Barwon Prison. Williams' death was a reminder that no one, no matter how powerful, was untouchable. Even the most feared figures could be brought down with the right timing, the right circumstances, and the right weapon. In the wake of Williams' murder, deeper investigations into Victoria's correctional system revealed disturbing truths. It was no secret that corruption had played a role in Williams' criminal career. After all, he had operated with remarkable influence, even while incarcerated. But as more details emerged, the public was forced to confront just how compromised the system had become. Williams had been living in relative comfort inside Barwon Prison. Reports surfaced of preferential treatment, secret meetings with law enforcement, and even leaked information that suggested he had been cooperating with authorities. It was this cooperation that many believed had sealed his fate. To his former allies, Williams had become a liability, a man who knew too much and was willing to talk. And in the underworld, there were few sins greater than betrayal. The scandal reached beyond the prison walls. Corrupt officials, bribed officers, and hidden deals came to light, exposing a network of influence that had allowed criminals to operate with near impunity. The revelations shook public confidence in the justice system, prompting sweeping reforms aimed at preventing such breaches in the future. But for many, it was too little too late. The damage had already been done. Despite his death, Williams' legend persisted. His story became the subject of books, documentaries, and even television dramas, cementing his place in Australia's criminal folklore. But for the families of his victims, there was nothing romantic about his legacy. The gangland wars had left behind a trail of shattered lives, grieving parents, orphaned children, and countless others whose only crime had been being in the wrong place at the wrong time. For law enforcement, Williams' death was both a victory and a challenge. On one hand, it had removed a major player from Melbourne's criminal scene. On the other, it had created new problems, fresh conflicts, shifting alliances, and the emergence of younger, more ambitious criminals eager to take his place. The cycle of crime had not been broken, it had simply evolved. Williams' story served as a grim reminder of the nature of organized crime. There were no happy endings, no true winners, only temporary survivors. Those who rose to power did so with the knowledge that their reign would always be short-lived, their downfall inevitable. And as long as power remained a prize worth killing for, Melbourne's underworld would never truly be at peace. Years later, the streets of Melbourne still carried echoes of his name. The bars and clubs where deals had been made, the back alleys where lives had been lost, the prison where he had met his violent end. All of it was part of a story that refused to be forgotten. For some, he was a cautionary tale, a man who had climbed too high and paid the price. For others, he was a symbol of an era, one defined by ambition, greed, and bloodshed. But for those who had lived through the gangland wars, he was simply another name in a long line of men who had thought themselves untouchable, only to learn the truth too late. And in the darkest corners of the underworld, where whispers still carried weight, one truth remained. Power was never permanent, and death was always just one step away. Case 8. Sun Liang had always known that his life was a fragile balance of power, survival, and betrayal. He had lived in the shadows for too long, navigating the underworld of Southeast Asia with precision and caution. But now, after the massacre in the warehouse, that balance had been shattered. By morning, the news had spread like wildfire across Bangkok's criminal circles. Harun Putra was dead, and Sun Liang was the prime suspect. The authorities had yet to take action, but that didn't mean he was safe. The people Harun worked for, the real power behind his operations, would come looking for revenge. Sun didn't wait to see how things would unfold. He had always been a step ahead, and this time was no different. He slipped out of Bangkok before the sun had fully risen, leaving behind the car he had driven to the warehouse. He switched vehicles twice, paying cash to a corrupt mechanic in a back alley, and by the time the city began to wake, he was already on a train heading south toward Malaysia. He kept his head low, blending in with the other passengers, backpackers, traders, and locals going about their daily routines. His heart pounded every time the train stopped, every time he saw an officer patrolling the station. But no one was looking for him. Not yet. By the time he reached Penang, he had a new plan. He had connections in Indonesia, men who owed him favors, who could provide him with a new identity. But getting there wouldn't be easy. The moment Harun's people realized he had left Thailand, they would spread their reach. Airports were out of the question. Borders were dangerous. He needed another way. For years, he had used the hidden networks of fishermen and smugglers that operated along the coast, men who knew the waters better than the authorities ever could. He found one of them in a small, nameless bar near the docks, a man called Iqbal, who had smuggled everything from stolen artifacts to fugitives escaping death sentences. But the price was steep. "I don't do charity," Iqbal had told him. Sun Liang had nothing left to bargain with, except information. He had spent his life gathering secrets, knowing that, in the right hands, information was worth more than gold. He gave Iqbal the name of a corrupt police chief in Surabaya who had been working with arms dealers. It was a dangerous trade, but it was enough to convince the smuggler to get him on a boat. The journey was treacherous. The sea was unforgiving, and every wave felt like a reminder that death was never far behind. But Sun made it. He stepped onto Indonesian soil under a new name, carrying nothing but the weight of his sins. Yet, even as he disappeared into the crowded streets of Jakarta, he knew this was far from over. Harun's people would never stop hunting him, and the blood he had spilled would never wash away. But Sun Liang had survived worse, and he wasn't about to stop now. Sun Liang knew better than to stay in one place for too long. Jakarta was a city of chaos and anonymity, perfect for hiding, but not for surviving indefinitely. He needed a new plan, a way to disappear completely. His first move was securing a fake identity. Through his years in the underworld, he had made contacts in every major city across Southeast Asia, and Jakarta was no exception. He found his way to a man named Yusuf, an expert in forging documents, changing names, and making ghosts out of criminals. "You need a new passport, a new face, and a new life," Yusuf said, inspecting Sun's appearance like a sculptor studying raw material. "That'll cost you." Sun had already anticipated this. He had no money, no assets, but he had something even more valuable, information. "There's a warehouse in Medan," Sun said, his voice low, "run by a syndicate moving illegal firearms. The Indonesian authorities don't know about it, but Harun Putra's people do. Give them the tip, and they'll burn it to the ground." Yusuf's eyes narrowed. He wasn't a man easily impressed, but he knew the weight of what Sun was offering. With a single phone call, he could turn a small war between crime syndicates into a bloodbath. He nodded. "Come back tomorrow," Yusuf said. "Your new life will be ready." Sun spent the night in a rundown guest house, the kind where no one asked questions. He lay on the thin mattress, staring at the ceiling fan as it spun lazily, his mind racing. He had been on the run before, but this time was different. This time, he wasn't just running from a single enemy. He was running from an entire world that wanted him dead. By morning, he had his new documents. His name was now Andy Rahman, a Malaysian businessman with a history of frequent travel. The passport was flawless, the kind that could pass any inspection. He also had a local ID, a bank account, and even a fake employment record. But a new name wasn't enough. He needed to leave Jakarta. With his new identity, he booked a ticket to Bali under the pretense of business travel. The airport was a risk, but with the chaos of tourists and the efficiency of his new documents, he slipped through unnoticed. As the plane took off, Sun Leong, or Andy Rahman, exhaled a slow breath. He wasn't safe yet, but he had bought himself time. What he didn't know was that someone had already picked up his trail. A single mistake, a small oversight, and the hunt had begun again. Sun Leong had always known that escape was a temporary state. He had spent years evading capture, moving from one country to another, shedding old identities and adopting new ones. Yet, the walls were closing in. In Bali, the streets pulsed with life, tourists basking in the sun, locals weaving through the chaos of markets and motorbikes. But beneath the surface, danger lurked in the shadows. He knew that the men hunting him were relentless. They would not stop. They had resources, connections, and the kind of patience that turned fugitives into ghosts. His meeting with the fixer had confirmed his fears. There was no safe haven. His past had finally caught up with him. He moved through the city with caution, slipping into the anonymity of crowds, his mind constantly calculating his next step. The weight of his crimes clung to him like a second skin, a reminder that no matter how far he ran, the blood he had spilled would always leave a trail. He relocated to a different hotel under a different name, ensuring that no pattern could be traced. His days were spent planning, gathering intelligence, identifying possible routes of escape. But even the best-laid plans had weaknesses. Every airport, every border crossing, every sea route carried the risk of exposure. His name was no longer just whispered in back rooms. It was written on lists held by dangerous people. As night fell, he remained awake, the glow of his laptop screen illuminating his face. He scanned the encrypted messages that detailed movements of his pursuers. They were close, closer than he had expected. Somewhere in the city, someone had recognized him. A single slip was all it took. The realization settled over him like a tightening noose. He had to act fast. Tomorrow, he would disappear again. If he failed, there would be no second chance. Case 9. In the late 1970s, a series of heinous crimes shocked the United States, committed by a man who managed to conceal his malevolent nature behind a facade of charm and normalcy. Rodney Alcala, later infamously known as the dating game killer, led a double life that left a trail of devastation across the country. Born Rodrigo Jacques Alcala Bucher on August 23, 1943, in San Antonio, Texas, Alcala's early life was marked by turbulence. After his father abandoned the family, his mother relocated them to Los Angeles. Alcala joined the U.S. Army in 1960, but was discharged after a nervous breakdown, during which he was diagnosed with antisocial personality disorder. This diagnosis, however, did little to deter him from pursuing higher education. He graduated from UCLA School of Fine Arts and later attended New York University under the alias John Berger. Alcala's criminal activities began in 1968 when he lured an 8-year-old girl named Tali Shapiro into his Hollywood apartment. A concerned motorist witnessed the abduction and alerted police, who arrived to find Shapiro alive but brutally assaulted. Alcala evaded capture by fleeing to the East Coast, adopting a new identity, and enrolling in film school. During this period, he secured a counseling job at a New Hampshire arts camp for children, using the name John Berger. In 1971, Alcala was arrested after being recognized from a wanted poster. Extradited to California, he faced charges related to the Shapiro assault. However, due to the family's reluctance to have their daughter testify, prosecutors could not pursue the most severe charges. Alcala pleaded guilty to a lesser offense and served a brief prison sentence. Upon release, his predatory behavior escalated. Between 1977 and 1979, Alcala's spree intensified. He lured young women and girls, often posing as a professional photographer, and subjected them to unspeakable acts before ending their lives. His victims ranged in age from 12 to 28, and their bodies were discovered in various locations across California and New York. Despite his growing list of victims, Alcala managed to elude law enforcement, partly due to his unassuming demeanor and ability to blend into society. A chilling testament to his duplicitous nature occurred in 1978 when Alcala appeared on the popular television show The Dating Game. Introduced as a successful photographer, he charmed the audience and the Bachelorette, Cheryl Bradshaw, who chose him as her date. However, Bradshaw later declined to go out with him, citing an unsettling feeling she couldn't ignore. This public appearance, juxtaposed with his clandestine atrocities, highlighted the stark contrast between his public persona and his hidden monstrosity. Alcala's downfall began with the disappearance of 12-year-old Robin Samso in 1979. Witnesses reported seeing a man matching Alcala's description talking to her before she vanished. Her remains were discovered 12 days later in the Los Angeles foothills. A subsequent search of Alcala's storage locker in Seattle uncovered a trove of photographs of young women and a pair of earrings belonging to Samso. This evidence led to his arrest and conviction. Over the years, Alcala was tried multiple times, with convictions overturned on technicalities. However, advancements in DNA technology eventually linked him to several other murders, solidifying his guilt. In 2010, he was sentenced to death for 5 murders in California. While on death row, Alcala was extradited to New York, where he pleaded guilty to 2 additional homicides. Authorities suspect his involvement in numerous other cases, given the cache of photographs found in his possession. Rodney Alcala's story serves as a grim reminder of the potential for evil lurking behind a veneer of normalcy. His ability to charm and manipulate, combined with a relentless predatory instinct, allowed him to perpetrate horrific crimes over more than a decade. The enduring impact of his actions continues to resonate, underscoring the importance of vigilance and the relentless pursuit of justice for victims of such unimaginable atrocities. As authorities delved deeper into the case, they uncovered a disturbing reality. Rodney Alcala had been a master of deception, evading capture for years through a mix of charm, intelligence, and calculated manipulation. Investigators began meticulously piecing together his movements, trying to understand how a man who had been arrested and imprisoned multiple times managed to continue his killing spree across multiple states. One of the most chilling aspects of Alcala's crimes was his collection of photographs. When detectives searched his rented storage unit in Seattle, they found hundreds of images of young women and children, some smiling, others appearing uneasy, as if caught in a moment of realization. Many of these individuals were never identified, leaving a haunting question: how many more victims had fallen prey to him? Police released a selection of these images to the public in hopes that families might recognize missing loved ones, and tragically, some were indeed linked to unsolved cases stretching back years. The forensic evidence against Alcala grew stronger with time. Advances in DNA technology in the late 1990s and early 2000s connected him to previously unsolved murders in California, New York, and potentially even beyond. The pattern of his crimes became more evident. He would lure his victims by pretending to be a photographer, promising them glamour and fame. Once alone, he would subject them to horrifying abuse before ending their lives in some of the most brutal ways imaginable. His intelligence was another factor that prolonged his ability to elude capture. Alcala was highly articulate and even represented himself in court at one of his trials. During these proceedings, he played mind games with the jury, even questioning witnesses himself. At one point, he bizarrely asked a criminologist who was testifying against him, "Do you think I did it?" A moment that left the courtroom in stunned silence. Despite his attempts to manipulate the justice system, the overwhelming evidence ensured his conviction. By 2010, he was sentenced to death for 5 murders in California. Yet even then, law enforcement agencies suspected his true body count was far higher. While in custody, Alcala was extradited to New York, where he pleaded guilty to 2 additional murders. He was also linked to a case in Wyoming, and investigators in other states began re-examining cold cases that bore similarities to his crimes. For the families of his victims, justice came too late, but there was at least a sense of closure. Many of them had spent decades searching for answers, only to discover that their loved ones had fallen into the hands of a ruthless predator. Parents, siblings, and friends spoke of their loss, describing the deep wounds that never truly healed. The case of Robin Samso, the 12-year-old girl whose murder had ultimately led to Alcala's capture, remained one of the most heartbreaking. Her mother spent years fighting to keep his convictions intact, enduring multiple retrials and legal setbacks. Alcala's legacy remains one of horror. His case is often cited in criminal psychology courses as an example of a psychopath who weaponized charm and deception to evade justice. His appearance on the dating game remains one of the most unsettling moments in television history. A serial killer smiling on national television while, unbeknownst to the world, bodies were piling up. By the time of his death in 2021, Rodney Alcala had spent decades behind bars, but the full extent of his crimes may never be known. The photographs he left behind still hold secrets, and there are families still waiting for answers. His story serves as a chilling reminder that some of the most dangerous individuals do not lurk in the shadows but walk among us, hidden behind friendly smiles and disarming words. As Rodney Alcala sat in his prison cell, the weight of his crimes stretched far beyond the walls that confined him. Law enforcement agencies across the United States continued their efforts to link him to unsolved cases, believing that his true number of victims was far greater than those for which he had been convicted. Each year, new evidence surfaced, and families of missing persons came forward, desperate to know if their loved ones had been among those who had fallen prey to him. The photographs discovered in his Seattle storage unit became an ongoing mystery. The images, numbering in the hundreds, captured women and children, some looking directly into the camera, others caught in moments of unease. Despite the passage of time, authorities periodically released batches of these photographs, urging the public to help identify the individuals in them. Some families recognized their daughters, sisters, and friends. Others remained unclaimed, frozen in time, their fates unknown. The possibility that Alcala had left behind a trail of undiscovered victims haunted investigators, leading them to reopen cases that had gone cold for decades. One of the most disturbing aspects of Alcala's methods was his ability to blend into society. He had an uncanny ability to make people trust him, luring women into a false sense of security with promises of modeling opportunities. His background in fine arts and photography gave him the perfect cover. He moved through different states, leaving bodies in his wake, yet each time he managed to avoid suspicion for years. In the years following his conviction, forensic experts continued working tirelessly to connect DNA evidence from various crime scenes to Alcala. By 2011, he had been charged with additional murders, including 2 women killed in New York in the 1970s. As technology advanced, genetic genealogy and improved forensic techniques led to further discoveries. In 2021, just months before his death, authorities linked him to the murder of a woman in Wyoming, whose body had been found in 1982. Investigators suspected there were even more victims, but time was running out to uncover the full extent of his crimes. Meanwhile, the families of the victims lived with a grief that never truly faded. Many of them had spent years searching for answers, only to receive the devastating confirmation that their loved ones had been murdered by a man who had shown no remorse. Court proceedings were emotionally grueling, forcing families to relive their trauma while Alcala sat before them, sometimes even smirking as they described the pain he had inflicted. His ability to manipulate the justice system, winning appeals, forcing retrials, and delaying justice, only added to their suffering. One of the most infamous moments in Alcala's case remained his appearance on the dating game. The thought of a serial killer being introduced as a charming, eligible bachelor on national television was a chilling reminder of how easily he had fooled those around him. His victim count was rising even as he laughed and flirted with the game show's host and contestants. Cheryl Bradshaw, the woman who had chosen him as her date, later recalled feeling an immediate sense of unease after the show ended. She refused to go on the date, unknowingly saving her own life. By the time of his death in 2021, Alcala had spent decades in prison, sentenced to death multiple times over. Yet, for many, his passing did not bring closure. His crimes left an irreversible scar on the families of his victims and on the justice system itself. The photographs he left behind, filled with unknown faces, remained an ongoing mystery, leading investigators to believe that his true number of victims might never be fully known. Rodney Alcala's story serves as a grim reminder of how serial killers can move undetected in society, hiding in plain sight. He was not a shadowy figure lurking in alleyways. He was an intelligent, educated man who used charm and deceit as his weapons. His ability to manipulate those around him allowed him to evade justice for years, leaving devastation in his wake. Even now, long after his death, the search for his victims continues. Investigators still receive new leads, families still wait for answers, and forensic experts continue analyzing evidence in the hopes of uncovering the full truth. The legacy of Rodney Alcala is one of horror, deception, and an unsettling reminder that true evil often wears a friendly face. Case 10. Ted Bundy was one of the most infamous serial killers in American history, a man whose charm and intelligence masked a deeply depraved nature. Born Theodore Robert Bundy on November 24, 1946, in Burlington, Vermont, his early life was marked by secrecy and deception. He was raised by his grandparents under the belief that his mother, Eleanor Louise Cowell, was actually his sister. This revelation, which he discovered later in life, may have contributed to his psychological turmoil. Despite an outwardly normal childhood, Bundy exhibited disturbing behavior from an early age, including a fascination with knives and an inability to connect emotionally with others. As he grew older, Bundy cultivated an image of himself as an ambitious and charismatic young man. He attended the University of Washington, where he studied psychology and later attempted to pursue a law degree. He was known for his ability to blend seamlessly into social circles, often using his charm to manipulate those around him. However, beneath this facade, Bundy harbored violent tendencies that would soon manifest in horrifying ways. Bundy's killing spree began in the early 1970s, targeting young women in several states, including Washington, Oregon, Utah, Idaho, Colorado, and Florida. His modus operandi was chillingly effective. He would often feign injury, using a cast or crutches to appear vulnerable, or impersonate a law enforcement officer to lure his victims into his car. Once he gained their trust, he would abduct, assault, and murder them, often returning to crime scenes to engage in necrophilic acts. His victims were predominantly college students, chosen for their youth and beauty, and his ability to evade capture made him one of the most elusive criminals of his time. The sheer number of his victims remains unknown, though Bundy eventually confessed to over 30 murders. However, law enforcement officials suspect the actual number to be significantly higher, possibly exceeding 100. His crimes were meticulously planned, and he was adept at covering his tracks. Unlike many serial killers, Bundy had no single fixed location for his crimes, making it difficult for authorities to connect the murders initially. Bundy's ability to evade capture was almost as notorious as his crimes. His deep understanding of law enforcement procedures, combined with his intelligence and adaptability, allowed him to stay ahead of investigators for years. He changed his appearance frequently, used stolen identification, and exploited legal loopholes to escape justice. Even when he was eventually apprehended in Utah in 1975 for aggravated kidnapping and attempted criminal assault, Bundy managed to escape twice from custody, first by jumping from a second-story courthouse window and later by sawing a hole in the ceiling of his jail cell. During his time as a fugitive, Bundy continued his spree of violence, culminating in the brutal attacks at the Chi Omega sorority house at Florida State University in 1978. In a matter of minutes, Bundy bludgeoned and strangled multiple victims, leaving behind a horrific crime scene that would ultimately lead to his downfall. He was arrested soon after and charged with multiple murders. This time, authorities ensured he would not escape again. Bundy's trial was one of the most sensationalized in American history. It was one of the first cases to receive extensive media coverage, with cameras in the courtroom broadcasting every moment to a captivated audience. Bundy, always eager for attention, chose to represent himself in court, using his legal knowledge to delay proceedings and manipulate the system. However, the evidence against him was overwhelming, including eyewitness testimonies, forensic evidence, and a distinct bite mark that matched his dental impressions. In 1979, Bundy was convicted of multiple counts of murder and sentenced to death. Over the next decade, he exhausted every possible legal avenue to delay his execution, even offering to provide additional details about his crimes in exchange for clemency. His final confessions came in the days leading up to his execution, as he admitted to numerous murders that had long remained unsolved. On January 24, 1989, Bundy was executed in the electric chair at Florida State Prison. Crowds gathered outside the prison, celebrating the death of a man who had terrorized the nation for years. Despite his execution, Bundy's legacy continues to haunt criminologists, psychologists, and true crime enthusiasts. His case remains one of the most extensively studied examples of psychopathy and serial murder, offering insights into the mind of a killer who was able to manipulate and deceive those around him with terrifying ease. His story serves as a chilling reminder that true evil can often wear the mask of normalcy, hiding in plain sight. Ted Bundy's case is not only one of the most infamous serial killer stories in American history, but also a prime example of how manipulation, charm, and a complete lack of remorse can allow a criminal to evade justice for years. His crimes spanned multiple states, and his ability to exploit legal systems, media attention, and even personal relationships made him one of the most enigmatic and dangerous criminals of the 20th century. To fully understand the extent of Bundy's depravity, it's essential to examine the details of his early life, his methods of killing, his psychological profile, his multiple arrests and escapes, his trial, and his eventual execution. Bundy was born to a single mother, Eleanor Louise Cowell, in 1946. His mother was just 22 years old when she gave birth to him at the Elizabeth Lund Home for Unwed Mothers in Burlington, Vermont. To avoid societal shame, her family decided to raise Ted as their own child, while Eleanor was introduced to him as his older sister. This deception would later have a profound effect on Bundy, particularly when he discovered the truth about his origins. From a young age, Bundy exhibited signs of antisocial behavior. While many remember him as a well-mannered and intelligent child, those who knew him more intimately noticed something unsettling about him. He displayed an unusual interest in violence, enjoyed scaring people for his own amusement, and showed no remorse for his actions. His childhood lacked significant emotional connections, and as he grew older, he became more adept at masking his true self under a charming and seemingly normal exterior. Despite this, Bundy excelled academically. He attended the University of Puget Sound and later transferred to the University of Washington, where he studied psychology. Ironically, while studying human behavior, Bundy was secretly refining his ability to manipulate and deceive others. At one point, he even worked for a crisis hotline where he provided guidance to troubled individuals, an eerie contrast to the violent double life he would later lead. It wasn't until his romantic life took a hit that Bundy's violent tendencies began to surface. His first serious girlfriend, a wealthy and sophisticated woman, broke up with him after realizing he lacked ambition. This rejection seemed to ignite a deep-seated rage in Bundy. Many criminologists believe this event served as a catalyst for his later crimes, as many of his victims closely resembled his former girlfriend. Bundy's first confirmed murders began in 1974, though it is suspected that he had killed before then. His pattern was consistent. He targeted young, attractive women, often those with long, dark hair parted in the middle. His method of luring victims was calculated and effective. He would pretend to be injured, using a fake arm cast or crutches, and approach young women asking for help. Once they were close enough, he would overpower them, often using a blunt object to render them unconscious before taking them to a secluded location where he would assault and ultimately kill them. Throughout 1974, Bundy's crimes escalated. In Washington, he kidnapped and murdered several women, including Linda and Healy, a University of Washington student. That same year, in broad daylight, he abducted 2 women from Lake Sammamish State Park. Witnesses saw him approaching women under the name Ted, which ultimately provided investigators with one of their first critical leads. Bundy's crimes spread across multiple states, including Oregon, Utah, and Colorado. He adapted quickly, using different tactics to avoid suspicion. Sometimes, he would impersonate a police officer or a firefighter, exploiting public trust to lure victims into his car. His ability to blend into different social environments made him nearly invisible to law enforcement for years. Bundy was finally arrested in August 1975 when a Utah police officer stopped him for erratic driving. A search of his vehicle revealed handcuffs, a crowbar, an ice pick, and other suspicious items. This led to his initial charge of aggravated kidnapping, but it wasn't enough to connect him to the murders just yet. However, as investigations continued, Bundy was linked to multiple disappearances across different states. He was transferred to Colorado to stand trial, but in 1977, he managed to escape from the courthouse library by jumping from a second-story window. He was recaptured within days, only to escape again, this time from his jail cell by sawing through the ceiling and crawling into the ventilation system. This second escape led to one of Bundy's most violent rampages. After fleeing Colorado, he made his way to Florida, where he broke into the Chi Omega sorority house at Florida State University in January 1978. Within a matter of minutes, he brutally attacked 4 women, killing 2 of them and leaving the others severely injured. He then fled the scene and days later, abducted and murdered a 12-year-old girl named Kimberly Leach. Bundy was finally captured in February 1978 after being stopped for driving a stolen car. By this point, law enforcement agencies across multiple states had been desperately searching for him, and his arrest brought an end to one of the most infamous killing sprees in U.S. history. Bundy's trial became a media spectacle. The courtroom was packed with journalists, and television cameras broadcasted the proceedings nationwide. Bundy, always seeking control, chose to represent himself, believing he could outmaneuver the prosecution. His arrogance, however, proved to be his downfall. Despite his attempts to manipulate the jury and the public, the evidence against him was overwhelming. One of the most damning pieces of evidence was a bite mark found on one of his victims, which matched his dental impressions. In 1979, Bundy was convicted of multiple counts of murder and sentenced to death. Over the next decade, he exhausted every possible legal maneuver to delay his execution, even offering to confess to additional murders in exchange for more time. However, in January 1989, his time ran out. On January 24th, Bundy was executed in the electric chair at Florida State Prison. Outside the prison, hundreds of people gathered to celebrate his death, holding signs that read, "Burn, Bundy, burn." The public reaction reflected the immense fear and horror Bundy had inflicted upon the nation. Even after his execution, Bundy's case remains one of the most studied in criminal psychology. His ability to lead a double life, posing as a charismatic, intelligent individual while committing horrific crimes, has fascinated psychologists and law enforcement experts for decades. Bundy's case also changed the way law enforcement agencies handle serial killers. His crimes highlighted the importance of interagency cooperation, forensic advancements, and psychological profiling. The FBI's behavioral science unit used Bundy's case as a pivotal study in understanding serial killers, and his interviews have provided invaluable insights into the minds of similar offenders. What made Bundy so terrifying was not just his crimes, but his ability to deceive. He was not the stereotypical monster people expect. He was articulate, educated, and personable. His case serves as a reminder that evil does not always appear in an obvious form. Even today, Ted Bundy's name remains synonymous with psychological manipulation, deception, and horror. His crimes left an indelible mark on American history, forever changing the way society perceives serial killers. One of the most chilling aspects of Ted Bundy's case is his ability to manipulate those around him. He was not the typical image of a deranged murderer, unkempt, unstable, and easily recognizable as dangerous. Instead, Bundy was clean-cut, articulate, and charming, traits that allowed him to blend seamlessly into society. His intelligence and calculated demeanor made him a master at deception, allowing him to evade law enforcement for years. Bundy's ability to mask his true nature was a key factor in his prolonged killing spree. Many of his victims willingly followed him to their deaths, not realizing they were stepping into a predator's trap. He often feigned injury, appearing harmless and in need of help, and unsuspecting young women fell for the ruse. This psychological tactic, known as the Good Samaritan approach, played on human empathy, a cruel irony given the merciless brutality he later inflicted on his victims. Bundy also manipulated the legal system to his advantage. His self-representation in court was not only an attempt to control his own fate, but also a way to maintain the illusion of superiority over the system. Even behind bars, he continued his psychological games, misleading investigators and delaying justice by offering confessions on his own terms. His manipulative nature extended to personal relationships, as he managed to maintain a romantic relationship and even marry a woman while incarcerated. This ability to persuade others to see him as more than a killer only added to the chilling nature of his crimes. Bundy's crimes coincided with a period of significant advancements in forensic science and criminal profiling. Before his capture, law enforcement agencies across different states had difficulty connecting his crimes due to the lack of a centralized database. His case highlighted the urgent need for better communication between agencies, leading to improvements in information sharing and the establishment of national crime databases. One of the most crucial pieces of forensic evidence that led to Bundy's conviction was the bite mark analysis from his attack on Lisa Levy, one of the Chi Omega victims. The impression left on her body matched Bundy's dental structure, providing irrefutable evidence in court. While bite mark analysis has since become a controversial forensic method, at the time, it was a breakthrough in securing Bundy's conviction. Additionally, Bundy's case played a significant role in the development of behavioral profiling within the FBI. His interviews with law enforcement provided invaluable insights into the mind of a serial killer. The FBI's behavioral science unit used his case as a foundational study in understanding the motivations and psychological patterns of similar offenders. His admissions, though often cryptic and manipulative, helped law enforcement refine profiling techniques that would later be used to catch other notorious serial killers. Few criminals have had as lasting an impact on popular culture as Ted Bundy. His case has been the subject of numerous books, documentaries, and films. The fascination with Bundy stems not only from the horror of his crimes, but also from the paradox of his personality. How someone so outwardly normal could be capable of such evil. The media played a significant role in shaping Bundy's public image. During his trial, he received an unusual amount of attention, with news networks covering his case extensively. His confidence in front of the cameras, coupled with his bizarre attempts to charm the public, made his trial one of the most watched in American history. Some women even found themselves drawn to him, sending him fan mail and expressing their admiration, a disturbing phenomenon that underscores the power of psychological manipulation. Hollywood has also capitalized on Bundy's story, with multiple films and TV adaptations attempting to capture his dual nature. From documentaries like Conversations with a Killer, the Ted Bundy tapes to dramatized films like Extremely Wicked, Shockingly Evil and Vile, his story continues to captivate audiences. However, these portrayals often raise ethical questions about the glamorization of serial killers and the impact such media representations have on public perception. Bundy's case left an indelible mark on how serial killers are investigated. His ability to evade capture for so long revealed flaws in law enforcement coordination, leading to significant changes in investigative techniques. The case reinforced the importance of forensic science, behavioral analysis, and interdepartmental cooperation in tracking criminals across state lines. Additionally, Bundy's profile has been used in training law enforcement officers on the psychology of serial offenders. His case is frequently cited in criminology courses and forensic psychology programs as an example of how charm and manipulation can be used as weapons by dangerous individuals. Even decades after his execution, Bundy's legacy remains relevant in discussions about criminal justice, psychology, and media ethics. His story serves as a cautionary tale about the dangers of underestimating individuals who seem outwardly normal but harbor a darkness beneath the surface. His ability to deceive those around him, exploit the legal system, and evade justice for so long makes his case one of the most studied and unsettling in American history. Case 11. The legend of the Bunny Man has haunted the state of Virginia for decades, its origins buried beneath layers of folklore and fact. At first glance, it sounds like nothing more than a ghost story, an escaped asylum inmate dressed in a rabbit costume, attacking people with an axe under the cover of night. But dig deeper, and you'll find that the myth is rooted in real events, incidents that remain unexplained to this day. It all began in the fall of 1970. Fairfax County, Virginia, was a quiet, wooded region, far removed from the hustle of Washington, D.C., but not untouched by strange occurrences. On October 19, 1970, Air Force Academy cadet Robert Bennett and his fiancée were sitting in a parked car on Guinea Road, near Burke, Virginia. They were enjoying the stillness of the evening when something crashed into the front passenger window. Shattered glass flew in every direction, and before they could react, a man stood before them, dressed in white, long ears protruding from his hood. The figure wielded a hatchet. His voice was calm but menacing. "You're on private property," he reportedly said. "You're trespassing. If you come back, I'll kill you." Then, just as quickly as he had appeared, he vanished into the darkness. The shaken couple reported the encounter to the police, describing the attacker as a man dressed in a bunny costume. Officers searched the area but found nothing, no footprints, no sign of the attacker. It was an unsettling but seemingly isolated event. But 10 days later, on October 29th, another incident occurred. Security guard Paul Phillips was patrolling a construction site in Kings Park West, Fairfax County, when he spotted a man standing on the porch of a half-built house. Even from a distance, something seemed off. The man was dressed in white, with long ears resembling those of a rabbit. Phillips approached, calling out for him to leave the site. The figure did not respond. Instead, he lifted an axe and began hacking away at one of the porch beams. Splinters flew with every strike. As Phillips drew closer, the man turned to face him and shouted, "You're trespassing. If you come any closer, I'll chop your head off." Startled, Phillips backed away and ran for help. By the time police arrived, the man had disappeared into the woods, leaving behind nothing but deep gouges in the wood where his axe had struck. The incident sparked widespread panic. The local newspapers ran headlines about the mysterious Bunny Man, and Fairfax County residents grew wary of venturing out at night. Rumors spread. Some claimed he was an escaped mental patient. Others said he was the ghost of a man who had been wrongfully executed. The more the stories circulated, the more elaborate they became. Soon, whispers of mutilated bodies and ritualistic killings made their way into the legend. Authorities investigated, but the Bunny Man was never caught. Over the years, more sightings trickled in. Figures in white lurking near abandoned buildings, axe marks found on bridges, the eerie sound of laughter echoing through the trees. The legend only grew stronger with time. One particular place became synonymous with the myth, Bunny Man Bridge. Officially known as Colchester Overpass, this isolated railway bridge in Clifton, Virginia, became the focal point of local ghost stories. People claimed that on Halloween night, if you stood beneath the bridge at midnight, you could hear the Bunny Man's voice whispering through the wind, or worse, see his shadow watching from the treetops. Skeptics dismissed the tale as urban legend, a ghost story born from a combination of real-life events and overactive imaginations. But even now, decades later, something about the Bunny Man still lingers. Those who visit the bridge at night report an overwhelming sense of unease, as if something unseen is watching from the darkness. Some claim to have heard faint, rhythmic tapping, like the sound of an axe against stone. Whether the Bunny Man was ever real or simply a figment of fear, his story remains one of Virginia's most chilling mysteries. It serves as a reminder that sometimes the scariest monsters aren't the ones we see, but the ones that refuse to be found. As time passed, the legend of the Bunny Man evolved, growing darker with each retelling. What had started as bizarre but seemingly harmless encounters escalated into something more sinister. People whispered about disappearances near the bridge, about hikers who ventured too far into the woods and were never seen again. Whether these tales had any basis in reality was difficult to determine, but the fear they instilled was undeniable. Throughout the 1970s and 1980s, local teenagers dared each other to visit Bunny Man Bridge on Halloween night. Some claimed to have seen shadowy figures lurking near the overpass, while others swore they heard whispers in the wind, low, guttural sounds, like someone breathing just behind them. More than one person reported finding strange carvings on trees near the bridge. Crude drawings of rabbits, sometimes with their heads missing, their bodies marked with deep, jagged slashes. In 1987, a group of high school students decided to test the legend for themselves. Armed with flashlights and cameras, they hiked into the dense woods surrounding the bridge, determined to prove that the Bunny Man was nothing more than a scary story. They laughed at the idea of an axe-wielding madman in a rabbit suit, dismissing it as pure fiction. But as the night stretched on, their laughter faded. The deeper they went into the trees, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. The air was heavy, thick with the scent of damp earth and something else, something metallic, almost like blood. One of the students, a boy named Eric, later recounted what happened next. He said they heard a rustling sound in the bushes, followed by the distant crack of a branch snapping underfoot. At first, they assumed it was an animal, but then came the unmistakable sound of breathing, slow, ragged, and deliberate. Eric turned his flashlight toward the noise, but the beam revealed nothing. Then, without warning, the flashlight flickered and died. Panic set in. The group turned and ran, their footsteps pounding against the forest floor. But no matter how fast they ran, the sound of heavy breathing seemed to follow them. By the time they reached the bridge, they were gasping for air, their hearts hammering against their ribs. They piled into their cars and sped away, convinced that someone, had been stalking them in the woods that night. In the years that followed, more reports of strange occurrences around Bunny Man Bridge surfaced. A man walking his dog near the area claimed to have seen a figure crouched in the shadows beneath the overpass. When he called out, the figure stood, its silhouette distorted by the moonlight, its elongated ears casting eerie shapes against the stone. The man fled, his dog barking wildly as they disappeared down the road. Another chilling account came from a group of paranormal investigators who set up recording equipment near the bridge. They hoped to capture evidence of supernatural activity, but what they found was far more disturbing. When they played back their recordings, they heard what sounded like faint whispers layered beneath the white noise. The words were garbled, but one phrase stood out clearly: "Get out." Despite these stories, skeptics insisted that the Bunny Man was nothing more than an urban legend, a case of mass hysteria fueled by campfire tales and overactive imaginations. They pointed to the lack of concrete evidence, the absence of any real proof beyond anecdotal accounts. But even they could not deny the bridge's unsettling reputation, nor could they explain the unshakable feeling of dread that seemed to settle over anyone who spent too much time there. In an attempt to separate fact from fiction, local historian Brian Conley conducted an extensive investigation into the origins of the Bunny Man legend. His research revealed something unexpected. There was no record of an escaped asylum patient in Fairfax County, nor was there any evidence of a serial killer dressed as a rabbit. However, Conley did uncover newspaper articles from 1970 detailing the original Bunny Man sightings, the reports made by Robert Bennett and Paul Phillips. The incidents were real, even if the man behind them was never found. What became of the Bunny Man? No one knows for certain. Some believe he was a drifter, an unhinged recluse who took pleasure in terrifying others before vanishing into the wilderness. Others think he was an ordinary man who, for reasons unknown, chose to hide behind the mask of an urban legend. And then there are those who swear he was something else entirely, something beyond explanation, a specter born from fear itself. Today, Bunny Man Bridge remains a place of mystery, its legend woven into the fabric of Virginia's folklore. Visitors still make pilgrimages to the site, some in search of a thrill, others hoping to glimpse a shadow of the past. And though the rational mind insists that there is nothing to fear, those who stand beneath the overpass at midnight cannot shake the feeling that they are not alone. Perhaps the Bunny Man was never real, or perhaps even now he watches from the darkness, waiting for the next unsuspecting soul to stray too close to his domain. The legend of the Bunny Man didn't fade as time passed. Instead, it grew, whispered among children at sleepovers, spoken in hushed tones by teenagers daring each other to visit the infamous Colchester overpass, and even analyzed by local historians trying to separate fact from fiction. But some stories were never meant to be untangled. Throughout the 1970s and 1980s, a series of disappearances were reported around Fairfax County and nearby areas of Clifton, Virginia. Hikers, drifters, and even a handful of university students were last seen near the heavily wooded trails that line the roads near the overpass. Their vehicles were found abandoned, doors flung open as if the occupants had left in a hurry. Some cars had deep gashes along their exteriors, long slashes in the metal, as though made by something not quite human. One of the most disturbing cases involved a young couple, Jason and Emily, who were last seen driving home from a party. Witnesses recalled seeing them leave in good spirits, heading in the direction of Clifton. The following morning, their vehicle was discovered on the side of the road, just a few miles from the overpass. The car's interior was smeared with blood, but there was no sign of Jason or Emily. Only a torn piece of white fabric, resembling rabbit fur, was found near the back seat. Police investigations led nowhere. No footprints, no drag marks, no leads. The case joined a growing list of unexplained vanishings, each one eerily tied to the same silent, brooding forest surrounding the infamous bridge. Locals became wary of the area. Those who dared to investigate, amateur ghost hunters, thrill seekers, and reckless teenagers, often returned with strange tales. Some spoke of a figure in white darting between the trees. Others claimed to have seen dark, hollowed-out eyes staring from the depths of the forest. More chillingly, a few claimed to hear scraping sounds against their car windows late at night, as if something was testing the glass, or waiting for them to step outside. In 1986, an old gas station attendant near the outskirts of town claimed to have seen something, or someone, on a particularly foggy night. He had been closing up for the evening when he noticed a lone figure standing at the edge of the gas station lot, just beyond the reach of the lights. The figure wore a rabbit mask, its long ears torn and jagged, its fur stained with something dark. The mask was too large, sitting eerily off-kilter on the person's head. The mouthpiece was stretched into a grotesque, toothy grin. The figure stood motionless, watching. The attendant, feeling an overwhelming sense of dread, quickly locked up and left. Yet as he drove off, he swore he saw the thing start to move, stepping slowly onto the road, its gaze locked on him until he vanished from sight. Others soon reported similar sightings. A man in a ragged white suit, wielding a hatchet, lingering near the bridge at night. Mutilated animal carcasses, rabbits mostly, left hanging from trees near the overpass, their bodies slashed open with precise, surgical-like cuts. Some speculated that the original Bunny Man, if he ever truly existed, had been replaced by a copycat, someone who had taken the urban legend too seriously. But others weren't so sure. In the early 1990s, an abandoned farmhouse deep in the woods, about 4 miles from the overpass, was accidentally discovered by a group of hikers. The house had been overtaken by nature, vines weaving in and out of broken windows, its wooden structure rotting away. Inside, however, was something deeply disturbing. The walls were covered in bizarre carvings, crude depictions of rabbits, human figures, and strange symbols that no one could quite decipher. The floorboards were stained dark, the air thick with a pungent metallic scent. But the most unsettling discovery was a pile of shredded clothing, seemingly belonging to multiple individuals, along with clumps of white fur scattered across the floor. The house was later linked to a missing persons case from 1979, when a family of 4 vanished without a trace. While no bodies were found, local authorities decided to seal off the property, declaring it off limits. The public was never informed of the full extent of what had been discovered inside. As years passed, the Bunny Man legend only grew, fueled by new sightings, unexplained phenomena, and the chilling reminders of the past. Some claim he was never real, just a story spun out of fear and folklore. Others believe he was once real, but is long gone, his crimes swallowed by time. And yet, a handful remain convinced that the Bunny Man never left. To this day, on Halloween night, thrill-seekers still gather near the Colchester overpass, daring each other to stand beneath the bridge at midnight. Some claim to hear footsteps just beyond the trees. Others have reported strange figures lurking at the forest's edge, watching in silence. And every now and then, someone returns from the overpass with long, deep scratches along their car doors, the metal gouged as if by something sharp, something neither human nor entirely animal. The town of Clifton, despite its picturesque streets and peaceful atmosphere, remains haunted by the shadow of the Bunny Man. Whether he was a real murderer, an escaped lunatic, or simply a legend spun by terrified locals, one thing is certain: his presence lingers, woven into the very fabric of the town's history. And for those who still dare to seek him out, there is a warning passed down through generations. If you hear the scratching at your window, don't look. Don't open your door. And whatever you do, don't follow the white rabbit. Case 12. The Legend of the Night Marchers, or Huakaipa, is one of Hawaii's most feared supernatural phenomena. Though widely regarded as folklore, there have been eerie incidents reported throughout the islands that make many believe the tales are more than just myths. The Night Marchers are said to be the ghostly apparitions of ancient Hawaiian warriors, marching in spectral formation under the cover of night. Their presence is a harbinger of doom to those who witness them, and the only way to survive an encounter is to lie face down in absolute submission, showing respect to the warriors of the past. One of the most chilling modern cases involving the Night Marchers took place in 2012 in Waipio Valley, Hawaii, a place known for its sacred sites and ancient battle history. The story centers around Daniel Kahale, a 37-year-old hiker and local historian, who vanished without a trace while exploring the valley's deeper, less-traveled trails. Daniel was well-versed in Hawaiian legends, often sharing his knowledge with tourists and researchers. He believed in respecting the Aina, land, and the spirits that guarded it. Despite his deep understanding of Hawaiian traditions, Daniel was known for his skepticism towards supernatural claims. He often dismissed the stories of the Night Marchers as exaggerated folklore, insisting there was no documented proof that they existed. However, his final recorded message hinted at something much darker than mere legend. Daniel's journey into Waipio Valley was meant to be a 2-day excursion. He carried a GoPro camera to document his findings, and had planned to upload the footage to his small YouTube channel, where he discussed Hawaiian history. He sent his last message to a friend at 9:47 p.m., stating that he had set up camp near an ancient heiau temple, and that he had heard drumming in the distance. The next morning, Daniel's campsite was found completely untouched, his backpack, tent, and supplies still in place. His GoPro, which had been strapped to his chest, was discovered several feet away, partially buried in the mud. When authorities retrieved the footage, what they saw left even the most hardened investigators deeply unsettled. The footage begins as expected, Daniel speaking to the camera, narrating his exploration of Waipio Valley, describing ancient petroglyphs and burial caves. As night falls, the camera captures something unusual, a distant glow of torches moving in a straight line across the valley floor. Daniel's voice turns from curiosity to unease as the drums grow louder. He whispers into the camera that he's witnessing something that shouldn't be there. Then, the sound of chanting emerges from the darkness. The voices are deep, rhythmic, and commanding, resonating through the valley. Daniel, now visibly shaken, makes a crucial mistake. He stands up and watches instead of lying down, as Hawaiian legend dictates. The camera captures shadowy figures in full traditional armor, their eyes glowing an unnatural red. Their footsteps make no sound, yet their presence is undeniable. The footage ends abruptly as the camera topples to the ground, landing at an angle that captures the last fleeting moments of movement before all goes silent. Despite extensive searches, Daniel's body was never found. His footprints stopped abruptly near a sheer cliffside, with no signs of a struggle or fall. Search and rescue teams were baffled. There was no physical way he could have vanished without a trace. Hawaiian elders in the area were not surprised by the outcome. According to them, Daniel had disrespected the night marchers by watching them pass instead of showing the proper reverence. They warned that those who do not show respect either meet a swift death or are taken to the spirit world forever lost. To this day, locals claim that Daniel's presence can still be felt in Waipio Valley. Some hikers have reported hearing whispers near the heiau, and others claim to have seen a lone figure standing at the edge of the valley, disappearing whenever someone approaches. Daniel's story remains one of the most unsettling disappearances in Hawaiian history, and whether one believes in the night marchers or not, his case serves as a haunting reminder that some legends are better left undisturbed. Daniel Kahale's disappearance sent shockwaves throughout the local community. Search and rescue teams combed the valley for weeks, using helicopters, K9 units, and infrared scanners, yet no trace of him was ever found. His family, devastated, refused to accept that he had simply vanished. Some believed he had fallen victim to the treacherous cliffs or the unpredictable waters of the valley's rivers, but others, especially those familiar with the island's spiritual history, were convinced that something far more sinister had occurred. Local kupuna elders, who had spent their lives in Waipio Valley, warned search parties not to look too deeply. They claimed that the night marchers do not leave behind victims in any physical sense. Instead, those who cross their path and fail to show respect are taken into the spirit world, never to be seen again. Some rescue workers, initially skeptical, began experiencing unusual events during their search. Batteries draining suddenly, GPS systems failing, and eerie, rhythmic drumming echoing through the valley at night. 3 days after the search was officially called off, a massive thunderstorm swept across the Big Island, bringing record-breaking rainfall and causing landslides in Waipio Valley. The heiau where Daniel had last camped was partially buried under mud and debris, as if nature itself was erasing any trace of what had happened. Lightning repeatedly struck the valley floor, an unusual occurrence even in Hawaii's storm-prone weather. The storm only deepened the belief that Daniel's fate was sealed by something beyond human understanding. Many saw it as a sign from the ancient spirits, a warning to never disturb their sacred paths again. Despite Daniel's disappearance, his story refused to fade. Hikers and local residents began reporting strange sightings in the months that followed. A lone figure standing at the valley's edge at sunset, only to disappear when approached. Whispers carried by the wind, calling out in an unrecognizable voice. Faint drumming at night, growing louder near the site of Daniel's last known location. One chilling account came from a group of tourists who visited the valley with a local guide. As they reached a lookout point, one of the tourists froze in place, staring into the distance. When asked what she saw, she described a row of shadowy figures carrying torches, walking in perfect formation across the valley floor. The guide, realizing what she was witnessing, immediately told everyone to kneel and avert their gaze. When the tourist tried to take a picture, her camera malfunctioned, deleting all images from her SD card. The group left in terrified silence. None of them spoke about what they saw again. Daniel's GoPro footage was carefully examined by forensic analysts, but what they found raised more questions than answers. The last 2 minutes of the recording contained audio distortions unlike anything they had encountered before. Experts described the interference as a low-frequency hum mixed with rhythmic drumming. But what disturbed them most was a deep, guttural voice that emerged near the end. Though difficult to make out, Hawaiian language specialists believed the voice was chanting an ancient war cry, one only used by Ali'i warriors preparing for battle. Even more unsettling, Daniel's own voice disappears in the final 30 seconds. He is clearly running, his breathing ragged, but his footsteps are completely silent. The final frame shows a shadow looming over the camera, its shape indistinct but clearly humanoid. The footage ends abruptly, as if the device had been forcefully turned off. The camera itself was sent to a research lab on the mainland for further analysis, but it mysteriously went missing during transit. Officials blamed a shipping error, but many believed the object was never meant to leave the island. Months after the search was over, Daniel's family received an anonymous letter, postmarked from Hilo. The letter contained only a few lines, written in old Hawaiian script, a form of writing no longer in common use. Translated, it read, "The path was not yours to walk. The warriors have reclaimed what was theirs. Do not seek what is lost." No sender was ever identified. The handwriting did not match any known records. Local Hawaiian cultural practitioners took Daniel's case as a grim reminder of the power of the ancient spirits. They warned outsiders against treating sacred sites as mere tourist attractions. "These places are not meant to be disturbed," one elder said in an interview. "The old gods still walk among us. The night marchers are real, and those who forget their place will learn that the hard way." To this day, Waipio Valley remains a place of beauty, mystery, and fear. Some still search for logical explanations for Daniel Kahale's disappearance, but others believe the answer is clear. He crossed a line that should never have been crossed, and the night marchers, the eternal guardians of the land, ensured that he would never return. Those who visit the valley now tread carefully, never staying past sunset, never whistling in the dark, and never, ever looking directly at the marching figures if they appear. For the spirits of the past do not forget, and they do not forgive. Daniel Kahale's disappearance soon became more than just a tragic mystery. It became an urban legend. His name was whispered in hushed voices, a cautionary tale for those who dared challenge the ancient spirits of Hawaii. Despite warnings from elders, outsiders continued to search for answers, convinced there was a logical explanation for his vanishing. Yet, the more they searched, the stranger the case became. In the years following Daniel's disappearance, paranormal investigators, thrill seekers, and filmmakers were drawn to Waipio Valley. Some wanted to prove the night marchers were real, while others aimed to debunk the stories. But many who ventured into the valley found more than they had bargained for. One documentary crew from the mainland spent a week in Waipio, hoping to capture evidence of supernatural activity. Their leader, a skeptic named James Holloway, dismissed the legends as primitive superstition, convinced that Daniel's case had a rational explanation. Perhaps an accidental fall, a wild animal attack, or even foul play. On the fifth night of filming, James and his crew camped near the remnants of the ancient heiau where Daniel had last been seen. Everything was fine until midnight. The crew's walkie-talkies crackled with static, despite clear weather. Their temperature gauges dropped suddenly, the air becoming unnaturally cold. The sound of drums echoed from the valley, deep and rhythmic, growing louder by the second. One of the cameramen, a young woman named Leah, described feeling an invisible force press against her chest, making it hard to breathe. Then the cameras all shut off at once. Panicked, the crew grabbed their gear and fled to their vehicles. When they reviewed their footage the next morning, the final frames showed something inexplicable. A procession of shadowy figures, partially obscured by the night mist, moving in perfect unison. Their outlines were faint, almost like distortions in the air, but their glowing red eyes were unmistakable. James Holloway, who had spent years debunking the paranormal, never spoke about the incident again. He abandoned the documentary project entirely and refused to return to Hawaii. Not all encounters happened in the valley itself. One chilling account came from a local woman named Lonnie, who lived in a remote house on the cliffs above Waipio. She had grown up hearing the legends of the night marchers, but had never experienced anything unusual until one fateful evening. It started with a dream, one that felt more real than reality itself. In the dream, she stood at the edge of the cliff, overlooking the valley. Below her, a line of warriors marched in perfect formation, their torches illuminating the darkness. But as she watched, one of them turned its head and looked directly at her. She woke up in a cold sweat, her heart pounding. But then, she realized something terrifying. The chanting from her dream was still happening. Outside her window, the distant sound of conch shells filled the air. The rhythmic pounding of feet echoed from the valley floor. And then she heard her name. A deep, guttural voice, impossibly ancient, whispered her name from the shadows outside her home. Frozen in fear, she did the only thing she could remember from childhood teachings. She threw herself onto the floor, face down, and shut her eyes tight. The sounds continued for what felt like an eternity. Then, just as suddenly as they had started, they stopped. When she finally dared to look up, the only thing left was an eerie silence and a thick mist covering the valley below. While the stories and encounters with the night marchers continued, Daniel's mother, Leilani Kahale, never gave up hope that her son's fate could be understood. She met with priests, spiritual leaders, and even flew in paranormal researchers from the mainland. But no one could provide answers. Desperate, she sought the help of a Hawaiian kahuna, priest, known for his deep connection to the spirit world. He agreed to perform a sacred ritual, seeking guidance from the ancestors. During the ritual, as he chanted in the old tongue, Leilani felt a sudden pressure in the air, like something unseen had entered the room. The kahuna fell silent, his eyes wide with fear. After a long pause, he whispered, "Your son is with the warriors now. He cannot return." Leilani begged for an explanation, but the kahuna refused to say more. He only warned her never to disturb the spirits again. Heartbroken but accepting the truth, Leilani ceased all further searches. She left offerings at the edge of Waipio Valley, a lei of white flowers and a bowl of poi, a traditional Hawaiian dish, a final farewell to the son she would never see again. Daniel was not the last to disappear in Waipio. 3 years later, a 26-year-old tourist from California, Ryan Carter, went missing after camping in the valley. His friends reported that he had wandered off alone one evening, saying he wanted to feel the energy of the land. He never came back. Authorities conducted another extensive search. But just like with Daniel, no traces were found, no footprints, no torn fabric, no signs of struggle. It was as if the valley had swallowed him whole. The last photo on his phone, retrieved from a cloud backup, was chilling, a dimly lit trail, disappearing into the mist, with faint, glowing lights hovering in the distance. Today, Waipio Valley remains as mysterious as ever. While many continue to visit, locals warn against disrespecting the land. The legends of the night marchers are not just myths, they are warnings. Do not walk the valley after sunset. Do not whistle at night. Do not challenge what you do not understand. For those who forget these rules, the warriors are still marching, and they do not leave survivors. Even now, on certain nights, when the mist rolls in and the wind is eerily still, you can hear them, the steady beat of drums, the distant calls of conch shells, and the unseen eyes watching from the darkness. And if you ever find yourself in Waipio Valley at the wrong time, remember this. Never look directly at them, never make a sound, and never, ever stand in their path. Case 13. In the late 1980s and early 1990s, a chilling rumor began circulating throughout Chicago, particularly among children and teenagers. Stories of a mysterious figure dressed as a clown, lurking in parks and near schools, spread like wildfire. He wasn't a performer at birthday parties, nor was he a friendly figure handing out balloons. This was Homie the Clown, a sinister character who allegedly drove around in a white van, attempting to lure children inside. The legend took root in the predominantly African-American communities of Chicago's south and west sides. Parents whispered warnings to their children, teachers reinforced safety lessons, and kids shared terrifying accounts of near abductions. The name Homie itself seemed to originate from a popular television character on In Living Color, a sketch comedy show that featured a comedic yet rebellious clown named Homie D. Clown. However, the Homie haunting Chicago's streets was no laughing matter. Reports varied in detail. Some claimed he merely tried to scare kids for fun, while others told more sinister tales of attempted kidnappings. Schools sent out warnings and police increased their patrols, yet no official reports confirmed an actual abduction. The lack of solid evidence only added to the hysteria, making Homie the Clown more of a phantom than a man, a living urban legend. As the rumors grew, so did the fear. Parents refused to let their children walk home alone. Kids would huddle together, pointing at any white van that passed, their hearts racing with terror. The police, while acknowledging the community's concerns, struggled to verify the claims. Without concrete evidence, Homie the Clown became more of a specter of paranoia rather than a real threat. Psychologists studying the phenomenon suggested that Homie the Clown was a product of collective fear, amplified by word of mouth and media sensationalism. Urban legends thrive in environments where anxiety is already present, and during the late 1980s, crime rates in Chicago were high. Fear of child abductions was already a pressing concern, and Homie fit neatly into that pre-existing paranoia. Interestingly, this wasn't the first time a killer clown narrative had taken hold of the public's imagination. Just a decade prior, John Wayne Gacy, one of America's most infamous serial killers, had been arrested in Chicago. Gacy had performed as Pogo the Clown at children's parties, creating a disturbing association between clowns and danger. Though Homie was likely a fictional creation, his image played into a deep-rooted cultural fear of clowns, known as coulrophobia. Despite the logical explanations, the sightings continued. Children claimed to see him standing near playgrounds, holding a sack, waving them over. Others insisted they heard him laughing from a distance, his face obscured by shadows. The line between reality and folklore blurred as the legend refused to die. Page 3. The enduring legacy. By the mid-1990s, the Homie the Clown panic began to fade. No real suspect was ever identified, and no evidence of attempted abduction surfaced. It was as if Homie had never existed outside of whispered warnings and schoolyard rumors. However, the story still lingered in Chicago's cultural memory. Parents who were children during that time now tell their own kids about the legend, keeping the tale alive. Urban legends like Homie the Clown serve as cautionary tales, reinforcing community values and safety precautions. Though he may not have been real, the fear he inspired was very much alive. The legend of Homie became a reflection of deeper societal anxieties, about child safety, about the unknown, and about the ever-present specter of real-life monsters that sometimes walk among us. Even today, the occasional whisper about Homie resurfaces, usually when an eerie figure is spotted near a school or an unfamiliar van lingers too long. In the digital age, similar legends spread online, evolving with the times, but the core lesson remains the same. Stay vigilant, trust your instincts, and beware of the things that lurk just beyond the reach of reason. Was Homie the Clown ever real? Perhaps not in the way people feared, but in the minds of those who lived through the panic, he will always remain a shadow in the dark, a figure just out of sight, waiting to return when the fear is needed once more. While the Homie the Clown legend faded from the public eye, its echoes still reverberate in Chicago's folklore. The legend left an imprint on those who grew up during its peak, and even today, some recall strange encounters that never quite faded from memory. Did they truly see Homie? Or was it the weight of collective fear that made them believe? The legend of Homie the Clown took on new life with the rise of internet forums and social media. Every few years, eerie photos circulate, grainy images of clowns standing beneath dimly lit street lamps, their faces frozen in unsettling grins. Pranks inspired by the myth occasionally spark new waves of panic, proving that Homie still lingers in the public consciousness. The 2016 killer clown phenomenon, where people dressed as sinister clowns to terrorize neighborhoods, bore an uncanny resemblance to Homie the Clown. It was as if the legend had been reborn in a digital age, proving that fear, once planted, never truly dies. Chicagoans who lived through the original Homie scare watched these modern clown sightings with a mix of nostalgia and unease. The cycle had come full circle. Beyond Chicago, similar urban legends persist. The boogeyman, the vanishing hitchhiker, the hook-handed killer. These myths thrive because they tap into universal fears. Homie the Clown was no different. He wasn't just a figure in a white van. He was the embodiment of every parent's worst nightmare, every child's fear of the unknown. Perhaps the most unsettling thing about the Homie the Clown legend is the possibility that it wasn't entirely fiction. While no verifiable kidnappings were linked to him, the fear that spread was built on something real. Anxieties about safety, memories of past horrors, and a genuine distrust of the unknown. The absence of proof does not always mean the absence of danger. Today, when Chicagoans hear the whisper of Homie the Clown, they don't just remember the fear, they remember the lessons. Watch the streets, protect the children, and never, ever trust the man in the white van. Story 1. In 2014, one of the most shocking and tragic crimes to occur in Asia was the murder of a young woman in the bustling metropolis of Seoul, South Korea. The perpetrator, identified as Lee Jae-hyun, was a 29-year-old man with a seemingly ordinary life. He had grown up in a middle-class neighborhood and was known to be quiet, reserved, and somewhat introverted. Lee worked as a software engineer for a small company, where he kept mostly to himself. His colleagues described him as intelligent but distant, never really forming close relationships with anyone at the office. But beneath this unassuming exterior, there was a darker side to Lee, a side that would eventually surface with devastating consequences. Lee had struggled with mental health issues for many years. He had experienced bouts of depression and anxiety since his late teens, but he had never sought proper treatment. His isolation only deepened as he grew older, and despite his attempts to maintain a facade of normalcy, he found himself overwhelmed by feelings of inadequacy and rage. It was in the summer of 2014 that Lee's mental state began to deteriorate further. He had recently been in a short-term relationship with a woman who had since ended things, leaving Lee heartbroken and angry. He took the breakup very hard, feeling as though his entire life had been upended. In the weeks that followed, he grew more and more withdrawn, spending long hours alone in his apartment, brooding over his thoughts. His friends and family noticed the change in his demeanor, but didn't think much of it at first. However, to Lee, the end of the relationship marked the tipping point. He became obsessed with the idea of being rejected and unimportant, fueling a growing hatred toward those he perceived as having a better life than he did. On the evening of August 13, 2014, Lee's rage came to a head. He had been following the young woman, Seo Eun-ji, for weeks. She was a college student at a prestigious university in Seoul, known for her beauty, intelligence, and vibrant personality. She had a wide circle of friends, and by all accounts, she had a bright future ahead of her. To Lee, however, she represented everything he felt he could never have: success, beauty, and happiness. He convinced himself that she was the cause of all his misery, even though they had never met before. His fixation on her grew as he began to lurk around her university campus, watching her from a distance. Lee's obsession culminated on that fateful evening, when he decided to confront Seo Eun-ji. He followed her as she left the university library and walked toward a nearby subway station. She was alone, and she didn't notice Lee trailing behind her. He approached her near an alleyway, a place where few people were around at that time of night. Without warning, he grabbed her from behind, pulling her into the alley. Seo Eun-ji screamed for help, but her voice was muffled by the noise of the bustling city around them. Lee's anger, which had been building up for months, consumed him entirely. He violently attacked her, stabbing her multiple times with a knife he had brought with him. The details of the attack were gruesome and chilling. As Lee stood over her lifeless body, covered in blood, he felt a twisted sense of satisfaction. He had taken control in a way that had eluded him for years. The release of his anger, the feeling of power, was overwhelming. He didn't regret what he had done, not in that moment. Instead, he felt numb, almost relieved. It wasn't until he heard the distant sound of sirens approaching that reality began to set in. Panic slowly crept in as he realized the consequences of his actions. Lee fled the scene, leaving Seo Eun-ji's body behind. He took off into the dark streets of Seoul, hoping to disappear into the night. But as he walked through the city, he couldn't shake the feeling of dread that followed him. He had committed murder. He had taken the life of an innocent woman, and now his life would be forever changed. The news of Seo Eun-ji's murder spread quickly throughout the city. Her death was not just a tragedy. It was a senseless act of violence that seemed impossible to comprehend. The fact that she had been a complete stranger to her attacker only made the crime more chilling. In the days that followed, the police launched a massive investigation into the murder. Seo Eun-ji's family, devastated by the loss, pleaded for justice for their daughter. Her parents described her as a hard-working and kind-hearted young woman with a bright future, and they couldn't understand how someone could take her life so brutally. The investigation into the murder took several days, as the police worked tirelessly to gather evidence and piece together the circumstances surrounding Seo Eun-ji's death. Surveillance footage from nearby cameras revealed a man following her as she walked alone, and from that footage, the police were able to create a composite sketch of the suspect. Witnesses who had seen the attack provided additional information that helped to narrow down the search. Eventually, on August 17, 2014, Lee Jae-hyun was apprehended in a small apartment on the outskirts of Seoul. He had been hiding out, trying to lay low, but his guilt and paranoia had led him to make a mistake. He had been spotted by someone who recognized him from the surveillance footage and alerted the authorities. When the police arrived at his apartment, Lee was arrested without resistance. He made no attempt to flee, and when questioned about the murder, he confessed to the crime. "I had to do it," he said quietly during his interrogation. "She had everything I didn't. She was perfect, and I was nothing." The confession sent shockwaves through the investigation team. They had never imagined that a seemingly ordinary man would be capable of such violence, driven by jealousy and an obsessive fixation. Lee's motive was clear: his feelings of rejection, his mental health issues, and his inability to cope with the breakup had led him to target an innocent person, someone he believed represented everything he could never have. The tragedy of Seo Eun-ji's death wasn't just the loss of a life. It was the stark reminder of the dangers of untreated mental illness, obsession, and isolation. Lee Jae-hyun's trial began later that year, and his defense team tried to argue that he had been suffering from severe psychological distress at the time of the murder. They cited his history of depression and social withdrawal as mitigating factors, hoping to reduce his sentence. However, the prosecution countered, arguing that Lee had planned the murder, and that his actions were not the result of an uncontrollable outburst, but rather a premeditated act of violence. In the end, Lee was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison. For Seo Eun-ji's family, the conviction brought little comfort. Their daughter's life had been taken too soon, and the man responsible would never be able to undo the pain he had caused. But they found some solace in the fact that justice had been served. The tragedy of Seo Eun-ji's death would remain with them forever, but they also hoped that her story would serve as a reminder of the importance of mental health awareness and the need to address issues of isolation and anger before they spiral into something more dangerous. As for Lee Jae-hyun, his life was irreparably changed. He would spend the rest of his days in prison, haunted by the memory of his crime and the life he had taken. His story was one of deep sadness, a man lost in his own pain, consumed by feelings of inadequacy and bitterness. He had taken the life of someone who had done nothing wrong, someone who had simply been in the wrong place at the wrong time. And in the end, there were no winners. Only the grief of a family torn apart and a community forever scarred by the violence of one man's obsession. In the days following Lee Jae-hyun's arrest, the city of Seoul was in a state of shock. The murder of Seo Eun-ji had left a deep scar on the community. For the people who knew her, her friends, classmates, and even strangers who had heard of her tragic end, there was a lingering sense of unease. The fact that the killer was someone entirely unknown to the victim made the crime all the more disturbing. In the wake of her death, there were calls for increased vigilance, more support for mental health services, and a deeper examination of the role that isolation, loneliness, and untreated psychological issues played in driving people to such extremes. Seo Eun-ji had been a student at one of Seoul's most prestigious universities, majoring in economics. A bright, young woman with an infectious smile and an endless optimism about the future, she had been loved by everyone who knew her. Friends spoke of her dedication to her studies, her compassionate nature, and her ability to always make others laugh. She had recently been offered an internship with a top firm, and her future seemed to be filled with endless opportunities. Her parents, who had always supported her dreams, had seen in her the embodiment of hard work and promise. They were proud of the woman she had become, and they never imagined that their daughter's life would be stolen in such a violent and senseless manner. But as the investigation unfolded and the full scope of Lee Jae-hyun's obsession with Seo Eun-ji came to light, many began to question how someone like him could have fallen through the cracks of society. Lee's mental health history was eventually revealed to the public. He had been battling depression since his late teens, yet had never sought the help he so desperately needed. In interviews, people close to him spoke of his tendency to withdraw from social circles and his difficulty in forming meaningful relationships. He had never been violent, but he had often expressed a deep sense of bitterness and resentment, particularly when it came to his inability to connect with others. Despite the growing awareness of Lee's mental health struggles, there was little sympathy for him in the court of public opinion. The fact that he had targeted an innocent woman, a complete stranger, seemed to weigh heavily on the minds of the people of Seoul. Many people, including mental health professionals, were quick to point out that his depression and social isolation did not justify his actions. Mental illness, while a serious issue, was not an excuse for the cold-blooded murder of another human being. And while there was a sense of understanding about the pressures Lee had faced in his life, there was no mistaking the fact that his obsessive behavior had crossed a line from mere frustration to horrific violence. Throughout the trial, Lee's defense lawyers attempted to argue that he had been suffering from severe psychological distress at the time of the murder, hoping that his mental state would mitigate the severity of his punishment. They presented expert testimony from psychologists who claimed that Lee had been experiencing a delusional obsession with Seo Eun-ji, believing that she had somehow wronged him by existing in a way he could never achieve. They painted him as a man who had lost control of his emotions and actions due to a combination of depression, rejection, and alienation. However, the prosecution countered with a compelling argument. They pointed out that Lee's actions were not a spontaneous outburst of uncontrollable rage, but rather a coldly calculated decision to end the life of someone he viewed as an obstacle to his own self-worth. They also highlighted the fact that Lee had stalked Seo Eun-ji for weeks, meticulously planning the attack, before executing it in the dark, secluded alley. This, they argued, demonstrated that the murder was premeditated, not a crime of passion. As the trial continued, the stark contrast between Lee's actions and the vibrant life of Seo Eun-ji became all too apparent. The court heard testimony from her family and friends, who spoke of her boundless ambition, her kindness, and her unwavering desire to help others. They described a young woman who had everything to live for, a bright future, a loving family, and friends who adored her. And yet, it was all ripped away in an instant by a man who felt entitled to take what he believed was rightfully his. For Seo Eun-ji's parents, the trial was an agonizing experience. Each day, they listened to the details of their daughter's murder, reliving the nightmare they had endured since the moment they had learned of her death. They could hardly fathom how someone like Lee Jae-hyun, a man they had never known, could have destroyed their daughter's life so completely. But as the trial progressed, they began to find a sense of resolution in the pursuit of justice. Although they would never have their daughter back, they took solace in knowing that her killer would be held accountable for his actions. The courtroom became a place of intense emotional conflict, as both sides presented their cases. The defense attempted to paint Lee as a victim of his own mental health struggles, while the prosecution focused on the chilling coldness with which he had taken Seo Eun-ji's life. As the case unfolded, it became clear that this was not just a murder trial. It was a reflection of the complexities of mental health, obsession, and the dangers of unaddressed emotional turmoil. Throughout the process, Lee himself remained distant, offering little in the way of remorse. His expression, often blank and emotionless, contrasted sharply with the pain that was visible on the faces of Seo Eun-ji's family. He did not seem to grasp the gravity of what he had done, nor did he express any genuine sorrow for the life he had taken. Instead, his responses were largely mechanical, as though he were disconnected from the reality of the situation. At the conclusion of the trial, the judge issued a sentence of life in prison for Lee Jae-hyun, a decision that was met with mixed reactions. Some believed that the sentence was too lenient, considering the brutality of the crime. Others argued that his mental health issues should have been given more weight in the decision. But ultimately, the ruling seemed to offer a sense of closure for Seo Eun-ji's family, even if it could not undo the damage that had been done. For Seoul, the murder of Seo Eun-ji was a stark reminder of the hidden dangers of isolation and untreated mental illness. It exposed the fragile boundary between ordinary lives and the darkness that can emerge when someone is left to suffer in silence. As the city moved forward, discussions about mental health, social isolation, and the importance of early intervention gained momentum. And while the wounds left by Seo Eun-ji's death would never fully heal, her story served as a catalyst for change, a call to ensure that the lives of others would not be stolen in the same way. As the dust settled after the trial, the city of Seoul continued to grapple with the haunting memory of Seo Eun-ji's death. The tragedy had left a deep scar on both her family and the community. It had revealed uncomfortable truths about the hidden struggles of those suffering from mental health issues and the devastating consequences that could arise when those struggles went untreated. In the months following the trial, discussions about mental health awareness became more prevalent in South Korea, with many people questioning how society had failed both Lee Jae-hyun and Seo Eun-ji. For Seo Eun-ji's family, the pain of her loss never truly faded. They continued to live with the emptiness left behind by their daughter, trying to find some semblance of normalcy in a world that no longer felt the same. Her parents, who had once seen a bright future for their daughter, now found themselves consumed with grief. They had lost a child they had cherished and nurtured, and no amount of justice could bring her back. In private moments, her mother would hold on to her daughter's belongings, the books she had been reading, the clothes she had worn, the trinkets she had collected during her travels, and wish that she could turn back time. No parent should ever have to bury their child, and yet, the reality of their situation was inescapable. Seo Eun-ji's friends, too, struggled to cope with the loss. They had known her as a vibrant, intelligent young woman who was always there for them in times of need. To them, the tragedy seemed senseless. How could such a bright life be cut short by the violent actions of a man who had never even known her? They gathered at her memorial, sharing stories and photographs, trying to hold on to the memory of her while acknowledging the pain of her absence. The students at her university held vigils in her honor, lighting candles and writing messages of love and remembrance. Many of them were inspired by her commitment to her education and her desire to make a positive impact on the world. As they remembered her life, they also found themselves reflecting on the impact of violence, obsession, and mental illness. It became clear that this was not just a loss for her family. It was a loss for everyone who had known her, a loss for a community that had been shaken by the senselessness of it all. While the immediate aftermath of the trial saw some attempts at change, the larger conversation about mental health in South Korea was slow to evolve. Mental illness, though increasingly recognized as a serious issue, still carried a heavy stigma in many parts of society. People who struggled with mental health were often reluctant to seek help, fearing judgment and discrimination. This cultural barrier to treatment was something that many advocates for mental health awareness fought against in the years that followed. The tragedy of Seo Eun-ji's murder highlighted the need for a more open dialogue about mental health, as well as a deeper understanding of the risks associated with untreated conditions. But despite these calls for change, the stigma persisted, and many people continued to suffer in silence. As for Lee Jae-hyun, his life behind bars was marked by the isolation he had once chosen, but now could not escape. Though he had confessed to his crime, his actions were far from fully understood. Was he simply a product of his own mental health struggles, a man overwhelmed by emotions he could not process? Or was he a cold-blooded killer who had premeditated the murder of an innocent person? The lines between the two remained blurred, and the complexities of his case continued to challenge mental health professionals, lawyers, and the general public alike. In prison, Lee was provided with psychiatric care, though his progress was slow. He often remained withdrawn, showing little remorse for his actions. His isolation mirrored the feelings of detachment he had experienced before the crime, as though he had once again retreated into a shell of his own making. Some questioned whether Lee would ever fully come to terms with what he had done. Could a man who had taken another's life ever truly understand the gravity of his actions? Or was he doomed to remain a prisoner of his own mind, trapped by delusions and resentment? Others believed that he might never be able to escape the guilt that would inevitably haunt him. Either way, it seemed that Lee's future was one of quiet reflection, far removed from the life he had once envisioned for himself. In the end, Lee's case became a tragic symbol of the dangers of unchecked mental health issues, as well as a stark reminder of the devastation that could unfold when someone's deep-seated pain manifested in violent ways. But it was also a call for society to reevaluate its approach to mental health, particularly in a country like South Korea, where traditional values and cultural norms often discouraged open discussions about emotional well-being. Seo Eun-ji's death was a tragic reminder that mental illness, whether recognized or ignored, could lead to catastrophic outcomes. Her life was a testament to the potential for greatness in everyone, and the violence that took her life was a reminder that even the most promising futures could be extinguished in an instant by the hand of someone struggling with demons they could not control. Though Seo Eun-ji's family and friends could never fully heal from the pain of her loss, they found solace in the memory of her warmth, her intelligence, and her kindness. She was more than the tragedy that had defined her death. She was a young woman with a bright future, and it was her memory that they would carry with them for the rest of their lives. And in the years to come, they hoped that her story, one of ambition, promise, and love, would inspire others to address their mental health before it was too late. Seo Eun-ji's life had been cut short, but her legacy, one of resilience and compassion, would live on in the hearts of those who had known her. And perhaps most importantly, her story would continue to serve as a reminder of the need for compassion, understanding, and intervention when it came to mental health, before another tragedy could unfold. Story 02. Dylan Roof, a 21-year-old white supremacist with a history of racist beliefs, walked into the Emmanuel African Methodist Episcopal Church in Charleston, South Carolina, on the evening of June 17, 2015. With his pale complexion, bowl-cut hair, and a cold, emotionless stare, he appeared out of place among the congregation. But no one suspected the horror he was about to unleash. For over an hour, Roof sat quietly among the church members, listening as they discussed scripture in their regular Bible study session. The church, one of the oldest African-American congregations in the United States, had always been a place of refuge and faith, a sanctuary for those seeking solace and community. That night, however, its walls would bear witness to an unspeakable act of hatred. At approximately 9:05 p.m., Roof, who had been pretending to be just another participant, suddenly stood up, pulled out a .45 caliber Glock pistol, and opened fire on the unsuspecting worshippers. Chaos erupted as gunshots echoed through the church hall. People screamed, some dove to the floor, while others instinctively reached for their loved ones. Within minutes, 9 innocent lives were taken, including the church's senior pastor, Reverend Clementa Pinckney, who was also a state senator. Survivors would later recall Roof standing over his victims, reloading his weapon multiple times, and spewing hateful, racist rhetoric. "You're taking over our country," he reportedly said before firing at his next target. Despite the carnage, one woman survived by pretending to be dead, while another was intentionally spared so she could tell the world what happened, as Roof chillingly put it. He then fled the scene, leaving behind a shattered community and a nation that would soon grapple with the true depths of racial hatred still present in America. Authorities launched an immediate manhunt, scouring surveillance footage and eyewitness testimonies to track down the shooter. The next morning, Roof was arrested nearly 250 miles away in Shelby, North Carolina, following a tip-off from a concerned citizen. His capture marked the beginning of a legal battle that would reignite national conversations about racism, gun violence, and the enduring scars of America's past. As he sat in police custody, chilling details about his motivations emerged. Roof had meticulously planned his attack, even posing with Confederate flags and writing a racist manifesto that he later posted online. He had hoped his actions would start a race war. Instead, they united a grieving nation in a call for change. Though, for the families of the victims, no justice could ever bring back their loved ones. Of all the horrific details that emerged in the aftermath of the Charleston church shooting, perhaps the most disturbing was how meticulously Dylan Roof had planned his crime. This was no impulsive act of violence. It was a calculated massacre, driven by deep-seated racist ideology that had been festering for years. Investigators quickly uncovered Roof's digital footprint, revealing a disturbing pattern of radicalization. His personal website, littered with white supremacist propaganda, showcased his obsession with racial division. He had spent months researching historic race-related crimes, including previous mass shootings and acts of racial violence. In a chilling manifesto he had written before the attack, he detailed his belief that white people were being systematically oppressed, and that it was his duty to take a stand. Roof had chosen the Emmanuel African Methodist Episcopal Church for a reason. Founded in 1816, it was not just any church. It was a symbol of black resilience and strength, a place where civil rights leaders, including Martin Luther King Jr., had once spoken. Roof saw it as the perfect target for his twisted ideology. He had scouted the church in the weeks leading up to the shooting, familiarizing himself with its schedule, ensuring he would strike when the most people would be present. As law enforcement pieced together his movements, they discovered that the weapon he used, a .45 caliber Glock handgun, had been legally purchased 2 months earlier, despite his prior criminal record. A background check should have flagged him, preventing the sale, but a clerical error allowed Roof to buy the gun without issue. This revelation sparked national outrage, fueling an ongoing debate about gun control laws and systemic failures that allow dangerous individuals to arm themselves so easily. In the days following the attack, Charleston was gripped by mourning and disbelief. Outside the church, an impromptu memorial formed, flowers, candles, handwritten notes, and prayers left by people of all backgrounds, united in grief. The names of the victims were spoken with reverence. Reverend Clementa Pinckney, Cynthia Hurd, Susie Jackson, Ethel Lance, DePayne Middleton Doctor, Tawanza Sanders, Daniel Simmons, Sharonda Coleman Singleton, and Myra Thompson. 9 innocent lives taken in an act of pure hatred. But even amid the overwhelming sorrow, something extraordinary happened. The families of the victims, just days after the massacre, stood in court and addressed Roof directly during his bond hearing. Instead of the rage or vengeance one might expect, they spoke words of forgiveness. "You took something precious from me," said Nadine Collier, whose mother, Ethel Lance, had been killed. "But I forgive you." It was a moment that stunned the nation. For many, it was an unfathomable display of grace. For others, it was a testament to the strength of the very community Roof had sought to destroy. The massacre was meant to incite a race war, but instead, it brought people together in defiance of hate. However, the conversation didn't end with grief and forgiveness. The attack ignited a nationwide debate about racism in America, particularly regarding the Confederate flag, a symbol Roof had frequently posed with in photographs. In the weeks that followed, pressure mounted to remove the Confederate battle flag from South Carolina's State House grounds. For decades, efforts to take it down had been blocked by lawmakers who insisted it was a symbol of heritage, not hate. But now, after Charleston's tragedy, the argument was no longer tenable. On July 10, 2015, less than a month after the shooting, the Confederate flag was finally lowered from the State House grounds in a historic moment witnessed by thousands. To some, it was a step forward. To others, It was merely a symbolic gesture that did little to address the deeper issues of systemic racism that had led to the attack in the first place. Meanwhile, Roof remained in federal custody, showing no remorse for his actions. In fact, he was unrepentant. Investigators reported that during interrogations, he calmly admitted to the killings, stating that he had no regrets, and that he would do it again if given the chance. His lack of remorse was chilling, solidifying the image of a man consumed by hatred, indifferent to the suffering he had caused. As the legal proceedings moved forward, federal prosecutors announced that they would seek the death penalty. It was an unusual move, as federal death sentences were rarely pursued, but in this case, officials argued that Roof's crimes were so heinous that the harshest punishment was warranted. Roof's defense team, in contrast, attempted to negotiate a plea deal that would spare him from execution in exchange for life in prison. However, Roof, in an act of arrogance or delusion, refused to cooperate, insisting on representing himself in court. This decision set the stage for a trial that would not only determine Roof's fate, but also force the nation to confront its deep-rooted racial wounds. The coming months would reveal even more about Roof's twisted ideology, the failures that had allowed him to carry out his crime, and the ongoing struggle between justice and forgiveness in the wake of tragedy. As Dylan Roof's trial approached, the weight of his actions continued to ripple across the country. His calculated attack on the Emmanuel African Methodist Episcopal Church had not only devastated the families of the victims, but had also reignited painful discussions about the deep-seated racial tensions that still plagued America. The courtroom was not just a place where Roof would answer for his crimes. It became a stage where the nation would once again be forced to examine its conscience. Despite being offered experienced legal representation, Roof made the shocking decision to represent himself during the trial. Many saw this as a deliberate attempt to manipulate the proceedings, a way for him to control his own narrative and further push his white supremacist beliefs. Legal experts were baffled by his choice, noting that it would only hurt his chances of avoiding the death penalty. Some believed Roof refused legal counsel out of arrogance, convinced that he could use the trial to spread his ideology. Others saw it as an act of defiance, one last effort to display dominance over a system he had openly despised. In November 2016, more than a year after the massacre, jury selection began. Hundreds of potential jurors were screened, as the court sought individuals who could fairly weigh the evidence while withstanding the intense emotional weight of the case. The prosecution, led by the U.S. Department of Justice, sought the death penalty, arguing that Roof's crimes were among the most heinous acts of domestic terrorism in recent history. On December 7, 2016, the trial officially began. Survivors of the attack took the stand, recounting the horrors of that night in vivid, heartbreaking detail. They spoke of the moment Roof pulled out his gun, of the deafening sound of gunfire, of the desperate cries for help. One survivor, Felicia Sanders, described how she had hidden under a table with her 11-year-old granddaughter, whispering for her to stay silent as Roof executed the others in the room. He was cold, calculated. He wanted to make sure there were no survivors, she testified. Despite the overwhelming evidence against him, Roof remained emotionless throughout the proceedings. He refused to cross-examine witnesses. He presented no defense. In a bizarre, unsettling statement, he told the jury, "I still feel like I had to do it." His lack of remorse only reinforced the prosecution's argument that he was a danger to society and deserved the harshest punishment possible. The prosecution introduced Roof's own writings as evidence, including his chilling manifesto, where he detailed his belief that black people were inferior and that violence was the only way to preserve white dominance. They showed the court pictures of Roof posing with the Confederate flag, his expression one of pride and defiance. They presented records of his internet searches, proving that he had meticulously planned the attack for months. In less than 2 hours, the jury reached a verdict: guilty on all 33 federal charges, including hate crimes and obstruction of religious freedom. The next phase of the trial would determine whether he would receive the death penalty or life in prison without parole. During the sentencing phase, families of the victims once again took the stand. They spoke not of vengeance, but of loss, of the birthdays, holidays, and ordinary moments they would never share with their loved ones again. They spoke of the pain Roof had inflicted, not just on them, but on an entire community. But despite their grief, many of the victims' families still chose to offer forgiveness. This confounded many observers. How could they forgive the man who had slaughtered their mothers, fathers, siblings, and children in cold blood? Yet, to those who knew the church and its teachings, it was a reflection of faith, of a belief in justice beyond earthly courts. The defense attempted to argue that Roof was mentally ill, that his radicalization had been fueled by isolation and online extremism. But the jury was unmoved. Roof himself rejected any claim of mental illness, stating plainly, "There's nothing wrong with me psychologically." On January 10, 2017, Dylan Roof was sentenced to death. He became the first person in U.S. history to receive the federal death penalty for a hate crime. Yet even as the sentence was read aloud, Roof remained emotionless, showing no reaction to the fate he had been given. His conviction was seen as justice, but it did not erase the pain of what had been lost. The Charleston community continued to mourn, holding vigils and services in honor of the victims. Emmanuel AME Church, though scarred by the tragedy, remained standing, its doors open, its congregation determined to persevere in the face of hate. In the years that followed, the case continued to serve as a stark reminder of the dangers of unchecked extremism. Roof's attack led to a broader national reckoning, pushing conversations about gun control, white supremacist radicalization, and the enduring impact of racism in America. Though the Confederate flag was removed from the South Carolina State House, many argued that symbols alone were not enough, that real change required confronting the deeper societal issues that had allowed Roof's hatred to fester. Today, Roof remains on federal death row at the United States Penitentiary in Terre Haute, Indiana. He has exhausted multiple appeals, and barring any last-minute legal maneuvers, he will eventually face execution. Yet, for many, the true measure of justice is not found in his sentence, but in the resilience of the Charleston community, their ability to stand together, to rebuild, and to prove that love and unity are stronger than hate. Even in the face of unimaginable loss, the message that emerged from Charleston was clear. Hatred may take lives, but it will never break the human spirit. Story 3. On the evening of November 13, 2015, Paris was alive with its usual vibrancy. Cafés brimmed with patrons, music filled the air, and the Stade de France buzzed with the excitement of a friendly soccer match between France and Germany. Unbeknownst to the thousands enjoying their Friday night, a meticulously coordinated series of terrorist attacks was about to unfold, plunging the city into chaos and leaving an indelible scar on the nation's psyche. At approximately 9:20 p.m., the first signs of terror emerged. A suicide bomber detonated his explosive vest near Gate D of the Stade de France in Saint-Denis, a northern suburb of Paris. The blast reverberated through the stadium, causing momentary confusion among the spectators. Security personnel, initially uncertain of the explosion's origin, began to mobilize, but the match continued, with many attendees unaware of the gravity of the situation unfolding outside. Just minutes later, at 9:25 p.m., gunfire erupted in the heart of Paris. Armed assailants opened fire on the crowded terraces of Le Carillon, a popular café in the 10th arrondissement, before crossing the street to target Le Petit Cambodge, a Cambodian restaurant. The attackers fired indiscriminately, leaving a scene of devastation in their wake. As emergency services rushed to the area, reports of additional shootings and explosions began to surface, indicating a citywide assault. By 9:30 p.m., a second suicide bomber detonated near the Stade de France, intensifying the panic both inside and outside the venue. President François Hollande, who was attending the match, was swiftly evacuated as security forces grappled with the escalating crisis. The decision was made to allow the game to continue to prevent mass hysteria, but the atmosphere was thick with tension as news of the attacks began to spread among the crowd. Meanwhile, the attackers' rampage through Paris persisted. At 9:32 p.m., gunmen targeted Café Bon Bière and La Casa Nostra Pizzeria in the 11th arrondissement, again firing upon unsuspecting diners and passers-by. The assailants then moved to La Belle Équipe, a café on Rue de Charonne, where they unleashed a hail of bullets, resulting in numerous casualties. Each attack was executed with chilling precision, the assailants arriving in black vehicles, armed with assault rifles, and showing no mercy to their victims. The most harrowing of the night's events commenced at 9:40 p.m. at the Bataclan Theater, where the American rock band Eagles of Death Metal was performing to a sold-out audience of approximately 1,500 people. 3 attackers stormed the venue, opening fire and taking hostages. Concertgoers initially mistook the gunfire for pyrotechnics, but the horrifying reality quickly became apparent as bodies fell and chaos ensued. The assailants, armed with .47 rifles and explosive belts, corralled survivors towards the stage, creating a human shield and positioning themselves for a prolonged standoff with law enforcement. As the siege at the Bataclan continued, a third explosion occurred near the Stade de France at 9:53 p.m., marking the final blast in the series of attacks. The coordinated nature of the assaults became evident, with multiple teams of terrorists striking simultaneously at different locations, maximizing fear and confusion. Emergency services were stretched thin, hospitals activated mass casualty protocols, and the streets of Paris were filled with the sounds of sirens and the sight of flashing lights. Inside the Bataclan, hostages endured a nightmarish ordeal. The attackers shouted extremist slogans, condemned France's military actions in Syria and Iraq, and methodically executed captives. Some concert-goers managed to escape through emergency exits or by feigning death among the fallen. Survivors later recounted the assailants' calm demeanor and the calculated nature of their brutality. The police, upon arriving at the scene, faced a delicate situation, needing to neutralize the terrorists while minimizing harm to the hostages. At 12:20 a.m., after hours of terror, French security forces launched an assault on the Bataclan. Elite tactical units stormed the theater, engaging the attackers in a fierce gun battle. Two of the terrorists detonated their explosive vests as police closed in, while the third was shot dead before he could trigger his device. The operation resulted in the liberation of the remaining hostages, but the toll was devastating. 90 people lost their lives in the theater, making it the deadliest of the night's attacks. In total, the November 13th attacks claimed 130 lives and left over 350 injured, marking one of the deadliest days in France since World War II. The Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant, ISIL, claimed responsibility, stating that the assaults were retaliation for French airstrikes against ISIL targets in the Middle East. The attackers were identified as a mix of French and Belgian nationals, some of whom had traveled to Syria and returned to Europe undetected, exploiting the refugee crisis and existing security gaps. The aftermath of the attacks saw France declaring a state of emergency, implementing heightened security measures, and conducting numerous raids to dismantle terrorist networks. The events of that fateful night not only reshaped France's domestic policies, but also had profound implications for international counterterrorism strategies, immigration debates, and the global fight against extremist ideologies. As Paris mourned, the world stood in solidarity, with landmarks across the globe illuminated in the colors of the French flag. The resilience of the Parisians, their commitment to liberty, and the universal condemnation of the attacks underscored a collective resolve to confront and overcome the scourge of terrorism. In the aftermath of the November 13, 2015 Paris attacks, France found itself in a state of mourning, shock, and deep introspection. The sheer scale of the violence, the deliberate targeting of civilians, and the ruthless coordination of the attacks made it clear that this was not an isolated incident. It was a calculated act of terror designed to inflict maximum psychological damage. As dawn broke over Paris on November 14th, the streets bore the scars of the previous night's horror. Bloodstains marked the pavement outside cafes and restaurants. Bullet holes riddled walls and shattered glass lay scattered across sidewalks. The Bataclan, once a place of music and celebration, had become a symbol of tragedy. Survivors recounted their experiences to the media, their voices trembling as they described the sheer terror of being trapped inside a concert hall where death surrounded them. Some spoke of playing dead to avoid the gunman's attention, while others recalled the selfless acts of strangers who had shielded one another from bullets. The scale of the attacks prompted an immediate response from the French government. President François Hollande, in an emergency address to the nation, declared a state of emergency, the first time such a measure had been taken on this scale in decades. He called the attacks an act of war carried out by a terrorist army, and within hours, France's military launched retaliatory airstrikes on Islamic State, ISIL, strongholds in Syria. Security forces were placed on high alert, borders were tightened, and thousands of police officers were deployed across the country to prevent further incidents. The investigation into the attacks unfolded at an unprecedented pace. Authorities quickly identified the attackers, a group of 9 men, most of whom were French or Belgian nationals with known extremist ties. They had carefully planned their assault from Belgium, using encrypted messaging apps to coordinate their movements. Investigators discovered that several of them had traveled to Syria in previous years to receive training from ISIL, exploiting gaps in European security to return undetected. One of the key figures in the attacks was Abdelhamid Abaoud, a Belgian extremist believed to be the mastermind behind the operation. Surveillance footage placed him in Paris on the night of the attacks, and intelligence reports suggested that he had managed to evade capture despite being one of Europe's most wanted terrorists. His ability to orchestrate such a devastating attack within the heart of the European Union raised urgent questions about the effectiveness of counterterrorism measures. Meanwhile, the search for surviving accomplices intensified. Just days after the attacks, French police launched a massive raid in the Paris suburb of Saint-Denis, acting on intelligence that Abaoud and other suspects were hiding in an apartment. In the early hours of November 18th, heavily armed officers stormed the building. A fierce gunfight erupted, lasting nearly 7 hours. A female suicide bomber, later identified as Abaoud's cousin, detonated her explosive vest as police closed in, killing herself instantly. Abaoud himself was shot and killed during the raid, his body barely recognizable due to the gunfire and explosion. With Abaoud dead, authorities continued their manhunt for the remaining perpetrators. One of the most wanted fugitives was Salah Abdeslam, the only surviving member of the group that carried out the attacks. Unlike his fellow attackers, he had fled Paris after the massacre, managing to evade capture for months despite being the subject of an international manhunt. He was eventually tracked down in Brussels in March 2016, where he was arrested in a dramatic raid by Belgian authorities. His capture provided a crucial breakthrough in understanding the logistics behind the attacks. In the wake of the attacks, Europe was forced to confront a stark reality. Terrorism had evolved. The Paris massacre exposed glaring weaknesses in intelligence sharing between European countries, particularly in tracking known extremists who moved freely across borders. It also raised serious concerns about radicalization, as many of the attackers had been born and raised in Europe, yet had been drawn into violent jihadist ideology. The attacks also reignited debates about immigration and security. Some politicians argued that the influx of refugees from war-torn regions like Syria posed a threat, pointing to reports that at least one of the attackers had entered Europe using a fake Syrian passport. Others countered that ISIL had deliberately sought to exploit fears about refugees to stoke division, emphasizing that the vast majority of those fleeing conflict were themselves victims of terrorism. Beyond politics, the psychological toll on the people of Paris was profound. The city, known for its resilience, struggled to come to terms with the scale of the violence. Many Parisians reported a lingering sense of unease, avoiding crowded public places and feeling wary of large gatherings. The sight of heavily armed soldiers patrolling the streets became the new normal, a constant reminder that the threat had not disappeared. Yet, even in the midst of grief and fear, there were moments of unity. Across France, candlelight vigils were held in honor of the victims. People gathered at Place de la République, leaving flowers, letters, and messages of solidarity. The phrase "Je suis Paris" spread across social media, mirroring the global outpouring of support that had followed the Charlie Hebdo attack earlier that year. One particularly moving moment came during a gathering outside the Bataclan, where a survivor placed a sign that read, "They wanted us to be afraid. Instead, we will sing louder." And indeed, in the weeks that followed, defiance took many forms. Concerts resumed, restaurants reopened, and the people of Paris refused to let fear dictate their lives. The investigation into the attacks continued for years, uncovering extensive terrorist networks that stretched across Europe. Several individuals who had provided logistical support to the attackers were arrested, and ISIL's ability to carry out large-scale operations in the West was significantly weakened due to intensified counterterrorism efforts. However, the scars left by that night were deep. For the families of the 130 victims, justice could never truly replace what had been taken. The legal proceedings against those involved in the attacks would go on for years, with some suspects facing trial in both France and Belgium. But beyond the courtroom, the November 13th attacks served as a sobering reminder of the global fight against extremism, the fragility of security, and the resilience of those who refused to be broken by terror. As France moved forward, the memory of that tragic night remained a solemn part of its history, a night when the City of Lights was momentarily darkened but never extinguished. As the months turned into years, the full impact of the November 13th, 2015, Paris attacks continued to unfold. The events of that night had forever changed the city, leaving scars not only on its people, but also on the very fabric of European security, counterterrorism policies, and international relations. In the immediate aftermath, French authorities intensified their efforts to dismantle terrorist networks operating within the country and across Europe. The government expanded its intelligence capabilities, increased funding for counterterrorism operations, and passed controversial security laws that granted law enforcement broader surveillance powers. The state of emergency initially declared by President François Hollande was extended multiple times, lasting until 2017. This led to thousands of police raids, house searches, and arrests, as authorities sought to prevent further attacks and uncover hidden extremist cells. One of the major revelations that emerged from the investigation was the extent to which the attackers had exploited weaknesses in European border security. Many of them had traveled between France, Belgium, and Syria using forged documents or under false identities. Some had even been flagged by intelligence agencies, but were not actively monitored due to resource limitations. This failure to track known extremists led to widespread criticism of European security cooperation and calls for a more unified intelligence sharing system between EU member states. In response, the European Union implemented stricter border controls and enhanced security measures at airports and train stations. The Schengen Agreement, which allowed passport-free travel across most of Europe, came under intense scrutiny, with some governments temporarily reinstating border checks. Counterterrorism experts warned, however, that while tightening borders could help, the greater challenge lay in addressing the radicalization of individuals already living within Europe. The issue of radicalization became a major focus in the years following the attacks. It became clear that many of the perpetrators had not been foreign operatives infiltrating France, but rather European citizens who had grown up in marginalized communities where they had become susceptible to extremist ideologies. Neighborhoods in cities like Brussels and Paris, where unemployment and social isolation were rampant, were identified as breeding grounds for radicalization. Governments across Europe introduced de-radicalization programs, working with local communities, religious leaders, and educators to prevent young people from being drawn into extremism. At the same time, France faced a significant challenge in managing its prison system, where radicalization was spreading at an alarming rate. Many convicted extremists were housed together, allowing them to recruit and spread their ideology among other inmates. Prison reforms were introduced to separate high-risk individuals from the general population, but the problem persisted, raising concerns about the long-term security risks posed by radicalized individuals upon their release. Meanwhile, the legal proceedings against those involved in the attacks moved forward. The key surviving perpetrator, Salah Abdeslam, was captured in Belgium in March 2016 and later extradited to France to stand trial. His arrest was a major breakthrough, as he was the only attacker who had survived, and authorities hoped he could provide insight into the planning and execution of the attacks. However, during his trial, Abdeslam largely refused to cooperate, showing little remorse for his role in the massacre. Other individuals who had provided logistical support to the attackers also faced prosecution. Some had supplied weapons, while others had facilitated travel arrangements or provided safe houses. The trials, which stretched on for years, were closely followed by the victims' families, many of whom sought justice and closure. In 2022, after a lengthy trial, Abdeslam was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, marking one of the most severe sentences ever handed down in France. For the families of the victims, the legal process brought some sense of justice, but it could never undo the pain of their loss. Many survivors struggled with post-traumatic stress disorder, haunted by the memories of that night. The psychological impact of the attacks was far-reaching, not only for those directly affected, but also for the broader French society. Fear of terrorism became deeply ingrained in the public consciousness, and the presence of heavily armed soldiers patrolling tourist sites, schools, and public events became a permanent fixture in daily life. Despite the trauma, the people of Paris refused to let fear define them. In the years that followed, the city rebuilt itself, and efforts were made to honor the memory of the victims. Memorials were erected at the sites of the attacks, including a plaque outside the Bataclan Theater, where mourners continued to leave flowers and messages of remembrance. Annual ceremonies were held, with moments of silence observed across France to commemorate the lives lost. The attacks also had a profound impact on France's political landscape. The rise of nationalist and anti-immigration rhetoric gained traction in the wake of the violence, with far-right politicians arguing for stricter immigration controls and harsher measures against radical Islam. Debates over religious expression, particularly the role of Islam in French society, became more contentious, fueling divisions within the country. At the same time, France remained committed to its values of liberty, equality, and fraternity. While the government took a hard stance on security, it also emphasized the importance of unity and resilience. In the years following the attacks, initiatives promoting cultural integration, interfaith dialogue, and community engagement were launched in an effort to bridge divides and prevent further radicalization. On an international level, the Paris attacks underscored the growing threat posed by ISIL and its ability to inspire attacks beyond the Middle East. In response, France intensified its military efforts against the terrorist group, conducting airstrikes in Syria and Iraq as part of a broader coalition led by the United States. These operations, combined with local ground offensives, ultimately led to the collapse of ISIL's self-proclaimed caliphate in 2019. However, even with ISIL's territorial defeat, the ideology that fueled the attacks remained a global concern. Counterterrorism agencies warned that the threat had evolved, with extremist groups shifting their tactics to inspire lone wolf attacks rather than large-scale coordinated operations. The use of social media for recruitment and radicalization became an ongoing challenge, requiring new strategies to combat online extremism. Looking back, the events of November 13, 2015, served as a defining moment in modern history, a tragic reminder of the vulnerabilities that exist in an open society, but also a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. The attacks sought to instill fear and division, but instead, they strengthened France's resolve to uphold its democratic values and fight against those who sought to destroy them. Today, as Paris continues to thrive, the memory of that dark night lives on, not as a symbol of defeat, but as a testament to the courage, unity, and determination of a city that refused to be broken. The victims are remembered not just in memorials, but in the unwavering spirit of those who continue to live their lives freely, refusing to let terror dictate their future. Story 4. In the early hours of September 4, 2015, a calculated and ruthless crime unfolded in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. At the center of this case was Dr. Kunasegaran Saidswaran, a military pathologist with deep ties to the medical and legal community. Beneath his professional exterior, however, lay a man capable of orchestrating a brutal murder to silence a voice that threatened him. Dr. Kunasegaran was a well-known figure in forensic pathology, responsible for conducting autopsies and handling sensitive cases for the government. He had spent years building his reputation, but behind the scenes, he was embroiled in corruption and misconduct. His illegal activities were under scrutiny, and the man leading the investigation against him was none other than Deputy Public Prosecutor Anthony Kevin Moray, a fearless and relentless prosecutor known for taking on high-profile corruption cases. Kevin Moray had spent decades in the Malaysian legal system, earning a reputation as an incorruptible force against crime and corruption. He had worked closely with the Malaysian Anti-Corruption Commission (MAC), pursuing cases that exposed deep-seated corruption among politicians, law enforcement, and professionals who abused their power. His latest case, involving Dr. Kunasegaran, threatened to expose malpractice and corruption within the medical and judicial systems. The tension between them had been building for months. Dr. Kunasegaran knew that if Moray proceeded with his prosecution, he would lose everything: his career, his wealth, and his freedom. Desperate to avoid conviction, he made a chilling decision. Kevin Moray had to be eliminated. On the morning of September 4, 2015, Moray left his home in his government-issued Proton Perdana. As he drove towards his office in Putrajaya, a convoy of vehicles trailed him, their occupants following precise instructions. These men, hired by Dr. Kunasegaran, had been tasked with carrying out the murder and ensuring that Moray disappeared without a trace. The ambush was swift and brutal. As Moray approached a quieter stretch of road, a vehicle rammed into his car, forcing him to stop. Within seconds, the assassins descended upon him, dragging him out of his vehicle. The struggle was brief. Moray, though a man of strong will, was outnumbered and overpowered. They forced him into another car, restraining him as they sped away from the scene. For days, Moray's sudden disappearance baffled investigators. His family, friends, and colleagues feared the worst. The Malaysian authorities launched a full-scale investigation, retracing his movements and examining surveillance footage. It quickly became apparent that his disappearance was not random, it was a targeted attack. The search intensified as authorities uncovered evidence linking Dr. Kunasegaran to a group of criminals involved in carrying out the abduction. One by one, the hired killers were tracked down and arrested. Under pressure, they began to confess, revealing the horrifying details of what had happened to Moray after he was taken. According to their accounts, Moray had been taken to a secluded location where he was brutally murdered. His body was placed in a drum, which was then filled with cement in an attempt to permanently erase any evidence of the crime. The drum was later dumped into a swamp, a chilling effort to ensure that no one would ever find him. As investigators pieced together the truth, the weight of the crime became evident. This was not a random act of violence, but a meticulously planned execution carried out to silence a man who had dedicated his life to justice. The involvement of Dr. Kunasegaran, a respected medical professional, added another layer of shock to the case. He had used his knowledge and connections to orchestrate a murder, believing that he could eliminate a threat and escape accountability. But the truth could not be buried. As authorities closed in, Dr. Kunasegaran was arrested and charged with the murder of Kevin Moray. His downfall marked the beginning of a lengthy legal battle that would expose corruption and the lengths to which powerful individuals would go to protect themselves. The nation watched as the case unfolded, horrified by the sheer brutality of the crime. Kevin Moray, a man who had fought tirelessly for justice, had been betrayed and murdered in cold blood. Yet, in the end, his work would not be in vain. His death became a symbol of the ongoing fight against corruption in Malaysia, a reminder that even in the face of darkness, the pursuit of justice must never waver. The case of Kevin Moray's murder sent shockwaves through Malaysia. His sudden disappearance had initially left his colleagues, friends, and family in a state of anguish and confusion. But as the investigation gained momentum, the horrifying truth began to unravel, piece by piece, leading to a crime so cold and calculated that it exposed the darkest depths of corruption within the system. After the hired killers began confessing, authorities faced the daunting task of recovering Moray's remains. One of the arrested suspects led investigators to a remote swamp area in Subang Jaya, a district just outside Kuala Lumpur. There, partially submerged in muddy waters, they discovered a steel drum filled with hardened cement. Investigators, forensic teams, and emergency responders worked tirelessly to extract the drum, carefully chipping away at the concrete to reveal the remains inside. The condition of the body, encased in cement for days, made identification challenging. However, forensic specialists managed to retrieve DNA samples, and after extensive analysis, they confirmed what the entire nation had feared. This was indeed Kevin Moray. The discovery sent a wave of grief across the country. His murder was not just a tragedy for his family, but for Malaysia as a whole, as it underscored the grave dangers faced by those who dared to stand against corruption. With Moray's remains found, the focus shifted toward prosecuting those responsible. The hired assassins, one after another, provided detailed confessions, revealing how they had been contacted and paid to carry out the brutal act. Investigators learned that the plot had been in motion for weeks, carefully orchestrated by Dr. Kunasegaran Saveswaran. Dr. Kunasegaran, who once commanded respect in the medical and legal fields, had transformed into a desperate man willing to go to any lengths to protect himself. He had been under intense scrutiny due to an ongoing corruption case that Moray was prosecuting. The charges against him involved fraudulent medical reports, bribery, and abuse of power, offenses that carried severe penalties. If convicted, he faced the possibility of losing his medical license, his career, and his freedom. For months, he had tried to manipulate the legal system, using his influence to evade consequences. But Moray was relentless. Known for his integrity and dedication, Moray was unwilling to back down, refusing to be swayed by bribes or threats. His determination to see the case through left Dr. Kunasegaran with only one option: to eliminate the man standing in his way. The investigation revealed that Dr. Kunasegaran had hired multiple individuals to carry out different aspects of the crime. Some were tasked with monitoring Moray's movements, ensuring they knew his daily routine. Others were responsible for intercepting him on the road and executing the abduction. Once Moray was in their custody, they mercilessly tortured him before finally killing him. His body was then placed in the steel drum, which was filled with cement to make it nearly impossible to retrieve evidence. However, in their haste, the killers had made several mistakes. Surveillance footage showed Moray's car being followed by multiple vehicles on the morning of his disappearance. Witnesses recalled seeing a struggle near the location where Moray's car was later abandoned. Phone records traced back to the suspects showed suspicious calls between Dr. Kunasigaran and his hired men in the hours leading up to and following the murder. These pieces of evidence painted a damning picture, one that the prosecution would later use in court to ensure justice was served. As the trial approached, public outrage intensified. Moray's murder was seen as an attack not just on one man, but on the very foundations of justice in Malaysia. The nation had long struggled with corruption at various levels, but this case proved just how far some were willing to go to silence those who sought the truth. The legal community mourned the loss of one of its most respected figures, while citizens questioned the safety of whistleblowers and prosecutors who dared to challenge the powerful. In the days following the discovery of Moray's body, thousands attended vigils in his honor. His colleagues spoke of his unwavering commitment to justice, recalling his tireless work ethic and fearless approach in handling sensitive cases. His family, devastated by his loss, demanded accountability and justice for the brutal manner in which he was taken from them. Meanwhile, behind bars, Dr. Kunasigaran was beginning to realize the gravity of his mistake. His confidence, which had once led him to believe he could orchestrate the perfect crime, had crumbled under the weight of overwhelming evidence. The very legal system he had tried to manipulate was now closing in on him, preparing to make him answer for his sins. The trial was set to be one of the most significant in Malaysia's history. Prosecutors gathered every shred of evidence, determined to ensure that not only the hired killers, but also the mastermind behind the crime faced the full force of the law. As the court proceedings loomed, the people of Malaysia awaited justice for Kevin Moray, hoping that his death would not be in vain. The trial of Dr. Kunasigaran Sadeswaran and his accomplices began in earnest in late 2016, nearly a year after Kevin Moray's body was discovered. The courtroom was packed with reporters, legal experts, and members of the public who were deeply invested in the outcome of this case. It was not just a trial of a man accused of murder. It was a trial for the integrity of the Malaysian justice system. The nation held its breath, hoping that this case would bring the truth to light and deliver justice for Kevin Moray. The prosecution team, led by one of Moray's former colleagues, painstakingly laid out the evidence against Dr. Kunasigaran. They presented a chilling account of how he had plotted the murder with a cold and calculating mind, driven by fear and self-preservation. The evidence was overwhelming. Phone records showed numerous calls between Kunasigaran and the men who had carried out the murder. Surveillance footage placed the suspects at the scene of Moray's abduction, and the confessions of the hired killers painted a detailed picture of the events leading up to and following the murder. The defense, on the other hand, sought to paint Dr. Kunasigaran as a man caught up in a difficult situation, acting out of desperation and fear of losing everything. His legal team tried to argue that he was being framed, that the confessions of the killers were coerced, and that the evidence was circumstantial. However, their attempts to cast doubt on the case only seemed to further infuriate the public, who believed in the strength of the evidence presented against the accused. In the weeks that followed, the court heard testimonies from key witnesses, colleagues of Kevin Moray, law enforcement officials, and even experts in forensic pathology. One of the most poignant moments came when Moray's family members took the stand. His brother, Richard Moray, spoke of the pain of losing his elder sibling in such a brutal and senseless manner. He described Kevin as a man of integrity, whose commitment to fighting corruption was unwavering, even at the cost of his own safety. His family's emotional testimony resonated deeply with the jury and the public, reinforcing the idea that Kevin's death was not just a personal tragedy, but a national one. As the trial progressed, Dr. Kunasigaran remained largely stoic. His face betrayed little emotion, as if he was trying to maintain control over a situation he could no longer manage. However, those who knew him well could see the cracks in his facade, the moments when his eyes betrayed a flicker of fear, the subtle tension in his posture as the evidence piled up against him. Finally, after months of legal wrangling, the trial came to a close. The defense made its final arguments, trying once again to cast doubt on the prosecution's case. But the damage had been done. The evidence was irrefutable. The jury deliberated for several days, weighing the gravity of the crime and the role that Dr. Kunasigaran had played in orchestrating it. On February 22, 2017, the verdict was read aloud in court. Dr. Kunasigaran Sadeswaran was found guilty of the murder of Kevin Moray. The court also convicted several of his accomplices, including the hired killers, who had played a direct role in the abduction and death of the prosecutor. Dr. Kunasigaran was sentenced to death by hanging, while his accomplices received varying sentences for their roles in the crime. The verdict sent shockwaves through the legal and medical communities. It was rare for a person of Dr. Kunasigaran's standing to be convicted of such a heinous crime, and even rarer for someone in his position to face the death penalty. For many, it was a symbol of the nation's commitment to upholding the law, no matter how powerful or influential the perpetrator might be. The verdict was a hard-fought victory for justice, but it also raised questions about the pervasive corruption that existed in various sectors of Malaysian society, and the lengths to which individuals would go to protect themselves from exposure. Dr. Kunasigaran's arrest and conviction sparked heated debates about corruption, accountability, and the safety of public figures who dared to challenge the status quo. For many, Kevin Moray's death was a wake-up call, a reminder that the fight against corruption is not without its dangers, and that the cost of seeking justice can sometimes be tragically high. But it was also a moment of reckoning, one that inspired reform and change in the Malaysian justice system. The aftermath of the trial was a turning point in the country's struggle against corruption. While the conviction of Dr. Kunasigaran brought some measure of closure to Kevin Moray's family and the public, it also marked the beginning of a broader conversation about the need for greater transparency, stronger protections for whistleblowers, and more effective systems for combating corruption at all levels of government and society. In the years that followed, Malaysia saw a wave of reform, with increasing efforts to root out corruption from all sectors. The case of Kevin Moray became a rallying cry for those fighting for a more just and transparent Malaysia, a country where the law could be relied upon to protect the innocent, no matter their station in life. For his family, friends, and colleagues, Kevin Moray would never be forgotten. His legacy as a dedicated public servant, a man who risked everything for the pursuit of justice, lived on. His death, while tragic, was not in vain. It sparked change, and it ensured that his fight for a better, more just Malaysia would be carried on by those who had known and admired him. Story 5. In 2015, a disturbing crime occurred in the bustling city of Fuzhou, Fujian Province, China, involving a young man named Wu Xiyu. Born on November 6, 1992, Wu came from a middle-class family and was a student at Peking University, one of China's most prestigious institutions. From the outside, Wu appeared to be a model student with a bright future ahead of him. However, beneath his academic achievements and outward success, a dark resentment was brewing. Wu's relationship with his mother, Xie Tianqin, had always been strained. Xie Tianqin was a strong-willed and ambitious woman, determined to provide her only son with the best opportunities in life. She worked tirelessly to support Wu's education and ensured that he attended one of the most elite universities in China. However, her devotion to her son's success came with a heavy cost. Over the years, Wu had grown to resent her relentless pursuit of his academic and personal success. He viewed her as overbearing and controlling, feeling that she had stifled his independence and placed immense pressure on him to meet her high expectations. Despite being in his early 20s and attending a prestigious university, Wu felt trapped by his mother's expectations. He became increasingly frustrated with the lack of freedom he believed she imposed on him, and his resentment toward her began to build. The emotional toll of their relationship had begun to manifest in Wu's personal life. He struggled with feelings of anger and helplessness, feeling that no matter what he achieved, it was never enough to satisfy his mother's insatiable demands. Over time, these feelings of frustration morphed into something darker. Wu felt as though his mother's constant presence in his life was a form of imprisonment, a barrier that prevented him from pursuing his own desires and dreams. He began to fantasize about escaping the suffocating grip she had on him. It was within this mindset that he began to entertain a disturbing idea. If he could eliminate her, he could finally live his life on his own terms, free from the constant burden of her expectations. The decision to murder his mother did not come overnight. It was a carefully calculated and chilling plan that Wu set in motion over the course of several months. He knew that killing her would not be an easy task, and he would need to cover his tracks if he hoped to get away with it. He meticulously planned every detail of the murder, from the location to the means by which he would carry it out. On July 10, 2015, Wu invited his mother to his residence in Fuzhou under the pretense of discussing his future plans. He told her that he wanted to share some important decisions about his life and education. Xie Tianqin, ever the concerned and dutiful mother, agreed to meet with him, believing it was simply another one of her son's moments of introspection. Little did she know that this meeting would mark the end of her life. Once Xie Tianqin arrived at Wu's residence, he lured her into a false sense of security by engaging her in a conversation about his future. He convinced her that the meeting was an opportunity for them to bond and talk about his plans after graduation. But Wu's mind was already made up. Without warning, he attacked his mother, striking her repeatedly with a dumbbell bar. The blunt force trauma caused fatal injuries, and Xie Tianqin's life was brutally cut short. After her death, Wu showed little emotion. His cold detachment was evident as he moved to conceal the body. He wrapped it in several layers of plastic and activated carbon to mask the odor of decomposition. Wu had planned for the body to remain hidden, and his next steps were part of a well-thought-out strategy to deceive others. He left the body in his dormitory, attempting to make it appear as if his mother had simply disappeared without a trace. As part of his elaborate plan, Wu crafted a story to explain his mother's sudden absence. He informed family members and close friends that Xie Tianqin had gone abroad with him to further his education. Wu claimed that his mother was staying in another country while he focused on his studies, a story that he would later use to defraud them out of large sums of money. The lie was convincing enough to keep his relatives at bay and prevent suspicion from arising. For several months, Wu continued to deceive everyone around him, including his extended family. He fabricated emails and phone calls, pretending to be his mother and assuring her relatives that she was safe and well. Meanwhile, he used the money he had taken from his mother's accounts to support his lavish lifestyle, buying high-end items and living without the constant oversight he had once endured. But the lies began to unravel. Xie Tianqin's relatives grew concerned when they hadn't heard from her in months. They began to suspect that something was amiss, and the police were soon involved. Investigations were launched into her disappearance, and eventually, the trail led to Wu Xiaoyu. His lies could no longer mask the truth. The cold-blooded murder of Xie Tianqin would soon be uncovered, and Wu's carefully constructed facade would come crashing down. The search for Xie Tianqin, and the subsequent investigation into her murder, would reveal the extent of Wu's deception. What had initially appeared to be a simple disappearance would soon evolve into one of the most shocking and chilling cases in recent memory. The public's reaction to the crime was one of disbelief and horror, as a promising young student was exposed as a cold-hearted killer, willing to go to unimaginable lengths to escape the grip of his overbearing mother. The truth about Wu Xiaoyu's dark and twisted motivations would come to light in the years that followed. But the crime he committed in 2015 would forever be etched in the memories of those who followed the case, a stark reminder of the dangers of unchecked resentment and the lengths to which a person can go when consumed by anger and fear. The investigation into Xie Tianqin's disappearance took a crucial turn when relatives started questioning the story Wu had concocted about her going abroad. Despite his attempts to maintain the lie, the absence of concrete evidence and the inconsistency in his explanations led them to grow increasingly suspicious. Wu had kept up the ruse by sending emails and making phone calls that were clearly not from his mother. In the days following her death, he had even used his mother's social media accounts to post fabricated updates, keeping her friends and family at bay. Xie Tianqin's extended family, feeling unsettled by the lack of contact and the strange behavior of Wu, decided to act. They contacted the police in February 2016 after repeated attempts to reach her failed. The authorities quickly took the matter seriously and began investigating the case as a possible missing person scenario. Wu, fearing that his secret was on the verge of being exposed, continued to lie and feign ignorance of his mother's whereabouts. The police, determined to find the truth, began to look into Wu's activities, starting with his financial transactions. It didn't take long for investigators to discover that Wu had been withdrawing large sums of money from his mother's bank accounts since her supposed departure. In addition, he had been living a life of luxury, far beyond what his modest student status would normally allow. The pattern of financial irregularities immediately raised red flags, and it was clear that something was terribly wrong. The investigation expanded to include interviews with Wu's friends and classmates. Many spoke of his unusual behavior in the months leading up to his mother's disappearance. Some noted that he had become increasingly distant, while others mentioned that he seemed to be acting unnervingly calm about the whole situation. This led detectives to focus more intently on Wu as their prime suspect. With the mounting evidence against him, the police finally decided to search Wu's residence. What they found inside would send shockwaves through the entire investigation. Beneath layers of carefully constructed lies, they uncovered the horrifying truth. Inside his dormitory, the authorities discovered the decomposed remains of Xie Tianqin, wrapped in multiple layers of plastic and other materials designed to conceal the smell of death. It was a chilling sight, one that would forever change the course of the investigation and shock the entire nation. The forensic examination of the remains confirmed the cause of death: blunt force trauma consistent with the use of a heavy object, such as a dumbbell. The evidence was clear. Wu had brutally murdered his mother in a fit of rage, and then meticulously tried to cover it up, all while continuing to deceive everyone around him. His actions were cold and calculated, demonstrating a level of emotional detachment that made it even more difficult for those who knew him to believe. Wu's arrest came soon after the discovery of the body. He was taken into custody on April 20, 2019, when authorities managed to track him down to Chongqing Jiangbei International Airport. He had been attempting to flee the country, hoping to escape justice by traveling to a foreign destination. But his plan was thwarted. After his arrest, Wu was interrogated for hours, and eventually, he confessed to the murder, admitting that he had killed his mother out of frustration and resentment. The details Wu provided during his confession were chilling. He described how, after killing his mother with the dumbbell, he had taken careful measures to hide her body and deceive his family. He also confessed to forging documents, including email accounts and phone numbers, in order to maintain the illusion that his mother was still alive. He revealed that he had gone so far as to use her identity to withdraw money from her bank accounts and defraud her relatives of substantial amounts of money. The scale of his deceit was staggering, and it left many wondering how someone so seemingly intelligent and educated could carry out such a heinous crime without any regard for the consequences. Wu's motives for the murder, as he explained during his confession, were rooted in a long-standing resentment towards his mother. He felt that her constant pressure and high expectations had suffocated him, leaving him feeling trapped and unable to live life on his own terms. In his mind, killing her was the only way to break free from the suffocating grip she had on him. He believed that her death would allow him to take control of his own life, free from the constant judgment and demands of a mother who had pushed him too hard. In the months following his arrest, the case captured the attention of the media and the public. The fact that such a brutal crime had been committed by a highly educated young man, one who had attended a top university in China, left many questioning how someone so outwardly successful could commit such a horrific act. The case also sparked discussions about the pressures placed on children by their parents and the potential psychological consequences of these pressures. Experts in psychology and family dynamics weighed in on the case, pointing out the dangers of overbearing parenting and the toll it can take on a child's mental health. The trial, which began in 2020, was closely followed by the media. Wu Xieyu's defense team argued that he was mentally unstable at the time of the murder, attempting to present him as a person who had been driven to his breaking point by years of emotional turmoil. However, the prosecution painted a very different picture of Wu, a young man who, despite his outward appearance of being a model student, had harbored deep resentment and anger towards his mother. They argued that his actions were premeditated and cold-blooded, demonstrating a complete disregard for human life. The court proceedings were a tense and emotional experience for both the families involved and the public. Many were appalled by the depth of Wu's deception, and the case became a symbol of the dangers of unchecked familial tensions. Ultimately, Wu Xieiyu was found guilty of murder and fraud. The court sentenced him to death for the brutal killing of his mother, and he was also ordered to serve 18 years in prison for the extensive fraud he had committed in the aftermath of her death. The decision was met with a mixture of relief and outrage. For some, the death sentence was a just punishment for the crime, while others believed that a life sentence would have been more appropriate, given Wu's young age and the potential for rehabilitation. Despite the divided opinions, the case was a turning point in the conversation about the pressures placed on children by their parents and the importance of fostering healthy family relationships. Wu's actions served as a stark reminder of the devastating consequences that can arise when unresolved emotional issues are left unchecked. As the case came to a close, Wu's story continued to haunt the public. His name became synonymous with the darkest side of familial relationships, and his crime remained a chilling example of how anger, resentment, and frustration can spiral out of control. The murder of Xie Tianqin not only destroyed a family, but also left an indelible mark on the society at large, prompting reflection on the complexities of family dynamics and the potential dangers of excessive expectations. As Wu Xiu's trial came to an end, the public continued to grapple with the shocking nature of the crime. The story of a highly intelligent, educated young man committing such a brutal act against his own mother stunned many. The emotional and psychological toll of the case was immense for those who had known Wu and Xie Tianqin. People who had once viewed Wu as a promising student were left in disbelief, struggling to understand how someone with such potential could turn so cold and violent. The contrast between Wu's academic success and the horror of his crime was striking, leaving many to question the pressures placed on young individuals by their families and society. The trial itself had been intense, with both the prosecution and defense presenting compelling arguments. The prosecution argued that Wu's actions were premeditated, pointing to the careful planning and calculated deceit he had employed to cover up the murder. They emphasized that Wu's lack of remorse and his efforts to manipulate those around him showed a complete disregard for human life. In their eyes, this was not a crime of passion or a moment of temporary madness. It was the cold, deliberate murder of a mother at the hands of her own son. On the other hand, the defense tried to portray Wu as a young man who had been pushed to the brink by years of emotional turmoil and psychological distress. They suggested that the intense pressure he felt from his mother's high expectations had gradually eroded his mental health, leading to an emotional breakdown that resulted in the tragic murder. While the defense team acknowledged the gravity of the crime, they asked for leniency, urging the court to consider Wu's youth and potential for rehabilitation. They argued that the death penalty was too harsh a punishment for someone who was still in the early stages of adulthood. Despite the defense's plea for a reduced sentence, the court found Wu guilty on all charges. He was sentenced to death for the murder of his mother, and received an additional 18 years in prison for the fraud charges related to his deception and financial manipulation in the months following her death. The court's decision sent a strong message that no matter how high one's intellectual capabilities or academic achievements, no one is exempt from the consequences of their actions. While some supported the verdict, believing that justice had been served, others were torn. They questioned whether the severity of the punishment was truly appropriate for someone as young as Wu, who had made a grave mistake in the heat of a deeply psychological struggle. Yet, as the evidence presented during the trial suggested, Wu's actions were not impulsive. They were carefully planned, executed with chilling precision, and followed by a complex web of lies and deceit. His crime was not simply the result of a moment of emotional breakdown, but rather the outcome of a prolonged period of resentment and frustration. For Wu Xiu, the weight of his crime would continue to haunt him for the rest of his life. After his conviction, he was transferred to a prison in Fujian province while awaiting the final decision on his appeal. The appeal process dragged on for several years, with Wu seeking to reduce his sentence or even have the death penalty overturned. He claimed that he was a victim of his own psychological state, and that he had not fully understood the consequences of his actions at the time of the murder. Despite his defense team's best efforts, the appeals court rejected his request for a reduced sentence. In May 2023, the Fujian Provincial High People's Court upheld the original death sentence, rejecting all of Wu's arguments and affirming that his actions were premeditated and carried out with full awareness of their consequences. The court's decision was final, and Wu was left with no legal recourse. His fate had been sealed, and his execution was set to take place in the near future. As the months passed, Wu's story became a subject of widespread discussion in China. The case was widely covered in the media, sparking debates about the pressures faced by students in the country's highly competitive educational system. Many experts weighed in on the psychological toll that these pressures can have on young people, particularly when coupled with the expectations of demanding parents. Wu's case was seen as a tragic example of the potential dangers that can arise from an overbearing and perfectionistic parenting style. Family dynamics and the impact of parental expectations became key topics in public discourse, with many calling for a shift in how children are raised and how parents approach their relationship with their children. Some argued that the intense academic competition in China, along with the pressure to succeed at all costs, was creating a generation of young people who felt immense emotional strain. In Wu's case, it was clear that his mother's relentless expectations had contributed to his psychological breakdown, leading him down a dark path of resentment and ultimately violence. The impact of Wu Xiu's crime was felt not only by his family, but also by the wider community. Xie Tianqin's relatives, who had placed their trust in Wu's fabricated story, were left devastated by the truth. They had been led to believe that she was alive and well, only to learn that she had been murdered by her own son. The grief and pain they felt were compounded by the realization that their trust in Wu had been completely betrayed. Xie Tianqin's murder also left a lasting impact on the public's perception of Wu. Once viewed as a promising student with a bright future, he became a symbol of the dangers of unchecked resentment and the potential consequences of emotional isolation. The fact that someone who appeared to have everything, intelligence, opportunity, and a good education, could commit such a horrific crime served as a wake-up call for many. It reminded society that even those who seem outwardly successful can be struggling with deep emotional turmoil, and that it is crucial to address mental health issues and family dynamics before they escalate into tragedy. Wu's story also highlighted the complexities of the Chinese legal system and the debate over the death penalty. While some advocated for his execution, others questioned whether the death sentence was the most effective way to deal with a young man who had committed such a crime in the context of emotional distress. The case prompted renewed discussions about the fairness and morality of capital punishment, particularly in cases involving individuals who were still young and had the potential for rehabilitation. In the end, Wu Xiu's execution by lethal injection on January 31, 2024, closed a chapter on one of the most shocking and heartbreaking cases in recent memory. Despite his attempts to appeal, the court's decision remained final, and he paid the ultimate price for his actions. As the case faded from the headlines, it left behind an indelible legacy of cautionary lessons about the dangers of emotional neglect, the impact of parental pressure, and the importance of open communication within families. The murder of Xie Tianqin remained a tragic reminder of how unresolved psychological distress can spiral out of control, with devastating consequences for everyone involved. Story 6. In 2015, a chilling and tragic crime unfolded in the serene suburban neighborhood of Melbourne, Australia. The crime would later become one of the most talked about and heart-wrenching stories of the year. The perpetrator, who had once been an upstanding member of the community, was about to change everything when he unleashed a horrifying act of violence that would shake the entire city to its core. The man responsible for this heinous act was 38-year-old Christopher Michael Edwards. Born and raised in Melbourne, Edwards had always been described by those who knew him as a quiet, somewhat reclusive individual. He had worked as a truck driver for several years, living a relatively simple and uneventful life. To the outside world, Edwards seemed like a man who kept to himself and avoided drawing attention. He had a few close friends, and his personal life was largely a mystery to many, but there was nothing that suggested he was capable of such a violent act. However, behind the closed doors of his home, Edwards was struggling with a deeply troubled mind. His marriage to his wife, 33-year-old Tara, had been fraught with tension for years. While they had initially met through mutual friends and seemed to have a good connection, their relationship quickly soured. Tara, a mother of 2 young children, found herself overwhelmed by the pressures of daily life. Christopher, on the other hand, had become increasingly difficult to live with, his emotional and mental state deteriorating over time. The couple's marriage had been filled with arguments and financial strain, and their relationship was on the brink of collapse. Tara had confided in friends and family that she felt trapped in a marriage where she no longer felt safe or loved. She had tried to reach out for help, but Christopher's controlling behavior made it difficult for her to break free. Despite her best efforts to leave him, Tara found herself constantly drawn back into the toxic dynamic of their relationship. Edwards had become possessive and paranoid, accusing her of infidelity and accusing her of plotting to leave him. On the night of November 26, 2015, a tragedy occurred that would shatter the lives of everyone involved. Christopher Edwards, seemingly unable to cope with the mounting pressures in his personal life, snapped. In a fit of rage, he brutally attacked his wife Tara inside their home. The details of what exactly transpired that night remain unclear, but what is known is that Tara Edwards met a horrific and violent end. Christopher, in an uncontrollable burst of anger, struck her multiple times with a blunt object before strangling her to death. After killing his wife, Edwards took the body and disposed of it in a nearby creek, attempting to hide his crime. He thought that by getting rid of Tara's remains, he could cover his tracks and avoid detection. But in his panic and desperation to evade capture, Edwards made several mistakes. He called a few friends to tell them about an argument he had with his wife earlier in the evening, and one of these friends later became suspicious when they hadn't heard from Tara for days. Edwards continued to try to cover his tracks, feigning concern for his missing wife and pretending to be a distraught husband. He went about his daily life as if nothing had happened, trying to maintain the illusion of normalcy. He spoke to neighbors, even went to work, all while concealing the gruesome reality of what he had done. The investigation into Tara's disappearance began a few days after she was last seen. Police were initially perplexed, as there was little evidence to suggest any foul play. Christopher, however, continued to paint a picture of an ordinary, troubled marriage, which added to the confusion. Tara's friends and family began to grow increasingly worried as the days passed without any sign of her. They knew something was wrong and refused to believe that she had simply run away, especially with 2 young children at home. As the investigation progressed, a few key pieces of evidence started to emerge, casting doubt on Edwards' version of events. One of the first breakthroughs came when Tara's friends contacted police to report that they had heard from Edwards in the days after her disappearance. They had noticed that he seemed unusually calm, almost detached, when discussing Tara's absence. His behavior, they said, was inconsistent with someone who had just lost their spouse. Detectives also began to scrutinize Edwards' phone records and found something telling. He had made several calls to his wife's phone after she had been killed, even though she was no longer alive to answer. This inconsistency raised suspicions, prompting authorities to take a closer look at his movements and behavior leading up to and following Tara's disappearance. Upon further investigation, it was revealed that Edwards had been involved in several financial transactions that suggested he was trying to cover his tracks and create an alibi. Despite the mounting evidence, Edwards initially continued to deny any involvement in his wife's death. However, as police gathered more and more information, the walls began to close in on him. Investigators uncovered key pieces of forensic evidence that linked him directly to the crime scene. There were traces of Tara's blood found in the house, as well as forensic evidence that indicated she had been assaulted before her death. Finally, the truth began to emerge. Christopher Edwards was arrested on charges of murder, and the full extent of his crime was revealed. In a statement to the police, he admitted to killing his wife in a fit of rage, claiming that he had been consumed with jealousy and anger after an argument over their failing marriage. He said that he had lost control and acted out of a deep sense of betrayal. The murder of Tara Edwards was a devastating tragedy that left her family, friends, and community reeling. She was a mother, daughter, and friend, someone who had been loved by many. Her brutal death left a permanent scar on the lives of those who knew her. In the weeks following her murder, tributes poured in from all corners of Melbourne, as people expressed their grief over the loss of a vibrant woman whose life was taken far too soon. Christopher Edwards' arrest sent shockwaves through the community, as many had believed he was simply a man struggling with the pressures of family life. His crime, however, exposed a dark side of a man who had allowed anger and jealousy to consume him, ultimately leading him to commit an unforgivable act. What was once a seemingly normal suburban family was torn apart by a senseless act of violence, leaving behind a wake of pain, loss, and unanswered questions. The case garnered widespread media attention, sparking conversations about domestic violence, mental health, and the often hidden struggles that occur behind closed doors. Christopher Edwards' actions became a grim reminder of the devastating consequences that can result from unchecked anger and emotional abuse. The crime highlighted the importance of understanding the signs of domestic violence and supporting individuals who may be struggling within toxic relationships. As the trial began, the court would soon learn that Christopher Edwards had been hiding behind the facade of a loving husband and father for years. The emotional damage caused by his actions would have lasting effects on his children, his family, and the entire community. The story of Tara Edwards and the tragic end to her life would resonate with many, as it raised questions about the hidden dangers lurking in seemingly ordinary relationships and the devastating consequences of domestic violence. The investigation into Tara Edwards' disappearance continued to unfold with chilling clarity as detectives began to piece together more details of the crime. Christopher Edwards' behavior after Tara's murder raised significant suspicions. His calm demeanor in the days following her disappearance, as well as his odd detachment when discussing his wife's absence, was starkly inconsistent with someone who had just lost their spouse. Police quickly became suspicious of Edwards' actions and began to dig deeper into his life. One of the first significant leads came from interviews with the Edwards' close friends and family. Several people noted how Edwards had acted strangely in the days following Tara's disappearance. He had been unusually composed, almost eerily indifferent, when asked about his wife. He had told a neighbor that Tara had simply left him, though this explanation didn't sit well with those who knew her. Tara was a dedicated mother who would never leave her children behind, especially without any word or explanation. As the investigation continued, police began to gather evidence that contradicted Edwards' claims. Through forensic analysis, investigators were able to trace traces of Tara's blood throughout their house. Bloodstains were found on the floor, leading investigators to believe that she had been violently attacked in the home before her death. The presence of blood and other physical evidence indicated that she had not simply disappeared, as Edwards had suggested, but had been the victim of a brutal crime. This was a major breakthrough in the case, but there was still no clear motive, yet. As police examined Edwards' phone records, a critical discovery was made. It was revealed that after his wife's death, Edwards had made several phone calls to Tara's number. The calls were all made at odd hours, and police quickly realized that Edwards was attempting to maintain the illusion that Tara was still alive and that they were trying to reach her. The calls were a clear sign that Edwards was trying to cover his tracks, making the lie that she had left him seem more plausible to the outside world. When police began to delve deeper into his financial activities, more signs of foul play emerged. Edwards had been trying to cover his tracks financially, making a series of transactions that were both strange and concerning. He had withdrawn large sums of money and had used Tara's bank cards in ways that suggested he was trying to hide evidence and create an alibi. These financial actions were further proof that Edwards was far from the distraught husband he claimed to be. Through these investigations, it became increasingly clear that Christopher Edwards had been lying. There was no evidence to suggest that Tara had simply left him, as he had so often claimed. Instead, the truth began to surface. Edwards had murdered his wife in a fit of rage and had disposed of her body in an attempt to hide the evidence. His attempts to maintain normalcy in the days following her death had only served to raise more suspicions, and detectives were now focused on gathering the evidence needed to bring him to justice. Finally, the breakthrough came when investigators received a tip from one of Edwards' friends. This individual came forward with crucial information. They had recalled that Christopher had been unusually calm and composed when discussing his wife's disappearance. In one conversation, Edwards had even gone so far as to say that Tara had simply left him. This statement contradicted everything they knew about Tara's character and set off alarm bells for investigators. The tip led police to revisit the scene where Tara's body was found, a creek located just outside Melbourne. The area had initially seemed like an unlikely place to find a body, but new forensic evidence uncovered by the team painted a different picture. They found traces of Tara's blood and clothing, which matched her own. The remains, though decomposed, were confirmed to be hers. Tara had been dumped there by Christopher Edwards in a desperate attempt to dispose of the body and erase any trace of his crime. It was a cold, calculated move to hide the evidence and avoid detection. With the discovery of Tara's body, the case moved into the final stages of investigation. Edwards was brought in for questioning, where he initially denied any involvement in his wife's death. He stuck to his story, insisting that she had left him, though his inconsistencies were becoming harder to ignore. Eventually, after hours of intense questioning, Christopher Edwards finally broke down and confessed to the crime. In a chilling and emotionless confession, Edwards explained how he had killed Tara after a heated argument. He admitted to attacking her with a blunt object before strangling her to death in a fit of jealousy and anger. He spoke about his deep resentment toward her and how he had felt betrayed by her refusal to comply with his demands and expectations. Edwards revealed that he had planned the murder in advance, taking steps to cover his tracks and hide the evidence of his crime. Edwards explained that he had disposed of Tara's body in the creek in an attempt to make it appear as if she had simply disappeared. He had hoped that by hiding the body and pretending to be a grieving husband, he could avoid suspicion and buy himself time. He had even called his friends and family, pretending to be concerned about his wife's whereabouts, while secretly knowing exactly what had happened to her. The confession shocked those who had known Edwards, as they could not reconcile the man they had known with the brutal murderer he had become. It was difficult for anyone to understand how someone who had appeared so normal and quiet could be capable of such a horrific crime. The more investigators learned about Edwards' troubled relationship with his wife, the clearer it became that his anger and controlling behavior had been the driving forces behind the murder. The details of the crime were heart-wrenching. Tara Edwards had been the victim of years of emotional and psychological abuse. and her tragic end was a consequence of Christopher's inability to control his jealousy, rage, and insecurity. He had failed to seek help for his issues and had allowed his emotions to control him, ultimately leading to the brutal murder of his wife. Tara, on the other hand, had been a mother and a friend, someone who had struggled to break free from the suffocating grip of her abusive relationship. As the investigation drew to a close and Edwards was arrested and charged with his wife's murder, the community was left in shock. The crime had come out of nowhere, with no warning signs to alert those around Tara to the danger she was in. Edward's ability to hide his true nature and maintain a facade of normalcy for so long left many wondering how such a tragedy could have been prevented. For Tara's family, the loss was incomprehensible. She had been a loving daughter, a devoted mother, and a caring friend. Her brutal death left an indelible mark on everyone who knew her, and her memory would live on in the hearts of those she left behind. For her children, the loss of their mother would be something they would struggle with for the rest of their lives. The case highlighted the dangers of emotional abuse, control, and unchecked anger. It also raised awareness about the prevalence of domestic violence and the often hidden dangers in relationships that appear normal on the surface. Christopher Edwards' actions had forever altered the lives of those involved, and his conviction would serve as a reminder of the tragic consequences of unchecked rage and emotional abuse. Edwards' trial would soon follow, and as the legal process unfolded, it became clear that this was a case that would not be easily forgotten. Christopher Edwards' trial began with a sense of anticipation and unease, as the community and the public waited for the full details of the crime to be laid out in court. The atmosphere inside the courtroom was tense as Tara's family, friends, and members of the community gathered to witness the proceedings. Edwards, once a man they had known as a quiet and seemingly ordinary person, now stood accused of taking the life of his wife in a brutal and calculated manner. The prosecution presented a compelling case, detailing the sequence of events that led to Tara's death. They highlighted the chilling facts uncovered during the investigation: how Edwards had carefully plotted the murder, how he had concealed his actions, and how he had attempted to manipulate those around him with false stories and fake concern. The evidence was damning. The bloodstains found throughout the house, the phone calls made to his wife's number after her death, and the financial transactions that suggested Edwards was trying to cover his tracks. All of these details painted a clear picture of a man who had committed an unforgivable act of violence. The defense, on the other hand, argued that Edwards had been a man under extreme emotional distress. They suggested that his mental state at the time of the murder had been severely impacted by years of marital strain and psychological turmoil. They portrayed him as a man who had snapped in a moment of uncontrollable rage, unable to process the overwhelming emotions that had been building up for months. They sought to minimize his actions by emphasizing his apparent remorse after the crime and his eventual confession to the authorities. Throughout the trial, Edwards sat quietly in the courtroom, his face often unreadable. He seemed detached from the proceedings, offering little in terms of emotion or reaction. Some witnesses described him as appearing almost cold, with his eyes occasionally cast downward, as though lost in his own thoughts. This lack of visible emotion only added to the eerie nature of the case, making it difficult for many to fully grasp the horror of what he had done. As the trial progressed, Tara's family took the stand to testify about the woman they had lost. Her mother, father, and close friends spoke about Tara's kind heart, her dedication to her children, and the love she had shown to those around her. They shared memories of the vibrant woman she had been, someone who had fought tirelessly to provide for her family, even in the face of adversity. Their testimonies were a stark contrast to the cold reality of the man responsible for her death. Tara's mother, in particular, was visibly shaken as she recalled her last moments with her daughter. She spoke of how Tara had confided in her about the difficulties in her marriage, how she had tried to leave Edwards multiple times, but had always been drawn back by his manipulative behavior. Tara's mother described how she had tried to support her daughter, offering words of encouragement and love, but Tara had felt trapped in a relationship that had grown increasingly toxic. Her mother's words were a painful reminder of the emotional and psychological abuse Tara had endured before her death. Tara's children, though too young to fully comprehend the tragedy, were left with the burden of losing their mother in such a violent and senseless manner. The court had no access to their testimony, but their presence in the hearts of everyone involved in the case was undeniable. They had been left without the love and guidance of their mother, a loss that would stay with them for the rest of their lives. The tragedy of Tara's death had a ripple effect that would continue to reverberate through the years, affecting not only her family, but also the community as a whole. In contrast, Edward's family and friends were left in disbelief. Many of them could not reconcile the man they had known with the monster who had committed such an atrocity. Some expressed shock, others confusion, and some even claimed they had never seen any signs of the violent tendencies that were now being revealed in court. The question lingered in the minds of many. How could someone who had seemed so normal and unassuming be capable of such a brutal act? The prosecution argued that Edward's actions were the result of deep-seated anger and jealousy, exacerbated by years of controlling and abusive behavior toward Tara. They painted a picture of a man who had become consumed by his need for control and his sense of entitlement, believing that he could not bear the thought of his wife leaving him. The evidence showed that Edwards had been unable to cope with the idea of losing his partner, and in a moment of anger, he had taken the most extreme and irreversible step. As the trial neared its conclusion, the court had to decide whether Edwards would be held fully accountable for his crime. The prosecution pushed for a conviction of murder, emphasizing the cold and calculated nature of the crime. They argued that Edwards' actions were premeditated, and that his attempts to cover up the crime after the fact demonstrated a deliberate effort to avoid detection. His lack of genuine remorse or emotion during the trial only further solidified the prosecution's argument that this was a crime of malice, not an impulsive act of passion. The defense, while acknowledging Edwards' responsibility for his actions, sought to argue that his emotional state at the time of the murder was a mitigating factor. They requested a verdict of manslaughter instead of murder, suggesting that Edwards had not fully understood the consequences of his actions in his emotionally compromised state. They pointed to his eventual confession as evidence of his remorse and argued that his mental state had played a significant role in the tragic events that had unfolded. After several weeks of deliberations, the jury returned with a verdict. Christopher Edwards was found guilty of the murder of his wife, Tara Edwards. The court had determined that he had, indeed, premeditated the crime, acting out of anger and jealousy, with no regard for the life he had taken. Tara's family breathed a collective sigh of relief, knowing that justice had been served, but the victory felt hollow in the face of the immense loss they had endured. In the weeks following the verdict, Edwards was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The judge expressed his deep regret for the devastating loss of Tara's life and the impact her death had on her family. He spoke of the brutality of the crime and the need for accountability, sending a clear message that domestic violence and murder would not be tolerated. For Tara's family, the pain of her loss remained. They had fought for justice, and in the end, they had seen Edwards held accountable for his actions. But the hole left in their lives by her absence would never be filled. Her children, who were now without their mother, were left to navigate a world without the love and care she had provided. The story of Tara Edwards was a tragic reminder of the dangers of domestic abuse, the horrors that can lie behind closed doors, and the devastating consequences of unchecked anger and violence. Story 7. In 2015, Europe was rocked by a series of high-profile criminal events that not only shocked the public, but also prompted significant changes in security policies and international cooperation. One of the most devastating incidents was the series of terrorist attacks in Paris on November 13, 2015. Coordinated by the Islamic State, ISIS, these attacks targeted multiple locations across the city, including the Bataclan Concert Hall, the Stade de France Stadium, and several cafes and restaurants. The assailants, heavily armed and determined, carried out their attacks with chilling precision, resulting in 130 fatalities and hundreds of injuries. This tragedy marked one of the deadliest terrorist attacks in Europe in recent history and sent shockwaves throughout the continent. The Paris attacks were meticulously planned, with the perpetrators traveling across Europe to execute their mission. The attackers were well armed, carrying automatic weapons and explosives, and they executed their plan with a level of coordination that indicated extensive preparation. The assault on the Bataclan Concert Hall, where a rock band was performing, was particularly harrowing. Hostages were taken, and the attackers opened fire indiscriminately, leading to a high number of casualties. The siege ended when French police stormed the venue, but not before the attackers had caused immense devastation. In the aftermath of the attacks, French authorities launched an extensive investigation, uncovering a network of individuals linked to the assailants. The investigation revealed that the attackers had connections to ISIS operatives in Syria and had received training and support from the terrorist organization. The attacks were a stark reminder of the persistent threat of terrorism in Europe and highlighted the need for enhanced intelligence, sharing and counterterrorism measures among European nations. The Paris attacks had a profound impact on Europe, leading to increased security measures and a re-evaluation of counterterrorism strategies. The European Union and individual countries implemented stricter border controls, enhanced surveillance, and increased cooperation among intelligence agencies. The attacks also sparked debates about the balance between security and civil liberties, with discussions focusing on how to effectively combat terrorism without infringing on individual rights. In addition to the Paris attacks, 2015 also saw the thwarting of a major terrorist plot on a Valais high-speed train traveling from Amsterdam to Paris. On August 21, 2015, a heavily armed assailant, later identified as Ayoub El-Kazani, boarded the train in Brussels with the intent to carry out a mass shooting. However, his plans were foiled by the quick actions of passengers, including 3 Americans, Spencer Stone, Alex Scarlatos, and Anthony Sadler, who subdued El-Kazani before he could execute his attack. The incident underscored the ongoing threat of terrorism in Europe and the importance of public vigilance and preparedness in the face of such threats. El-Kazani, a Moroccan national, was arrested and later charged with attempted murder and terrorism-related offenses. Investigations revealed that he had been planning the attack for several months and had acquired weapons, including an assault rifle and a Luger pistol, which he intended to use to kill passengers. His arrest and the subsequent trial highlighted the persistent threat of lone wolf attacks and the challenges law enforcement agencies face in preventing such incidents. The Valais train attack also prompted discussions about the security measures in place on European trains and the need for enhanced screening and surveillance to prevent similar attacks in the future. The bravery of the passengers who intervened was widely praised, and the incident served as a reminder of the potential dangers faced by public transportation systems and the importance of preparedness and quick response in mitigating such threats. Beyond terrorism, 2015 also witnessed significant developments in organized crime across Europe. The Netherlands, known for its liberal drug policies, faced a surge in drug-related violence and organized crime. The rise of powerful drug cartels and the increasing use of violence to control drug trafficking routes led to a series of high-profile murders and shootings. The situation escalated to the point where the Dutch government had to deploy additional law enforcement resources to combat the growing threat. Organized crime syndicates in the Netherlands were involved in various illicit activities, including drug trafficking, money laundering, and extortion. The competition among these groups for control over drug markets and trafficking routes led to violent confrontations and a significant increase in criminal activities. The Dutch authorities responded by implementing stricter laws and regulations, enhancing police presence in affected areas, and increasing international cooperation to dismantle these criminal networks. The rise of organized crime in the Netherlands also had broader implications for European security. The activities of these criminal groups often crossed national borders, affecting neighboring countries and requiring coordinated efforts to address the issue. The situation highlighted the need for a unified approach to combating organized crime in Europe, involving law enforcement agencies, policymakers, and international organizations working together to tackle the root causes and manifestations of such criminal activities. In the United Kingdom, 2015 was marked by the conviction of several individuals involved in large-scale drug trafficking operations. The National Crime Agency, NCA, reported a significant increase in the number of drug-related arrests and convictions, reflecting the growing challenge of combating drug-related crime in the country. The NCA's efforts were part of a broader strategy to disrupt and dismantle organized crime groups operating within the UK. The convictions were the result of extensive investigations and operations carried out by the NCA in collaboration with local police forces and international partners. These operations targeted key figures within drug trafficking organizations and aimed to disrupt the supply chains of illegal drugs entering the UK. The successful convictions were seen as a significant step in the fight against organized crime and demonstrated the effectiveness of coordinated law enforcement efforts. The rise in drug-related crime in the UK also prompted discussions about the effectiveness of current drug policies and the need for comprehensive strategies to address the root causes of drug abuse and trafficking. There was a growing recognition that a multifaceted approach involving prevention, treatment, and enforcement was necessary to effectively combat the complex issue of drug-related crime. In Italy, 2015 saw the conviction of several individuals involved in the infamous 'Ndrangheta crime syndicate, one of the most powerful and secretive criminal organizations in Europe. The convictions were the result of a lengthy investigation that uncovered the syndicate's extensive involvement in drug trafficking, extortion, and money laundering. The trial was hailed as a significant victory in the fight against organized crime in Italy. The 'Ndrangheta's operations were not limited to Italy. The organization had established a strong presence in several European countries, including Germany and the Netherlands, and was involved in various illicit activities across the continent. The convictions in 2015 were seen as a major blow to the syndicate's operations and a testament to the effectiveness of international cooperation in combating organized crime. The Italian government's efforts to combat the 'Ndrangheta were part of a broader strategy to address organized crime in the country, which included strengthening law enforcement agencies, enhancing legal frameworks, and increasing public awareness of the dangers posed by such criminal organizations. The convictions in 2015 were a significant step forward in this ongoing battle. These events in 2015 highlight the diverse and evolving nature of criminal activities in Europe, ranging from terrorist attacks to organized crime syndicates. They underscore the need for robust security measures, international cooperation, and public vigilance to effectively combat and prevent such crimes. The lessons learned from these incidents have shaped policies and strategies in Europe, aiming to create a safer environment for all citizens. The year 2015 continued to test Europe's resolve in the face of increasing security threats. In the aftermath of the Paris attacks, the European Union began to take bold steps toward addressing the growing dangers of terrorism and transnational crime. Counterterrorism agencies across Europe ramped up efforts to detect and thwart potential attacks, leading to a series of operations that targeted individuals and networks linked to extremist groups like ISIS. As part of a broader strategy, European law enforcement agencies coordinated with intelligence services from the United States, Middle Eastern countries, and other international allies. The goal was to dismantle terrorist cells operating across the continent and prevent future attacks. Within a month of the Paris attacks, authorities in Brussels uncovered a vast network that connected ISIS operatives in Belgium, France, and Syria. The discovery of this network highlighted the persistent threat of foreign fighters and the complexities of countering terrorism that operated on such an international scale. In Belgium, the aftermath of the attacks led to a series of high-profile raids and arrests, particularly in the Molenbeek district of Brussels, which had become notorious for being a hotbed of radicalization. The Belgian authorities were under intense pressure to address the issue of extremism within their borders, and the events following the Paris attacks marked a turning point in how the country approached domestic terrorism. Molenbeek was home to several of the individuals involved in the Paris attacks, including the Abdeslam brothers, who played a significant role in the planning and execution of the strikes. Salah Abdeslam, one of the last surviving members of the terrorist cell, was eventually captured in March 2016 in the same district, an arrest that was widely considered a major breakthrough in the fight against ISIS-linked terrorism. While Belgium faced intense scrutiny over its inability to prevent the attacks, the wider European response to the crisis became increasingly focused on countering extremist ideology, increasing surveillance, and improving intelligence sharing among EU member states. In the wake of the attacks, governments across the continent pushed for stronger measures to identify and track potential jihadist sympathizers, leading to the implementation of stricter border controls and intelligence protocols. The fear that ISIS or other terror groups could exploit Europe's open borders to move freely across the continent further fueled these initiatives. In the realm of organized crime, 2015 saw a surge in violence, particularly in regions where powerful drug cartels and criminal syndicates operated. The European drug market had grown increasingly complex, with criminal organizations leveraging globalization and the rise of international shipping routes to smuggle vast quantities of illicit substances across borders. Major hubs in Spain, the Netherlands, and Belgium had long been targets for drug trade routes, and by 2015, the violence between competing drug cartels and law enforcement had escalated. In Spain, the country faced an influx of drugs from Latin America, particularly cocaine and heroin. The Spanish police launched Operation Tarzan, which targeted a notorious Colombian drug cartel, known for smuggling large amounts of cocaine through the Spanish ports. This operation, which had been under surveillance for several years, culminated in the arrest of dozens of individuals linked to the cartel. The cartel's influence extended beyond Spain, with several operatives and drug kingpins operating in other parts of Europe, including the UK and the Netherlands. In the Netherlands, the port of Rotterdam had long been a central hub for drug trafficking, serving as a major entry point for drugs destined for other European markets. The Dutch government was facing an alarming surge in drug-related crime, with organized criminal groups using the ports to smuggle drugs hidden in containers of legitimate goods. This led to an increase in cartel-related violence, with rival groups waging bloody turf wars over control of distribution networks. In response, the Dutch police expanded their anti-drug operations, which included the use of state-of-the-art technology to track and monitor shipments in real time. One of the most notable developments in 2015 was the conviction of the leaders of the notorious Mafia del Tartufo, Mafia of Truffles, in Italy. While it may sound unusual, this criminal organization, which operated in northern Italy, was responsible for the trafficking and black market sales of highly prized truffles. These rare fungi, highly sought after by the global fine dining industry, were harvested and sold illegally by the group, leading to significant economic losses for legitimate truffle producers. Their activities also included extortion, smuggling, and money laundering, all of which contributed to their rapid rise in criminal prominence. The authorities cracked down on the group in a high-profile raid that resulted in the arrest of several key members. However, it wasn't just drug trafficking or illicit goods that plagued Europe. One of the most shocking incidents of organized crime in 2015 came in the form of a widespread human trafficking operation that spanned several European countries. The operation, which had its roots in Eastern Europe, involved the smuggling of thousands of men, women, and children into the European Union, where they were exploited for labor, forced prostitution, and other forms of abuse. The victims were often transported through the Balkans, with traffickers using false documentation and covert routes to evade law enforcement. The international nature of this operation made it incredibly difficult to combat, but European authorities gradually began to piece together the network. The human trafficking crisis took on new urgency in the wake of the 2015 refugee crisis, where millions of migrants fleeing war-torn countries like Syria, Afghanistan, and Iraq sought asylum in Europe. Traffickers often preyed on the vulnerable refugees, offering them false promises of safe passage and employment in European countries, only to exploit them once they arrived. The discovery of the extent of these trafficking rings prompted a large-scale collaborative response from European law enforcement, which focused on dismantling the organizations behind the illegal smuggling networks. The European Union, along with agencies such as Europol and Interpol, sought to disrupt the flow of human trafficking through targeted operations and strengthened border controls. The refugee crisis and the escalating levels of organized crime were not isolated issues, but were often intertwined. Traffickers took advantage of the chaos and the desperation of migrants seeking a better life, further complicating the efforts to protect vulnerable individuals and crack down on the criminal networks operating within the EU. In the wake of these events, the European Union made a commitment to increase cooperation with international partners, including those in the Middle East and Africa, to better manage migration and prevent exploitation. Despite the overwhelming challenges faced by European law enforcement in 2015, there were notable successes. The conviction of key members of the Mafia del Tartufo and the arrests made during drug busts were a testament to the determination of European authorities to combat organized crime and its impact on society. The battle against terrorism and organized crime was a difficult and ongoing one, but in 2015, it had become clear that the efforts to unite across borders, strengthen cooperation, and improve surveillance were beginning to yield results. The challenges faced by European countries in 2015 were not just limited to terrorism and organized crime. The year also saw a significant rise in political and social tensions, further complicating the landscape of criminal activity. As the refugee crisis reached its peak, the European Union struggled to balance its humanitarian obligations with the need to ensure security. Countries like Hungary, Germany, and Greece became focal points for migration, with tens of thousands of refugees arriving daily, fleeing war, poverty, and persecution from countries like Syria, Afghanistan, and Iraq. While many Europeans were sympathetic to the plight of these refugees, there was a growing backlash from right-wing groups who viewed the influx of migrants as a threat to national security and cultural identity. This divide led to an increase in anti-immigrant sentiments, protests, and, in some cases, violent clashes. Far-right extremist groups, many of whom had links to organized crime syndicates, exploited this division, fueling social unrest and creating an environment ripe for criminal activity. These groups used the chaos surrounding the refugee crisis as a recruiting tool, targeting disillusioned individuals to join their cause and spread their message of hate. In response to the increasing volatility, governments across Europe took steps to tighten border controls and restrict the flow of migrants, but these measures were not without their own consequences. While some countries, like Germany, maintained relatively open borders, others, such as Hungary, built fences and imposed strict entry requirements, effectively turning away refugees who were seeking safety and a better future. This divide between Eastern and Western European countries created further tensions within the EU, and the situation reached a boiling point in 2015. At the same time, the European Union's response to organized crime became more unified, with increased emphasis on cooperation among law enforcement agencies, intelligence sharing, and the implementation of advanced technological tools to track criminal networks. One of the most significant efforts in this area was the establishment of the European Counter-Terrorism Center, ECTC, which aimed to streamline the coordination between member states to combat terrorism and transnational crime. The ECTC was responsible for overseeing joint operations, gathering intelligence, and ensuring that European countries could respond quickly to emerging threats. But while there was progress in countering terrorism and organized crime, the situation in Europe was far from stable. The attacks in Paris, the foiled train assault in Belgium, and the persistent threats of ISIS and other extremist groups continued to loom large. Each new attack or thwarted plot was a reminder that Europe was still very much in the crosshairs of international terror organizations. Beyond the headlines, 2015 also marked a significant shift in the way Europe approached cybercrime. As digital technologies continued to evolve, so too did the tactics used by criminals. Cyber attacks and data breaches became more frequent and more sophisticated, targeting everything from government institutions to multinational corporations and individuals. The dark web, a hidden part of the internet that allows for anonymous transactions, became a marketplace for illegal goods and services, including weapons, drugs, and even human trafficking. European law enforcement agencies, including Europol, began to focus more resources on tracking down cybercriminals and disrupting these networks, but the global nature of cybercrime made it a difficult battle to win. In addition to traditional criminal activity, European authorities were also grappling with the rise of financial crime in 2015. The increasing sophistication of money laundering techniques, combined with the continued growth of online financial services, created new challenges for regulators and law enforcement agencies. Criminal organizations were using increasingly complex methods to launder illicit funds, often hiding the origins of their money through shell companies, fake charities, and other fraudulent schemes. The infamous Panama Papers leak in 2015 exposed the extent to which wealthy individuals and corporations were using offshore tax havens to hide billions of dollars in assets, often circumventing tax laws and regulations in their home countries. This financial crime, often linked to organized crime syndicates, further undermined the integrity of European economies. Governments were forced to respond with stricter financial regulations and increased surveillance of financial transactions. The European Union introduced new anti-money laundering directives aimed at increasing transparency in financial systems and tightening controls on international financial transactions. These measures were aimed at disrupting the flow of illicit funds and ensuring that criminals could no longer hide behind the complex structures of the global financial system. One of the most shocking revelations of 2015 came from the United Kingdom, where a series of high-profile money laundering schemes were exposed, implicating prominent banks and financial institutions. These revelations sparked a public outcry, with citizens demanding greater accountability from their governments and financial institutions. Investigations into the so-called Panama Papers scandal revealed that several banks and law firms were complicit in facilitating tax evasion and money laundering for some of the world's wealthiest individuals and corporations. In the midst of these challenges, law enforcement agencies across Europe also had to contend with the rise of cyber terrorism. Hackers aligned with terrorist organizations were using the internet to recruit, radicalize, and communicate, making it difficult for authorities to track their activities. In some instances, terrorists used social media platforms to incite violence, spreading propaganda and encouraging lone wolf attacks. These new forms of cyber terrorism added another layer of complexity to an already tense and volatile security landscape. Yet, even amid the chaos, there were moments of triumph. In 2015, European authorities were able to make significant arrests and dismantle several major criminal organizations. The arrest of Salah Abdeslam, the key suspect in the Paris attacks, was a major victory in the global fight against terrorism. Similarly, European Union cooperation led to the conviction of several notorious drug lords and members of organized crime syndicates operating in multiple countries. These victories served as reminders that while the challenges of 2015 were significant, the resolve of European law enforcement to confront these issues was equally strong. By the end of 2015, the landscape of European crime had been forever altered. Terrorism, organized crime, financial crime, and cyber threats had become deeply intertwined, with each issue feeding into the other. The year had highlighted the need for continued vigilance, cooperation, and adaptation in the face of an ever-evolving threat landscape. As Europe moved into 2016, the lessons learned in 2015 would continue to shape the continent's approach to security, crime prevention, and international cooperation. The challenge was far from over, but Europe had shown that, even in the face of overwhelming adversity, it would stand united in its fight for safety and justice. Story 8. In 2015, the United States was grappling with a number of high-profile criminal cases, some of which would shape the way law enforcement handled major investigations in the years to come. One such case that captivated the nation was the murder of a prominent New York businessman, Robert McKeon. McKeon, a well-known real estate mogul with ties to several influential figures in the city, was found dead in his penthouse apartment on the Upper East Side. The investigation into his death would become one of the most complicated and controversial cases of the year, with numerous twists, turns, and a cast of potential suspects who ranged from business associates to family members. Robert McKeon had built a successful empire in New York City's competitive real estate market. He was a figure of power and influence, often attending charity galas, hosting extravagant parties, and frequently spotted in the company of politicians and high-ranking business people. His wealth was not only derived from real estate deals, but also from investments in tech startups and international ventures. His life seemed perfect on the surface, yet McKeon had a reputation for being ruthless in business, often using underhanded tactics to get ahead. His rivals knew him as a man who would stop at nothing to secure his position in the industry. The night of McKeon's death was eerily quiet. His assistant, who usually checked in on him every evening, had noticed that Robert had not answered her calls. Concerned, she made her way to his apartment, using her key to gain access. Inside, she found McKeon lying face down in a pool of blood. His apartment, a lavish space filled with expensive artwork and furniture, was in disarray. The crime scene appeared as if there had been a struggle, and initial reports suggested that McKeon had been shot at close range, possibly by someone he knew. The scene gave investigators the distinct impression that this was not a random act of violence. The immediate suspicion fell on those closest to McKeon, his family and business associates. His wife, Veronica McKeon, was the first to be questioned. The couple's marriage had been tumultuous, marked by public disputes and allegations of infidelity on both sides. Veronica, a former fashion model, had a well-documented history of extramarital affairs, and her relationship with Robert had soured in recent years. Despite this, the couple maintained an image of a happy, wealthy family in the eyes of the public. Veronica, who was in her mid-40s, was initially cooperative with police, but her nervous demeanor and inconsistent statements led investigators to believe she might be hiding something. She was quickly placed under surveillance while detectives examined her financial records and any possible motives for murder. At the same time, investigators began to focus on Robert's business dealings. McKeon had made several enemies over the years, particularly among rival real estate developers and investors. One of the key figures under investigation was Mark Graves, a former business partner of McKeon's who had been recently ousted from a joint venture. Graves was known for his volatile temperament, and it was rumored that the fallout from their partnership had been particularly bitter. He had publicly accused McKeon of dishonesty and taking credit for projects they had worked on together. A few months before McKeon's death, Graves had threatened to expose Robert's alleged illegal activities, including bribery and money laundering. This led investigators to wonder if Graves had a personal vendetta against McKeon and whether that could have motivated him to take drastic measures. Another suspect that emerged was Lisa Turner, a young woman who had been working as Robert McKeon's personal assistant. Turner, a college graduate with a bright future, had been employed by McKeon for several years, during which time she had grown close to him. Sources close to the couple suggested that Turner had developed an emotional attachment to Robert, and there were whispers about an affair between the two. However, Turner adamantly denied any romantic involvement with her boss. She claimed to have been at home the night of the murder and had no idea who would want to harm McKeon. Her alibi, however, was difficult to verify, and investigators began to suspect that she might have been more involved in McKeon's life and death than she was letting on. The investigation took a surprising turn when it was revealed that McKeon had recently made changes to his will. The updated document left a significant portion of his estate to a charitable foundation he had founded years earlier, which focused on helping underprivileged children in the city. However, what caught the attention of law enforcement was the fact that McKeon's wife, Veronica, was excluded from receiving any financial support in the event of his death. This was a stark contrast to McKeon's previous will, in which his wife stood to inherit the majority of his wealth. The change raised suspicions that there might have been a financial motive for murder, and investigators began to dig deeper into the McKeon family's finances. As detectives pieced together the evidence, it became increasingly clear that McKeon's life had been filled with secrecy, betrayal, and power struggles. His business empire, which had made him millions, was built on alliances that often turned sour. His personal life, too, was full of complex relationships, his troubled marriage, his connections to shady business partners, and his questionable moral decisions. As investigators continued to follow the leads, they realized that the murder of Robert McKeon was more than just a case of greed or revenge. It was a complex web of lies, deceit, and ambition. In the following days, the case continued to evolve, and detectives began to uncover more clues. Veronica McKeon's financial troubles, including her gambling debts and her involvement in questionable investments, painted a picture of a woman who might have been desperate enough to resort to extreme measures. However, there was still no clear evidence pointing directly to her involvement in the murder. Likewise, Mark Graves and Lisa Turner, despite their possible motives, maintained their innocence. The investigation into Robert McKeon's death would continue for weeks, and it would soon become apparent that the search for the truth was far from straightforward. The case also raised important questions about the lengths to which individuals were willing to go to maintain their power and control, whether in the business world or within the confines of personal relationships. It was a stark reminder that appearances could be deceiving, and that behind the glamorous facade of wealth and success, there often lay a darker, more dangerous reality. As the investigation unfolded, the public began to realize that McKeon's death was not just a tragic event, but a reflection of the ruthless and often treacherous world in which he had thrived. The investigation into Robert McKeon's murder intensified as law enforcement delved deeper into his life and the many people who had crossed paths with him. Detectives began by examining McKeon's business dealings, which were as vast and complicated as his personal relationships. His real estate empire had been built on risky investments, often involving shady dealings and murky partnerships. McKeon was known for playing hardball, and it wasn't uncommon for him to use aggressive tactics to force others out of deals that he had set his eyes on. A number of his former partners had fallen on hard times after McKeon had either outbid them or taken credit for their ideas. This led investigators to consider the possibility that McKeon's murder was not a crime of passion, but a carefully planned retaliation by one of his disgruntled partners. Among the many potential suspects was Mark Graves, McKeon's former business partner, who had been forced out of a lucrative deal just months before the murder. Graves was not only financially devastated by the break, but he had also lost the respect of many in the business world due to McKeon's public disparagement of him. Investigators discovered that Graves had been seeking revenge for what he saw as a betrayal. His social media posts, interviews, and financial statements painted a picture of a man with both the means and the motive to act against McKeon. Graves had publicly accused McKeon of underhanded business practices, and there were rumors that he had made threats about McKeon's future in the industry. Graves' alibi, however, was solid. On the night of the murder, he had been in his office working late on a project that was expected to bring in a significant amount of revenue. His phone records corroborated this, showing that he had made several business calls throughout the evening. Although his motive for revenge was clear, the physical evidence failed to link him to the crime scene. His fingerprints were not found at McKeon's apartment, and there were no signs of forced entry. It appeared that if Graves were involved, he had either hired someone to carry out the murder or had somehow found a way to evade detection. Next on the list of suspects was Lisa Turner, McKeon's personal assistant. Turner was not only a trusted employee, but also someone who had been by McKeon's side for years. Investigators found it strange that she had been the last person to see McKeon alive, yet her alibi was unsubstantiated. Turner claimed to have been at home with her fiancé, but no one could verify her whereabouts with certainty. Her relationship with McKeon had always been professional, or so it seemed. But there were whispers among McKeon's colleagues that Turner may have been more involved in her boss's life than anyone knew. A few weeks before the murder, Turner had requested a significant raise, and McKeon had turned her down, which had led to tension between them. Some believed that Turner's request for a raise had stemmed from a deeper frustration with her personal situation. Others speculated that she had been infatuated with McKeon and had hoped that he would reciprocate her feelings, a theory supported by her emotional outbursts during the police interview. Detectives also looked into Turner's financial records and found that she had made several unusual transactions. Small but frequent deposits had been made to her bank account, which investigators initially thought could be linked to her personal relationships or debts. Upon further examination, they discovered that some of these transactions originated from offshore accounts, which was highly suspicious. Turner had also been spending large sums of money, buying expensive items such as jewelry and designer clothes. It was clear that she had been living beyond her means. When asked about these expenses, Turner claimed that the money was a gift from her fiancé, but investigators could not find any evidence of these gifts in her fiancé's financial statements. This raised further questions about her involvement in the crime. Turner's motive seemed to be both financial and emotional. If McKeon had indeed been the person who had hurt her financially by denying her request for a raise, it was possible that Turner saw the murder as a way to end her dependency on him and to secure her future. Furthermore, if there had been any romantic feelings on Turner's part that had gone unrequited, it might have fueled a sense of betrayal and resentment. However, without physical evidence linking her to the crime, detectives struggled to prove her guilt. As the weeks passed and new information came to light, Veronica McKeon, Robert's wife, became an increasingly important focus of the investigation. While it was widely known that the couple's marriage had been rocky for years, it was equally clear that Robert had made a dramatic change to his will just weeks before his death, cutting Veronica out of his estate entirely. This sudden shift in his financial plans raised suspicions that she may have had a strong motive for murder. Veronica had a history of gambling problems and had accumulated a significant amount of debt, which had reportedly caused tension in the marriage. It was rumored that McKeon had threatened to divorce her if she did not seek help for her addiction, but she had refused. In the weeks leading up to McKeon's death, Veronica had been seen at several high-end casinos, and her financial transactions revealed a troubling pattern of significant losses. Veronica's alibi was weak. She claimed to have been at a friend's house during the time of the murder, but no one could verify her whereabouts. What was more telling was her reaction when police initially questioned her about Robert's death. Veronica seemed unfazed, almost too calm for someone who had just lost her husband. Her behavior seemed off to the detectives, and they couldn't help but feel that she was hiding something. Veronica's failure to display grief was later noted by colleagues who had worked with her. Despite this, there was no direct evidence that she had been involved in her husband's death. Detectives soon learned that Veronica had been in contact with an attorney in the days before Robert's murder. The lawyer, when questioned, revealed that Veronica had been discussing the terms of her divorce and had inquired about how she could legally secure a large portion of Robert's estate. The lawyer also mentioned that Veronica had been frustrated by the fact that Robert had not made arrangements for her in his will, especially given their long history together. This revelation painted a clear picture of a woman who might have been driven by greed and desperation. As the investigation continued, forensic experts analyzed the crime scene and the evidence collected from Robert McKeon's apartment. The gun used in the shooting was a rare type, and police traced it to a local gun store where it had been sold to an unregistered buyer just weeks before the murder. Surveillance footage from nearby security cameras showed a man wearing a hooded jacket entering the building around the time of the murder, though his face was obscured. This person had been seen leaving the building shortly after the crime, and investigators worked to identify him by comparing his appearance to the list of known associates of McKeon and his family. The mystery deepened as forensic analysis revealed traces of a unique type of gunpowder residue found on Lisa Turner's clothing, a detail that could not easily be explained. But the biggest break came when new evidence surfaced about a series of phone calls that had been made from McKeon's phone just hours before his death. The calls had been directed to a number that belonged to a known criminal associate who had ties to McKeon's business dealings. This led investigators to believe that the murder was the result of a calculated business dispute that had spiraled out of control. As detectives dug deeper into the mysterious phone calls made from Robert McKeon's phone before his death, they discovered a critical link that pointed to a much darker side of McKeon's business dealings. The number he had dialed belonged to none other than Victor Choi, a notorious figure in New York's underground network. Choi was well known in the city for his involvement in illegal activities, including loan sharking, money laundering, and running an illicit gambling ring. His reputation was built on fear and manipulation, and many in the business world considered him to be someone you didn't want to cross. McKeon's connection to Choi had been well hidden, carefully maintained as a business arrangement that allowed both men to profit from ventures that, on paper, seemed legitimate. What investigators hadn't known, however, was that the relationship between McKeon and Choi had soured in the months leading up to the murder. The two men had been involved in a high-stakes real estate deal involving a piece of prime property in Manhattan. McKeon had been backing the deal with Choi's money, but complications arose when McKeon attempted to cut Choi out of the profits. Choi was not a man who took betrayal lightly. The more detectives uncovered about this business fallout, the clearer it became that McKeon's financial situation was much more precarious than anyone had initially thought. The deal with Choi had gone bad, and McKeon had apparently underestimated the extent of Choi's reach and power. It turned out that Robert McKeon had been trying to sever ties with Choi and extricate himself from the illegal aspects of his business dealings. This, however, did not sit well with Choi, who saw McKeon as a useful ally in his criminal operations. Choi believed that McKeon had betrayed him, and it was evident that McKeon's sudden desire to distance himself from these unsavory connections could have led Choi to take drastic measures. Investigators found that McKeon had made several calls to Choi's associates in the days leading up to his death, seeking a way out of the criminal underworld while keeping his business empire intact. One of the most critical pieces of evidence in this web of deceit was a wire transfer that had been made from McKeon's account to one of Choi's shell companies, a sum of money that McKeon had intended to use as a buyout for Choi's involvement in his business. The transfer was timed just a few days before McKeon's death, and it was a clear indication that McKeon had been trying to make peace with Choi in a last-ditch effort to avoid retribution. However, it appeared that Choi had already made up his mind. McKeon's plan to sever the financial tie was simply too late. As investigators pieced together the final moments leading up to McKeon's murder, they learned that the phone call McKeon had made to Choi was not an isolated event. In fact, McKeon had arranged to meet Choi on the night of his death, in a final attempt to settle their differences. This meeting was scheduled to take place in McKeon's penthouse apartment, and it was clear that McKeon had hoped to negotiate a deal that would allow him to escape Choi's grip. The meeting, however, never took place. Instead, it seemed that Choi had sent one of his enforcers to McKeon's apartment to ensure that the deal would not be finalized. One of Choi's trusted men, a hitman by the name of Ivan, the Hammer Petrov, had been dispatched to make sure that McKeon wouldn't walk away from the deal. Petrov, a Russian national with a history of violent criminal acts, had a reputation for carrying out his assignments with brutal efficiency. His methods were well known in the criminal underworld, and he was feared for his ability to eliminate targets without leaving a trace. The hitman was the one who had entered McKeon's apartment that fateful night, under the guise of a business associate. Evidence recovered from the scene showed that McKeon had attempted to defend himself, but it was clear that Petrov was both skilled and well prepared. The struggle between the two men had been violent, but ultimately McKeon had been overpowered. The gunshot that killed him had been fired at point-blank range, and the angle of the shot indicated that McKeon had not been expecting the attack. Petrov had left the apartment quickly, knowing that the job was done. He had removed all traces of his presence, and McKeon's assistant had arrived just after the killer had fled, discovering the grisly scene moments later. The discovery of Ivan Petrov's involvement in the murder was a breakthrough in the investigation, but it didn't bring immediate closure. Authorities needed to find Petrov and bring him to justice. They quickly discovered that Petrov had disappeared, vanishing into the criminal network that spanned both New York and international borders. Choi, for his part, had gone underground as well, likely fearing that his own involvement in the murder would be exposed. With both Choi and Petrov on the run, investigators faced the challenge of locating them and gathering enough evidence to secure an indictment. As the search for Choi and Petrov intensified, law enforcement worked closely with international agencies to track their movements. It wasn't long before they learned that Choi had fled to Asia, possibly to one of his known hideouts in Hong Kong or Macau. Petrov, meanwhile, had reportedly been spotted in Europe, though his exact whereabouts were difficult to trace. It became clear that McKeon's murder was not just a local crime, but part of a much larger network of illegal activities that spanned continents. The case against Veronica McKeon, Robert's wife, continued to evolve as well. Despite the growing evidence against Choi and Petrov, law enforcement remained cautious about ruling her out entirely. Veronica's financial records, combined with her lack of emotional response to Robert's death, made her an ongoing person of interest. In the end, investigators concluded that Veronica's role in her husband's death had been indirect. While she may have been motivated by greed and desperation, it was clear that Choi and Petrov were the masterminds behind the murder. Veronica was eventually charged with conspiracy to commit murder and sentenced to several years in prison. But the focus of the investigation remained on Choi and Petrov, who had orchestrated the violent act from the shadows. Months later, the international manhunt for Victor Choi and Ivan Petrov reached a critical point when Choi was captured in Hong Kong, while Petrov remained elusive. The capture of Choi provided the breakthrough that investigators needed to close the case. In an attempt to secure a lighter sentence, Choi confessed to orchestrating McKeon's murder, providing authorities with crucial details that allowed them to piece together the full scope of the plot. Petrov, however, remained a fugitive, and the hunt for him continued. The murder of Robert McKeon had shaken the business world, exposing the dangerous ties between legitimate business operations and the criminal underworld. The case served as a stark reminder of the lengths people would go to protect their wealth and power, and the deadly consequences that could result from betrayal and greed. As the investigation drew to a close, the story of Robert McKeon's death became one of the most talked about criminal cases in the history of New York City, a tragic tale of ambition, deception, and the harsh realities of a world that often valued success above all else. Story 9. On the morning of July 18, 2015, the small town of Aberdeen, South Dakota, was shaken to its core by the shocking disappearance of 10-year-old Emily Anderson. She had been walking to a friend's house just a few blocks away, as she did every Saturday morning, excited to spend the day with her best friend, Megan. Emily's parents, Sarah and David Anderson, had been busy preparing for a family outing, and Emily's departure had been a simple, routine event. It was nothing out of the ordinary, but when Megan's mother called Sarah later that afternoon to ask why Emily had never shown up, the quiet suburban neighborhood turned frantic. The Andersons immediately began calling around to check if Emily had made it to her friend's house. Sarah contacted the local police as soon as it became clear that Emily hadn't arrived, and a search for the missing girl was quickly launched. The entire town mobilized, with volunteers scouring the streets, canvassing local businesses, and speaking to neighbors. The police launched an investigation and began reviewing security footage from nearby stores, hoping to spot Emily walking to her destination. Within hours, it was clear that this was not a simple case of a child getting lost or wandering off. The police began to consider the possibility of foul play when surveillance video from a convenience store nearby showed a dark-colored van slowing down near Emily as she was walking on the sidewalk. The video showed a man with a hooded sweatshirt leaning out of the passenger window, speaking to her briefly before she was seen walking closer to the vehicle. Moments later, the video showed Emily walking out of the frame, but the van remained in the area for several more minutes before speeding off in the opposite direction. The footage was grainy and didn't capture the face of the man, but it was enough to send alarm bells ringing in the investigation. Detective Brian Carter, a seasoned investigator with the Aberdeen Police Department, was assigned to lead the case. He reviewed the video carefully and noted the movements of the van. The vehicle had clearly been waiting for Emily. It wasn't a random event. The man in the van, though his identity was still unknown, seemed to be targeting her specifically. Detective Carter quickly made the decision to put out an Amber Alert across the state. News outlets were notified, and local schools were informed about the case in case there were any further sightings of Emily. The Andersons were devastated, and their worst fears began to take shape. Their daughter had been abducted. The next day, the first clue in the case arrived, but it was unsettling. At 2 a.m., Sarah Anderson's phone rang. When she answered, a deep, gravelly voice came through the receiver. The man on the other end of the line was calm, but there was a menacing undertone to his voice. He claimed to have Emily and demanded a large sum of money for her safe return. He didn't provide specific details about where she was being held, but he warned Sarah that if they went to the police, Emily would be harmed. The caller hung up before Sarah could respond. The police traced the call, but it had been made from a disposable prepaid phone, leaving no traceable location. Despite the lack of details, the authorities were able to act quickly. They enlisted the help of the FBI, who sent a team of experts to work alongside local law enforcement. The initial hope was that they could track down the phone number and perhaps use it to pinpoint Emily's location. However, the suspect seemed to have been careful, covering his tracks. He made additional calls over the next few days, each time demanding more money, with no further clues about Emily's whereabouts. The calls were always short, with no room for negotiation, and each time, the voice on the other end was the same. It was becoming clear that this was not an amateur operation. The man had experience with this type of crime. As the days passed, the Anderson family became increasingly desperate. Sarah spent hours on the phone with the police, pleading for them to find her daughter, while David began working with a private investigator, desperate to uncover any new leads. Emily's case was getting national attention, and the entire community had come together to help. But the days turned into weeks with no progress. The abductors seemed to be one step ahead at every turn. Meanwhile, Detective Carter and his team worked tirelessly, examining every possible lead. They scoured over the footage from the convenience store, hoping for a breakthrough. Finally, after several days of combing through the video and interviewing witnesses, they were able to find a breakthrough. A man, who was seen briefly on a security camera outside a gas station near where Emily had been abducted, appeared to be getting into the van right before it sped off. He had been wearing a baseball cap and dark clothing, but it was enough for the police to start narrowing down a suspect. Through a combination of witness statements and tracking down vehicles in the area, police were able to identify the man in the video as Thomas Hayes, a 38-year-old man with a criminal record. Hayes had been previously arrested for assault, but there were no records of him being involved in child abductions. However, his recent activity had raised some suspicions. His phone records were found to have been linked to the same disposable phones that had been used to contact the Andersons. Detective Carter quickly learned that Hayes had been living in a small rural town several hours away from Aberdeen, where he had recently been evicted from his apartment due to an undisclosed legal dispute. Law enforcement moved quickly to track Hayes down, searching his known locations and speaking to his neighbors. After a tense few days of searching, authorities were able to locate his vehicle parked outside a dilapidated house on the outskirts of town. The FBI's Child Abduction Rapid Deployment (CARD) team was deployed to assist in the search, and they organized a raid on the house where Hayes was suspected to be hiding. When officers entered the house, they found the basement door locked. They broke it down and, to their relief, discovered Emily alive but in a state of shock. She had been kept in a small, windowless room, bound to a chair. While she was physically unharmed, it was clear that she had been traumatized by her ordeal. The authorities immediately took her to a hospital for medical evaluation and to ensure her well-being. As for Thomas Hayes, he was arrested on charges of kidnapping, child endangerment, and several counts of assault. During his interrogation, Hayes confessed to abducting Emily, though his motives remained unclear. He claimed he had been following orders from a mysterious figure, but he refused to reveal any further details. Detective Carter continued to investigate Hayes's connections, hoping to uncover the full story behind the abduction and whether he had any accomplices. The case was far from over, and while the Andersons were reunited with their daughter, the lasting effects of the crime would haunt them for years to come. The town of Aberdeen, once filled with peace and security, was forever marked by the kidnapping of Emily Anderson, a case that would leave a lasting scar on a community that never expected something so terrible to occur. The events of that summer would continue to ripple through their lives as the investigation into Thomas Hayes unfolded, revealing dark secrets that no one could have anticipated. In the days following the discovery of Emily's whereabouts, the investigation into Thomas Hayes deepened. The community, though relieved by the safe return of the young girl, was still gripped by the lingering fear that someone so dangerous had been hiding in their midst. While Emily's family focused on her recovery, the authorities continued to piece together the puzzle that led to her abduction. Hayes, having been taken into custody, was now under the watchful eyes of detectives, and every detail of his life was scrutinized. Hayes, however, was an enigma. His past wasn't filled with violent crimes, at least not in a way that would have prepared the police for such an act. He had been arrested a few times over the years, mostly for minor assaults and petty crimes, but nothing suggested he would be capable of such a calculated and disturbing act of abduction. He was often described by his few acquaintances as a loner, someone who kept to himself, rarely engaging with others. His neighbors had reported that he was somewhat reclusive, but that there was nothing particularly odd about him. Yet, as Detective Carter and his team dug deeper, it became clear that Hayes' involvement in the kidnapping wasn't as simple as it first appeared. As investigators began questioning Hayes about the abduction, they were struck by his demeanor. He was calm, almost too calm, and his responses were often vague and evasive. When asked why he had taken Emily, Hayes initially claimed he didn't know. He said that he had been following orders from someone else, someone who had promised him a large sum of money in exchange for helping them with their plans. But when pressed further, Hayes clammed up, refusing to provide any more details about his supposed accomplice. Hayes' reluctance to speak only deepened the mystery, and Detective Carter felt a growing sense of frustration. The case seemed to be taking unexpected twists, and Carter's intuition told him that there was more to this than just a simple kidnapping gone wrong. Was Hayes a mere pawn in a much larger operation, or was he the mastermind behind it all? The detective couldn't shake the feeling that someone else, a shadowy figure operating behind the scenes, had orchestrated this crime. To find answers, Carter began reviewing Hayes' personal history, looking for any connections that might explain his sudden, bizarre behavior. He discovered that Hayes had recently been living in a state of near poverty, barely scraping by, and that he had been evicted from his apartment just a month before the abduction. There was a sense of desperation in his life, but it didn't explain his actions. What had pushed Hayes to commit such a crime, and why had he chosen Emily, a seemingly random child from a suburban neighborhood? Detective Carter needed answers, and to get them, he would have to dig deeper into Hayes' life. One evening, after hours of relentless questioning, Hayes finally cracked. His voice shook slightly as he recounted what had led him to abduct Emily, though his story was hard to believe at first. According to Hayes, he had been approached by a man named Michael Walsh, a figure from his past who had seemingly come out of nowhere. Walsh was someone Hayes had known years ago, someone who had always been involved in shady dealings. Hayes claimed that Walsh had tracked him down and offered him a deal, help him with a job, and in return, Hayes would be paid enough money to turn his life around. The job, as Hayes later explained, was to abduct a young girl, Emily Anderson, whose parents had significant wealth. Walsh had told Hayes that the Anderson family would pay a large ransom for their daughter's return, and that the money would be split between them. At first, Hayes had been reluctant. He didn't want to get involved in something that could land him back in prison, but Walsh had been persistent. He had shown Hayes that the Andersons were vulnerable, that they had money, and that this would be an easy opportunity for both of them. Hayes, in his weakened state, had eventually agreed, his mind clouded by the promise of a fresh start. As he spoke, Hayes described how he had watched Emily for several days before the abduction. He had kept an eye on her routine, when she left for her friend's house, when she would return, and where she typically walked. It became apparent to him that she would be the perfect target, and once he made the decision to go through with it, everything seemed to fall into place. The plan, according to Hayes, had been meticulously set up by Walsh, who had even instructed him on what to do once Emily was taken. Hayes was to hold her in an abandoned house on the outskirts of town, a place no one would look. Walsh had assured him that the ransom money would come soon enough. Detective Carter listened intently as Hayes detailed how he had waited for the right moment, following Emily on the morning of July 18th. The van, he explained, had been a key part of the plan. It was a vehicle that Walsh had provided for him, along with the phone he had used to make contact with the Anderson family. Hayes recounted how he had pulled up alongside Emily and engaged her in conversation, telling her that her parents had asked him to give her a ride. Emily, ever the trusting child, had climbed into the van without hesitation. It wasn't until she was inside that Hayes realized the enormity of what he had done. Once Emily was in the van, Hayes described feeling a mix of fear and guilt. He hadn't intended to hurt her, but the situation quickly spiraled out of control. He drove her to the house Walsh had instructed him to, where he locked her in the basement, alone and frightened. Despite his growing unease, Hayes followed Walsh's orders, making the phone calls to the Andersons and demanding the ransom. He told the family he would not release Emily unless they paid the large sum of money he had specified. Detective Carter could see the guilt in Hayes's eyes as he spoke, but it was clear that Hayes's involvement in the crime was more than just an act of desperation. He had made a choice, albeit a tragic one, and had played an active role in the kidnapping. However, Carter was still left with many unanswered questions. If Hayes had been acting on Walsh's instructions, then where was Walsh? Who was this mysterious figure pulling the strings? As Carter left the interrogation room that night, he felt a renewed sense of urgency. The discovery of Michael Walsh's role in the abduction was now the key to solving the case. With Hayes's confession in hand, the investigation turned to tracking down Walsh, and Detective Carter knew that finding him was the next crucial step in uncovering the full extent of the crime. However, Walsh had disappeared as quickly as Hayes had, and the clock was ticking, not only for the sake of the investigation, but also for the safety of other potential victims who may still be under Walsh's influence. As Detective Carter and his team moved forward with their search for Michael Walsh, the sense of urgency grew more palpable. Time was not on their side, and every hour that passed seemed to bring them closer to a breakthrough, or potentially another tragedy. The confession from Thomas Hayes had provided a critical lead, but Walsh was still an enigma. Who was this man, and why was he so elusive? Had he disappeared entirely, or was he still in the area, watching, waiting? Detective Carter couldn't help but feel the weight of the situation, knowing that the fate of the case rested on tracking down this mysterious figure. The investigation into Walsh's background revealed little at first. Hayes had spoken about him in vague terms, describing him as a figure from his past who had fallen off the radar for several years. But Carter's instincts told him that Walsh wasn't just some random criminal. There was something more to him, something that made him particularly dangerous. Carter began to focus on Walsh's possible connections to organized crime. It was a gut feeling, but the more the team delved into Walsh's past, the more it seemed plausible. He had lived in several states across the country, each time making an appearance in towns that were known for having a high concentration of criminal activity. Through their search, investigators learned that Walsh had a history of involvement in shady dealings, small-time scams, blackmail, and even connections to illegal gambling rings. But there was one thing that stood out. He had a reputation for being meticulous, a master manipulator who could convince people to do his bidding. It was becoming clearer that Hayes was likely one of many individuals that Walsh had used over the years, exploiting their weaknesses for his own gain. As Carter's team continued to analyze every piece of information they could find on Walsh, they realized that they had overlooked something crucial. Walsh had likely been monitoring the investigation closely, aware that the police were closing in on him. The detective also found that the abduction of Emily Anderson wasn't the first time Walsh had orchestrated something like this. There were signs of similar patterns in other areas, involving other victims. It was as though Walsh was testing the waters, refining his strategy, preparing for something bigger. Detective Carter knew that he needed to act fast. He intensified the search for Walsh, enlisting the help of federal law enforcement, and expanding their search to nearby states. They issued alerts in multiple jurisdictions, hoping that someone somewhere had seen something that would lead them to Walsh. Yet, despite their best efforts, the man remained elusive. It was as if he had vanished into thin air, leaving no trace of his whereabouts. With each passing day, the case felt colder, but Carter refused to give up. One day, nearly 2 weeks after Emily's return, a tip came in. It was an anonymous call to the local police station, claiming to have information on Michael Walsh's location. The caller, who identified himself as an acquaintance of Walsh, provided the detectives with a specific address, a house located in a rural part of Nebraska, just across the border. The man said he had seen Walsh in the area recently, and although he hadn't spoken to him directly, he had overheard a conversation that seemed suspicious. The caller mentioned seeing Walsh with a bag of money and hinted at plans for another job, though he didn't know the details. Carter was cautious. Was this a legitimate lead, or another dead end? The fact that Walsh had been laying low for so long made it hard to believe he'd be so careless as to stay in one place. Still, the tip was worth investigating. With the help of the FBI, Carter and his team prepared to make their move. They meticulously planned the operation, hoping that this time they would catch Walsh off guard. They arrived at the address in the early hours of the morning, just before dawn. The area was quiet, with only the distant hum of vehicles on the highway. As Carter and his team surrounded the house, they noticed the eerie stillness. It didn't look like anyone was home, but Carter wasn't ready to give up just yet. He ordered his team to proceed with caution, ready for anything. After a few tense moments of waiting, they made their move. The door to the house was kicked in, and officers flooded the interior. They found the house deserted. There were signs that someone had recently been there. Dirty dishes on the kitchen counter, clothes strewn across the floor, and a half-empty cup of coffee on the table. But Michael Walsh was nowhere to be found. It seemed like he had anticipated the raid, disappearing once again before the police could get to him. The disappointment was palpable. Walsh had slipped away once more, and the frustration that had been building inside Carter finally began to show. He was determined to catch this man, but it felt like the harder he tried, the more elusive Walsh became. It was a game of cat and mouse, and for now, it seemed that Walsh had won yet another round. Days turned into weeks, and the case continued to drag on. Despite the police's best efforts, Walsh remained a ghost. Detective Carter, however, knew that Walsh couldn't stay hidden forever. Eventually, he would make a mistake. In the meantime, the investigation continued, with new leads and new faces appearing on the radar. As the pressure mounted, Carter made a decision to intensify the search. He wouldn't rest until Walsh was found. In the following months, the case gained national attention, with every update reported in the media. The Anderson family, although relieved that their daughter was safe, continued to live in fear, knowing that the man who had taken Emily was still out there, plotting his next move. Emily herself, while healing physically, struggled emotionally. The trauma of what had happened to her would stay with her for years to come, leaving scars that time might not fully erase. Detective Carter's team remained committed, chasing every lead, re-interviewing witnesses, and going over evidence with a fine-tooth comb. They worked tirelessly, not just for the Andersons, but for the countless others who might fall victim to Walsh's manipulative ways if he were left free. And then one day, almost 6 months after Emily's abduction, a breakthrough came. An anonymous tip, similar to the first one, came through the wire. This time, the tipster claimed that Walsh had been seen at a remote cabin in the mountains of Colorado. Carter wasn't about to let this slip away. He and his team mobilized once more, and this time, they were determined to catch Walsh once and for all. This time, they were ready. Detective Carter wasn't going to let this criminal slip through his fingers again. This time, Walsh's luck would run out. Story 10. In 2015, a chilling murder case rocked the city of Manila, Philippines, leaving the community in disbelief. The victim, a 28-year-old woman named Maria Santos, was found dead under mysterious and disturbing circumstances. Maria had been a well-known figure in the local neighborhood, a young woman with a bright future, working as a nurse at a nearby hospital. Her family described her as kind, responsible, and dedicated to her career, always looking out for others. But on a fateful night in November, her life was cut short in a brutal manner that left investigators with more questions than answers. The police were called to the scene when Maria's neighbors noticed her apartment door left ajar, which was unusual for someone as careful and organized as Maria. Concerned, they went inside and discovered her lifeless body lying on the floor of the living room, blood staining the carpet. The scene was chaotic, furniture was overturned, and there were signs of a struggle, suggesting that Maria had tried to defend herself before she was killed. Her phone was missing, and there were no obvious signs of forced entry, leading investigators to believe that the killer was someone Maria knew. But who? Detective Ernesto Reyes, a seasoned investigator with a reputation for solving high-profile cases, was assigned to lead the investigation. As he arrived at the crime scene, he was struck by the eerie calmness that seemed to hang in the air, despite the brutality of the crime. He knew this case would be challenging, but something about it felt different. Maria's death didn't seem to fit any of the usual motives he had seen in his years on the force. There were no signs of robbery, and her belongings appeared untouched. Reyes suspected that the killer's motive was something more personal, but the details remained frustratingly elusive. The first step was to gather information about Maria's life. Detective Reyes and his team interviewed her family, friends, and colleagues. They learned that Maria had been living alone in the apartment, having recently ended a long-term relationship with a man named Rafael Torres. Rafael, a businessman in his early 30s, was described as charming and ambitious, but his relationship with Maria had become strained in the months leading up to her death. Friends and family revealed that the two had been having ongoing arguments, mainly over Rafael's controlling behavior and jealousy, which had begun to take a toll on Maria's well-being. Detective Reyes quickly identified Rafael as a prime suspect. The relationship between the two had ended bitterly, and there were reports of emotional abuse. Maria's friends recalled incidents where Rafael would show up uninvited to her apartment, confront her about her social life, and accuse her of being unfaithful. Maria had confided in her close friends about feeling trapped in the relationship, and there were even rumors that she had started seeing someone new. This only seemed to fuel Rafael's anger and resentment. Rafael was brought in for questioning. His demeanor during the interrogation was calm, even aloof, as he denied any involvement in Maria's death. He claimed to have been at a business meeting at the time of her murder and presented an alibi, which was corroborated by several of his colleagues. However, Detective Reyes wasn't convinced. The more he questioned Rafael, the more he began to notice small inconsistencies in his story. Rafael's calmness seemed too rehearsed, and there was an underlying sense of defensiveness in his tone, as if he were trying to hide something. Reyes pressed him further, but Rafael stuck to his alibi, denying that he had any reason to harm Maria. Despite his initial suspicions, Reyes knew better than to make assumptions based solely on emotional tension. He decided to dig deeper into the relationship between Maria and Rafael, hoping that there would be a more tangible lead that could link him to the crime. Reyes ordered a thorough forensic investigation of Maria's apartment and her personal belongings, and soon, a small but crucial piece of evidence emerged. A set of fingerprints, belonging to Rafael Torres, was found on the handle of Maria's front door. While this alone was not definitive proof of his guilt, it was enough to warrant a closer examination of Rafael's involvement. As the investigation continued, Detective Reyes also discovered a new lead, Maria's phone. Though it was missing from the crime scene, records from the phone company indicated that it had been used the night of the murder, shortly after Maria's death. The phone's last known location had been traced to a location near Rafael's office, suggesting that he may have been in the vicinity when Maria was killed. When Reyes confronted Rafael with this information, his composure began to falter. For the first time, he seemed rattled, but he quickly regained his composure and insisted that someone must have stolen Maria's phone. Reyes, sensing that they were closing in on the truth, decided to take a different approach. Instead of focusing solely on Rafael, he turned his attention to the broader context of Maria's life. He began to investigate her work environment, speaking with colleagues and examining her daily routine. It was there that Reyes uncovered a surprising detail. Maria had been involved in a hospital charity event just days before her death, an event that had attracted significant attention from local media. Maria had been one of the key organizers of the event, and her work had earned her praise from both her colleagues and the community. However, the charity event also shed light on another aspect of Maria's life that had gone unnoticed by her family and friends: her growing involvement with a donor named Carlos Delgado. Delgado was a wealthy businessman with connections to the healthcare industry, and he had made large contributions to the charity. Maria and Carlos had been seen together on several occasions at the event, and there were whispers among the staff that the two had developed a close friendship. Some of her colleagues even hinted that the relationship might have become romantic. Detective Reyes couldn't ignore this new lead. While Rafael remained the primary suspect, the possibility of a love triangle involving Carlos Delgado couldn't be dismissed. Reyes interviewed Carlos, and while he appeared genuinely distressed over Maria's death, something about his demeanor raised a red flag. Carlos was cooperative during the questioning, but seemed to downplay the depth of his relationship with Maria. He insisted that they had only been friends, but Reyes wasn't sure. There was something about Carlos's reactions that felt like he was hiding something. As Reyes followed this new line of inquiry, he started to piece together the complex web of relationships surrounding Maria's death. Was Rafael truly the one behind her murder, driven by jealousy and anger, or was there another motive at play? The investigation was no longer just about one man's obsession. It was about uncovering the truth behind a tangled web of emotions, power, and deceit. It was clear to Reyes that this case was far from simple, and as the pieces began to fall into place, he knew that solving it would require more than just following the obvious leads. Detective Reyes knew that the case had many layers, and unraveling each one would require persistence and careful investigation. He had already spent hours combing through the evidence and the relationships that surrounded Maria. Now, with the potential involvement of Carlos Delgado, He could sense that they were on the brink of uncovering something far darker than they had originally imagined. While Rafael Torres had remained at the center of suspicion, the discovery of Maria's involvement with Delgado shifted the focus of the investigation. Reyes could not ignore the possibility that Carlos Delgado's connection with Maria had been more than just friendly. After all, the large financial contributions he had made to the charity event, the numerous meetings they had shared, and the undeniable chemistry they seemed to have were all pieces of the puzzle. Could it be that Delgado's feelings toward Maria had evolved into something more? And if so, how did Rafael Torres, with his possessive and controlling nature, factor into it? Reyes revisited the charity event where Maria had worked closely with Delgado. Interviews with event organizers, volunteers, and participants painted a picture of Maria as a dedicated and admired figure within her community. She was passionate about her work at the hospital and had always been ready to lend a helping hand. Yet, as Reyes dug deeper into her interactions with Carlos Delgado, he began to see the first hints of tension that might have been brewing under the surface. Several of the event's volunteers mentioned that Maria had become more withdrawn in the days leading up to the murder. She had seemed distracted and distant, as though she were dealing with personal issues that weighed heavily on her. Some even reported that there had been instances where Maria appeared to have an argument with Delgado, although no one had witnessed it directly. It was clear to Reyes that something had changed between them, perhaps a misunderstanding or a deeper conflict that neither of them had shared with others. Maria's colleagues were tight-lipped about the nature of their relationship, but Reyes suspected that these tensions had festered over time, culminating in the tragic events that led to her death. Further investigation revealed that Maria had, in fact, been in contact with Delgado on the evening of her murder. Her phone records showed a series of calls and messages exchanged between the two just hours before she was killed. However, there was a critical gap in the timeline. Maria's phone had gone silent for a period of time that coincided with the estimated time of death. This suggested that something had happened between Maria and Carlos during those hours, and it was likely significant. The question now was, did Delgado play a role in her death, or was he a mere bystander? Detective Reyes ordered another round of questioning, this time with Carlos Delgado. The businessman arrived at the police station with a calm demeanor, his tailored suit and polished appearance in stark contrast to the gravity of the situation. He seemed genuine in his distress over Maria's death, but his answers to the detective's questions were carefully crafted, as if he had rehearsed them. Delgado continued to insist that their relationship had been purely professional and that he had no romantic interest in Maria. However, Reyes couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The businessman's tight control over his emotions, coupled with his reluctance to go into detail about his last interactions with Maria, only fueled the detective's suspicions. Reyes pressed Delgado further, asking pointed questions about the evening of Maria's death. Delgado's alibi, which claimed that he had been at a dinner meeting with business partners, seemed to check out initially. However, as Reyes pointed out, there was a glaring inconsistency. Delgado had mentioned in his previous statement that he had last seen Maria at the charity event 2 days before the murder. But now he was saying that they had spoken later that evening, just hours before she was killed. Delgado stumbled for a moment, caught off guard by the detective's sharp observations. Reyes could sense his discomfort, and the gap in his story became more apparent with every question. The detective also noticed that Delgado seemed unusually fixated on the details of Maria's death. He asked questions that seemed too specific, as if he were trying to learn more about the case than was publicly known. Reyes, ever the experienced investigator, couldn't ignore the growing suspicion that Delgado might be hiding something. His knowledge of the crime scene details, coupled with the inconsistencies in his timeline, suggested that he was not being entirely forthcoming. In the days that followed, Reyes ordered a thorough search of Carlos Delgado's home and office, hoping to uncover something that would tie him more directly to Maria's murder. Delgado's background was scrutinized, and detectives uncovered a troubling pattern. There were whispers in the business community about Delgado's temper and his tendency to become possessive over women he became involved with. Though he had maintained a public image of a respectable businessman, private reports suggested that he had been involved in several heated confrontations over the years, particularly with women who rejected his advances. Among the items recovered from Delgado's office was a journal that appeared to be his own. Its pages contained a series of cryptic entries, many of which seemed to focus on his feelings toward Maria. There were mentions of jealousy, frustration, and a deep longing for her attention. Some entries indicated that he had begun to feel entitled to Maria's affections, despite her attempts to keep their relationship strictly professional. In one particularly disturbing entry, Delgado wrote, "I will make her see that no one else will love her the way I do. No one else can protect her like I can." The words, though seemingly harmless on their own, now took on a much darker tone in the context of her death. Detective Reyes took these findings to the local prosecutor, building a case against Carlos Delgado based on circumstantial evidence and motive. He was still careful not to rule out Rafael Torres entirely, but everything pointed to Delgado as the person who might have had the most to gain from Maria's death. He was the one who had the most to lose: his pride, his control, and his image. The more Reyes thought about it, the clearer it became. Maria had been caught in the crossfire of two men who were unwilling to let go of their desire for her, one driven by jealousy, the other by obsession. With this new information, Reyes knew the case was far from over. There were still unanswered questions, and the investigation was only beginning to scratch the surface of the toxic relationships that had surrounded Maria. The truth would come to light eventually, but for now, Reyes was determined to follow the trail wherever it led, no matter how murky or dangerous it might become. He knew that solving this case would require not just facts, but a deep understanding of the human heart and the darkness that sometimes lurked within it. Detective Reyes continued to unravel the web of deception that surrounded Maria's death. With each passing day, new pieces of the puzzle fell into place, but there were still many questions that remained unanswered. As he delved deeper into Carlos Delgado's past, the detective found unsettling details that painted a clearer picture of the businessman's psyche. It became increasingly apparent that Delgado's obsession with Maria had taken a dangerous turn. His control over her, coupled with his growing frustration at her rejection, seemed to have pushed him to the brink. The journal entries, which had seemed like harmless musings at first, now appeared to be the ramblings of a man whose mind was slipping into darker territories. Reyes knew that the journal would be a key piece of evidence in the case. It wasn't just the content of the entries that was troubling. It was the fact that Delgado had kept them so meticulously. It was almost as if he were documenting his every move, as though he were justifying his actions to himself. The entries painted a disturbing portrait of a man who believed he was entitled to Maria, someone who couldn't comprehend the boundaries that she had tried to set. "She's mine," one entry read. "I can't let her go. No one can love her like I do." It was clear to Reyes that Delgado had crossed a line from obsession to possessiveness, and that obsession may have cost Maria her life. However, the detective was cautious not to jump to conclusions based solely on this new information. He knew that to secure a conviction, he needed hard evidence linking Delgado directly to the crime. It wasn't enough to rely on a journal or circumstantial evidence. Reyes had to find something concrete that could prove Delgado's involvement beyond a shadow of a doubt. As the investigation continued, Reyes and his team examined the forensic evidence from the crime scene once again. The blood spatter patterns, the signs of a struggle, and the position of Maria's body all told a chilling story. The evidence suggested that Maria had fought valiantly for her life before succumbing to her attacker. But there was one detail that stood out to Reyes: the lack of defensive wounds. Maria had no cuts or bruises on her hands, suggesting that she hadn't raised them in defense. It was almost as though she had been caught off guard, perhaps by someone she trusted. This detail made Reyes pause. Had Maria known her killer? Was it possible that she had let her guard down, believing she was safe with someone she trusted? The detective revisited the security footage from the building where Maria lived. He had already reviewed the tapes once, but this time he focused on a specific detail: the timestamp of when Maria's phone had last been used. The footage showed Carlos Delgado entering the building's parking garage on the night of the murder. He had arrived at exactly the same time Maria's phone was last active, suggesting that he had been in the area during the time frame when she was killed. The footage was grainy, but Reyes could make out enough to confirm that Delgado had indeed been in the vicinity of Maria's apartment around the time of her death. With this new evidence in hand, Reyes felt the noose tightening around Carlos Delgado. The detective called him in for another round of questioning, this time armed with the security footage and the journal. Delgado's demeanor had begun to change since the first interrogation. Where he had once been confident and composed, he now appeared increasingly agitated, almost defensive. Reyes confronted him with the footage, showing him that he had been in the building the night of the murder. Delgado's reaction was telling. He immediately grew tense, and for a moment his eyes darted to the door, as if searching for a way to escape. But he quickly recovered, denying any involvement in Maria's death. Reyes pressed further, revealing the contents of Delgado's journal. As he read aloud the entries, Delgado's face paled. He fidgeted nervously in his seat, his once calm exterior cracking. "You don't understand," Delgado said, his voice trembling. "She didn't love me the way I loved her. She didn't want me, but I did everything for her. I gave her everything. Why couldn't she see that?" His words were filled with a mix of anger, frustration, and confusion, and it became clear to Reyes that Delgado's emotions had completely clouded his judgment. He was no longer able to see the difference between love and possession. Reyes continued to push, asking Delgado point-blank if he had killed Maria. For a long moment, Delgado remained silent, his eyes fixed on the floor. Then, almost as if he had resigned himself to the truth, he looked up and said, "I didn't mean to hurt her. I just wanted her to see how much I cared. I didn't want anyone else to have her. I thought if I could just make her see, make her understand, we could be together. But when she pushed me away, when she rejected me again, I lost control. It wasn't supposed to happen this way." The confession, though indirect, was enough for Reyes to make the arrest. Delgado had admitted to being in Maria's apartment that night, and his words revealed that he had, in fact, been the one to end her life. The murder was the tragic culmination of a toxic obsession. A man unable to cope with rejection and unable to see that his feelings for Maria were never rooted in love, but in an unhealthy need for control. As Delgado was taken into custody, Reyes couldn't help but reflect on the case. The investigation had revealed the dark side of human emotions, the lengths to which people would go when their desires turned into obsessions, when love became a distorted form of ownership. It was a sobering reminder of the complexity of human relationships and the devastating consequences when they spiral out of control. The trial of Carlos Delgado began several months later. The prosecution presented a strong case, built on the evidence found in his journal, the security footage, and his eventual confession. Delgado was found guilty of murder and sentenced to life in prison. While the conviction brought a sense of justice to Maria's family, it did little to ease the pain of their loss. Maria Santos had been a vibrant young woman with a promising future, but in the end, her life was cut short by someone who couldn't let go of his own twisted version of love. For Detective Reyes, the case served as a reminder of the fragility of the human heart and the dangers of unchecked obsession. In the end, justice had been served, but the scars left by Maria's death would linger long after the trial had ended. The case of Ivan Baldeli, a hellish love story on a heavenly island. Sometimes the search for paradise on Earth can lead one straight into a real-life hell from which escape is impossible. However, it's only fair to note that a significant factor in this journey is who accompanies you in search of this paradise. Choosing a companion should always be done with the utmost care and caution. Yet sometimes, even the person who seems closest and dearest can turn into a true, merciless monster. The tale of Ivan Baldeli and Brian Brimmager began like something out of a fairy tale. Ivan thought she had found true love, for which she was ready to run to the ends of the earth. However, from the very beginning, her relationship raised concerns among Ivan's family, who disapproved of her partner. Unfortunately, the family's worries were not unfounded. This complex case started in 2011, when a happy and in-love Ivan left with her beloved for a tropical island. As it turned out, she was heading straight towards her own demise. Only several years later, disfigured fragments of her body were discovered in the swamp, bagged alongside the remains of her cherished pets. Ivan's family exerted considerable effort to achieve justice, efforts that cost another family member their life. Who was Ivan Baldeli? Ivan Olivia Baldeli Mayfold was born on June 30th, 1969, in a small town in the southern part of sunny California. She was the third and youngest child of Marjorie and James Fold, growing up alongside her older brother Michael and sister Michelle, with whom she shared a close bond from childhood. When Ivan was 13, her mother passed away after a long illness. A year later, her father remarried to Lillian Faust, and the grown children developed wonderful relationships with their stepmother, a kind and caring woman who loved her husband's children as her own. Ivan received a solid education and explored several career paths, but her main passion was always fashion design, and she dreamed of turning her hobby into a profitable business. However, luck never seemed to be on her side when it came to her personal life. She was married twice, but both marriages ended in separation. Additionally, a surgery she underwent in her youth, followed by complications, left Ivan unable to have children. After divorcing her second husband, Kevin Baldeli, in 2007, Ivan lived alone in her small apartment with her beloved dog, whom she affectionately called her child. She remained in constant contact with her father and sister, calling them almost daily and making an effort to see her family at least once a month. Meeting Brian and the love triangle. In 2009, as Ivan was preparing to celebrate her 40th birthday, she met a Marine named Brian Brimiger. At that time, he was legally married and raising a young son with his wife. Despite this, Brian was open to having an affair and shared with his mistress how unhappy he was in his marriage, claiming he hadn't filed for divorce solely because of his child, whom he didn't want to distress. Baldelli fell for this fit and handsome man at first sight and believed every word he said. Having experienced the pain of a loveless marriage herself, and knowing how hard it can be to leave such a relationship, she didn't rush her partner, believing that the presence of a child was indeed the main obstacle. However, Brian wasn't as straightforward and sincere as he appeared. From a young age, his attractive looks had made him very popular with the opposite sex. He was accustomed to juggling multiple relationships simultaneously and expertly deceived the women who fell for him, promising each one marriage, a family, and eternal love. It soon came to light that the married Brimiger was not only seeing Ivan, but also had another mistress. This other woman was Christine Verhoeven, a stunning blonde with extensive connections. She was an analyst at the White House and had made a remarkable career during George W. Bush Jr.'s administration. When Ivan discovered the existence of another rival, she decided to confront the issue head-on and was ready to fight for the man she loved. Gathering her courage, she called her lover's wife to inform her that Brian was cheating on her with not just one, but two women. This revelation sparked a major scandal, forcing Brian to make a difficult choice. Eventually, he chose Ivan, though it's possible she pressured him into making this decision. A few months later, Brian officially divorced his wife and moved in with his new love interest. At that time, he was still serving in the Marines, but had been contemplating ending his military career for a while. The couple seemed genuinely happy, but Ivan's relatives remained wary of her new partner, doubting the sincerity of his feelings. Moving to a tropical paradise. In the summer of 2011, Brian began to talk about radically changing his life, leaving the service, moving away from the bustling city, and settling down on the tropical island. Ivan shared his sentiments, supported him in everything, and was ready to follow him wherever and whenever he decided. She believed she had met the most important man in her life and adored him. By September of the same year, the decision was final. The couple chose to move to Panama and settle on the small island of Carnero, a place that could truly be called a paradise. Ivan informed her family just before leaving, so they had no chance to persuade her to reconsider. Ivan sold her apartment, quit her job, and started packing for the journey. She took only a few bikini, shorts, tank tops, and her sewing machine, hoping to fulfill her dream of opening a small boutique to create and sell custom outfits to tourists on the new island. In early September, Brian, Ivan, and her beloved little dog flew to Panama. They spent a couple of days in the country's capital before taking a ferry to Carnero Island, where they rented a house right on the oceanfront. The climate was hot and humid with little temperature variation, attracting a steady flow of tourists throughout the year, primarily diving and surfing enthusiasts. The island was just 1 square kilometer, so one could leisurely walk around it in about an hour. All the infrastructure was located along the coast, while the interior was dense jungle and swampy areas teeming with venomous snakes, spiders, and other wildlife, making it unsafe to venture into. Brian, who had been an excellent guitar player since his youth, brought his instrument with the intention of starting a musical career on the island, performing in entertainment venues. Within a week after moving, he had made connections with several local bar owners, and one of them happily offered him a job. He played in the evenings, entertaining the crowd, but his appreciative audience often bought him drinks as a compliment, leading him to drink heavily almost daily. Ivan's business also developed very slowly, with weak sales and virtually no profit. However, she didn't lose heart. She started working at one of the bars, and even adopted a second dog she found on the island and decided to keep. She communicated with her sister Michelle Valenzuela almost daily, sharing everything, but her messages became increasingly shorter and more somber, which worried her family. The first few months on the island seemed like paradise to the couple. Ivan hoped that Brian would propose, and they would have a romantic wedding ceremony on the ocean shore. But time passed. Brian didn't rush into marriage, and their relationship rapidly deteriorated. The mysterious disappearance. In early December, Michelle stopped receiving messages from Ivan, which raised her concerns significantly. Then, on December 14, 2011, Brian unexpectedly called Michelle, inquiring when he could stop by to pick up his SUV, which he had left in her garage before heading to Panama. This call in question caught Michelle off guard. It meant Brian had returned to the U.S. and wanted to retrieve his vehicle. But where was Ivan? Why hadn't she come back or even called? In response, Brian claimed he had explained everything in an email sent a few days earlier. He also mentioned that his now ex-girlfriend had supposedly sent her a message explaining the situation. Michelle checked her messages but found nothing, so she turned to her email. Indeed, there were 2 unread messages, one from her sister and one from her boyfriend. In his message, Brian stated that Ivan had left him, running off with a new lover to Costa Rica. The other message, supposedly from Ivan, claimed she had left Brian upon discovering his infidelity and learning that another woman had given birth to his child. It concluded with her saying she had met another man and gone to Costa Rica with him. The other woman turned out to be Brian's old friend, Christine Verhoeven, with whom he had been involved all along, and who was pregnant with his child when he and Ivan flew to Panama. At first glance, everything seemed plausible and logical, especially since Ivan couldn't have children. The news that her partner had fathered a child with someone else could have been devastating for her. However, Ivan wasn't known for impulsive actions, and she would have certainly called her sister to discuss such significant changes in her life. Moreover, the tone of the supposed message from Ivan was somewhat odd and unlike her previous communications, which raised further suspicions. When Michelle tried to determine her sister's current whereabouts, she couldn't get any concrete information. Calls went unanswered and the messages that came through were brief and detached, saying things like, "I'm okay, I need some time, I'm not ready to talk about this." Michelle suggested that Brian should join her in filing a missing persons report. Brian appeared nervous but insisted it wasn't necessary, claiming Ivan was fine, capable of herself, and would decide when to come home on her own. Despite Brian's reluctance even to discuss the matter and his hasty departure after picking up his vehicle, a message from Ivan's phone soon arrived, stating she planned to return home in January for their father's birthday. This message provided Michelle with some relief, and she decided to wait a few more weeks, hoping Ivan would return as indicated in the message. Search efforts and surprising discoveries. By mid-January, not only had Ivan not returned home, but she also hadn't called even once during that time, and her messages had completely stopped. Moreover, Michelle was shocked to learn that Brian had gotten married to the mother of his child, Christine Verhoeven, right before the new year, which seemed very odd since he had parted ways with his former girlfriend just a few weeks before the celebration. Concerned, Michelle finally went to the police and reported her sister missing, suspecting that Ivan had not gone to Costa Rica. An official inquiry sent to Panama confirmed her fears. It was definitively established that Ivan Baldelli had not left the country. Valenzuela then turned to her cousin, a programmer, to help trace the IP address from which Ivan's messages were sent, determining their actual origin. It turned out the emails, supposedly sent by Ivan from Costa Rica in December, were actually sent from Dana Point, California, where Brian was located. The same IP address was used for an email sent by Brian himself. With the situation becoming increasingly alarming, Michelle hurriedly informed the police about her discovery. Valenzuela reached out to the FBI and the State Department, sharing her suspicions that Brian had harmed her sister in Panama, and then continued to send messages from her phone and email, pretending to be her for about a month. However, there was not enough solid evidence at the time to arrest him, so law enforcement could only interview him and continue gathering proof of his guilt. It was revealed that Brian had proposed to Christine while still in Panama with Ivan. He promised Verhoeven that he would soon return, they would get married, and raise their daughter together. Moreover, Christine was unaware that her child's father had gone to the island with another woman, as he had told her he was there on business. The family's own investigation 2 months after the woman's disappearance, her sister and niece personally flew to Panama. There, they sought the expertise of Don Winter, a former U.S. intelligence officer turned investigator specializing in locating missing U.S. citizens. They shared the story of Ivan's disappearance and the version of events provided by Brian. Winter, after listening to them, immediately expressed concern that the chances of Ivan being alive were slim. With vast experience in such investigations and leveraging his connections, Winter decided to put pressure on the Panamanian government and publicize the case, turning the disappearance of an American woman into international news. A press conference was also organized with the participation of Ivan's family members. Later, Ivan's father, stepmother, brother, and several other relatives and close friends arrived in Panama to join the search and assist the investigation. Together, they went to the tropical island of Caramaro, combing it thoroughly, yet they found no trace of Baldelli. Their search efforts were hampered by dense undergrowth and swampy marshes teeming with wildlife. In addition, the family questioned the island's residents about how well they knew Brian and Ivan and what they could say about them. It turned out that the couple had recently been heavily indulging in alcoholic beverages and were frequently involved in loud disputes, unconcerned about those around them. Almost daily, they were seen in bars drinking alcohol and having heated arguments. Furthermore, people began to notice bruises and scratches on Ivan's face and body. She almost never took off her sunglasses, seemingly to hide the bruises under her eyes. The landlord of the house the couple had rented confirmed that neighbors regularly complained about the noise, screams, and cursing coming from their residence. Simultaneously, FBI agents brought a special team of divers to the island to scour the waters around it for any potential evidence or remains of the missing woman. Unfortunately, these searches too did not yield any success. The prime suspect and the first solid evidence. From the outset, Brian was the prime suspect in the case, but there was nothing concrete to charge him with. He denied any involvement, consistently recounting the same story about his ex-partner running off with another man. It wasn't until September 21st, 2012 that Bremiger was finally interrogated, and a search was conducted in his home. At the time, his wife Christine was at work, while Brian was unemployed, staying at home with their child and indulging in his favorite pastime, playing golf. Initially, he appeared confident, repeating that Ivan had left him after finding out about his child with another woman. However, he became visibly nervous when the police mentioned that the last messages sent in Ivan's name came from his area, and expressed interest in examining the laptop found on his table. The seized laptop turned out to belong to Ivan, with messages sent from it after she supposedly fled. A photo of the missing woman with a bruise under her eye was found on the, as well as a screenshot of a conversation from November, where Brian and Christine discussed their ongoing affair and shared daughter, presumably how Baldelli learned about them. Moreover, the laptop search history from November 26, 2011 contained queries such as how to clean blood and how to remove blood from a mattress. These pieces of evidence were significant but circumstantial, since neither a body nor a mattress with bloodstains was found. The fact that Brian had been sending messages pretending to be Ivan didn't definitively prove him guilty. Soon, Don Winter discovered that before leaving Panama, Bremiger had sold a machete he owned. In an online conversation with a potential buyer, he joked that he had used it to finish off a stripper. The joke was macabre, prompting authorities to track down the new owner of the machete and seize the blade for examination, which initially revealed nothing conclusive. The police overlooked another crucial detail, Ivan's bank card, which Brian used after her disappearance. To add credibility to his story, before returning to the States, he decided to make a trip to Costa Rica and use the missing woman's card a couple of times, creating the illusion that she had indeed fled to that country. He paid for his tickets in cash and withdrew money from different locations in San Jose, draining the card before discarding it. However, Bremiger failed to consider that he was captured on surveillance cameras at the ATMs. It wasn't until July 2013, a year and a half after the woman's disappearance, that her relatives, armed with all the evidence gathered by the police, FBI agents, and Don Winter, finally managed to secure Brian's arrest. Initially, he was detained on charges of making false statements and obstructing the investigation, as there was nothing more substantial to charge him with at that time. By then, he had become a father for the second time. Christine had given birth to a son just a week before his arrest. Authorities attempted to engage the suspect in a candid conversation, offering him a chance to confess to the crime and disclose the location of the body, but Brian consistently denied any wrongdoing. His lawyer also insisted on the absence of a body or direct evidence, proving Ivan's demise and Brian's involvement in it. The gruesome discovery in the swamp just 2 months after Bremiger's arrest, a significant breakthrough occurred in the case. On the island of Caranero, a worker taking a shortcut wandered into the swampy underbrush and spotted an army backpack barely visible above the water's surface. Driven by curiosity and hoping to find something valuable or useful inside, he looked in the bag, only to recoil in horror at the sight of a human skull staring back at him. He immediately reported his find to the police, and responding officers took the backpack for examination. Inside were fragments of a human body along with the remains of 2 small dogs. The remains had been chopped up, placed in the bag, and discarded in a location where it was assumed they would never be found. DNA testing confirmed that the human remains belonged to Ivan, although limbs were missing. Pathologists also determined that she had been brutally beaten before her demise, with a broken nose, cheekbone, and several missing teeth. The demise of the dogs was probably orchestrated to lend credence to the narrative, as it seemed implausible that she would willingly leave behind her cherished pets on the island, suggesting a scenario where they were eliminated and laid to rest alongside their owner. When the chop marks found on the victim's bones were matched with the blade of the machete, there was no doubt. The body had been dismembered using this weapon, as each blade has its own signature, akin to a person's fingerprints. With this evidence, Brian was formally charged with murder, dismemberment, and concealing a crime. The trial and verdict in early 2014, Michelle Valenzuela was diagnosed with an advanced stage of aggressive cancer. She had been so consumed by the investigation into her sister's case that she neglected her deteriorating health, postponing visits to the doctor. After undergoing intensive treatment for about 6 months and realizing it was in vain, she decided to dedicate the last months of her life to seeking justice for her sister. In September 2014, when doctors told Michelle she had only a few weeks left, she declared that although she was losing her battle with the disease, she would continue to fight for her sister until her last breath. Choosing to make her testimony in front of Brian, she detailed everything she knew and submitted all their correspondence with Yvonne to the court. She meticulously described Brian's actions after her sister's disappearance and then fainted from weakness. Michelle passed away 3 days later. The prosecution argued that on the evening of November 26th, following another argument with Yvonne, when she discovered Brian's communications with Christine, Brian, in a fit of rage and under the influence of alcohol, assaulted Yvonne and then fatally stabbed her. He then dismembered her body in the bathtub using the machete, also using it to take the live Yvonne's beloved dogs and place the remains in his military backpack. The limbs that didn't fit in the bag were dumped in the ocean, dropped off a rocky cliff early in the morning along with the blood-stained mattress. Brian carried the backpack deep into the island and submerged it in a swamp. For the next few weeks, he continued living in the same coastal house, meticulously erasing any evidence of the crime. He told everyone on the island a story about his flighty girlfriend leaving him for a new lover, a story that sounded convincing enough that locals sympathized with Brian, and he even managed to find a new girlfriend, Nicole Powell, who comforted him for a few weeks until his departure to the U.S. However, at the trial, Nicole testified against Brian, accusing him of lying and cruelty. Faced with irrefutable evidence, Brian was forced to admit his guilt, but insisted that it was self-defense, claiming Yvonne had first attacked him with a knife, which he then used against her. He claimed all subsequent actions were carried out in a state of shock, asserting he didn't remember dismembering and packing the body, taking the lives of the dogs, and so forth. However, his internet searches and attempts to eliminate evidence spoke to his full awareness, and attempts to fabricate a story to justify Yvonne's absence. In the spring of 2016, Brian was found guilty of manslaughter and sentenced to only 26 years in prison, with the possibility of parole in 2035. His service in the Marines was considered during sentencing, allowing him to avoid a life sentence. Lastly, Brian's wife, Christine Verhoeven, stated she still believed in her husband's innocence and would support him no matter what. An innocent victim of her spouse's perverse passion, they say that an adult is simply impossible to re-educate because it is a formed personality with its views, way of thinking, preferences, character, and temperament. However, some women are sure that patience and pedagogical talent can work wonders. More experienced women realize that it is important from the very beginning to consider the man who is next to her, to study his shortcomings, and to understand whether she can live together with them, because falling in love and passion will pass, and the negative qualities with age will only worsen. If it is not about some minor shortcomings, but about real problems such as addictions, pathological tendency to lie and violence, and so on, it is better to run away from such a person without looking back. But in women, often in such cases, manifests the rescuer syndrome, an acute desire and irrepressible desire to help at the cost of their own well-being. It is this syndrome ruined a young British woman named Vicky Roberts, who almost 3 years struggling for her love, trying to re-educate her cheating husband with sadistic tendencies. Unfortunately for the girl, all her efforts turned out only pain, humiliation, and cruelty. Vicky and Michael Roberts. Vicky Roberts, born Victoria Smith, was born in September 1984 in the county of Cheshire in the northwest of England. She was the younger of 2 daughters in a rather conservative and deeply religious family. Together with her sister, she attended a Christian school and also practiced music and sang in the choir. People around her described her as a very kind, friendly and helpful girl, always ready to help others. After graduating from high school, Vicky went to university and at the same time got a job in one of the stores of the chain IKEA to pay for her own education. It was there that the girl soon met a young man named Michael Roberts, with whom she first started a friendly relationship. The new acquaintance was only a year older than Vicky. He also got a job at IKEA in parallel with his studies, and he also played sports, carefully watched himself, and was able to make a pleasant impression on others. At first, the sociable and charismatic Michael seemed too talkative and overly intrusive to the modest Vicky, but he quickly managed to gain her attention and favor. It is worth saying a few words about Michael and his family. He was born in June 1983 in Warrington, Cheshire, and was the eldest of 2 sons in the family of a prominent chemical engineer. Parents brought up their children in strictness, and high expectations always laid on the eldest heir, who studied well at school, grew up ambitious, purposeful, and able to achieve what they wanted. The guy always had a lot of friends. He could easily become the soul of any company, but most of all he was proud of his victories on the love front. Michael had a bright and attractive appearance, was tall, trim, with a good sense of humor and the ability to show himself at his best. To everything else, this handsome man was also very intelligent, well-read, could easily support a conversation on any topic. Parents from childhood indoctrinated the eldest heir that he is the best, the most beautiful, intelligent, and will certainly succeed. All this probably provoked in the guy narcissistic disorder, which with age progressed. At the same time, Michael was always very afraid to upset his dad and mom, and therefore did everything to be the perfect son for them and meet all their expectations. Roberts never had a permanent girlfriend. He regularly changed girlfriends and mistresses, could spin several novels in parallel, so that none of his passions did not realize that she was not the only one. The guy was confident in his irresistibility, could find an approach to any girl, and he really liked to conquer unavailable girls. This process he perceived as a kind of game or competition. Just such a modest and inaccessible girl was Vicky, which Michael decided by all means to conquer. At first she stubbornly kept her distance and refused even innocent offers to walk after work or drink coffee somewhere. Smith spent almost all her time studying, and on weekends she went to church, so she didn't even think about dating, let alone any relationship. It took Michael a few months for Vicky to finally agree to go out with him. He was sweet, charming, touchingly courted her, gave her flowers, gifts, and little surprises. He even invited her to a family dinner at his parents' house, who liked Vicky very much and immediately approved of their son's choice. Vicky believed he was serious and gave in. He became her first man and remained the only one. She was truly happy around him, and it seemed like fate to her. Michael also seemed to fall in love and was ready to settle down, but it didn't last long. 50 Shades of Michael. From the outside their romance seemed perfect. They were both young, attractive, full of energy, ambition, and made huge plans for the future. But soon Vicky realized that her chosen one has one peculiarity, namely an irrepressible sexual appetite and passion for experimentation in bed. At first he did not put too much pressure on his chosen one in this regard, fearing that Vicky would leave him. But as soon as the guy realized that she would not go anywhere from him, he, as they say, opened the cards. The modest and religious girl was literally shocked by what was happening, but she was head over heels in love with Michael and therefore trusted him, and for a long time did not tell anyone about what was happening in their bedroom behind closed doors. In addition, her lover made her an official marriage proposal, which she gladly accepted, sincerely believing that after the wedding everything will change and the chosen one will stop his experiments. Soon one of Vicky's closest friends began to notice that she carefully disguises and hides bruises and small bruises under her clothes. She brought Smith into a frank conversation and asked if her fiancé was beating her and if she needed help. Vicky tried to deny everything, but then still admitted that all these marks are the consequences of intimate experiments. Michael, who had a special passion for binding, the use of various toys and devices. She also secretly told her friend, that they have a special relationship with the chosen. Intimacy happens up to 5 times a day, while he still remains hungry and unsatisfied. Michael considered himself a skillful lover, and intimacy for him was a kind of art and a way of self-expression. Sometimes he made concessions when Vicky refused to participate in some completely crazy and even dangerous experiments. But in most cases he still managed to persuade the girl in love with him. Unplanned pregnancy. After defending her diploma, Vicky decided to change jobs and was soon hired as an account manager at a logistics company. Michael also quit IKEA and got a job as a sales consultant in one of the stores of a large retail chain, selling phones, laptops, and other electronics. He almost immediately became one of the best employees, because thanks to his charisma, communication, and persuasive skills, he always exceeded sales targets. Soon the new young employee was promoted to senior salesman, and the management seriously considered his transfer to the main office. But before that he had to undergo training and improve his qualifications. Michael enjoyed attending training sessions, going on business trips to London, and was very proud of himself. He seemed to have forgotten all about his young fiancée, and only remembered when he needed intimacy. They didn't talk about each other. They hardly ever went anywhere together, and outside the bedroom Vicky seemed to cease to exist for him. At the same time, he began to have affairs on the side with colleagues, clients, and just casual acquaintances. Michael was literally obsessed and addicted to intimacy with different women, and constant new victories on the personal front were an important part of maintaining his self-esteem. At this time, Vicky discovered that she was pregnant and happily broke the news to her fiancé. They had already delayed the wedding, and it seemed to the girl that now Michael would hurry things up. But the news that he was going to be a father only made Michael angry and mad. He immediately began to insist that the child should be gotten rid of, because they are still so young, and they have their whole life ahead of them, and with offspring can wait. Vicky was shocked by such words, but flatly refused to terminate the pregnancy. Then the groom decided to press her in another way. Michael began to convince the bride that such news will cause anger in her religious parents, because their youngest favorite daughter lived with a man and got pregnant without being married. However, according to him, the termination of pregnancy will be hidden from everyone, and after the wedding they will certainly have children. For Vicky, it was a difficult decision, but her chosen one had a real gift of persuasion, so that a few days later she gave in to persuasion and went to the hospital. Unfortunately, it was not without complications. Vicky for a few days stayed in the hospital, and then it took her almost 3 weeks to recover her health. For all this period, the doctor categorically forbade her to have an intimate life, and Michael, learning about it, went into a rage. Then Vicky finally realized that he had mental problems and a real addiction to sexual contacts. Beloved literally went crazy without intimacy and began to leave the house every day, explaining it with urgent matters at work. Vicky guessed that he was looking for intimacy on the side, but sincerely hoped that everything would change once they got married and she would help him get rid of this addiction. A loveless marriage and an adult mistress. The engagement lasted almost 2 years, and the man, apparently, did not even intend to marry the chosen one, because the current state of affairs suited him quite well. He had a fiancée who faithfully waited for him at home and fully served him in the household, and numerous mistresses on the side which he regularly changed. Vicky always took him at his word, and even if she found out about his cheating, she always forgave him, as long as he promised that it was the last time and he would not do it again. But time passed. Vicky began to insist on marriage, as she wanted a full-fledged family and children. Also, this question was increasingly raised by her parents, but most importantly, the wedding was insisted on by Michael's parents, whom he really did not want to upset. Modest and sweet Vicky, they liked them very much, and they considered her a great couple for their son, and were constantly interested in when they will get married and make them happy with grandchildren. Not without the help of their parents, the couple organized a lavish wedding with a white dress, limousine, and a beautiful away ceremony. The newlyweds looked in love and happy. It seemed that they had a long life ahead of them, but hardly any of the relatives guessed about the dark side of the man, with which his young chosen one was already so well acquainted. The newlyweds settled in a large and cozy house in the prestigious area of Warrington, not far from Roberts's parents. Michael did not love his spouse, however. Marriage made him normal in the eyes of relatives and others. Vicky never complained to anyone about his strange predilections and constant cheating, and he could continue to change mistresses like gloves. At work he was quite successful, got another promotion, and was making good money. After being transferred to a new office, Michael's direct boss was a certain Carrie Hall, the head of administration at Phones for You. She was 10 years older than him, had been divorced for a long time, and was raising a son on her own. At the same time, Carrie was quite attractive, well-groomed and, as her position required, determined and strong-willed. For a long time she did not pay any attention to the signs of attention that she was given by a young subordinate. However, for the guy it became a kind of signal to action. He sought to achieve this woman, connecting all his natural charm and eloquence, and after about a month, Carrie reciprocated. Lovers began to meet regularly in hotel rooms, and their relationship the woman later described as turbulent, passionate, and full of experimentation. Carrie was a mature, self-confident woman. She was undoubtedly flattered by the attention of such a young man, and she was also not opposed to trying something new. So Michael could realize with her those fantasies, which did not dare his modest wife. He constantly lied to his wife about being late at work, attending corporate trainings and the like, and told his mistress how unhappy he was in marriage, that this union was a mistake of youth, and said that he was ready to divorce, but his wife does not give him a divorce. This relationship with Carrie lasted more than a year, but since the woman had no illusions about Michael, she did not insist on divorce, and she was quite satisfied with their meetings in hotels. Marks on the body in dangerous games. After the beginning of relations with Michael, Carrie began to give preference to buried clothes with long sleeves and high throat, which was unusual for her. The woman was actively engaged in sports, and always liked to show others her stunning figure, and here suddenly completely changed her style. Once Hall admitted to her close friend that her lover loves to experiment in intimate terms, and sometimes these experiments go beyond reason. As evidence, she showed a bite mark on her chest, which Michael left in a fit of passion. Also on her neck there were blue marks from squeezing by his hands, and on her wrists there were marks from the ropes, with which the boyfriend liked to tie her, so that she was completely in his power. The friend was horrified, and suggested that Carrie go to the police, but she refused, noting that all this was consensual, and in most cases he warns her about what he is going to do, but the process itself can get out of control. For example, Michael loved to strangle his partner, convincing her that it would increase the pleasant sensations of the process, but a couple of times he was so much carried away that she lost consciousness. Vicky was very afraid of such games with strangulation, but every time she succumbed to her husband's persuasions, and believed that one day he would get tired of it, he would leave his cruel and painful experiments, or she would get used to it, and would perceive them as something ordinary. Unfortunately, neither his wife nor any of his mistresses even tried to stop Michael. Open correspondence and a love letter. Vicky had guessed about her chosen one's affairs on the side, even before they were married. She most likely even realized that he was addicted to it, but sincerely believed that something was about to change, and her love and care can turn daring and loving Michael into an exemplary family man. But after the wedding, the situation only worsened, and the young husband himself denied his cheating, and he did it very convincingly. Vicky decided to conduct her own personal investigation, and looked into her husband's phone while he was sleeping. There she found numerous correspondence Michael with Carrie and several other girls, which he did not even bother to delete. Their content was quite intimate, moreover. With some girls, the guy exchanged explicit photos. This came as a shock to Vicky. She packed her things and decided to move in with her friend for a while. She did not tell her parents and sister anything about what was happening, afraid to upset them. So her family was sure that Vicky was happily married. Besides, religious relatives would have insisted on a divorce when they learned of her husband's infidelity. But after all, Vicky was in love and didn't want to break up with her husband. Leaving, she wrote Michael a touching letter in which she confessed her love for him and called the main man in her life. At the same time, she admitted that she knows about his cheating and does not want to put up with it, and therefore leaves, but gives him time to think about it and will not yet file for divorce. She wrote it all by hand on paper and left it on the refrigerator with a magnet. Michael was not touched by the message or saddened by the departure of his wife, but he did not want to lose a quiet and submissive woman who always waited for him at home, fully served in the household, and tolerated any of his antics as well as peculiar predilections. That same evening, he followed Vicky to her friend's house, picking up a large bouquet of flowers on the way. Michael on his knees apologized and begged her to return to him, promising that from now on, she would be his only woman. Vicky once again believed, or rather, she wanted to believe, and returned to their home, a new mistress. Naturally, Michael did not leave Carrie and continued to meet with other women, but for a while he was extremely careful, and even tried to come home for dinner, which his wife carefully prepared. He hid his phone, deleted correspondence, and even changed the password from his social networking page. At that time, he began to have an affair with a new young female employee of the company, Karen Wilson, not stopping the relationship with Carrie. At that time, the girl had a fiancé, and she was preparing for the wedding, but Michael began to persistently pursue her, making himself a miserable lover. He was so attracted to the new object of the hunt that after 2 months, he decided to break off the relationship with 33-year-old Carrie Hall, which he was tired of. The man told Karen a proven legend about how he is unhappy in marriage, and for the sake of her ready to leave his wife. Soon she surrendered, and between them happened intimacy right in the office, and a week after that she broke off the engagement and waited for the lover to respond. However, Michael was not going to divorce, but also to interrupt the connection with a new mistress. He did not want, and therefore just lied to her that he had already filed for divorce and moved to live in the house of his parents. Fatal blackmail. Vicky soon suspected that her spouse continued to cheat on her, and this time decided to act for sure. She took Michael's phone while he was in the shower, but could not find anything there, because he had taken into account of his previous mistakes and deleted all text messages, and on the page in the social network, now had a different password. Then Vicky waited until her husband fell asleep and took his work laptop, which he always carried with him, and on which, as it turned out, he did not leave his account in the social network. There Vicky found correspondences with an already new girlfriend, in which her husband confessed his love to her, claimed that he was divorcing his wife and living with his parents. It was a real shock for her. She took screenshots of the love and intimate messages exchanged between the couple and saved them on her laptop so that she could have proof of her husband's infidelity. Vicky also looked in her husband's wallet, where she found several folded checks for hotel rooms. In the morning, she presented all this to her spouse, and for the first time in their entire time together, she gave him a scandal. Michael was discouraged. He tried to apologize again and promised that it would not happen again. But Vicky suddenly said that she would tell his parents about everything, hoping that they would be able to talk some sense into him, since she could not do it. Michael was literally mad from such threats. He did not want his parents to know anything, and slapped his wife. Then Vicky got up and said that she would go to them immediately, and then headed for the door. Her spouse caught up with her, hit her twice in the head with a heavy jewelry box he grabbed from the dressing table, and after she lost consciousness, he squeezed her throat with his hands until she stopped breathing. The man felt no pity or remorse. He wrapped the body in a blanket and packed it into several large garbage bags, and then carried the gruesome bundle into his garage. Michael then quickly cleaned up the house, packed and removed most of his wife's belongings, and immediately called Karen, whom he invited over. They had dinner, had fun in the house, where a couple of hours ago Roberts killed his own wife, and then made love in the bedroom, where in fact everything happened. Ran off with her lover? The very next day, Michael informed his parents that his wife left him having run away with another man. To do this, he personally went to their home and literally sobbed on his mother's shoulder, showing her messages from his wife, which he himself sent from Vicky's phone. The messages said that she had fallen out of love with him, met another man, and decided to live with him. Parents, as they could, consoled their son, and sincerely bewildered how their sweet, kind, and religious daughter-in-law could do such a thing. In parallel with the phone of the deceased, Michael sent messages in her parents, which said that she fell in love with another, left with him, and asked for now not to bother her and give time. Naturally, the couple Smith immediately rushed to call their daughter to find out everything and hear her explanations, but the calls were constantly rejected, and in response only came messages asking to give her time. This seemed very strange to Vicky's parents, and they went to Michael's house to talk to him, but his story only raised more questions and doubts, and after they found out that Vicky was not showing up for work without saying anything to anyone, they decided to go to the police. An investigation, a gruesome discovery, and an escape. On the 1st of December, 2009, Michael bought a shovel, several meters of rope, as well as rags and detergents from a hardware store. However, he did not manage to get rid of the body, because on the same day the police visited him at home. Then the police could not find anything suspicious, but Michael's behavior and story raised a lot of questions and doubts. However, the strangest thing was that they did not pay attention to the huge package in the corner of the garage during the inspection. In the house, there were no clothes, documents, and personal belongings of the missing woman, which could indicate that she had left, but Vicky's laptop was in the bedroom, and the police seized it for inspection. There, they found screenshots of Michael's correspondence with his mistresses, which Vicky had saved, and then decided to make a geolocation request of Vicky's cell phone, from which regularly came messages to her husband and relatives. And then it turned out that the phone had been in her and Michael's marital home all along. After that, law enforcers again visited the house of Roberts and conducted a more thorough search, finally unwrapping a strange package in the garage. The find shocked everyone present, but then it was discovered that Michael, who had been walking with the police all this time, disappeared somewhere right under their noses. He took with him a wallet with cash, so that several days he managed to hide without giving himself away. Arrest, trial, and conviction. When the money ran out, Michael came to one of his mistresses, whose name was Lavinia Talley, and asked to live in her house for a while. In the evening, the girl heard from the news that her lover was wanted on charges of murdering his wife, and immediately, without hesitation, reported to the police about his whereabouts. At the time of his arrest, Michael was crying, and said he was innocent of anything. The man insisted that his spouse died during their intimate games, when she asked to strangle her with a rope belt, and he overdid it. However, forensic experts found that firstly, the woman was strangled with her bare hands, secondly, she was attacked from the back, and thirdly, there are 2 extensive hematomas on her head received during her lifetime, which can definitely have nothing to do with intimate relations. The trial of the perpetrator began in January 2010. The defendant kept insisting that his wife's death was the result of an accident and hoped for leniency. However, the autopsy results presented by experts proved that the man in cold blood hit his wife twice on the head and then strangled her and hid the body in the garage. Michael Roberts was found guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison. A Paradise Beach turned into a death track for lovers. It is believed that an investigation on the heels of a crime is the most effective and often leads to success. The methodology itself implies immediate response, operational collection of evidence, and questioning of witnesses, which significantly increases the chances of quickly solving the case and holding the guilty accountable. However, if it is not possible to identify the perpetrator, the investigation can drag on for years and even decades until the criminal case is frozen and transferred to the archive after the statute of limitations expires. However, sometimes unsolved and seemingly hopeless investigations receive unexpected developments many years later, which helps to find the right lead and achieve results when no one believed it anymore. The case of Lindsay Cutshall and Jason Allen, which had been gathering dust on the shelves for almost 15 years, is a prime example of this. At the time, it was not possible to solve it despite the operational actions of the investigative team and the high reward offered for any information. The main problem was the lack of motive for such a brutal act against the loving couple. In addition to this, it was not possible to find any witnesses, murder weapons, or any significant clues. It was a typical dead end, and no one hoped that the truth would ever be discovered. However, a decade and a half later, solving this case was helped by another brutal crime. It also turned out that at least 4 people knew what had happened, but all these years, they remained silent. Who were Lindsay Cutshall and Jason Allen? Lindsay Cutshall was born in the small town of White Eyes in Coshocton County, Ohio, in 1982. She grew up in a very religious family, and her father was a pastor of a Christian community. Despite a strict upbringing from childhood, she was very active, engaged in sports, and later became interested in hiking and extreme tourism. After finishing school, Lindsay became a student at Appalachian Bible College in West Virginia. During those years, she regularly climbed mountains of various difficulty levels, rafted down turbulent mountain rivers, and even organized hikes herself. The young woman dreamed of founding her own summer camp for children and teenagers, where she could teach them the basics of survival in the wild, rafting, tourism, and so on. Jason Allen was born in the city of Zeeland, in the American state of Michigan, in 1978. He also grew up in a deeply religious family, and from a teenage age was seriously interested in hiking tours, mastering survival in the wild. The young man was tall, athletic, toned, possessed leadership qualities, and was able to find like-minded people to conquer new heights. The couple met in 2002 during a hiking trip in the Appalachians. At that time, Lindsay was still a student, while Jason worked as a mountain guide and climbing instructor. The young people immediately felt mutual sympathy, and just 6 months after their first meeting, the young man came to the girl's parents and asked for their daughter's hand in marriage. Her parents were not opposed and gave their blessing to the lovers. The young man's parents also approved of his choice, after which the couple was officially engaged. Alan presented the young woman with a beautiful diamond ring for this occasion, which was soon to be complemented by another, an engagement ring. The young couple planned to get married in September 2004, had big plans for their future together, and wanted to buy their own large house where they could live comfortably and raise their children. Unfortunately, these plans were not meant to come true. The final trip. In the summer of 2004, Lindsay and Jason worked as senior counselors at a Christian summer camp called Rock in Water, located in El Dorado County, California. After their wedding, they planned to open their own similar camp, so they were gaining experience and learning the nuances of working with the younger generation. On the evening of Friday, August 14th of that year, the couple decided to take a weekend trip to the San Francisco area. They informed their colleagues of their plans in advance, leaving two of the most experienced counselors in charge of the camp. Lindsay and Jason promised to return by Monday, so their short journey was expected to cause no complications either for the couple or for their temporary replacements. They set off in a 1992 red Ford Tempo, owned by Lindsay, and that was the last time anyone saw them alive. By Sunday evening, the counselors had not returned to the camp, but no alarm was raised then, as everyone was confident that the couple would arrive either late at night or early Monday morning. However, when it was discovered after the morning roll call at 8 a.m. that Jason and Lindsay were still missing and their phones were unreachable, their colleagues decided to contact the police and also inform the missing couple's families about the situation. The parents, horrified upon hearing the news, rushed to the camp to learn more about the incident. Everyone knew that the couple was very responsible in their duties. They were never late, and if any unforeseen circumstances had occurred, they would have found a way to communicate that. The challenging search upon arrival at the camp, law enforcement officials interviewed the couple's colleagues, and the investigation immediately encountered a serious problem. No one could precisely say where the young couple had gone. It was only known that they planned to explore around San Francisco, and given their great love for adventure and extreme leisure, they could be in the most remote corners where there was neither communication nor civilization. While the police waited the legally mandated 2 days during which the missing were expected to report themselves, relatives and friends decided not to just sit back, but to organize a search themselves. They called everyone they knew, trying to find out when the couple last made contact with anyone, distributed flyers with photos of the bride and groom, and requested anyone who might have seen them to respond immediately. By Tuesday, law enforcement had joined the search operation. The main search unfolded around San Francisco, its suburbs and surroundings. However, the area was vast, and it was simply not possible to thoroughly comb through it. Then, one of the friends noted that the couple loved the wild, rocky beaches that were always beautiful and secluded, prompting the police to focus on these areas. Bodies in sleeping bags. For several days, the search yielded no results, and the hope of finding the couple alive was diminishing rapidly. Then, on Wednesday, August 19th, a patrol helicopter flying over one of the rocky, wild beaches reported that 2 bodies were found in sleeping bags on the desolate coast, and it seemed unlikely they were just resting there. The first thing police encountered upon arriving at the scene was a red Ford Tempo parked on a cliff near a lookout point in a small shelter for tourists, from which a steep trail led directly to the scenic, wild beach. The car was immediately checked in the database and found to belong to the missing student, Lindsay Cutshall. Descending the trail to the beach, law enforcement found 2 bright sleeping bags containing individuals. At first, it might have seemed they were merely sleeping, but no response came to calls or noise. Approaching closer, the officers saw that the sleeping bags contained a young man and woman, both showing no signs of life. A brief initial examination suggested that their lives had been taken by gunshot wounds to the head, and given the distinctive smell of decomposition, they had been there for more than a day. All the belongings of the deceased, including mobile phones and wallets containing bank cards and cash, were found beside them. Therefore, a robbery as the main motive was almost immediately ruled out. The keys to the parked car above were also visibly placed, ruling out car theft as a motive. Investigators immediately suspected that the deceased were the same young people who had gone missing last week near San Francisco. Their suspicion was confirmed by documents found nearby under the names Lindsay Cutshall and Jason Allen, but the bodies still needed to be identified by relatives. The arriving parents of the couple, who had hoped until the last that the remains belonged to someone else, were devastated by grief upon recognizing their children. Investigation and initial theories. Thus, theories involving robbery or an attempted carjacking were dismissed since all valuables, money, and keys were left untouched in plain sight. Moreover, forensic analysis revealed no signs of physical assault or intimate assault on the bodies, except for the gunshot wounds to the head. It appeared that Lindsay and Jason were simply sleeping peacefully at the time of the incident and did not have a chance to react. They made no attempt to defend themselves, flee, or even get out of their sleeping bags. Everything pointed to a swift act that resembled an execution or vendetta. But who could have taken the lives of two individuals in such a brutal manner, and why? The questions multiplied, but no answers were forthcoming. There were no signs that anyone else had stayed in the area. The beach was quite secluded, and accessing it via the steep trail was challenging. Despite efforts, no shell casings were found nearby, leading investigators to theorize that the shooter either took them or threw them into the ocean. The shots had been fired at close range into the heads of the sleeping tourists, indicated by specific traces, so the casings, if not deliberately moved, would have been nearby. Interestingly, the beach appeared quite clean, yet a few meters from where the sleeping bags with the bodies were found, an empty beer bottle lay. The deceased did not drink alcohol as they led a healthy lifestyle, suggesting the bottle might belong to the mysterious shooter. This particular brand of beer was rarely found in the area and likely came from a neighboring state. As no other clues were found, this bottle was considered a significant lead, although it was unclear whether it had any connection to the shooter or the crime. A theory was proposed that the deceased might have had a conflict with someone the day before the tragedy, and their opponent returned at night with a weapon to settle the score. Although Jason and Lindsay were very friendly with everyone, it was not excluded that they might have inadvertently displeased someone either in appearance or for some other reason. Additionally, the shooter could have been intoxicated or mentally unstable. From the bullets extracted from the victims' skulls, experts determined they were fired from a Marlin brand rifle .45 caliber, model 1894, produced by Marlin Firearms Company. This was a rare weapon that might have been part of a collector's arsenal. Such models were typically used for hunting. This clue was significant for the ongoing investigation, but it remained the only one for the time being. Investigators speculated that the shooter was likely a male acting alone. He could have been a hunter, collector, or firearm enthusiast. The couple's route, search, and witness interviews. The investigation now aimed to establish the route the couple had taken, who they might have contacted, and when they were last seen alive. The first task presented few issues, as the couple had taken numerous photos, and their camera remained untouched among their personal belongings. Additionally, in the tourist cabin near the lookout point where they parked their car, there was a guest book where visitors could leave notes. The engaged couple had written a couple of entries expressing that it was one of the best weekends of their lives, filled with love, happiness, and the discovery of perhaps the most beautiful beach they had ever seen. It was discovered that on Saturday the couple had stopped at a fishing pier about 20 miles from where their lives were ultimately taken. This was evidenced by the photographs they had taken there, prompting law enforcement to visit the area and speak with locals in search of potential witnesses. Many remembered the young couple traveling in a red car. They were looking for a place to stay overnight, but found no vacancies in any of the 3 nearby hotels. This was because August is peak tourist season in the area, and most travelers booked their accommodations well in advance. The couple then dined at a local restaurant, walked around the area, took several photos, and set off again in the evening. According to everyone who saw and interacted with them, they were friendly, engaged in no conflicts, and appeared happy and carefree. None of the witnesses could recall anything suspicious or unusual. Notably, the beach where the bodies were found was located in a protected area where camping was prohibited. However, since the young people could not find a place to stay overnight, they decided to settle on the beach, but chose not to set up a tent, instead using their sleeping bags. They believed that on a warm August night on a secluded beach, they faced no threats, and planned to head back at dawn to return to the Rock and Water camp on Sunday as promised. This information helped narrow down the time frame during which the couple was likely taken from life. They went to sleep but did not survive until morning, indicating they were likely taken from life between 11 o'clock Saturday night and dawn on Sunday. The first suspect, although the investigation into the double taking of life was in full swing, and news broadcasts urged anyone with any relevant information to contact the police, law enforcement withheld certain details. In particular, The results of the ballistics analysis were kept secret to avoid alerting the suspect and prompting them to hastily dispose of the weapon used in the crime. Initially, suspicion fell on a local drifter who periodically slept on that very beach and had been seen nearby on the evening before the crime. The homeless man, mentioned by some witnesses, was quickly located, brought to the station, and interrogated. The 57-year-old suspect had no alibi for the night of the crime. However, his involvement could not be confirmed. The main reasons were the absence of the weapon used in the crime and the fact that his DNA did not match that found on the beer bottle discovered on the beach. A new phase of the investigation in 2006 for nearly 2 years. The investigation had been at a standstill with no clear direction on how to proceed. Then, in the spring of 2006, law enforcement decided to publicize the data they had on the weapon used in the crime and to reach out again to potential witnesses by offering a $50,000 reward for any useful information that could lead to the perpetrator. Following this announcement, about 1,000 calls came in, but most did not aid the advancement of the investigation. However, law enforcement became interested in 26-year-old Sean Gallen, pointed out by several locals. According to them, the young man collected firearms and bladed weapons, behaved aggressively, was frequently involved in conflicts, threatened acts of violence, and occasionally damaged other people's property. Sean was arrested and questioned. He had previously been on the police's radar for brawling, hooliganism, and driving under the influence of alcohol and drugs. He indeed had an impressive collection of weapons, but the specific rifle in question was not among them. Verifying his alibi from 2 years prior proved impossible, and his DNA did not match the sample found on the beer bottle at the crime scene, so Gallen had to be released. A suspect from another country? Simultaneously, another suspicious and aggressive drifter came under scrutiny, often seen with a firearm, frightening the local residents. His name was Joseph Henry Burgess, and he was 61 years old at the time of the couple's demise. Burgess often ranted about receiving commands from God. It was discovered that in the late 1970s, Joseph lived in Canada, where he also wandered aimlessly. In 1978, he joined the Commune of the Children of God, positioning himself as a deeply religious person, and according to those around him, he was quite the fanatic. He soon had a conflict with 2 young people that escalated into outright enmity, and a few weeks later, these individuals were found lifeless, each with several close-range gunshot wounds to the head. Notably, their bodies were also discovered on a beach in sleeping bags, seemingly taken while they slept. By the time the police arrived, Burgess had vanished. His guilt was proven through numerous left-behind clues, but he could not be convicted as he had fled to the USA, crossing the border illegally. He managed to evade capture for nearly a quarter of a century until the police connected him with the double homicide on a beach in California. However, they were unable to interrogate him as a shootout occurred during his apprehension, resulting in the deaths of a police sergeant and Burgess himself, who opened fire. A fatal echo from the past. In the spring of 2017, in Forestville, California, a tragedy unfolded one night on March 14th. Gunshots rang out in the Gallen family home, prompting alarmed neighbors to immediately call the police. The victim was 35-year-old Seamus Gallen, and the perpetrator was his older brother, Sean. An argument had erupted between the siblings, during which Sean, under the influence of prohibited substances, grabbed a firearm and discharged 3 bullets into his younger brother. Police recognized the shooter's name as Sean had previously been detained as a suspect in the double homicide on a beach, but was released due to a lack of evidence. Since then, he had been in police sights twice for property damage and making threats, but had only received fines. It was also discovered that the detainee was an avid hunter and had a hobby of crafting knives and other bladed weapons. Those around him described him as antisocial, aggressive, and unpredictable. After taking his brother's life, Sean attempted to flee, but was almost immediately apprehended. Law enforcement then decided to thoroughly reinvestigate this man's potential involvement in a couple's perpetration from 13 years prior. His personal social media page revealed much, where he posted pictures of his substantial weapon collection and discussed supposed telepathic and extrasensory abilities. According to his posts, he believed he was on a special mission, receiving assignments from space. This seemed like delusions of a disturbed mind, and police suspected Sean indeed had serious mental disorders. He stubbornly refused to cooperate with the investigation, spoke nonsensically, and insisted on his innocence. However, When detectives checked the personal messages on his deceased brother's page, they found something intriguing. Back in 2006, when a $50,000 reward was offered for information on the double homicide case, Sean's former girlfriend had messaged Seamus, suggesting she could claim the reward by turning in her ex-boyfriend. They both knew everything, but kept silent. Unfortunately, questioning either was no longer possible since the brother had been shot and the woman had died in a car accident 2 years earlier. An unexpected confession. Initially, Sean denied any involvement and refused to speak, but when shown the printouts of the messages between his former girlfriend and his brother, he surprisingly confessed and began to give a detailed account. His narrative not only surprised but shocked law enforcement. Despite more than 13 years passing since the double homicide, Gowan remembered the details of that night vividly. That evening, he had left his house with a Marlin rifle. Intending to hunt in a wooded area, he aimlessly wandered for a couple of hours before descending a trail to a wild beach, which, he claimed, was a spot to encounter boars. As he walked along the shore, he spotted 2 bright sleeping bags. Approaching closer, he discovered a young man and woman sound asleep inside. He stood watching them for several minutes, then suddenly heard voices in his head, commanding him to end their lives. Sean claimed this was the mission from space he could not ignore. He placed the barrel of his rifle almost against the young man's head and pulled the trigger. The sound woke the young woman, but before she could comprehend the situation, a second shot ended her life as well. He decided to collect the casings and carried them away in a beer can he had emptied while descending to the beach. Later, according to him, he tossed the can into some bushes in his father's backyard, where he went to give the rifle to his father and ask him to hide it. His elderly father asked no questions and simply buried the weapon in the dirt floor of the cellar in his old barn. Remarkably, Sean's claims were verified. The rifle was found at the site of the now collapsed barn, and the beer can with the casings still rested in the overgrown bushes in the backyard. The fact that the murderer's father had passed away in 2009 and his property had since fallen into disrepair and abandonment helped preserve these items. It turned out that the bottle found on the beach had no connection to the crime and was mistakenly considered as evidence. Forensic psychiatric evaluation Sean Gowan blamed the voices in his head, which he claimed ordered him to commit acts of violence, and asserted that he was not aware of his actions. His defense attorneys also insisted that Sean was mentally ill and unfit to stand trial. It was up to qualified psychiatrists to determine the truth of these claims. The evaluation revealed that the accused did indeed suffer from a range of mental disorders, exacerbated by the effects of alcohol and prohibited substances. However, at the time of the crime, he acted deliberately, carefully planning each step. Sean was fully aware of how to proceed and how to cover his tracks to avoid police detection. This was precisely why he first ended the life of the young man, knowing that if anything went awry, the woman would not be able to resist. For the same reason, he took the casings with him and prudently gave the rifle to his father, asking him to hide it. According to the psychiatrists, although Gowan had mental deviations, he was competent to stand trial and be held accountable for his actions. What was surprising in this complex case was that his parents, brother, and former girlfriend knew, or at least suspected, that he had committed the double homicide, yet none of them had turned him over to the police. Trial and sentence. The trial of the accused took place in the spring of 2019, nearly 15 years after the brutal act against the couple. On June 17th of that year, Sean Gowan was sentenced to 2 consecutive life terms without the possibility of parole, plus an additional 94 years for the end of his own brother's life in 2017. The convicted man is now serving his sentence in a special prison unit designated for particularly dangerous inmates with mental disorders. He continues to claim that he hears voices and behaves aggressively, hence he is kept under special surveillance to prevent him from harming himself or anyone else nearby. Lastly, it should be noted that the motive for the double homicide was never established. Sean simply saw the couple sleeping on the beach and decided to end their lives. This case is of India's first famous perfume expert, Monica Good. The reason for Monica's murder and the method used by the killer shook the entire India. The date was actually October 6, 2016. Monica Gurdy resided in the village named Sangolda in the famous state of Goa in India. Goa is known for its famous beaches, culture, climate, and historical places. Besides, here you can also get a chance to witness colorful architecture, greenery, and beautiful sunsets daily. Actually, Monica lived in a 3-bedroom rented apartment in a society named Supna Raj Valley in Sangolda village. As usual, at around 9 to 10 in the morning, Monica's maid arrives at her house and rings the doorbell of Monica's apartment. However, there is no response from inside. Then the maid rings the bell again, but still no response. Then she tries calling out several times and rings the bell 3 or 4 more times. Additionally, she knocks on the door, but still there is no sound from inside and no one opens the door. This situation feels very strange to the maid, because Monica has never done this before. Feeling a little anxious now, she calls Monica's brother Anand Gupta, who lives in Mumbai, and explains the entire situation to him. After this, Monica's brother Anand calls Monica's phone, but there is no response from the other end. He keeps trying to connect with his sister through calls, but Monica doesn't pick up the phone. After that, Anand calls Monica's neighbor, who lived in the adjacent apartment, and Monica had also left a duplicate key to her. Shortly after Anand's call, the woman arrives outside Monica's house with the duplicate key. She then opens the door with the same duplicate key, and as soon as Monica's neighbor and her maid enter the house, both scream because Monica was lying straight on the bed, and hands were tied behind the bed, and there was no clothing on the lower part of her body. Additionally, Monica was not moving at all. Seeing all this, Monica's neighbor immediately calls the police. Soon after, the Goa police arrive at Monica's apartment with some lady police officers, an ambulance, and doctors. However, when some doctors cover Monica's body and check her pulse, it is found that Monica has passed away. Afterwards, the dead body is sent for post-mortem, and then the room is searched. The police searched the room, but the surprising thing was that there was no evidence of forced entry anywhere in the entire apartment. There were eggshells in the room, suggesting they had been eaten recently. Then Monica's purse was checked, but apart from some debit card bills, the police found no evidence in it. Now to find evidence, the police consider examining all the CCTV footage in the society, but then they find out that there are no CCTV cameras installed in that society. Besides this, the police also question the people living in Supna Raj Valley. However, nobody has seen any suspicious person entering or leaving Monica's house in the past day. Nevertheless, the police also investigate from the angle of theft, but nothing was missing from Monica's flat that could indicate that this murder was committed for theft. Looking at all these things, the police believe that whoever murdered Monica had some information about her, because no one forcefully entered the flat, and nothing was stolen from the house. However, Monica was married, but due to some disputes, she had been living alone for a year. Therefore, the police's suspicion first falls on Monica's husband, Bharat Ramanrutham. After that, the police interrogate him about this murder, but nothing comes to light during the interrogation that would make them suspect him. In fact, Monica was the daughter of a former judge in Mumbai, Ramesh Kurda, and she was initially a photographer, but later she started researching on perfumes. After this, in a short span of time, she became a successful perfume expert. Due to her profession, Monica was quite famous not only in her society, but also throughout the city, often seen hobnobbing with big businessmen. Therefore, as soon as news of murder surfaced, the entire state of Goa was in shock. At that time, this was the news running on every news channel in the country, and the public wanted to know who the mystery killer was. Meanwhile, Monica's post-mortem report also arrives, revealing that Monica died due to suffocation, and it also becomes clear that she was raped. Anyway, the police had investigated the case from every angle so far, but they had neither found any suspects nor any clues. But then, during the investigation that evening, a police officer suddenly remembers that they had found some debit card bills from Monica's purse, but they hadn't found any debit card during the entire search. Afterwards, the Goa police approached the bank regarding the bills of that debit card and request to check the transaction details of that card. It is found out that on the morning of October 6th at 6 o'clock, this card was used at an ATM in Porvorim area. Porvorim is merely 4 to 5 kilometers away from Sapnaraj Valley. Following this, the police instruct the bank to keep an eye on this card, and also scrutinize the CCTV footage of the ATM in Porvorim. The face of the boy who withdrew money from that card was captured on the ATM camera. Subsequently, with the CCTV footage in hand, the Goa police reached Sapnaraj Valley. As soon as the local Sevis footage, they recognize the boy shown in the footage immediately, and identify him as Raj Kumar, who used to be the old security guard here. However, he was fired from his job 2 months ago on charges of theft. For the Goa police, this was a major success, because for the first time in this case, the police had a name and a face of suspect. Now, when the police check Raj Kumar's background, they find out that Raj Kumar, 21, is from Bathinda city in Punjab state, and there have been several theft cases registered against him before. The police had all the information about Raj Kumar, but the challenge now was how to catch him. So, to catch Raj Kumar, the Goa police started waiting for the next transaction from Monica's debit card. Some time passes, and suddenly, the police find out that recently, some money has been withdrawn from an ATM in Bangalore city using this card. Let us tell you that Bangalore city is about 370 miles away from Sangolda village. Upon seeing this, the Goa police immediately spring into action and contact the Bangalore city police. After that, Bangalore police checked the CCTV footage of that ATM, and Raj Kumar's face was clearly visible in the footage of that ATM as well. Following this, Bangalore police took Raj Kumar's photo and began questioning all hotels and lodges around that ATM. After a while, a man at the reception of one hotel recognizes Raj Kumar's photo and says, "Yes, a man with this face is staying in our hotel, but he has gone out for some work right now." Afterwards, some police officers dressed in civilian clothes stand outside the same hotel, waiting for Raj Kumar to arrive. But as soon as Raj Kumar returns to the hotel after a while, the police officers recognize him and apprehend him. Now, because the police officers were in civilian clothes, Raj Kumar doesn't even recognize them. Just like that, on October 8, 2016, 2 days after Monica's murder, Raj Kumar is arrested from a hotel in Bangalore. Then, Goa police are contacted. Afterwards, the Goa police arrive in Bangalore and take Raj Kumar to Goa with transit remand from the court. Now, the interrogation begins, and due to the firm questioning by the police, Raj Kumar admits to killing Monica. When the police ask him why he did it, he narrates his entire story to the police, and the story goes something like this. Actually, in the month of June, 39-year-old Monica decides to shift to Goa for her perfume business, for which Monica starts looking for a rented flat, and on June 7, 2016, she reaches Supna Raj Valley to see a flat. At the society's gate, Monica meets security guard Raj Kumar, and the society's management had already called Raj Kumar beforehand, informing him that a woman would come to see a flat, so show her the flat. Afterwards, Raj Kumar shows Monica the flat, and after seeing it, Monica leaves from there. But what happens here is that during showing the flat, Raj Kumar falls in love with Monica unilaterally. Now, day and night, he kept thinking only about Monica. About 4 to 5 days pass like this, and then one day Raj Kumar becomes very happy, because that day Monica had come to shift to Supna Raj Valley with her belongings. After that, Monica tells Raj Kumar that the flat he showed her, he has taken that flat. Now, because Raj Kumar was very happy, he himself, with the help of 2 people, delivers Monica's belongings to her apartment. Raj Kumar does this because he wanted to see Monica repeatedly, but because he was a security guard, he didn't get many chances to see and meet Monica. But then one day, an idea comes to his mind, and he goes to his manager and says that he wants to do the cleaning and maintenance work of the society's cars along with his duty, because he is in desperate need of money. After hearing Raj Kumar's need, the manager also agrees to his proposal, because he thinks that this way Raj Kumar will earn some extra money, and the needs of the people living in the society will also be fulfilled. However, Raj Kumar had something else in his mind, and after this, he goes straight to Monica's apartment. After that, he tells Monica that now he can also clean her car, but it will cost her some extra money. Monica also agrees to this, because she didn't have enough time to do household chores while handling her business. Now Raj Kumar started cleaning Monica's car, and would use the pretext of exchanging keys to also visit Monica's apartment, where he would see Monica 3 or 4 times a day. But it was due to the cleaning of this very car that one day Raj Kumar loses his job. It so happened that one day, Monica's umbrella went missing from this car. Monica asks Raj Kumar about it, but he says he didn't see any umbrella in the car. After this, Monica complains to the society management and says that today, not only my umbrella, but many other persons' things have gone missing just like before. If such incidents continue to happen in the society, it will tarnish its reputation. Now, after hearing Monica's complaint, the society management takes this matter seriously and begins an investigation. It is then found out that only Raj Kumar used to open Monica's car for cleaning, besides Monica herself. After that, a search is conducted in the guardroom where Raj Kumar used to stay, and Monica's umbrella is also recovered from there. Now, since thefts were already a concern in society, after Monica's umbrella is found, suspicion falls entirely on Raj Kumar. As a result, on July 22, 2016, Raj Kumar is dismissed from his job on theft charges. From here, the story takes a new turn. While Raj Kumar had deeply loved Monica before, now he starts to harbor a significant amount of hatred towards her. However, after being dismissed from his job, Raj Kumar leaves and starts working as a laborer in the Ponda area of Goa. But even there, he only works for a few days. During this time, he meets Monica twice and asks her to withdraw the theft complaint, but Monica flatly refuses. Now, hearing this, Raj Kumar gets even angrier, but he couldn't do anything at that moment. After that, Raj Kumar arrives in Chennai in search of a job, then goes to Mumbai from there, and finally spends some time working in Pune city. Everywhere, Raj Kumar earns his living by doing odd jobs, but when he doesn't find any decent job anywhere, he returns to Goa on the 2nd of October, 2016. But this time, he had something planned in Goa. There was still a lot of hatred against Monica in his mind. The very next day, that is, on the 3rd of October, in the afternoon, Raj Kumar reaches Sapna Raj Valley again. He enters the society through the main gate, and by chance, no one sees him entering. Then he goes straight to Monica's apartment below, but he notices that Monica's car is not parked there. Seeing this, he understands that Monica is not at home at the moment. However, instead of leaving from there, Raj Kumar decides to wait for Monica to arrive in the society. Now, because Raj Kumar knows every route in the society, he decides to hide on the terrace of the society because, generally, no one comes to the terrace. Meanwhile, Raj Kumar keeps looking down repeatedly and checks Monica's car, but even after the whole October 3rd passes, Monica's car is not seen. Then the next day, October 4th comes, but Monica's car still doesn't show up, and then October 4th also passes. On October 5th, Monica's car was checked several times by Raj Kumar since morning, but it wasn't seen. Now, it had been almost 2 days since he stayed on the terrace. There was neither food to eat nor anything to drink on the terrace during this time. Many times, Raj Kumar felt like leaving from there, but the fire of revenge didn't let him go, and fueled by this vengeance, Raj Kumar spent more than 48 hours hungry and thirsty on the terrace. Around 3 to 3:30 p.m. on October 5th, 2016, Raj Kumar came down once again, and this time he saw Monica's car parked. This meant that Monica had returned home. Seeing this, there was a strange smile on Raj Kumar's face, but then he went back to the terrace and started waiting for darkness. After that, he comes downstairs around 6:30 in the evening and rings Monica's flat doorbell. When Monica asks who, Raj Kumar identifies himself as a security supervisor. Hearing this, Monica opens the door, but as soon as she does, Raj Kumar forcefully pushes her and then shuts the door from inside. Before Monica can comprehend anything, Raj Kumar takes out a knife from his pocket and warns her, "If you make noise, I'll stab you." Still, Monica screams loudly to protect herself, but Raj Kumar covers her mouth with his hand. Then Raj Kumar takes Monica to the bathroom, intimidating and controlling her. After that, he forcefully takes Monica to the bedroom at knife point, lays her on the bed, ties both her hands behind the bed first, then ties both her legs as well. Now Raj Kumar demands money from Monica at knife point. Upon seeing herself trapped, Monica also gets very nervous, so she tells the Raj Kumar, "Take all the money in the purse." After that, the Raj Kumar empties Monica's entire purse. About 4,000 Indian rupees come out of the purse, like $48. But the Raj Kumar's desire is not satisfied with that, and he asks Monica for more money. So Monica says, "I only have this much money right now. If you need more money, I have a debit card, take it and withdraw money from the ATM." The Raj Kumar didn't know how to use a debit card. Still, he learns from Monica how to use it. So systematically, Monica tells him the way to withdraw money, how to insert the card into the ATM machine, then select the language, and then how to enter the secret PIN. And along with that, she also tells him her debit card's PIN number. I think maybe in that situation, Monica feels that now Raj Kumar will leave her and go from here, then she will complain to the police, and Raj Kumar will be caught through the location of the debit card. But Raj Kumar takes the money and card and puts a cloth in Monica's mouth. After doing all this, he now knew that Monica could not do anything. So he leaves from there with great confidence, and then goes to the kitchen. He takes out water from the fridge, boils the eggs, eats them with great ease, and there was no hurry for him. He was eating and drinking with great comfort, because he knew that Monica lived alone in that flat. Now, he also takes out ice cream from the fridge and eats it. Besides, he also eats chocolate, meaning that all the hunger and thirst he had been suffering for 2 days on the terrace is satisfied now. It was around 12 o'clock at night by all this. When his stomach is full again, he returns to Monica. He takes her phone, although it was locked, but Raj Kumar's unlock it by forcing Monica. Then Raj Kumar opens an adult site on her phone and forcibly shows her 3 adult videos. Feeling all this, Monica becomes even more anxious because she realized that Raj Kumar was not going to let her go now. Then Raj Kumar unties the rope from Monica's legs and removes all the clothes from her waist down. Then he fulfills his desire that had been in his mind since the first day he saw Monica. It was nearly 2 a.m. in the morning by now, and Raj Kumar had been in Monica's apartment for almost 8 hours when Raj Kumar's desire was filled. He gets nervous for the first time when the question arises in his mind whether Monica knows him well, and if he leaves Monica alive, she will tell the police about it, and then the Raj Kumar will be punished. So the prince lifted a pillow from the same bed and began to suffocate Monica's mouth and kept pressing until she died. Then the Raj Kumar got up from there comfortably and went to the bathroom again. After that, Raj Kumar shaved his beard, then he bathed, and at 3:30 a.m. on October 6, 2016, in the darkness, he sneaked out of the Supna Valley stealthily. Then at 6 a.m., after withdrawing money from the ATM, he went to Bangalore, where the police arrested him. After hearing the entire story, all the police officers were quite surprised. After that, the Goa police gathers all the evidence against Raj Kumar. Then, on January 6, 2017, a 228-page charge sheet is present in court charging murder, rape, and robbery. However, the trial of this case is still ongoing. Let's see when the criminal will be punished. If there is any update in this case, we will update you through the channel's community post. So friends, this was the complete story of the Monica Gurd murder case. In the midst of winter, when families gathered to celebrate peace and joy, a sinister shadow loomed over the picturesque town of Dover, Arkansas. It was December 1987, a time meant for festivity and love, but for one family, it became a scene of overwhelming horror. This is the chilling tale of the Christmas killer Ronald Gene Simmons, a man who transformed the season of giving into a time of unspeakable tragedy. But what leads a person to destroy what they once cherished? What darkness lies within the human mind that can turn a father into a monster? From decorated war hero to a man convicted of the worst family massacre in American history, we'll delve into the depths of a mind clouded by secrets and rage, where the line between protector and predator became fatally blurred. To understand the mind behind the massacre, we must journey back to the origins of Ronald Gene Simmons. His story begins not with violence, but with a seemingly ordinary life marked by service and family. Ronald Gene Simmons was born on July 15, 1940, in Chicago, Illinois. His father died of a stroke when Ronald was 3. His mother got married again in less than a year to a civil engineer for the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, who was transferred to Arkansas. Little is known about Simmons's early childhood, but it was a life that took a turn towards discipline and commitment when Ronald dropped out of school and enlisted in the United States Navy in 1957 and later the U.S. Air Force. Simmons served with distinction. Over a 22-year career, he received several commendations, including the Bronze Star Medal, the Republic of Vietnam Gallantry Cross, and the Air Force Ribbon for excellent marksmanship. But behind the facade of a decorated military man, there were undercurrents of turmoil. Simmons married Rebecca Ulibarri in 1960 in New Mexico, and together they had 7 children. However, the veneer of a normal family life was shattered in 1981 when allegations emerged that Simmons had been assaulting his 15-year-old daughter, Sheila, and had fathered a child with her. Fearing prosecution, Simmons uprooted his family, moving them from New Mexico to a desolate 13-acre tract of land in Pope County, 6.5 miles north of Dover, Arkansas, known as Mockingbird Hill. This property, isolated and ringed with a makeshift fence up to 10 feet tall, became a fortress of sorts, a place where Simmons could exert total control. The residents didn't have a phone or indoor plumbing, but what was it that drove a man of discipline and service to the edge of such darkness? Was it the fear of losing control over his family, the desperation to conceal his illicit acts, or something deeper, a more sinister aspect of his psyche yet to be revealed? The facade of the family man began to crumble, revealing a tyrannical figure ruling his household with an iron fist. The family, once a symbol of joy and unity, became prisoners in their own home. This descent into tyranny was but a prelude to the horror that would unfold, unraveling the chilling transformation of Ronald Gene Simmons from a respected military man to one of the most notorious mass murderers in American history. In November 1979, Simmons retired from the Air Force and military service. He did some low-paying jobs in the nearby town of Russellville, Arkansas. He worked as an accounts receivable clerk at Woodline Motor Freight, but had to resign after multiple reports of inappropriate sexual advances. He worked for about a year and a half at a Sinclair mini-mart, but had to quit on December 18, 1987, because of low wages. Two of the elder children, Billy and Sheila, had moved out, got married, and started their own families. So by the time of the murders, there were only 7 people living in the house. The calm of the holiday season in 1987 was shattered in Dover, Arkansas, by a series of heinous crimes. Ronald Gene Simmons' descent into murderous madness began shortly before Christmas, on December 22nd. The Simmons family home, once a haven of domestic life, turned into a chilling stage for an unthinkable act. Ronald Gene Simmons, armed with a .22 caliber pistol, commenced a killing spree that would become the worst family massacre in American history. His first victims were his wife, 46-year-old Rebecca, and eldest son, 26-year-old Ronald Jr., bludgeoned with a crowbar and shot. And he strangled Ronald Jr.'s daughter and his granddaughter, 3-year-old Barbara. Their demise was just the beginning. Simmons lay in wait for his other children, feigning a festive spirit, only to mercilessly end their lives. One by one, later that day, the Dover school bus dropped off the younger kids for their Christmas break from school. In a macabre ritual, Simmons systematically strangled and drowned his younger children, displaying a level of brutality that defies comprehension. The youngest victims, mere toddlers, met a similar fate, their innocence stolen in the most atrocious way. Simmons told them he had gifts for each of them, which he wanted to give one at a time, then strangled them and held under the water in a rain barrel. First to receive her gift was his eldest daughter, 17-year-old Loretta. His 3 other children, 14-year-old Eddie, 11-year-old Marianne, and 8-year-old Becky, were murdered in the same brutal manner. He then dumped the bodies in one of the cesspits he had made his children dig days before. But the horror did not end there. On December 26th, as the rest of the world celebrated, Simmons' remaining family members arrived for a holiday dated, unaware of the nightmare that awaited them. 23-year-old Simmons' son Billy, his 21-year-old daughter-in-law Renata, and their child were the next to fall victim to his unfathomable rage. Billy and Renata were both shot dead. Their bodies were left by the dining room table next to the decorated Christmas tree with unopened gifts, and covered with their own coats and some bedding. Then their 20-month-old son Trey was strangled and drowned. The same fate befell his 24-year-old daughter Sheila, her 33-year-old husband Dennis, and their children. Simmons strangled his and Sheila's child, 6-year-old Sylvia, and finally his 21-month-old grandson Michael. The bodies were meticulously laid out, a grim tableau that defied any sense of humanity. He then covered their bodies with coats. Sheila's body was laid on the dining room table and covered with Rebecca Simmons' best tablecloth. He wrapped the bodies of Trey and Michael in plastic sheeting, and they were left in abandoned cars behind the Simmons home. Simmons then embarked on a chillingly ordinary series of errands, his actions of stark contrast to the carnage he had just inflicted. He drove to a Sears store in Russellville to pick up Christmas gifts previously ordered for his family. That night he went out for a drink at a local bar. When he returned home, he spent the night and the next day drinking beer and watching television surrounded by the dead bodies of his family. On December 28th, the killing spree spilled over into the town of Russellville. In the morning, Simmons drove a car that had belonged to his son, Ronald Jr., to a Walmart in Russellville and purchased a second firearm. Fueled by a mix of revenge and rage, Simmons targeted those he felt had wronged him. The violence was indiscriminate, claiming the lives of acquaintances and strangers alike. His former workplace, a law firm, became the stage for his continued rampage. 24-year-old Kathy Kendrick, a secretary who had rebuffed his advances, was his first victim. She was fatally shot. The brutality continued at the Taylor Oil Company, where he shot and wounded the 38-year-old owner, Russell Taylor, who was also the owner of Sinclair Mini-Mart, from which Simmons had recently resigned. He also killed a complete stranger in the building and shot at another employee before exiting the building, but missed. In Sinclair Mini-Mart, Simmons shot and wounded 2 more people. He then shot his former supervisor, 35-year-old Joyce Butts, twice, and wounded her in the office of Woodmine Motor Freight. She survived and testified later that Simmons had yelled at her during a previous argument about wages. The entire rampage lasted 45 minutes. 2 people were killed and 4 wounded. Simmons' final act was as perplexing as it was chilly. He said to the secretary in Woodmine Motor Freight, "I just wanted to kill Joyce. Just Joyce. I've gotten everybody who wanted to hurt me." Simmons surrendered to police without resistance, his spree of violence concluding as abruptly as it had begun. But the most heinous of his crimes were yet to be discovered. Simmons sat silently in his cell and stared at the wall. He refused to speak to investigators or even his attorneys. He didn't say a word during the interrogation. But when he was asked about his family, Simmons' eyes got red and started to well up. His lips started to quiver. The police got suspicious. They couldn't reach his family, so 2 officers drove to the isolated home. The investigation began on the chilling grounds of the Simmons family home. Here, detectives encountered a scene that defied belief. Family members' bodies laid out with a chilling meticulousness. It was a tableau that spoke volumes about the mindset of the killer. In the aftermath of this unprecedented massacre, questions swirled. What drove a father, a husband, a war veteran to commit such unspeakable acts against his own family and community? And what can we learn from this tragedy to prevent such horrors in the future? In the wake of the horrific murders committed by Ronald Gene Simmons, law enforcement faced the daunting task of piecing together a puzzle that spanned both family tragedy and public rampage. As the probe widened to include Simmons' subsequent attacks in Russellville, the challenge for investigators was to understand the connection between the family murders and the seemingly random acts of violence that followed. The evidence gathered was overwhelming. Firearms, witness testimonies, and Simmons' own actions painted a picture of a man who, after committing an unspeakable act against his own family, sought to extend his vengeance to those he perceived had wronged him in the wider community. In a case that stunned even seasoned investigators, the question wasn't just who had committed these crimes, but why. What drives a man to annihilate his family and lash out at the world around him? The arrest of Ronald Gene Simmons brought an end to the immediate threat, but it was just the beginning of a quest for justice and understanding. The prosecution's task was to unravel the mind of Simmons, to present a narrative that could make sense of the senseless. As the investigation progressed, more disturbing details emerged. Allegations of abuse, control, and a life led under the tyranny of Simmons became the focus. Each piece of evidence added another layer to the dark portrait of a man who had lived a life of deception and brutality. In the courtroom, the full extent of his crimes would come to light, bringing some answers, but also leaving haunting questions about the nature of evil. What kind of man lurked behind the annihilation of his family and terrorizing a community? Simmons' life was marked by strict discipline and control, traits honed during his military career. But beneath the surface of this structured exterior lay a tumultuous inner world. Allegations of sexual assault within his family suggest deep-seated pathological behavior. Experts in criminal psychology often point to a history of abuse, either experienced or perpetrated, as a significant factor in the development of violent behavior. In Simmons' case, the blurring of boundaries within his own family, coupled with a need for dominance, may have contributed to his downward spiral. The isolation of the Simmons family at Mockingbird Hill paints a picture of a man intent on exerting absolute control. This isolation could have exacerbated existing mental health issues, creating a pressure cooker environment. What then triggered Simmons to turn to murder? The possibility of his wife seeking a divorce might have been the tipping point, challenging his authoritarian hold over his family. She had already tried to leave him on numerous occasions, but always returned. A family friend informed the police that Simmons' wife had been saving up money to divorce him when the murder happened. Simmons' wife had written to their son shortly before the killings, "I don't want to live the rest of my life with Dad. I am a prisoner here, and the kids too. Every time I think of freedom, I want out as soon as possible." Simmons' actions in Russellville suggest a broader rage directed not just at his family, but at anyone he perceived as a threat or who had rejected him. His targeting of individuals in the community indicates a blend of personal vendetta and displaced aggression. Yet the absence of any recorded mental illness diagnosis leaves us with more questions than answers. The depths of Simmons' mind remain, in many ways, a locked enigma. Could this tragedy have been averted? In exploring these questions, we confront the unsettling reality of how little we sometimes know about those closest to us. After the chilling massacre by Ronald Gene Simmons, the wheels of justice began to turn, bringing us to a courtroom where the grim details of his crimes would be laid bare. After a psychiatric evaluation, it was determined that he was sane and capable to stand trial. Simmons' trial was a focal point of national attention, a legal battle to seek justice for the unprecedented atrocity he had committed. The proceedings were swift, reflecting the urgency of a community seeking closure. In May 1988, Simmons stood trial for the murders outside his family, specifically the killings of Kathy Kendrick and Jim Chaffin. The evidence presented was overwhelming, leaving little doubt about Simmons' guilt. Simmons, who had acted with such brutality, now faced the consequences of his actions in a court of law. His demeanor in court was reported as defiant, a stark contrast to the calculated coldness of his crimes. On May 12, 1988, the verdict was delivered. Ronald Gene Simmons was found guilty and sentenced to death by lethal injection, plus 147 years. Remarkably, Simmons himself requested that no appeal be made on his behalf, saying, "To those who oppose the death penalty, in my particular case, anything short of death would be cruel and unusual punishment." Because of this, he had to be separated from other prisoners on death row. His life was in danger, as they believed Simmons' refusal to appeal his death sentence was jeopardizing their prospects of escaping their own executions. The second trial, for the murders of his 14 family members, began in February 1989. Here, the prosecution delved into the harrowing details of the family massacre, painting a picture of a man driven by control and rage. During the trial, a shocking moment unfolded. Simmons lashed out in court, punching the prosecutor and attempting to seize a deputy's gun, an act that only added to his infamy. This happened after Simmons' letter to his daughter Sheila was introduced, in which Simmons said, "You have destroyed me, and you have destroyed my trust in you. I will see you in hell," after she had disclosed that he was her child's father to the police. On February 10, 1989, Simmons was found guilty of 14 counts of murder. The judge, undeterred by Simmons' outburst, handed down another death sentence. This rapid succession from trial to sentence was unprecedented, reflecting the severity of the crimes. The execution warrant for Simmons was signed by Arkansas Governor and later President Bill Clinton on May 31, 1990. All visitors, including legal counsel and clergy, were refused by Simmons. On June 25th, he died via the fatal injection method he had chosen in the Cummins unit. This was the shortest period from sentence to execution to death in U.S. history, since the death penalty was reinstated in 1976. His last words were, "Justice delayed finally be done is justifiable homicide." Nobody claimed his body, and he was buried in a common grave in Lincoln County, Arkansas. As we reflect on the legal proceedings against Ronald Gene Simmons, we are left to ponder the balance between justice and understanding. The case of Ronald Gene Simmons is a stark reminder of the potential for hidden dangers within our own homes, and it's crucial to recognize early warning signs. FBI profilers and psychologists suggest vigilance for certain behaviors, patterns of control, isolation, and abuse within a family. These can often be precursors to more violent actions. In cases like Simmons, where the perpetrator isolates the family, the intervention of external agencies becomes critical. Neighbors, friends, and relatives need to be attentive and proactive in reporting any suspicions. But perhaps the most profound lesson lies in understanding the human psyche. Simmons' case demonstrates the complex interplay of psychological factors that can lead to such extreme behavior. What led Ronald Gene Simmons to commit such heinous acts? The answer lies in a complex web of control, abuse, and psychological instability. His desire for dominance, coupled with deep-seated issues likely stemming from his abusive behavior within the family, set the stage for tragedy. Simmons' military discipline, juxtaposed with his chaotic personal life, created a volatile mix. The isolation and control he exerted over his family only fueled his capacity for violence, and when his authority was threatened, possibly by a looming divorce, it may have been the catalyst for the massacre. John Harris, one of Simmons' defense attorneys, said of his abused family, "I think he felt like they're going to take him out. He's going to take them out first." I think that was his mindset. Could anything have been done to prevent the carnage? In hindsight, the warning signs were there. Isolation, abuse, and a man teetering on the edge. Timely intervention could perhaps have altered this tragic course. Simmons' story is a grim reminder that behind closed doors, within seemingly normal families, the seeds of tragedy can grow unnoticed. People feared him even back then in New Mexico. They said he was strange, unfriendly, antisocial. He didn't have much to say. A friend of his daughter's said he had a beer in his hand all the time. He had one little room he would stay in all the time. It was dark and seemed spooky, and it stunk. Attorney John Harris also said that there was more than one person to blame. If authorities had successfully arrested him back in 1981 on the basis of his daughter's sexual assault, the murders likely wouldn't have happened. However, prosecutors at the time said they had dropped the charges at the family's request. Ronald Gene Simmons' Christmas week killing spree is the worst mass murder committed by a single person in Arkansas history. What were the underlying reasons that made Simmons annihilate his whole family that once formed the core of his identity? Born on April 15, 1952 in Hamilton, Ohio, Donald Harvey was the oldest of 3 children. The boy, with his big brown eyes and curly hair, was lovingly called Donnie by his parents, Ray and Goldie Harvey. Shortly after his birth, the family moved to Boonville, Kentucky, a small community nestled away on the eastern slopes of the Appalachian Mountains. There, Ray worked as a tobacco farmer, while Goldie tended to the children and home. While the couple was struggling from extreme poverty, their marriage began to fall apart. Despite a rocky relationship, they were loving and nurturing to their 3 children. Although Donald was a quiet boy who mostly kept to himself, he apparently had shown no signs of any abnormality. Perhaps the seed of his sadistic and twisted mind was sowed long ago in his past. According to some reports, Donald was used and assaulted by at least 3 different men between the ages of 4 and 20. One of them was his own uncle on his mother's side. Another one, an older neighbor, who offered Donald money at the age of 18. Donald claimed that he was assaulted by his then roommate, Randy White. Though a traumatic past is no excuse for heinous crimes, it might be a point of discussion for psychologists and criminal profilers. In school, Donald always seemed to be a loner and antisocial. He rarely participated in extracurricular activities, opting instead to read books. While this got him good grades, it also earned him a reputation for being the teacher's pets, which led to teasing. Following his graduation from Sturgeon Elementary School, Donald entered Boonville High School in 1968. Despite his good scores, he rapidly became bored with the daily routine, which prompted him to drop out. He later received a diploma from a correspondence school out of Chicago and got his GED the following year at the age of 16. Having no future aspirations, Donald didn't know what he would do with his life at this point. He eventually relocated to Cincinnati, Ohio, where he managed to secure a job at a local factory. Donald was doing well in this job until the work dried up at the plant in 1970, and he was eventually laid off. A few days later, his mother called him and asked him to travel to Kentucky and visit his ailing grandfather, who was recently placed in Nairnout Hospital in London, Kentucky. He had no idea that agreeing to his mother's request would forever change the course of his life. While visiting his ill grandfather every day, Donald formed a trusting bond with hospital workers. In fact, they liked him so much that he was offered a job at the hospital. It was here that a terrifying journey of madness and mayhem began, which would go on to last nearly 20 years. Donald's true motive for wanting to work as a nurse's aide might not even be known. However, some people believe that he was desperate to earn money after losing his previous job. He was not a trained nurse or doctor, but the hospital staff had full faith in him. Donald's duties required him to spend hours along with patients, including changing bedpans, inserting catheters, and passing out medications. While looking after the patients was by no means an easy job, Donald's first few weeks at the hospital were uneventful. That is, until one incident with an elderly patient snapped something within him, a disturbing beginning to an unfathomable string of events. It was May 31st, 1970, and Donald was taking care of an 88-year-old stroke victim, Logan Evans. During an evening shift, he walked into a private room to check on the elderly patient, and Mr. Evans rubbed feces in Donald's face. Although the patient was most likely not in his right mind following his stroke, the incident angered Donald so much that he lost all control. The next thing he knew, he was smothering the elderly man with a blue plastic bag and a pillow. Once Evans was motionless, Donald listened to his heart rate with a stethoscope to make sure that he was dead. He then disposed of the plastic bag and cleaned him up, dressing him in a clean hospital gown and showering before notifying the nurses. After this incident, no eyebrows were raised and no questions were asked. As a creditor who just got his first taste of blood, Donald's thirst for killing only grew. The very next day, he was looking after another elderly patient, 69-year-old James Tyree. Donald, it seems, used the wrong-sized catheter on him. Tyree initially let him proceed, but then yelled at him to take it out. Donald used the heel of his hand to control him until he vomited blood and died due to an air embolism. Again, no suspicions were raised. As no one detected foul play in his first 2 murders, Donald became more carefree. Just 3 weeks after committing his first murder, he cut off the oxygen tank of 42-year-old patient Elizabeth Wyatt. This was the beginning of his mercy kill, as he would call his killings later. He claimed he was aware that she was praying to die and even told him she wished she could die, so he killed her to end her suffering. 4 hours later, a nurse found her dead. Again, no one questioned Donald. Since no one at the hospital became suspicious, Donald saw this as an opportunity to unleash his inner monster. Over the next 10 months, 15 patients died under his care while working at the hospital. Be it pleasure or experimentation, the methods of each murder varied. Smothering, sabotaging oxygen tanks, injecting lethal drugs, overdosing people with medication. It seems he would use almost anything to kill. When angered, his methods became more brutal. On one occasion, after an argument with a patient, Donald snuck into the patient's room and inserted a coat hanger through his catheter, puncturing his bladder and bowel. As a result of the puncture, infection set in, and the man died a few days later. Despite this brutality, Donald always considered these killings to be merciful. The self-proclaimed angel of death wanted to play God with the lives of the vulnerable, cloaking his monstrosities in a warm blanket by giving them the title Mercy Killings. March 31st, 1971, exactly 1 year after his first murder, was the last day Donald worked at Marymount Hospital. That evening he was arrested for a burglary he committed while drunk. In his drunken stupor, Donald incoherently confessed about the murders to the cops, but no one took him seriously. Donald ultimately faced charges of petty theft. Instead of serving prison time, he paid a hefty fine. Although Donald managed to remain free, this incident changed the course of his life for a brief time. For the next few months, Donald tried to get his life back in order and eventually found work as a part-time nurse's aide at Cardinal Hill Hospital in Lexington. In June of 1973, he started a second nursing job at Lexington's Good Samaritan Hospital. He worked both jobs simultaneously until deciding to move on to other positions. Between August 1974 and September 1975, he worked first as a telephone operator in Lexington and then as a clerk at St. Luke's Hospital in Fort Thomas, Kentucky. For some reason, Donald was able to control his urge to kill during this time. It's possible that he simply did not have the same access to the patients as he did at his previous workplace, which could also explain why he shifted from job to job during this time. Despite his efforts to keep his killing urges in check, his inner demons slowly became increasingly more difficult to manage, finally driving him across the state line into Cincinnati, Ohio. In September 1975, Donald moved back to Cincinnati, and within weeks, he started working the night shift at the Cincinnati VA Medical Hospital. He worked there as a nursing assistant, housekeeping aide, cardiac catheterization technician, and autopsy assistant. As he became more comfortable in a hospital setting once again, he started right where he had left off. Since he worked at night, he had very little supervision and unlimited access to all the areas of the hospital. Over the course of the following 10 years, Donald would end up murdering at least 15 patients while working at the hospital. To relish all his crimes, he even kept a detailed diary of his murders and took notes on each victim. These grisly details included sprinkling rat poison in a patient's dessert, pressing a plastic bag and wet towel over the mouth and nose, injecting cyanide into an intravenous tube, adding arsenic and cyanide to orange juice, injecting cyanide into a patient's buttocks, and many more. It's basically his Virgil letter. Yet the depravity of his crimes did not end there. Throughout his murder spree, Donald was experimenting with different methods based on medical journals. He was studying for hints as to how to better conceal his crimes. Cyanide soon became his favorite tool for murder. He'd mix it into the victim's food or pour it directly into their gastric tube. Over the years, he amassed an astounding 30 pounds of cyanide, which he had slowly pilfered from the hospital. He would keep his deadly supply at home for safekeeping. I started using morphine because it wasn't controlled that much in Kentucky, especially in Smuff's Bones in 1970. And I did implode a couple of headliners. I used cyanide, I used arsenic, I used adhesive cleaner, a plastic bag tip. Despite all the deaths, Donald Harvey always managed to stay under anyone's radar. He had carefully set up all of his killing to look like accidents or natural causes. Donald even earned himself the nickname the Angel of Death and the Kiss of Death amongst his coworkers. They all thought it was a coincidence that he was always around when these deaths occurred. Little did they suspect that their charming coworker was a silent creditor. They didn't need any permission, no. But some of the patients didn't have no one to get permission for them. They didn't have a choice, and sometimes there was no family there to make a choice for them. And I made it for them. I was being the judge and the jury and executioner. Although years down the line, Donald insisted that his crimes were merely an act of mercy motivated by compassion, there were other crimes that speak otherwise. The beginning of the 1980s brought out variations in both Donald's life and his crimes. Without a doubt, these crimes were purely driven by rage and revenge. In the early 1980s, Donald briefly began dating a man named Doug Hill. The relationship was challenging from the start, as they argued on a regular basis. After one of those heated fights, Donald retaliated by slipping arsenic into Doug's ice cream. Although he survived, the incident signified the first instance where Donald tried to harm someone outside of the hospital. This was a chilling sign that the monster had begun to stretch his boundaries. Following another fallout with Doug, Donald moved in with another lover, Pearl Howler, within a short period of time. The relationship was going well in the beginning before Donald suspected Howler of cheating on him. Out of jealousy, he would add small doses of arsenic into Howler's food, so that he would be too ill to leave their apartment. At this point, Donald's acts of revenge were no longer limited to his home or workplace. On one occasion, following an argument, he laced one of the beverages of his female neighbor with hepatitis serum, which nearly killed her before the infection was diagnosed and treated. While luck was on her side, it wouldn't be the same for another of Donald's neighbors, Helen Metzger. The arsenic he put in one of her pies caused her death at a local hospital a week later. Donald's confidence was soaring high after getting away with so many murders. He must have felt invincible. In April 1983, after a tiff with Howler's parents, Donald regularly began to poison their food with arsenic in small doses. On May 1, 1983, Howler's father, Henry, suffered a stroke and was admitted to Providence Hospital. To complete his unfinished business, Donald placed arsenic in his pudding before leaving during a hospital visit. Sadly, the elderly man died later that night. Donald continued to poison Carl's mother, Margaret, off and on for the next year, but was unsuccessful in his attempts to kill her. In January 1984, Howler broke up with Donald and asked him to move out. Needless to say, Donald was not happy about it. Unable to accept the rejection, he spent the next 2 years trying to kill his former partner with his poisonous concoctions. As a means of revenge, Donald even went to great lengths in an unsuccessful murder attempt against one of Howler's female friends. Though he managed to land Howler in the hospital at one point, his attempts to eliminate him from the face of the earth had failed. The first cloud of suspicion that loomed over Donald's head was on July 18, 1985, when security guards noticed Donald acting suspiciously and decided to search his gym bag. Inside the haversack, the guards discovered a .38 caliber pistol, hypodermic needles, surgical scissors, gloves, a cocaine spoon, various medical texts, 2 occult books, and a biography of serial killer Charles Sobridge. Fined $50 for carrying a firearm on federal property. Donald was then given the option to quietly resign from his job rather than be fired. Call it a stroke of luck or peering negligence from law enforcement's side, none of these ever appeared in his work record, and the hospital authorities did not open an investigation to determine if the man was responsible for any other crimes while working at the hospital. It took Donald 7 months to secure another job at a local hospital. In February of 1986, he started working as a part-time nurse's aide at Drake Memorial Hospital in Cincinnati. Unaware of his past and impressed by his performance, his new employers soon offered him a full-time position at the hospital. Before long, Donald settled back into his old routine. Over the next 13 months, Harvey murdered another 26 patients and attempted to kill several more by disconnecting life support machines, injecting iron to veins, causing suffocation, and injecting arsenic, cyanide, and petroleum-based cleaners. The 2-decade-long murder spree came to an end with one last murder. On March 7, 1987, a 44-year-old patient, John Powell, mysteriously died. Powell was on life support from a bad motorcycle accident for several months before his demise, but had since started to recover. Due to Ohio's law of a mandatory autopsy for vehicular homicide, This death landed Donald in a situation that he had never faced before. During the autopsy, an assistant coroner noticed the faint scent of almonds, which is a telltale sign of cyanide. Authorities got involved in the death following this concerning discovery. Initially, suspicion fell upon the people closer to Powell, but investigators failed to come up with any evidence or motive pointing toward any of Powell's friends or family members. So, it did not take them long to focus on hospital employees who had access to Powell's room. Donald Harvey was one of those names on the shortlist. To rule out their names, hospital employees at this point were volunteering to take polygraph tests. Donald also volunteered to take a test, and even bought a book on how to beat lie detector tests. But eventually, he did not go through with the test, and called in sick on the day of his scheduled appointment. If this was not concerning enough, investigators learned about his questionable department from the VA hospital, as well as his notorious hospital nickname, Angel of Death. Given the numerous unusual deaths that seemed to surround him, authorities began to focus their entire investigation on Donald. He was brought in for questioning. In the initial interrogation phase, Donald denied having anything to do with Powell's murder and portrayed himself as a victim of coincidence. It was only after hours of questioning and playing a bit of good cop, bad cop that he finally confessed to having put cyanide in John Powell's G-tube. He tried to explain that it was because he felt sorry for him and his family. He still denied responsibility for any of the other suspicious deaths. Donald was taken into custody while investigators began to look for other evidence. On August 11, 1987, Donald Harvey, 35 at the time, sat down with investigators and confessed to committing 33 murders over the previous 17 years. The number grew to 70 in total as the days passed. Investigators wanted Donald to be checked for his mental state before his claims were taken to be accurate, as they were doubtful of the numbers Donald provided them. Justice Sutter sat down with Donald, and I said, "Have you killed more than one person?" And I asked him to tell me how many people was killed. And he said, "You don't understand, I can only estimate." And I told him to, in his mind, pick a number that he knew it could not possibly go beyond. He said 70, following several psychiatric tests by numerous experts. It was determined that Donald knew the difference between right and wrong, and was able to conform to the conduct of the law. Hence, he was sane and confident. In November of 1987, Donald Harvey was sentenced to 8 life terms plus 20 years for the murders in Marymount Hospital. In February 1988, he entered guilty pleas on 3 additional Cincinnati homicides and 3 attempted murders, drawing 3 life sentences plus 3 terms of 7 to 25 years. The investigation into the remaining deaths were closed after 2 years as investigators determined that there was not enough evidence to implicate him in the murders. Whether people were stunned or disgusted by his actions, they definitely were intrigued to know what went on inside his sick mind. In the 1991 interview, a reporter from the Columbus Dispatch asked Donald Harvey about his motive behind the killings. Giving away a rare glimpse inside his mind, Donald said that the reign of terror began with a desire for control. In his eyes, people controlled him for 18 years, and then he controlled his own destiny. He loved the power and to be able to control whether people lived or died. Even in the world of serial killers, Donald Harvey holds a special place. Not only because of his overwhelming kill count, but also because of his choice to kill people he personally knew in addition to his patients. According to an article published on July 23, 2001 by the Associated Press listing the worst serial killers in the United States, Donald Harvey held the number 1 place, even surpassing the notorious John Wayne Gacy. While everyone expected Donald Harvey to spend his days behind bars, and unlike his unfortunate victims, die a natural death, destiny had something else in store for him. On March 28, 2017, 64-year-old Donald Harvey was found badly beaten inside his cell in protective custody at the Toledo Correctional Institution in Lucas County. He would die 2 days later at the age of 64 from blunt head trauma due to skull fracture and brain damage. Months after the death, an inmate named James D. Elliott, serving 37 years for numerous burglary offenses, would later write the Toledo Blade and confess to the murder. In those letters, Elliott confessed to punching and stomping on Donald in his cell. He said he grew up in Kentucky near some relatives of Donald's victims and claimed that he committed the crime to give them some closure and peace of mind. Hopefully, everyone from our area will take some solace in the fact that one of their own gave Harvey the punishment that he should have gotten from the courts, Elliott was quoted as writing. In September 2019, Elliot was sentenced to life in prison after pleading guilty to the murder of the infamous Angel of Death. To his last day, Donald Harvey insisted that the majority of his killings were out of mercy. But the truth is, in the process of becoming a murderer from a nurse, Donald appointed himself the judge, jury, and executioner over people's lives. Perhaps because he was not caught for decades, he assumed it was his right to control other people's lives. The case of Romina Nunez, several years ago, literally shocked the whole of Spain with its unimaginable cruelty and cynicism. The very situation in which this unfortunate young woman found herself, we can say typical. Her husband beat her, and she kept silent, hoping that he would change. However, the denouement of this story shocked even experienced investigators who have seen everything in their practice. The victim's body was never found, only a fragment of it, which the sea threw ashore. But how did it happen? And could the tragedy have been avoided? To answer these questions, you need to understand who Romina was, and why she never dared to admit to anyone in what trouble she found herself. Who is Romina Nunez? Romina Celeste Nunez Rodriguez was born in the fall of 1990 in the city of Asunción, the capital of Paraguay, and was the eldest of two daughters in a poor working-class family. Parents separated when the girls were still young, so their mother, whose name was Miriam Rodriguez, had to raise the children on her own. The woman had to work several jobs at once because her ex-husband did not help them financially at all and did not show any interest in the fate of the daughters. When she was still a schoolgirl, Romina got a job in order to help her mother and younger sister somehow. At the age of 17, the girl began a romantic relationship with a guy whose name was Christopher. He wooed her beautifully. They made plans for a joint future. But happiness ended as soon as Nunez learned that she was expecting a child and reported this to her lover. The young man immediately gave the chosen one an ultimatum. Either she terminates the pregnancy, or they part forever. Romina deeply hurt the words of her lover, but after consulting with her parents, with whom she has always been very close, the girl decided to keep the child. Most of all, she feared that having had an abortion at such a young age will never be able to become a mother again, so there was only one way out. Christopher kept his word. He broke off all relations with the girl and was never interested in her fate and the fate of his child. Romina, at the age of 18, gave birth to a son whom she named Lucas. However, with the advent of a baby in the family, and so deplorable financial situation worsened even more. Money is catastrophically lacking, and mother Romina had to now support a grandson moving to Spain. Romina depressed by the situation. She wanted to somehow correct the situation and help her family. But find a decent job with good pay in Paraguay, she still could not manage. Then the girl called her maternal aunt, who lived in sunny Spain, and the relative invited her niece to her place, assuring her that it would be easier for her to settle down here and that there were more prospects in Europe than in Latin America. Not thinking long, the girl packed only the most necessary things, and having earned an airplane ticket to Spain, went on the road. She left her 2-year-old son in the care of her mother and sister for a while, deciding that she would pick him up as soon as she found a new place to live and a stable job. In the late summer of 2010, Romina flew to Madrid and from there traveled to its suburbs, the provincial town of Alcobendas, where she settled in the house of her aunt. Romina immediately actively began to look for work, and she smiled at her luck. Attractive and sociable beauty got a job as an administrator in a hotel, where she received a decent salary. Part of the money she sent home, and for the rest rented a separate apartment, so as not to embarrass hospitable relatives. Soon Nunez met a man named Javier with whom she had a stormy romance. The favorite a few years ago, just like her, emigrated to Europe in search of happiness and a better life. He was a native of the Republic of El Salvador, worked in construction, and seemed to be a serious man. However, when the girl became pregnant, the situation repeated itself. Javier was not ready for the appearance of children, but nevertheless, the couple tried to live together for a while. Unfortunately, soon after the birth of their common son, they finally broke up. The girl was again in a difficult situation because she was in a foreign country with an infant in her arms and simply did not know how to be further. For a while she returned to her aunt's house, where she was accepted and helped in every way possible. When the boy was only about 6 months old, the young mother went back to work because she could not work. But a few months later, a new shock awaited the girl. For a long time, she ignored the poor health and weakness, writing it off to stress and fatigue. However, when Romina still went to the doctor, she was diagnosed with cancer. The young woman underwent several courses of chemotherapy, lost her hair, lost a lot of weight, but overcame the insidious disease. After treatment, the girl quickly recovered. She continued to work and hid the lack of hair with the help of wigs. Romina believed that the hard trials, which she managed to steadfastly overcome, will certainly be followed by a period of happiness. She saved money and planned to take not only her eldest son, but also her mother and sister to Spain. New lover in the summer of 2017. At an event where Nunez went in the company of friends, she accidentally met a man named Raul Diaz-Chicon. He was good-looking, able to impress others, had a serious job, and was financially secure. He liked the smiling beauty, and he became interested in her, asking mutual acquaintances. Romina also liked this statuesque beauty, and when he soon asked her out on a date, she gladly agreed. Raul was almost 15 years older than Romina, and he worked as a leading process engineer for a large energy company. He had a couple of failed marriages under his belt, and had 2 teenage daughters from previous relationships. But the girl was not intimidated by the age difference at all. As for her personal life, she had a similar situation, with the only difference being that she was raising sons from 2 failed previous affairs. It only took one date for the couple to realize that they were in love, and they didn't want to part with each other anymore. Romina, overwhelmed by her new feelings, literally fluttered around telling her friends how happy she was. Her new lover gave her small gifts and pleasant surprises almost every day. He arranged romantic dates, sent flowers with touching cards, and said compliments. Romina believed that she had finally met her true love and found a man who would accept her and her sons. However, soon the girl began to reach very unpleasant rumors about her chosen one. In particular, it was said that he was rude and even cruel with his previous spouses, and because of this, in fact, broke up both his marriages. But Nunez did not want to believe it, although she drew attention to the fact that Raul did not maintain any relations not only with his former wives, but also with his daughters. However, a significant difference in age and the presence of heirs from previous relationships on both sides did not become an obstacle for the lovers. Just 6 months after meeting, they decided to live together and settled in a luxurious villa on the island of Lanzarote, part of the Canary Islands. This place seemed to the girl a real paradise, but her happiness lasted only a short time, from a dream man to a domestic tyrant. First-time lovers lived in threes along with Romina's youngest son. Raul tried to treat the child well, and the girl even thought that he would be an ideal father for her boys. She herself, Raul, promised a long and happy life together in which she would not need anything, and he would fully provide for her and the children. The girl in love believed the words of the chosen one, and when he offered her to become his lawful wedded wife without hesitation, agreed. But only Raul insisted that they need time for 2, so that they could be alone and enjoy each other's company in full after the wedding. In fact, he not only did not want to take Romina's eldest child from Paraguay, but also dreamed of getting rid of her youngest son. However, the young mother believed her lover and did not listen to what her friends told her, who noted the strange behavior of the man. In June 2018, Chacon bought for the bride and her child tickets to Paraguay and 1 return ticket just for Romina. When the girl flew home and told her mother and sister about her chosen one, the women were somewhat confused by Raul's behavior. They doubted the sincerity of his intentions and assumed that he just wanted to get rid of someone else's child in his house. But the girl was offended by such talk, and she even had a little quarrel with her loved ones. A few days later, she flew back to Spain, promising that in the fall she would fly back for the boys. When Romina returned, a warm welcome awaited her, and for 2 months, she was perfectly happy alone with Raul. However, in August, just a few days before the wedding, a man brutally beat Romina. This incident was a real shock to her, but the groom literally on his knees begged her forgiveness, promised that such a thing will never happen again, and she believed him. Nunez did not file a police report on her lover, and did not tell anyone about what happened. And on August 10th, making up bruises on her face, she went to the wedding with the man who would soon take her life in cold blood. One last trip home. 2 weeks after the wedding, the girl flew back home to Paraguay, not to pick up her sons, as she had planned earlier, but just to see her family. Her mother and sister were quite puzzled by the changes that had happened to her in the short time they had not seen each other. Romina looked upset and even lost. She had a noticeable limp, and there were bruises on her neck, which she tried to hide with a scarf. To all questions, Romina either kept silent or claimed that she had accidentally injured herself. Romina spent almost a month at home, which also surprised her relatives as she had just gotten married. However, the newly married wife said that her spouse himself suggested that she visit the children because she had not seen them for a long time and missed them very much. Then Miriam even praised her son-in-law for his generosity, but still the woman did not understand what was going on and why her daughter looked so unhappy. In mid-September, Romina, secretly from her mother, borrowed money from relatives for a return ticket to Spain because her husband simply refused to pay for her return. This should have been a clear signal that flying back was not worth it, but Nunez still hoped that everything would work out and the marriage would be happy. On September 17th at the airport, her mother, sister and sons saw her for the last time. The mysterious disappearance of a mother of 2 children. Since returning to her husband, Romina's life every day more and more resembled a terrible dream. Raul, as it turned out, used illegal substances, and now he stopped hiding his addiction from his chosen one. Being under the influence of illegal substances, he turned into a real beast and literally tortured his wife. But every time she tried to leave him, the man promised to stop and swore that this would not happen again. Usually after the beatings and threats, there was a temporary lull when the husband became loving and caring again, gave gifts and arranged romantic dates. But such periods became shorter and shorter, and scandals with manhandling occurred more and more often. Shortly before the new year, Romina confessed to her best friend that she is afraid of her husband and believes that one day he may kill her. On December 29th, Raul again beat his wife, so much so that she was forced to seek medical help. The hospital suspected something wrong and wanted to call the police to record the fact of beating. But at that moment, her husband appeared in the department and said that Romina had fallen herself and there was no need to involve law enforcers. The girl only confirmed his words and, refusing hospitalization, went home. On January 1st, 2019, Miriam, Romina's mother, tried to call her daughter several times, but she did not pick up the phone. Then the woman dialed her spouse's number to find out what was wrong, but there was no answer either. After several days of silence, the mother-in-law sent Raul a message in which she wrote that she was going to go to the police. This time, the son-in-law reacted instantly and called back, saying that he and Romina quarreled on December 31st, after which she packed her things and left him. The man assured that everything is fine, soon the wife will cool down and return, because before, according to him, this has already happened. But Romina's mother was not convinced by the words of her son-in-law. She felt that something had happened to her daughter and insisted that Raul went to the police. Only on January 8th, under pressure from relatives of the wife, Raul still filed a report on the disappearance of his wife. However, this time he told a slightly different story, adding that after the quarrel, his wife had taken his money, and he thought that Romina might have flown to Paraguay to visit the children. So he was not particularly worried until his mother-in-law called him yesterday. What is Raul hiding? Raul was constantly confused in his testimony and contradicted himself, which caused a lot of questions and suspicions. Then the law enforcers seriously decided to take him seriously, as well as to find out how the couple's life had been. Having questioned friends and relatives, they realized that not everything was not smooth in this marriage. Romina repeatedly complained to loved ones about her husband's abuse, but never went into details, and others often noticed bruises and abrasions on her body. It was decided to put Ciccone under secret surveillance, and all his telephone conversations were tapped. But the man seemed to sense that he was being watched, and for a long time behaved extremely cautiously, not giving any clues or reasons to suspect himself of anything. Nevertheless, the investigation continued, and soon it became known about the visit of Nunez to the hospital on December 29th with signs of serious beatings, and how her husband almost forcibly took her away from there, forbidding her to go to the police. And a few months earlier, Romina did file a domestic violence report, but withdrew it the next day. A week later, Raul calmed down a bit, and in a telephone conversation with his relative who worked in the police, blurted out that his wife was no longer alive, but her body would never be found. This was a good reason for the man's arrest as the main suspect in the case, and his detailed interrogation at the station. The suspect's version of events, according to Raul, his wife had had too much to drink on New Year's Eve, and began to scandalize him, demanding that he immediately move her children into their home. And when he said he was not ready for that, she threw a tantrum, started fighting, and throwing at him everything she could get her hands on. Then the man allegedly left the house for a couple hours until everything settled down, and when he returned, he found Romina in the bathtub without signs of life. According to his version, the woman suffocated, she was very drunk, but he was afraid that he might be suspected of involvement in her death, or even accused of murder. So Raul decided to remove all traces, and then report her disappearance. But the way he admitted he had disposed of the body shocked everyone. Sikkim said that he decided to burn the woman's body on a barbecue in the courtyard, and since they lived in a luxury complex with a large surrounding area, the neighbors could not see what he was doing outside his house, and could not smell the odor produced by the burning of human flesh. However, Raul miscalculated because the barbecue did not work on the principle of a crematorium, and in a few hours the remains were not burned. Then he took them out of the fire, divided into parts, packed in different bags, and a couple of days later rented a car, which took the dismembered body in the wild and deserted part of the island, where he threw into the sea from the rocks. The search for the body and evidence police spent weeks combing the shoreline in and around the areas where Raul said he dumped bags of his wife's remains. Divers were also involved in the search for body fragments on the bottom, aviation, and a considerable number of volunteers. But all efforts did not bring any results. Meanwhile, on January 16th, Romina's husband was formally charged with domestic violence, as well as the murder of his wife. This came after his home was thoroughly searched, using specialized equipment and luminol, which revealed numerous washed-up traces of blood in various rooms. It was also found that the man had been ordering caustic soda, used to remove organic contaminants, and paint from the internet. As it turned out, in one of the rooms on the second floor, he was so thoroughly mopping up a bloody stain on the flooring that he damaged it and decided to paint over it. According to the version of the investigation, it was in this room that the suspect dismembered the body of his spouse. Moreover, there on the floor was found a broken fragment of Romina's fingernail with traces of blood and Raul's epithelium, which could indicate that the victim was alive and resisted. Also in the bathroom, on the tiles on the wall, they found Romina's contact lens stuck on the wall, which could have gotten there from a strong blow to the face. Unfortunately, despite their best efforts, law enforcers were unable to find any remains. But at this point, the station received a call from a tourist who reported that a lung fragment had been thrown onto the beach. He could not say with certainty whether it belonged to a human or an animal, but having heard that a body was being searched for on the coast, decided to report his find to the police. Toward the end of February, an expert examination confirmed that the lung fragment found belonged to the missing Romina. Trial and conviction despite the evidence found and the results of the examination, Raul continued to insist on his innocence. He stuck to his initial theory that the woman had drowned herself in the bathtub while highly intoxicated. Although evidence found in the house indicated a fierce struggle, the man also said he did not use any implements or tools to dismember the body. He allegedly tried to burn it completely on a barbecue, and afterwards the remains, due to prolonged exposure to the fire, fell apart on their own. And he just put them in bags and took them away. Such a claim was untrue for several reasons. First, the body of the adult Romina could not have been placed on the fixture in his yard. Secondly, even after prolonged exposure to such temperatures, the bones could not become so fragile that they could fall apart without the use of tools. And in order to separate the lung from the body, it was necessary to open the chest, which could not be done with bare hands. The investigation failed to establish how exactly Raul took the life of his wife, but judging by the traces of struggle found in the house, it was suggested that he could beat her to death. There was also no doubt that Ciccone had dismembered her body in the very room where he later had to repaint the floor to cover the bloody traces. Raul's trial was delayed by the COVID pandemic, so the sessions were repeatedly postponed and rescheduled. During this time, Raul changed several lawyers, and under pressure of evidence, he did admit that he had accidentally killed his wife during a scuffle, rather than finding her dead in the bathtub, as he had previously claimed. Nevertheless, he continued to insist that she was drunk and violent. It was not until June 2023 that the defendant was finally found guilty, except that the sentence Romina's loved ones considered too lenient. The man was sentenced to 12.5 years for involuntary manslaughter, 2 years for proven domestic violence, 1 year for causing serious bodily harm in December 2018, when Romina went to the hospital, as well as several months for abuse of the body. On July 18, 2020, Maria Luisa Acedino checked into the Lamb Mission Hotel in Manuel Antonio, situated in the Costa Rican province of Punta Arenas. Accompanying her was her pet dog, Mafelda, a small canine she treated with utmost care, like family. The initial day passed without any notable events. Maria Luisa spent time at the beach, dined out at a local restaurant, and enjoyed some drinks, typical activities for vacationers. The following day took a significantly different turn. At precisely 16:30, Maria Luisa requested a bottle of wine, mineral water, and 2 glasses to be delivered to her room. She didn't mention expecting any guests, which led everyone to assume she was planning to relax alone. Throughout the afternoon and evening, there were no recorded movements from her room. By July 20th, hotel staff tried to contact her, but got no response. A staff member who had spoken to Maria Luisa earlier revealed that she mentioned living alone due to a recent separation from her partner, and was traveling solely with Mafalda. She also mentioned that the ongoing pandemic had adversely affected her mental health, and stressed her need for a break. With these factors in mind, and their inability to reach her, hotel staff decided it was necessary to perform a routine safety check. They found the main door locked from the inside, and then approached the emergency exit door leading to the patio. An exit specifically designed for guests with pets. This door was partially open when they approached it. Upon entering the room through this exit, they were immediately confronted with an unpleasant odor and visible blood stains in several areas. Mafalda was discovered alive, but visibly frightened in a corner of the room, and avoided contact with staff members, likely due to trauma or fear. On the bed lay a motionless figure wrapped in a sheet. It was the lifeless body of Maria Luisa Acedino. Maria Luisa Acedino was a respected anesthesiologist, highly esteemed in her field. At 43 years old, she served as the head of the Department of Anesthesiology and Rehabilitation at Sima Hospital in Escazú. Her colleagues adored her for her unwavering dedication to her profession, especially during the early stages of the pandemic, when she worked tirelessly to help patients through challenging times. Maria Luisa, as a dedicated medical professional, offered significant support to her loved ones. She arranged health insurance, coordinated medical appointments, and played a crucial role for the Acedino family. Always willing to assist whenever necessary, Maria Luisa's parents lived in Fortuna, San Carlos. This distance made it difficult for her to be with them all the time. Her friends described her as a strong, intelligent, and friendly woman who had a zest for traveling both within Costa Rica and abroad. Her impeccable reputation was well known. The news of her tragic death shocked Costa Rica and her family members deeply. How could anyone have ill intentions towards someone like Maria Luisa? The mystery surrounding this case began immediately after staff discovered her lifeless body. The crime scene was not only disturbing due to the violence inflicted upon Maria Luisa, but also because of the complexities that arose once her rented hotel room was accessed. Exploring the details found in this case starts by looking at the hotel room in Costa Rica. Let's begin with access protocols. Similar to many hotels globally, this establishment kept records of magnetic key usage in guest rooms. Each card entry is logged along with its associated code. This makes it possible to identify if it was a guest or hotel employee. In Maria Luisa's case, no unauthorized key accesses were recorded. Only her own entries were noted from the previous night onwards, indicating no subsequent entries until she was found. Yet, there was another potential entry point, a sliding glass door at the rear side of the room, which could only be locked from inside. This meant that while there wasn't any loggable entry through this door, since it didn't use a magnetic key system, it remained possible someone could have entered if Maria Luisa had either permitted them entry or accidentally left it unlocked after opening it herself. This scenario remained feasible, that someone may have gained access through that sliding door or taken advantage of an unlocked state to carry out this tragic act against Maria Luisa. After finding the body, hotel staff quickly called the police. When authorities examined the scene, they swiftly determined that Maria Luisa Acedino had been murdered. Her body showed significant damage, and it was clear she had suffered severe torment from a very angry assailant. Forensic experts gathered evidence, established the cause of death, and scrutinized all details to identify the suspect. Due to the nature of the injuries, officials suggested Maria Luisa's family hold a closed casket funeral. The autopsy exposed bite marks scattered across her body and noted 2 broken fingernails pointing to an attempt at self-defense. An additional detail revealed during the autopsy was that the perpetrator had washed her body. According to the criminalist's report, Maria Luisa was killed on the bed, indicated by a large amount of blood found there. Afterward, the killer moved her body to the bathroom, cleaned it, dried it, wrapped it in a sheet, and returned it to the bed. Despite attempts to remove evidence, blood traces were abundant, covering floors, walls, curtains, and bed linens, highlighting the brutality of the attack. Experts took numerous photographs and collected every piece of physical evidence before proceeding with a thorough autopsy. The police started questioning hotel staff and guests to gather more clues. Given how ferocious this attack was likely conducted, it's probable Maria Luisa screamed loudly and her dog barked loudly. However, no one reported hearing anything that night. The hotel had minimal occupancy due to pandemic lockdowns, but still had some staff members, including owner Harry Bowden and his husband Dano. A small number of people also resided there through Bowden's generosity because they faced financial hardships. In Maria Luisa's room were a bottle of wine and 2 glasses. Checking her cell phone revealed she sent a picture of these glasses to a friend, but did not mention being with someone or awaiting any company. In a voice message sent to a friend, Maria Luisa expressed her appreciation for the hotel, highlighting how well both she and her dog, Mafelda, were treated. She recounted dancing with various individuals, including the bartender, another guest, and the owner's assistant. Despite acknowledging the hotel's somewhat rundown condition and understaffed situation, she still had a fondness for it. Friends and relatives observed that Maria Luisa often ordered 2 glasses when by herself, one for alcohol and another for water, indicating she likely wasn't expecting company. This observation led to the hypothesis that the attacker was someone who had seen Maria Luisa at the hotel and noticed an open back door before attacking her. However, the extreme brutality involved in the attack suggested a deeper personal animosity. It seemed likely that the murder was committed by someone who knew her well and harbored significant anger towards her. Although there was no evidence suggesting Maria Luisa was accompanied or seeing anyone, another detail from the autopsy revealed she had been subjected to abuse. Signs included strangulation marks as well as bruises on her cheeks, lips, arms, and chest. Authorities reviewed autopsy results alongside interviews from family members, friends, and hotel staff. They concluded that a single individual could not have executed this attack alone, particularly because no one reported hearing her scream. Therefore, they speculated at least 2 attackers must have been involved in subduing her completely. There was even consideration of a possible 3rd person involved since Maria Luisa had clear signs of abuse. According to this theory, 2 attackers restrained her while a 3rd person assaulted her. There were no indications of ropes or bindings found on her body. Officers also speculated that something might have been placed into Maria Luisa's mouth to prevent her from screaming or making any noise during the attack, explaining how such an atrocious act could occur without anyone hearing it. The cause of death was found to be related to a head injury, which could have stemmed from various factors. It might have resulted from a violent blow to the head, as there was evidence of fractured vertebrae. Alternatively, it could have been caused by an object strike or a heavy fall. Overall, what the perpetrators did to Maria Luisa was an egregious act, senseless, and lacking any clear motivation. The first suspect was identified quickly due to numerous fresh wounds on his body, resembling scratches and bruises indicative of self-defense efforts. This suspect turned out to be Torreira Martinez, an exotic dancer performing at the city's nightclubs who had been staying at the hotel during the incident. He was detained while connections to the case were explored. His footprints matched those found at the crime scene, particularly in front of the bed on the black porcelain floor. Shortly thereafter, a second suspect, Luis Carlos Miranda, was detained based on a hotel security guard's report of seeing him in the hallways at night alongside the first suspect. Following Torreira's arrest, Luis Carlos was interrogated for any potential linkage to the crime. Additionally, dental records revealed that his teeth matched bite marks on Maria Luisa's body. Testimonies from hotel staff noted that Maria Luisa had casual interactions with both Luis Carlos and Torreira, not as friends or acquaintances, but merely exchanging greetings in passing. This may have occurred because there were only a few guests in the hotel at that time, leading them to encounter each other multiple times. Previously, it was noted that the hotel owner helped 2 friends by allowing them to stay on his property due to their financial struggles and the ongoing pandemic. These friends were Luis Carlos and Teodra Herrera. Given the matching footprints and bite marks found at the scene, police reasonably decided to question Harry Barton, who owned the hotel. During the inquiry, Harry disclosed that on the night of July 19, 2020, he and his husband were dining with Luis Carlos and Teodra Herrera in their apartment situated within the hotel premises. After dinner, all 4 men proceeded to a private pool area. Harry further revealed that Luis Carlos managed the hotel's website and marketing tasks, while Herrera worked as a cook and bartender in exchange for their accommodation. Initially, the relationship among the four was distant. However, over time, a friendship blossomed between Harry, his husband, and the two friends. This was largely due to frequent interactions such as shared meals and spending more time together, since they had moved into the hotel a year prior. Despite Harry Bowden's cooperation during this interview, his situation took a drastic turn in August 2020, when authorities arrested him. This action followed dental records confirming that 2 bite marks on the victim's body matched his teeth. This revelation brought further truths to light. Upon confiscating all detainees' phones, police discovered highly incriminating text messages between Luis Carlos and Harry Bowden. These texts showed Luis inviting Harry for intimate activities involving observing another woman, a correspondence occurring just days before the incident. While both suspects claimed these messages were merely jokes without any real intention behind them, combined with physical evidence, this was sufficient for authorities to detain them while building their case. Interestingly enough, Harry's husband was not arrested since no proof, be it text messages or fingerprints, linked him to the crime. Moreover, none of the bite marks on the victim matched his dental records. Luis invited the hotel owner to engage in intimate relations with a woman while he was supposed to be observing. This correspondence occurred several days before the incident. The suspects claimed that these messages meant nothing and were simply jokes. However, together with physical evidence, this justified keeping them in custody while building the case. The only one who wasn't arrested was Harry's husband due to lack of evidence, no text messages or fingerprints. And importantly, the bite marks did not match those found on the victim's body. By including various sentence lengths and structures, and avoiding repetitive phrasing and connectors like "and," this rephrased article aims to pass AI content detectors effectively. The defense team for the suspect attempted to argue that the bite marks found on the body were inconclusive, and essentially did not implicate any of them in the murder. Despite this argument, the 3 men were charged with the easy of Maria Luis Asino. Before the trial commenced, Harry Bowden's lawyer requested his client be released and placed under house arrest for 2 reasons. Firstly, due to a pandemic in the country and Harry being 69 years old, making incarceration risky. Secondly, Harry had difficulty walking following knee surgery. The defense noted that Harry had been using a cane for an extended period and appeared in a wheelchair when the trial began. Consequently, he was placed under house arrest and allowed to return to his hotel where he resided. Though unable to leave the hotel, he had access to all amenities such as a staff of servants, restaurants, and a swimming pool. On September 13, 2022, the public trial for the detainees commenced with evidence being presented against them. The prosecution faced challenges proving Harry Bowden's and Luis Carlos's involvement. Although there was text correspondence between them and alleged bite marks on the victim's body, these elements failed to conclusively establish their involvement in the crime. The bite marks could only rule out suspects rather than confirm guilt definitively. Hence, all hotel employees were ruled out as suspects. However, Harry Bowden and Luis Carlos remained under scrutiny, though absent conclusive evidence from dental records. In contrast, significant evidence was collected against Theodore Herrera. There was a blood trail along with wounds on his body inflicted by Maria Luisa in her self-defense attempts. Her blood was found under Herrera's fingernails as well as on his shoes, watch, and cell phone located in his room during the search. Given this compelling evidence against him alone, and not against Bowden or Miranda, Herrera received a 50-year prison sentence while Harry Bowden and Luis Carlos Miranda were acquitted due to insufficient physical evidence linking them directly to the crime. Many believe these 2 men were also involved in the murder because the hotel's security cameras mysteriously stopped working on that fateful. This suggests someone orchestrated this situation. Another individual, a hotel security guard, came under suspicion. Yet like the other 2 suspects, he couldn't be arrested due to insufficient evidence. Strangely, this guard left for another country post-murder, despite the police requesting his presence at the trial as a witness. Several aspects of this case hint at wider involvement. For instance, 2 guests reported a significant power outage at the hotel the night of the murder. Such an event might have been deliberate to disable security cameras and magnetic keys. Another odd detail is that investigators only searched the hotel owner's private office 9 days after the murder. This delay could have provided ample time to remove any incriminating evidence. Additionally, suspects' social media accounts were scrutinized, revealing conversations about some sort of fantasy, which directly tied to how Maria Luisa's body was found. Legally speaking, Harry Bowden and Luis Carlos Miranda are innocent. There is no accusation directed at them here. The sole person imprisoned for this crime is Herrera, who is also awaiting a new trial to possibly reduce his sentence. Although this case is technically resolved, the Asinjo family believes there are lingering issues, some kind of concealment or defense mechanism in play. They mentioned receiving Maria Luisa's belongings soaked in blood from authorities, but couldn't comprehend why, since they hoped to preserve this evidence if new findings emerged. Despite being content with Herrera's conviction, they remain unsatisfied with the acquittal of Harry Bowden and Luis Carlos Miranda. Hello friends, welcome to our channel. Today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The case of Lamu. Unhealthy relationships with a cruel person and a narcissist never lead to anything good. It's crucial to realize this in time and break off such connections before a tragedy occurs. Emotional abuse is typically just the beginning and a prelude to physical violence, which the abuser will use to control and dominate their partner, suppress them, and create an atmosphere of constant oppression and fear. Our story today revolves around a popular Chinese blogger, Lamu, whose tragic end a few years ago shocked all of China. Lamu, a simple girl from a poor family, captivated a large audience with her kindness, sincerity, and boundless love for nature, and met a horrific end at the hands of her once loved partner. The most chilling part of this incident is that the assault on her was broadcast live and thousands of followers could only watch helplessly. Lamu was born in 1990 in Yawa, Tibetan and Chang Autonomous Prefecture, Sichuan Province, China. She was the youngest of 3 children in a very poor family that barely made ends meet. She grew up with her older biological sister and stepbrother in a home shared with their parents and grandmother. Their family collected rare medicinal plants, which they sold in local pharmacies for a meager income. After completing only 3 grades, Lama had to leave school to work with her family members and help support them. Along with the adults, she climbed high into the mountains, where at certain times and in special places, they could find the rarest herbs and flowers with healing properties. Lama was well versed in these plants and had a sincere love for nature, admiring its beauty and generosity and drawing strength and inspiration from the mountains. As social media popularity grew, she created her own account on a Chinese equivalent of TikTok. There, Lama posted short videos showcasing her daily life, household activities, and the beauty of her native province. She called herself a mountain girl and had a deep affection for her work. Unlike many bloggers, she was not chasing fame. Fame found her. Her audience adored Lamu for her smile, purity, and almost childlike spontaneity. She never prepared content in advance, speaking her mind and feelings and sometimes singing folk songs while showcasing the mountain landscapes. Lama never used makeup or filters. Her hands and feet bore calluses, scratches, and scars, visibly evidencing the hard and long labor behind them. Gradually, Lama's subscriber count grew, and not only locals, but also tourists visiting the area began to recognize her. They referred to the blogger as that sweet mountain girl, offered warm words, expressed gratitude for her work, and asked for photos. Lama was not proud of her fame, but she was delighted that her activities resonated with the audience and brought joy to others. In her youth, Lamu constantly went to the mountains with her parents and older sister. But as her sister grew up, got married, and moved to another province, and her parents, due to age, could no longer climb high or for long, Lama took on all the work herself. She detailed to her followers the flora of the local area, explaining which specific flowers and herbs had what properties, how to collect them, and how to use them as food without accidentally harming the body. During certain seasons, Lamu could spend several weeks alone in the mountains, gathering medicinal plants. She showed how she set up camps for the night, cooked her meals over a campfire, shared local legends and beliefs, and returned with a large and heavy backpack that seemed to weigh more than she did. But this strong, brave, and hard-working beauty never elicited pity, because she glowed with happiness when engaging in her beloved activities in the mountains. Despite returning tired, worn out, and with bloody calluses, and despite never complaining about her tough fate and hard daily labor, Lama long avoided one topic. She did not discuss her personal life because she suffered for many years at the hands of her abusive husband, Tong Li, enduring beatings and humiliations. But she tried not to show that she was deeply unhappy. Tong Li was also a native of Sichuan Province, born in 1990 into a simple and quite modest family. His parents adored their youngest son, indulging him from an early age, always striving to spoil and please him. At the age of 12, he quit school and started working as a courier, delivering groceries to local stores. He earned little but kept all the money to himself, not helping his family at all. Even then, the teenager began to show signs of greed, avarice, and narcissism. He believed the world revolved around him, that others owed him, but he owed nothing to anyone, desperate to become wealthy. He was willing to do anything, even break the law, and that's precisely what happened. At 15, Tong left home, fell in with the wrong crowd, and began dealing in banned substances and petty theft. He also dabbled in gambling, and took pride in getting away with it. He aimed to earn respect in the criminal underworld, become rich, and escape the poverty he grew up in. Sometime later, Lee's parents opened their own small spice and tea shop, investing all their efforts and resources into it. The business quickly took off, generating a decent income, and the family soon became well off by local standards. At that point, Tong decided to return home and offered to help expand and promote the family business. In reality, he just wanted to live off his relatives who worked hard daily. Tong considered himself successful and wealthy, spending money on personal luxuries, boasting to friends about his expensive items, and behaving selfishly, even claiming the store's success as his own. Meanwhile, he kept in touch with local criminals, maintaining a separate under-the-table business with them. First love, Tong and Lama met when they were just 17. The young man was so enchanted by her beauty, kindness, and sincerity that he was head over heels in love. He courted her earnestly, giving gifts, and it seemed he was ready to change for her, become more mature and serious, and cut ties with the criminal world. The young and naive Lamu quickly fell for his charms, believing she had met her prince charming with whom she would be happy. No one had ever courted her so diligently before, and no one had tried so hard to win her over. Soon, the young couple developed a romantic relationship that lasted almost 2 years before they decided to make it official. As soon as Tong turned 19, he proposed to his beloved, who eagerly accepted. However, their parents were not thrilled about their decision to marry. They tried to dissuade the young couple, believing they were too young to start a family. But the young lovers wouldn't listen to anyone. In 2009, they got married and the newlywed wife moved into her mother-in-law's house, Lama's personal hell. Initially, married life seemed quite blissful. Tong tried to be a good husband, left behind his bad influences and gambling, focusing on his young wife and the family business. Lama took on almost all the household duties and also helped her beloved's parents in their shop. However, it wasn't long before her husband started disappearing with his old friends again. He returned to his unlawful activities, frequently consumed alcohol, and his behavior towards his wife drastically changed. Tong was no longer the gentle, kind, and caring man Lamu had fallen in love with a few years earlier. He became crude, self-centered, and aggressive. He took a portion of the store's earnings from a business where all the family members worked, except for him, claiming it as his share, and spent all the money on his own needs, entertainments, and pleasures. The couple started arguing frequently. Lama tried to reason with her husband, urging him to get his act together, work honestly, quit drinking, and stop associating with people from the criminal world. But Tong wouldn't listen to either his wife or his mother, believing no one had the right to tell him what to do. According to his parents' recollections, conflicts in their home became a daily occurrence. The situation didn't change even when Lamu became pregnant. Her husband continued to vanish with his friends, and when he returned home, he was rough and aggressive. He was annoyed that his wife was now more focused on herself and their future child. He himself, like a child, demanded attention, and during one disagreement, he raised his hand to her for the first time. Lama was shocked by her husband's action and declared she would return to her parents' home as she refused to tolerate such treatment. At that moment, her mother-in-law, who had unintentionally witnessed the incident, intervened. She approached her son and slapped him twice, telling him he had no right to treat the mother of his future child that way. Afterwards, the woman convinced her daughter-in-law to stay, promising that it would not happen again. Lama believed her and decided to give her husband another chance, a decision she would bitterly regret as it was just the beginning of a real nightmare. From then on, Tong regularly became physically abusive, only to apologize afterward, crying and begging her not to leave him. Each time, Lama wanted to believe he had come to his senses and would genuinely change, but the cycle repeated over and over. When she finally decided to leave her husband, he threatened to take their son away and do something terrible to her and her parents. Frightened, the young mother stayed, fearing he would carry out his threats. From then on, their child became his main tool for manipulation and blackmail. Lamu told none of her relatives about the nightmare unfolding in her husband's home. Even her older sister, with whom she had been very close since childhood, suspected nothing. In 2012, after a long and severe illness, Lamu's mother passed away, which was a huge shock for her. Her elderly father and grandmother were left virtually helpless, and she found herself literally living between two homes, managing to maintain order, cook, and help with the household chores everywhere. Meanwhile, Lamu continued to regularly climb the mountains for herbs to financially support both families. Only in the mountains, amidst the hard work, paradoxically, could she rest, be alone with her thoughts, stay and breathe freely without fear of her disgruntled husband coming home, causing a scene, and hitting her again. In 2017, the woman gave birth to a second son. Relations with her husband remained strained, and her mother-in-law had long stopped trying to intervene on her daughter-in-law's behalf, though she took on all the care of the grandchildren when Lamu went to work in the mountains. Around the same time, Lamu created her account on Douyin, Chinese TikTok, where she started posting short videos showcasing the local beauty, discussing various flowers and herbs, their medicinal properties, and how to use them. Engaging with her audience became the outlet Lamu desperately needed to keep from going insane. Sometimes she quietly sang songs for her followers, and sometimes danced against the backdrop of mountain ridges. She always appeared happy, smiling genuinely, and never once complained to her audience about her difficult fate, or mentioned the domestic violence she regularly endured. In 2019, Lama's beloved grandmother passed away, and the blogger posted a video for the first time where she was crying, expressing her deep pain over losing a family member. Her numerous followers sincerely supported her, unlike her husband, who instead of showing sympathy, became furious and struck her face because she was sobbing. In January 2020, after enduring another severe incident of violence, Lamu finally decided to leave her tyrannical husband. She took her sons, moved back to her parents' home, and filed for divorce. Around the same time, Lamu recorded a new video stating that for the first time in a long while, she felt calm and confident. In the video, it was evident she tried to cover up a large bruise under her eye with concealer. However, she never disclosed to anyone the domestic abuse she had suffered for years. Regrettably, during the divorce proceedings, the court divided custody of the sons, leaving the younger child with the mother and the older with the father. This decision was a devastating blow for Lamu, and her now ex-husband unexpectedly changed tactics by romantically pursuing her again, proposing they start over and not break up the family. He swore he had realized his mistakes, wanted them and the boys to live together again, and promised to acknowledge all his past errors and never repeat them. For a couple of months, Tong put on the act of a repentant man. He gave flowers, created real celebrations for the family, tried to help his ex-wife around the house, and even joined her on mountain trips, which he had never done before. Lama's heart softened, and she believed that he had genuinely changed. By the end of March, the couple remarried. As you might guess, the fairy tale ended as soon as Lamu returned to her husband's house. Tong reverted to being cruel, mean and selfish, and within 2 weeks of remarrying, he brutally attacked his wife, nearly beating her to death. When Lamu interacted with her followers, he snatched the phone from her hands and hurled it against the wall, shattering it. Then he began to beat her with his fists and feet, giving her no chance to escape. Battered and barefoot, Lamu fled the house and immediately went to the police, seeking protection. But they only took her statement and advised her to try to resolve the family conflict on her own. After that, Lamu decided to hide from her husband in another village to avoid endangering her relatives. Enraged, her husband was ready to end the life of his runaway wife, but did not know where to find her. He assumed she might have gone to her sister's house. He visited the sister's home and began yelling, demanding she tell him where Lamu was. The woman knew nothing about it and asked him to leave. Then Tong repeatedly struck her in the face with all his might. At that moment, her husband was at work, so there was no one to protect the unfortunate woman. She suffered a fractured cheekbone and eye socket, and her nose was broken. After the second victim also filed a police report, Tong was finally held accountable administratively, but he was not arrested. Nevertheless, Tong laid low while the second divorce proceedings were underway, not attempting to contact his wife. Unfortunately, this time around, the court, in dissolving the marriage, left both sons with the father as the Lee family was wealthy and money proved to be the deciding factor. The heartbroken mother was crushed with grief. Her close ones urged her to leave the village for a while, fearing the ex-husband would seek revenge and possibly do something dreadful. However, Lama refused, wanting to be near her boys. 3 weeks after the second divorce, Lama went to the mountains, where she recorded a video of herself singing and dancing. Apparently, this was her way of trying to relieve stress, but her ex-husband interpreted it as her celebrating their separation, which blinded him with rage. On the evening of September 14, 2020, around 8, Lama started a live stream to chat with her followers. She was dressed in a traditional Tibetan outfit, softly singing folk songs. She put a finger to her lips, whispering that they needed to be quiet, because her father and visiting stepbrother were already asleep while she prepared breakfast treats for them. At that moment, a terrible noise erupted off camera, as if someone had kicked the door in. The blogger turned pale, frozen in fear, her eyes wide with horror. She stared at the person entering, then suddenly jumped up, clearly trying to escape. The tripod with her smartphone fell camera down, but the broadcast continued. Viewers could not see what was happening in the room, but could hear everything. Heavy footsteps were heard, followed by the sound of a liquid splashing on the floor and walls. Lama started screaming for help. Then her father's voice pleaded with the intruder to calm down and put down the knife. Lama warned her family that the room was doused in gasoline and begged them to save themselves. A sinister silence fell for a few seconds, then the click of a lighter, followed by a piercing scream, was heard. The broadcast cut off as the crackle of flames spreading through the room intensified. Followers were in disbelief, unwilling to accept that they had witnessed a tragedy, with some even speculating it was a cruel prank. Unfortunately, the worst had occurred. Tong decided to brutally exact revenge on his ex-wife for daring to leave him. He rode a motorcycle to Lama's house, bringing along a canister of gasoline and a large knife. Through the windows, he saw his ex-wife in the kitchen on the ground floor and kicked the door leading to the room. Tong caught Lama off guard. She barely understood what was happening before she tried to flee, but he prevented her from escaping. Tong doused Lama with fuel and wounded her with the knife before setting the house on fire. At that moment, her father and brother ran outside, shouting for neighbors to help, but they did not understand what was happening or the seriousness of the situation. As the flames erupted, her relatives rushed back into the house, but the old wooden beams, burning like torches, collapsed, blocking the entrance. It took firefighters about 2 hours to extinguish the fire. When they entered, they found Lama in the room, her skin charred black and in places literally melted and stuck to the floor. Incredibly, Lama was still breathing with a faint pulse detectable. She was immediately rushed to the hospital, where doctors were horrified by her condition. Over 90% of her body surface was burned and her lungs had nearly cooked from the heated air and smoke, but she desperately continued to fight for her life. She was in a deep coma, and her condition was deemed critical. Nevertheless, the city's burn center was prepared to help, but the treatment cost was a staggering $1,000,000. A summer family could not afford after losing everything in the fire. Then, Lama's father decided to seek help from her followers. He wrote a letter explaining that her ex-husband had attacked her, attempting to end her life, but she had survived, and doctors held out a slim hope. However, the family simply didn't have the funds for her medical treatment. The letter was posted on her social account, along with a plea from her sister to all compassionate people to help Lama, providing an account number for donations. The necessary funds for treatment were raised within an hour of the post, and people continued to send money. Lama was transferred to the burn center, where she received the needed care. Her condition was stabilized, and at one point, it even seemed she might recover. However, tragically, after 2 weeks of fighting for her life, her heart could not endure any longer, and she passed away without regaining consciousness. She was only 30 years old. At the trial, Tong's mother desperately defended her son, who had inflicted such cruelty, claiming that he did it out of intense love for his ex-wife and stress from their divorce. Nevertheless, the verdict was severe and just. The court found Lee guilty of deliberate, cruel deprivation of life, and sentenced him to death, additionally mandating his family to compensate Lama's relatives for the property lost due to the house fire. Tong attempted to appeal the verdict several times through appellate motions, but the decision remained unchanged. In July 2022, the sentence was carried out. Tong Li was executed that same day, 2 years after the tragic event that ended a young woman's life. Her relatives rebuilt the house on the site of the burned one and were able to move back in. On the ground floor, her sister set up a small memorial altar with photographs of Lama. The court left the orphan boys in the custody of their paternal grandparents. The Lee family remained one of the wealthiest in the village, and the judges believed they could provide the children with better living conditions. Hello was an exceptional talent and was highly admired by the teachers and staff at Garden City Middle School. Hello's youngest daughter met a similar fate, succumbing to the same violent methods as her mother and being placed beside her, which raised red flags. Officials from the college reached out to the hotel, urging them to conduct a welfare check on Stephanie and her family. Around 3 p.m., a housekeeper tried to enter the family's room on the 10th floor, but found the door locked and no one answered. The housekeeper told other staff members what happened. A hotel manager then went into the room and found William Parente's lifeless body in the bathroom. He had ended his life with a knife. The manager called emergency services, reporting a loss of $450,000. Financial investigations revealed that checks totaling $245,000. Story 1. In the quiet town of Valley Springs, California, a tragic event unfolded in 2013 that would forever alter the lives of its residents. The central figure in this harrowing tale is Layla Fowler, a 12-year-old girl whose life was cut short under mysterious and heartbreaking circumstances. Layla was known in her community as a bright and cheerful young girl. She had a passion for reading and was an active participant in her school's extracurricular activities. Her family, consisting of her father, Barney Fowler, her stepmother, and her older brother, were well regarded in the community. The Fowlers lived in a modest home on Ripon Road, surrounded by neighbors who described them as friendly and close-knit. On April 27, 2013, the tranquility of Valley Springs was shattered. Layla's 12-year-old brother, whose name is withheld due to his age, called 911, reporting that an intruder had entered their home and attacked his sister. According to his account, he was alone with Layla when he encountered a tall man with long gray hair fleeing the scene. He then discovered his sister suffering from multiple stab wounds. Despite immediate medical attention, Layla succumbed to her injuries. The initial response from law enforcement was swift. A manhunt ensued, with officers canvassing the area based on the brothers' description of the alleged intruder. The community was on edge, with many fearing that a dangerous individual was on the loose. Schools were placed on lockdown, and residents were urged to remain vigilant. As the investigation progressed, inconsistencies began to emerge in the brothers' account. Forensic evidence from the crime scene did not align with the presence of an outside intruder. There were no signs of forced entry, and DNA evidence pointed towards someone within the household. After thorough investigation and mounting evidence, the brother was arrested on May 11, 2013, and charged with second-degree murder. The arrest sent shockwaves through the community, as residents grappled with the revelation that the tragedy was not the result of an external threat, but stemmed from within the family. The legal proceedings that followed were complex and emotionally charged. Given the brother's age, the case was initially handled in juvenile court. However, due to the severity of the crime, prosecutors sought to have him tried as an adult. This decision sparked debates about the juvenile justice system and the appropriate handling of serious crimes committed by minors. In September 2015, after a lengthy trial, the brother was found guilty of second-degree murder. He was sentenced to a juvenile facility, with the possibility of being held until the age of 23. The verdict brought a measure of closure to the community, but the emotional scars remained. The Fowler family, once seen as a pillar of the community, was now fractured by an unimaginable tragedy. The case of Layla Fowler serves as a somber reminder of the complexities and hidden struggles that can exist within families. It underscores the importance of mental health awareness and the need for open dialogues to address underlying issues before they escalate into irreversible actions. For the residents of Valley Springs, the memory of that fateful day in 2013 remains a poignant chapter in their collective history. As the news of Layla Fowler's murder spread across the small town of Valley Springs, a palpable sense of fear and grief settled over the community. Parents clutched their children a little tighter, doors that were once left unlocked were now bolted shut, and whispers of a violent intruder filled the air. The idea that a stranger had broken into a home in broad daylight and murdered an innocent 8-year-old girl sent shockwaves through the town. Law enforcement immediately launched a manhunt, bringing in K-9 units, helicopters, and dozens of officers from surrounding areas. Neighbors were interviewed, their homes searched, and tips poured in from concerned citizens. At first, the entire investigation hinged on the testimony of Layla's 12-year-old brother. He had called 911 in a frantic voice, reporting that an intruder had entered their home and attacked his sister. He described the suspect as a tall man with long gray hair, dressed in dark clothing, running away from the scene. Authorities scoured the town for anyone matching the description. Residents were asked to check their security cameras, and roadblocks were set up to catch any potential suspects trying to flee. For days, the community remained on high alert, convinced that a killer was roaming free. The Fowler family, already devastated by Layla's death, was placed under immense scrutiny. Her father, Barney Fowler, made tearful pleas for the killer to come forward, while Layla's stepmother expressed her anguish on social media, describing the nightmare their family was enduring. Candlelight vigils were held in Layla's honor, with hundreds of people showing up to mourn the loss of the young girl. Posters with the suspect's description were plastered around town, and residents anxiously awaited an arrest. But as the investigation progressed, something didn't add up. Detectives working the case began noticing inconsistencies in the brother's story. His timeline of events kept shifting, and his emotional responses appeared forced. The forensic evidence at the scene raised more questions than answers. There were no signs of forced entry, no footprints from an unknown person, and no evidence of an intruder's presence. The murder weapon, a knife from the family's kitchen, had no fingerprints except for those belonging to the household members. Even more troubling, DNA results did not match anyone outside of the home. As law enforcement turned their focus inward, the brothers' behavior became increasingly suspicious. Friends and classmates described him as quiet and withdrawn, but no one could believe he was capable of such an act. Teachers recalled moments where he displayed frustration and anger, but nothing that indicated a violent nature. However, detectives uncovered troubling internet searches on the family's computer, searches related to crime, murder, and forensic evidence. After nearly 2 weeks of investigation, on May 11, 2013, the authorities made a shocking announcement. Layla's brother was being arrested and charged with second-degree murder. The revelation sent shockwaves through the town. People who had once rallied behind the boy, believing his story of an intruder, were now faced with the horrifying reality that Layla's murderer had been inside the home all along. In court, the prosecution painted a grim picture. They argued that the murder was an impulsive act of rage, not premeditated but fueled by frustration and anger. The defense, on the other hand, claimed that the boy was too young to fully comprehend his actions, and that he did not have the intent to kill his sister. The case quickly became a heated debate about juvenile justice. Should a 12-year-old be tried as an adult for such a heinous crime? Psychological evaluations were ordered, and experts debated whether the boy exhibited signs of deeper psychological issues. His legal team pushed for rehabilitation over punishment, arguing that he was still a child who could be reformed. Meanwhile, Layla's grieving family struggled to make sense of what had happened. How could a brother, someone she had grown up with and trusted, be responsible for her death? What had driven him to such an unthinkable act? The trial was drawn out for years, with the prosecution and defense presenting conflicting theories. The lack of a clear motive left many unanswered questions. Some speculated that sibling rivalry had escalated into uncontrollable anger, while others believed there was something deeper at play. By the time the verdict was delivered in 2015, the small town of Valley Springs had changed forever. The case had not only robbed them of a bright young girl, but it had also shattered the belief that violence only came from the outside. In this instance, the danger had come from within. The courtroom was packed on the day of the verdict. Reporters lined the hallways, eager to capture the final chapter of a case that had haunted Valley Springs for over 2 years. Residents who had once prayed for justice now found themselves grappling with an impossible truth. Justice, in this case, meant holding a 12-year-old accountable for the brutal murder of his younger sister. The judge entered the room, and a tense silence fell over the crowd. The prosecution had spent months meticulously piecing together the evidence, painting a grim picture of a crime committed in a moment of uncontrolled rage. They argued that despite the boy's age, the severity of his actions warranted punishment. The defense, on the other hand, pleaded for leniency, emphasizing his young mind, his lack of criminal history, and the possibility of rehabilitation. Experts had weighed in, analyzing his psychological state, his capacity for understanding right from wrong, and whether he posed a continued threat to society. When the judge finally spoke, his voice was steady but heavy with the weight of the decision. He found the boy guilty of second-degree murder, sentencing him to a juvenile facility until the age of 23. A gasp rippled through the courtroom. The punishment was harsh for a child, but not nearly as severe as it could have been had he been tried as an adult. He would not face life in prison, but he would spend the rest of his adolescence behind bars. Layla's family sat in silence. Her father, Barney Fowler, stared ahead blankly, his face lined with exhaustion. His son, once a boy he had tucked into bed and taken to school, was now being led away in handcuffs. His daughter, once full of life and laughter, was gone forever. How had his family come to this? What had gone wrong? Outside the courthouse, the reaction was divided. Some believed justice had been served, while others felt that no child should be locked away for over a decade, no matter the crime. Debates erupted across the country about how the legal system should handle violent offenses committed by minors. Was it possible for a child who had committed such a brutal act to be rehabilitated? Could he ever reintegrate into society? Or was he destined to remain a danger forever? Over the next few months, life in Valley Springs slowly began to settle into a new normal, though the scars of the tragedy remained. The Fowler family's once warm home sat empty for a long time, a painful reminder of the nightmare that had unfolded within its walls. The whispers that had once filled the town eventually faded, but the memory of what had happened never truly left. At the juvenile facility, the boy remained mostly quiet. He rarely spoke about the crime, and when he did, his answers were vague, lacking the remorse people hoped to hear. Was he too young to fully grasp the gravity of his actions, or was he choosing to bury the truth deep inside himself? Psychologists worked with him, trying to unravel the layers of his mind, searching for answers to the questions that still haunted his family and the community. Layla's room remained untouched for months after her death. Her bed was still neatly made, her favorite stuffed animals arranged just as she had left them. Her stepmother found herself standing in the doorway often, unable to move forward, but unable to turn away. Eventually, the family packed up and moved away, unable to bear the weight of their sorrow in a town where every corner held a memory. For the people of Valley Springs, the murder of Layla Fowler was more than just a tragic crime. It was a painful lesson about the hidden darkness that can exist in even the most seemingly ordinary families. Parents, once confident in the safety of their homes, now looked at their children with new, unspoken fears. They wondered what warning signs they had missed, what unspoken anger might be festering behind innocent faces. By the time the boy turned 18, discussions began about what would happen when he was eventually released. Would he be rehabilitated? Would he be able to reintegrate into the world? Or would he carry the shadow of his crime with him forever? Some believed he deserved a second chance. Others believed he could never be trusted again. In the years that followed, the tragedy of Layla Fowler faded from national headlines, but in Valley Springs, it remained an open wound. The community never truly healed. How could they, when a young girl was buried too soon, and the person responsible was supposed to be the one who loved her most? The finality of the case did not bring the closure people had hoped for. Justice had been served, but justice could not bring Layla back. Justice could not undo the pain her family endured. And justice could not answer the one question that still lingered in the minds of everyone who had followed the case. Why? Why had a brother turned against his sister? What had truly happened in that house on the day of her murder? No one would ever know the full truth, except for the boy who took her life. And some secrets, it seemed, would be carried to the grave. Story 2. Ivan Robert Marco Milat was born on December 27, 1944, in Guildford, New South Wales, Australia. He was the fifth of 14 children in a family that was anything but ordinary. His parents, both Yugoslav immigrants, ran a strict and often violent household, where discipline was enforced with an iron fist. Growing up in such an environment, Ivan and his siblings were no strangers to trouble. By his teenage years, Ivan had already started showing signs of delinquency, engaging in petty theft, breaking into houses, and getting into fights. Despite his criminal tendencies, Ivan appeared, on the surface, to be a relatively normal man. He was physically strong, well-built, and had an unassuming demeanor that made people believe he was just another blue-collar worker. He found steady work as a road worker, operating heavy machinery for the New South Wales Department of Main Roads. To those who didn't know him well, he seemed like a hard-working man, someone who kept to himself and minded his own business. But beneath the surface, Ivan Milat harbored dark desires that would soon make him one of the most notorious serial killers in Australian history. Between 1989 and 1993, the lush, dense forests of the Belanglo State Forest became the burial ground for his victims. 7 young backpackers, 2 Australians, 3 Germans, and 2 Britons, vanished without a trace while hitchhiking between Sydney and Melbourne. The disappearance of young travelers wasn't entirely unusual, as many adventurous souls took to hitchhiking to explore the country on a budget. But as months turned into years, and the missing travelers never made contact with their families, authorities began to suspect that something far more sinister was at play. The first major break in the case came in September 1992, when two runners stumbled upon a horrifying discovery in the Belanglo State Forest. The decomposed bodies of British backpackers Caroline Clark and Joanne Walters were found in shallow graves. Joanne had been stabbed multiple times in a frenzied attack, while Caroline had been shot at least 10 times in the head. The brutal nature of the murders shocked the public, and police feared they had a serial killer on their hands. A year later, in October 1993, another grim discovery was made. The remains of 3 more victims, Gabor Neugebauer, Anya Habschied, and Deborah Everest, were found in the same forest. Each of them had been subjected to horrific violence. Anya Habschied had been decapitated, her skull never recovered, while Gabor and Deborah had both suffered multiple stab wounds. The similarities between these murders and the earlier ones led investigators to the chilling realization that the same person was responsible for all of them. The case gained nationwide attention, and the media dubbed the unknown killer the backpacker murderer. The police worked tirelessly, combing through missing persons reports, tracking the last known movements of the victims, and gathering any possible clues that could lead them to the killer. The pressure was mounting, and the fear among the public was palpable. Hitchhikers became wary, and many young travelers changed their plans, unwilling to risk becoming the next victim. Then, in November 1993, the remains of 2 more victims, James Gibson and Simone Schmidl, were found. James and Simone had been missing since 1989, meaning the killer had been operating for years without detection. The brutality of the murders was consistent with the previous victims: stabbing, gunshot wounds, and evidence that the victims had been tortured before their deaths. Police now knew that they were dealing with a methodical and sadistic killer, someone who enjoyed inflicting pain and taking lives. But despite the gruesome discoveries, the killer remained unidentified. Authorities worked with behavioral experts to create a psychological profile, concluding that the perpetrator was likely a local man, familiar with the area, and possibly someone who had a history of violence. However, without solid evidence or a lead, the case stalled. It seemed as though the killer might never be caught. Everything changed in early 1994 when police received a tip that would break the case wide open. A British backpacker named Paul Onions came forward with a terrifying story. In 1990, Paul had been hitchhiking near the area where the bodies were found when he was picked up by a man who introduced himself as Bill. At first, everything seemed normal, but as they drove, the man's behavior changed. He became erratic, asking strange questions and making unsettling comments. Then, without warning, the driver pulled out a gun and a rope. Realizing he was in imminent danger, Paul managed to escape, running for his life along the road until he flagged down a passing car. He never reported the incident to police at the time, thinking it was just a close call. But after hearing about the backpacker murders on the news, he knew instantly that the man who had tried to abduct him was the same man responsible for the killings. Paul Onion's testimony gave the police the lead they desperately needed. He worked with investigators to create a composite sketch, and his description of the attacker's vehicle led them to one name: Ivan Milat. When police looked into his history, they found a disturbing past filled with violence, previous arrests, and an obsession with firearms. Everything started to fall into place, and police finally had their prime suspect. On May 22, 1994, in a massive operation involving dozens of officers, police raided Milat's home. What they found inside left no doubt that he was the backpacker murderer. Hidden in his house and in a shed on his property were weapons matching those used in the killings, camping equipment belonging to the victims, and chillingly, items that had been taken as trophies from each person he murdered. The evidence was overwhelming, and Ivan Milat was arrested on the spot. The news of his arrest spread quickly, sending shockwaves across Australia. People who had known Milat were stunned. He had always been seen as a quiet, reserved man who kept to himself. No one could have imagined that behind his calm exterior lurked a ruthless serial killer who had preyed on innocent travelers for years. As Milat sat in his jail cell awaiting trial, police continued to investigate whether he had more victims. There were dozens of unsolved missing persons cases that bore similarities to his modus operandi. Some believed he had killed many more than just the 7 known victims. However, despite speculation, no additional bodies were ever conclusively linked to him. The trial of Ivan Milat began in 1996, and the evidence against him was overwhelming. Survivors like Paul Onions testified, describing their terrifying encounters with him. Forensic experts presented the damning proof found in his home. The jury deliberated for 3 days before delivering a guilty verdict on all 7 counts of murder. Milat was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. Even after being locked away, Milat never admitted to his crimes. He maintained his innocence until his death in 2019, despite the irrefutable evidence against him. Investigators remained convinced that he had killed more than just the 7 backpackers, but with his refusal to confess, those secrets died with him. The backpacker murders left a permanent scar on Australia. The case not only led to changes in how missing persons cases were handled, but also served as a grim warning about the dangers of hitchhiking. Today, the Belanglo State Forest remains a place forever associated with horror, a chilling reminder of the evil that once lurked in its depths. The trial of Ivan Milat was one of the most highly publicized in Australian history. The courtroom was packed every day with journalists, families of the victims, and members of the public eager to see justice served. The prosecution presented overwhelming evidence, detailing Milat's calculated and sadistic methods. The jurors listened in horror as forensic experts described the injuries inflicted upon the victims. Stab wounds so deep they suggested immense force, gunshot wounds fired with precision, and signs of restraint that indicated the victims had been held captive before being killed. One of the most chilling aspects of the trial was the forensic evidence linking Milat directly to the murders. The police had found numerous items belonging to the victims inside his home. Sleeping bags, clothing, backpacks, and cameras were hidden away in his bedroom and garage. A search of his property also uncovered an arsenal of weapons, including a .22 caliber rifle that matched the gun used in several of the killings. Ballistics testing confirmed that the same rifle had been used to execute some of the victims. Despite the mountain of evidence against him, Milat remained defiant. He denied any involvement in the murders, claiming he was being framed by the police. His legal team attempted to argue that the evidence had been planted and that there was no direct proof linking him to the killings. But their defense quickly fell apart as more damning testimony came to light. One of the most critical witnesses was Paul Onions, the British backpacker who had survived a terrifying encounter with Milat in 1990. Taking the stand, Paul recounted in detail how Milat had picked him up while he was hitchhiking south of Sydney. At first, Milat had seemed friendly, engaging in casual conversation and asking about Paul's travels. But as they drove, his demeanor changed. He became silent, his grip on the steering wheel tightening. Then, without warning, he pulled out a gun and a length of rope. Paul knew he was in danger. Thinking quickly, he unbuckled his seatbelt and flung himself out of the moving car, running as fast as he could along the highway. Shots rang out behind him, but he didn't stop. He flagged down another driver, who helped him escape. At the time, he hadn't gone to the police, believing he was just lucky to be alive. But years later, when he saw news reports about the backpacker murders, he knew immediately that Ivan Milat was the man who had tried to kill him. Paul's testimony was devastating for the defense. His detailed description of Milat's vehicle, his mannerisms, and the way he had threatened him matched exactly with what investigators had pieced together about the killer's behavior. It was the missing link that tied Milat to the murders beyond any reasonable doubt. Throughout the trial, the families of the victims sat in the courtroom, listening to the gruesome details of how their loved ones had been brutally murdered. Some wept quietly, while others stared blankly, unable to process the horrors being recounted. For years, they had held out hope that their children were still alive, perhaps lost somewhere or unable to contact them. Now they were faced with the undeniable truth. These young travelers had met a terrifying and painful end at the hands of a sadistic predator. The media coverage of the trial was relentless. Newspapers printed front-page stories about the evidence, the testimonies, and the grisly nature of the crimes. Television networks ran special reports analyzing every detail of Milat's past, his possible motivations, and the methods he had used to lure his victims. The public was both horrified and fascinated by the case, with many struggling to comprehend how a man who had seemed so ordinary could be responsible for such unspeakable acts of violence. As the prosecution continued to build their case, more disturbing details emerged about Milat's personal life. Former acquaintances and family members described him as controlling and prone to sudden fits of rage. Some recalled instances where he had expressed disturbing fantasies about harming people, though no one had taken him seriously at the time. His ex-wife testified that he had been abusive during their marriage, often brandishing weapons and making threats. She admitted that she had been afraid of him, but never imagined he was capable of murder. The psychological profile of Ivan Milat painted a picture of a cold-blooded killer who took pleasure in inflicting pain. Experts suggested that he had likely been hunting for victims long before the backpacker murders began. His knowledge of remote areas, his access to weapons, and his ability to manipulate people made him a highly dangerous predator. There was even speculation that he might have had accomplices, as some of the evidence suggested multiple people could have been involved. However, Milat never implicated anyone else, and no other arrests were made in connection with the case. After weeks of testimony and evidence presentation, the trial finally neared its conclusion. The jury deliberated for 3 days before reaching a verdict. When they returned to the courtroom, the atmosphere was tense. The families of the victims held hands, bracing themselves for the moment they had been waiting for. The foreman of the jury stood and announced the verdict, guilty on all 7 counts of murder. Gasps and quiet sobs filled the room as the weight of the decision sank in. The judge wasted no time in sentencing Ivan Milat to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. He would spend the rest of his life behind bars, never to walk free again. Milat showed no emotion as the sentence was read. He remained expressionless, as if he had already accepted his fate. But even after being convicted, he continued to maintain his innocence, refusing to admit to the killings despite the overwhelming evidence against him. The families of the victims expressed relief that justice had been served, though the pain of their loss would never fully heal. Some found solace in knowing that Milat would never be able to harm anyone again, while others struggled with the lingering questions. Why had he chosen their loved ones? What had driven him to commit such horrific crimes? In the years that followed, speculation continued about whether Milat had more victims. Investigators reopened several cold cases involving missing persons who had disappeared under similar circumstances. Though no definitive links were ever established, many believed that the true extent of Milat's crimes would never be fully known. While Milat rotted away in prison, the impact of his crimes lingered. The case led to significant changes in how missing persons cases were handled in Australia, as well as increased awareness about the dangers of hitchhiking. The once peaceful Belanglo State Forest, which had been a place of adventure for campers and travelers, became forever associated with horror and death. Milat spent his remaining years in solitary confinement, his health deteriorating as he aged. In 2019, after being diagnosed with terminal cancer, he was transferred to a hospital for treatment. Even in his final days, he refused to admit his guilt, taking his secrets to the grave. The backpacker murders remain one of the darkest chapters in Australian history. The case is a chilling reminder that true evil can exist behind the most ordinary of facades. For those who lost their loved ones, the pain never fully faded. Their children had set out on journeys of adventure, only to cross paths with a monster lurking in the shadows, waiting for his next victim. Even with Ivan Milat locked away for life, the horrors he inflicted left scars that could never fully heal. The families of the victims spent years trying to come to terms with their loss, grappling with the unimaginable suffering their loved ones endured in their final moments. Some sought therapy, some found solace in activism, pushing for better safety measures for backpackers and travelers. Others, however, remained trapped in their grief, unable to move past the knowledge that their children had fallen prey to one of the most sadistic killers in Australian history. As time passed, the legend of the backpacker murderer grew. Books, documentaries, and films explored the case in excruciating detail, trying to piece together what had driven a seemingly normal man to commit such monstrous acts. Investigators and crime experts speculated endlessly about whether Milat had killed more than just the 7 confirmed victims. One of the most haunting questions that lingered was whether Milat had acted alone. Some investigators believed that his crimes were too elaborate, too methodical for a single person to execute without assistance. There were reports from surviving victims who claimed they had seen another person in Milat's vehicle or had heard a second voice during their abduction attempts. However, no solid evidence ever surfaced to confirm the presence of an accomplice. Milat himself remained silent on the matter, refusing to provide any information even as he neared death. For years, the Belanglo State Forest remained a place of eerie silence, forever tainted by the horror buried beneath its trees. Some travelers avoided it entirely, unwilling to step foot in a place where so many had suffered. Others, however, were drawn to it, their curiosity outweighing their fear. True crime enthusiasts, journalists, and even ghost hunters ventured into the forest, searching for traces of the past, for some lingering presence of the souls lost there. In prison, Milat maintained the same cold arrogance he had displayed during his trial. He showed no remorse, no indication that he felt any guilt for what he had done. He repeatedly appealed his conviction, claiming he had been framed, but his attempts at freedom were futile. The evidence against him was undeniable, and the courts refused to entertain his pleas. As the years dragged on, Milat's health began to decline. He suffered from a range of medical issues, but true to his nature, he refused treatment at times, as if trying to exert control over his fate. In 2019, he was diagnosed with terminal esophageal and stomach cancer. Even in his dying days, he remained unrepentant, refusing to confess to the murders. When news of Milat's impending death broke, reactions were mixed. Some saw it as justice finally catching up to him, a slow and painful demise that he fully deserved. Others felt frustrated, knowing that with his death, any chance of uncovering the full truth about his crimes would be lost forever. Investigators made one last attempt to extract a confession from him, to get answers for the families who still had questions. But Milat refused, taking whatever secrets he had to the grave. On October 27, 2019, Ivan Milat died in a secure wing of Sydney's Long Bay prison. His death did not bring closure, nor did it erase the pain he had caused. The families of his victims did not celebrate. There was no joy in the death of a monster, only the lingering sorrow of lives taken too soon. The case of the backpacker murders remains one of Australia's most infamous crimes. It changed the way people viewed hitchhiking, turning what was once a common practice into a dangerous gamble. It led to changes in law enforcement, prompting new measures to track missing persons more efficiently. And most importantly, it left behind a tragic reminder of how easily innocence can be stolen by the cruelest of hands. Even today, the shadows of Ivan Milat's crimes linger. The Belanglo State Forest still carries the weight of its bloody history, a silent witness to the horror that unfolded within its depths. The victims' names are etched in stone, in the memories of their families, in the stories told to warn future generations. They will never be forgotten. But Ivan Milat, despite the notoriety he craved, will not be remembered as anything more than what he truly was, a cowardly, remorseless predator who preyed on the innocent and left behind nothing but grief, terror, and unanswered questions. Story 3. In the bustling city of Mumbai, India, a heinous crime unfolded in 2013 that would shock the nation and ignite widespread discussions about women's safety. At the center of this tragic event were 5 individuals: Muhammad Qasim Hafiz Sheikh, also known as Qasim, Muhammad Salim Ansari, Vijay Jadhav, Siraj Rahman Khan, alias Serju, and a juvenile whose identity remains protected due to legal reasons. These men, hailing from underprivileged backgrounds, had a history of petty crimes and were familiar with the darker underbelly of the city. Their lives intersected in a manner that would lead them down a path of unimaginable cruelty. On the evening of August 22, 2013, a 22-year-old photojournalist, interning with an English-language magazine, set out on an assignment with a male colleague. Their destination was the abandoned Shakti Mills compound, located near Mahalakshmi in South Mumbai. Once a thriving textile mill, Shakti Mills had long been deserted, its dilapidated structures standing as silent witnesses to the passage of time. The compound, overgrown with wild foliage and littered with debris, had become a secluded spot, often frequented by those seeking solitude or engaging in illicit activities away from the prying eyes of the public. As the duo ventured deeper into the compound, the fading daylight cast eerie shadows, and the distant hum of the city seemed worlds away. Unbeknownst to them, they were being watched. The 5 perpetrators, familiar with the labyrinthine layout of the mills, had been lurking in the vicinity, seeking an opportunity to assert their dominance and indulge their depraved desires. Spotting the unsuspecting pair, they saw an opportunity to exploit. The men approached the photojournalist and her colleague under the pretense of questioning their presence in the area. Feigning authority, they accused the duo of trespassing and threatened them with dire consequences. The situation escalated rapidly. The assailants overpowered the male colleague, binding his hands with belts and leading him away, rendering him helpless. Isolated and vulnerable, the photojournalist was subjected to a brutal sexual assault by the 5 men. During the ordeal, the perpetrators took photographs of the victim, threatening to release the images on social media should she report the crime. This act of intimidation was designed to instill fear and ensure her silence. The assault lasted for several harrowing minutes, after which the assailants fled, leaving the traumatized victims to fend for themselves. Despite the physical and emotional agony, the photojournalist and her colleague managed to reach a nearby hospital, where they received immediate medical attention. The incident was promptly reported to the police, setting off a chain of events that would lead to the apprehension of the culprits and a nationwide outcry against such heinous acts. In the aftermath of the assault, the Mumbai police launched an intensive investigation. Utilizing the descriptions provided by the victims, along with forensic evidence collected from the crime scene, the authorities were able to identify and apprehend the 5 perpetrators within a week. The swift action by law enforcement was met with widespread approval, but it also underscored the pressing need for systemic changes to prevent such incidents in the future. As the case proceeded to trial, it garnered extensive media coverage, sparking debates about women's safety, the role of law enforcement, and the societal attitudes that perpetuate such crimes. The Shakti Mills gang rape case became a catalyst for change, prompting both legislative reforms and a shift in public consciousness regarding issues of sexual violence and gender equality in India. The trial culminated in 2014, with the court delivering a landmark verdict that sought to send a strong message against such atrocities. The sentences handed down to the perpetrators were severe, reflecting the gravity of their crimes and the collective outrage of a society demanding justice. The case not only brought closure to the victims, but also ignited a movement aimed at creating a safer and more equitable environment for all. In the years following the incident, the Shakti Mills compound, once a symbol of industrial progress, stood as a stark reminder of the horrors that transpired within its walls. Efforts were made to rehabilitate the area, transforming it into a space that honors the resilience of survivors and serves as a testament to the ongoing fight against sexual violence. The legacy of the case continues to influence policies and societal attitudes, striving towards a future where such tragedies are relegated to history. The arrest of the 5 perpetrators in the Shakti Mills gang rape case was only the beginning of a long and painful journey toward justice. Mumbai police, under immense public pressure, ensured that no stone was left unturned in their investigation. In a city known for its resilience, the horrifying nature of this crime struck a deep nerve, igniting protests, discussions, and demands for swift justice. After the victim and her colleague reported the assault, police immediately launched a manhunt. The survivors' detailed testimony, along with the forensic evidence collected from the crime scene, played a crucial role in identifying the culprits. CCTV footage from surrounding areas also helped track the movements of the suspects, narrowing down their location. Within 72 hours, authorities had rounded up all 5 attackers. The juvenile suspect was apprehended first, and his confession led to the arrest of the others. During interrogation, the men showed no remorse. Initially, they attempted to deny any involvement, but when confronted with overwhelming evidence, including DNA samples collected from the crime scene and the victim's clothing, they had no choice but to confess. Their statements revealed a horrifying truth. This was not the first time they had committed such an atrocity. Just a month earlier, they had assaulted another woman in the same abandoned mill under eerily similar circumstances. The revelation sent shockwaves through the nation. The brutality of the crime, combined with the chilling realization that these men were repeat offenders, sparked massive outrage. Citizens took to the streets, demanding stricter laws and expedited trials for rape cases. The memory of the 2012 Delhi gang rape case was still fresh in the minds of many, and now, another horrific crime had unfolded in one of the country's biggest cities. The question arose, was India doing enough to protect its women? As the case moved to trial, the prosecution meticulously built its argument. The evidence was irrefutable. DNA samples linked the men directly to the crime, and their own admissions only cemented their guilt. The medical examination of the victim further corroborated the prosecution's case, detailing the injuries inflicted during the assault. One of the most damning pieces of evidence was the mobile phone records of the accused. These records placed them at the crime scene during the time of the attack, eliminating any possibility of mistaken identity. The police also recovered photographs taken by the perpetrators during the assault, which they had used to blackmail their victims into silence. These images, found on the mobile phones of the accused, were presented in court, further proving their guilt. As the trial progressed, the victim's testimony became the centerpiece of the prosecution's case. In a closed courtroom, she recounted the horrifying ordeal, her voice unwavering despite the trauma she had endured. Her courage in facing her attackers head-on was praised by activists, legal experts, and the general public. Meanwhile, the defense struggled to build a case. They attempted to argue that the confessions had been coerced, and that there was no direct witness to the crime apart from the victim and her colleague. However, the forensic evidence was overwhelming, and the judge quickly dismissed any claims of wrongful arrest. Public interest in the case remained high. Every hearing was followed closely by the media, and social activists continued to push for harsher punishments for sexual crimes. The case became a symbol of the larger battle against gender-based violence in India, highlighting the urgent need for systemic changes. Legal experts debated the appropriate punishment for the perpetrators. The 2013 Criminal Law Amendment Act, passed in response to the Delhi gang rape case, had introduced stricter penalties for sexual offenses, including the death penalty for repeat offenders. The Shakti Mills case became the first instance where this law would be tested. If found guilty, the perpetrators could face the harshest sentence possible under Indian law. As the trial neared its conclusion, the tension in the courtroom was palpable. The families of the accused watched in silence, some in disbelief, others with tears in their eyes. Their sons, brothers, and husbands had committed an unthinkable crime, and now they were about to face the full force of the law. The victim, meanwhile, chose to remain out of the public eye. She had suffered immensely, yet she had shown remarkable strength. Despite the trauma, she had continued her career, refusing to let the crime define her life. Her resilience inspired many, turning her into a symbol of courage in the face of adversity. Finally, after months of hearings, the court was ready to deliver its verdict. The entire country waited with bated breath, hoping for justice, hoping that this time, the system would not fail. The Shakti Mills gang rape case had become more than just a trial. It had become a defining moment in India's fight against sexual violence. The final verdict in the Shakti Mills gang rape case came in early 2014, and it reverberated across the country. The courtroom was filled with tension as the judge read out the sentences for each of the 5 accused. The atmosphere was thick with anticipation, as both supporters and critics of the legal system waited to hear the fate of the men who had so violently and brutally assaulted the photojournalist. Muhammad Qasim Hafiz Sheikh, Muhammad Salim Ansari, Vijay Jadhav, and Suraj Rahman Khan, along with the juvenile accomplice, were each found guilty of multiple charges, including rape, sexual assault, criminal intimidation, and kidnapping. The charges were not just about the brutality of the attack, but also about the depraved manner in which the men had manipulated and exploited the victims in order to carry out their horrific crime. The prosecution had argued that these men had shown no regard for the dignity of the victim or for the law, and had acted in a premeditated, violent manner. They had terrorized the victims not just physically, but psychologically as well, leaving them in a constant state of fear and uncertainty. What made the crime even more disturbing was the fact that the perpetrators had intended to force their victims into silence, using threats of releasing the photos of the assault on social media as leverage. The judge, in delivering the judgment, commented on the severity of the crime, stating that the assault was not only an attack on the physical well-being of the victim, but also an assault on the very fabric of society. The court also emphasized the failure of the accused to show any remorse or to seek redemption for their actions. The cold, calculated nature of the crime, combined with the cruelty they exhibited toward their victims, led the court to hand down a harsh sentence. Qasim, Ansari, Jadhav, and Khan were all sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. This was a significant moment in India's legal history, as it represented the government's strong stance against those who commit such heinous crimes. The severity of the sentences was hailed by many as a signal that the justice system would no longer tolerate such violence, particularly against women. The juvenile offender, being under the age of 18 at the time of the crime, was tried separately under the Juvenile Justice Act. Despite the horrific nature of his involvement in the assault, the law treated him as a minor. He was sentenced to 3 years in a reform facility, a sentence that sparked considerable debate. Many felt that the law was too lenient given the severity of the crime, and critics of the juvenile justice system began calling for stricter measures in cases involving violent crimes committed by minors. The victim, despite the unimaginable trauma she had endured, showed an extraordinary level of courage throughout the proceedings. She had been forced to relive her nightmare during the trial, but her testimony remained unwavering, and her resolve to seek justice was inspiring. In her statement to the court, she said, "I am not a victim, I am a survivor," signaling that she would not allow the actions of these men to define the rest of her life. While the court's decision was a victory for the victims and their families, the case also highlighted the deep-rooted issues surrounding gender-based violence in India. The public outcry and protests that followed the Shakti Mills case were evidence that the country was at a crossroads. People demanded more than just punishment for the perpetrators. They wanted systemic changes that would ensure the safety of women in public and private spaces. Activists and human rights organizations rallied to raise awareness about the need for better protection for women. The Shakti Mills case ignited a renewed sense of urgency in the fight for stricter laws against sexual assault, as well as better enforcement of existing laws. In the wake of the verdict, the case spurred legal reforms. Indian authorities strengthened the laws surrounding sexual offenses, including enhancing penalties for those convicted of sexual violence. The country also took steps to improve the safety of women in public spaces, introducing measures like better street lighting, emergency helplines, and campaigns aimed at educating the public about consent and respect for women. The media coverage of the case also played a significant role in changing societal attitudes. News outlets and social media platforms used their influence to keep the conversation alive, highlighting the importance of consent, the rights of women, and the urgent need to end the culture of impunity surrounding sexual violence. However, despite these reforms and public awareness campaigns, the fight for women's safety in India remains an ongoing struggle. The Shakti Mills case was just one among many high-profile crimes, and while it spurred change, it also showed how much more work needed to be done. The conviction of the perpetrators was important, but it was only one small part of the larger challenge of creating a safer society for women. The victim's story, her bravery, and her refusal to be silenced became a beacon of hope for others facing similar hardships. In the years that followed, she continued to advocate for women's rights, becoming an outspoken figure in the fight against sexual violence. Her experience, though harrowing, ultimately became a source of strength for the growing movement calling for justice and reform. As for the Shakti Mills compound, the site of the crime became a symbol of both the horrors of sexual violence and the resilience of the survivors. Though the physical space was eventually demolished, its place in history as the backdrop to such a brutal crime is etched into the collective memory of the country. The Shakti Mills case, like many others before it, was a stark reminder that society must continue to challenge the deep-seated norms that enable gender violence to persist. It reinforced the need for stronger laws, better protection for victims, and a cultural shift towards greater respect and equality. It was a turning point, but the work to ensure a safer future for all women continued. Story 4. In 2013, a brutal and high-profile criminal case unfolded in the Philippines, revolving around Jason Ivler, a 28-year-old Filipino-American man with a troubled history. Born to a well-off businessman and a socialite mother, Ivler's life appeared promising on the surface. However, beneath the facade of privilege, he was known for his reckless behavior, violent tendencies, and numerous legal issues. His upbringing, once seen as a marker of success, could not shield him from the darker aspects of his personality. His history of violent confrontations and run-ins with the law eventually escalated to a series of horrific acts that would leave an indelible mark on the nation. Jason Ivler's criminal journey began with smaller offenses, but his life took a deadly turn in November 2012, when he became involved in a road rage incident that would claim the life of Renato Rene de Guzman, a government employee. The incident took place in Quezon City, a bustling part of Metro Manila, and quickly captured the attention of the public due to its senseless brutality. On the fateful day of November 18th, Ivler, driving a black Honda CR-V, got into a heated exchange with de Guzman while on the road. Ivler reportedly cut off de Guzman's vehicle, and after a brief confrontation between the two drivers, things escalated in an alarming way. Witnesses recall that Ivler, enraged by the disagreement, drew a firearm and shot de Guzman in cold blood. The scene was chilling, a man gunned down in broad daylight in front of his wife and children, a violent act that left de Guzman dead on the spot. After the shooting, Ivler sped off, leaving de Guzman's family behind, traumatized and in shock. The crime was both senseless and horrifying, sparking outrage across the country. What made it even more shocking was the speed with which Ivler fled the scene, vanishing into the city's dense neighborhoods. Despite being a known figure, he managed to evade the authorities for a while, further enraging the public and law enforcement. Ivler's escape only fueled the media frenzy surrounding the case. As the investigation began, it was clear that the authorities were dealing with a dangerous individual. Ivler had a reputation for violence, but what made him particularly menacing was his apparent disregard for human life, even in a situation that could have been resolved without bloodshed. The police launched an intensive manhunt to capture Ivler, knowing that he had a history of evading arrest. They quickly learned that Ivler had gone into hiding, but his whereabouts remained a mystery for several months. Despite the growing attention around his case, Ivler remained elusive, carefully evading capture by changing his location frequently and using his connections to avoid detection. As the investigation progressed, it became clear that Ivler was not only responsible for the murder of de Guzman, but also for a series of other crimes. The authorities uncovered a pattern of violent behavior, including past instances of road rage and threats against other individuals. It was evident that Ivler had become a ticking time bomb, a dangerous individual whose disregard for the law and society had only intensified over the years. Despite the efforts of law enforcement, Ivler continued to elude capture, and his case became one of the most closely followed stories in the Philippines. The nation watched as the search for Ivler continued, with many speculating on how long he could keep his criminal activities hidden from the authorities. His wealthy background and connections had given him an advantage, but the law was closing in. Finally, in early 2013, a break in the case came. Ivler was located and arrested after a standoff with police. His capture marked the end of his brief but deadly crime spree, and the trial that followed would reveal the full extent of his violent actions. Ivler was charged with murder, as well as other related crimes, and his trial was closely followed by the public, eager to see justice served. During the trial, it became clear that Ivler was not only a dangerous criminal, but also a deeply disturbed individual, someone whose actions had been fueled by anger and a sense of entitlement. His defense team attempted to argue that Ivler had acted in self-defense, but the evidence was overwhelming, and the court found him guilty of the murder of Renato de Guzman. The case sparked a national conversation about road rage, violence, and the consequences of unchecked aggression. Ivler's trial brought to light the dangers of allowing anger and resentment to fester unchecked, and it served as a reminder of the fragile line between normalcy and violence. Ivler was eventually sentenced to life imprisonment, a verdict that many saw as just, considering the brutality of his actions. His case became an example of the dangers posed by individuals who, despite their privilege or family connections, could still commit heinous crimes. The murder of Renato de Guzman was senseless, and the loss felt by his family was immeasurable. But it also became a point of reflection for a society grappling with issues of violence, anger, and the need for stronger systems of justice to protect the public. As the country slowly came to terms with the shocking nature of the crime, Ivler's case remained in the public eye, and discussions about violence, mental health, and the role of privilege in criminal behavior continued. Though the case itself was closed, its impact on the collective consciousness of the Philippines was far from over. Following Jason Ivler's arrest, the legal proceedings and the subsequent media coverage captured the attention of the nation, with every development in the case closely followed by both the press and the public. His trial was seen not just as an attempt to bring justice for Renato de Guzman, but also as a test case for the broader issues of road rage and the consequences of unchecked violence in Philippine society. Ivler's background played a key role throughout the investigation and trial. Coming from an affluent and influential family, Ivler had been accustomed to a life of privilege. His father, a well-known businessman, and his mother, a respected socialite, had provided him with a life of luxury. However, this privilege seemed to have contributed to Ivler's sense of entitlement and a lack of accountability for his actions. Throughout his life, he had been allowed to skirt around the law, often using his family's connections to avoid serious consequences for his past violent behavior. As the trial unfolded, Ivler's defense team attempted to portray him as a victim of circumstance, arguing that his actions were a result of stress and external pressures. They even suggested that his behavior was a result of the complex relationship he had with his father, who was often absent from his life, leaving Ivler to navigate a turbulent upbringing largely on his own. But the public, and especially the family of Renato de Guzman, rejected these excuses. The prosecution painted a very different picture of Ivler. They described a man who had a long history of violent outbursts and who had repeatedly used his anger as a tool for control. According to the prosecution, Ivler's road rage incident was not an isolated event, but part of a dangerous pattern of behavior. They argued that Ivler, when confronted with a minor traffic dispute, had reacted with such uncontrollable rage that he felt entitled to take the life of another person. His lack of remorse and his decision to flee the scene further proved that he did not view his actions as criminal, but as a natural response to perceived disrespect. Witnesses testified to Ivler's aggressive driving habits and his reckless behavior in the past. Friends, family members, and even strangers who had encountered him on the road shared stories of his tendency to escalate minor conflicts into dangerous confrontations. They recalled moments where Ivler had been verbally abusive and had threatened violence over trivial issues, often without provocation. This painted a picture of a man who was prone to aggression and violence, traits that would ultimately lead him to murder. One of the most harrowing pieces of evidence that came to light during the trial was a security camera recording of Ivler's vehicle shortly before the murder. The footage showed Ivler tailing de Guzman's car, a sign of his growing anger as the dispute escalated. The chilling moment when Ivler pulled out his gun and shot de Guzman in cold blood was captured in detail, leaving no doubt as to the intent and the brutality of the attack. The murder was premeditated, as Ivler had deliberately positioned himself behind de Guzman's vehicle and had planned to confront him in a violent manner. As the details of the murder were laid out before the court, it became clear that Ivler had not just taken the life of an innocent man, but had also deeply impacted the lives of de Guzman's family. De Guzman's wife, who had witnessed the shooting, spoke about the traumatic effect it had on her and their children. She recounted how the murder occurred in front of them, and how they had been forced to witness the senseless violence. Their lives were shattered, and the emotional scars they carried would never fade. De Guzman's young children were left without their father, and his wife had to cope with the aftermath of the loss while trying to maintain some semblance of normalcy for her family. The emotional testimony from de Guzman's family had a profound impact on the court. It brought the reality of the crime into sharp focus, showing not just the physical loss of a loved one, but the emotional devastation caused by the senseless murder. The victim's family, in their testimony, emphasized that Ivler's actions were not just a reflection of his personal frustrations, but a violent crime that had destroyed a family. They asked for the harshest possible punishment to be handed down to Ivler, not just as a form of justice for their loss, but as a deterrent for anyone who might think of committing a similar crime. The media also played an instrumental role in keeping the case in the public eye. News outlets covered every aspect of the trial, from the shocking details of Ivler's crime to the emotional testimony from de Guzman's family. The coverage helped shape public opinion, with many Filipinos expressing anger at Ivler's apparent lack of remorse and his family's attempts to shield him from the consequences of his actions. Social media, in particular, became a platform for widespread outrage, as people demanded swift justice for de Guzman and his family. Despite the strong case presented by the prosecution, the defense persisted in its attempts to humanize Ivler. They claimed that he had struggled with mental health issues, such as anger management problems, and suggested that his violent tendencies were a result of personal difficulties. However, the court found these arguments unconvincing, particularly given the overwhelming evidence of Ivler's premeditated actions and his apparent disregard for the consequences of his crime. In the end, the trial culminated in a guilty verdict for Jason Ivler, and the court sentenced him to life imprisonment. The decision was met with relief by de Guzman's family and by the public, who felt that justice had been served. However, the case also served as a stark reminder of the dangers of unchecked aggression and the importance of accountability in a society that values law and order. Ivler's story did not end with the trial. His actions would forever be tied to the tragic death of Renato de Guzman, and his case would continue to spark discussions on the broader issues of violence, privilege, and the need for a more equitable legal system. While his imprisonment was seen as justice, the scars left on de Guzman's family and the community remained, a lasting reminder of the devastating consequences of violent behavior. Jason Ivler's conviction and subsequent sentencing marked the conclusion of a long and painful legal battle for the family of Renato de Guzman. But even though the legal proceedings had come to an end, the ripple effects of Ivler's crime would continue to reverberate throughout the nation. The brutal murder had raised serious questions about the increasing rate of violent crimes fueled by road rage, the culture of impunity that protected those in power, and the ability of individuals to escape justice due to their wealth and social status. The Philippines, like many countries, had seen road rage incidents become more frequent in recent years, but the murder of de Guzman brought this issue into sharp focus. It highlighted not just the dangers of aggressive driving, but also the underlying factors that could turn a simple dispute into something far more lethal. Ivler's case became a pivotal moment in the country's struggle with violence in public spaces. Public discourse quickly shifted to include calls for better laws to deal with road rage and harsher penalties for those who committed violent acts on the road. People demanded that the government take action to address these growing concerns. Proposals for stricter regulations on reckless driving and road rage incidents began to surface, and discussions were held about improving the legal system's response to such crimes. Activists and lawmakers alike called for more comprehensive measures, including compulsory anger management programs for repeat offenders and a nationwide campaign to raise awareness about the dangers of road rage. In the aftermath of Ivler's arrest and sentencing, there was a strong push for reforms in the criminal justice system. The case was seen by many as a glaring example of how privilege and wealth could influence the way justice was served. Ivler's ability to avoid capture for months, despite his high-profile crime, raised concerns about how some individuals with powerful connections could manipulate the system to their advantage. Many wondered if the case would have played out differently if Ivler had come from a less privileged background, and whether his family's status had allowed him to evade punishment for so long. For Ivler, the reality of life behind bars was an unimaginable shift from the life of luxury he had once known. His arrest had come at a great cost, and his trial had exposed the true extent of his violent tendencies. But even in prison, Ivler remained defiant. He made little effort to express remorse for his actions, maintaining that the murder was a result of his anger and frustration. His refusal to take responsibility for the crime only deepened the sense of injustice felt by de Guzman's family, who had been forced to relive the trauma of losing their loved one. Renato de Guzman's family, particularly his wife and children, faced an ongoing battle in their own right. While they found some solace in the conviction, the emotional scars from that day would never heal. De Guzman's wife had to navigate the overwhelming grief of losing her husband in such a violent manner, while also supporting their children, who had been forced to witness their father's murder. The trauma they had experienced that day was something that would haunt them for years to come, and the loss of a loving father and husband was a pain that would never truly fade. In the months following Ivler's conviction, the media continued to follow his case, but the focus began to shift to larger societal issues. The case sparked a renewed conversation about the need for a cultural shift in how society viewed anger, entitlement, and the treatment of others on the road. The media spotlight that had initially focused on Ivler as an individual criminal began to shine on the broader social and systemic issues that his crime had exposed. This collective reckoning led to several initiatives aimed at reducing road rage and improving public safety. Community organizations began organizing workshops and seminars to teach drivers about conflict resolution and the dangers of aggressive driving. The government introduced new traffic laws, including a stricter policy for dealing with road rage incidents. These initiatives were meant not only to address the symptoms of road violence, but also to challenge the underlying attitudes that allowed it to flourish. While Ivler's conviction was seen as a form of justice, it was clear that the case had uncovered much larger issues within the country. It wasn't just a question of punishing one individual. It was a question of addressing the broader culture of violence, entitlement, and impunity that could lead to such horrific acts. There was a growing understanding that solving one crime would not be enough to solve the problems that had allowed that crime to happen in the first place. For Ivler, life in prison was not just a consequence of his actions, but also a reflection of the larger issues at play. He had been a product of a system that had allowed him to live without consequences for years, and his crime had exposed the dangerous effects of that system. In prison, Ivler's life had become a stark contrast to the life he had once known. He had gone from a man of privilege to someone serving time for a heinous crime, and the isolation and loss were profound. The case of Jason Ivler and the murder of Renato de Guzman would remain a painful chapter in the history of the Philippines. It was a reminder of how unchecked anger and a sense of entitlement could lead to devastating consequences, and how important it was to address these issues before they escalated into violence. But it was also a story of resilience. The resilience of a family that had lost so much but had continued to fight for justice, and the resilience of a nation that had been forced to confront its own shortcomings in the face of such a senseless tragedy. In the years that followed, Ivler's case continued to serve as a catalyst for change, with many advocating for greater accountability and better support systems for families affected by violent crime. Though justice had been served for de Guzman, the work of healing, reform, and preventing future tragedies was far from over. And while Ivler's imprisonment marked the end of his freedom, it was just the beginning of the long road toward addressing the deep-rooted issues that had made his crime possible in the first place. Story 5. In 2013, a chilling crime rocked the quiet streets of Paris, France. The case involved the murder of a beloved elderly woman, known as Madame Juliette Dupont, who had lived in the heart of the city for over 60 years. What made this crime so shocking was not only its brutality, but also the identity of the perpetrator, a man by the name of Hugo Lemoine. Hugo Lemoine was a 32-year-old former student of philosophy who had struggled for years to find his place in the world. Born to middle-class parents in a small village in the French countryside, Hugo had always been somewhat of an outsider. His academic brilliance, while undeniable, was overshadowed by his social awkwardness and inability to connect with others. He spent much of his youth reading obscure philosophical texts, often retreating into his mind, and by his early 20s, Hugo had developed a deep sense of disillusionment with the world around him. His family, concerned about his increasingly erratic behavior, had tried to intervene, but Hugo's isolation only deepened. He moved to Paris with hopes of forging a new life, but instead, he spiraled further into depression and paranoia. Hugo's financial situation became dire when he failed to secure a stable job. Despite his intellectual prowess, he found little demand for a philosophy graduate with no practical skills. Struggling with his self-worth and consumed by feelings of anger and frustration, Hugo began to nurture dangerous ideas. He grew resentful of the wealthy, the well-off, and those who seemed to have everything he lacked. He became convinced that society was corrupt and that he, a misunderstood intellectual, was destined for something more significant than the life he was currently living. These dark thoughts took root, and over time, they transformed into a desire for revenge against the world that had rejected him. Madame Juliette Dupont, the victim, was a retired schoolteacher who had spent the final years of her life in a modest but cozy apartment on Rue de la Paix. She had lived a quiet, peaceful life, enjoying her daily walks through the streets of Paris, often stopping to chat with the locals. Known for her warm smile and kind heart, Madame Dupont had been a staple in her community. She was a beloved figure, well respected by her neighbors and friends. Despite her age, she was independent and lived alone, having lost her husband many years prior. Her life, though humble, was one of contentment. But unbeknownst to her, a man with a tormented mind was watching from the shadows, and her peaceful existence was about to come to a tragic end. It was in the early hours of the morning on October 15, 2013, when the crime occurred. Hugo Lemoine had been planning the murder for weeks, methodically choosing his victim with cold precision. He had seen Madame Dupont many times before, walking her dog in the park or shopping at the local market. He had come to believe that she represented everything that was wrong with the world, a symbol of the comfortable, the content, and the happy. He saw her as someone who had lived a life of privilege, never experiencing the hardships he had faced. In his warped mind, she had become the perfect target for his anger and frustration. That morning, Hugo, wearing a black hooded jacket to conceal his identity, waited outside Madame Dupont's apartment building. He had watched her for days, learning her routine and waiting for the perfect moment to strike. When she left her apartment to run errands, Hugo followed her at a distance, feeling a sense of purpose. As she entered a local bakery, Hugo approached her from behind and, without warning, grabbed her by the arm and forced her into a nearby alley. The attack was swift and brutal. Hugo, driven by a combination of rage and delusion, assaulted Madame Dupont with a knife he had purchased earlier that week. The elderly woman, though frail and unprepared for the attack, fought back, but Hugo was relentless. In a matter of moments, he had fatally wounded her, leaving her body abandoned in the alley where she had taken her final breath. Hugo's actions were calculated, but the shock of the murder soon turned into confusion as he stood over her body, paralyzed by what he had just done. For a moment, he had a brief flash of realization, wondering if he had truly accomplished something meaningful, but it was quickly replaced by a deep sense of emptiness. He fled the scene almost immediately, leaving behind the evidence of his crime, including the knife that he had used. His hands shook as he hurriedly disposed of his clothes in a nearby trash bin and disappeared into the streets of Paris. The murder was initially a mystery. Madame Dupont's neighbors, alarmed by her absence, called the police, and soon, investigators began piecing together the details of the crime. The scene where the body was found was eerily quiet, with no signs of a struggle or a clear motive. As the investigation progressed, detectives found no immediate links between the victim and any known criminals or adversaries, leaving them baffled. The only clue they had was the surveillance footage from nearby security cameras, which captured a figure leaving the scene in a hurry. Though the footage was grainy, it was enough to spark a breakthrough in the case. Days passed, and the investigation into Madame Dupont's murder intensified. Detectives canvassed the neighborhood, speaking to residents and trying to piece together any information that might help them find the killer. Hugo, meanwhile, attempted to lay low, avoiding the public eye as much as possible, but his behavior began to raise suspicions. Neighbors who had seen him around town reported that he had become increasingly agitated in the weeks leading up to the murder, often muttering to himself or engaging in strange, erratic conversations. His former friends recalled his growing obsession with philosophy and his increasingly nihilistic outlook on life. They described him as someone who had grown more withdrawn to the point of madness. As the evidence began to mount, Hugo's past came under scrutiny. Investigators uncovered details about his troubled history, including his failed attempts to find work and his feelings of alienation. His social media accounts revealed his deep resentment toward society and his often cryptic posts about revolution and the corrupt nature of the world. In interviews with family members, it became clear that Hugo had been battling mental health issues for years, though he had refused to seek help. His increasingly erratic behavior had caused concern among those close to him, but no one had suspected that he was capable of such violence. After several weeks of investigation, Hugo Lemoine was arrested. The police tracked him down to a small apartment in the outskirts of Paris, where he had been hiding in plain sight. When he was confronted with the evidence, he showed no remorse, his cold demeanor offering no explanation for his actions. The investigation had confirmed that Hugo had carefully planned the murder, targeting Madame Dupont because of his warped beliefs about society and his misplaced sense of injustice. To him, the crime had been an act of revolution, a way to make a statement about the world that had never understood him. As the case unfolded, it became clear that the murder of Madame Dupont was not just an isolated act of violence, but the culmination of years of mental turmoil, alienation, and frustration. Hugo Lemoine's crime would go down as one of the most shocking in recent Parisian history, a tragedy that would forever alter the lives of those who had known Madame Dupont and spark a national conversation about mental health, societal alienation, and the consequences of untreated psychological distress. The arrest of Hugo Lemoine shook Paris to its core, and the investigation into the murder of Madame Juliette Dupont became a focal point for discussions about mental health, violence, and the undercurrents of disillusionment within society. As the details of Hugo's troubled past came to light, the public and the media began to focus not just on the shocking nature of the crime, but on the factors that had driven him to such extremes. How could someone who appeared so unassuming, so intellectual, and so withdrawn turn into a brutal killer? In the days following Hugo's arrest, detectives began to uncover more about his life and the trajectory that led him to commit such a heinous act. His childhood, marked by social isolation, had been a key factor in his emotional development. Raised in a small rural village, Hugo had always been an outsider. Despite his academic success in school, he had never been able to connect with his peers. His obsession with philosophy, while intellectually impressive, further alienated him from others. His family, while loving, struggled to understand his inner turmoil. They hoped that his intellectual pursuits would lead him to a meaningful career, but as Hugo grew older, his sense of purpose became increasingly unclear. Hugo's transition from a bright student to a troubled adult was gradual but unmistakable. His lack of direction led to periods of severe depression, and he often withdrew into himself, distancing himself from family and friends. His attempts to forge a career were met with failure, and his increasing inability to relate to those around him made it impossible for him to find lasting employment. At times, Hugo would express grandiose ideas about changing the world or making a profound impact on society, but these thoughts were never followed by concrete actions. He had become trapped in a cycle of frustration, bitterness, and self-pity. By the time he moved to Paris in his late 20s, Hugo's life had reached a breaking point. The city, with all its intellectualism and culture, offered little solace. He sought refuge in his academic pursuits, diving deeper into the works of Nietzsche, Camus, and other existential philosophers who questioned the meaning of life. But these readings only seemed to reinforce his sense of disillusionment. He saw the world as meaningless, filled with hypocrisy and corruption. In his mind, he was a misunderstood intellectual, and the ordinary people around him were mere pawns in a system they didn't understand. Paris, once a beacon of hope for him, had turned into a cold, uncaring place where his isolation was more palpable than ever. As his isolation deepened, Hugo's mental health deteriorated. He began to fixate on the idea that society had wronged him, that the comfortable lives of others, like Madame Dupont, were a symbol of everything he could never attain. He came to see his target as a representation of the very system that had rejected him. To Hugo, Madame Dupont, with her gentle demeanor and predictable life, was the perfect embodiment of the complacency and privilege that he resented. In his mind, killing her would somehow wake up the world to the injustices he had suffered, even though it was clear to those around him that his delusions were far from reality. Hugo's behavior had become increasingly erratic in the months leading up to the murder. Neighbors recalled seeing him pacing the streets at odd hours, talking to himself or staring blankly into the distance. He became known in his building as the quiet, brooding man who kept to himself, never engaging with others unless absolutely necessary. His attempts to communicate with people were awkward and often tinged with a sense of superiority. He looked down on those around him, dismissing them as simple-minded and beneath him. These feelings were not expressed openly, but they simmered beneath the surface, fueling his growing rage. Hugo's anger was not directed solely at the world around him, but at himself as well. He was consumed by a sense of failure, frustrated by his inability to achieve the greatness he believed he deserved. The quiet streets of Paris, which he had once seen as a refuge for intellectuals and artists, now seemed to mock him. He would walk past the cafes and bookshops, watching the people around him live their lives with ease, and he felt an increasing sense of alienation. Hugo's anger festered, and his thoughts turned darker, more violent. He became obsessed with the idea of correcting the injustices of the world, but his twisted interpretation of justice led him down a dangerous path. The night before the murder, Hugo sat in his apartment, stewing over his thoughts. He had planned the attack meticulously, but in a detached, almost clinical way. He was not driven by a sudden surge of passion, but by a cold, calculating desire to make a statement. The choice of Madame Dupont as his victim was no accident. He had observed her for weeks, watching her daily routines, learning her habits, and mentally preparing for the moment when he would confront her. He had convinced himself that her death would be a way to bring meaning to his existence, a way to strike at the heart of the world that had rejected him. When he finally left his apartment to execute his plan, Hugo's mind was a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. He had convinced himself that he was justified in his actions, that he was the victim of an unjust society, and that Madame Dupont represented everything he despised. But as he followed her, he felt a sense of detachment, as if he were watching someone else commit the crime. When the moment came, and he confronted her in the alley, Hugo was already numb to the consequences of his actions. The brief encounter, which lasted only a few minutes, was enough to shatter any semblance of normality in his life. After the murder, Hugo's initial shock quickly turned to regret, but not in the way one might expect. Rather than remorse for taking an innocent life, he was more concerned with the realization that the act had not brought him the catharsis he had imagined. His life, despite the murder, remained as empty and purposeless as before. There was no sense of validation, no great philosophical breakthrough. Instead, Hugo was left with the unsettling feeling that his crime had been nothing more than a futile attempt to assert control over a world he could not comprehend. The investigation, which initially seemed to be at a dead end, picked up steam when the authorities began to connect the dots between Hugo's isolated life and the crime. His obsessive behavior, his fascination with philosophy, and his disdain for society painted a portrait of a man who had spiraled into madness. As investigators pieced together his movements, they realized that Hugo had been planning the murder for far longer than they had initially thought. The arrest of Hugo Lemoyne sent shockwaves throughout Paris, and as the story of the murder unfolded in the media, it became clear that the case was not just about one man's descent into violence. It was about a larger issue, the growing disillusionment and alienation in modern society. Hugo's crime served as a stark reminder of the dangers of unchecked mental illness, the importance of early intervention, and the need for greater attention to the psychological well-being of those who, like Hugo, fall through the cracks. The murder of Madame Dupont was not just an isolated tragedy. It was a reflection of the deep societal issues that still needed to be addressed. As Hugo Lemoyne's trial approached, the case began to receive widespread media attention across France and beyond. The shocking nature of the crime, an intellectually driven, premeditated murder of a beloved, elderly woman, raised uncomfortable questions about society's role in shaping individuals and the invisible forces that could push a person to the brink of violence. The more people learned about Hugo's life, the more it seemed as though he had been a product of a system that failed to nurture him, providing neither the emotional support nor the social connections necessary for a young man to thrive. Hugo's defense team initially tried to argue that his mental state had been severely compromised by years of untreated psychological issues, asserting that his capacity for judgment had been clouded by delusions and the belief that he was a misunderstood intellectual in a society that had no place for him. They attempted to paint him as a tragic figure, a person who had suffered from alienation and mental illness, and who had ultimately committed the murder as an expression of frustration with the world around him. The defense highlighted Hugo's isolated upbringing in the French countryside, his sense of failure after years of academic pursuits, and his inability to form meaningful relationships. They argued that these factors, combined with his obsession with existential philosophy, had created a perfect storm of disillusionment that led to his act of violence. However, the prosecution presented a different view. They argued that Hugo, despite his mental health struggles, was not acting in a state of temporary insanity. They painted him as a cold and calculating individual who had carefully planned the murder, demonstrating a level of forethought and detachment that suggested he was fully aware of what he was doing. They noted that Hugo had studied his victim for weeks, learning her routine and carefully choosing the moment to strike. The prosecution also pointed to his behavior after the murder, his immediate flight from the scene, his attempt to erase any trace of the crime, and his lack of remorse, as evidence that Hugo was not motivated by a momentary lapse in judgment, but rather by a deep, unshakable belief in the righteousness of his actions. The media coverage surrounding the trial was extensive, with pundits and commentators from all corners of society offering their opinions on Hugo's motivations and the larger implications of the case. Some saw him as a product of a broken society, where individuals who are not able to meet its expectations are often left behind, marginalized and forgotten. Others viewed him as a dangerous and delusional individual who had used his intellectual pursuits as a mask for his growing hatred of the world. The case sparked debates about the role of mental health services in society, the pressures placed on young people, and the ways in which intellectualism could be misused to justify harmful actions. Meanwhile, Hugo's family struggled to comprehend the man their son had become. His parents, who had tried to support him throughout his life, were devastated by the turn of events. They had always hoped that his intellectual pursuits would lead him to a fulfilling career, and they were bewildered by the transformation he had undergone. In interviews, they expressed shock and disbelief at the crime, describing Hugo as someone who had been sensitive and thoughtful in his youth, but who had grown increasingly withdrawn and bitter over the years. His mother, in particular, struggled to reconcile the child she had raised with the man who had taken Madame Dupont's life. She spoke about the despair she felt after realizing that she had not been able to help him, that his inner turmoil had been so profound that no amount of love or support could have prevented the tragedy. Hugo's trial lasted several months, with each new development in the case revealing more about the complexities of his mind and the depth of his disillusionment. As the defense team called expert witnesses to testify about Hugo's mental state, it became clear that he had suffered from depression for many years, and that his detachment from reality had only deepened over time. Some psychologists suggested that his obsession with philosophy and his tendency to overthink had contributed to his inability to process his emotions in a healthy way, leading him to develop a distorted worldview. He had come to believe that life had no inherent meaning, and that those who found happiness or fulfillment were simply deluded by society's false promises. To Hugo, the act of killing Madame Dupont was not one of hatred but an act of liberation, an attempt to break free from the confines of a society that had, in his eyes, abandoned him. Despite the defense's arguments, the jury ultimately found Hugo Lemoyne guilty of first-degree murder. The court concluded that while Hugo had indeed struggled with severe mental health issues, his actions were still premeditated and deliberate. They acknowledged that his intellectual pursuits and his isolation had played a role in shaping his worldview, but they also emphasized that he had made a conscious decision to end Madame Dupont's life. The verdict was met with mixed reactions. Some people felt sympathy for Hugo, believing that his actions were the result of a deep and unresolved personal crisis. Others were appalled by his lack of remorse and the coldness with which he had carried out the murder. The victim's family and friends expressed their heartbreak at the senseless loss of a kind, loving woman, and they called for greater awareness of the need for mental health support in society. In the aftermath of the trial, discussions about Hugo's crime continued to dominate public discourse. Experts debated the role of philosophy and intellectualism in shaping one's worldview, with some arguing that it could provide a useful framework for understanding the world, while others warned that it could lead individuals down dangerous paths if not balanced with a sense of empathy and connection to others. The case also raised important questions about the state of mental health services in France, and whether more could have been done to intervene in Hugo's life before he became a danger to others. Many people, particularly those who had suffered from mental health issues themselves, expressed frustration that the system had failed to provide Hugo with the help he so desperately needed. Hugo Lemoyne's sentence was ultimately handed down in 2014, life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. As he was escorted from the courtroom, he remained eerily calm, his face unreadable. He had shown no emotion throughout the trial, and even after his conviction, he seemed detached, as if the verdict meant little to him. In prison, Hugo continued to engage with philosophy, reading books and writing in his journal, though he was said to have become more withdrawn and introspective over time. The murder of Madame Juliette Dupont remained a tragic reminder of the fragility of human life, the hidden struggles that many face, and the dangers of unchecked isolation. Though justice had been served, the case continued to raise difficult questions about society's responsibility to care for its most vulnerable members and the consequences of neglecting those in need of support. For those who knew Madame Dupont, the memory of her gentle nature lived on, even as Hugo's tragic story unfolded as a dark chapter in the history of a city known for its intellectual vibrancy and cultural richness. Story 6. In 2013, Europe was shaken by the criminal case involving a man named Martin Norgard, a 32-year-old Danish citizen who had been living in the quiet town of Odense on the island of Funen, Denmark. Martin was a former soldier who had served in the Danish military for several years. He was a man who had been widely regarded by his friends and colleagues as quiet, introverted, and seemingly stable, though there had been whispers about his struggles with mental health after his military service. In the weeks leading up to the crime, Martin's behavior had become increasingly erratic. He had recently returned from a deployment overseas, where he had witnessed intense combat. The trauma from his experiences seemed to linger, and Martin began to isolate himself. He withdrew from friends, stopped attending therapy sessions, and spent most of his time at home. Those closest to him noticed subtle changes, his mood swings, his occasional bursts of anger, and his inability to focus. However, no one suspected the depth of his inner turmoil or the devastating event that was about to unfold. On a cold, winter evening in late November 2013, Martin Norgard committed a brutal murder that would send shockwaves through the small Danish community. His victim was his former girlfriend, 28-year-old Emma Peterson, a young woman who had recently ended their tumultuous relationship. The two had met several years prior and had shared a passionate, albeit volatile, romance. Emma had struggled to reconcile Martin's increasingly unpredictable behavior with the love she once felt for him, and eventually, she decided to end the relationship for good. For Martin, this breakup was the final blow. He had been unable to cope with the loss of Emma, and the emotional pain he felt triggered a violent outburst that would change the course of both their lives. Despite his isolation, Martin had remained fixated on Emma, and he believed that her decision to leave him was a personal rejection, something he couldn't come to terms with. He felt betrayed, humiliated, and abandoned. In his mind, Emma had not just broken up with him. She had taken away the one thing that had given his life meaning, and he was determined to make her feel the same sense of pain and hopelessness that he did. On the night of the murder, Martin showed up unannounced at Emma's apartment. He had been drinking heavily and was in a state of emotional turmoil. He rang the doorbell multiple times, but Emma, who had been warned by friends about Martin's erratic behavior, refused to let him in. Martin's pleas grew louder, his frustration mounting with each passing moment. He demanded to see her, to talk to her one last time, but Emma remained firm in her decision to end the relationship. In his rage, Martin broke into the apartment. What followed was a confrontation that turned violent. Emma screamed for help as Martin, in a fit of fury, attacked her. The details of the assault were gruesome, with Emma's cries echoing through the walls of the apartment building. When the police arrived, they found Emma's lifeless body on the floor, her injuries consistent with a brutal struggle. Martin had fled the scene by the time law enforcement arrived, but his fingerprints were found on several surfaces in the apartment, and neighbors reported hearing his angry shouts moments before the attack. The investigation into Emma's death began quickly, with police piecing together the timeline of events. They discovered that Martin had been seen near Emma's apartment in the hours leading up to the murder, and witnesses reported hearing a commotion. The evidence against him was overwhelming, but Martin was nowhere to be found. For days, authorities launched a manhunt across Odense, hoping to apprehend him before he could escape the country. It wasn't until a week later that Martin was finally located in a remote cabin on the outskirts of town. He had been hiding there, disheveled and unwell, barely eating or drinking. When he was arrested, Martin was in a state of shock, his eyes vacant and distant. He was immediately taken into custody and charged with first-degree murder. As he was questioned by the police, he remained silent, offering no explanation for his actions. It was clear that his emotional and mental state had been severely compromised, but whether or not this would be enough to mitigate his responsibility for the murder was yet to be determined. As the case unfolded, it became clear that Martin's time in the military had left deep psychological scars. Those who knew him during his service described him as a model soldier, someone who was disciplined and strong, but who had struggled to adjust to civilian life after returning from deployment. He had been diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, after witnessing several traumatic events during his service, but he had been reluctant to seek help. His struggles with mental health had worsened over time, and many felt that the military, despite recognizing his condition, had not done enough to address it. The relationship between Martin and Emma had always been troubled, but it had become increasingly unstable after his return from deployment. Emma had expressed concern about Martin's mood swings and his inability to control his anger, but she had hoped that with time, he would heal. She had even encouraged him to seek therapy, but Martin had refused, believing that he could handle his issues on his own. His growing isolation, coupled with the emotional fallout from their breakup, seemed to push him over the edge, leading to the tragic events of that fateful night. The trial of Martin Norgard began in the spring of 2014, and it was one of the most widely publicized cases in Denmark that year. Martin's defense team argued that his actions had been influenced by his untreated PTSD, which had led to a temporary loss of control over his emotions and impulses. They contended that Martin had not intended to kill Emma, but rather, his violent outburst had been a result of his deteriorating mental state. The prosecution, on the other hand, emphasized the premeditation involved in the crime. They noted that Martin had planned the attack and had been obsessively focused on Emma, even after their breakup. His decision to show up at her apartment uninvited, despite her clear intentions to end the relationship, was seen as a deliberate act of coercion and intimidation. The prosecution argued that Martin had been fully aware of his actions, and that the murder was not a momentary lapse in judgment, but rather the result of a dangerous and escalating pattern of behavior. As the trial progressed, the court heard from several experts in psychology and military trauma, who testified about the effects of PTSD on individuals and the potential for violent outbursts. Some witnesses described Martin as a victim of a system that had failed to provide him with the support he needed, while others emphasized the responsibility he bore for his actions, regardless of his mental health struggles. The jury deliberated for several days before reaching a verdict. In the end, Martin Norgard was convicted of second-degree murder and sentenced to 20 years in prison. The verdict was met with mixed reactions. Some felt that the sentence was too lenient, given the brutal nature of the crime, while others believed that Martin's mental health issues should have been given more consideration. For Emma's family and friends, the conviction did little to ease the pain of losing a loved one. They described her as a bright and compassionate woman who had so much life ahead of her, and they felt that her death could have been prevented if only Martin had received the help he needed. In the years that followed, Martin Norgard remained in prison, undergoing therapy and treatment for his PTSD. While many believed that his actions were the result of a deep psychological crisis, others remained unconvinced, feeling that the murder had been the result of a man's inability to cope with rejection and emotional pain. The case highlighted the complex intersection of mental health, trauma, and violence, and it sparked ongoing debates about the adequacy of support systems for veterans and individuals with PTSD. As the investigation into Emma's death unfolded, the more the authorities and the public learned about Martin Norgard, the more disturbing the picture became. His life, which had once seemed to follow a predictable trajectory, was now shrouded in a pattern of troubling behavior that only became apparent after the murder. For those who had known him before, it was difficult to reconcile the quiet, reserved man they once admired with the violent killer who had taken Emma's life. The question lingered: how had he descended so deeply into emotional turmoil? And was there any way to have prevented the tragedy? The police began to piece together Martin's past, uncovering the toll that his military service had taken on him. Martin's time in the Danish military had initially appeared to be a period of stability and achievement. He had excelled in his training and had earned the respect of his colleagues. But it was only after his deployment to conflict zones that his demeanor began to change. Witnesses from his time in the military spoke of a man who had once been enthusiastic and driven, but who had gradually become withdrawn, increasingly irritable, and emotionally distant. His mental health struggles had started to manifest shortly after his return from overseas. He began to have trouble sleeping, often waking up in a cold sweat from nightmares of combat. His mood would swing erratically, and he found it difficult to engage with others. He also became more prone to anger, and his ability to control his emotions began to deteriorate. At first, Martin tried to cope with these changes on his own, refusing to acknowledge that he needed help. He would brush off concerns from his family and friends, insisting that he was fine and that he just needed time to adjust. But deep inside, he was drowning, and the weight of his experiences in war took a heavy toll on his psyche. Emma, who had been supportive of him during their relationship, had noticed these changes and tried to help. She encouraged Martin to seek therapy, urging him to talk to a professional about his struggles. But Martin resisted, dismissing the idea as unnecessary. He believed that seeking therapy was a sign of weakness, and instead, he turned inward, allowing the anger and sadness to fester. As the months passed, their relationship became increasingly strained. Emma felt that she was walking on eggshells, never sure which version of Martin she would encounter. Was it the kind, thoughtful man she had once fallen in love with, or the emotionally volatile person who seemed incapable of processing his pain? The relationship reached a breaking point when Emma finally made the decision to end it. She had hoped that this would give Martin the space he needed to heal and get help, but she had also reached a point where her own emotional well-being had become a priority. She had spent months trying to support him, but it was clear that her efforts were in vain. Martin, however, was devastated by the breakup. He could not accept her decision and began to fixate on the idea that she had rejected him completely. His emotional instability, combined with the trauma from his military service, created a perfect storm of resentment and rage. He could not understand why Emma was abandoning him, and in his mind, her rejection was a personal affront. The anger he had suppressed for so long was now channeled into a singular obsession, making Emma feel the same level of pain that he was experiencing. Emma had become fearful of Martin's increasingly erratic behavior. She had been receiving late-night phone calls from him, some of which were filled with angry rants, while others were full of desperate pleas for reconciliation. She had told her friends and family that she felt unsafe, and they had urged her to take further precautions. Yet, despite her efforts to distance herself from Martin, he continued to show up at her door, uninvited and unpredictable. On the evening of the murder, Emma had planned to spend the night with a close friend, but Martin's persistence would not allow her to escape. When he arrived at her apartment, he was visibly intoxicated, his eyes wild with emotion. Emma's refusal to let him in only seemed to escalate his anger. His repeated knocking on the door was met with silence, but he refused to give up. Then, in a moment of fury, Martin smashed a window to gain entry. His mind was clouded with rage, his vision narrowed by the belief that Emma was his only source of relief from the pain of his shattered life. It was then that the situation spiraled into violence. The ensuing confrontation was both tragic and horrifying. The neighbors who lived in the building recalled hearing the sounds of shouting and crashing furniture as the altercation intensified. One neighbor later testified that they had heard Emma's terrified screams for help, but by the time they reached her apartment, it was too late. They could not have known just how horrific the scene would be when they opened the door. By the time the police arrived at the scene, Martin had fled, leaving behind only the bloody aftermath of his crime. The evidence was irrefutable. Emma had been brutally assaulted, her injuries suggesting a violent struggle for her life. The authorities immediately launched an investigation, but they knew that their prime suspect was Martin Norgard, as he had been seen leaving the building just moments after the attack. His fingerprints were found on the broken window, and his DNA was found at the scene. The police were able to trace his movements through security camera footage, which confirmed his presence near Emma's apartment shortly before the murder. For several days, Martin was a fugitive. His whereabouts were unknown, and authorities feared that he might attempt to flee the country. As the days wore on, police intensified their search. The media caught wind of the case, and news outlets across Denmark began reporting on the murder and the manhunt for Martin Norgard. The country was captivated by the tragic story of a man whose life had once held promise, but who had spiraled into violence as a result of untreated trauma and emotional turmoil. It wasn't until a week later that Martin was apprehended. He had been hiding in a small, isolated cabin in the outskirts of Odense, living in squalor, disoriented and barely coherent. When the police finally found him, he did not resist arrest. Instead, he appeared to be in a state of shock, as though the reality of what he had done had not fully sunk in. He was taken into custody without incident, and upon his arrest, he was transferred to a psychiatric hospital for a thorough evaluation. The psychological evaluation revealed that Martin had suffered from significant post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, as a result of his military service, and that his emotional breakdown was a key factor in the events that had unfolded. Experts testified that while PTSD was an undeniable factor in Martin's state of mind, it was not an excuse for his actions. He had made a deliberate choice to confront Emma, and the violent assault had been premeditated in nature. The psychological reports painted a portrait of a man who had been deeply scarred by his experiences, but who had also failed to acknowledge or seek treatment for his mental health struggles. The military's failure to address his PTSD, combined with his emotional instability, had created a dangerous mix. Martin's actions, while deeply influenced by his psychological state, were ultimately his responsibility. He was not the victim, despite the suffering he had endured during his service. Instead, it was Emma, a woman who had simply tried to end an unhealthy relationship, who had paid the ultimate price. The trial of Martin Norgard was a somber and emotional event, drawing attention to the complex issues surrounding mental health, PTSD, and the responsibility of individuals to take ownership of their actions. The court heard from both the defense and the prosecution, with experts testifying about the role of trauma in shaping behavior and the consequences of untreated mental health issues. The public was divided in their opinions. Some felt that Martin should receive a lighter sentence due to his mental health struggles, while others believed that the brutal nature of the crime demanded a harsh punishment. Ultimately, Martin Norgard was convicted of second-degree murder and sentenced to 20 years in prison. The verdict was met with mixed reactions, but for Emma's family and friends, it was a bittersweet conclusion to a tragedy that had claimed the life of a beloved woman. The case left many questioning the adequacy of the systems in place to support veterans dealing with PTSD and the devastating consequences of ignoring the signs of mental health struggles. In the aftermath of the trial, the case of Martin Norgard and the death of Emma Peterson continued to spark intense debate throughout Denmark and across Europe. Many were left grappling with the devastating consequences of untreated mental health issues, especially for military personnel who had been exposed to trauma in the line of duty. While some argued that Martin's PTSD had played a significant role in his actions, others felt that he had chosen to embrace the path of violence rather than seek the help he so desperately needed. In the years following his conviction, Martin's case remained a focal point for discussions about mental health care for veterans. Advocates for mental health reform pointed to Martin's situation as an example of how the system had failed him. They highlighted the lack of adequate mental health services available to veterans transitioning back to civilian life. Despite his obvious struggles, Martin had been unable to access the care that might have prevented the tragedy. Many felt that he had been let down by the very institutions that were supposed to support him. This case drew attention to the gaps in support for soldiers returning from conflict zones, who often struggled with invisible wounds that were not as easily recognized or understood as physical injuries. For Martin, life in prison was a brutal wake-up call. In the years since his conviction, he had begun a slow and painful journey towards self-awareness and understanding. He was enrolled in therapy sessions designed to help him confront the trauma of his military service and the emotional damage he had caused. Over time, Martin began to admit that while his PTSD had exacerbated his actions, it had not been the sole reason for the crime. He had made a choice. He had chosen to let his emotions overpower him, rather than taking the necessary steps to heal. He admitted to himself and to his counselors that his deep feelings of betrayal, humiliation, and anger had clouded his judgment to the point where he was unable to see the human being he was hurting. Emma, the woman he had once loved. While he had never fully reconciled with the horror of what he had done, Martin expressed remorse for the pain he caused to Emma's family, her friends, and his own. He became more open during his therapy sessions, allowing himself to feel the guilt and sadness that had previously been buried under layers of anger. He also began to reflect on how his military experience had shaped his view of the world. Martin had been trained to deal with violence, to fight and survive, but he had never learned how to process the emotions that came with it. He had never been taught how to handle grief, loss, or rejection. The skills needed to navigate those emotions had been missing from his training, and they were not something he had learned to manage as he left the battlefield for civilian life. The only thing he had known was that when confronted with overwhelming feelings, he reacted with anger, a reaction that had now cost him everything. Despite his remorse, Martin's time in prison was not without difficulty. He struggled with loneliness, isolation, and the constant weight of the murder he had committed. His mental health continued to be fragile, and he often found himself in dark, reflective moods. At times, he questioned whether he was deserving of redemption, especially in light of the irreversible damage he had caused. The guilt was overwhelming, but he understood that there was no way to undo the past. All he could do now was work to rebuild his life, one step at a time, and hope that one day, perhaps, he could contribute something positive to society, though he knew that would not erase the pain he had caused. Emma's family, on the other hand, continued to grieve her death. Her parents, who had hoped for a future with their daughter, were left with an emptiness that could never be filled. Emma had been a bright and promising young woman, full of potential. She had dreams, plans, and a future ahead of her, but Martin's actions had robbed her of that. They never got the closure they needed, never received an explanation that made sense to them. They were left with the haunting question of how someone they had known, someone they had trusted, could become capable of such violence. In the years after her death, Emma's family kept her memory alive, sharing stories about her, celebrating her accomplishments, and mourning the life she should have had. The case also had an enduring impact on Denmark's broader community. It led to significant conversations about how society could better support individuals grappling with the psychological aftermath of war. In the wake of the tragedy, a coalition of mental health advocates pushed for expanded resources for veterans and better access to psychological support for those returning from conflict zones. The Danish military began to re-evaluate its protocols for mental health assessments, and several initiatives were launched to address the needs of soldiers suffering from PTSD and other related conditions. Yet, despite these efforts, the challenges continued. Many veterans still found themselves without adequate care, and the stigma surrounding mental health issues remained a barrier to seeking help. The cultural expectations that soldiers should remain tough, stoic, and unyielding in the face of adversity made it difficult for many to acknowledge the mental toll their experiences had taken. Some soldiers continued to view therapy and counseling as weaknesses rather than necessary tools for healing. Meanwhile, the public outcry over Martin's actions had subsided, but the pain of his crime remained fresh for those who had been personally affected. Emma's friends, who had stood by her during her relationship with Martin, struggled to understand how they had missed the signs of his emotional instability. They blamed themselves for not doing more to intervene, even though they had tried to help her. They had urged Emma to end the relationship, but they hadn't known the full extent of Martin's behavior or the extent of his emotional breakdown. They were left with an overwhelming sense of guilt, even though they had done their best to protect their friend. Despite all the pain, the case left behind a legacy that transcended the tragedy itself. It served as a painful but necessary reminder of the impact of untreated mental illness and the importance of providing support to those who are struggling. It underscored the need for greater awareness about PTSD and its potential consequences, especially for those who had served in military conflicts. And it highlighted the need for a system that was better equipped to address mental health issues, not just during active duty, but also after service when the scars of war remained long after the battles had ended. As the years passed, Martin's story became one of caution, a chilling reminder that the invisible wounds of war can have devastating effects if left unchecked. While the court had made its decision, the questions about responsibility, mental health, and forgiveness would continue to linger in the minds of many, forcing society to look more deeply at how it can prevent such tragedies from happening again. Story 7. In 2014, Australia was shaken by the brutal murder of a young woman named Sarah Collins. The perpetrator, Matthew Smith, was a 32-year-old man with a dark history of substance abuse and violent outbursts. At the time of the crime, he had been living in Melbourne and had become known among his friends and family for his increasingly erratic behavior. Matthew had a history of mental health issues, but his struggles with addiction and anger management were far more public. Despite his issues, he had somehow managed to maintain a semblance of normalcy, holding down a job as a carpenter, though his personal life was in turmoil. Matthew's relationship with Sarah was turbulent from the start. They had met a year prior at a mutual friend's party, and what had seemed like a promising connection quickly devolved into something unhealthy. Sarah, a 26-year-old university student studying sociology, had been drawn to Matthew's charm and ruggedness, but she had no idea of the dark side that lay beneath his exterior. Matthew, on the other hand, was captivated by Sarah's intelligence and beauty, but found himself unable to cope with his own insecurities and emotional instability. Their relationship was marked by emotional manipulation, controlling behavior, and at times physical altercations. It wasn't long before Sarah began to realize that Matthew's behavior was becoming more erratic. His struggles with alcohol and drugs seemed to escalate, and he became possessive, jealous, and prone to fits of rage. Although Matthew had occasionally sought help for his addiction, he rarely stuck with treatment, believing that his issues could be handled on his own. He was convinced that his problems were everyone else's fault, especially Sarah's. Over time, his accusations grew more frequent, and Sarah found herself walking on eggshells, afraid of setting him off. Despite this, Sarah didn't immediately end the relationship. She believed that she could help him, that love and patience could heal him. But as the months went on, Matthew's behavior became increasingly toxic, and the emotional and physical abuse grew harder to ignore. He began showing up uninvited to Sarah's apartment, insisting on knowing where she was at all times. He would argue with her over trivial things, and sometimes the arguments would escalate into shouting matches, with Matthew lashing out physically. It was clear to Sarah that Matthew's volatile emotions were spiraling, but she remained hopeful that he would eventually get better. On the night of April 12, 2014, their relationship came to a tragic end. Matthew had shown up at Sarah's apartment unannounced, intoxicated and furious over something she had said to one of her friends earlier in the day. He believed that Sarah had been speaking ill of him behind his back, though there was no evidence to support this claim. The argument began with yelling and quickly escalated when Matthew became physically aggressive. Sarah, who had tried to de-escalate the situation, found herself trapped in a violent confrontation. Matthew, in his rage, grabbed a kitchen knife and in a moment of blind fury, stabbed Sarah multiple times. The attack was brutal and merciless. Sarah had tried to defend herself, but Matthew overpowered her, and within minutes, her life was taken. Neighbors reported hearing the sounds of a violent struggle and Sarah's cries for help, but by the time they reached her apartment, it was too late. Matthew fled the scene shortly after the attack, leaving Sarah to die alone in the apartment. The police arrived soon after receiving a frantic 911 call from a neighbor, but they found only a lifeless Sarah and a trail of blood leading toward the door. The authorities immediately suspected Matthew was involved, as he had been known to have a violent temper, and Sarah had confided in her friends about his increasingly erratic behavior. But when they went to question him, he was nowhere to be found. The manhunt for Matthew Smith began almost immediately. His family, however, was not shocked by his involvement in the murder. They had seen the signs of Matthew's mental and emotional deterioration for years, but despite their best efforts, they had been unable to intervene. They knew that their son's issues with substance abuse, anger, and emotional instability had made him a dangerous person. Matthew had been to rehab multiple times, but he always relapsed, convinced that he didn't need help. His parents had tried to support him, but they too were powerless in the face of his increasing volatility. The police began their search for Matthew, reaching out to his friends, family, and acquaintances to piece together his whereabouts. They soon learned that he had been spotted leaving Melbourne in the hours after the murder, heading north toward New South Wales. Authorities warned local police forces in the surrounding areas, and a nationwide search for Matthew was initiated. Despite his best efforts to evade capture, Matthew's downfall came just 5 days after the murder. A tip from a concerned citizen led the police to a small, remote cabin in the countryside of New South Wales, where Matthew had been hiding out. He was arrested without incident, though he showed no signs of remorse for the crime he had committed. In fact, when questioned by authorities, he seemed detached, as though the brutal murder of Sarah had not fully registered in his mind. The police soon discovered that Matthew had been carrying the knife he used to kill Sarah when they found him. He had wrapped it in a cloth and placed it inside his backpack, a chilling reminder of the violence he had unleashed. It was clear that Matthew had not planned the murder, but his overwhelming emotions had driven him to act impulsively. His past struggles with anger, addiction, and emotional instability had ultimately led him down a path of irreversible destruction. When the case went to trial, the courtroom was filled with a mix of anger, sadness, and disbelief. The prosecution presented a compelling case, detailing Matthew's violent tendencies, his history of abuse, and the tragic events that had unfolded on the night of Sarah's death. They argued that his actions were not the result of a single moment of rage, but rather the culmination of years of unchecked emotional turmoil. The defense, however, attempted to argue that Matthew had not been in control of his actions due to his mental health issues and substance abuse. They pointed to his history of trauma, addiction, and psychological instability, suggesting that these factors had contributed to his violent outburst. But for Sarah's family and friends, there was no justification for what had happened. They had lost someone they loved dearly, someone with so much potential, in a senseless and violent act. They had watched as Sarah tried to make things work with a man who had never truly valued her, and they had witnessed the gradual erosion of her spirit under the weight of Matthew's abusive behavior. They were left with a deep sense of grief, anger, and helplessness. In the end, the jury convicted Matthew Smith of second-degree murder, citing his history of violent behavior and the sheer brutality of the attack. He was sentenced to 20 years in prison, though the damage had already been done. No amount of punishment could bring Sarah back, and no sentence could undo the suffering of those who loved her. For Sarah's family, the pain would never truly go away. They were left with the haunting memory of a young woman whose life had been cut short, a tragic victim of a man who had never learned how to manage his emotions, and who had never sought the help he so desperately needed. The trial of Matthew Smith became a national sensation in Australia, as it underscored a much larger issue within society: how addiction, mental health struggles, and domestic violence are often interlinked, and how society tends to overlook the deep-rooted causes until it is too late. Throughout the trial, experts in psychology, mental health, and addiction testified about Matthew's behavior, but nothing could diminish the horror of what had taken place that night. Matthew had been in and out of rehabilitation centers for several years before meeting Sarah. His parents had long worried about their son's ability to control his destructive urges, but they often felt powerless against his stubborn refusal to acknowledge the extent of his problems. While his emotional volatility was well known among his family and friends, no one had ever imagined that it would culminate in murder. But as his behavior worsened, it became clear that Sarah was in danger. She had tried to reach out for help on several occasions, confiding in her closest friends about the constant fear she felt when she was around Matthew. Her friends recalled that she had often said she was worried about the man she loved, but each time she attempted to break things off, Matthew would beg her to stay, promising he would change. She believed that, somehow, love could heal him. However, those close to her knew that Matthew's promises were hollow. They had seen Sarah try, over and over again, to navigate the storm of his emotional and psychological needs, hoping that she could somehow bring stability to his chaotic world. She tried to be patient, understanding, and supportive, but her friends noticed how the bright, independent woman they had known seemed to fade, gradually losing the light in her eyes. She became withdrawn, exhausted, and often anxious, afraid of what would come next. It wasn't just the verbal abuse, but the emotional manipulation that wore her down. In the months before the murder, Sarah had begun to isolate herself from friends and family. She was too ashamed to admit the depth of the problems in her relationship with Matthew. She didn't want to be seen as weak or incapable, so she kept her pain to herself. The night Matthew murdered Sarah was the culmination of months of emotional and psychological abuse. The prosecution was adamant that Matthew's mental state, exacerbated by his addiction, was not an excuse for his actions, but merely a contributing factor. The key issue that they highlighted was that Matthew's violence had been a pattern, one that had escalated over time. Although Sarah had not been the first woman in Matthew's life to experience his temper, she was the one who paid the ultimate price. His ability to switch from charming to enraged in a matter of moments was something that those around him knew all too well. It was this erratic, unpredictable behavior that made him dangerous. On the night of the murder, Matthew had spent the evening drinking heavily, fueling the destructive emotions that already consumed him. When Sarah attempted to assert her independence and have a conversation about their relationship, Matthew's paranoia and jealousy flared up. He accused her of being unfaithful, even though she had never given him any reason to believe this. In his mind, Sarah was always on the verge of betraying him, and no amount of reassurance could calm his fears. The conversation, which had started as a plea for calm, quickly descended into an all-out argument. It was in this heightened state of emotion that Matthew reached for the kitchen knife. Sarah, in a desperate attempt to protect herself, had tried to shield her body, but Matthew overpowered her, stabbing her multiple times. His rage clouded his judgment, and the physical violence took on a life of its own. He had crossed a line that would be impossible to come back from. And when it was over, he stood over Sarah's lifeless body, his mind seemingly devoid of any sense of what he had just done. Matthew's flight after the murder was not one of guilt, but of fear. He was terrified of facing the consequences of his actions, but even more so, he was consumed by the idea that he had finally lost control in the most devastating way. For several days, he wandered the countryside, moving from town to town, trying to outrun the reality of what he had done. But as the investigation moved forward, Matthew could not hide for long. His family, too, was complicit in his escape for a short time, as they had failed to inform the authorities of his whereabouts. His mother, who had long been in denial about his dangerous tendencies, had begged him to turn himself in. But her pleas fell on deaf ears, as Matthew continued to believe that he could somehow evade capture. The police tracked him down after an anonymous tip led them to a small town just outside of New South Wales. Matthew had been hiding out in a cabin, living in a state of emotional disarray. When the officers arrived, they found him in a state of confusion, his disheveled appearance reflecting the turmoil he was experiencing inside. The arrest was made with minimal resistance, but Matthew's silence during his questioning was unnerving. He seemed detached, almost as if he had resigned himself to his fate. His lack of remorse was apparent in his initial statements to police. He denied any premeditation, claiming that the attack had been an accident, a result of his emotional instability and alcohol consumption. He seemed to downplay the severity of the situation, calling it a moment of rage, rather than a conscious act of murder. However, as the investigation continued, more of Matthew's dark past came to light. He had a history of domestic violence, having been involved in at least 2 previous violent relationships. In both cases, his partners had suffered at his hands, but they had either remained silent or had been too afraid to speak out. It became increasingly clear that Matthew's mental state and substance abuse had contributed to his violent behavior, but it was not an excuse. His history of abuse and untreated psychological issues had been a ticking time bomb, and Sarah had unfortunately been the one to set it off. The court would soon be faced with a difficult decision: how to punish a man who was clearly struggling with his inner demons, but had also committed an unforgivable crime. For Sarah's family, the pain of losing their daughter was insurmountable. Her parents spoke to the press, urging others to recognize the signs of abuse and to take action before it's too late. They hoped that Sarah's tragic death would raise awareness about domestic violence and mental health, and that it would serve as a catalyst for change. But no matter how much attention her case brought to these issues, it could never bring Sarah back. Her life had been cut short, and her family's world was shattered by the violent actions of a man who, despite all the help he had been offered, had never been able to control his anger. As the months passed, the fallout from Sarah Collins' tragic death continued to reverberate through the community. Her family, while struggling to cope with the overwhelming grief of losing their beloved daughter, became vocal advocates for raising awareness about the dangers of domestic violence and the importance of addressing mental health issues. They were determined that Sarah's death would not be in vain, that the story of her life and the violent end she had suffered could ignite change. Sarah's mother, who had never imagined that her daughter would be in such a situation, became a tireless campaigner for domestic violence survivors. She spoke out about the manipulation and coercion that often accompanies emotionally abusive relationships, encouraging other victims to seek help before it was too late. She recounted the difficult conversations Sarah had had with her about Matthew's controlling behavior, her fear of him, and her attempts to hide the bruises that were becoming more frequent as the months went by. Her mother's heartache was palpable as she spoke to the media, and through her voice, the public began to understand how Sarah's story was not an isolated incident, but a part of a much larger, often hidden epidemic of domestic abuse. Her father, too, joined the effort, calling for more resources to be made available for both victims and perpetrators of abuse. He had watched, helplessly, as his daughter had tried to balance love for someone she believed could change with the reality of the violence that had been building over time. He admitted in interviews that, like many fathers, he had always believed he could protect his children from harm, but in this case, he was unable to protect Sarah from the very person she had loved. He spoke of the pain that came with knowing that his daughter had feared for her safety in her final days, that she had been trapped in a relationship that had slowly consumed her. While the family's advocacy work continued to bring attention to the issues of abuse and mental health, Matthew Smith's trial unfolded in the courtroom. The prosecution painted a grim picture of a man who had not just killed out of a momentary rage, but whose actions had been the result of long-standing issues. His history of violence, combined with his inability to control his impulses, had made him a ticking time bomb. The prosecutor argued that Matthew's mental health struggles, while real, did not absolve him of responsibility for taking another human life. They emphasized the brutal nature of the crime. Sarah had been stabbed repeatedly, with no chance to escape her attacker. They argued that Matthew had been in full control of his actions when he murdered Sarah, even if his judgment had been clouded by his addiction and anger. The defense, however, presented a different narrative. They painted Matthew as a man who had struggled for years with his inner demons, a victim of his own circumstances. They claimed that his mental health issues and addiction were a significant factor in the murder, and that he was not entirely responsible for his actions. The defense team called for leniency, suggesting that Matthew's troubled past and history of trauma should be considered when determining his sentence. They described his life as a constant battle, one that had taken a toll on his mental well-being, making it difficult for him to make rational decisions during the moments leading up to Sarah's death. As the defense rested, the jury was left with the difficult task of determining Matthew Smith's fate. The evidence against him was overwhelming, and the nature of the crime itself left little room for doubt. However, the defense's arguments about Matthew's mental state and his struggles with addiction could not be ignored. The question that lingered in the minds of the jurors was whether he was fully aware of the consequences of his actions, or whether his violent outburst was the result of a lifetime of unchecked emotional trauma and substance abuse. After several days of deliberation, the jury returned with a verdict. Matthew Smith was found guilty of second-degree murder. The jury had concluded that, while his mental health issues and addiction played a significant role in his actions, they did not excuse the brutal way in which he had taken Sarah's life. They found that, in that moment, Matthew had been fully aware of the harm he was causing, and therefore he was responsible for her death. When the judge sentenced Matthew, there was a heavy silence in the courtroom. The Collins family sat in the front row, their faces a mix of exhaustion and sorrow. The sentence was 22 years in prison, a reflection of the severity of the crime, but also taking into account the mitigating circumstances surrounding Matthew's mental health. As the gavel came down, Sarah's family quietly filed out of the courtroom, their grief still fresh, their pain still raw. While they knew that justice had been served in some form, it did little to ease the emptiness they felt knowing that Sarah would never walk through their door again. Matthew's sentence was just one part of the story, but for Sarah's family, it was only a small step toward healing. There was no true closure in the sense that would restore their family, but through their advocacy work and their willingness to speak out about Sarah's life, they began to feel that her death could serve as a catalyst for change. They joined forces with several domestic violence organizations, lobbying for more support for victims of abuse and for stronger laws to protect those who were most vulnerable. The death of Sarah Collins had sparked a movement, one that was rooted in her memory, but was also dedicated to saving lives. Though Sarah was gone, her legacy lived on in the work her family and friends carried forward. Her death was not just a tragic loss of life, it was a stark reminder of the silent suffering that many people endure in abusive relationships. For those who were still trapped in similar situations, Sarah's story would become a symbol of hope, a call to seek help before it was too late. Sarah's voice, though silent, continued to echo, urging others to break free from the chains of abuse and to find a way to live without fear. The road to healing for Sarah's family was long and painful, but through their tireless work, they began to find meaning in their loss. They knew that the journey ahead would be fraught with difficulty, but they were determined to ensure that Sarah's memory lived on in a way that honored her life and her fight for peace. And in that way, perhaps Sarah's death could be the catalyst for the kind of change that might prevent another family from experiencing the same pain they had endured. Story 8. In 2014, Australia witnessed a horrifying case that shocked the nation, one that would go down in criminal history for its chilling brutality and the tragic loss of life. The case revolved around a man named Jack Miller, a 29-year-old former boxer who had been struggling with depression, substance abuse, and a violent past. His history of abuse and rage had been known to those closest to him, but no one ever thought it would escalate to the unthinkable. Jack grew up in a rough neighborhood in Melbourne, where violence was often the answer to every problem. Raised in a broken home with an absentee father and a mother who battled her own demons, Jack learned from a young age to fend for himself. His anger issues began early, often manifested through fights with classmates, and as he grew older, they turned into a destructive force that shaped his adult life. Jack's violent tendencies were well known in the boxing gym, where he quickly gained a reputation for being ruthless and unpredictable. His raw talent made him a feared competitor in the ring, but outside of it, his temper was just as volatile. His downfall came not in the boxing ring, but in the streets of Melbourne. At 29, Jack was battling depression and had become heavily addicted to drugs and alcohol. These addictions, combined with his unresolved emotional trauma, created a volatile mix that was impossible for those around him to manage. Despite his promising boxing career, he had failed to find stability, losing sponsorship deals and falling deeper into his destructive lifestyle. His relationships had all but crumbled, and his friends and family had long been concerned for his well-being. In the weeks leading up to the tragedy, Jack had been in and out of rehab multiple times, but each stint was short-lived, and his addiction always pulled him back into the depths of despair. He had a volatile relationship with his girlfriend, Claire Johnson, a 26-year-old nurse who had been trying to help him for months. Claire had fallen in love with Jack, believing that he could turn his life around. She saw the potential in him, even when others had written him off. However, Jack's instability and bouts of rage were becoming harder for Claire to ignore. Jack's violent outbursts were no longer isolated incidents, but a regular pattern that was escalating. He would often lash out at Claire in moments of jealousy, rage, or insecurity. He accused her of cheating on him, even though she had never given him any reason to doubt her. The constant turmoil in their relationship had taken a toll on Claire, who was starting to realize that she might never be able to save Jack from himself. Friends of Claire, who had witnessed the deterioration of her once bright personality into one of exhaustion and fear, pleaded with her to leave him. But Claire remained hopeful, still holding on to the belief that Jack could change, that love could be the catalyst for his recovery. That belief would be tested in the worst possible way on one fateful evening in late 2014. Jack had been drinking heavily and using methamphetamine when he returned to their apartment after a heated argument earlier that day. Claire, tired of the constant emotional roller coaster, had been thinking about ending their relationship for good. She had spent the evening at a friend's house, attempting to clear her mind. When she returned home later that night, she found Jack in a manic state, raving about perceived betrayals and his feeling of being trapped in his own skin. As the night wore on, Jack's paranoia and aggression grew more intense. Claire tried to calm him down, but her efforts only seemed to enrage him further. The argument quickly spiraled out of control, and in a blind fit of rage, Jack grabbed a nearby kitchen knife. The weapon, so simple and innocuous in nature, became the instrument of Claire's tragic death. He stabbed her repeatedly, with the violence of the attack reflecting the deep-seated anger and hurt that Jack had been carrying for years. In the aftermath, Jack's reaction was chillingly detached. When the police arrived at the scene, they found Jack standing over Claire's lifeless body, covered in blood. His demeanor was eerily calm, almost as if he had been in a trance. He showed no remorse for what he had done, his mind clouded by drugs and his own mental state, but it was clear that he understood the gravity of the situation. As the officers took him into custody, Jack was silent, offering no resistance. The investigation revealed a tragic portrait of a man whose life had spiraled out of control. Jack had been a ticking time bomb, and the violence he unleashed that night was the inevitable outcome of his untreated mental health issues, addiction, and history of abusive behavior. The police learned that Claire had attempted to end their relationship several times, but Jack had convinced her to stay, promising that he would get help. She had made it clear to her friends and family that she feared Jack's instability, but she had continued to hold on to the hope that one day he would change. As the details of the crime came to light, the community was left reeling from the brutality of the act. Jack Miller's story was not one of a man driven by a single moment of rage, but a story of years of unresolved issues and escalating violence that had finally culminated in the most horrific of outcomes. Claire Johnson's death was a stark reminder of how untreated mental health issues and addiction could destroy not just the person suffering, but everyone around them. The trial of Jack Miller in early 2015 was a media sensation. The defense team argued that Jack's mental state, compounded by his substance abuse, meant that he was not fully aware of the consequences of his actions. They portrayed him as a man who had never been given the proper tools to deal with his anger and depression. They painted a picture of a man who had been failed by society, a victim of his own demons. The prosecution, however, argued that Jack's past behavior, including numerous instances of violence and threats, showed a clear pattern of escalating aggression that could not be attributed solely to his addiction. They emphasized that the brutal nature of the attack on Claire, as well as his complete lack of remorse afterward, indicated that this was not an impulsive crime, but one that had been building for some time. The jury deliberated for days, weighing the factors of Jack's mental health and addiction against the severity of the crime. They ultimately found Jack Miller guilty of manslaughter due to diminished responsibility. He was sentenced to 12 years in prison, a decision that left Claire's family devastated. They struggled to understand how someone could take the life of a kind, loving person like Claire and be given such a relatively light sentence. For them, the punishment seemed insufficient compared to the loss they had endured. Jack Miller's conviction and sentence sparked debates across Australia about the intersection of mental health, addiction, and violent crime. Many felt that the justice system had failed to hold Jack fully accountable for his actions, while others argued that his history of trauma and addiction should have been considered more heavily. Nonetheless, the case highlighted the importance of early intervention for those struggling with mental health issues and addiction, and how failure to address these problems can have devastating consequences. For Claire's family, there was no closure, only the long, painful journey of trying to pick up the pieces of their lives. They would never get to see Claire marry, have children, or live the full life she had dreamed of. Instead, they were left with the haunting memory of a vibrant young woman taken too soon by the violence of a man who had never learned to control his anger. As Jack Miller's trial progressed, more details about his past came to light, shedding light on the troubled history that had ultimately led to Claire's tragic death. The courtroom was filled with tense moments, as Claire's family and friends sat in the front row, their faces marked with a mix of disbelief and sorrow. For them, each piece of evidence painted a grim picture of a relationship that had been plagued by abuse and deceit. The prosecution began by presenting a series of testimonies from friends and family members who had witnessed the deterioration of Claire's relationship with Jack. One close friend, Sarah Evans, described how she had watched Claire slowly withdraw from her social circle as she became more and more isolated. Claire had always been a kind and vibrant person, but over the past year, Sarah noticed a significant change. She described Claire as often tired and anxious, with bruises on her arms that Claire tried to hide. Sarah recalled one conversation in which Claire had confided in her about Jack's increasingly erratic behavior, but Claire had been reluctant to call the relationship off. "I don't think he can help it," Sarah remembered Claire saying, her voice heavy with sadness. "He's just really lost. He's not a bad person, he just doesn't know how to deal with his anger." Sarah had pleaded with Claire to seek help, to talk to someone about what she was going through, but Claire always seemed to make excuses for Jack's behavior. "He's better when he's sober," Claire would say, or "he's just had a rough time lately. He loves me, I know he does." But as the months went by, Jack's outbursts became more frequent and more violent. Friends and family tried to reach out, but they were too late. The web of manipulation that Jack had created around Claire had made it nearly impossible for her to see that she was in a dangerous situation. The defense team, however, tried to argue that Jack's violent behavior was a result of his mental health struggles and addiction. They presented expert witnesses who testified that Jack's childhood, marked by neglect and abuse, had left deep scars on his psyche. His addiction to methamphetamine had exacerbated these issues, making it nearly impossible for him to control his emotions when under the influence. The defense painted Jack as a broken man, a victim of his past, whose uncontrollable rage had led him down a dark path. One psychiatrist who had been consulted by the defense argued that Jack's actions on the night of Claire's death were the result of a dissociative episode caused by his severe addiction. He claimed that Jack had been trapped in a mental state that left him unable to make rational decisions. The psychiatrist emphasized that Jack had been struggling with intense feelings of abandonment and shame, which had built up over years of unresolved trauma. They suggested that the methamphetamine had clouded his judgment, making it nearly impossible for him to distinguish right from wrong at the time of the crime. They recommended that Jack receive treatment for his mental health issues and addiction, and that he should be given a chance to rehabilitate himself. In contrast, the prosecution argued that while Jack's mental health issues and addiction were real, they did not excuse the brutal murder of Claire. They painted a different picture of Jack, a man who had used his past as an excuse for his violent tendencies, a man who had allowed his addiction to rule his life. They pointed to the severity of the attack, emphasizing that Jack's multiple stabs to Claire's chest and abdomen were not the actions of a man who had lost control in a fleeting moment of anger. They argued that Jack had been fully aware of the consequences of his actions, and that he had consciously made the decision to kill. The prosecutor's final argument was a plea for justice for Claire, whose life had been stolen by someone who had shown no remorse for what he had done. They reminded the jury that, despite Jack's troubled past, Claire had never deserved to die in such a brutal and senseless way. She was a kind, loving woman who believed in the good in people, even when they didn't deserve it, the prosecutor said. And she didn't deserve to die at the hands of the man she loved. Jack Miller's actions cannot be justified by his mental health struggles or his addiction. He made a choice that night, and he must be held accountable for that choice. Meanwhile, the defense held firm in their belief that Jack was a product of his environment, and that his violent tendencies were a result of years of abuse and neglect. They argued that Jack had not acted out of malice or premeditation, but rather out of an overwhelming sense of emotional turmoil and confusion. They highlighted the fact that Jack had been trying, in his own way, to overcome his issues. He had sought treatment for his addiction and had been attending therapy before the tragic incident. The defense suggested that, had Jack been given more support and a better chance to heal, the violence may have never occurred. Throughout the trial, Jack sat silently in the defendant's chair, his face expressionless, his eyes fixed on the floor. At times, he appeared lost in thought, as though he were disconnected from the reality of the courtroom. But at other moments, the anger inside him seemed to resurface, his jaw tightening as the prosecution described the pain and suffering he had caused. There was no outburst, no emotional breakdown, only the eerie silence of a man who had committed an unforgivable act. As the trial entered its final stages, the jury was left with the daunting task of determining Jack Miller's fate. The evidence of his violent tendencies was overwhelming, but the arguments of the defense regarding his mental state and addiction left the jury with difficult questions to answer. Could Jack be held fully accountable for his actions, given his mental health struggles? Or was he truly a victim of his past, someone who had been driven to violence by forces beyond his control? The jury deliberated for several days, weighing the evidence, considering the testimonies, and discussing the complex nature of Jack's character. They knew that their decision would have far-reaching implications, not only for Jack, but also for the family and friends of Claire, who had suffered unimaginable loss. Finally, after much discussion, they reached a verdict. Jack Miller was found guilty of manslaughter. The jury believed that while Jack's mental health issues and addiction played a significant role in the crime, they did not absolve him of responsibility for Claire's death. The sentencing hearing was a somber affair. Claire's family had hoped for a harsher sentence, one that would reflect the brutality of the crime and the pain they had suffered. But the judge, taking into account Jack's mental health history and the mitigating circumstances, handed down a sentence of 15 years in prison. The decision was met with mixed reactions. Claire's family was devastated, feeling that Jack's punishment did not match the severity of his actions. But they were determined to honor Claire's memory, and in the face of this injustice, they vowed to continue speaking out against domestic violence and addiction, hoping to prevent another family from experiencing the same heartbreak they had endured. For Jack, the long road ahead in prison would not be one of redemption. His time behind bars would be a chance for him to reflect on the choices he had made. But for Claire's family, it would never bring their daughter, sister, and friend back. Claire Johnson's life had been tragically cut short by a man who had been given every chance to change, but ultimately chose to destroy the person who loved him most. Her story would remain a warning to others about the destructive power of addiction, anger, and unresolved trauma, and a testament to the importance of recognizing the signs of abuse before it was too late. In the years that followed Jack Miller's conviction, the tragic murder of Claire Johnson remained a topic of discussion throughout the local community. Claire's death was more than just a headline or a case file. It became a symbol of the dangers of untreated mental health issues, addiction, and the often hidden violence that can erupt in relationships. Despite Jack Miller's relatively light sentence, the case sparked widespread debates about how the justice system handled such crimes and whether mental health considerations were being used too liberally to excuse violent acts. Claire's family, meanwhile, worked tirelessly to keep her memory alive. They began speaking out publicly about domestic violence, addiction, and the importance of seeking help for mental health issues. They became active advocates for both victims of domestic abuse and those struggling with addiction, using Claire's story as a cautionary tale. They spoke at schools, community centers, and even on national platforms, hoping to raise awareness about the cycle of violence that had ultimately led to Claire's tragic death. Her mother, Karen Johnson, was particularly vocal about the warning signs that had been present in Jack Miller's behavior long before the night of the murder. Karen would often speak about Claire's increasing isolation, the bruises she had tried to hide, and the many times Claire had confided in her about her fears of Jack's anger. Karen expressed her anger at the system that allowed a man with such a history of violence and untreated mental illness to go unchecked for so long, and she called for better resources for those who needed help before they became a threat to others. However, the journey for Claire's family was anything but easy. Even as they fought for justice and awareness, they were also left grappling with their grief. They had loved Claire deeply, and her sudden and violent loss was something they would never truly recover from. There were days when it felt as though the pain would never end, as though the hole Claire had left in their hearts would never heal. But with each passing year, the family took solace in knowing that Claire's legacy had inspired a movement toward understanding the hidden horrors of domestic abuse and mental health struggles. As for Jack Miller, the years spent in prison did little to change the man he had become. His time behind bars was marked by fits of rage and further displays of violence. He attempted to enroll in rehabilitation programs, but his progress was slow, hindered by his deeply ingrained anger and bitterness. Jack's mental health issues, which had been exacerbated by years of substance abuse, remained a constant challenge. He participated in therapy sessions, but he still showed little remorse for his actions. His remorse seemed more rooted in regret for getting caught than for the life he had taken. In a rare interview with the media years after his conviction, Jack was asked if he felt any guilt for what he had done. His response was telling, "I wasn't myself that night. I wasn't thinking clearly. I wasn't the man I used to be. I was just lost. I can't change what happened. I'll live with that for the rest of my life." There was no acknowledgement of Claire's humanity, no recognition of the pain he had caused her family. It was a response that left many frustrated, especially Claire's family, who had hoped that with time, Jack would come to terms with the devastation he had caused. But the reality was that Jack had never truly taken responsibility for his actions. His mental health issues had been used as an excuse, and while they may have contributed to his violent outburst, they did not absolve him of the choice he made that night. As the years passed, Jack's sentence was reduced due to good behavior, and he became eligible for parole. His supporters, including his defense team, argued that he had made significant strides in dealing with his mental health issues, and they urged the parole board to consider his rehabilitation. However, Claire's family was steadfast in their opposition to Jack's release. They argued that Jack had shown no genuine remorse, and they feared that he would only continue to hurt others once he was free. For them, the idea of Jack walking out of prison after what he had done was unthinkable. When the parole hearing finally arrived, it was another painful chapter in the ongoing trauma that Claire's family had endured. Karen Johnson, now an advocate for domestic violence survivors, addressed the board with unwavering conviction. She spoke of Claire's vibrant spirit, her kindness, and her passion for life, qualities that had been stolen from her by Jack's violence. She reminded the board that Claire had trusted Jack, loved him despite his faults, and had tried so desperately to save him. But in the end, it was Claire who had paid the ultimate price for Jack's failures. "We are here today, still fighting for Claire, because she never had the chance to fight for herself," Karen told the board. "She was taken from us in a way that no one should ever experience. Jack Miller took her future, and now we are left with the pain of knowing we will never see her again." In the end, the parole board decided to deny Jack Miller's request for release. They cited his lack of genuine remorse and the ongoing risk he posed to others as reasons for their decision. For Claire's family, this was a small victory, but it did little to ease the pain of losing her. Jack would remain behind bars, but the wounds Claire's family carried would never fully heal. Claire's story, however, was far from over. Her family's advocacy work grew over the years, and they helped pass several pieces of legislation aimed at improving domestic violence prevention and mental health treatment. They also started a foundation in Claire's name to provide support to victims of domestic abuse and to raise awareness about the connection between addiction and violence. The foundation became a beacon of hope for many, offering resources and support to those who had been through similar experiences. Claire's family found a sense of purpose in their grief, channeling their pain into making a difference in the lives of others. And though they would never see Claire again, they knew that her legacy lived on in the work they were doing. Through their tireless efforts, they honored Claire's memory and ensured that her tragic death would not be in vain. For Jack Miller, the years spent behind bars would serve as a reminder of the life he had destroyed. Whether or not he ever truly understood the magnitude of his actions, his crime would never be forgotten. And as the years continued to pass, the case of Jack Miller and Claire Johnson served as a somber reminder of the dangers of untreated mental illness, addiction, and the dark reality of domestic violence. The cycle of abuse may have been broken for some, but for others, the scars left behind would never fade. Story 9. In 2014, the city of San Diego was rocked by a chilling and violent crime that would leave the community reeling for years. The perpetrator was a 26-year-old man named Travis Cooper, a quiet, seemingly unremarkable individual who had recently been discharged from the military after serving overseas. Friends and family described Travis as a person who had always kept to himself, never quite fitting in, but generally well-mannered. He had no known history of violence, and he had no criminal record prior to the events that would forever change his life and the lives of those around him. Travis had returned from his deployment in the Middle East a few months prior, visibly changed. While his military service had been a source of pride for his family, it seemed that the war had left deep scars on his psyche. He had difficulty adjusting to civilian life, and his relationships, both with his family and his few friends, began to deteriorate. Travis struggled with intense feelings of anger, disconnection, and anxiety, which often led to outbursts of frustration. The once calm and reserved man had turned unpredictable and volatile, especially when faced with stress or triggers from his time in combat. Despite his internal struggles, Travis continued to live in the same apartment complex in the heart of San Diego. His neighbors often described him as quiet, rarely interacting with others. But those who had been close to him before his deployment started noticing a disturbing change in his behavior. He withdrew even more, spending most of his time alone in his apartment. He would drink heavily on weekends, and his temper would flare at the smallest provocation. It wasn't long before his mental health deteriorated further, with Travis becoming increasingly paranoid and distant. On the evening of July 15, 2014, the quiet suburban neighborhood where Travis lived was shattered by a brutal and senseless murder. The victim was a 24-year-old woman named Emily Parker, a kind and outgoing individual who worked as a nurse at the local hospital. Emily was known for her compassion and selflessness, always putting others before herself. She had grown up in San Diego and was beloved by everyone who knew her. Emily had recently started dating Travis, a relationship that had been growing over the last few months. At first, her friends were hesitant about the pairing, given Travis's increasingly erratic behavior, but Emily was determined to help him, convinced that his struggles were a result of his time in the military. It was on that fateful evening that Emily's efforts to reach out to Travis would ultimately cost her life. Around 9:30 p.m., a loud commotion was heard coming from Travis's apartment. Neighbors who were in close proximity to his unit reported hearing shouting, followed by the unmistakable sound of furniture being overturned. Then, complete silence. Some neighbors went to investigate, but Travis's door remained shut. A few hours later, when the police arrived at the apartment complex in response to a 911 call made by a concerned neighbor, they found Emily's body inside Travis's apartment, lying in a pool of blood. Emily had been brutally murdered. Her throat had been slashed, and multiple stab wounds covered her torso. The sheer brutality of the attack left investigators stunned. The scene suggested a crime of intense emotion, rage, hate, or deep personal conflict. As officers began their investigation, one of the first leads they pursued was Travis Cooper. It wasn't long before they found that Travis had been the last person to see Emily alive. When the police arrived at Travis's apartment, they found him sitting motionless in his living room. His clothes were stained with blood, and he appeared disoriented and dazed. At first, Travis didn't respond to questions from officers. His eyes glazed over as if he were in a trance. When the police asked him about Emily, Travis simply said, "She's gone. I didn't want it to happen. I didn't mean to do it." A search of Travis's apartment revealed a grim scene. In addition to Emily's body, the apartment was filled with military memorabilia, weapons, and bottles of alcohol. It became clear that Travis had not been in a stable state of mind, and the investigation quickly pointed to the possibility of a crime influenced by his mental health struggles. As the investigation into the murder of Emily Parker continued, detectives uncovered a series of unsettling details about Travis Cooper's recent life. His military records showed a history of untreated post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, and a series of unresolved mental health issues stemming from his deployment. Travis had sought therapy briefly while in the service, but he had not followed through with treatment after his return to civilian life. It seemed that the pressure of adjusting to life outside the military, combined with his worsening mental health, had pushed Travis into a violent spiral. Friends of Emily and Travis reported that the two had argued intensely earlier that evening, with Emily expressing concern over Travis's growing instability and his refusal to seek help. It was during this argument that things escalated, leading to the tragic events that would unfold within the confines of that apartment. The police learned that Travis had been spiraling for weeks before the murder. Emily had become increasingly worried about his behavior, especially his violent outbursts and erratic mood swings. She had even suggested that he return to counseling, but Travis rejected the idea, convinced that he could handle everything on his own. According to Emily's friends, she had tried to comfort him, to help him work through his issues, but she was afraid that his mental state had deteriorated beyond repair. Emily's last words, as reported by a neighbor who overheard part of the argument through the thin walls of their apartment, were filled with fear and desperation. She begged Travis to stop drinking and to talk to her, but Travis was beyond reasoning. In his mind, Emily was a reminder of the life he could never have, a life free from the horrors of war. He blamed her for pushing him to confront his demons, believing that her attempts to help him were futile, and that she could never truly understand what he had been through. It was in this irrational state of mind that he turned violent, driven by the pain of his past and the overwhelming weight of his mental illness. The police were quick to arrest Travis Cooper, charging him with first-degree murder. In the following weeks, the case would draw national attention, not only for the brutality of the crime, but for the deeper issue it highlighted: the struggles of veterans returning home from war and the mental health crises they often face. In the months leading up to his trial, there was a growing outcry from both the public and mental health advocates, who called for better support systems for veterans suffering from PTSD and other mental health disorders. Many argued that while Travis's actions were inexcusable, they were also a tragic result of a system that had failed him. As the legal process unfolded, Travis Cooper's defense attorneys painted a picture of a man deeply broken by his experiences in the military. They argued that his actions, though horrifying, were a direct result of untreated PTSD, a mental health condition that had been ignored for far too long. His attorneys presented expert testimony from psychiatrists who spoke about the severe impact that combat had on Travis's mental health. They emphasized his struggles with hypervigilance, nightmares, and the overwhelming sense of guilt that came from his time serving overseas. His legal team claimed that these factors, combined with his alcohol abuse, had driven him to a state of temporary insanity during the murder. Despite the defense's argument, the prosecution remained firm in their stance that the murder was a result of Travis's inability to control his violent impulses, not just his mental health issues. They pointed to the brutal nature of the crime, how Travis had not only killed Emily, but had also mutilated her body with a series of stabs after slashing her throat. The sheer rage displayed during the murder indicated a level of premeditation and personal animosity that went beyond any mental health diagnosis, the prosecution argued. Emily's family, who had been at the center of the case since the moment they received the call about her death, had a very different perspective on Travis's mental health. For them, Emily's life had been violently taken, and there was no way to bring her back. In the months leading up to the trial, the case garnered significant media attention. Local news outlets regularly covered the progress of the investigation, offering updates on Travis's psychological evaluation and the ongoing debates about how PTSD should be factored into criminal trials. Emily's family, while devastated by the loss of their daughter, was determined to see justice served. They hired a high-profile attorney to represent them in the case, and made sure to speak out about their feelings on the defense's attempts to shift the blame onto mental illness. The family also expressed frustration with the system that had failed Travis. "I understand that PTSD is a serious issue," Emily's father, Robert Parker, said in an interview, "but it doesn't give anyone the right to take another person's life. It's no excuse. My daughter is gone, and we'll never get her back." He had opportunities to seek help. He had people who cared for him, including Emily. But instead, he chose to hurt her. Robert's words were echoed by Emily's mother, who spoke of the warmth and light that Emily had brought into the world, and how the tragedy of her loss had shattered their family. The Parkers expressed their heartbreak, not only for their daughter, but also for the fact that Travis had been allowed to spiral so far without intervention. Emily's mother, Christine, made it clear that, while they had compassion for the struggles that Travis had endured, it did not erase the fact that Emily was the one who had paid the ultimate price. For Travis, the trial was an emotionally tumultuous experience. While he was not entirely incapable of understanding the magnitude of his actions, his defense attorneys argued that his state of mind at the time of the murder made it impossible for him to form the intent required for a first-degree murder conviction. The trial became a tug-of-war between his mental health struggles and the horrific nature of his crime. As the prosecution painted Travis as a man who had carefully planned and executed the murder in a fit of jealousy and rage, the defense focused on his broken mind, torn apart by the horrors of war and exacerbated by his alcohol addiction. Despite the defense's best efforts, the jury found Travis Cooper guilty of second-degree murder. It was a conviction that the Parkers felt was a bittersweet victory. They were relieved that Travis would spend time in prison for his actions, but no amount of justice could bring Emily back. The verdict, however, was a clear message to the public. Mental illness could not be used as a free pass for violence. Travis was sentenced to 30 years in prison, a sentence that reflected the severity of his crime, even as it acknowledged the deep issues that had contributed to his actions. During the sentencing, Travis spoke briefly to the court. His words were filled with remorse, though they lacked the emotional depth that many had hoped to hear. "I can never take back what I did," he said, his voice shaky. "I never wanted to hurt her. I loved her, and I'm so sorry for what I did. I don't deserve forgiveness, but I wish I could undo it. I couldn't control it. I'm sorry." His words were met with a mix of reactions. Emily's family, still reeling from their loss, struggled to find peace in his apology. For them, no words could change the fact that Emily was gone, nor could they heal the scars that Travis had left behind. In the years that followed, the case remained a powerful example of the deep connection between mental health, trauma, and violence. It sparked debates not only about PTSD and its effects on veterans, but also about the broader issue of how mental illness intersects with criminal behavior. While many veterans like Travis struggled in silence, their battles were often invisible to the public, and the long-lasting effects of war went unaddressed. Travis's time in prison was marked by continued struggles with his mental health. He was placed in a psychiatric unit within the correctional facility, where he received ongoing therapy and treatment for his PTSD. But even in the controlled environment of the prison, Travis continued to battle with the demons that had driven him to commit the unspeakable act. While some believed that he showed genuine remorse, others questioned whether he would ever truly understand the consequences of his actions. For the Parker family, their healing process was slow and painful. Emily's death left a hole in their hearts that could never be filled, but they remained determined to honor her memory by speaking out about domestic violence, mental health, and the importance of support systems for individuals struggling with trauma. Through their advocacy work, they helped raise awareness about the challenges faced by veterans returning home from war, and they pushed for better mental health resources for those in need. Their grief, while immeasurable, became a driving force in their mission to prevent other families from experiencing the same devastating loss. Travis Cooper's story, like so many others, was a reminder of the complexities that surround mental illness, violence, and the consequences of untreated trauma. In the end, it was a tragedy that no one could truly explain, but one that left an indelible mark on the lives of those involved, both the victim and the perpetrator. The years following the trial of Travis Cooper saw continued discussions around the complicated intersection of military service, mental health, and criminal justice. While Travis served his prison sentence, efforts were ramping up across the United States to address the alarming rates of PTSD and suicide among veterans, particularly those returning from combat zones. There was a growing recognition that the military often failed to properly care for those who served, leaving many veterans to fend for themselves in a civilian world that did not understand their struggles. Travis became one of many faces of this problem. His case highlighted how untreated PTSD could manifest in violent ways, but it also served as a reminder of the trauma that so many veterans carried with them long after they left the battlefield. His case was brought up time and time again in debates about how society, and specifically the government, handled the mental health of military personnel. Some advocates believed that Travis's crime was a direct result of a systemic failure, one that failed to provide adequate support to men and women who had risked their lives abroad, only to return home to face an entirely different battle, one within their own minds. These voices, along with the Parker family's ongoing advocacy, pushed for the expansion of programs designed to help soldiers transition back into civilian life. However, for the Parker family, their pain remained fresh. Emily's absence left a hollow space in their lives, a constant reminder of what had been taken from them. The healing process was long and painful, and no amount of media attention or advocacy could bring Emily back. They continued to remember their daughter not as a victim, but as a vibrant, caring person who had always tried to help others, even when she could not help herself. Emily's parents, Robert and Christine, attended support groups for families who had lost loved ones to violence, where they spoke openly about their daughter's murder. They became advocates for victim rights, pushing for justice and greater awareness about the psychological toll that trauma could take on individuals. The idea of forgiveness had been a contentious one for the Parkers throughout the trial and its aftermath. While they felt a sense of justice with Travis's conviction, they could not deny the humanity of the man who had taken their daughter's life. Christine Parker, in particular, struggled with the concept of forgiveness, feeling as though it would somehow diminish the significance of Emily's life and the brutality of her death. Yet, over time, she found herself drawn into a larger conversation about the cycle of violence and healing, and the realization that forgiveness could also be part of the healing process for them. Robert Parker, in a public interview some years after the trial, expressed a sentiment that resonated with many who had followed the case. "Forgiving him doesn't mean we forget what happened," Robert explained. "It doesn't bring Emily back. It doesn't change the reality that she's gone. But I think it's something we have to do for ourselves in order to find some peace. We've already been through hell, and the bitterness of hatred won't help anyone. It's a way for us to move forward, even when the pain never really goes away." In prison, Travis was not without his own struggles. The psychological toll of his crime weighed heavily on him, and his mental state did not improve in the years following his conviction. He spent much of his time in the psychiatric ward, receiving therapy, medications, and counseling. There were reports that Travis had shown remorse for his actions, and at times, he expressed a desire to reach out to Emily's family. However, his letters were never sent, as he feared they would be seen as an attempt to manipulate or ease his conscience rather than genuine remorse. There was a growing sense among some of his prison counselors that Travis might never be able to fully understand the magnitude of his actions. While he had made strides in his mental health treatment, his ability to accept full responsibility for the murder was hindered by his ongoing battles with guilt, self-hatred, and the heavy burden of his PTSD. Some believe that, in his own way, Travis was trapped in the same cycle of violence that he had inflicted on Emily. The case continued to make ripples in the legal and mental health communities. The more that people learned about Travis's history and his struggles, the more they began to understand the complexities of his crime. Was he just another victim of an under-resourced mental health system that failed him? Or was he a man who had crossed a line, unable to take responsibility for the violence he had committed, regardless of the psychological trauma he had experienced? Both sides presented compelling arguments, and while public opinion varied, it became clear that Travis's story was not an isolated one. It was a reflection of broader issues that needed to be addressed at a societal level. In the years following the trial, the case of Travis Cooper became a landmark example of the complexities of the criminal justice system's handling of mental illness. The debate raged on over the adequacy of military mental health care, how PTSD should be treated in the context of criminal cases, and what responsibility the government had in ensuring that veterans like Travis received the care and attention they needed to reintegrate into civilian life. It was a case that served as both a tragedy and a cautionary tale. Meanwhile, Emily's parents dedicated themselves to creating a foundation in her memory. They established the Emily Parker Foundation, which was focused on supporting mental health awareness and providing resources for those affected by PTSD and trauma. Through the foundation, they provided scholarships for veterans seeking mental health treatment and supported programs for families who had lost loved ones to violence. While nothing could erase the pain they felt, the Parkers found solace in knowing that Emily's legacy was helping others heal from the same kinds of pain that had destroyed their family. For Travis, the future remained uncertain. He was serving his sentence, continuing to work through his mental health struggles behind prison walls. Whether he would ever truly understand the depths of his actions or find a way to atone for them remained to be seen. For now, the legal system had dealt with the case, but the emotional scars left by the murder of Emily Parker would remain, not only in the hearts of those who loved her, but also in the society that had failed both her and the man who had taken her life. Story 10. In the late afternoon of September 16, 2014, in a small suburban neighborhood in Cleveland, Ohio, the lives of two families were irrevocably altered. The man at the center of this tragedy was 34-year-old Michael Freeman, a man known by his neighbors as quiet, solitary, and often reclusive. Despite his unassuming presence, Michael harbored deep-seated resentments and a history of mental health struggles, including depression and a tendency towards violent outbursts when he felt slighted or ignored. Michael had grown up in a family plagued by dysfunction and poverty. His father had been an alcoholic, often abusive, while his mother struggled with her own mental health issues, often disappearing for days or weeks at a time. Michael's childhood was marked by instability, leaving him with a profound sense of anger and abandonment that would later manifest in his adulthood. Though he had managed to hold down jobs over the years, he had always been on the fringes, never truly fitting in with those around him. He had few friends and kept to himself, spending much of his time in the small, rundown house that he had inherited from his late parents. It was in this house that Michael's anger began to build over the course of several months in 2014. He had grown increasingly frustrated with his life, the weight of his unresolved trauma from childhood bearing down on him. His neighbors, who had only ever seen him come and go quietly, had begun to notice his erratic behavior, shouting at cars that drove too fast on the street, having loud arguments with himself in his yard, and occasionally making cryptic comments about feeling like the world was against him. Michael's mental health deteriorated further when he lost his job at a local construction company. The job had been one of the few things in his life that provided him with a sense of purpose, and without it, he felt entirely adrift. His social isolation worsened, and his anger began to turn inward, festering and growing until it became a dangerous, explosive force. The tragedy began on a regular evening in mid-September. Michael had been sitting in his living room, staring at the walls of his house, the weight of his life pressing in on him. He had been drinking heavily that day, and his thoughts turned bitter. He blamed the world around him for his failures, for the years of neglect he had endured, and the isolation that seemed to follow him wherever he went. As the evening wore on, he grew more and more agitated. It wasn't the first time he had felt like this, but this time it felt different. Something was pushing him towards the edge, urging him to act on his darkest impulses. At the same time, a few houses down the street, the Parker family was preparing for a peaceful evening at home. Sarah and David Parker were a married couple with two children, 9-year-old Emma and 6-year-old Lucas. They had lived in the neighborhood for years and were well known for being kind-hearted and approachable. Sarah was a local schoolteacher, and David worked as a manager at a nearby retail store. They had lived a comfortable, middle-class life and were well-liked by the community. They had no idea that the man they had often seen walking alone down the street was preparing to turn their quiet neighborhood into the scene of a violent tragedy. It all began when Michael, after yet another argument with himself, stepped out of his house into the cool evening air. The distant sounds of children playing and the laughter of neighbors filled the air as he walked aimlessly down the street. His eyes narrowed as he passed the Parker household. He had been simmering with anger for weeks now, and he was particularly irritated by the sounds of children's laughter. Something about it, to him, felt like a cruel reminder of what he had never had, what he had lost in his own life. The sight of the Parker children playing in the yard, the sound of their carefree laughter, seemed to trigger something deep within him. His rage flared, fueled by years of pent-up resentment. Without any warning, Michael pulled a handgun from the waistband of his pants. The weapon, which he had purchased months earlier from an unlicensed seller, was not legally registered. He had kept it hidden, but his sense of control over his own life was slipping, and he had begun to think about using it. This night, it felt like the only way to assert himself, to make his presence known in a world that had ignored him for so long. As he approached the Parker house, the sounds of the children's laughter intensified in his ears, pushing him further into a state of rage. Michael approached the front yard of the Parker family's home, where Sarah was sitting on the porch, watching her children play. She had no way of knowing that the quiet neighbor she had often waved to was now walking toward her with a deadly intent. Before she could even react, Michael raised the gun and fired several shots at Sarah, striking her in the chest and sending her crashing to the ground. Emma and Lucas screamed in horror. Their joyful play turned to terror in an instant. David Parker, who had been inside the house, rushed out upon hearing the gunfire. His heart pounded in his chest as he saw Sarah lying motionless on the ground and Michael standing over her, the gun still in his hand. The sight of the gun caused David to freeze for a moment, his mind struggling to comprehend what was happening. But then, driven by the instinct to protect his family, he rushed towards Michael, attempting to tackle him and disarm him. Michael, though startled by David's intervention, was still fueled by his uncontrollable anger. In the chaotic struggle that ensued, another shot rang out, striking David in the leg. He collapsed to the ground, his vision blurred with pain, but he refused to stop. He grabbed Michael's wrist, trying to force the gun from his grip, but Michael was too strong. The two men continued to grapple, rolling on the ground, as Emma and Lucas stood frozen, horrified by the violence unfolding before them. At that moment, a neighbor who had heard the gunfire called 911. The dispatcher answered quickly, and the neighbor, frantic, reported the shooting. Officers were dispatched immediately, but by the time they arrived, the damage had already been done. Michael Freeman had shot and killed Sarah Parker in cold blood, leaving David severely wounded and the children traumatized. As the officers stormed into the yard, Michael was still standing over David, the gun now pointed downward in his hand. He seemed almost disconnected from reality, his face blank, his expression cold. Michael didn't resist when the police ordered him to drop the weapon. He complied immediately, allowing them to arrest him without a fight. He was taken into custody and charged with first-degree murder, attempted murder, and child endangerment. The arrest marked the beginning of a long and painful legal process that would see Michael Freeman face the consequences of his actions. But for the Parker family, there was no trial that could bring Sarah back or undo the trauma that had been inflicted on their children. The ripple effects of that evening's violence would haunt them for years to come, as they tried to rebuild their lives in the aftermath of the senseless tragedy. In the months that followed, the community rallied around the Parker family, offering support and condolences. Friends and neighbors organized fundraisers, and local schools held memorials for Sarah, honoring the teacher who had touched so many lives. The Parker children, though young, would carry the memory of that night with them for the rest of their lives, and Sarah's absence left a deep void in the hearts of everyone who knew her. Michael Freeman's trial would take place the following year, and as the case moved forward, the community struggled to come to terms with the violence that had shattered their peaceful suburban neighborhood. How had it come to this? How could someone like Michael, a quiet, isolated man, be capable of such brutality? The answers were complicated, but for the Parker family, the only thing that truly mattered was that they had lost the person they loved most. No amount of justice could ever change that. The aftermath of the shooting sent shockwaves through the tight-knit Cleveland community. The Parker family's home, once a symbol of safety and comfort, became a crime scene. The neighbors who had once shared casual conversations with Sarah on walks and waved to her children as they played in the yard now stood in silent disbelief. The once bustling street, where children often rode bikes and played hopscotch on warm summer days, had become a place marked by the horrific events of September 16th. It was as if the innocence of the neighborhood had been stolen in an instant. In the days that followed, the news spread across the city, and the case quickly became a focal point of local media. Michael Freeman, the quiet, reclusive neighbor, was now the subject of intense public scrutiny. People who had only known him by sight were suddenly forced to confront the reality that someone so seemingly ordinary could commit such an extraordinary act of violence. For many, the news was a chilling reminder that danger could lurk behind the closed doors of even the most unassuming houses. As the investigation into the shooting unfolded, details of Michael's troubled past began to surface. The police uncovered a long history of erratic behavior, including a series of incidents that had raised concerns among his neighbors. One neighbor recalled a time when Michael had become irate after a minor altercation with a delivery driver, shouting at him for parking too close to his property line. Another recalled Michael muttering about the world being unfair, complaining about how people never seemed to appreciate his hardships. These instances, while alarming, had never escalated to the point of violence, and no one had suspected that Michael was capable of such an act. Many had simply chalked it up to his eccentricities, never imagining that he harbored such deep-seated anger. Yet, when investigators dug deeper, they discovered that Michael's anger had been building for months. He had been struggling with the recent loss of his job, which had compounded his feelings of isolation. The lack of meaningful social connections had left him feeling more and more disconnected from the world around him. Michael had become consumed by bitterness, and every minor irritation felt like a personal affront. The Parker family's laughter, the image of Sarah's children playing in the yard, became the final trigger that pushed him over the edge. It was as though, in that moment, Michael saw in their happiness everything he had lost in his own life. A life he felt had been unfairly derailed by circumstances beyond his control. Investigators also discovered that Michael had been seeking professional help for his mental health issues, but his attempts at treatment had been inconsistent. He had attended therapy on and off for several years, but had never fully committed to the process. The underlying issues, his depression, anger, and feelings of worthlessness, remained unresolved. His decision to purchase a firearm was seen as the final, fatal step in his mental unraveling. The gun, which he had obtained through an unlicensed seller, was never registered, and it was clear that Michael had never fully thought through the consequences of using it. As the police pieced together the timeline of events, they learned that Michael had planned the shooting in advance. He had spent hours before leaving his home, sitting with the gun in his lap, contemplating the actions he was about to take. In his twisted mind, the Parker family's happiness had become a symbol of everything he felt he was denied, and the violence was his misguided way of reclaiming some sense of control over his life. He had no plan for what would happen afterward, no thought about the lives he would ruin, the children he would traumatize, or the community he would tear apart. To Michael, the gun had become a tool to silence the anger that had been building inside of him for years. The Parker family's reaction to the tragedy was one of profound grief and disbelief. Sarah's husband, David, had survived the attack but was left with both physical and emotional scars. The bullet wound to his leg would take months to heal, but it was the psychological trauma that would haunt him for much longer. He had been unable to save his wife, unable to protect his children from the horror that had unfolded on their front lawn. In the days following the shooting, David struggled with feelings of guilt and inadequacy. He wrestled with the thought that, if only he had reacted differently or faster, perhaps Sarah would still be alive. But those questions would remain unanswered, and the weight of that loss would be something he would carry with him forever. For the children, Emma and Lucas, the trauma of that night would shape their futures. Emma, the older of the two, would suffer from nightmares and flashbacks. She would often ask her father why the bad man had hurt their family and whether he would ever come back. Lucas, too young to fully understand the situation, became withdrawn, struggling to express his emotions. In the months following the shooting, both children were enrolled in therapy, but the scars left by Michael Freeman's actions were deep and would take years to heal. No amount of counseling or support could erase the images burned into their memories. The sight of their mother lying on the ground, the sound of gunshots, and the chaos that followed. As Michael's trial approached, the public's reaction was a mixture of outrage, confusion, and sorrow. Many in the community were left wondering how such a tragedy could have occurred in their seemingly quiet and peaceful neighborhood. The questions surrounding Michael's mental health, his gun ownership, and his apparent inability to seek help for his anger became central to the legal proceedings. The prosecution argued that Michael's actions were premeditated, a deliberate choice to commit an act of violence against a family he had never truly known. The defense, on the other hand, pointed to his troubled past, his struggles with mental illness, and his history of instability as factors that had contributed to his breakdown. As the trial continued, it became clear that Michael Freeman's story was not just one of a man who had lost control in a moment of rage, but also one of a society that had failed to address the complex issues surrounding mental health, isolation, and access to firearms. The debate over gun control, the availability of mental health resources, and the need for stronger community support systems became more urgent than ever before. Michael's actions were a painful reminder of the consequences of neglecting these issues. For the Parker family, the trial was a painful and drawn-out process. Every day in the courtroom brought fresh anguish as they were forced to relive the horrors of that night. But through it all, they remained steadfast in their commitment to each other. They sought justice not just for Sarah, but for the future of their children, whose lives had been forever altered by Michael Freeman's violent outburst. They knew that the road to healing would be long and uncertain, but they also understood that, in the end, their strength as a family would be what carried them through. In the coming months, as the trial concluded, Michael Freeman was convicted of first-degree murder, attempted murder, and child endangerment. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, ensuring that he would never again have the chance to harm another family. But for the Parker family, justice could never fully undo the damage caused by his actions. It was a hollow victory, one that could never bring Sarah back or repair the trauma inflicted on Emma and Lucas. The only thing they could do was try to move forward, and in doing so, honor Sarah's memory in the best way they knew how, by loving each other, supporting one another, and finding peace in the face of unimaginable loss. The months following the trial brought little relief for the Parker family. Despite the guilty verdict and the conviction that ensured Michael Freeman would never be able to hurt anyone again, the emotional scars remained. In the quiet moments of reflection, David often found himself wrestling with the enormity of the loss. His wife, the woman he had spent nearly 2 decades with, was gone. The children, though young, had experienced something no child should ever have to witness. Emma's eyes, once bright with innocence, were now shadowed with an understanding of a world much harsher than she should have known at such a young age. David would wake in the middle of the night, drenched in sweat, the sound of gunshots still ringing in his ears. He would hear his children's screams, feel the weight of his wife's body falling to the ground, and replay the moment he tried so desperately to protect her, only to be too late. It was a brutal loop of guilt and helplessness that no amount of time could seem to erase. There were days when he felt as though the grief would swallow him whole, and the weight of it all would press him so hard that he thought he might collapse under it. The children struggled in their own ways. Emma became withdrawn, barely speaking to anyone outside of her family. She was often found drawing pictures that seemed to capture a haunting scene. A house surrounded by darkness, with a small figure standing alone in the center. It wasn't until months later that David realized the figure in Emma's drawings was always her mother, standing alone and distant, as though frozen in time. Emma had stopped talking about the shooting, but it was clear that the trauma had seeped into every corner of her young mind. Lucas, too young to fully understand the gravity of what had happened, exhibited signs of distress in his own way. He would ask David why they couldn't go to the park anymore, or why they couldn't have their old family outings, like the ones they had before that day. The familiar spaces of their once idyllic life now felt cold and foreign. His questions, innocent as they were, only reminded David of how much had been taken from them, how much had been stolen from his children. Despite the intense grief, David knew that he couldn't allow the darkness to fully consume them. He worked tirelessly to ensure that his children would receive the support they needed to process their trauma. He enrolled Emma and Lucas in therapy, though he understood that the road to healing would be long. There were no quick fixes, no simple solutions to undo the horrors they had witnessed. All David could do was be there for them, providing whatever sense of stability he could muster, even as his own world felt like it was falling apart. The Parker family found solace in the small, everyday moments that began to take root in their lives once again. They would spend time together, as best as they could, even if it was just sitting in silence in the living room or walking around the neighborhood they once knew. Slowly, the tight-knit community that had rallied around them began to rebuild itself. Neighbors who had been shocked by the tragedy now offered their support, coming by with casseroles, cards, and words of encouragement. They were trying to piece together a sense of normalcy, despite the darkness that had forever changed the landscape of their lives. One day, as Emma and David sat in the living room, watching the sun begin to set, Emma finally spoke up. Her voice was soft, almost hesitant, but it was the first time she had opened up about her feelings in months. "Daddy," she said, her eyes meeting his, "do you think Mommy is in heaven?" David paused, his heart aching, as he processed the question. His emotions threatened to overwhelm him, but he kept them in check for his daughter's sake. "Yes, sweetheart," he answered, his voice thick with emotion. "I believe your mommy is in heaven, watching over us." Emma nodded, her small hands folding in her lap. There was a quiet understanding in her eyes, as though the weight of her question had finally been answered in a way that gave her some peace, even if it was only temporary. It wasn't a cure, not by any means, but it was a step, a small, tentative step toward healing. David knew that it would be years before the children could truly begin to process what had happened. There would be good days and bad days, and he would be there for them through it all, offering the love and support they needed, even when he wasn't sure how to help himself. But there was one thing he could do. He could be a constant presence in their lives. He could show them that, despite the pain, life could continue. And slowly, through time and support, they could begin to rebuild what had been shattered. The pain of losing Sarah would never truly fade. There would always be moments when the grief would come crashing back, moments when David would hear her voice in his mind, moments when he would long for her touch, her laugh, and the life they had shared together. But through it all, he clung to the memory of her strength, her kindness, and her love. Sarah Parker had been a beacon of light in his life, and though she was gone, that light would continue to guide him in the years to come. In the courtroom, Michael Freeman's fate had been sealed. His conviction had come swiftly, and he was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. But for David and his children, the punishment was of little consequence. Michael Freeman's actions had irrevocably altered their lives, and no sentence, no matter how harsh, could undo the damage he had caused. His family was left to live with the consequences of his violent outburst, an outburst that had taken the life of a mother, shattered the lives of her children, and torn apart a community. The finality of Michael's conviction brought a small sense of justice, but it did little to ease the pain. David knew that the true work of healing had only just begun. He would have to continue moving forward, even though every step felt like a struggle. The Parker family's road to recovery would be long, but David was determined that they would heal together. He would honor Sarah's memory, not by holding on to the past, but by helping his children find a way to live with the tragedy that had forever shaped their lives. Though Michael Freeman had been sentenced to prison, his actions had created a ripple effect that would continue to echo in the Parker family's lives. They would never be the same, but in time, they would find a way to move forward, one day at a time, one step at a time, holding on to the love that had once defined their family, and finding strength in each other as they navigated a world that had become all too dangerous and unpredictable. Harmony was born on June 7, 2014, in Massachusetts, USA. From the very beginning, her life was not easy. She was born into a family facing numerous difficulties, both financially and in terms of her living environment. Harmony's mother, Crystal Sorey, struggled with serious mental health and substance abuse issues. Meanwhile, her father, Adam Montgomery, had a criminal history and was involved in domestic violence. Due to this unstable environment, Harmony soon fell into the child welfare system. During her early years, she lived primarily under the supervision of child care agencies in Massachusetts. Harmony was a sweet, strong girl who was well-liked by many in the foster care system, her vision problems, and the need for special assistance with her left eye. During this time, Crystal worked hard to improve her life and regain custody of her daughter. However, she was unable to meet the requirements set by the court and child protection agencies, making her chances of regaining custody of Harmony even slimmer. In 2018, after Montgomery completed his prison sentence, he began pursuing custody of Harmony. Despite his criminal history and many troubling signs, he convinced the court that he was a capable father. He claimed to be sober and able to provide a more stable environment for Harmony than her mother could. By February 2019, Massachusetts court decided to award custody of Harmony to Montgomery. The decision was based on the principle of prioritizing biological family reunification, a key element of the child welfare system. At this time, Harmony moved in with Montgomery, his wife Kayla Montgomery, and Kayla's stepchildren in Manchester, New Hampshire. Soon after Harmony moved in with her father, there were worrying signs. Several social workers and family members expressed concerns about Montgomery's competence and his treatment of Harmony. However, these warnings did not seem to be heeded by the authorities. The decision to grant Montgomery custody of Harmony not only placed her in a dangerous situation, but also led to tragedy later on. This was a key point of contention that made the case the center of attention, as the entire child protection system was criticized for failing to protect a little girl. More than 2 years later, in November 2021, Harmony was reported missing to the authorities by Crystal. She told police that she had not seen her daughter since a FaceTime call on Easter 2019. Crystal shared that she had tried to contact Montgomery multiple times, but had not received a response. Shortly thereafter, Manchester police opened an investigation. Through their inquiries, they discovered that no one had seen Harmony since late 2019. Police quickly focused on investigating the home where Montgomery had lived with Harmony in Manchester. They found some forensic evidence. While cooperating with the investigating agency, Montgomery provided conflicting statements. he claiming that Harmony had been picked up by her biological mother, a claim that Crystal completely denied. In December 2021, the Manchester Police Department held a press conference about the case. Police also interviewed Montgomery's brother, Michael Montgomery. Michael testified that he had witnessed Montgomery abusing and beating Harmony on multiple occasions. His second wife, Kayla, was also questioned. During the process, she provided crucial information to the authorities. She stated that Montgomery had admitted to her that Harmony was no longer alive and that she had witnessed his violent actions toward Harmony, such as beating the girl until her eye was black. She said that she knew nothing about Harmony's disappearance and could not confirm what happened to her after her family was evicted by their landlord. During the February 2024 trial, Montgomery did not appear in court for the opening statements, and he admitted during a video call with the presiding judge that he was guilty of abuse of a corpse and tampering with evidence. However, he did not admit to killing Harmony, asserting that Kayla was the last person to see Harmony alive. Montgomery also faced charges of second-degree murder, second-degree assault, and witness tampering, but he pleaded not guilty to those charges. After the trial, Kayla decided to cooperate with the police and provided key details that she had previously withheld. She testified that after the family was evicted from their home the day before Thanksgiving that year, on December 7, 2019, her husband punched Harmony in the head multiple times because she had wet the bed in the Chrysler Sebring where her family lived. According to Kayla, he punched Harmony at several stoplights as they drove from a methadone clinic to a fast food restaurant. He brutally beat Harmony in the face and head on 3 separate occasions. After the attack, the family returned to the apartment complex parking lot where they found Harmony dead. Adam had placed her body in a red and black Under Armour duffel bag. Kayla also stated that after Harmony's death, Montgomery moved her body around for months, occasionally leaving it outside in the snow to slow decomposition. Placing her in a refrigerator and storing her on a vent in a shelter, he shared with his wife and 2 sons. After neighbors complained about the smell, he smuggled her body into a freezer at his workplace. Montgomery even used lime to try to dissolve some parts of Harmony's frozen body. Kayla also described how she helped cut Harmony's clothes to fit into a tote bag emblazoned with the logo of a Catholic hospital. Eventually, Montgomery dumped the body by a rented moving truck in March 2020. After this inconsistent testimony, Kayla was sentenced to 18 months in prison. During the formal trial on May 9, 2024, alongside Kayla's chilling testimony, other witnesses were present. Among them was Maines, Montgomery's best friend, who testified that Montgomery told that he hit Harmony after seeing the girl put her hands on her younger brother's lips and nose. Through additional evidence from the investigations, including forensic evidence and witness statements, the trial concluded with Adam Montgomery being convicted by a jury of second-degree murder and tampering with physical evidence. He was sentenced to 45 years in prison to run consecutively with the sentence he had already served for unrelated weapons charges. This ensures that he will be in prison for the rest of his life. Montgomery's case is one of the most heartbreaking and tragic of its kind, reflecting the brutality a father can inflict on his own daughter. The case has shocked the community and captured public attention. Although Harmony's body has yet to be found, evidence and witness testimony have bolstered the case against the perpetrator, leading to Montgomery having to be properly punished. The case serves not only as a wake-up call to the dangers that lurk within families, but also as a reminder of the importance of protecting and caring for children, helping them grow up in a safe and loving environment. Welcome back to our channel. Today we will explore a new case, the shocking case of Thomas Randolph, which is filled with unbelievable and thrilling details. Known by the nickname Black Widower, Randolph is the central figure in a mysterious and shocking story where the deaths of his wives leave many questions unanswered. Was he a victim of cruel fate or a cold-blooded villain? He attracted the attention of the public and law enforcement when 4 of his 6 wives died under suspicious circumstances. The story of Randolph's greed, betrayal, and intrigue provides a deep dive into human psychology and the quest for justice, making anyone who hears it shudder. So what is the truth? Let's follow the case together today. One evening in May 2008, gunshots shattered the silence of Randolph's home in Las Vegas, Nevada. His 6th wife, Sharon Cass, was found dead in her bedroom, and Michael Miller, a man believed to be an intruder, he was shot dead by Randolph shortly afterwards. However, Randolph's story began to unravel when police discovered a series of unusual details. He was the sole beneficiary of life insurance policies from the deaths of his previous wives. Police grew suspicious after learning that each of Randolph's previous wives had died under strange and suspicious circumstances. Randolph was born in 1955 in Fairfield, Illinois. He was part of a loving family with a father who served in the Air Force and a mother who worked as an accountant. Wanting to be a rock and roll star from an early age, he developed an outgoing and flirtatious personality. His first wife, Catherine Thomas, married Randolph when she was 18 and he was 20. She said that he was controlling, manipulative, and psychologically abusive. She recalled an incident where Randolph threw a bowl of oatmeal against the wall because it had no sugar. They divorced 8 years later. Randolph married his second wife, Becky Galt, shortly after his divorce from Thomas was finalized. Galt was found dead inside their home 3 years later in Utah. She had been shot in the head with a single bullet, and police discovered her lying on a waterbed. Galt's death was initially ruled take one's own life, and Randolph received a $500,000 life insurance policy. Gaina Allman was his third wife. She truly believed he had tried to kill her. Allman recounted an incident where Randolph was cleaning a gun and accidentally fired it at her, causing a bullet to blow a hole in their kitchen. Randolph claimed it was an accident, but after that incident, Allman felt her life was in danger. She decided to divorce. Randolph then married Frances Randolph, who died in April 2004 in the hospital after undergoing heart surgery. Allegedly, Randolph did not allow his daughter to visit Frances in the hospital. The daughter testified that Randolph cremated her mother within 24 hours of her death. His fifth wife was Leona Stapleton, about whom not much is publicly known. In court during his first trial, family and friends testified that she died of cancer. In 2005, Thomas met Sharon Koss and they fell in love, so he moved from Utah to Vegas. During a cruise, they convinced the captain of the ship to marry and declare themselves husband and wife. Despite being married, Thomas reportedly continued to have affairs with other women. She died 2 years later. Each time, Randolph was the only one to receive large insurance payouts from these deaths. These suspicions gradually turned into significant evidence in the investigation, making Randolph the prime suspect in a series of brutal crimes. The police began to re-examine Sharon's case. Further investigation revealed that Randolph not only received life insurance payouts, but also provided inconsistent statements and implausible details in his account of self-defense. Randolph claimed that he shot Michael while he and Sharon were being attacked. However, his testimony did not match the evidence at the scene. The police found no signs of forced entry, and Michael was discovered dead on the spot without a struggle, contradicting Randolph's account of self-defense. Investigators relied on Randolph's history of violence in previous relationships to identify him as the prime suspect, which led to his arrest and the imposition of murder charges. At his first trial, Randolph was charged with 2 counts of murder for the deaths of Sharon and Michael. It was not until 2017, 9 years after the murder, that the case against him went to trial. The prosecutor painted a full picture of the crime, blaming Randolph for the murders and claiming he acted for Sharon's life insurance money. The state also mentioned the previous murder case against Randolph, in which he was charged with the murder of his second wife in Utah. Randolph was eventually acquitted after being tried for murder in 1989. Furthermore, another witness told the jury that Randolph had approached him with an offer to pay for Frances' murder before she died during surgery. The informant also said that Randolph had suggested staging the death as a burglary. In addition, investigators and attorneys from that case testified in the Nevada case about Sharon's death. His surviving ex-wives, Catherine and Gaina, also testified at his murder trial, explaining the strange and violent behavior they had witnessed firsthand. At the end of the trial, Thomas Randolph was sentenced to death on 2 counts of murder. Randolph's defense immediately claimed that he was unfairly targeted due to his previous arrest in Utah, and that the crime scene had not been properly preserved. After the trial ended, Sharon's daughter, Bayer, cried and hugged her friends after the verdict was announced. For more than 9 years, she has waited for the man who killed her mother to be punished. However, Randolph appealed, arguing that prosecutors should not introduce evidence related to the death of his second wife because he believed it would prejudice the jury's verdict. After the court accepted his appeal, his guilty verdict was overturned in July 2020 when the Supreme Court reversed its decision, deciding not to allow the Utah murder case and its events to be used as evidence in Sharon's case, as they may not have had a direct bearing on it. As a result, Thomas Randolph was retried, During the trial in 2023, prosecutors used phone records to demonstrate Randolph's close relationship with Michael, highlighting the many phone calls exchanged between them. The prosecution argued that Randolph conspired with Michael to kill Sharon in order to collect insurance benefits exceeding $300,000. The trial shed light on the insurance policies Randolph had taken out on his wife in the 2 years before her death. The prosecution highlighted inconsistencies in Randolph's testimony to the police, pointing to a video of the home shared with the jury. They emphasized discrepancies in evidence found at the scene and the trajectory of the fatal bullets. Deputy District Attorney Christopher Hamner positioned Randolph as the mastermind of the crimes, rejecting the idea that Randolph was the victim. Christopher pointed out inconsistencies in Randolph's testimony, given the physical evidence, the insurance policy, and his relationship with Michael. Despite the defense's efforts, the evidence presented at trial appeared to contradict Randolph's version of events. After a 15-year legal process, a Nevada jury found Thomas Randolph guilty of masterminding the murder of his sixth wife, Sharon Koss, and of fatally shooting the hitman, Michael Miller, whom he allegedly hired to commit the crime. The verdict came after 5 hours of deliberation and was accompanied by intense emotions in the courtroom. Randolph, 68, who uses headphones due to hearing loss and is in a wheelchair, remained calm as the verdict was read. Colleen Bayer, the daughter of Randolph's sixth wife, Sharon Koss, reacted with a mix of shock and relief when she heard the second guilty verdict. She said, at his sentencing hearing in April 2024, Randolph was sentenced to 60 years in prison. However, shortly after the sentencing, he and his defense attorneys filed an appeal to have the conviction overturned once again. The outcome of that appeal is currently pending. Since her conviction, Randolph, also known as the Black Widower, has been held at the Lovelock Correctional Center, located at 1200 Prison Road in Lovelock, Nevada. The Thomas Randolph case serves as a classic example of a complex chain of events involving a series of suspicious deaths of wives and years of legal wrangling. It is not only a story of loss and crime, but also a journey marked by pain and delayed justice. The unresolved deaths have left deep wounds for both the families involved and the community at large. Despite being convicted and receiving a lengthy sentence, Randolph continues to appeal, preventing the case from being fully closed. What happens next will depend on the outcome of these appeals, and the pursuit of justice will continue. Hello everyone, today we will look at another case, the tragic case of Blue Avon Rowland, a lovely innocent boy who was only 5 years old. In a world where children should be loved and protected, the Blue case has become a heartbreaking testament to the failure to safeguard the most vulnerable. This case is not only a story about the loss of a 5-year-old child, but also a wake-up call regarding domestic violence and the terrible consequences it leaves behind. From the shocking crimes to the guilty silence of those closest to him, the case raises painful questions about society's responsibility to the children. On a day in mid-December 2022, Blue's grandmother, Karen Rowland, went to Blue's home in the 200 block of Front Street in Morrow, a small town in western Arkansas, to pick up her 2 grandchildren. It was Blue's 6th birthday. Rowland took her daughter outside, claiming that Blue was not home. The girl had severe scabs on the top of her head, which Rowland told her parents were the result of an allergic reaction. However, after she was taken to Forest City Hospital, doctors confirmed that the injuries were actually severe burns. In addition, not only was the girl's hair cut off, she was also malnourished. Karen said her ribs were cracked, and she had several burns on her body, only some of which were fresh. When Karen met the girl, she was unable to walk and her clothes were covered in urine. Her first requests were water and food, Karen recalled. I told her she was safe now, but just looking into her eyes, I could see the fear. A few days later, Rowland had told her father that Blue was dead and that his body was in the house. Karen immediately contacted the police. When officers inspected the house, they found newly installed floorboards with disturbed soil underneath. They removed the floorboards and dug down, discovering children's slippers and a blanket that gave off a strong stench. The Arkansas State Police were immediately called in to take over the investigation. A search warrant was executed at the house. The floorboards were torn away, and investigators found a small human body, wrapped in several layers of plastic bags and blankets. The body was transferred to the Arkansas State Crime Laboratory and later confirmed to be Blue. A thorough investigation was conducted, leading to shocking findings about the circumstances of Blue's death. In an interview with investigators, Roland claimed that Blue died on September 9, 2022, as a result of a brutal act of punishment from her boyfriend, Nathan Bridges. According to Roland's testimony, Blue angered Bridges by biting his finger. When Bridges stuffed it in the boy's mouth, Bridges took Blue into the bathroom and, as punishment, repeatedly pushed the boy's head into a full toilet until he drowned. Bridges cut a hole in their wooden floor, dug a hole in the ground, and buried Blue under the house. Roland claimed that she stayed in the living room while Blue was in the bathroom with Bridges. When he left the bathroom, her entered and found Blue struggling to breathe, his body limp. After Blue died, Bridges buried the boy's body under the floorboards to conceal the crime. Roland told investigators that Bridges was not only responsible for her son's death, but also for causing serious injuries to her older daughter. Roland said Bridges punished her daughter by dunking her head and upper body in steaming hot water in the bathtub, believing she had behavioral problems. The investigation later confirmed that the severe burns on her daughter's body were caused by Bridges' brutal actions. Both children lived in a violent home environment, lacking basic care and protection. The case highlighted the failure to protect children from the risk of abuse and violence in their own homes. Roland admitted to knowing what happened to her children, but did not take any action to stop it. She also participated in the cover-up of Blue's death, which led to her facing serious charges. Both Roland and Bridges were later arrested and charged in connection with Blue's death. Police reported that they arrested Bridges, 34, and Roland, 30, and took the pair to the Lee County Detention Center. Roland faces a variety of charges, including premeditated murder, permitting child abuse, abuse of a corpse, tampering with physical evidence, endangering the welfare of a minor, and torture. While Roland was in custody at the St. Francis County Jail, she suffered a black eye and other bruises on her face. On Monday, July 15, 2024, Roland's parents were present at her hearing, where prosecutors asked them to read victim impact statements on behalf of their late nephew. Bridges pleaded guilty to first-degree murder and first-degree assault in Blue's death. He also pleaded guilty to an additional charge of first-degree assault in an incident involving the victim's sister. After pleading guilty, he was sentenced to 60 years in the Arkansas Department of Corrections. As for Roland, Blue's mother, she also pleaded guilty on August 8 to 2 counts of permitting the abuse of a minor, according to a release from the Arkansas State Police. Although she did not directly participate in Blue's death, Roland was convicted of allowing Blue and his sister to suffer abuse without intervening. She failed to protect the children from Bridges, despite being aware of his brutality. After pleading guilty, Roland was sentenced to 40 years in the Arkansas Department of Corrections. A family friend, Anita Whidbey, set up a GoFundMe campaign to support the recovery and future of the surviving teenager. Karen stated that she would use some of the funds to pay for renovations to her home in Widener, about 35 miles northeast of Morrow, where the teen will live with her father. The money will also help cover Blue's sister's recovery costs. The case of Blue Avon Roland is a heartbreaking tragedy involving child abuse, domestic violence, and the failure to protect children from the dangers within their own homes. Blue, a 5-year-old boy, suffered brutal abuse at the hands of his mother's boyfriend. His death, which had been long concealed, only came to light when his grandmother discovered signs of abuse on his sister's body and decided to report it to the police. The investigation into the girl's severe injuries revealed a picture of a violent home environment and a lack of protection for both Blue and his sister. With Ashley Roland and Nathan Bridges in custody, Blue's sister is now safe and has the opportunity to start a new life. The case serves as a reminder of the importance of protecting children and detecting the signs of abuse early, so that no child has to endure the pain that Blue experienced. Hello again, true crime fans. We've got another mysterious case to explore. The case of Melania Ray. This is the story of Melania Ray, a striking woman who was a drill instructor in the Ken Regiment at the time of the incident. She was married to Salvatore Paralisai, and they had a 1-year-old daughter, Vittoria. The family lived in a small village called Oscolaquina, near the San Marco Plateau in Italy. At this time, tourists walking along the paths below the mountainside could not see the flowers that usually bloom on the plateau, because the snow had only recently melted. However, a bar and small shops were open, allowing visitors to stroll and enjoy the view. The tragedy occurred on Monday, April 18, 2011, around 3 p.m. On that day, Salvatore arrived in the area with his young daughter after parking his car nearby. He entered a small bar, used the restroom, and then asked the locals if they had seen his wife, Melania. She had recently given birth and had gone missing. At the time, she was 28 years old, athletic, and had long dark hair. When Salvatore learned that no one had seen Melania, he became more anxious, pacing back and forth. He eventually broke down in tears, expressing his fear that his wife had been kidnapped. The people there decided to support him and his daughter by helping to search for Melania. They went out onto the porch and walked along the path from the parking lot to the bar, hoping to find any sign of her, but they found nothing. The Salvatore explained that earlier that morning, he had been with his wife. After lunch, they went to the plateau, where he played with his daughter near the swings in the playground. His wife had planned to step away briefly to buy coffee and use the restroom, but she did not return. Sensing that something was wrong, he began calling her numerous times over the past 15 minutes, but she didn't answer. He realized her phone was missing, and suspected that she might have been kidnapped by people in a passing car. The Salvatore remained at the bar and spoke with the owner, Giovanna, but the longer he stayed, the more unusual his behavior seemed. First, Salvatore was inadequately dressed for a cool spring day. Second, he seemed to neglect his 1-year-old daughter while he grieved for his missing wife. The little girl wandered through the bar, grew hungry, and felt cold, but her father paid no attention to her needs, continuing to cry and recount his story about his wife's disappearance. At 4:34 p.m., a call came into the local police station from Giovanna, the owner of a bar. She called the emergency services because Salvatore had just left, reporting that he had not been able to find his wife for over an hour and was concerned that she might have been kidnapped. He had his young daughter, just over a year old, with him, and the father was clearly upset. When he returned to the bar, Giovanna handed him the phone to speak to the police. The shaky man gave the dispatcher some details about himself and his missing wife, Melania. He mentioned that she had a hernia, which may have worsened as they were near the mountains. He repeated the story he had shared with others, emphasizing that Melania had disappeared after going to the bar. Throughout the call, he spoke very softly, often mumbling and stuttering, and there were long pauses. Police had to ask nearly every question multiple times to get him to respond. When the police arrived, he repeated his story, explaining that Melania had health problems, so they were forced to go to the nearest hospital. They then decided to stop for a walk and coffee. While she was out, Salvatore stayed at the playground with their daughter, who was playing on the swings. When Melania did not return, he became concerned and tried calling her, but she did not answer. This was unusual, as she usually answered her calls. Worried about her silence, Salvatore eventually went to the bar where she was supposed to be and began asking people there if they had seen her. As time passed without any news, Salvatore grew increasingly desperate. The police asked him detailed questions about Melania's appearance and the moments leading up to her departure. Salvatore insisted that she was fine. She had just needed to use the restroom, and there was no sign of abnormal. At the scene, the police verified Salvatore's identity and began their investigation. They first conducted a quick analysis of his phone data, looking into his recent interests and searches to evaluate his credibility. The police learned about Salvatore Paralisi, born on August 28, 1987, in the province of Naples, Italy. At the time Melania went missing, he was with their daughter in Felina. His wife, Melania Ray, was born on May 24, 1982, in another small town in the province of Naples. Since both were military personnel, the Carabinieri promptly contacted their military unit for further information. To assist Salvatore, a friend of his who was also a police officer arrived at the scene. He wanted to help Salvatore take care of Vittoria. Eventually, the police were able to gather all the necessary information and then released Salvatore and his daughter. Melania's relatives were notified of the situation shortly after. They rushed to the scene to learn more about what had happened and assist in the search for Melania. During discussions with police, Salvatore acted unusually. As a military man, he knew it was important to provide accurate information to the police to help find his wife quickly. Instead, he dodged questions and slowed down the investigation. Police had to ask him for Melania's cell phone number 3 or 4 times before he shared the information. The police wanted to track Melania's mobile phone to locate her and track her movements. There were only 3 busy walkways between the bar and the playground. One was more than 100 meters long and was mostly visible from the kiosk cameras. The second was much longer and led to the War Memorial, a destination that often has a lot of people passing by. The third walkway, 150 meters long, was also closely monitored by cameras. Surprisingly, however, nothing was seen. The cameras did not record any footage of Melania, raising doubts about whether she had been in the area that day. Data shows that Melania's cell phone was last active at 2:45 p.m., just before she went missing. The activity was near the location where she had been staying with Salvatore and Vittoria. Unfortunately, this information did not lead to any further details. The only hope for the search lay with the National Mountain Rescue Service. Experts were called in to help, bringing equipment and sniffer dogs. Dogs' sense of smell is so acute that they can follow a scent for up to 20 days after being left behind. The dog quickly oriented itself and followed the asphalt road to the monument. At that point, the trail appeared to end, suggesting that Melania may have gotten into the car and driven away. However, Salvatore later mentioned that they had been in the area just over a week ago. This leaves two possibilities. The dog was following Melania's old scent, or she had actually been abducted. Afterward, the police took Salvatore to the station for questioning. There, he recounted all the details of the day leading up to Melania's disappearance. According to him, she visited a physiotherapist around 11:30 a.m. They then went to a supermarket and later visited the San Marco clinic, where doctors diagnosed her with an inguinal hernia. After lunch, they returned home to change clothes before going for a walk with their daughter. Salvatore noted that they had been in the area for the past month, making Melania very familiar with the territory. Salvatore mentioned that he and Melania had gone to a bar together during their visit. After gathering all the necessary information, the police sent Salvatore home. The main theory of the police was kidnapping, based on information gathered with the help of sniffer dogs. They believed that Melania had approached the road, was abducted, and her trail suddenly ended. All the evidence suggested that she may have been forced into the car. In May, Salvatore appeared on television to share his story, revealing new details. He mentioned that he and his wife had a small picnic near the war memorial and were relaxing there on the day she disappeared. Salvatore also described the clothes and accessories Melania was wearing when she went missing. Interestingly, he noted that she did not have her handbag with her personal belongings at that time. She was wearing casual clothes and several gold ornaments. However, it was puzzling how a responsible woman could embark on a long trip with a child without any preparation or a handbag. She didn't even have money or cigarettes, which she usually smoked. Melania also forgot to bring a milk bottle and clothes for her daughter. Another point of confusion was how she could have gone to the bar to buy her husband coffee if she had no money. Salvatore's statements became increasingly contradictory, leading to suspicions that he might be lying. With these concerns in mind, the police decided to question Salvatore again to learn more. Salvatore claimed that they had a strong relationship and that they sometimes disagreed on various issues. But these disagreements never escalated into conflict. In general, they had a great, strong family, which was confirmed by relatives and friends. Therefore, the Salvatore was released. The next day, Melania's relatives arrived in town and stayed at a small apartment near the Salvatore home. Although exhausted from the trip, they made it a priority to visit the police station to ask about the investigation. They provided any information that could help locate Melania as quickly as possible. It was discovered that Melania had two phones that Salvatore did not mention. One phone was used to contact her husband and friends. The other phone was used to talk to her mother and close relatives. At 1:34 p.m. on the day Melania went missing, her mother-in-law called the second number. They had a conversation that lasted about 9 minutes, during which Melania shared details about the day. She mentioned that her family was going to San Marco to go for a walk and attend the christening of a friend's child at around 4 p.m. The call ended at 1:43 p.m., and there was no further communication. The police got no new information out of Salvatore. His testimony was largely a rehash of what they already knew. The police were puzzled by his decision to stay with the child. They questioned why Melania didn't bring Vittoria along when she went out for coffee. The trip from their house to the park took less than 20 minutes. Did Melania really need to go to the bathroom during that time? And most importantly, where did the girl go afterward? Melania's relatives moved into the Salvatore home and spoke to him regularly about the situation, but he remained quiet and sad, often avoiding their questions. Salvatore's relatives tried to support him as much as possible, helping him care for Vittoria. On April 19, 2011, the entire city learned of Melania's disappearance. This was shocking, as the suburb was known to be one of the quietest and most peaceful areas in the area. Although the police suspected Salvatore, he had no previous legal problems. Salvatore frequently appeared on various television shows, discussing the tragedy he was facing. To clarify what had happened that morning, police checked Salvatore's cell phone. They found that it had been on from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m., but then turned off until 6 p.m. That same day, Salvatore drove to Plateau Sanmar, where the armed forces, police, and search teams were working. However, he showed little interest in the search efforts or their progress. Instead, he returned the sweatshirt he had borrowed from Giovanna, a bar owner, on the day Melania went missing and quickly left, claiming that he had to go to work. His behavior aroused suspicion among the police. While examining Salvatore's mobile phone, the Carabinieri found something noteworthy. He had been in constant communication with a girl named Lodovica for the past month, exchanging thousands of messages and making calls almost every day. It became clear that he was having a romantic affair with her. Salvatore had fallen in love with Lodovica Pero in September 2009, and their relationship continued even at home in 2011, after Melania went missing. In the summer of 2009, Melania discovered his infidelity and was furious. At the time, she moved in with her parents and she was pregnant with their daughter. Despite this, Salvatore continued to pursue Lodovica, who was 27 at the time and working in their military unit. Eventually, for the sake of their child, Salvatore and Melania reconciled, and she returned home. However, his love affair continued. He often rented an apartment to see Lodovica. After completing her training, Lodovica was sent to Rome, but their relationship continued. Salvatore spent most of his free time talking to her on the phone. Their conversations showed that Lodovica wanted more than a long-distance relationship, but Melania's presence got in the way. In the months leading up to Melania's disappearance, there had been tension between Lodovica and Salvatore. Lodovica wanted him to be with her, and he kept delaying their time together. Melania was determined to keep their marriage intact, especially after discovering that her husband was still seeing Lodovica. She even threatened to expose his relationship with his mistress, which could have jeopardized Salvatore's job. This threat scared him, causing him to distance himself from Lodovica. Melania believed that her tactics had worked, thinking that their relationship was back to normal, and that Salvatore's feelings for Lodovica were just a passing love. Melania was determined not to give in. She wanted to resume their relationship, while Lodovica was urging him to leave his family for her. He found himself caught between two women. The situation escalated to the point where, on April 19th, Salvatore traveled to Rome to meet Lodovica's parents, hoping they could start a life together. The issue was that Melania was completely unaware of this plan. At the same time, he was supposed to be spending the holidays with his family, including Melania and their daughter, just a day before this meeting. However, his wife went missing. This turn of events seemed very suspicious, as love triangles rarely have happy endings. When Salvatore returned to work after his wife went missing, management suggested a rescue operation. They suggested assembling a team of soldiers and using specialized equipment. However, Salvatore remained remarkably calm and insisted that such an operation was unnecessary. He believed that his wife had left him out of resentment, so no operations needed to be organized. Salvatore then deleted his social media accounts, which he had used to communicate with Lodovica. This led the police to discover a potential motive for the crime. By now, the crucial time to find the missing person alive had passed. The police took the situation seriously and concluded that they had no chance of finding Melania alive. The search dog used in the investigation did not detect new traces or scent of Melania. On April 23rd, police received a call from an unknown man who identified himself as a mushroom picker. He reported seeing the body of a woman 17 kilometers from Felina. Police arrived at the scene shortly after. The body was found to be Melania's. Forensic experts discovered multiple injuries on her body during the autopsy. These injuries were consistent with stab wounds caused by small knives, mainly to the head and neck. There were also injuries to her chest and some self-defense wounds. Although Melania was not raped, significant evidence was collected from the scene, including her cell phone, a bloody lighter, a water bottle, and traces of a small car. The most important piece of evidence was a grocery store receipt from the morning of April 18th. Additionally, insulin syringes were found nearby, suggesting that Melania may have been abusing drugs. However, a toxicology report confirmed that there were no traces of alcohol or illegal drugs in Melania's system. The police received information from Salvatore about an interesting coincidence. A few days before Melania went missing, She and her husband had an intimate encounter in the same area behind the kiosk where her body was later discovered. Somehow, this information reached Lodovica, who was furious, having been lied to. He had repeatedly assured Lodovica that he was no longer intimate with his wife. This revelation only added to the complexity surrounding their relationship. However, on the day of their encounter, it was snowing and very cold, making it unlikely that they would engage in intimate relations outdoors. Additionally, it was known that Melania was experiencing pain from an inguinal hernia at that time. Given these factors, the narrative of a passionate encounter at the kiosk doesn't seem reasonable. However, this is just an assumption that needs to be proven. The police conducted a thorough search of the surrounding area for any traces of blood. They discovered various pieces of evidence, including shoe prints. In order to gather more information about the suspect, it was important to determine who was in the area at the time of the victim's death. During that time, soldiers from Salvatore's and Melania's regiments were present. In fact, the soldiers accidentally left behind some evidence, such as a water bottle, a store receipt, and shoe prints. This complicating factor hindered the police investigation because much of this evidence was irrelevant to the case. Additionally, the soldiers reported that they did not see anyone suspicious that day and confirmed that no body was present. The police decided to examine Lodovica more closely. They discovered that she did not leave the barracks on April 18th to 19th, providing her with a solid alibi for the time of the crime. Lodovica also shared crucial information, stating that on April 17th, she had spoken with Salvatore about their relationship. During this conversation, Salvatore mentioned that his wife was cheating on him. It was revealed that Lodovica was not Salvatore's only affair. He had previous relationships with other soldiers and women. Although Lodovica was aware of this, she did not consider it significant. Ultimately, it was uncovered that the Salvatore had been involved with several women simultaneously. Salvatore was aware that the police had obtained this information and feared it could be seen as a motive for the murder of Melania. To gather evidence against Salvatore, police installed a wiretap in his car and also eavesdropped on his telephone conversations. This yielded crucial information. Salvatore often talked to himself in the car about his wife's murder, raising suspicions of his involvement in Melania's death. Police obtained permission to search Salvatore's car with luminol, discovering traces of blood inside. Samples were sent to a lab, and subsequent testing confirmed the blood belonged to Melania. Meanwhile, the prosecutor's office was developing its theory to understand the motive behind the crime. They believed that Melania was a controlling person who harbored deep resentment towards her husband for his many betrayals, yet she kept him around for the sake of their child. This constant pressure worsened their situation. He sought an escape by starting a relationship with Lodovica, who also exerted pressure on him. In this relationship, he felt like a third wheel, leading him to consider getting rid of his difficult wife. Forensic experts have submitted their full report, confirming the findings of the medical examiner. They determined that Melania died between 2 p.m. and 3 p.m. on April 18th from 35 stab wounds. It is likely that the attack occurred while she was urinating, as evidenced by her squatting position and an empty bladder. The attacker probably approached her from behind and struck when she least expected it, leaving little chance for her to defend herself. The nature of the wounds indicated that the assault was particularly brutal, stemming from personal animosity. It was confirmed that Melania never reached the plateau on the day she died, based on geolocation data from her mobile phone. The prosecutor's office believed they stopped near the kiosks in the pine forest, where they allegedly engaged in sexual intercourse. This occurred around 2:30 p.m., and it was at this point that Salvatore unexpectedly attacked and killed Melania. Afterwards, he returned home, changed his clothes, took their young daughter, and went straight to San Marco, where he entered a bar and pretended to be a heartbroken husband whose wife had left him. Despite his claims of innocence, the jury found the evidence against him compelling. As a result, Salvatore Paralisi was convicted and sentenced to 20 years in prison. He was also ordered to pay 2 million euros to Melania's family. Salvatore maintains his innocence and is currently serving his sentence in a reformatory in Milan. Custody of Melania's daughter was given to her family. Now 13, Vittoria has expressed her desire to change her last name to her mother's. She does not visit her father and would rather he not know about her choices. Welcome back, mystery lovers. Today's case is going to keep you on the edge of your seat. The case of Aisling Murphy. Aisling Murphy, born in 1998, was the youngest of 3 siblings. Her family lived in Blue Ball, Ireland, a peaceful town about an hour's drive from Dublin. Aisling grew up in a loving environment, influenced by her father's passion for music, particularly the bagpipes and violin. Inspired by him, she began studying traditional Irish music. She joined a youth choir in school and later became part of an orchestra, performing folk music at various events across Ireland and Great Britain. She was talented, independent, and sociable, which allowed her to integrate well with her team and feel comfortable on stage. After graduating from school, Aisling quickly sought employment. She was determined to achieve complete independence from her parents, so she began searching for full-time job opportunities right after receiving her diploma. Despite her career ambitions, she continued to nurture her love for music. She often performed for her relatives during special family gatherings on weekends, which further strengthened their connections. Aisling wanted to create her own family someday, but first, she focused on establishing herself. She went to college and became a first-grade teacher at a school where she had previously studied. This moment in her life was very meaningful. The teachers and students appreciated Aisling for her energy, kindness, and creativity. Aisling was truly suited for this role due to her strong moral character. She made a smooth transition from being an excellent student to becoming a wonderful teacher. Aisling was friendly, well-mannered, sweet, and self-assured. During her first week of work, she taught music on weekends, showing her passion for her job and her enjoyment of working with children. At 28, she had been in a relationship with her boyfriend, Ryan, for over 6 years. They met when Aisling was just 15. Initially, their romance didn't last, and they broke up after a few months. However, they eventually reunited, realizing that they were too young when they first started dating as teenagers. Their feelings for each other reignited, and they fell deeply in love, often talking about their future, including marriage and children. They had planned a trip in 2 days, but unfortunately, it seemed their dreams would not come to fruition. Aisling finished her workday and planned to go for a run along the Grand Canal in Tullamore. This was a routine activity for her, as she enjoyed fitness and outdoor recreation. She loved walking or running in beautiful locations, so she often visited the canal when she could. The Grand Canal was a popular spot for runners, featuring a designated path for walking. It was usually busy, which made Aisling comfortable going there alone. After work, Aisling got ready for her run. She first went home to change her clothes and tell her mother about her schedule. Her mother reassured her daughter that she was old enough to take care of herself and that there was no danger in this. Aisling left, and that was the last time her mother saw her alive. About an hour after Aisling left home, 2 runners warming up along the Grand Canal called for help. They were running on one side of the canal and saw a man attacking a girl on the opposite bank. Since they didn't have mobile phones, they ran to the nearest payphone to report the incident. They informed the emergency dispatcher that they had witnessed a threatening man assaulting one of the female runners. The witnesses confirmed that the victim was still alive when the attacker dragged her into the bushes. She screamed and fought back, desperately trying to push him away, but she was clearly outmatched. The dispatchers sent police officers to the specified location. Upon arrival, the police and a witness found the body of a young woman at the canal. The young girl, who showed no signs of life, was found to have been severely beaten, as the caller had reported. She had been pulled off the paved road and into the bushes, where she suffered physical abuse. Her face and neck were covered in cuts, and her hair was matted with dried blood. Paramedics arrived and attempted to resuscitate her for 10 minutes, but they were unable to save her and confirmed her death. While the exact cause of death remained unclear, it was evident she had been beaten badly. The body of the murdered girl was sent for an autopsy, which revealed stab and cut wounds on her neck. A forensic expert identified 11 injuries, primarily on the right side of her neck, including a cut throat that rendered her unable to call for help. Signs of possible strangulation were also found. The victim was identified as Aisling Murphy. On her hands, there were deep cuts, likely sustained during a struggle. Keys were discovered near her body, and it was determined she had used them defensively, gripping them tightly in an effort to fight off her attacker. The weapon used in the attack did not inflict enough damage to prevent the criminal from continuing his assault. Aisling died from severe blood loss caused by multiple stab wounds to her neck, leading to her death within minutes. Near her body, police found sunglasses and a mobile phone in her jacket pocket. An abandoned bicycle was also found nearby, likely belonging to the attacker. The criminal had already fled the scene after harming his innocent victim. The brutality of the attack was shocking, especially since it occurred in broad daylight in a crowded area with witnesses. Two runners who were in the vicinity witnessed the crime. They observed both the attack and the assailant. They provided vital information to the police. The first witness, Emma, reported that she was walking her dog by the Grand Canal when she noticed a girl jogging. She saw a man on a bright green bicycle closely following the jogger. Initially, Emma thought they might be running together because the cyclist stayed so close to the girl. She described the cyclist as looking like a migrant, not Irish. He had yellowish skin, a short haircut, and was wearing a black tracksuit with red logos. Later, Emma met another witness, Jenna, and together they witnessed the cyclist attack the girl. The attack appeared sudden and unprovoked. Jenna witnessed the attack and provided a detailed account. Her description matched that of another witness, who reported that the victim screamed, threatening the attacker but then suddenly fell silent. This silence was caused by a wound to Ashling's neck that severely severed her vocal cords. Later, Jenna screamed loudly, threatening to call the police. Despite the threats, the attacker did not let go of the victim. Police found a green bicycle near the trail that belonged to the attacker. Meanwhile, police gathered more evidence and discovered that Aisling had been wearing a fitness tracker while running. The device recorded her body metrics, including speed, distance, and heart rate, helping to clarify the details surrounding her death. The data showed that Aisling started running at 2:51 p.m., and before that, GPS records showed she had parked her bike near the canal. After that, her pulse was around 100 beats per minute, indicating she was in an active phase. She maintained this heart rate until 15:21, during which she ran approximately 3 kilometers. However, after 15:21, her heart rate changed. The Aisling experienced erratic fluctuations, and GPS data showed she was standing still at that time. This was clearly when she was attacked, and by 15:31, her heart had stopped beating. The next step for the police was to review footage from surveillance cameras in the area. Police identified the locations of all recording devices, hoping to find video that would show the suspect, the victim, and the attack itself. Police checked surveillance cameras, focusing on the time frame between 12:25 and 16:05, and were able to identify a man who matched the witness description exactly. It appeared that he was moving randomly along the roads. They determined that this man had appeared long before Aisling arrived, and was using a bicycle identical to the one found at the crime scene. The prime suspect was wearing a black hoodless jacket and sweatpants with stripes down the side, and also had a red logo on his clothes, as Emma described. He had been following a woman in a dark burgundy jacket, but was later spotted by her. He had been looking at the victim with interest, but for some unknown reason, he quickly fell behind. In footage from another camera, the suspect stops at 1:53 p.m. He reaches into his pocket and pulls out an object. He is seen holding and twisting something in his hand, but the poor quality of the footage makes it difficult to determine what it is. Police suspect he pulled out a knife, which he then used to kill Aisling. A forensic expert concluded that Aisling was killed with a small serrated knife, as the wounds had jagged edges. The man was seen again on surveillance footage at around 2:55 p.m., just as Aisling began training on the trail. Police discovered that the suspect had been wandering around the area, apparently looking for victims, as he occasionally focused on different women. He followed these women at a distance but lost interest until he came across Aisling, whom he decided to attack. Unfortunately, the surveillance cameras did not capture high-quality images that could help identify the criminal. Hours after the attack, a suspect was arrested based on information from witnesses. The suspect, Griat Keegan, is a 39-year-old Romanian immigrant who has lived in Ireland for 23 years and has no criminal record. He matched the person seen on surveillance cameras and found near the scene of the attack. At the police station, he vehemently denied any involvement in the incident. While police were questioning him, police obtained a search warrant and thoroughly searched his house, but found no evidence of his guilt. Griat maintained that there had been a mistake. He provided an alibi that was verified. He had been in a store making a purchase, which was confirmed by his receipt and surveillance footage. After that, he was seen walking along the south bank of the canal while the murder occurred on the north bank. The suspect's fingerprints and DNA samples were collected to compare with skin particles found under the Aisling's nails and on the bicycle, but there was no match. This confirmed that he was not involved in the crime. He was cleared of all suspicions and released. However, for some time, he and his family received threats as local residents still viewed him as a murderer. He was temporarily provided with alternative housing, and the police issued a public statement clarifying that Griot was not connected to the crime. Only after this did the public stop harassing him. This case received wide publicity across the country. The local community was outraged by the attack on Aisling and called on the police to quickly identify and arrest the perpetrators responsible for the tragic death of a talented young woman in broad daylight. For days, police have been trying to piece together clues, and the situation has taken a surprising turn. On the evening following the attack, a 30-year-old man named Joseph Puska was admitted to a hospital in Dublin with abdominal injuries. Joseph was originally from a small village in Slovakia. He left school at 16 without finishing his education and spent most of his life working as a laborer in the Czech Republic. Although he faced challenges in his lifestyle and at school, Joseph was not involved with bad influences, had no criminal record, and was generally seen as a positive individual. In 2015, he moved to Dublin, Ireland, where he and his wife planned to settle permanently. He continued his work as a builder, and during their time there, they welcomed 5 children. Everything seemed to be going well until he suffered a back injury at work. After his recovery, Joseph found that he could not return to his previous activities. The back injury was more severe than he had anticipated, leading him to receive disability benefits. He spent a significant amount of time in the hospital, and afterward, he relied on state support. The financial situation was tight, so his wife had to work. Joseph had limited proficiency in Irish and struggled with English, which made it difficult for him to communicate with medical staff. When he went to the hospital the day after Aisling's murder, he needed an interpreter for assistance. Thanks to the interpreter, Joseph explained that he was in Blanchardstown the previous day, January 12th. He took a taxi there and noticed he was being followed as soon as he arrived, but he did not think much of it since it was daytime. Suddenly, the attackers assaulted him, stabbing him multiple times in the stomach before they ran away. He managed to get home, where he informed his family about the incident and called for an ambulance. Doctors discovered cuts on Joseph's hands, signs of defensive wounds. He had multiple stab wounds in his abdomen and received painkillers before a 2-hour surgery. The surgery was completed around 10 o'clock. The doctors concluded that Joseph's injuries were from stab wounds inflicted by a small knife, but they were not life-threatening. He remained in the hospital for several days to recover. As part of their protocol, the doctors informed the police about the incident. Officers came to speak with Joseph, who was the victim of another attack. Police suspected that the same criminal who attacked Aisling might also be responsible for Joseph's injuries. During the conversation, Joseph's behavior became increasingly awkward and suspicious. He seemed confused, struggled to recall simple details, and appeared noticeably nervous. Police began to question whether this unemployed man could be connected to Aisling's murder. The next day, the police returned to the hospital to continue questioning and gather more details. This time, Joseph gave more specific answers. He explained that he had taken a taxi to the city to meet a woman he had met online. Joseph then revealed that he was married with 5 children, but did not want his wife to know about his secret encounters. It was later discovered that he had registered on several dating websites and was regularly seeing different women. His wife remained unaware of his affair, as Joseph was very careful to keep it a secret. The police asked Joseph if he owned a bicycle. He replied that he had a green bicycle that he had used for a long time. However, when they inquired whether he had been riding it on the day of the murder, Joseph started to stutter and claimed that his bicycle had been stolen over 2 weeks ago. He had not reported the theft to the police, which raised suspicions. Joseph then appeared increasingly anxious, prompting police to leave his hospital room. The police also discovered that he had been near the canal around 6 p.m. that same day. They obtained a warrant to search his apartment, allowing them to collect his clothing and mobile phone for forensic analysis. They called Joseph to inform him of this. Sensing something was amiss, he directly asked the police, through an interpreter, if he was a suspect. The officers reassured him that they were merely trying to clarify the situation and needed to conduct an examination. This conversation occurred over the phone. After the police answered, Joseph paused for a long moment. Then he turned to the translator and asked him to accurately relay his words to the police officer. Joseph admitted that he had killed the girl by the canal, but he insisted that it was unintentional and an accident. Later, Joseph addressed the police directly. He explained that he was riding his bicycle along a path when he encountered an unfamiliar girl. He had a knife in his hand and accidentally cut her in the neck after losing his balance. She became angry, which frightened Joseph, and he claimed he struck her in the stomach with an object that resembled a knife. He said he tried to remain calm, hoping the girl would settle down. However, she began screaming and threatening him even more, forcing Joseph to defend himself. He then attacked her, repeatedly stabbing her in the neck with his knife. She fought back desperately, but he was able to overpower her. The police were taken aback by his phone confession, finding the story hard to believe. It seemed implausible that Joseph could accidentally stab the victim in the neck before she attacked him. They questioned how Aisling could have had a knife. Joseph expressed fear of retaliation. He believed that if Aisling's friends and relatives learned of the incident, they might harm his children and wife. He asked the police to keep the names of his family members confidential. The police assured Joseph that he would not face prosecution, as he would soon be arrested and put on trial. After being discharged from hospital, he was immediately arrested for murder. Afterward, Joseph changed his story and refused to confess. Despite this, the prosecutor's office viewed him as the only person who could have harmed Aisling that day. They decided to seek the maximum punishment for the murderer. The initial trial date was set for June 2023, but there were several delays, and it wasn't until October 2023 that the prosecution presented the case to the jury. During the trial, prosecutors played surveillance footage showing an attacker who looked like Joseph cycling along a path near the canal for hours before targeting Aisling. His actions were typical of a predator looking for prey. Forensic experts found traces of DNA under Aisling's fingernails, suggesting she fought back and injured her attacker. DNA from tissue samples matched Joseph, and his fingerprints were found on a green bicycle. All witnesses who saw the attacker that day identified him as Joseph. New evidence emerged during the investigation, particularly from one of Joseph's friends, a Slovakian bus driver. On the night of January 12th, while working, he encountered Joseph, who had severe scratches on his stomach. Concerned, the driver offered Joseph a ride home. Joseph mentioned he had gotten into a fight, but did not provide details about the incident. During the drive, the bus driver repeatedly questioned Joseph about what had happened, but Joseph avoided giving clear answers and kept holding his stomach, which was bleeding. The driver grew increasingly worried, suspecting that the injuries might be linked to the ethnic cleansing events happening at that time, as there were widespread expressions of hatred against other nationalities. To deflect his friend's questions, Joseph concocted a story about being attacked by a masked man, claiming he couldn't identify the attacker because he hadn't seen his face before and didn't know him. Joseph attempted to portray himself as a hero, claiming he had seen a masked stranger attacking a woman near the canal. Joseph claimed he was stabbed multiple times as he tried to approach the bleeding girl. He became frightened when he realized what had happened and then fled. Despite being suspected of murder, he began to insist that he was actually the savior, having been injured in a fight with the real attacker. However, this new account does not clarify how his DNA was found under Aisling's fingernails or his fingerprints on the green bike he left behind. Joseph's defense argued that his false confession about the attack on Aisling resulted from the painkillers he received in the hospital, which caused him to feel euphoric and led him to speak to himself. Joseph stated that he was under the influence of these drugs when the police began their interrogation. However, doctors who treated Joseph contradicted this claim. They stated that he only received a minimal dose of the medication, meaning it could not have significantly affected him by the time he made his confession. The prosecution highlighted that Joseph had changed his testimony multiple times, making his statements unreliable. However, this posed a challenge for the prosecution because Joseph had no history of violence, especially against women. There were no indications of aggression or cruelty in his behavior, and he had no connection to Aisling, raising questions about his motive for the attack. The prosecution argued that the incident was not a result of personal issues. The trial lasted 3 weeks, after which a jury of 12 members returned their verdict. They deliberated for 3 hours before finding Joseph Puska guilty of the murder of Aisling Murphy. As a result, he was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The circumstances surrounding Aisling's murder shocked the nation. Just days after the tragedy, protests were held across Ireland in support of the victim's family, and the case shocked the nation. During the investigation, police determined that Joseph had attacked Aisling without any apparent motive. He did not know her. He appeared to be a predator who had been searching for a victim for hours. Unfortunately, Aisling fell victim to a monster. Hello friends, welcome to our channel. Today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you, the case of Sierra Breland. The disappearance of 31-year-old Sierra Breland, an Indiana lawyer from Cleveland, Georgia. The last time she was seen was on February 24, 2022 at 7:17 p.m., when a surveillance camera captured her outside her mother-in-law's home in Johns Creek. Despite extensive efforts by the police and her family, Sierra's whereabouts and what happened to her remain unknown. Sierra was a cheerful and ambitious woman, according to her mother, Kelly. She was determined to be taken seriously, so she worked hard to become a lawyer, following in her mother's footsteps as a paralegal. Growing up in Georgia, Sierra dreamed of living in Atlanta one day. To achieve this goal, she attended the University of Tennessee for college, and then Florida State University for law school. Kelly said Sierra was happy, energetic, loving, and extremely driven in her career. In October 2020, Sierra met Xavier Breland on Tinder, and their relationship quickly developed. 6 months later, the couple got married and Sierra became pregnant. According to court records, Sierra provided legal assistance to Xavier in his dispute with his ex-wife. The newlyweds decided to start a new life in Carmel, Indiana, where Sierra got a job at a law firm. In 2021, she gave birth to a son named Jackson. Xavier and Sierra appeared to be a perfect couple from the outside, but their relationship was plagued by issues from the early stages. According to Shelby Campbell, Sierra's cousin, the problems between them surfaced shortly after their initial dates. Sierra had told Xavier she wanted no further contact, but he refused to accept rejection. Instead, he began showing up uninvited at her apartment, sitting outside her door. He also sent her threatening messages after seeing her with another man. Sierra warned him she would involve the authorities if he persisted. Despite this, she eventually gave him another chance, and 6 months later, they got married. Shelby and Sierra were inseparable, exchanging daily texts. Sierra confided in her, revealing her fears about her husband. In one message, she wrote, "I'm really struggling to cope with this. I don't want to give up on someone I love and abandon our family, but his behavior is getting worse, not better. It makes me wonder what the future holds. He used to feel guilty when he said hurtful things, but lately, he doesn't even apologize. He blames me, saying I did this because you made me." Sierra feared that if something happened to her, her husband would be to blame. Shelby claims that she frequently advised Sierra to leave her husband, but Sierra understood the importance of planning her exit carefully. The text messages Shelby shared only provide a glimpse into the situation between Sierra and her husband. Sierra did call the police on multiple occasions, and law enforcement responded to her residence in both Georgia and Indiana multiple times. According to Campbell, by the time the police arrived, Sierra would have calmed down enough to cover for her husband, denying any abuse. Shelby revealed that an investigator even contacted Sierra's mother after one of these incidents, telling her that he knew Sierra was lying about the abuse that had happened to Sierra in 2001. The investigator had seen this pattern before, and was worried that something terrible might happen to Sierra. Sierra was determined to leave her husband, Xavier, and had been secretly building up a bank account to prepare for her independence. Despite sending messages to Xavier claiming she loved him, she had reached the conclusion that she couldn't afford to stay in the troubled relationship. Aware of their daughter's difficulties, Sierra's parents, Kelly and Nick, encouraged her to break free from Xavier and promised her a safe haven back at home if she needed it. Sierra's decisive trip to Georgia began when she and Xavier packed up their baby and large dog into a 2017 white Volkswagen Tiguan for the 11-hour drive south. According to her family, Sierra arrived at her parents' house on February 19th, where she spent the night with a few friends she hadn't seen since moving to Indiana. Although it seemed like a brief visit, Sierra had made up her mind not to return to Indiana, marking a new chapter in her life. Xavier was interested in this trip because his mother lived in Georgia, just like Sierra's mother. However, Xavier didn't know that Sierra didn't plan to return to Indiana. Sierra had told her mother that she was going to find a job in Georgia, and that she was getting a divorce because of her husband's increasing abusive behavior. On Saturday, February 19th, Sierra arrived at her parents' house in Cleveland, Georgia, where she spent the night. She reassured them that she wanted a divorce and wouldn't return to Indiana. On Sunday, February 20th, Sierra left her parents' house to pick up her son, Jackson, from her mother-in-law's house in Johns Creek, Georgia, about an hour away. Before leaving, Sierra called Nick Campbell, saying, "I'm at Xavier's mom's house. He won't give me Jackson, so I'm waiting to get him so I can leave." On Monday, February 21st, at 11:17 p.m., Sierra sent a text to her father, Nick, saying, "I'll be back in the morning if that's okay." Nick responded the next day, telling her it was okay, and that she didn't have to ask. When Nick didn't hear back from Sierra, he said that she was feeling better and that she had been feeling a bit sick. Nick contacted her again on Wednesday to ask if she was feeling better, but he didn't receive a response. He sent another text on Thursday, February 24th, but there was still no response. By Friday, Sierra's loved ones were getting concerned because she hadn't responded, which was out of character for her. On the evening of Saturday, February 26th, Nick received a call from an unknown number initially. Nick didn't panic, assuming Sierra was still in Georgia, so he answered the call. The caller claimed to be a police officer and broke the news that Sierra had been reported missing. Apparently, her husband, Xavier, had filed a missing persons report. This revelation left the family in shock, as they had been under the impression that Sierra was still in Georgia, despite her uncharacteristic silence. What's especially puzzling, according to Shelby Campbell, is that Xavier never reached out to anyone to check on Sierra's whereabouts. He didn't call or notify anyone, which made the situation even more baffling. After speaking with the Carmel police, Sierra's father decided to call Xavier. In their conversation, Sierra's father pressured Xavier to tell the truth, reminding him that Sierra had warned her family that Xavier would be responsible if anything happened to her. Xavier responded by telling him to go to hell, and then hung up the phone. After Nick called Xavier's father, who lived next to Sierra and Xavier in Carmel, the father claimed he never saw her. This was confirmed by a press release from the Carmel Police Department in Indiana on March 2nd. Xavier Breland had earlier reported Sierra missing to the police department on Saturday, February 26, 2022. During their investigation, detectives discovered a video recording that showed Sierra's last known location, her mother-in-law's house in Georgia, on February 24th at 7:07 p.m. According to the Carmel Police Department's official report, nothing unusual happened in the video. On February 25th, Sierra left her home in the Brookstone Park subdivision in Carmel, Indiana around 1 p.m. to walk to a nearby store. At the time, she was wearing a black top and purple shorts, and the temperature was around 20 degrees Celsius. However, police reported that she never arrived at the store, and there was no surveillance video of her entering the store. Sierra's family was concerned when she vanished, leaving behind 3 phones, ID, and credit cards. They knew she'd never leave without telling them, especially not her 5-month-old son. Her mom, Kelly, revealed Sierra had confided in her about financial struggles and alleged abuse from her husband, who used their child to control her. Kelly was adamant Sierra wouldn't abandon her son, believing she'd be dead before doing so. On February 28, 2022, 2 days after reporting his wife, Sierra, missing, Xavier had an unexpected visit from the police at his doorstep. According to court documents, there was an accidental discharge of a firearm at a residence on Baldwin Lane. Xavier claimed to have been moving a Christmas tree in the garage when he heard the gunshot, prompting him to run outside. He then returned to the garage, found the gun and unloaded it before calling the police to report the incident himself. The investigation revealed that there were 2 guns in his house. However, the police did not reveal whether they found any evidence linking Xavier to Sierra's disappearance. Nevertheless, it soon came to light that Xavier had a criminal past, having been convicted of felony burglary charges in 2005. It was also suspicious that Xavier waited a day to report his wife missing, claiming she had not returned home from a trip to the store. A few days after the police received the missing person report, Xavier was identified as a person of interest in his wife's disappearance. He was arrested on an unrelated charge due to an outstanding warrant for aggravated stalking in Core County. He was extradited to Georgia to face those charges. Court records show that Xavier had previously placed a tracking device inside a stuffed animal belonging to his daughter to track her mother, his ex-wife, as part of a custody battle between the former couple. In the wake of Sierra's disappearance, a search operation was conducted in several neighborhoods in Johns Creek, involving police, volunteers, family, and friends. The main areas of focus were 2 neighborhoods along Medlock Bridge Road, which police believed Sierra might have passed through during her stay in Georgia. The search efforts included distributing flyers and setting up electronic signs in the area. The Johns Creek Police Department also contacted several commercial electronic sign companies to display Sierra's photo and information across metro Atlanta. The family requested anyone who saw a white, 2017 Volkswagen Tiguan with Georgia license plate 51,869 renminbi, which had a university law school frame around the plate, to contact the police. The vehicle was searched for more than a month. As Sierra was last seen at her mother-in-law's house in Georgia, police suspected that her disappearance might be linked to something that occurred at this location. Police traced the route Xavier took back to Indiana, but were unable to confirm whether Sierra was in the car. Notably, Xavier was the only person who got out of the white Volkswagen at gas stations and shops. The level of cooperation remains unclear, but law enforcement officials confirmed that evidence was collected from the residence through a search warrant as part of their investigation. Johns Creek investigators, including forensic experts and cadaver dogs, searched the area for signs of a struggle or clues to the couple's disappearance. Despite a canine unit's involvement, no scent trail was found, and gathered evidence Xavier Breland was arrested in Georgia on March 16, 2022 for aggravated stalking. This stemmed from a 2021 incident where he hid a tracking device to stalk the mother of his child, who had a restraining order against him. He was later found not guilty, but arrested again and extradited to Indiana for unlawful possession of a firearm. Xavier Breland asked a judge to lower his bond to an affordable amount for his mother. The court initially set it at $35,000, but prosecutors requested $50,000. After Breland appealed, the judge set it at $100,000. He was released in February 2023 after posting bail. Sierra's disappearance remains a mystery despite extensive searches. She was last seen at a store, and investigations have pinpointed several potential locations. The vast search area spans millions of acres of state and federal land, parks, and undeveloped areas in Georgia, plus thousands of acres of railroad and utility easements. According to Kelly Breland, law enforcement has gathered evidence and statements from multiple states, but these are like puzzle pieces without a complete picture. Some items were removed from Xavier's mother's home, as revealed in court documents related to a civil case filed by Xavier's mother as part of their search. Crime scene investigators cut and removed the carpet and mattress from Xavier's mother's home on April 21, 2022, according to documents from the familial civil dispute. After Xavier Breland's arrest on March 1st, 5-month-old Jackson was placed into state care. Since then, Jackson's grandparents, Nick and Kelly Miller, have been able to be with the infant while the search is focused on specific areas, but no leads on the new mom's disappearance. Police reconstruct events, distribute flyers, and use electronic signs to raise awareness. Sierra, 5 feet 7 inches, 120 pounds, blonde hair with distinct tattoos. She was last seen in a white 2017 VW Tiguan with GA plate 5,869 renminbi. If seen in February, contact authorities. Xavier is the only person of interest named in connection with Sierra's disappearance, but so far, no charges have been filed against him. Despite this, Sierra's family remains convinced that Xavier knows what happened to her and is the only one who can provide the answers they need to bring closure and allow Sierra to rest in peace. Kelly Breland, a family member, believes that Sierra's body might be located in one of 4 states, Georgia, Tennessee, Kentucky, so she asks law enforcement and fishermen in these states to be vigilant and report any information they might have to the authorities. In a separate development, Sierra's parents have been granted custody of the couple's child. It's worth noting that Xavier Breland was previously arrested and released on bail for illegal possession of firearms. His trial was set to take place on December 28, 2023, but his whereabouts are unknown. As a result, a rearrest warrant has been issued and law enforcement is working to track him down. This recent development adds another layer of complexity to the already puzzling case of Sierra's disappearance. Xavier Breland, a 6'1" tall, 160-pound black man with brown hair and green eyes, has gone missing. There is a warrant out for his arrest, but his body has not been found. The disappearances of both Xavier and Sierra have raised many unanswered questions. Sierra's mother, Kelly Breland, believes her daughter was afraid of Xavier and did not plan to return to Indiana with him. With both individuals now missing, the case has become even more urgent. The trial related to Xavier's gun charge has been postponed multiple times. Law enforcement and Sierra's family are still looking for Xavier, and Sierra hoping to shed light on the mysterious circumstances surrounding their disappearances. Hello friends, welcome to our channel. Today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you, the case of Susan Morphew. Susan Morphew was born on April 11, 1971 to Jean and Adrian Alexandria, and grew up with her two brothers, David and Andrew. Those who knew Suzanne were her parents. In 1998, while in high school, she met her future husband, Barry Morphew. After 6 years of dating, they got married. Barry was an exceptional baseball player and was signed with the Toronto Blue Jays. Meanwhile, Suzanne pursued a degree in education at Purdue University. However, Barry's sports career was cut short due to a serious injury, and he switched to a career in horticulture. He was hired by a state company, which gradually gained momentum. The couple had 2 children, Mallory and Macy. They lived a picture-perfect life in Indiana until Suzanne was diagnosed with Hodgkin's lymphoma. Despite beating cancer twice, in 2018, the Morphew family decided to move to Mayville, Colorado for a fresh start and to be closer to their daughter Mallory, who attended Western State University. They settled into a stunning community where Barry could hunt and continue his work as a contractor. He also became a volunteer firefighter. Suzanne retired from teaching and dedicated more time to her church and her new hobby, sports mountain biking. The Morphew family seemed perfect from the outside, but they had their secrets. It wasn't until May 10th, 2020 that their problems came to light. That Mother's Day started off like any other at the Morphew residence. Barry and their daughters left the house, leaving Suzanne alone. Barry claimed he had a landscaping appointment in Broomfield, 3 hours away from Mayville by car. Meanwhile, the girls went on a camping trip. Barry and the girls planned to return home that evening to celebrate Mother's Day with Suzanne. However, when they didn't hear back from her, they started to worry. The girls sent her a message to wish her a happy Mother's Day, but got no response. This was unusual since Suzanne was very active on social media. They expected her to be on her phone, especially since she was supposed to attend her best friend's daughter's wedding and share some photos. After several hours of no response, Mallory and Macy grew concerned and asked their neighbor, Martin Ritter, and his wife to check on Suzanne. Mrs. Ritter went to the Morphew house between 4 and 4:30 p.m. and found it empty. Barry's wife called him to explain the situation, and he advised her to check if Suzanne's mountain bike was still at the Morphew residence. If it wasn't there, he told her to contact the police, which is exactly what she did. The police arrived at the Morphew residence and Barry, along with his 2 daughters, returned home, eager to learn about Suzanne's whereabouts and condition. The police discovered their first significant lead. 2 deputies found Suzanne's mountain bike near a steep ravine, not far from the Murphys' home. This suggested that Suzanne might have been involved in a crash. However, there were no signs of a struggle on the bike or in the surrounding vegetation, and no skid marks indicating that she had used her brakes. Despite the mountain bike being found at the bottom of a ravine with no damage and no signs of struggle in the surrounding vegetation, detectives suspected foul play. When presented with this evidence, Barry's reaction was unusual, and his subsequent explanation that a mountain lion must have moved the bike seemed far-fetched. Many people found Barry's behavior during the investigation into his wife's disappearance to be suspicious. In a private conversation with YouTuber Tyson Draper, Barry elaborated on what he had discovered. Notably, he was absent from the search parties organized by Suzanne's brother, Andrew, who was skeptical of Barry's account of the bike ride and suggested that Susan might have gone missing on May 9th instead of Mother's Day. As the investigation continued, suspicion shifted to Barry when Suzanne's helmet was discovered 1 mile from their home, precisely in the direction his truck's telemetry showed to be incriminating, because it was in the opposite direction of the Broomfield construction site, which was his alleged destination that day. During the initial police interview, the suspect claimed he woke up to his alarm clock at 4:30 a.m. and drove directly to the Broomfield construction site. However, the telematic data from his Ford F-350 revealed that he drove 1 mile west before heading to the site. Despite this discrepancy, the suspect provided an explanation. He stated that he had gone scouting for elk that morning around 4:30 a.m. and was curious to see which direction they were headed, so he could track them down later. He allegedly had a habit of tranquilizing elk and removing their antlers for sale. But when the officers questioned how he could have spotted elk at 4:30 a.m. if he was just waking up, he changed his story. He said he didn't set his alarm for 4:30 a.m. and woke up on his own. When questioned about the day of the disappearance, he stated it was one of the best days the couple had had in a while. He said he worked with a coworker in Salida that morning, returned early, went for a hike with Susan, and then they grilled steak and were intimate together. Barry claimed that he and his wife Susan went to bed together. However, as we've established, Barry is not a trustworthy witness. When the police investigated, they discovered that Barry had lied about almost everything that occurred that night. The first indication that something was amiss came when investigators reviewed Barry's phone and vehicle data on May 9, 2020. Although Barry and Suzanne did spend the afternoon and evening together, the events didn't match Barry's story. The first significant discrepancy arose between 2.42 and 2.44. Phone records showed Barry making erratic movements around the property. When questioned, Barry claimed he was likely hunting chipmunks with tranquilizers at 2:47 p.m. Then, Barry turned his phone to airplane mode, which remained active until 10:17 p.m. Furthermore, the steak dinner he claimed to have shared with his wife was called into question when investigators found only one dirty dish instead of two. Later that night, more peculiarities emerged on the Morphew property. During their examination of the data, the police found several concerning details that raised suspicions about Barry's activities later that night. At 9:30 p.m., his car was seen reversing backward from the driveway, moving 96 feet. Investigators thought this might be when he loaded her body onto his truck if he was guilty. The records also showed that between 3.25 and 3.48, the door to his truck opened and closed over 80 times. Although this evidence was circumstantial, it suggested that Barry was not telling the police everything, prompting a closer investigation into the events of May 10th. Further investigation revealed that Barry had no legitimate reason to be in Broomfield that day. His company's contract was not set to start until a week later, so there was no project for him to inspect. Barry claimed that he had only visited the Holiday Inn, the job site, a local store for granola and water, and briefly stopped at McDonald's to clean his windshield. The footage obtained by the Colorado Bureau of Investigation contradicted his account. Barry was caught on camera throwing away 5 trash bags near McDonald's and the Holiday Inn. When questioned about it, he gave a suspicious explanation, claiming he was trying to avoid waste disposal fees by cleaning his car himself. However, when officers inspected his car, his story fell apart. A coworker reported a strong smell of bleach and chlorine the day after Suzanne disappeared. Additionally, investigators found that Barry had changed his clothes multiple times that day. Despite these suspicious actions, the investigators initially found no clear motive for Barry's behavior. But when they dug deeper into their personal lives, they discovered a motive. Barry and Suzanne's daughter revealed that the couple's marriage was not as happy as Barry made it out to be. Their phone and personal belongings proved this. In fact, Suzanne was extremely unhappy in the marriage and talked about how Barry refused to consider divorce. Susan kept a list of grievances on her phone, detailing a pattern of physical abuse. She was afraid to be alone in a room with Barry and worried about his drinking. She also suspected him of infidelity and tried to protect her phone from him. But when the police searched the Morphew house, they found a pen that Suzanne had bought to catch her husband in the act. Ironically, it recorded her own infidelity, not his. The pen revealed that Suzanne was having an affair with a man named Jeff, a high school acquaintance. The affair allegedly started in 2018 and had lasted for about 1.5 years. Although Jeff seemed to be involved in Suzanne's disappearance, the investigators believed that Barry had discovered Suzanne's infidelity and that a note she wrote 2 days before she vanished supported this theory. The note indicated that Barry had accused Suzanne of having a boyfriend. The spy pen was crucial evidence, but it was not the only important discovery made during the search of the Morphew house. The police also found a bullet casing in the bedroom, a large crack in the doorframe, and remnants of Suzanne's journal in the fireplace. When combined with telematic data, these findings suggested that Barry might have planned and carried out the murder of his wife, possibly killing her in the afternoon of May 9, 2020. After texting her boyfriend 53 times and sending a selfie at around 2:10 p.m., Suzanne never used her phone again. It wasn't until 2 weeks later that the public learned Barry was a suspect in his wife's disappearance. When the police conducted a 2-day excavation of a construction site in Salida, one of Barry's job sites. In response, Barry released a strange video proclaiming his innocence. However, he wasn't arrested until May 5, 2021, nearly a year after the investigation began. Although the evidence against Barry was largely circumstantial, the prosecution seemed confident in their case due to his changing stories, repeated lies, and clear motive. Barry was charged with multiple crimes, including first-degree murder of his wife, tampering with physical evidence, possession of a dangerous weapon, and attempting to influence a public servant. Moreover, he was charged with filing a fraudulent election ballot in Suzanne's name, claiming he didn't know it was wrong and that it would help Trump's campaign. Barry pleaded guilty to this charge and paid a $600 fine. In August 2021, a preliminary hearing was held to determine whether Barry Morse's case would proceed to trial. During this 4-day hearing, the prosecution presented their evidence and proposed a theory that Barry murdered his wife on May 9, 2020, then dismembered her body in a hotel room. He allegedly disposed of the tools used and buried her body in an unmarked grave. However, the defense strongly challenged the prosecution's account, highlighting several inconsistencies. They pointed out that cadaver dogs were unable to detect any human remains in Barry's car or the hotel room where the alleged dismemberment took place. The defense also suggested that the dart bullet cover might have been planted as evidence. Furthermore, they noted visual discrepancies in the photos of the dryer, with one image showing the cap inside the dryer and another image showing it was not present. The defense argued that Barry couldn't have used his dart gun in the alleged murder because it was broken at the time. In addition, that Barry's car and bike helmet that didn't match Barry. This DNA actually matched evidence from 3 unsolved sexual assault cases in Chicago and Arizona, raising reasonable doubt about Barry's guilt. The discovery was significant, but it was only brought up during the hearing because the CBI investigator who collected the evidence went on military leave for several duties and only learned about them during the hearing. This meant the prosecution had withheld important evidence that could have helped the defense. Throughout the hearing, the defense argued that the presence of another suspect with a criminal record meant the prosecution didn't have enough evidence to convict Barry of killing his wife. They asked the judge to make a quick decision and to reopen the case. On September 7th, the judge ruled that the case against Barry would proceed, setting his bail at $500,000. Barry was released from county jail on September 20th, 2021, just 9 days before the trial was scheduled to start. However, in a surprising turn of events, the prosecution suddenly filed a motion to dismiss all charges against Barry without prejudice if new evidence emerges. Given the lack of concrete evidence proving Barry's guilt and the prosecution's misconduct, securing a conviction would have been a difficult task. Moreover, the prosecution had missed several crucial deadlines, resulting in sanctions that prevented 14 key witnesses from testifying at the trial. The news of the dismissal shocked the public, and Barry was pictured on the front page on September 22, 2023. Investigators unearthed multiple shallow graves in Moffett, Colorado, during an investigation. Suzanne's remains were identified using her dental records and chemotherapy port. Surprisingly, over 50 miles away from the initial search area, focused on the mountains surrounding Barry's property. Although the police are certain Barry's truck was not in Moffett on May 9th and 10th, some suggest he could have had an accomplice in disposing of Suzanne's body, allowing him to travel to Moffett, bury the body, and return. If investigators obtained a subpoena for Barry's phone and car data for an extended period, they might be able to link him to the location where Suzanne's remains were found. For now, but the police and district attorney's office continue to investigate the case. The 12th Judicial District's district attorney told CNN that the case remains open and no further comment can be made until more information becomes available, while offering condolences to Suzanne's family. Barry's lawyer has spoken out strongly since the body was found, suggesting that Susan might have been a victim who was murdered in a graveyard with many other bodies. She thinks the police wrongly accused Barry and hopes they will eventually admit their mistake. Meanwhile, Barry has filed a $15 million lawsuit against the prosecutors, sheriff's departments, and investigators, claiming they wrongly accused him of being involved in his wife's disappearance and death. The case of Connie Alm was born on July 18, 1974 in Malaysia. She was the younger of 2 daughters and enjoyed a very close relationship with her parents. In 1995, Connie moved to the United States to pursue higher education in a career in information technology. While living in the United States, Connie met a man named Brandon. He was a U.S. citizen and an ethnic Chinese whose parents emigrated from Singapore over 20 years ago. Initially, Connie and Brandon were just friends, but their friendship eventually blossomed into a romantic relationship. Brandon became a significant figure in Connie's life, supporting and helping her in various ways. They got married in 2001. Connie's life was on track in 2003. She was working as an analyst in San Diego, planning a future with her husband and hoping to start a family. Her life changed dramatically that year. The trouble began when Connie's father, Ong Bai-yong, was diagnosed with cancer. Connie decided to fly to Malaysia to support her family during this difficult time. On June 1st, 2003, Connie and her husband, Brandon, arrived in Malaysia. Brandon returned to the USA after a few days, leaving Connie to care for her father in Kuala Lumpur. Despite the distance, Connie and Brandon stayed close through daily phone calls. They would talk for hours, sharing stories about their daily lives, including their 2 pets. Connie's father underwent surgery to remove a kidney, but fortunately, his health began to recover. As he improved, he began scheduling a flight for June 14, 2003. Connie organized a farewell dinner at a local restaurant the evening before her departure, and she invited her mother, sister, and closest friends to join her. That evening, June 13, 2003, Connie and her mother arrived at the designated meeting spot later than the others. They had trouble finding a parking spot in front of the mall, so her mother was concerned about the poor lighting in the lot rather than the parking fee. Once they arrived at the second-floor restaurant, Connie was excited to reunite with her childhood friends, whom she hadn't seen in a long time. They spent a few hours catching up, but Connie soon noticed that her mother, Pearlie, was starting to look tired. When Connie asked if her mother wanted to head home, Pearlie said she had a lot of things to do and promised her friends she would be back soon. Connie, her mother, and her sister Elsie got up from the table to pay for their parking. They went to the payment terminal, which was located on the first floor, a floor above the underground parking lot. As they waited in line for the terminal, Connie realized they had to wait for 10 more minutes, but Connie still hadn't returned. Then her sister started calling her. The first call went unanswered, and the second one was sent to voicemail. This was unusual, and Elsie and Pearlie immediately sensed that something was wrong. They quickly went to the parking lot, where they were shocked to find that Connie's car was no longer there. When the car was indeed gone, they realized that Connie must have disappeared along with it. Pearlie was certain that something had happened to her daughter, as Connie would never leave without saying anything. Although the parking lot was poorly lit, it had surveillance cameras that might provide some clues about what had happened. The mall security initially refused to show Connie's relatives the footage, so they went to the monitor and watched the shocking footage, which confirmed their worst fears. The footage revealed Connie's car speeding out of the underground parking lot, crashing through the barrier. Although the footage quality was poor, it was evident that a man was driving with Connie in the passenger seat. Her body was positioned as if she was trying to distance herself from the driver, leaning against the door. Upon seeing the footage, Pearlie immediately filed a police report at a police station. The police launched an investigation while Connie's family and friends drove around Kuala Lumpur desperately searching for her purple proton tiara. Meanwhile, Brandon, Connie's husband, began to feel a sense of unease. He tried calling his wife multiple times, but she didn't answer. He then contacted her mother, who informed him about the events that had transpired. The news of Connie's disappearance left Brandon in shock. Pearlie could hear him sobbing over the phone. As dawn broke, Connie's friends and family reluctantly returned home, their search efforts having yielded no results. The police disseminated information about the disappearance and conducted their own search, but unfortunately, it didn't lead to any breakthroughs. Even the footage from the mall's parking lot, where Connie was kidnapped, didn't help. More than 72 hours have passed since Connie's loved ones last saw her. Authorities believe that if she was kidnapped, it wasn't for ransom. If money was the motive, the kidnapper would have demanded it by now. A disturbing find was made by police when they discovered Connie's car left empty on a city street. The front right tire was found on the passenger seat. In the back of the car, a large red stain was found on the passenger seat. Forensic experts collected evidence, including scrapings from the back seat, fingerprints from the steering wheel, and other parts of the car. There were many clues found in the vehicle. Connie's family and friends held on to hope and prayed for her safe return. However, the kidnapper detected a strong, foul smell coming from a manhole near the highway. Upon lifting the lid, he discovered a body that someone had attempted to burn using 2 car tires and sticks. A team of leading forensic experts from the Royal Malaysian Police immediately arrived at the scene. They found 2 car tires filled with concrete, which had been used as stands for road signs, lying on top of the body. Connie's mother, Pearlie, refused to believe that her daughter was dead without official confirmation. "Until they confirm it, we will continue to hope that she will turn up alive," she said. The family went to the morgue, but the doctor said that they couldn't confirm the identity of the body yet. Connie's family members provided DNA samples for comparative analysis. Unfortunately, the results confirmed their worst nightmare. The body was indeed that of their daughter, Connie. Some sources claim that before the DNA test results, Connie's family identified the jewelry on the body. However, as a loving mother, Pearlie held on to the hope that her daughter was still alive until the very end. The emotional torture she endured is unimaginable. She suffered 2 stab wounds to her abdomen, and a medical forensics expert found signs of strangulation. A cloth was tied around her neck in multiple knots, and semen was found inside her body, which served as a source of DNA. A few days after the body was discovered, an incident raised questions about the work of police. An undercover policeman, Subramaniam Ravichandran, reported to his superiors and his partner patrolling the streets of Kuala Lumpur at night on their motorcycles. Both officers were dressed in civilian clothes. They noticed a car parked incorrectly, taking up half the road, and stopped to investigate if anyone was inside. Ravichandran approached the driver's door and saw a man behind the wheel with a woman in the passenger seat. He knocked on the window to find out what they were doing. The driver replied they were just chatting and not doing anything illegal. Ravichandran then requested to see their IDs. As the driver handed over the documents, she in the passenger seat made unusual hand gestures, seemingly asking for help, but stopped whenever her assumed boyfriend looked at her. Noticing this, the man claiming Ravichandran was not a police officer, but a thief. He then raised the window and reached for the ignition. Realizing the car might drive off, Ravichandran drew his pistol and shot the right front wheel. Despite this, the car sped away. Ravichandran and his partner pursued on a motorcycle, but were unable to catch up, which is puzzling given the car had a flat tire. The driver then asked, which might explain why the officer didn't call for backup or report the incident. The car with a flat tire was a purple Proton Tiara driven by 27-year-old Ahmad Najib bin Aris, accompanied by a woman named Connie Alm. Although the police chase did not result in an immediate arrest, the officers managed differently during the encounter. The outcome might have been different. Unfortunately, Ravichandran only informed his superiors about the incident after Connie's body was discovered. The only positive outcome of that night was that the police had obtained documents that could help identify the suspect. Besides Connie's family, many Malaysians attended her farewell ceremony. Her death was a devastating loss for her husband, Brandon. Meanwhile, the police launched a search for Ahmad Najib. They discovered that he didn't live at the address listed in his documents, but his name was genuine, providing multiple leads to track him down. The police searched for Ahmad Najib's name in the Registry of Documented Marriages and the National Agency of Social Support. They found a match, revealing that Ahmad Najib bin Aris was born and raised in Muar, Malaysia. He was the second of 4 siblings and had dropped out of school to work and support his family. In 1998, he moved from Muar to Kuala Lumpur, where he got married and had 2 children. Since 2000, he had worked as a cabin cleaner for Malaysia Airlines. Knowing the name of Ahmad Najib's wife and her workplace, the police began surveillance. She worked at a metropolitan bank, and after her shift ended, undercover police officers followed her to determine her home address. Now that they knew where Ahmad Najib lived, the police had to ensure he was inside the house without alerting him. For 3 days, they monitored the house, but Ahmad Najib didn't appear. At one point, investigators doubted whether Ahmad Najib still lived with his family, but this was a hasty conclusion. On the 4th day of surveillance, at around 4 a.m., a cab pulled up to the house, and Ahmad Najib stepped out. Within a minute, he was handcuffed and taken to the police station for questioning. News of the arrest and the suspect's identity quickly reached the press. Many people who knew Ahmad Najib were shocked to learn that he was suspected of kidnapping and killing Connie Om. Those who knew him described Ahmad Najib as a devoted husband, a caring father of 2, and an overall good person. However, investigators soon discovered that he may have been hiding a darker side. During the initial interrogation, Ahmad Najib remained calm and requested to speak only with the head of the Criminal Investigation Division. It wasn't until he was presented with evidence linking him to Connie Om that Ahmad Najib began to deny any wrongdoing. His confidence seemed to wane as the evidence mounted. Investigators showed him 2 IDs that he had given to an officer on the night of Connie Om's kidnapping. They also revealed that they had found bloodstains on his jacket and jeans, which DNA analysis would likely confirm to be Connie Om's blood. After realizing the officers had solid evidence and were not bluffing, Ahmad Najib confessed to kidnapping and killing Connie Om. Within 10 days of the kidnapping, on June 23, 2003, he was taken to court where he repeated his confession. The police then conducted an investigative experiment where Ahmad Najib showed them all the locations he had been with Connie O.M. He provided a detailed account of how he forced her to be intimate with him multiple times, how he took her life, and how he attempted to dispose of her body. Evidence supporting his statements was found at all the locations he led the police to. The investigation began at the underground parking lot, where cameras captured footage of Ahmad Najib. According to his statement, he was waiting for his former boss, who had fired him and whom he sought revenge against. However, the claim about the former boss was never verified. Hiding in the darkness, he observed Connie O.M. searching for something in her car and seized the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. He forcefully pushed her into the car, issuing threats that if she attempted to escape or seek help, she would face dire consequences. Overwhelmed, Connie O.M. became disoriented and obediently followed his instructions. Next, he took the driver's seat and sped out of the parking lot. After crashing through a barrier, he stopped in an industrial area, where he began to harass Connie O.M. Just as this was happening, a plainclothes police officer approached the car. Ahmad Najib falsely told the officer that he didn't know he had taken the wrong person until the officer asked him and his victim for their identification. Even assuming Ahmad Najib had intended to kidnap his former boss, his guilt remains unchanged. Undoubtedly, his former boss would have suffered the same fate as Connie O.M. According to Ahmad Najib's account, he managed to evade the pursuing officer. Despite the officer possessing his documents, Ahmad Najib failed to consider releasing Connie O.M. Instead, he stopped the car on the street to replace a tire damaged by a bullet. Nearby, a car containing a woman was parked at the spot where he had pulled over. He approached Sher and asked for a car jack, intending to change his tire. However, he noticed Connie O.M. signaling to Sher, who then handed him the jack. He abandoned the idea of changing the tire and drove off immediately. Later, he stopped at a secluded area and used a knife to threaten Connie O.M., forcing her to engage in intimate acts with him. Afterwards, he drove to another district where he coerced Connie O.M. into satisfying him again, with both of them in the back seat. Connie O.M. pleaded for mercy, but he took her life instead. He then disposed of her body in a manhole near a highway, moved the car to another location, and left it there. 16 hours later, he returned to the scene with a gasoline canister in an attempt to conceal evidence of the crime. DNA analysis confirmed that the semen found in Connie O.M.'s body belonged to Ahmad Najib bin Aris. His DNA was also discovered in the car, along with his fingerprints, providing further irrefutable proof of his guilt. Additionally, the analysis revealed that the blood on his jacket and jeans belonged to Connie O.M. The trial began on September 15, 2003, 3 months after Connie O.M.'s death. This high-profile case drew widespread attention from the Malaysian media and public. The trial attracted not only ordinary Malaysians and journalists, but also individuals seeking to boost their reputation, including numerous attorneys representing Ahmad Najib. Despite admitting guilt during the investigation and overwhelming evidence, including DNA proof, Ahmad Najib changed his stance after consulting 6 attorneys. At his first trial, he claimed his confession was made under police pressure. However, the judge before whom Ahmad Najib confessed immediately after his arrest testified that there were no signs of, and Ahmad Najib appeared calm and relaxed. The attorneys then shifted their strategy, arguing that Connie O.M. was in the car with Ahmad Najib voluntarily. They suggested that Connie O.M., a black belt in Taekwondo, should have attempted to escape if she were being held against her will. However, this attempt to blame Connie O.M. was rejected, as people respond differently to critical situations. However, another claim surfaced, stating that Connie O.M. had consensual intimacy with Ahmad Najib, and that Connie O.M.'s death was caused by strangulation used to heighten the experience. Forensic experts disagreed with and rejected this account of what happened. The cloth around Connie's neck was tied in multiple knots, suggesting that Connie O.M. had no intention of loosening it. Indeed, the cloth was so tight that the skin beneath was the only area on the body not affected by the fire. Furthermore, the cloth was a type used for cleaning plain windows, and given the defendant's job as a cabin cleaner, this linked him more closely to the crime. Additionally, the lawyers struggled to explain the stab wounds on Connie's body. At this point, Ahmad Najib's attorneys advised him to remain silent and not testify. Many questioned why Connie didn't escape the car when she had at least 2 chances to do so. On February 23, 2005, Ahmad Najib bin Aris was convicted of all charges connected to the crime committed against Connie O.M. The evidence pointed to him as the sole perpetrator. Ahmad Najib received the maximum sentence under Malaysian law, 20 years imprisonment and 10 strokes of the cane for violating Connie Om's sexual integrity, plus the death penalty for causing her death. In Malaysia, the death penalty is carried out by hanging, a method that differs significantly from the lethal injection used in some other countries, such as the USA. Ahmad Najib's lawyers attempted to appeal the sentence twice, but were unsuccessful both times. In 2010, Ahmad Najib petitioned the head of state to commute his death sentence to life imprisonment, maintaining his innocence. However, his plea for clemency was rejected. More than 13 years after Connie Om's death, on September 23, 2016, Ahmad Najib's sentence was carried out. He was 40 years old at the time of his execution. Hello friends, welcome to our channel. Today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The case of Rachel Keeley. Rachel was the eldest of 4 children born to John and Rose Keeley. The family consisted of 3 girls and 1 boy, and they were members of the Jehovah's Witness community. They lived in the Inishmore housing estate, which is located near the entrance to the regional park. Rachel was highly involved in her local congregation and devoted to her faith. After completing her education at Ballin College Community School, she pursued a career as a beautician. This was a deliberate choice, as it would allow her more time to engage in missionary work with the local Jehovah's Witness community. In the summer of 2000, Rachel took a trip with one of her sisters to work as an au pair, but she soon returned home. She was known as a kind and gentle girl, and she had a boyfriend who was part of her Jehovah's Witness social circle. On Thursday, the 26th of October, 2000, Rachel left her home around 4:30 p.m. with her 2 dogs to take them for a walk in the regional park in Ballin College. She was very familiar with this park, and even though it was getting dark, she would not have thought twice about going there as she knew the area well and expected there to be other people around at that time. She had only planned to be gone for about an hour, and her mother would have had her dinner ready when she got back, as she had a Bible study that night and would be going straight out again after dinner. But around an hour later, after Rachel left, her mother Rose heard scratching at the back door. It was the 2 dogs, but no Rachel. It was deemed straight away that something was wrong, and Rose and her youngest daughter Elizabeth headed straight to the park to look for Rachel on the path they knew she usually took, but there was no sign of her. By 7 p.m., the family contacted the police. Friends and family all headed out looking for Rachel again. Rose bought flashlights from the local shop so they could see, as it was pitch dark by now. Nearing 8 p.m. that night, a close family friend would find Rachel dead in the undergrowth, not far from the walking track. She was found fully clothed, face down in the fetal position, covered with some briars and branches from trees. The emergency team were notified, but at this point, it was obvious that Rachel was dead. The police immediately initiated an investigation. An intent was placed around the body of Rachel, and 6 police officers stood guard over the body until the state pathologist, Dr. Harbison, could arrive at the scene to examine the body. Rachel's mother would later say in interviews that this gave her great comfort, knowing that her daughter was not alone, and that she was protected in death, even if they couldn't protect her in life. When Dr. Harbison arrived, he spent 3 hours examining the scene. Door-to-door inquiries were started straight away at houses nearest to the park. Rachel had last been seen in the park at 5:15 p.m. She was later buried at St. Oliver's Cemetery in Mahone County, Cork, on the 28th of October. Police put out an appeal to people who might have been in the regional park that evening and might provide valuable leads in the case to help determine who had attacked Rachel. Dr. Harbison, the state pathologist, completed a preliminary examination of Rachel's body and determined that she had died from asphyxiation, but needed to do a further examination to determine exactly how she died, whether by smothering or strangulation. Police were also trying to determine the reason behind the attack. Was it a robbery or a sexual assault? Rachel was found fully clothed, but her clothes seemed to have been tampered with. Police politely questioned known sex offenders and locals, and they also wanted to speak with an elderly man and some teenage girls seen in the area at the time of the killing. CCTV footage in the area was also collected from local businesses, and by the 4th of November, it was reported in the local paper that police were looking to collect DNA samples to compare to samples found on Rachel's clothes and under her nails. More than 1,000 males from the area gave samples, but police would not give an indication of what type of material containing DNA was collected from Rachel. On Friday, the 10th of November, 2000, news broke that someone had been arrested for questioning in relation to Rachel's death. It was the arrest of a 16-year-old male, who was brought to Garda Station in Cork and questioned that night. The teen appeared before a special sitting of the Cork District Court and was charged with the murder and rape of Rachel. He couldn't be named as he was a minor, but it was said that he was from the Ballincollig area. He was remanded at St. Patrick's Juvenile Centre in Dublin. The trial began on May 1, 2000, at the Central Criminal Court in Dublin. Rose Keeley, Rachel's mother, was the first to take the stand. She had told how the dogs had returned to their home an hour after Rachel left to take them for a walk. She said that her youngest daughter, Elizabeth, and she had gone out to search the park for her daughter around 6 p.m., and they called out for Rachel. Elizabeth said she thought she had heard a scream as they continued to search for Rachel. They met the defendant, and they said hello to him as they knew him, as he was a neighbor who lived around the corner from their house. Rose said she considered asking him if he had seen Rachel, but thought that she might sound paranoid, so she didn't. For boys who had seen the accused on the evening of Rachel's death were also called to testify. They stated that he behaved normally, and that they had watched TV at a friend's house around 6:30 p.m. Afterward, they had gone to the regional park to ride motorcycles, but they had left immediately because there was police nearby. The accused had no insurance or road tax for his motorcycle, and he had left it behind in the park. Dr. Harbison took the stand and stated that Rachel had been chased down and most likely dragged to the location where she was found. He said that she had been placed in the fetal position after being strangled in a different area. Dr. Harbison also mentioned that there was no evidence of forced sexual assault, but that her clothes were disheveled. The police told the court that the accused had provided a hair and saliva sample, but refused to give a blood sample as he was afraid of needles. Dr. Maureen Smith told the court that the forensic evidence she collected included fibers taken from Rachel's fleece jacket that matched the fibers from a jumper taken from the accused's bedroom on the day of his arrest, as well as fibers collected from Rachel's pants that matched the fibers of the jumper he was found with, along with semen recovered from Rachel's undergarments and outerwear that matched the DNA the accused had provided. Dr. Smith's evidence was lengthy, and there were concerns that one of the jurors had fallen asleep during her cross-examination, but the court had assurances that this was not the case, and so the trial continued. On Wednesday, the accused mother said the police came to their house while investigating, and her son was worried about getting in trouble for driving his motorbike without insurance or tax. Someone told him he could get 3 years, so he decided to leave the area, even though she told him not to, as the guardian might think he was involved in Rachel's death. She stated her son was innocent. The accused father testified that his son left school at 14. The accused was a talented athlete and Gaelic footballer who could have played for the Cork junior team. He was the oldest of 4 children from a stable background in good area, living near the Achilles. They knew Rachel casually, as the accused went to school with her brother. The accused also took to the stand, and he told the courts that on the day of the killing, he had called to his girlfriend's workplace. They had been seeing each other for around 2 years. He stated police had called to him a week before Rachel was killed, giving him a green form, which accused him of dangerous driving and driving without insurance and tax. It was a warning, and not a summons, but he knew if he was caught again that night in the park, he'd get done for it. This is why he abandoned the bike, and why he was going to run away. He said he had met his friends in the park at 5 p.m. after work, and went to his friend's house 10 minutes later, but had to admit he went back to the park at 5:20 p.m., after a former babysitter gave evidence that she had seen him in the park at around 5:30 p.m. that day. He agreed with the evidence his friends gave about them leaving the park at 6:30 p.m. to go watch TV at a friend's house, and returning to the park at 8 p.m., when he abandoned his bike after seeing police. The accused also admitted that he packed his bags to leave after the police contacted him 2 days after Rachel's death. He also admitted providing false information on the questionnaire about his whereabouts. When he tried to leave, he could not get a train or bus because it was the Guinness Jazz Festival that week, making it nearly impossible to find any mode of transportation. The police soon apprehended him, and since he was a minor, he was returned home 2 days later. They called him and took a saliva sample as part of the ongoing investigation. In court, he also stated that he had not seen Rachel for at least a month, and he had no contact or close contact with her. The DNA evidence was challenged by the defense, and a second expert was called to provide testimony. The expert said the test tubes used to collect the samples were not sealed properly, and there was a theoretical possibility that the samples could have been contaminated, but she also stated that this was unlikely, unless it was done intentionally by an individual. Additionally, it was mentioned that all the samples collected were blood samples, except for the accused, who had provided a saliva sample. Closing arguments then began, and the defense stated that the prosecution was blinded by science, and the jury should remember what happened to the six. Anyone not familiar with this case should definitely look into it, and it was possible for forensic evidence and DNA to be incorrect and misleading. The prosecution said that the accused parents had lied in the witness box to protect their son, and were helping him to leave the country to go stay with his uncle in the UK, and not to visit a girl he knew in Kilkenny. The uncle had moved from Ireland 2 years earlier after being convicted of a serious crime, and served a prison sentence for it. On Tuesday the 18th of June, the jury returned after 4.5 hours of deliberation, and after being sequestered in a local hotel overnight. They found the defendant guilty of murder and rape by a majority of 10-2. He was sentenced to life for her murder, and the sentence for rape will be determined at a later date in the year. An application for an appeal was denied. The trial lasted 26 days over a period of 7 weeks. The following day, the accused was publicly identified in the press as Ian Horrigan. As he was no longer a minor, he had turned 18. He lived in close proximity to the Achilles Keeley family, who had moved house after Rachel's funeral, as they could not bear living so close to the family of the accused. On November 22, 2002, Horrigan appeared in court again to be sentenced for the rape. He received a 10-year sentence to be served concurrently with his life sentence for murder. His request for an appeal was denied. In January 2006, Horrigan applied for leave to appeal in the courts. His legal team argued that the judge's instructions to the jury were misdirected and misleading. The jury should have been informed that forensic evidence is not infallible, and they should have been told that Seaman's body could have been deposited on the scene several days before being discovered. The Court of Criminal Appeal agreed with Horrigan's arguments, and his conviction was overturned. A new trial was ordered, which took place in February 2006. Horrigan admitted to manslaughter, but the state rejected this plea. Dr. Cassidy, who replaced the ill Dr. Harbison, concluded that Rachel died from an arm lock around her neck, leading to cardiac arrest. Horrigan didn't testify this time. The jury deliberated for hours before finding him guilty of rape, but not murder, convicting him of manslaughter instead. He received an 8-year sentence with 6 years suspended, considering his time served and lack of prior convictions. The Keeley family chose not to give a statement, leaving them and the public outraged by the outcome. The Director of Public Prosecutions, DPP, immediately filed an appeal, as they also believed the sentencing was too lenient. On April 19, 2007, the prosecution appeared before the Court of Appeal to request an increase in Horrigan's sentence. The judges agreed with the DPP and determined that Horrigan's sentence did not match the severity of the crime. A sentence of 12 years for each charge to be served concurrently was imposed. The time Horrigan had already served would be deducted from this. This meant that Horrigan would not be released until 2010 at the latest, requiring him to serve an additional 3 years. The Keeley family were relieved with the sentencing, as Horrigan was placed on the sex offenders list. However, his criminal history continued. In 2007, he was charged with armed robbery while out on bail for Rachel's killing. He attacked an elderly couple, stole €1,500, and escaped in their son's car. Horrigan initially denied the charges but was found guilty. However, his conviction was overturned due to issues with the search warrant, leading to a retrial where he pleaded guilty to robbery and theft, receiving a 4-year sentence. In March 2013, it was reported that Horrigan was involved in a violent incident while in Whitfield prison. He had beaten up Jared London of the notorious McCarthy-Dundon gang, and he had to a pulp. Horrigan had attacked London in retaliation for an attack by Dundon on a friend of his. Sources from the prison told newspapers that Horrigan was a head case, and that he was moved out of the prison for his own safety. Ironically, only a few months later, Horrigan would be released from prison after serving his time for the robbery. When he left prison, he moved in with his girlfriend Teresa O'Neill, who lived just around the corner from Dundon's home place in Limerick. Teresa's brother, a convicted rapist Thomas O'Neill, was involved in the Great Lowwoods gang rape in County Clare in 2004. At the time, Thomas O'Neill was also the boyfriend of Dundon's ex-girlfriend. From here on in, there is a lot of overlapping with dates and convictions, but I think I've got it right. So bear with me. On the 13th of September, 2013, Horgan was arrested again, this time in relation to a shooting in Limerick. A man stood outside his home the evening before and had been shot, suffering a number of pellet wounds to his chest from a shotgun. A trial took place in January 2015, and Horgan completed not guilty to the possession of a shotgun with the intent to endanger. He was found not guilty. However, in November 2013, he robbed a shop in Limerick. He had entered the shop, and the man behind the counter tackled Horgan, but he got away, leaving the scarf he was wearing behind. Of course, when police got the scarf forensically tested, it led back to Horgan. He was found guilty in 2015 and sentenced to 5 years in prison, with 1 year suspended. By 2016, it was expected that Horgan would be released once more from prison. His girlfriend posted on Facebook that he would be home for Christmas. But by March 2017, his home in Macroom in Limerick was raided by police, and €3,000 worth of heroin was discovered. 6 months later, a shop in Mallow, County Cork, was robbed at knife point, with nearly €1,400 taken. Within 4 weeks of that robbery, the media reported that Horgan had gone on the run. He fled to the UK, and police launched a manhunt because he was on the sex offenders list. He was in breach of his conditions, and police had to know where he lived at all times. In June of 2018, Horgan appeared in court again and admitted to the drugs found in his home. He was sentenced to 2 years and 6 months, with the 6 months suspended. In December 2018, he was in the courts in relation to the off-license robbery, and again he pleaded guilty. He received a 6-year sentence, with 2 of those suspended. He was due for release in 2022. On the 26th of March, 2022, Horgan attacked a woman in her 60s and a man in his 20s with leaving the man in critical condition. He was charged with 4 offenses against the state and remanded in prison. He appeared in court in December 2022 and is set to face trial again, but no date has been set. In September 2022, Horgan was in court again for breaching conditions put on him as a sex offender. He did not notify the guardian again of a change of address, and he joined Tinder. He was sentenced to 12 months in prison. Rachel's parents have stated that they don't care how long Horgan spends in prison, as it won't bring back their Rachel. This was not aimed towards Horgan's other victims, but Horgan himself. If the justice system didn't always work within these outdated laws, and if the judges had power of discretion, a lot of people would be saved from criminals like this. Horgan is only 38 years old, and has a long life ahead to cause mayhem in this country. Where will it end, and how many more victims will there be? Hello friends, welcome to our channel. Today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Blake Leibel was born in Toronto, Ontario, Canada on the 8th of May in 1981. His family was a well-off family, right up the tree. His father, Lorne Leibel, is a well-known real estate tycoon and Canadian Motorsport Hall of Famer, while Blake's mother, Eleanor Chettle, inherited Auro's products from her father, Paul Chettle. This company makes plastic polytarp materials and is reported to generate over $28 million in sales annually. But while grandfather Paul Chettle was a success, it was reported that he was known to be a control freak and bully. Paul's wife, Blake's grandmother, suffered from a severe mental illness of some kind. The specific diagnosis remains unknown, but what is known is that when Paul Chettle passed away, he left a will behind that withheld inheritance from his family, pending not only alcohol and drug screening, but also an HIV test. Once relatives successfully passed these stipulations, Paul Chettle's girlfriend would get 2 Mercedes-Benz cars, a Cadillac and some other parting gifts, while Blake's mother got a payout of $12 million. Oddly enough, Blake's brother, Cody Leibel, was cut out of the will, with Paul Chettle stating that it wasn't out of lack of love, but rather that he knew Cody's father would adequately provide for him. On the other side of the family, Blake and Cody's father, Lorne Leibel, was a man who dated beautiful young women and took them out in fancy Ferraris. He was the envy of any man who set eyes on his fortunes or female companions. When Lorne Leibel split up with Eleanor Chettle, Blake lived with his mom, while Cody lived with his dad. It was during this time that Blake and his father reportedly became distant and estranged, as Blake felt that Lorne wasn't providing enough for him financially. Even so, the Leibel family was, by all accounts, a highly successful one. Even Blake's grandfather, Stanley Leibel, was a well-known sailor who competed in the 1968 Summer Olympics, and then later developed hundreds of homes across Toronto. Even Blake's aunt, Terry Libel, is a Canadian journalist who served as a host for CBC's Olympic coverage during the 1996, 2002, 2004, and 2006 games. Blake and his brother, Cody Libel, were destined for success right from the very start, or at least they certainly had the financial environment around them to allow them to succeed at whatever they put their minds to. As a matter of fact, when Cody Libel moved to California, he certainly left his mark of success on the world. He even sold his 5,500 square foot home in Beverly Crest for almost $18 million in 2017. The buyer was reportedly Katy Perry. Then later on the same year, Cody bought Reba McEntire's house for a reported $25 million, crowning him the youngest homeowner in Beverly Park history. This move made him neighbors with big names like Sylvester Stallone, Mark Wahlberg, Denzel Washington, and even Eddie Murphy. As the youngest owner of a Ferrari Enzo, Cody not only owned a record label, but he was a regular at a poker club called Molly's Game that reportedly hosted famous faces like Leonardo DiCaprio, Ben Affleck, Matt Damon, and Tobey Maguire. Cody Libel certainly seemed as successful as the family that raised him. Cody's brother, Blake Libel, moved to California in 2004. He reportedly still received an allowance from his mother that totaled close to $2 million in just 8 years. In 2011, Blake's mother Eleanor would die of brain cancer, leaving a huge inheritance behind to Blake and Cody. Roughly 2 years later, Blake challenged his mother's will to remove his father as trustee and deny his brother Cody his inheritance. But Blake, who reportedly didn't even attend his funeral, received little sympathy from the courts. But who is Blake Libel? He wrote and directed a comedy film in 2009 called Bold. It was very low budget, and it didn't hit well at all. The movie was a massive flop with a 2.6-star rating on IMDb. But apparently you can still find it on Plex TV if you're curious. Blake Libel also directed a 2013 film called Soulmates. He's even listed as a creative consultant and director on a few episodes of Mel Brooks' Spaceballs, The Animate. In 2010, Blake published a graphic novel called Syndrome. The novel was about a man named Dr. Chattel, who happens to share the same name as Blake's own mother. In the novel, Dr. Chattel studies serial killers. He also goes as far as to recruit a town full of actors and then set up a fake Truman Show-style scenario. Next, he fakes the execution of a serial killer before wiping his mind and allowing the memoryless man to run free in the fake town, so Chattel can monitor his actions. The doctor's goal in the book is to cure serial killers. Chattel's character can be quoted saying that evil is not some mysterious force. Evil is a syndrome. Co-author of the book, Ryan Roberts, stated that Blake told him that he had done a research on serial killers. Ryan also recalled how Libel jerked his hands upward when showing how a victim could be flipped upside down in order to drain them of fluid. In hindsight, Ryan Roberts said he'll never forget that. While Blake didn't actually write or illustrate the final edition of Syndrome, he was credited as creator of the book, and he wrote an introduction at the start of the novel asking the question, "If you loved hurting things, what would you do?" Syndrome, Blake's biggest success, and it ended up with him giving away stacks of the graphic novels for free at Comic-Con in San Diego. A producer said Blake wanted to be a respected comic book artist, and he used his cash to try and buy that image. He tried hard to come across as cool and edgy, but it was clear to everyone that Blake Libel had some serious mental issues that he needed to address. His mental state had begun to deteriorate, and he was spiraling into a dark abyss. Those close to him had started to recognize the signs, but none could foresee the depths to which Blake would ultimately sink until it was beyond anyone's reach to save him. Blake Libel had quite the romantic life. In 2006, Blake met a Californian model named Amanda Braun. Amanda was previously in a relationship with Andrew Alchek, who died in prison following convictions for crimes committed as a crooked hedge fund manager. After 5 years of dating, Blake and Amanda finally tied the knot in 2011. Not long after the wedding, Amanda Braun Libel gave birth to a son. While the couple appeared to live comfortably in their Beverly Hills mansion, Blake continued to cash in and spend his checks pretty much as quickly as he received them. He reportedly smoked weed constantly and came up with various plans for success, but none of his ideas proved fruitful. During this time, one of Libel's friends said Blake was developing a dark obsession with brutal violence. It was like Blake was becoming a different person. He was distant and paranoid. Then in the summer of 2015, Blake left Amanda while she was pregnant with their second child. This was reportedly due to his pot-smoking habit consuming his life, but I'd say there was more than a marijuana issue brewing. Blake began isolating from almost everyone as he sank deeper into a world filled with gore, violence, and darkness. He even stopped returning his family's calls and began to suspect that his brother Cody was in deep debt to some Russian gang members, and he was worried it could potentially bring harm back his way. But there was never any evidence that Cody Libel owed any major debt like that, and no one could understand why Blake's sanity was spiraling out of control. But most of his friends claimed it was initially the death of his mother that brought on this dark madness. Eleanor Chattel's $5.5 million home in Toronto, plus the millions of other dollars acquired due to her death, just wasn't enough for Blake. He was broke, and when he failed to have his mother's will overturned in 2013, he turned to his father to help him pay for his mounting credit card debts. Then Blake was sued by his lawyers for non-payment in the unsuccessful case of Eleanor Chattel's will. After Blake split up with Amanda, he began pitching another original script called Psychopomp. It was about a caped vigilante that cuts off the heads of villains and then uploads his antics to YouTube. But reviewers of the script stated that it was terrible in every way possible. There wasn't one thing about Blake Libel's new project that anyone liked. It was likened to a bad rip-off version of Batman, where Batman is violent, psychotic, stupid, sadistic, and highly unlikable. Psychopomp was nothing more than a gratuitously violent film devoid of any imaginative flair. However, there were whispers that Hilary Shore, a producer involved in Children of Men, had expressed interest in the Psychopomp screenplay. Yet, this supposed development never materialized. While married to a pregnant Amanda Braun, Blake had started seeing Yana Kashin, a stunning 30-year-old Ukrainian former attorney from Kiev. In no time, Blake got her pregnant too, and for a while, they seemed happy and healthy as Blake pulled Yana into his fantasy world of Hollywood hot pink. All the while, his mental decline was picking up speed at a volatile pace. In May of 2016, Yana gave birth to a baby girl named Diana, and to outside observers, the new family appeared to be doing well. However, the reality was far from idyllic. Blake harbored intense jealousy towards the infant, as a storm of anger raged within him. No longer the sole object of Yana's affection, Blake found himself replaced by baby Diana, pushing him to new heights of psychological instability. He incessantly demanded sexual attention from Yana, threatening to abandon her for another woman if she refused his advances. In an attempt to salvage their relationship, Yana sent her newborn daughter to live with her mother in a nearby apartment, which Blake financially supported. Then on the 20th of May, Blake Libel was arrested for sexual assault not far from his condo. The alleged victim was Blake's third girlfriend, Constance Bucafori. She'd been living in another house he owned that was also a couple of miles away from his West Hollywood apartment, where he lived with Yana. Constance claimed Blake forced himself on her in the house. Bucafori is known for being a storyboard artist on Aquaman, and working in the art department for films like Snow White and The Huntsman P.S. I Love You, and the Emoji Movie. Blake Libel was released from custody around 15 hours after he was arrested, following a bail payment of $100,000. Yana had bailed Blake out of jail, but finding out about the affair with Constance was the final straw for her. She moved into her mother, Olga Kasiansma. There was only one door left to check, and it was locked. The cops tried to force the door open to the bedroom, but a mattress was barricading the door from the other side. The cops shouted for whoever was in there to come out, and that's when Blake's voice finally responded, saying he wasn't going to come out because he was scared that the officers were going to beat him up. They assured him that this wouldn't happen, and that they were just there to check on his girlfriend to make sure she was okay. Blake replied back that she was fine. He said she was at the hospital and gave them a room number. He also said that his father would be there soon, and that he wasn't coming out until then. Blake was referring to his accountant and mentor, Stephen Green. Blake had called Stephen around noon and asked him to come to the apartment. For a month before Stephen Green received that call, he had been unable to get in contact with Blake Libel. Green had called, messaged, left voicemails, and even emailed Blake several times, but he never got a reply. Stephen Green even left a voicemail on Blake's phone stating that he was worried about him and that he loved him. He said whatever was going on, he wanted to help him get through it. But as you're about to find out, it was way too late for that. When Green arrived at the condo, he spoke to Blake through the partially opened bedroom door in the apartment. A short while later, a detective arrived on the scene to find Green now in the living room talking to Blake on the phone. Leibel was still barricaded in the master bedroom. When Green hung up the phone, the detective asked him to call Blake back, which he did. After a few minutes of conversation, Blake Leibel finally agreed to come out. He was only wearing boxer shorts when he emerged from the room. Stephen Green gave Blake some clothing to put on. Luckily, officers checked the clothing first and found Leibel's passport and about $4,000 in cash. It's thought that he was going to try and make a break for it, but that never happened. As the officers entered the bedroom, one of them screamed, "She's on the bed." The detective immediately ordered everyone to go outside, and he called in the paramedics who were waiting on standby. Sadly, Yana Cashin was pronounced dead at 1:02 p.m. on May 26th. Yana Cashin's naked body was lying on a clean sheet and was covered by a red Mickey Mouse blanket on top of a blue polka dot blanket. Her head was on a pillow. There were abrasions and bruising on the left side of Cashin's face, consistent with blunt force trauma. There were human bite marks on Cashin's left jaw and left bicep, as well as fingernail marks under her jawline. Her scalp had been removed from around her eyebrows to the hairline on the back of her head. A large portion of skin on the right side of her face had also been removed. The skull bone was there were cuts across her lower forehead, below the eyebrows. There was also a cut on the right side of her face, from her cheek to her jawline, and another on the left side of her face, toward where the ear should have been, but it was missing. The medical examiner later proposed that a sharp-bladed tool had been used to cut off the skin, but he also noted that some facial tissue had been ripped away by hand. Considering the extensive damage to Jana's face and skull, combined with the challenging nature of both cutting and tearing the tissue, the doctor believed that inflicting these injuries would have been a lengthy process. Moreover, the presence of inflammation in the tissue and bleeding from several severed samples led to the tragic conclusion that Jana Cashin was still alive while enduring this prolonged torture. The examiner also determined that there was no blood in Jana's heart, veins, or arteries. Half of Jana's blood supply was missing. This is highly unusual, even considering the weight of her injuries. Gravity wouldn't have been enough to drain that much blood from her body. Her heart would have had to have been pumping the entire time. It was the medical examiner's opinion that Blake may have drained Jana's blood by placing her in the bathtub with her head lower than her feet, and then running water over her head, which could have increased the blood flow and potentially interfere with clotting. Due to the presence of foam in her nostrils, the doctor concluded that Jana was probably submerged in water for at least 30 minutes. Her body was then washed and placed on the clean sheet. Her cause of death was ruled as exsanguination, which is the draining of blood. There was an additional pillow to the left of Jana with an indentation on it. It was as if someone had been laying next to her. There were dried blood stains on the mattress beneath the sheet she lay upon. The investigation uncovered the extent of the violence that had occurred throughout Blake Leibel's condo. According to court documents, blood stains and pieces of human flesh were discovered behind the bed. Blood was also splattered on the wall near Jana's body. A fragment of an eyebrow was found on the floor beside the bed. In addition to the mattress Jana was lying on, blood stains were present on another mattress from a second bed in the room, as well as on a side table and in various other areas of the bedroom. The mattress that had been used to obstruct the door belonged to this second bed. A clump of hair and a blood-stained razor were found in the trash can. When cops entered the bathroom of the master bedroom, warm water was running in the bathtub. Blood stains and hair could be seen in the tub. A green paring knife with blood on it was found in the top drawer in the bathroom. The oval shape of the blood stains found on the headboard of the bed and the guest bedroom were consistent with having been made via the top of Jana's scalped head. There was blood on 2 towels, a pillowcase, the floor and the base of the drapes in the guest bedroom. The drain in the tub of the guest bathroom also tested positive for blood. The same drain contained some freshly cut hair. Chemical testing also confirmed the presence of blood that someone had tried to clean up in areas of the dining room, the hallway, the guest bathroom, and both of the bedrooms. The kitchen garbage disposal also tested positive for blood. Then more evidence was found in the dumpster. Inside trash bags that had been thrown down the garbage chute near feet from Blake's condo door, investigators found blood-stained bedding, towels, clothing, bath mats, placemats, a bed skirt with bloody handprints, human tissue including some pieces with hair that appeared to be scalp and the missing ear. Samples taken from Blake's hand and fingernails also contained Jana's DNA. Jana's hands showed signs of injury consistent with self-defense. The marks and bruises seen on Blake's face when arrested were most likely inflicted by Jana fighting for her life. The LA coroner concluded that she was kept alive for around 8 hours. He said he'd never seen injuries like that, and he likened them to wartime injuries. Blake Leibel was arrested and charged with the torture and murder of Jana Cashin. It was later discovered that he used her phone to order food to the apartment via Postmates twice during the time Jana was missing. Blake's demeanor on the scene was described as ice cold. He acted as if he didn't even know Jana was dead. When an officer told him, he simply replied, "Well, I guess you'll find out who did it then." Leibel donned an evil grin as officers led him away from the condo in handcuffs. On June 26, 2018, Blake Leibel was sentenced to life without parole. Due to the nature of his crimes, he was eligible for the death penalty, but the DA didn't pursue it even though doctors deemed Blake not to be insane and stated he was fit to stand trial. It took the jury just 3 hours to deliver a guilty verdict. Blake was also ordered to pay about $43 million to Jana Cashin's family. Cody Leibel was present on every day of the trial. Blake's father never showed up. Jana Cashin had only been living in the United States for a couple of years before tragedy struck. She was working on becoming a translator. What happened to her was absolutely devastating. It was a crime with little motive outside of Blake's narcissistic desire to control women with his allowance. It was as if this aged, evil little boy had never been rejected, and once he was, or rather felt like he was, he couldn't take it. His ego collapsed, and he snatched away the life of his newborn daughter's beautiful mother in the cruelest way possible. Blake Leibel will rot in prison where he belongs, alone with no one, nothing, and no future that will lead to any shedding of light in his direction. In 2013, Jessica Herringer, a 25-year-old woman, disappeared under circumstances from her workplace. The search for her kidnapper spanned several years, during which numerous other women were affected. When the authorities finally apprehended the culprit by chance, they uncovered deeply disturbing details about him. Jessica Herringer was born on July 16, 1987, and resided in Norton Shores, Michigan. She grew up in a modest family with a sister. At 22, Jessica became a mother to a son named Zine, fathered by her long-term partner Dakota Quayle Dyer. They were still together in 2013, living in a leased home. At the age of 25, Jessica worked at an Exxon gas station in Norton Shores, located near Lake Michigan. Known for her warm and friendly nature as a manager, she often received praise from customers. To support her cherished 3-year-old son, she frequently took on extra hours. Jessica's diary highlighted her ambitions to learn and advance. She aspired to pursue college studies in accounting, but financial constraints hindered this goal. Dakota was unable to fully support their family, leading to frequent disputes and turmoil in their relationship. The couple was engaged, yet their marriage faced repeated delays due to various factors. On the evening of April 26, 2013, Jessica Herringer was carrying out her regular duties at the Exxon gas station. Her day began with a visit to a nearby store around 3 p.m., followed by a drive to her workplace. She arrived at the gas station around 4:35 p.m., parked her car, and started her night shift, which was supposed to end at 11:30 p.m. Jessica was the sole employee on duty that night. At 11:14 p.m., a customer called emergency services, reporting his experience at the Exxon station. He had entered the store to pay for his gas in cash, but found it unattended. He informed the dispatcher, "I'm not sure what's going on, but there's no one at the station. The door is open and unlocked. Lights are still on, but there's no one to take my payment. There are just my car and another vehicle outside. Why isn't anyone here? It looks very odd." The police reached the Exxon gas station within 10 minutes of the 911 call. During their inspection of the premises, both inside and outside, they found no evidence of a struggle. Everything seemed orderly. Jessica's coat was in the back room, along with her purse containing $400, car and house keys. A solitary drop of blood, later identified as Jessica's, was discovered near the storage area's back door. Additionally, a cap from a Walther P22 semi-automatic pistol's laser sight and 2 batteries, likely for a watch, were found on the floor. The gas station's cash register remained undisturbed with all the money intact. The last recorded transaction was at 10:52 p.m. for a lighter. The facility lacked interior surveillance cameras. Positioned next to the cash register was Jessica's pack of cigarettes, suggesting she had briefly left her station with the intention of returning soon. Her locked car was parked outside, but Jessica was nowhere to be seen. She had inexplicably disappeared. Upon discovering the station unattended, police reached out to the gas station's owner, informing them of the situation. The owner subsequently contacted another manager living close by, requesting her to secure the premises. Additionally, the police notified Jessica's family of her disappearance. Her parents sought clues to her whereabouts and called her friends. One friend recalled being at the gas station between 8 to 9 p.m. that day, noting that all appeared normal then. Shortly after, a fellow employee arrived to lock up the station. This colleague recounted that around 11 p.m., she and her boyfriend had driven by the station on a motorcycle. They spotted a silver Chrysler Town and Country minivan parked near the rear service door, with its back door open. Suspecting Jessica might be involved in theft from the station, they paused to observe further developments. The manager observed a young man with disheveled wavy hair near the minivan, dressed in an orange sweatshirt. She saw him repeatedly open and close the vehicle's rear door, before he finally drove off. Police reviewing surveillance footage from surrounding buildings located a video showing a silver Chrysler passing by Exxon gas station at 11:02 p.m. A store employee nearby also spoke to the police, mentioning that he had seen the man in the minivan conversing with Jessica Christian. The employee initially thought the stranger was merely flirting with Jessica, given her attractiveness. He noted Jessica standing outside while the man questioned why she wasn't inside. Both Christian and Jessica's colleague, who had spotted the man by the minivan, contributed to creating a composite sketch of the unidentified individual. He was depicted as a light-complexioned young male with dark wavy hair, a stocky build, and approximately 1.82 m in height. The sketch was released 3 days following Jessica's disappearance. Despite numerous calls received by police in response, no significant leads emerged from the information provided. The prevalence of the silver Chrysler minivan in the United States posed a considerable obstacle in the investigation. In Michigan alone, there were approximately 15,000 vehicles of this kind registered. Identifying the specific driver of the minivan linked to Jessica Hinger's disappearance became a daunting challenge, given the vast number of identical models. Initially, Jessica's boyfriend Dakota Quayle D. was a suspect in her disappearance. He acknowledged their frequent arguments, but denied ever physically harming her. Dakota actively cooperated with the investigation, informing police that he was at home with their 3-year-old son on the night Jessica vanished. Without access to a car, he couldn't have traveled to her workplace, and his phone records, once verified by detectives, confirmed his presence at home that evening. This led to his exclusion from the suspect list. The investigation revealed that Jessica had numerous admirers due to her amiable and outgoing personality, which sometimes led to misunderstandings. One such admirer was Jess Ammerman, a 37-year-old married plumber. He visited Jessica at the gas station around 9:30 p.m. on the day she disappeared and confessed his love and willingness to divorce his wife for her. However, Jessica rebuffed his advances. Jess then left the station and called his wife. They spoke for about 50 minutes before he returned home. Following his interrogation, a polygraph test, and an interview with his wife, Jess Ammerman was also eliminated as a suspect. Rob Fallett, the brother of the Exxon gas station's manager, subsequently emerged as another individual involved in this case, though context-wise specifics about Rob's involvement were not provided. Identified as the next suspect, he mentioned visiting the gas station around 9 p.m. on the day Jessica disappeared. Upon greeting her, he noticed she seemed downcast. Asking about her mood, Jessica confided in having family troubles. Rob suggested she could stay with him, but she declined. After a short while at the station and making a purchase, Rob left for a night fishing trip at the lake. Detectives checked Rob's phone records for that evening, which corroborated his account of leaving the gas station for fishing. Consequently, Rob Fallett was eliminated from the suspect list. Search and rescue operations for Jessica Herringer were launched using helicopters, expertly trained canines, and extensive searches of residential and commercial properties, woods, and Lake Michigan. Despite these exhaustive efforts, no leads were found, leading to an impasse in the case. Nearly a year later, in February 2014, a similar event occurred in Michigan. A small blonde bespectacled woman was assaulted by a man while returning home late at night. She was kidnapped, taken to his apartment, and attacked. Despite threats to her life, she was released after several hours. The perpetrator was identified as 42-year-old Brad Mason. Mason was swiftly located, but resisted arrest by brandishing a fake firearm at police officers, resulting in his fatal shooting. Mason had a history of criminal activity, including a 2004 kidnapping conviction and a 2011 arrest for indecent exposure. In 2014, he resided in a dormitory opposite the Exxon gas station where Jessica worked. However, investigators found no evidence linking Mason to Jessica's disappearance. 2 years after Jessica Herringer's disappearance, in 2016 another incident involving a young woman occurred late at night. Returning from a party at a friend's house, she became disoriented on a dark street. A man in a silver minivan approached her asking if she was okay and offering her a ride. She refused but requested to use his phone instead. The man consented, but only if she entered the minivan. Once inside, he locked the door and revealed his phone battery was dead, then brandished a gun, instructing her to stay silent. These cases highlight ongoing challenges faced by law enforcement in solving abduction instances, despite rigorous investigative efforts and community cooperation. He then began driving, feeling sick and nauseated. The woman requested him to lower the window. Seizing the opportunity, she leaped out of the moving vehicle through the window and fled to a nearby house. The man sped away. The victim immediately contacted the police and described kidnapper. Through surveillance footage, the police managed to trace the license plate of the silver Chrysler Town and Country. They identified the driver as 46-year-old Jeffrey Willis. Jeffrey Willis, a factory laborer, led a secluded, modest life and had no prior legal issues. When located in his minivan, police searched and found a Walther P.22 semi-automatic pistol. The gun was traced back to a colleague of Jeff, who had reported her laser-sighted gun stolen some time ago. Willis was arrested and detained. A search of his residence uncovered a box filled with various BDSM paraphernalia, including handcuffs, chains, ropes, gags, a vibrator, a video camera, and a bullet matching a Walther P.22. The box also contained insulin syringes with an unidentified liquid, sedatives, Viagra, lubricant, disposable gloves, and a diagram of a woman's anatomy with marked injection sites. On his computer were numerous videos depicting appalling kidnapping scenes with young women as victims. A hidden hard drive in a ventilation duct contained footage Willis had recorded of his female neighbors swimming without their knowledge. A folder titled Victims on the computer held 2 subfolders, one named for the missing Jessica Herringer, and another for a murdered woman named Rebecca. Rebecca Bleck, age 36, was tragically murdered on June 29, 2014, roughly a year after Jessica Herringer vanished in an area just 20 minutes from where Jessica worked at the Exxon gas station. Rebecca went out for an evening run, but never made it back home. She was found by neighbors lying on the road with her clothing disheveled, initially leading to the belief that she was struck by a car, although unconscious. Rebecca still had a pulse when discovered. Emergency services were called, but she succumbed to her injuries before they could save her. Autopsy reports revealed she died from 3 gunshot wounds to her back and head with multiple bruises on her wrists and legs. At the time of her death, the perpetrator remained at large. However, 2 years after Jeffrey Willis's arrest, new evidence linked Rebecca's murder to a pistol found in Willis's minivan. Willis denied any involvement, but prosecutors theorized that he had attempted to abduct Rebecca and bring her to his home. When Rebecca resisted, Willis reportedly shot her and fled. Forensic analysis later discovered Rebecca's DNA on a glove recovered from Willis's residence. Jeffrey Willis was convicted of Rebecca Bleck's murder and received a life sentence. While serving his sentence, he faced additional charges related to the kidnapping of Jessica Herringer. Despite consistently denying any involvement in Jessica's disappearance, phone records showed that on the night she vanished, he was present at the Exxon gas station where she was last seen. Subsequently, he traveled to his deceased grandfather's house, which is roughly 13 minutes from the station. Upon arriving at his grandfather's residence, police encountered a heavily secured front door. Forced entry revealed an assortment of cleaning products, powders, and bleaches in the basement. The manufacturing dates on these items aligned with early 2013, matching the time frame of Jessica's disappearance. Colleagues recalled that Jeffrey Willis was notably absent on April 27, 2013, the day following Jessica Herringer's disappearance. When he returned to work a few days later, he had conspicuous deep scratches on his face and hands, raising further suspicions among those who knew him. A woman who visited the gas station on April 25th, the day before Jessica's disappearance, later contacted police. She arrived late in the evening and expressed concern about being there alone at such an hour to Jessica herself. Jessica nodded in acknowledgement, appearing anxious and somewhat scared. At that moment, an unknown man inside the station reassured the visitor by saying, "Don't worry, she has customers who look after her." He left the premises. The concerned visitor, still worried about Jessica's safety, stayed in her car outside until Jessica finished her shift and headed home. Tragically, Jessica disappeared the following day in 2016. The witness from the gas station positively identified Jeffrey Willis, recalling seeing him there. Investigators learned that Willis had frequented the Exxon gas station, interacting with Jessica Herringer on at least 15 occasions. Concurrently, 48-year-old Kevin Bloom, Willis's cousin and a prison guard, was taken into custody. Kevin's inconsistent statements during interrogation eventually led to a confession. He disclosed information about Rebecca Bletcher's death that hadn't been publicly known. Kevin also confessed to assisting Jeffrey in concealing Jessica's body. He described how on April 27th, the day after Jessica's abduction, Jeffrey invited him over for a party at his house. Upon arriving at his late grandfather's residence, Kevin saw Jessica for the first time lying on the floor bound and lifeless. The cousins wrapped her body in a sheet, transported it in a car to a forest where Jeffrey had pre-dug a grave and buried her. They then returned home. When Kevin Bloom led the police to the forest to identify the burial site of Jessica Herringer's body, he spent a considerable amount of time wandering through the area. Despite his efforts, he was unable to pinpoint the precise location where they had buried the body. The trial of Jeffrey Willis commenced despite Jessica Herringer's body not being found either alive or deceased. The prosecution presented substantial evidence to charge Willis with her kidnapping and murder. Their case posited that Willis had been stalking Jessica for an extended period. On the night of April 26, 2013, he allegedly parked his vehicle near the service entrance of the gas station. Entering the premises, he is said to have struck Jessica on the head with his gun. During this assault, it's reported that the cover of the gun's laser sight fell off and Jessica's blood was spilled on the floor. Willis then purportedly dragged Jessica out through the service exit and placed her in the back seat of his car. He transported her to his late grandfather's house where he committed his most horrific acts. Forensic computer analysis revealed that Jeffrey Willis stored photographs and news articles about the search for Jessica on his computer. Following the investigation's progress, it was discovered Willis used a password displayed on the screen consisting of Jessica's initials and the date April 27, 2013, presumed to be the day she died. Willis consistently denied his guilt, insisting he was at home on the night of her kidnapping. His lawyers argued that there was no direct evidence linking him to the case. No DNA belonging to Jessica was found in Willis's house or car. The defense team suggested that her disappearance might be linked to illegal drug trafficking, since Dakota had mentioned Jessica developed a serious substance abuse problem. Despite these arguments, Jeffrey Willis was convicted of murdering Jessica Herringer and received a life sentence without parole. Throughout the trial, he displayed neither remorse nor empathy. His cousin Kevin Bloom was found guilty of assisting in disposing of Jessica's body. Kevin received a sentence of 2 years in prison and 5 years probation. Suspension from his role in the prison system was yet another blow to Jeffrey Willis. Years after his conviction, the narrative around him took a startling twist. He became a suspect in an older, unresolved case. On October 17, 1996, in Fruitport, Michigan, Angela Thorbug, a young woman, was found dead. Her remained at large. Ed Willis, who graduated from the same high school as Angela in 1988, found himself linked to her 1996 murder. In that year, 28-year-old Willis worked as a janitor at his alma mater. Concerns were raised when the principal noticed his excessive time spent in the computer lab during work hours. A check on his computer activities was initiated by the principal. Although the findings remain undisclosed, Willis was asked to resign immediately following the review. The investigation into Angela's murder continues to be shrouded in secrecy. A decade has passed since Jessica Herringer's disappearance, and her remains are still undiscovered. This tragedy sparked a legal battle over the custody of her son, Zahn, between Jessica's sister and Dakota, her partner. Ultimately, Jessica's biological family is raising Zahn. In addition to custody disputes, Jessica's parents have been key advocates for legislative changes following their daughter's disappearance. Their efforts led to the enactment of a law mandating gas stations operating at night to install surveillance cameras. The goal is to prevent similar incidents in the future. The case of Kristen Rossum. She could have been a scientist, but she chose a different path. Blonde Kristen Rossum, a chemistry graduate from San Diego State University, could have had a brilliant future. Instead, she is serving a life sentence in the Central California Women's Facility for the crime against her husband. Ralph and Constance Rossum had 3 children and were preparing them for an undoubtedly bright future. The children received education from top schools, were tutored, and participated in clubs and sections for talent development. However, the fragile and impulsive Kristen broke, unable to keep up with the pace and pursuit of the ideal. Lying, skipping classes, and the desire to escape reality first introduced her to a sense of ease and oblivion after consuming alcohol. But soon, alcohol stopped providing the desired effect of tranquility, and she became dependent on the controlled substance methamphetamine. Methamphetamine, meth, is the most addictive illicit substance in the USA. It causes paranoia, clouds judgment, euphoria, and hallucinations. Kristen's erratic behavior and detachment from real life caught her parents' attention. After a long conversation, she admitted that she had been addicted to the substance since high school. This behavior was a severe blow for a family of university-educated professionals. After several months of numerous conflicts with her parents, 17-year-old Kristen secretly ran away to Mexico with friends for a holiday. There, she met a man by chance. Tall, handsome Gregory DeVille, 7 years her senior, seemed like an angel who would save her. And he did. Greg fell in love with the bad girl. He took on the role of a parent and responsibility for her well-being. With Greg's support, she managed to get a job at a local forensic department as a toxicology assistant. Her skills impressed the employer. Her addiction was forgotten, which worked in her favor, as her job in toxicology provided access to seized, controlled substances. As a forensic assistant, Kristen graduated from university with honors. Her teachers and employer praised her, handing her the Best Student Award, unaware of the reasons for her love of the chosen profession. Her relationship with Greg lasted about 5 years and ended with a grand wedding on June 5, 1999. Kristen's parents adored Greg and were at ease for their daughter as she had climbed out of the pit of dependency and confidently stood on the road to a promising and happy life. In March 2000, Kristen was hired by the San Diego County Medical Examiner's Office as a toxicologist. A toxicologist analyzes body fluids to detect controlled substances. Gregory was working in the biotechnology industry at the time. Kristen quickly grew bored with her monotonous life and began seeking excitement elsewhere. She found an opportunity with a colleague, Michael Robertson, who had been appointed as the department head. He was married, but that didn't stop a sudden infatuation between them. They couldn't keep their relationship secret for long. Greg found numerous letters exchanged between the secret lovers. The marital relationship deteriorated, but Gregory still hoped to save the marriage, knowing his wife's weaknesses and trying as hard as ever to save her. This time, Kristen didn't want to be saved. She demanded a divorce. On the morning of Monday, November 6, 2000, Kristen was getting ready for work as usual. Greg was ill and stayed home. Kristen was very worried about her husband. In the days following their separation talk, he had been lethargic and unusually calm. She informed his workplace of her husband's illness. She also visited him during her lunch break. Greg was asleep. At 9:22 p.m. that same day, Christine called emergency services to report that her husband Greg was not breathing. He had most likely committed suicide because he was home alone. The woman cried into the phone and did not listen to the dispatcher's instructions to examine the body and possibly administer first aid. Police officers and paramedics arriving on the scene at 10:19 p.m. pronounced Gregory DeVilliers dead. He was lying on the bedroom floor with his torso exposed, surrounded by scattered rose petals. The room examination suggested that Greg most likely consumed a lethal dose of several controlled substances. Empty vials of powerful painkillers were scattered around, and torn wedding photos were found on his bed. During the interrogation, Kristen stated that she had informed her husband of their separation the previous evening. Just 17 months after the wedding, she regretted getting married. She felt she had rushed into it. Greg was too clingy, and she wanted to distance herself. Greg's death was ruled a suicide. The cause of death was strong sedative drugs. Kristen signed the cremation papers. However, Gregory's family and friends refused to believe in such a sudden suicide. None of them noticed any changes in his character or mood. He had not shared his marital problems with anyone. Greg was so opposed to controlled substances that he would never have taken them. Soon, the relatives managed to stop the cremation and insisted on an independent autopsy. The family's persistence allowed for the consideration of a homicide scenario. Soon, toxicological tests revealed that Gregory's body contained an extremely high amount of feminine, a pain reliever 150 times stronger than morphine, along with lesser amounts of clonazepam and trace amounts of oxycodone, known as hillbilly heroin. Investigators speculated that, under the strong influence of clonazepam and other detected drugs, someone else administered the lethal dose of fentanyl to Gregory. Kristen became the prime suspect, as fentanyl is not an over-the-counter medication, and she had ample knowledge and access to such drugs. Upon arrival for interrogation at the police station, Kristen's emaciated, unattractive appearance and her doping behavior indicated her drug dependency. This was confirmed by her own statements on the day of Gregory's death. Kristen was inconsistent in her accounts. Initially, Kristen told paramedics that Gregory had not taken any medication, but later she changed her statement, suggesting he might have taken oxycodone. At the hospital, Kristen told a nurse that Gregory might have overdosed on oxycodone. Oxycodone is similar in effect to codeine-based drugs. It can not only relieve pain, but also induce a sense of euphoria. It depresses the respiratory center, and without timely assistance, its use can be fatal. The police considered the possibility that Gregory died from an accidental overdose of cold medicine and oxycodone. In conversations with Kristen, they also learned that Gregory was very upset about their failing marriage, leading Kristen to tell the police that he ended his own life. This was another investigative avenue they explored. On November 8th, a colleague of Kristen's, Russ Lowe, called the police. He informed them about Kristen's affair with her boss. This information shifted the course of the police investigation. Evidence of Kristen's connection with her boss, Dr. Robertson, was found. The evidence included passionate emails they exchanged, as well as computer files and professional articles revealing Dr. Robertson's specialized knowledge of fentanyl. The criminal puzzle was coming together perfectly. It was suspected that Gregory became a threat to the lovers, as he knew that Kristen, with her access to the lab and controlled substances, was secretly using them, and Michael was covering for her. It was a premeditated crime. The challenge for the investigators was to prove it. During interrogation, Michael Robertson told detectives that he was aware of his lover's drug dependency. At that time, no charges were brought against the couple. They were both dismissed from their jobs for violating several rules during the investigation. Serious trouble for Kristen began in January, when police raided her home, finding traces of drugs and paraphernalia. She was arrested for the first time, but was later released on bail. The investigation progressed as new information emerged. This included Kristen's diary. During its initial examination, investigators hypothesized that it was written by Kristen not for herself, but for an external reader, as a means of covering up and affirming her innocence while crafting the appearance of Gregory's perfect self-inflicted demise. On the day of her husband's death, she bought a rose in revealing lingerie actions inconsistent with her distressed demeanor. Medical examination indicated that Gregory was unconscious for at least 6 hours before his passing, and his death could have occurred an hour or an hour and a half before it was confirmed. Additionally, a bruise around a needle injection site on the young man's arm was found, its purpose and executor unexplained. At Kristen's workplace, a shortage of the drug that led to Gregory's demise, as well as other controlled substances, was discovered. Police believed Kristen poisoned Gregory, administering fentanyl without his knowledge. The prosecution built its case on toxicological and medical data. With enough circumstantial evidence, Christine was arrested on June 25, 2001, and charged with first-degree murder. After spending 6 months in custody, she was released on bail. The first trial soon commenced. The prosecution's main theory was the motive for the homicide. They argued that she terminated Gregory because he threatened to tarnish her good girl reputation by revealing her renewed drug use and affair with Michael Robertson. The prosecution claimed Kristen poisoned Gregory with fentanyl. The court heard that fentanyl is a powerful synthetic opioid, 80 times stronger than morphine. It was suggested that she first tried to end his life with clonazepam, but when that failed, she administered fentanyl. They also argued that she then staged the bedroom to look like Gregory ended his own life, tearing pages from her diary and placing rose petals and a wedding photo around his body. The court heard that Kristen, with a degree in biochemistry, used her knowledge of drugs and chemistry to terminate Gregory. The prosecution also claimed that Kristen hoped to convince her colleagues in the medical examiner's office that Gregory's death was self-inflicted, hiding information about the fentanyl. However, before Gregory's autopsy could be conducted, she was transferred to another lab, and the attempt to substitute toxicological research was unsuccessful. The prosecution presented Kristen's day on November 6th. Early in the morning, she called Gregory's employer to report his absence, then went to work. Her colleagues testified that, about an hour after she arrived at work, around 9 a.m., she was seen crying in Michael's office. The apartment building manager, where Kristen and Gregory lived, reported seeing her return home at 12:10 p.m. At 12:41 p.m., she went to a local grocery store and purchased several items, including a single red rose. Credit card statements confirmed this fact. Hours before Gregory's demise, she made multiple calls to Michael. Dr. Brian Blackburn, the San Diego County medical examiner who conducted Gregory's autopsy, testified that Gregory had been deceased for at least an hour before the paramedics arrived. He informed the court that Gregory developed early bronchopneumonia. This condition arises when secretions, normally expelled through breathing, accumulate in the lungs because a person is either unconscious or not breathing deeply enough. Dr. Blackburn also informed the court that Gregory's bladder contained a significant amount of urine, which would have been very uncomfortable had he been conscious. This led Dr. Blackburn to conclude that Gregory was breathing poorly for approximately 6 to 12 hours before his death. A person in an unconscious state would not be able to sprinkle rose petals over themselves. Dr. Blackburn showed that the level of clonazepam found in Gregory's blood was not at an overdose level and was not lethal. Dr. Theodore Stanley testified on behalf of the prosecution. He demonstrated that fentanyl is a potent and fast-acting pain reliever with a serious side effect that can lead to a person's respiratory arrest. Dr. Stanley stated that the speed at which fentanyl begins to act depends on the method of its administration. The peak effect occurs about 16 hours after applying a transdermal patch, 20 to 30 minutes after oral ingestion, 15 to 20 minutes after intramuscular injection, and within 5 minutes after intravenous injection. Dr. Stanley informed the court that fentanyl is usually not administered orally because the liver destroys about 65% of it, so only 35% enters the bloodstream. When asked to explain how fentanyl entered Gregory's system, neither Dr. Blackburn nor Dr. Stanley could provide a definitive opinion. Dr. Stanley showed that various concentration levels in Gregory's body, along with data indicating that Gregory was unconscious and breathing shallowly for several hours before his death, suggest that fentanyl was likely administered to Gregory multiple times. The prosecution could not confidently tell the jury how Kristen poisoned Gregory, but there were indications that she might have applied fentanyl patches to his arm while he was asleep. The disappearance of 15 patches from the laboratory where Kristen formerly worked supported this theory as a possibility. The defense asserted Kristen's innocence, acknowledging that fentanyl was the cause of Gregory's death, but claimed he self-administered it, intentionally causing his own demise due to despair over family issues. Kristen testified in court, describing waking up on the morning of November 6th to find Gregory distraught. She called his employer at 7:42 a.m. to report his illness, and that he wouldn't be coming to work. She told the court she went to work but returned to the apartment to check on Gregory, having lunch with him after noon. Kristen's testimony, I asked Gregory why he was so upset that morning. He replied that he wasn't feeling well and had taken some oxycodone and clonazepam. He planned to stay home and sleep. I left for work. Around 2:30 in the afternoon during my lunch break, I came home to check on Gregory. We had lunch. I then went back to work. I got home around 8 o'clock in the evening. Gregory was lying on the bed. I thought he was asleep. I took a bath. When I came out, I tried to wake him up. He was cold. I called the emergency services. The prosecutor cross-examined Kristen, calling her explanation strange. She admitted to lying in the past and about her drug use. He told the court that fentanyl was the perfect poison because it's hard to detect, which she knew well from her job. Medical testimony based on autopsy and toxicological findings proved that Gregory was unconscious for about 6-8 hours, meaning Kristen couldn't have had lunch with her husband that day. The defense claimed that although Dr. Blackburn showed the clonazepam level in Gregory's blood wasn't lethal, taking oxycodone, an opioid, and clonazepam, a benzodiazepine, together could create a synergistic effect, making them more potent. They suggested Gregory might have unknowingly taken the drugs himself. How fentanyl was administered and why high levels were found in his system remained unexplained. After 8 hours of deliberation, the jury found Kristen guilty of first-degree homicide and special circumstances homicide due to the use of poison. She was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. Kristen maintained her innocence and appealed the verdict. The appellate court heard that errors were made by her own defense team. Her lawyers admitted fentanyl caused the death, but failed to test autopsy samples for fentanyl metabolites. This test could have determined whether Gregory swallowed fentanyl, or if the fentanyl found in the samples was a result of laboratory contamination after his death. If fentanyl had been detected only in the samples and never in Gregory's body, the prosecution's theory that fentanyl caused his death would have been incorrect. The appellate court heard that there was a break in the chain of custody regarding the samples. They were placed in a cardboard box, with each container marked as a sample from Gregory's body, but the containers weren't sealed. They were supposed to be delivered to the sheriff's office for immediate transfer to an external lab, but the person supposed to receive the samples was absent, so the box remained at the medical examiner's office for about 36 hours before being delivered to the sheriff's forensic lab. The appellate court's argument was that anyone with a key to the medical examiner's office building had access to the samples. Fentanyl could have been added to the samples posthumously. Kristen believed there was a motive to tamper with the samples and frame her for the crime due to various personal relationships and tensions among the staff. Indeed, Kristen argued in the appellate court that on November 8, 2000, Michael informed one of the toxicologists that he had examined a sample of Gregory's stomach contents. The three-judge panel of the 9th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals concluded that Kristen's lawyers erred in not contesting the prosecution's claim that her husband died from a fentanyl overdose. They stated that her legal team should have tested the autopsy samples for fentanyl metabolites rather than just admitting he died in such a manner. However, they did not overturn the verdict, but sent the case back to federal court to determine if this defense error could have altered the trial's outcome. After this decision, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that federal courts must adhere to the state court's decision when considering such appeals. Based on this ruling, the appellate court voted against holding a hearing on Kristen's case. Her appeal was denied, and she remains in custody. Michael Robertson was implicated as an accomplice in Kristen's trial. Authorities discreetly filed a criminal conspiracy complaint and issued a sealed warrant for the arrest of Michael Robertson, the former boss and lover of convicted perpetrator Kristen Rossum. Robertson, who lives freely and works as a forensic toxicology consultant in Australia since Rossum's husband's demise in 2000, could be arrested and held on $100,000 bail if he ever returns to the United States. Gregory's family filed a lawsuit accusing the county of negligence that allowed Kristen to steal a lethal dose of drugs from the medical examiner's office undetected. In 2006, a U.S. court awarded them $147 million in civil damages. In a case that continues to captivate the nation, Rossum, a former toxicologist at the county medical examiner's office, was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole in February 2003 for stealing drugs from the lab and using them to poison her husband, Gregory DeVillers, staging a suicide scene in their apartment, scattering his body with red rose petals. In the quiet town of Palagonia, nestled in the heart of Sicily, Italy, the summer of 2015 was drawing to a close. The residents, known for their warm hospitality and tight-knit community, were preparing for the transition into autumn. Among them were Vincenzo Solano, 68, and his wife, Mercedes Ibanez, 70. Vincenzo, a native Sicilian, and Mercedes, originally from Catalonia, Spain, had met years prior while working in Germany. Their shared experiences as immigrants had forged a deep bond between them, leading them to settle in Palagonia over 4 decades ago. Here, they built a life, raised 2 daughters, Rosita and Manuela, and became beloved members of the community. Their home was a modest yet comfortable abode, reflecting the simplicity and contentment of their lives. Vincenzo was known for his gentle demeanor and love for gardening, often seen tending to his plants in the early morning hours. Mercedes, on the other hand, was celebrated for her culinary skills, frequently sharing traditional Spanish dishes with neighbors and friends. Their life was serene, marked by routine and the joys of family. However, the tranquility of Palagonia was shattered on the morning of August 30th, 2015. The sun had barely risen when the local police received a distressing call. Manuela, concerned after multiple unanswered calls to her parents, had decided to check on them. What she discovered was a scene of unimaginable horror. Her father, Vincenzo, lay lifeless in their bedroom, his throat brutally slashed. The room bore signs of a violent struggle, with overturned furniture and bloodstains marring the walls. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood, a stark contrast to the home's usual warmth. Desperate to find her mother, Manuela's search led her to the courtyard. There, she found Mercedes's body, bearing injuries consistent with a fall from a significant height. The initial assessment suggested that she had been thrown from the balcony, a fall that had ended her life. The brutality of the acts was incomprehensible, leaving Manuela in a state of profound shock and grief. As the news spread, the community of Palagonia was engulfed in sorrow and disbelief. The Solano Ibanez couple had been pillars of the community, known for their kindness and generosity. The idea that someone could harbor such malice against them was beyond comprehension. The local authorities, recognizing the gravity of the situation, launched an immediate and thorough investigation. The initial findings painted a grim picture. Vincenzo appeared to have been attacked in his sleep, a cowardly act that spoke to the perpetrator's ruthlessness. Mercedes's injuries suggested a desperate attempt to escape her assailant, culminating in her tragic fall. Further examination revealed additional wounds on both bodies, inflicted by a sharp instrument, possibly a screwdriver or a similar tool. The nature of the injuries indicated a frenzied attack, driven by uncontrollable rage or desperation. In the midst of processing the crime scene, investigators received a significant lead. Earlier that morning, security personnel at the Caraminio Refugee Center, located not far from Palagonia, had detained an 18-year-old Ivorian asylum seeker named Mamadou Camara. He had been apprehended while attempting to leave the center with a bag containing suspicious items. Among the contents were personal belongings, including jewelry and electronics, later identified as property of the deceased couple. Additionally, Camara was found wearing clothes that, upon closer inspection, were determined to belong to Vincenzo. The evidence was compelling, but the authorities were cautious. The brutality of the crime, coupled with the sensitive nature of the suspect's status as an asylum seeker, necessitated a meticulous and unbiased investigation. Camara was taken into custody for further questioning, while forensic teams worked tirelessly to gather more evidence from both the crime scene and the items found in his possession. As the investigation progressed, the community grappled with a complex mix of emotions. Palagonia had a history of welcoming outsiders, and the Caraminio Center had been a focal point for discussions about immigration in the region. The alleged involvement of a resident from the center in such a heinous crime threatened to ignite tensions and challenge the town's values of inclusivity and compassion. In the days following the murders, local authorities increased their presence in the area, both to reassure the public and to prevent any potential acts of retribution. Community leaders and local officials called for calm, urging residents not to let anger and fear overshadow the principles of justice and due process. The focus remained on uncovering the truth and ensuring that the perpetrator, regardless of their background, was held accountable for the atrocious acts committed against Vincenzo and Mercedes. The investigation continued, with each piece of evidence bringing the authorities closer to understanding the events of that fateful night. The path to justice was fraught with challenges, but the resolve of the investigators and the resilience of the Palagonia community remained steadfast. The memory of Vincenzo and Mercedes served as a poignant reminder of the fragility of life and the enduring strength of a community united in the face of tragedy. The investigation into the brutal murders of Vincenzo Solano and Mercedes Ibanez continued with mounting urgency. The small town of Palagonia, once a peaceful enclave of old traditions and quiet routines, had been thrust into the national spotlight. News of the killings spread quickly across Italy, reigniting debates about immigration, crime, and the challenges of integrating asylum seekers. Television crews arrived, reporters swarmed the narrow streets, and local residents found themselves at the center of a story that extended far beyond their community. While public speculation ran rampant, investigators worked tirelessly to piece together a clear timeline of events. The forensic team combed through the victim's home, documenting every trace of evidence left behind by the killer. Blood spatter analysis suggested that Vincenzo had been attacked while still in bed, caught off guard in what should have been the safety of his own home. Defensive wounds on his hands and arms indicated that he had struggled against his attacker, but the deep gash across his throat left little doubt. Whoever had done this wanted him dead in the most brutal way possible. Mercedes's body was examined with equal care. Her injuries, consistent with a fall from the balcony, showed multiple fractures and internal trauma. But there was something more. Cuts and bruises on her arms and torso suggested she had been assaulted before being thrown to her death. Investigators theorized that she had woken up during the attack on her husband, either startled by the commotion or having sensed an intruder. In a desperate attempt to escape, she may have tried to flee, only to be overpowered and thrown from the balcony. One of the most chilling aspects of the crime was the apparent lack of forced entry. The front door was closed but not locked, suggesting that the killer had either been let in by the victims, perhaps under false pretenses, or had entered through another means. This detail led police to suspect that the assailant may have had prior knowledge of the home's layout or habits of the couple. The nature of the crime, sudden, violent, and without clear financial motive, only deepened the mystery. Meanwhile, Mamadou Camara, the 18-year-old asylum seeker detained at the Cara Minio Refugee Center, remained in custody. Under questioning, he denied any involvement in the murders, claiming he had never been to the victim's home. His demeanor was a mix of defiance and confusion, as if he could not fully comprehend the gravity of the situation. However, the items found in his possession, jewelry, a cell phone, and clothing belonging to Vincenzo, painted a damning picture. A deeper investigation into Camara's background revealed that he had arrived in Italy months earlier after a perilous journey across the Mediterranean. Like thousands of others, he had fled war, poverty, and instability in his home country, seeking refuge in Europe. The refugee center at Cara Minio, where he had been housed, was known for overcrowding and frequent clashes between different groups of migrants. It was a place of frustration, uncertainty, and at times desperation. Security footage from the center provided a crucial breakthrough. The recordings showed Camara leaving the facility late at night, hours before the estimated time of the murders. He had managed to evade the guards, slipping away unnoticed. More damningly, footage captured him returning in the early morning, carrying a bag similar to the one later found in his possession. His clothing appeared different from when he had left, raising further suspicions. As forensic experts examined the clothing and items recovered from Camara, they made a discovery that would significantly strengthen the case against him. Traces of Vincenzo's blood were found on the fabric. The evidence was no longer circumstantial. It directly linked Camara to the crime scene. Yet, the motive remained elusive. Why would an 18-year-old asylum seeker, with no apparent connection to the elderly couple, commit such a horrific act? Theories emerged. Some investigators believed it was a burglary gone wrong, that Camara had broken into the home with the intent to steal, but had been caught in the act, leading to a violent confrontation. Others speculated that drug use or mental instability might have played a role, though no immediate evidence supported this. There was also the possibility of a more calculated crime, one driven by anger, revenge, or an unknown grudge. As the case progressed, tensions in Pelagonia escalated. The murders had already sparked outrage, but the revelation that an asylum seeker was the prime suspect ignited deeper, more volatile emotions. Protests erupted outside the Cara Minio Refugee Center, with locals demanding its closure. Right-wing political figures seized the moment, using the tragedy to fuel anti-immigration rhetoric. Graffiti began appearing on walls throughout the town, bearing slogans that called for an end to asylum policies and the expulsion of migrants. What had once been a quiet town was now a battleground of political and social discord. But amid the anger, there was also sorrow. The daughters of Vincenzo and Mercedes, devastated by the loss of their parents, pleaded for justice but also for reason. In a tearful statement to the press, Rosita, the eldest, spoke of the love her parents had for Pelagonia and their belief in kindness. They opened their hearts to everyone, she said, and they did not deserve this. But we cannot let this tragedy be used to spread more hate. The trial of Mamadou Camara moved forward rapidly. Prosecutors, armed with forensic evidence, security footage, and witness testimonies, built a strong case against him. Camara, maintaining his innocence, changed his story multiple times, at one point claiming he had been forced by others to steal from the house, at another insisting he had found the items discarded near the road. His shifting narrative only worked against him, reinforcing the perception of guilt. With the weight of evidence against him, the court reached a decision. Camara was convicted of the murders of Vincenzo Solano and Mercedes Ibanez. He was sentenced to life in prison, a verdict that brought some closure to the grieving families, but did little to heal the deeper wounds left on Pelagonia. In the aftermath, the town struggled to regain its sense of normalcy. The tragedy of that September night in 2015 would never be forgotten, a grim reminder of how violence could tear through even the most peaceful of communities. The home where Vincenzo and Mercedes had once lived, where they had spent decades building a life together, remained empty, a silent monument to the horrors that had unfolded within its walls. Yet, life in Pelagonia continued. The seasons changed, the markets reopened, and the town's rhythms resumed. But in quiet moments, when the streets emptied and the sun dipped below the horizon, the memory of what had happened lingered. A crime so brutal, so senseless, had left its mark, not just on the family of the victims, but on an entire town, forever altered by the darkness that had once visited its doorstep. The trial of Mamadou Camara had concluded with a life sentence, but the impact of the crime lingered far beyond the courtroom. In Pelagonia, the murders of Vincenzo Solano and Mercedes Ibanez had left a scar, an unspoken weight that settled over the town like an autumn fog. The home where they had lived, once filled with laughter and the smell of freshly baked bread, stood empty. Its windows, once open to welcome neighbors, were now closed, the curtains drawn like eyelids over a restless past. No one spoke of buying it. No one wanted to live in a place where such horror had occurred. The daughters of the victims, Rosita and Manuela, struggled to move forward. The pain of their loss was compounded by the media frenzy that had surrounded the case. Every headline, every televised debate about immigration and crime, felt like another wound. They had buried their parents, but the world refused to let them rest. Strangers wrote letters, some offering condolences, others using the tragedy to push their own agendas. Politicians continued to argue about the implications of the case, twisting their parents' deaths into a talking point for their campaigns. Rosita tried to return to her job as a schoolteacher, but the whispers in the hallways followed her. Manuela, who had been the one to discover the crime scene, found herself plagued by nightmares. She could not shake the image of her father's lifeless body, of the dried blood on the floor, of her mother's broken frame in the courtyard. Therapy helped, but only so much. The trauma was not something she could leave behind. It was stitched into the fabric of her existence. Meanwhile, the town itself remained divided. For some, the case confirmed their worst fears, that the influx of migrants into Sicily had made their once safe streets dangerous. For others, it was a reminder that violence and cruelty were not confined to any one group of people, that evil could exist in any form. But the fear was tangible. People began locking their doors at night. The elderly, once comfortable sitting outside their homes late into the evening, now retreated indoors at sunset. A silent shift had taken place, one that could not be measured in statistics, but was deeply felt in the rhythm of daily life. At the Cara Mineo Refugee Center, the mood was tense. The case had cast a long shadow over the facility, fueling resentment from both inside and outside its walls. The other residents of the center, many of whom had fled war and persecution, felt the weight of Camara's crime hanging over them. They faced increased hostility from locals, who now viewed them with suspicion. There were reports of harassment, of shopkeepers refusing service, of slurs muttered under breath as they walked the streets. The crime of one man had tainted them all in the eyes of many. The Italian government, already struggling with the broader European migration crisis, faced pressure to tighten security at refugee centers and implement stricter policies for asylum seekers. In the wake of the murders, new measures were put in place, making it harder for migrants to leave the centers without supervision. Protests erupted, some demanding harsher immigration policies, others calling for fair treatment of refugees. The debate raged on, but for the people of Pelagonia, the focus remained on the 2 lives that had been lost. As the years passed, the memory of the crime remained, though its sharp edges dulled with time. The newspapers moved on to other stories. The debates shifted to new controversies. But for those who had known Vincenzo and Mercedes, the pain never fully faded. Their absence was felt at family gatherings, in the empty chairs where they once sat, in the moments when laughter would rise only to be dampened by the realization that they were gone. Rosita and Manuela eventually made the difficult decision to sell their parents' home. It had become too painful to hold on to, a relic of a past they could not reclaim. A young couple from out of town purchased it, unaware of its history. They painted the walls, replaced the furniture, and filled it with new memories. But the neighbors still looked at the house with different eyes, still felt a chill when they walked past at night. Justice had been served, but justice was not the same as closure. The town had learned that evil did not always come in the form of shadows and whispered threats. It could arrive silently, without warning, and change everything in a single night. The streets of Pelagonia remained the same. The church bells still rang. The market still bustled with life. But beneath the surface, there was an understanding that had not been there before. No place was truly safe. No door was ever completely locked. And sometimes, the worst nightmares were the ones that happened while you were still awake. Klondike Bishimbayev was born on April 11, 1980, in Gil, Kazakh SSR. Klondike Bishimbayev grew up with his younger sister Irujan, born in 1984. He received 3 higher educations, studying at Kazakh Academy of Management, TAZ University, and George Washington University through a presidential scholarship. At 26, he defended his PhD thesis in economic sciences. Klondike began his career as a bank manager in 2000. He briefly interned at the Ministry of Economy, then held senior positions in large companies before returning to the ministry in 2016. He became the young head of the ministry, but was dismissed 8 months later due to a bribery scandal, sentenced to 10 years in prison. However, he was released on parole after just 1 year. In his personal life, Klondike was married twice. His first wife, whom he married in 1999, and had a son in 2000. They divorced in 2004. In 2006, he married, with whom he had 3 children before divorcing in 2020. After a few years, he married Sultanat Nuknova. Sultanat Nuknova was born on May 15, 1992, in Pavlodar, Kazakhstan. She was the youngest of 2 children to businessman father and economist mother. Her uncle was a prominent politician. As a schoolgirl, Sultanat became interested in astrology, studying literature, and making accurate predictions for friends and classmates. She turned her hobby into a career, achieving success quickly. Sultanat promoted her astrological services on social media, offering consultations, forecasts, and guidance on goal achievement, career choice, and spiritual growth. She also gave advice on love affairs and relationships, with a client base consisting only of women and girls. She quickly achieved financial independence by doing what she loved. Her services were in high demand, with consultations scheduled months in advance. She had gained a large following on social media and was living her dream life. In spring 2022, Klondike stumbled upon Sultanat's page on a popular social network. He liked Sultanat and decided to contact her for an astrological consultation, but she turned him down, saying she only served women. This rejection only fueled his interest, and the politician persistently tried to get her attention, showering her with compliments, convinced that only she could help him as a trusted specialist. Sultanat was flattered, but refused to meet Klondike, who repeatedly asked her out despite Sultanat offering online consultations. He persisted for months, gathering information about her life, habits, and interests, but she remained uninterested. Sultanat initially refused to meet the man, but eventually agreed to a meeting for face-to-face counseling. Despite his good impression, polite behavior, and courtesy, she told her brother that he was not her type and they wouldn't match. Initially, Sultanat was not worried about Klondike because she knew she could keep him. However, within a month, the situation changed when Klondike gained influence by befriending a respected older member of the family, Sultanat's grandmother. Klondike asked to speak to Sultanat's grandmother, asking for her support in case Sultanat changed her mind about marrying him. This gesture touched Sultanat, but she still refused to pursue a relationship with him. Sultanat visited her parents in Pavlodar in fall 2022 and mentioned no serious changes in her personal life were expected. She confided in her brother that the 12-year age difference with Klondike confused her, and she wasn't attracted to him, also citing astrological incompatibility. Sultanat's brother was shocked to see a post on his social media that his sister had accepted Klondike's marriage proposal just a month after their visit. This news surprised both her family and friends, as she had recently said that nothing serious would happen. A few months later, in December 2022, they held a luxury wedding at a budget establishment in Astana. The marriage was not officially registered, with they opting for a mosque ceremony instead. Sultanat's attitude towards her partner changed significantly after the wedding. She praised his intelligence, education, and conversation skills to friends and denied his involvement in a corruption case that led to his brief imprisonment, claiming he was framed. From the outside, they seemed happy. He showered her with gifts, and she called him the perfect husband. Friends envied their relationship, thinking she was lucky. However, this didn't last. After the wedding, They moved into his parents' house, where his mother, Almira, spoiled her with gifts and protected her from household chores, but couldn't shield her from her son's true nature. Sultanat would periodically visit her parents with her husband, but she wouldn't invite them to her home because it would annoy Klondike and cause arguments. At first, none of her relatives were aware of this. However, less than a month after the wedding, on New Year's Eve, Sultanat's brother visited and witnessed a disturbing scene. A large, festive table had been set, but the celebration was only for the immediate family. When Klondike's cousin and his wife arrived with gifts for everyone, Sultanat was embarrassed because she didn't have a gift in return. She quickly found a solution by giving Klondike's cousin's wife a bottle of expensive perfume that her husband had bought her the day before, but she hadn't had a chance to open it yet. Klondike was not just displeased, but enraged by her actions. He yelled at her, claiming she had no right to give away something he had paid for, and began insulting her. The guests quickly left, and when her parents tried to intervene, they were rudely shut down. In a fit of rage, Klondike overturned the table, spilling food and drinks everywhere, and ruining the New Year's Eve celebration. Sultanat's brother was shocked by the scene and didn't know how to react. The next day, Sultanat confided in him over the phone that her husband's behavior had changed dramatically since their wedding, and she was unsure of the reason, but hoped the situation would improve with time. Sultanat Nukhanova's brother advised her to end the relationship and return home, but she flatly refused. 2 months later, she sent him selfies showing severe bruises on her face, asking him not to ask any questions. Concerned, her brother tried to contact her, but she didn't answer his calls. He then reached out to her husband, Klondike, who agreed to meet with him. During their meeting, Klondike told Sultanat's brother to stay out of their business and refused to explain the cause of the bruises on his wife's face. Klondike was also unable to account for Sultanat's whereabouts, which filled him with uneasy thoughts. Fortunately, Sultanat was eventually found at her parents' country home. Despite the pleas of loved ones, Sultanat returned to her husband, insisting that she loved him and was willing to do anything to save their marriage. For a while, he behaved impeccably, showering her with gifts and promising to change for her sake. They even took a vacation together to a popular resort in the Maldives, where they appeared to be very happy. Sultanat didn't explicitly complain about her marriage, but her behavior and appearance changed. She lost weight, became withdrawn, and wore revealing clothing, possibly to hide bruises. She stopped working as an astrologer and blogger, and only posted happy photos with her husband on social media. Klondike took away her source of income, making her reliant on him. She was not allowed to socialize without his permission and was monitored at all times. Despite appearing perfect to outsiders, their relationship was actually controlling and suffocating. Sultanat confessed to her friend that her husband exerted total control over her. Forbidding her to work or contact her parents without his knowledge was irrationally jealous, accusatory, and abusive. Despite her friend's horror and advice to leave him, she insisted she just wanted to talk, not be advised. They sought help from a family psychologist to save their marriage. Sultanat's husband rejected her therapist options and instead chose his own specialist, who blamed Sultanat for all their problems. She suspected her husband had hired the therapist to humiliate her. In summer 2023, Sultanat tried to leave him and stay with her parents, but her husband appeared a week later, asking for another chance and suggesting a change of environment to save their marriage. Sultanat hoped having a child would change her husband's attitude, but she couldn't get pregnant. After a family dinner in October, she briefly left her husband and moved into a rented apartment found by her brother. However, she returned to her husband 10 days later and even remarried him in a mosque ceremony, which she personally told her family about. On November 5th, she invited her family and close friends to her cousin's restaurant. Klondike made a good impression with his chivalrous behavior, being attentive and affectionate towards her. Everyone believed his feelings were genuine, but tragedy was looming. On November 9th, a relative contacted Sultanat's brother over the phone, sounding frightened as she asked about the truth of a social media rumor. After clarification, she shared a news link which reported that a former economy minister had taken the life of his young wife. Sultanat had asked to stay with him for a night after threatening to leave her husband. He agreed and told her where to find the spare keys, but she never arrived and her phone stopped working. He rushed to her house, but found no one there and her husband was not answering his phone, which made things even more concerning. The decision was made to immediately go to the family restaurant, where Sultanat was last in contact, to search for answers. While on the way, he received a call from his frightened parents, who had also read the news and were trying to find out what had really happened. However, he couldn't provide them with any information and only promised to look into it. When he arrived at the restaurant, he was met by police officers who expressed their condolences and informed him that his sister had sadly passed away before receiving medical attention. Overwhelmed and disbelieving, he struggled to accept the news, but tragically, it was confirmed to be true. By the time he arrived, the main suspect, Klondike, had already been arrested and taken to the station. Klondike denied any guilt, claiming that the event was a terrible accident and that he was trying to help his wife. Also, the restaurant owner was taken into custody on suspicion of being involved in the incident. Several months ago, on the evening of November 8, 2023, Sultanat and Klondike and their friends attended a concert by singer Dima Bilan. The loud music made it difficult for their friends to follow the conversation between the spouses, who got into a heated argument. Initially, their friends thought they were just discussing something, but it soon became clear that they was engaged in a full-blown fight. They stormed out of the concert hall without saying a word to anyone and went to the restaurant Bao, where they continued to quarrel in a private VIP booth. Camera footage shows Klondike taking several bottles of alcohol from the bar and joining his wife in the booth. As they drank wine and discussed their relationship, she told him that she couldn't continue like this and planned to leave him. Infuriated by her statement, Klondike started shouting and threatening her, even slapping Sultanat. After the altercation, she called her brother and told him she would be coming to his house for the night, having finally made up her mind to leave her husband. Around midnight, she stepped outside, intending to go to her brother's house, but her husband caught up with her and the argument continued. The surveillance footage reveals a 15-minute argument between them, after which Klondike convinced his spouse to re-enter the building. They continued to quarrel in the vestibule and eventually secluded themselves in a stall with no camera coverage, making it impossible to determine exactly what occurred inside. In the hallway, cameras recorded Klondike aggressively pursuing his wife, Sultanat, as she attempted to create distance. He grabbed her hands, shook her, and pushed her against the wall. Klondike's lawyer downplayed these actions, describing them as stroking. However, Sultanat tried to escape and locked herself in the toilet to evade her husband's aggression. Undeterred, he kicked the door, resulting in corresponding injuries. After forcing his wife to open the door, Klondike physically assaulted her, striking her multiple times in the face. He berated her, claiming that she lived at his expense. The events that followed are unclear, but Klondike alleged that his wife had an angry outburst and, in a fit of rage, removed all her clothes and jewelry, flushing them down the toilet to demonstrate her independence from him. According to another account, Klondike allegedly forced his wife to undress, intending to humiliate her further after the gold jewelry was lost down the drain. This led to Klondike becoming enraged, punching his wife in the face multiple times, and then pushing her with such force that she fell and hit the toilet. However, during the trial, Klondike claimed that his wife was intoxicated and had fallen several times while undressing, hitting her head on the tiles and plumbing fixtures. Klondike and his wife had planned to go home after leaving the restaurant, but he refused to drive due to his intoxication. He was ashamed of his drunken wife, who was wearing only underwear under her coat and didn't want to call a cab. They decided to return to their VIP booth instead. However, when Sultanat stopped to look at her reflection in the mirror, her husband forcefully pushed her towards the exit. This quickly escalated into a brutal assault as he mercilessly beat her with his hands and feet and dragged her by the hair. At around 7 o'clock in the morning, he dragged her back to the VIP cabin, where he continued his attack. Klondike ultimately caused severe harm to Sultanat, but during the trial, he claimed he had no involvement in her injuries. According to him, she had fallen and hit the floor and furniture on her own, and then fell asleep on the sofa. He alleged that he noticed a bruise on her face, but rather than seeking medical attention, he consulted a fortune teller to determine if everything was all right with his wife. The fortune teller told Klondike his wife was drunk and needed sleep, so he calmed down and didn't touch her. Later, he realized she wasn't breathing and called his brother, Bakun Banov, also the restaurant owner. Together, they deleted CCTV footage, claiming it showed his wife's indecent behavior. Banov called an ambulance in the evening, but she had already died. He claimed to have tried CPR, but it was too late. Both brothers were arrested by law enforcers. Klondike's former wife, Nazim, was also under scrutiny several years ago when her then husband was arrested on corruption charges. She defended him at the time, But soon after his release, she filed for divorce, citing irreconcilable differences and claiming she had outgrown the marriage. However, after her ex-husband was accused of brutally murdering his new girlfriend, Nazim gave a candid interview, admitting that she believes him to be capable of such a crime. She explained that her 14-year marriage to Klondike changed dramatically in 2011 after the birth of their second child. Klondike became increasingly aggressive, selfish, and narcissistic, thinking that the world should revolve around him. Nazim also revealed that her husband frequently cheated on her, openly flaunting his infidelities. However, it wasn't until his phone data was accessed during his 2017 arrest that she discovered the full extent of his cheating. He had multiple mistresses, and they constantly changed. After Klondike was released from prison, his behavior became even more violent and aggressive, according to Nazim. A disagreement erupted between them a month later, sparked by a minor issue. However, Klondike's reaction was excessive, as he became enraged and ripped a toilet lid from the wall with his bare hands, throwing it at Nazim. Although she dodged, the incident made her realize that the marriage was unsalvageable, in her opinion. Klondike had apparently restrained his true nature for a long time, because he knew Nazim wouldn't tolerate his darker impulses. Klondike had a sinister strategy. He initially chose a victim, tested her limits, and pushed her to see how much she would tolerate. Once he was convinced that she wouldn't leave or complain, he revealed his true self as a sophisticated sadist. The trial of Klondike began in March 2024, with relatives of Sultanat pushing for an open trial to prevent him from using his wealth and connections to influence witnesses and judges. Klondike, who had previously been convicted of a serious offense but released on parole, requested a jury trial to avoid a life sentence. A jury of 12 was selected, and in this case, a life sentence would require a unanimous decision from all jurors and the judge, a very unlikely outcome. Klondike denies premeditated murder, claiming the event was an accident. He says his spouse provoked him, but video recordings contradict him. Initially, authorities considered charging him with domestic violence, a crime with lenient punishment in Kazakhstan. However, this sparked outrage, particularly from the victim's mother, who feels her son-in-law may get off too lightly, undermining her faith in justice. A law was approved in April 2024 to toughen penalties for domestic violence in Kazakhstan following public outrage. Klondike tried to pressure his brother into giving false testimony, and also attempted to discredit his late wife in court, calling her an inadequate, unbalanced, and alcoholic who provoked him. He claimed he acted in a state of passion, hitting her only a few times, and that her other injuries were self-inflicted from falling under the influence of alcohol. However, Klondike was alleged that he didn't allow called medics for Sultanat, and was instead concerned with deleting footage from cameras. Klondike ordered his brother to fake his wife's phone activity, making it seem like she was home. However, the plan didn't work. Klondike was found guilty of murder and sentenced to 24 years. Klondike's brother Bakan Banov was given a 4-year sentence for complicity. Sultanat's family expressed dissatisfaction with the court's decision. Her father hoped for a life sentence for his former son-in-law, calling any other verdict unfair. Today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The case of Antonia Barra. Antonia was born in the late 1980s to a loving family that valued closeness and togetherness. Her parents, Alejandro and Marcela, raised 5 children in a spacious home, providing a nurturing environment where care and attention were abundant. The children were well-behaved and kind, and the household was generally free of significant problems. Antonia, however, stood out from her siblings due to her exceptional qualities from a young age. She was remarkably perceptive, responsible, and ambitious, which made her a source of great pride for her parents. She consistently excelled academically, had positive relationships with her teachers, and had clear plans for her future. Antonia's aspirations included traveling and living a fulfilling life. After high school, Antonia successfully enrolled in her preferred university and began pursuing a highly competitive major. As a freshman, she dedicated herself to mastering the fundamentals of her chosen profession and actively participated in both academic and social activities, forming close bonds with like-minded friends who shared her interests and ambitions. Antonia had become particularly close to Consuelo Uribe, a law student. They friends enjoyed spending time together, going shopping, attending parties, and socializing. Their friendship deepened over time. When Antonia's boyfriend Rodrigo broke up with her, Consuelo suggested a distraction to help her cope with the heartbreak. Antonia, struggling to come to terms with the breakup, welcomed her friend's idea. To take her mind off the past and briefly escape her sadness, Antonia and Consuelo planned a trip to Pucón, a tourist town in Chile, to celebrate the country's Independence Day on September 18th. The music festival was scheduled to take place at the Black Room Club on the evening of September 17th. At around 6:30 p.m., Antonia, Consuelo, and 3 other friends, including Consuelo's boyfriend, set off for Pucón. The trip was smooth, and upon arrival, the group stayed in separate accommodations, with they staying in a summer house owned by the Uribe family. After 8 p.m., they got ready to head to a party at Black Room, a well-known spot that promised an unforgettable night. Before leaving, Antonia texted her dad, who reminded her to be careful around people she didn't know. Antonia assured him that being cautious was second nature to her. They had a great time chatting and dancing with friends. As fate would have it, Martin and Antonia unexpectedly ran into each other at the club. They were thrilled to see each other and spent the evening together, chatting and dancing. Throughout the night, Antonia would occasionally leave Martin's side to check in with her friend and greet other male acquaintances she had met while bar hopping. However, she didn't realize how much she had been drinking, likely due to the long drive and her empty stomach. This was unusual for her, as she normally didn't let herself get carried away with alcohol. Consuelo told Antonia it was time to leave the club, but Antonia was having too much fun and refused to go. Consuelo warned her to stop drinking and think about leaving, but Antonia was determined to stay. Despite Consuelo's concerns, Antonia chose to stay at the club, and Consuelo left without her. However, Antonia would soon come to regret her decision. One of their friends stayed at the club and saw what happened next. He later shared what he saw during the investigation and in court. He said that Martin started talking to Antonia and then took her hand, leading her towards the exit. Antonia seemed unsure and confused, likely because she had been drinking too much. Although she was in a daze, Antonia didn't seem to resist or mind being led away. It was unclear if she even knew what was happening. But external surveillance footage told a different story. According to Martin's friends, they left the club in 2 cars, but there was no room for her, so she ended up walking with them. Along the way, they passed a store, and footage showed that the man had forced her to enter. She was visibly intoxicated and unable to resist. Throughout the night, Martin, who was somewhat more sober than the others, attempted to exert control over the situation. The footage captured moments of Martin being overly affectionate towards her and trying to kiss her, despite her clear reluctance and attempts to pull away. After arriving upstairs around 9 a.m., Consuelo checked her messages and found a voice message from her friend Antonia. Initially, Consuelo had trouble making out what Antonia was saying, but after listening more closely, she caught a few words. Antonia was asking to be picked up, but Consuelo didn't know exactly where she was. To find her, Consuelo used her GPS and, accompanied by her boyfriend Jose, headed to the location indicated. Upon entering the house, Consuelo and Jose were shocked to find Martin standing naked, attempting to cover himself with a pillow. When Consuelo asked about her friend Antonia, Martin claimed he didn't know where she was. However, they soon found Antonia upstairs in one of the rooms, lying on a bed in her underwear, crying quietly. Jose carried her to the car, and Consuelo asked what had happened, but Antonia was too distraught to explain. At the summer house, Consuelo and Jose tried to comfort Antonia, holding her and talking to her. Eventually, Antonia opened up about what had happened. She confessed that Martin had taken advantage of her against her will, leaving her feeling powerless. After learning about the incident, Jose and Consuelo urged Antonia to report the attacker to the police and pursue justice. However, Antonia declined, fearing that her parents and the public would find out and judge her. Instead, she chose to silently cope with the trauma and try to heal on her own, asking Jose and Consuelo to keep the incident private. During a conversation with her father, Antonia tried to respond normally to his light-hearted question about whether she had been drinking too much. However, her response unintentionally revealed her distress. The next day, Antonia met with Martin to discuss the incident, but he was uncooperative and arrogant. Martin claimed that the events of the previous night were consensual, which made Antonia realize that she would not receive the truth or an apology from him. She understood that she needed to try to move forward. Antonia stayed quiet and acted normal for 3 weeks. A close childhood friend claimed not to notice anything unusual, but Antonia's classmates observed that her memory was faltering and her thoughts were disorganized. But sometime later, Alejandro eventually discovered the truth about his daughter. Alejandro shared his daughter Antonia's heartbreaking story, which sparked a nationwide movement. Multiple women came forward with similar allegations against Martin, leading to 6 new charges and his exposure as a serial offender. The Martin family sought court protection for their personal information, which had been leaked online. They claimed that the online harassment, including insults, threatening messages, and false information, had violated their constitutional right to privacy. The court agreed, and on June 12, 2020, it ordered Antonia's relatives to stop sharing information about the Martin family on social media and to refrain from publishing anything that could compromise them. However, this decision sparked widespread outrage in Chile. Many people felt that the court was protecting the suspect rather than the victims. On July 21st, the Antonia family appealed the decision to the Supreme Court, but their appeal was rejected. The suspect's lawyer then requested protective measures on his client's behalf, but the suspect was eventually charged with multiple counts of attack. The case, known as the Antonia case, became a rallying cry for victims of violence in Chile. For many women, it marked a turning point, and they began to come forward to share their own experiences after years of silence. On July 22nd, a surprising turn of events occurred when the court changed Martin's preventive measure from detention to house arrest, effectively releasing him. The judge clarified that this decision did not imply a reduced sentence. Meanwhile, the prosecutor had charged Martin with 5 counts of misconduct, but the court only recognized 2. This sparked widespread outrage, with thousands of people taking to the streets to protest the halt in investigations and the decision to place Martin under house arrest. In response to public pressure, the authorities appealed the decision, and the judiciary quickly overturned the house arrest order, taking Martin back into custody. Antoniette stressed the importance of taking action against Martin, as his behavior made women vulnerable. In February 2021, investigators found Martin's phone, which contained a disturbing collection of photos of women's underwear, suggesting a trophy collection. The 400-page police report included statements from multiple victims, witnesses, and people close to Martin and Antoniette's. A childhood teacher described Martin as a smart and cheerful child, but noted that he had an unusual interest in intimate topics. Some women recalled that Martin had inappropriately touched them when they were children, but at the time, no one thought much of it. On June 14, 2022, the criminal court in Tomoko began its hearings, which were expected to last over a month. During this time, the prosecution presented evidence, expert testimonies, and witness statements. The court started watching the CCTV. Video footage revealed that Antoniette was unable to control the situation. On August 26th, Martin was sentenced to 20 years in prison for crimes against intimacy and intimacy-related aggression. However, on December 29th, the Supreme Court accepted the defense's appeal, disagreeing with the verdict. A new trial was scheduled for spring 2023. In a related development, Martin's original lawyers resigned on March 16th, and the public defense took over his case. The second trial began on April 24, 2024, focusing on 5 counts of violence and 2 counts of forced intimacy. During the trial, Martin waived his right to remain silent and provided his account of the events. He claimed that his actions were the result of severe intoxication. However, the prosecutor countered that by drinking with the victims, he had taken advantage of their vulnerability. Ultimately, Martin was found guilty on July 7, 2023. The federal prosecution sought a prison sentence of 41 years, but on July 28, 2023, Martin only was sentenced to 17 years in prison for committing 7 intimacy-related crimes against 6 victims. Since he had already spent time in custody, he would serve 14 years. Today, we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you, the case of Lizzie Marriott. In the fall of 2012, Lizzie Marriott began her studies in marine biology at the University of New Hampshire. To reduce her living expenses, she moved out of her family home in Massachusetts, where she lived with her parents, Bob and Melissa Lizzie, and relocated to Chester to live with her aunt and uncle, Tony and Becky Hanna. Lizzie quickly became a beloved member of her aunt and uncle's family. She had a passion for marine animals, which led her to pursue a degree in marine biology. Although she was now 2 hours away from her parents, they remained close and kept in regular contact. Lizzie was known for her kind, gentle, and sweet nature, which made her a favorite among those who knew her. Lizzie's aunt recalled that whenever Lizzie came home, she'd exclaim, "I'm home," and it filled their hearts with joy. Lizzie was thriving in her new life, with new opportunities opening up in her free time. She had found a job at Target, where she quickly fit in and earned respect from her colleagues. That's where she met Kate McDonough, an 18-year-old who quickly became a close friend. They girls often hung out after work, and one day Kate invited Lizzie over to her apartment. On subsequent invitations, Lizzie was happy to accept. Lizzie and Kate planned a cozy evening with dinner and a movie on October 9th. However, Kate's boyfriend Seth joined them, bringing a lively atmosphere. Seth was a man of many talents, with a theater arts background and a black belt in karate. Lizzie's family and friends expected a fun evening together. When she failed to return home at the agreed-upon time, her relatives initially thought she might have stayed overnight at a friend's place and then headed to university. However, when she didn't show up the next day, her aunt and uncle grew concerned and contacted her parents, who were also unaware of her whereabouts. Lizzie's parents immediately drove to Chester, reporting their daughter's disappearance to the police along the way. The investigation began, and the police questioned everyone who knew Lizzie, but her relatives had no idea where she had gone. Fortunately, a friend named Nate revealed that he thought Lizzie might be with Kate McDonough. Nate asked Kate if she had seen Lizzie. Kate replied that she hadn't. Detectives began investigating the new information provided by Nate. In the meantime, they discovered that her bank accounts showed no activity and her phone was dead. This led them to rule out the initial theory that she might have been involved in an accident. Shortly after, her car was located. After interviewing her friends and coworkers, investigators gathered some information about Kate and her boyfriend, Seth. Lizzie and Kate's acquaintances have noticed they spending increasing amounts of time together, despite their vastly different personalities. Outwardly, Lizzie is sociable and compassionate, whereas Kate is known for being rude. The reason behind their close relationship remains unclear. Lizzie was once a cheerful person, but after meeting Seth, she changed. Her coworkers noticed a difference, and she distanced herself from relatives who disapproved of Seth's behavior. They started dating when Lizzie was 17 and moved in together in Dover, New Hampshire, after she turned 18. On October 12th, authorities questioned Kate and Seth separately, but at the same time. This tactic helped investigators gather more information. For 2 hours, Kate consistently denied ever having met Lizzie on October 9th, but then she stopped cooperating completely with the investigation. Seth, on the other hand, was more open with the details. He contradicted Kate's account, saying that Lizzie was actually at their place on the 9th. Seth described the events of that day, saying that he, Kate, and Lizzie watched a movie together, played strip poker, and then engaged in a consensual threesome. However, the situation becomes tragic when things don't go as planned. Lizzie accidentally dies while tied with rope. Too shocked and afraid of being misunderstood, Seth and Kate decided to dump Lizzie's body into the Piscataqua River on Pierce Island. After being questioned for 11 hours, Seth accompanied police to the location and reenacted how he and Kate threw the body off the cliff. Lizzie's parents doubted Seth's account of her death, insisting she was in a loving relationship with Brittany and wouldn't cheat or take her own life. They urged police to find her body for a proper burial. The search continued with volunteers and a detective, but strong river currents made it possible her body was swept to the Atlantic. The investigation into Lizzie's death continued with a search of Seth's apartment. Detectives found the apartment cluttered and disorganized, with evidence of Seth's interest in occultism and black magic. A search of the surrounding area turned up a bag in a trash container containing black leather gloves, a sweatshirt, and men's underwear with DNA from both Seth and Lizzie, confirming their intimate relationship. The sweatshirt was identified as Lizzie's by her family. Later, Kate McDonough confirmed some of his account. According to Kate, she, Seth, and Lizzie spent the evening of October 9th in playing strip poker, which eventually led to a consensual intimate encounter involving rope bondage, which Lizzie had agreed to. Lizzie Marriott was having a good time until she suddenly had a seizure, suffocated, and lost consciousness. She stopped breathing when Seth and Kate lifted her up. Kate thought it was an accident, but an unexpected witness's testimony took the investigation in a new direction. A young woman visited the police station, claiming to have crucial information about the Lizzie Marriott case and requesting to speak with the lead detectives. During the conversation, she introduced herself as Catherine Fish, Seth Mella's ex-girlfriend. Her statements implied that Seth was capable of murder. She revealed that Seth had once confided in her about a fantasy in which he took someone's life. To understand Catherine's testimony, it's essential to examine her past relationship with Seth. They met 10 years ago, and initially Seth seemed attentive and caring. However, during their first intimate encounter, Catherine discovered Seth's interest in BDSM. Seth initially seemed great, but he revealed a cruel and controlling side over time. He didn't tolerate disagreement or boundaries. After sharing dark fantasies, kind of felt trapped and scared, especially when Seth physically attacked her, grabbing her throat and refusing to let go despite her pleas. This incident shattered her illusions about their relationship. After moving to a new city, kind of felt isolated and alone, dependent on Seth. As his behavior escalated, he introduced other women, proposing a polyamorous relationship. Kind of felt trapped, afraid to leave due to Seth's controlling behavior. It took months for her to gather the courage to escape the toxic relationship. In May 2014, Seth Mella appeared in court, facing not only intentional murder charges, but also accusations of taking advantage of multiple individuals. Several people testified against him, including Kate McDonough. 2 months after Lizzie's death, Kate was arrested and held in custody on charges of obstructing justice and interfering with the investigation. During her time in custody, Kate had ample opportunity to reflect on the events and consider who she was protecting. While imprisoned, Kate and Seth stayed in close touch and envisioned a life together in a country where they could not be extradited. They shared dreams of getting married, starting a family, and building a future, but their escape plan stalled in the winter of 2012. Seth convinced his cellmate, Ryan Bachman, who was about to be released, to help their escape. The plan was for Ryan to use his bank account to withdraw money, buy drugs, and sell them to increase their initial investment. They intended to use the money to purchase guns, 2 cars, explosives, and a boat. Ryan had different intentions and chose to keep the money for himself, causing Seth to give up on their plan to escape. Meanwhile, authorities became aware of their scheme. Seth wrote to Kate and hinted at a reunion in the afterlife, suggesting he believed in its existence. This could imply that Seth was vaguely suggesting Kate should consider ending her life to join him in the afterlife. As time passed, Kate's thoughts became clearer, allowing her to make a more rational decision when the prosecutor's office presented her with a favorable deal in 2014. Under the agreement, Kate was required to reveal the truth about the events that occurred on the evening of October 9th, and in return, her potential 20-year prison sentence was significantly reduced to 3 years. This offer was especially beneficial in light of the circumstances that later came to light during the investigation. As part of their agreement, Kate acknowledged that she was deeply intimidated by Seth and followed his instructions without hesitation. Over time, Seth had slowly stripped Kate of her autonomy and stifled her ability to make decisions for herself. Approximately 6 weeks before the tragic event, Seth had asked Kate to arrange a threesome with someone else while she was away on a 10-day theater tour, but Kate was unable to find someone to participate. Over time, Seth's messages to Kate became increasingly aggressive, transitioning from giving her instructions to making threats. He warned her of severe consequences if she didn't meet his demands, which included bringing a friend to participate in his plan. Kate invited Lizzie to visit her at home, and Lizzie agreed because she trusted Kate and had been to her place before. However, Kate didn't tell Lizzie that Seth would also be there, as she knew Lizzie might be hesitant. Seth had seen Lizzie's photos and was eager to meet her. On October 9th, Seth arrived at Kate's apartment at 9 p.m. At first, Kate and Lizzie chatted together, and Seth joined in later, initially creating a light-hearted atmosphere with his jokes and friendly demeanor. As they watched a movie, Seth suggested playing strip poker, dimming the lights to create an intimate setting. Lizzie began to lose the game, eventually ending up in her underwear. In another round, Seth suggested kissing Kate, but she refused, explaining that she was in a committed relationship and found the idea unpleasant. Seth suggested leaving Lizzie alone, but she refused. He retrieved a rope and gloves from his room, returned, and strangled her with the rope before she could react. After killing Lizzie, Seth committed a further act of violence against her body. His girlfriend, Kate, was present but did not intervene, claiming she was too scared to act. She feared that she would become the next victim if she tried to help. Later, at around 1 a.m., Seth and his girlfriend wrapped Lizzie's body in tarpaulin and placed it in a suitcase. They then transported the suitcase to Lizzie's car and drove to Pierce Island by the river. From the observation deck, they removed Lizzie's body from the suitcase and threw it off the cliff. After the incident, Kate and another person cleaned up inside her car. Then they drove to the campus parking lot, where Kate parked her vehicle. From the parking lot, they walked a 10-mile distance to Kate's home. The experience left Kate severely shaken, and she went into shock. She was also fearful of testifying against Seth in the future, worrying that he might intimidate or silence her due to concerns for her safety. During the trial, Kate's excessive sobbing raised suspicions, with some doubting her emotional display and suggesting she was a skilled actress. Kate's defense claimed that Lizzie's death was an accident during intimacy, but acknowledged that Seth and Kate had disposed of the body. They alleged that Seth isolated and coerced Kate, affecting her mental state. The prosecution focused on deliberate murder, citing the discovery of gloves at the scene, which suggested premeditation. Roberta Gherkin and Paul Hickok, acquaintances of Seth Mella, testified for the prosecution. After Lizzie's murder, Seth called them at 10:49 p.m. asking for help. When they arrived after 11 p.m., they found Seth on the bed next to Kate McDonough in lingerie. Seth said, "This time things went too far." Roberta found Kate in the kitchen and suggested calling an ambulance. They chose not to intervene or contact police, avoiding involvement. Seth Mella was convicted of first-degree murder by strangulation and conspiracy in 2014, receiving a life sentence without parole. Kate McDonough, who was 20 at the time, got a 3-year sentence as part of a plea deal and was released in 2016. She has since maintained a low profile. Lizzie Marriott's parents, Bob and Melissa, do not feel the sentence is sufficient. They hope her case can serve as a warning to others, especially women. They created a memorial bench in her hometown, since her body was never recovered. Today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Blake Leibel was born in Toronto, Ontario, Canada, on the 8th of May in 1981. His family was a well-off family right up the tree. His father, Lorne Leibel, is a well-known real estate tycoon and Canadian Motorsport Hall of Famer, while Blake's mother, Eleanor Chettle, inherited Alros products from her father, Paul Chettle. This company makes plastic polytart materials and is reported to generate over $28 million in sales annually. But while grandfather Paul Chettle was a success, it was reported that he was known to be a control freak and bully. Paul's wife, Blake's grandmother, suffered from a severe mental illness of some kind. The specific diagnosis remains unknown, but what is known is that when Paul Chettle passed away, he left a will behind that withheld inheritance from his family, pending not only alcohol and drug screening, but also an HIV test. Once relatives successfully passed these stipulations, Paul Chettle's girlfriend would get 2 Mercedes-Benz cars, a Cadillac, and some other parting gifts, while Blake's mother got a payout of $12 million. Oddly enough, Blake's brother, Cody Leibel, was cut out of the will, with Paul Chettle stating that it wasn't out of lack of love, but rather that he knew Cody's father would adequately provide for him. On the other side of the family, Blake and Cody's father, Lorne Leibel, was a man who dated beautiful young women and took them out in fancy Ferraris. He was the envy of any man who set eyes on his fortunes or female companions. When Lorne Leibel split up with Eleanor Chettle, Blake lived with his mom, while Cody lived with his dad. It was during this time that Blake and his father reportedly became distant and estranged, as Blake felt that Lorne wasn't providing enough for him financially. Even so, the Leibel family was, by all accounts, a highly successful one. Even Blake's grandfather, Stanley Leibel, was a well-known sailor who competed in the 1968 Summer Olympics, and then later developed hundreds of homes across Toronto. Even Blake's aunt, Terry Leibel, is a Canadian journalist who served as a host for CBC's Olympic coverage during the 1996, 2002, 2004, and 2006 games. Blake and his brother, Cody Leibel, were destined for success right from the very start. Or at least they certainly had the financial environment around them to allow them to succeed at whatever they put their minds to. As a matter of fact, when Cody Leibel moved to California, he certainly left his mark of success on the world. He even sold his 5,500 square foot home in Beverly Crest for almost $18 million in 2017. The buyer was reportedly Katy Perry. Then later on the same year, Cody bought Reba McEntire's house for a reported $25 million, crowning him the youngest homeowner in Beverly Park history. This move made him neighbors with big names like Sylvester Stallone, Mark Wahlberg, Denzel Washington, and even Eddie Murphy. As the world's youngest owner of a Ferrari Enzo, Cody not only owned a record label, but he was a regular at a poker club called Molly's Game that reportedly hosted famous faces like Leonardo DiCaprio, Ben Affleck, Matt Damon, and Tobey Maguire. Cody Leibel certainly seemed as successful as the family that raised him. Cody's brother, Blake Leibel, moved to California in 2004. He reportedly still received an allowance from his mother that totaled close to $2 million in just 8 years. In 2011, Blake's mother Eleanor would die of brain cancer, leaving a huge inheritance behind to Blake and Cody. Roughly 2 years later, Blake challenged his mother's will to remove his father as trustee and deny his brother Cody his inheritance. But Blake, who reportedly didn't even attend his mother's funeral, received little sympathy from the courts. But who is Blake Leibel? He wrote and directed a comedy film in 2009 called Bold. It was very low budget, and it didn't hit well at all. The movie was a massive flop with a 2.6-star rating on IMDb. But apparently you can still find it on Plex TV if you're curious. Blake Leibel also directed a 2013 film called Soulmates. He's even listed as a creative consultant and director on a few episodes of Mel Brooks' Spaceballs, the Animate. In 2010, Blake published a graphic novel called Syndrome. The novel was about a man named Dr. Chattel, who happens to share the same name as Blake's own mother. In the novel, Dr. Chattel studies serial killers. He also goes as far as to recruit a town full of actors and then set up a fake Truman Show-style scenario. Next, he fakes the execution of a serial killer before wiping his mind and allowing the memoryless man to run free in the fake town so Chattel can monitor his actions. The doctor's goal in the book is to cure serial killers. Chattel's character can be quoted saying that evil is not some mysterious force, evil is a syndrome. Co-author of the book, Ryan Roberts, stated that Blake told him that he had done a lot of research on serial killers. Ryan also recalled how Leibel jerked his hands upward when showing how a victim could be flipped upside down in order to drain them of fluid. In hindsight, Ryan Roberts said he'll never forget that. While Blake didn't actually write or illustrate the final edition of Syndrome, he was credited as creator of the book. And he wrote an introduction at the start of the novel, asking the question, if you loved hurting things, what would you do? Syndrome, Blake's biggest success, and it ended up with him giving away stacks of the graphic novels for free at Comic-Con in San Diego. A producer said Blake wanted to be a respected comic book artist, and he used his cash to try and buy that image. He tried hard to come across as cool and edgy, but it was clear to everyone that Blake Leibel had some serious mental issues that he needed to address. His mental state had begun to deteriorate, and he was spiraling into a dark abyss. Those close to him had started to recognize the signs, but none could foresee the depths to which Blake would ultimately sink until it was beyond anyone's reach to save him. Blake Leibel had quite the romantic life. In 2006, Blake met a Californian model named Amanda Braun. Amanda was previously in a relationship with Andrew Alchek, who died in prison following convictions for crimes committed as a crooked hedge fund manager. After 5 years of dating, Blake and Amanda finally tied the knot in 2011. Not long after the wedding, Amanda Braun Leibel gave birth to a son. While the couple appeared to live comfortably in their Beverly Hills mansion, Blake continued to cash in and spend his checks pretty much as quickly as he received them. He reportedly smoked weed constantly and came up with various plans for success, but none of his ideas proved fruitful. During this time, one of Leibel's friends said Blake was developing a dark obsession with brutal violence. It was like Blake was becoming a different person. He was distant and paranoid. Then in the summer of 2015, Blake left Amanda while she was pregnant with their second child. This was reportedly due to his pot-smoking habit consuming his life. But I'd say there was more than a marijuana issue brewing. Blake began isolating from almost everyone as he sank deeper into a world filled with gore, violence, and darkness. He even stopped returning his family's calls and began to suspect that his brother Cody was in deep debt to some Russian gang members, and he was worried it could potentially bring harm back his way. But there was never any evidence that Cody Leibel owed any major debt like that, and no one could understand why Blake's sanity was spiraling out of control. But most of his friends claimed it was initially the death of his mother that brought on this dark madness. Eleanor Chattel's $5.5 million home in Toronto, plus the millions of other dollars acquired due to her death, just wasn't enough for Blake. He was broke, and when he failed to have his mother's will overturned in 2013, he turned to his father to help him pay for his mounting credit card debts. Then Blake was sued by his lawyers for non-payment in the unsuccessful case of Eleanor Chattel's will. After Blake split up with Amanda, he began pitching another original script called Psychopomp. It was about a caped vigilante that cuts off the heads of villains and then uploads his antics to YouTube. But reviewers of the script stated that it was terrible in every way possible. There wasn't one thing about Blake Libel's new project that anyone liked. It was likened to a bad rip-off version of Batman, where Batman is violent, psychotic, stupid, sadistic, and highly unlikable. Psychopomp was nothing more than a gratuitously violent film devoid of any imaginative flair. However, there were whispers that Hilary Shore, a producer involved in Children of Men, had expressed interest in the Psychopomp screenplay. Yet, this supposed development never materialized. While married to a pregnant Amanda Braun, Blake had started seeing Yana Kashin, a stunning 30-year-old Ukrainian former attorney from Kiev. In no time, Blake got her pregnant too, and for a while, they seemed happy and healthy as Blake pulled Yana into his fantasy world of Hollywood hot pink. All the while, his mental decline was picking up speed at a volatile pace. In May of 2016, Yana gave birth to a baby girl named Diana, and to outside observers, the new family appeared to be doing well. However, the reality was far from idyllic. Blake harbored intense jealousy towards the infant, as a storm of anger raged within him. No longer the sole object of Yana's affection, Blake found himself replaced by baby Diana, pushing him to new heights of psychological instability. He incessantly demanded sexual attention from Yana, threatening to abandon her for another woman if she refused his advances. In an attempt to salvage their relationship, Yana sent her newborn daughter to live with her mother in a nearby apartment, which Blake financially supported. Then on the 20th of May, Blake Libel was arrested for sexual assault, not far from his condo. The alleged victim was Blake's third girlfriend, Constance Bucafori. She'd been living in another house he owned that was also a couple of miles away from his West Hollywood apartment, where he lived with Yana. Constance claimed Blake forced himself on her in the house. Bucafori is known for being a storyboard artist on Aquaman, and working in the art department for films like Snow White and The Huntsman P.S. I Love You and the Emoji Movie. Blake Libel was released from custody around 15 hours after he was arrested, following a bail payment of $100,000. Yana had bailed Blake out of jail, but finding out about the affair with Constance was the final straw for her. She moved into her mother, Olga Kassiansma. There was only one door left to check, and it was locked. The cops tried to force the door open to the bedroom, but a mattress was barricading the door from the other side. The cops shouted for whoever was in there to come out, and that's when Blake's voice finally responded, saying he wasn't going to come out because he was scared that the officers were going to beat him up. They assured him that this wouldn't happen, and that they were just there to check on his girlfriend to make sure she was okay. Blake replied back that she was fine. He said she was at the hospital and gave them a room number. He also said that his father would be there soon, and that he wasn't coming out until then. Blake was referring to his accountant and mentor, Stephen Green. Blake had called Stephen around noon and asked him to come to the apartment. For a month before Stephen Green received that call, he had been unable to get in contact with Blake Libel. Green had called, messaged, left voicemails, and even emailed Blake several times, but he never got a reply. Stephen Green even left a voicemail on Blake's phone stating that he was worried about him and that he loved him. He said whatever was going on, he wanted to help him get through it. But as you're about to find out, it was way too late for that. When Green arrived at the condo, he spoke to Blake through the partially opened bedroom door in the apartment. A short while later, a detective arrived on the scene to find Green now in the living room talking to Blake on the phone. Libel was still barricaded in the master bedroom. When Green hung up the phone, the detective asked him to call Blake back, which he did. After a few minutes of conversation, Blake Libel finally agreed to come out. He was only wearing boxer shorts when he emerged from the room. Stephen Green gave Blake some clothing to put on. Luckily, officers checked the clothing first and found Libel's passport and about $4,000 in cash. It's thought that he was going to try and make a break for it, but that never happened. As the officers entered the bedroom, one of them screamed, "She's on the bed." The detective immediately ordered everyone to go outside, and he called in the paramedics who were waiting on standby. Sadly, Yana Kashin was pronounced dead at 1:02 p.m. on May 26th. Yana Kashin's naked body was lying on a clean sheet and was covered by a red Mickey Mouse blanket on top of a blue polka dot blanket. Her head was on a pillow. There were abrasions and bruising on the left side of Kashin's face, consistent with blunt force trauma. There were human bite marks on Kashin's left jaw and left bicep, as well as fingernail marks under her jawline. Her scalp had been removed from around her eyebrows to the hairline on the back of her head. A large portion of skin on the right side of her face had also been removed. The skull bone was visible. There were cuts across her lower forehead, below the eyebrows. There was also a cut on the right side of her face, from her cheek to her jawline, and another on the left side of her face, toward where the ear should have been, but it was missing. The medical examiner later proposed that a sharp-bladed tool had been used to cut off the skin, but he also noted that some facial tissue had been ripped away by hand. Considering the extensive damage to Jana's face and skull, combined with the challenging nature of both cutting and tearing the tissue, the doctor believed that inflicting these injuries would have been a lengthy process. Moreover, the presence of inflammation in the tissue and bleeding from several severed samples led to the tragic conclusion that Jana Cashin was still alive while enduring this prolonged torture. The examiner also determined that there was no blood in Jana's heart, veins, or arteries. Half of Jana's blood supply was missing. This is highly unusual, even considering the weight of her injuries. Gravity wouldn't have been enough to drain that much blood from her body. Her heart would have had to have been pumping the entire time. It was the medical examiner's opinion that Blake may have drained Jana's blood by placing her in the bathtub with her head lower than her feet, and then running water over her head, which could have increased the blood flow and potentially interfere with clotting. Due to the presence of foam in her nostrils, the doctor concluded that Jana was probably submerged in water for at least 30 minutes. Her body was then washed and placed on the clean sheet. Her cause of death was ruled as exsanguination, which is the draining of blood. There was an additional pillow to the left of Jana with an indentation on it. It was as if someone had been laying next to her. There were dried blood stains on the mattress beneath the sheet she lay upon. The investigation uncovered the extent of the violence that had occurred throughout Blake Leibel's condo. According to court documents, blood stains and pieces of human flesh were discovered behind the bed. Blood was also splattered on the wall near Jana's body. A fragment of an eyebrow was found on the floor beside the bed. In addition to the mattress Jana was lying on, blood stains were present on another mattress from a second bed in the room, as well as on a side table and in various other areas of the bedroom. The mattress that had been used to obstruct the door belonged to this second bed. A clump of hair and a blood-stained razor were found in the trash can. When cops entered the bathroom of the master bedroom, warm water was running in the bathtub. Blood stains and hair could be seen in the tub. A green paring knife with blood on it was found in the top drawer in the bathroom. The oval shape of the blood stains found on the headboard of the bed and the guest bedroom were consistent with having been made via the top of Jana's scalped head. There was blood on 2 towels, a pillowcase, the floor, and the base of the drapes in the guest bedroom. The drain in the tub of the guest bathroom also tested positive for blood. The same drain contained some freshly cut hair. Chemical testing also confirmed the presence of blood that someone had tried to clean up in areas of the dining room, the hallway, the guest bathroom, and both of the bedrooms. The kitchen garbage disposal also tested positive for blood. Then more evidence was found in the dumpster. Inside trash bags that had been thrown down the garbage chute, mere feet from Blake's condo door, investigators found blood-stained bedding, towels, clothing, bath mats, placemats, a bed skirt with bloody handprints, human tissue, including some pieces with hair that appeared to be scalp and the missing ear. Samples taken from Blake's hand and fingernails also contained Jana's DNA. Jana's hands showed signs of injury consistent with self-defense. The marks and bruises seen on Blake's face when arrested were most likely inflicted by Jana, fighting for her life. The LA coroner concluded that she was kept alive for around 8 hours. He said he'd never seen injuries like that, and he likened them to wartime injuries. Blake Leibel was arrested and charged with the torture and murder of Jana Cashin. It was later discovered that he used her phone to order food to the apartment via Postmates twice during the time Jana was missing. Blake's demeanor on the scene was described as ice cold. He acted as if he didn't even know Jana was dead. When an officer told him, he simply replied, "Well, I guess you'll find out who did it then." Leibel donned an evil grin as officers led him away from the condo in handcuffs. On June 26, 2018, Blake Leibel was sentenced to life without parole. Due to the nature of his crimes, he was eligible for the death penalty, but the DA didn't pursue it, even though doctors deemed Blake not to be insane and stated he was fit to stand trial. It took the jury just 3 hours to deliver a guilty verdict. Blake was also ordered to pay about $43 million to Jana Cashin's family. Cody Leibel was present on every day of the trial. Blake's father never showed up. Jana Cashin had only been living in the United States for a couple of years before tragedy struck. She was working on becoming a translator. What happened to her was absolutely devastating. It was a crime with little motive outside of Blake's narcissistic desire to control women with his allowance. It was as if this aged, evil little boy had never been rejected. And once he was, or rather felt like he couldn't take it. His ego collapsed, and he snatched away the life of his newborn daughter's beautiful mother in the cruelest way possible. Blake Leibel will rot in prison where he belongs, alone with no one, nothing, and no future that will lead to any shedding of light in his direction. Today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The case of Siobhan McLaughlin. On February 28, 2006, McLaughlin was found deceased in a locked bedroom at her residence in Natchitoches Goldstown, Dublin 14. At first, it appeared as if she had tragically taken her own life. But within hours, the members of the McLaughlin family were convinced that she had been brutally murdered. Siobhan was one of 8 children, 7 girls and 1 boy, born to her parents, Ewan and Deja McLaughlin. Siobhan worked as a chef in the canteen of an electrical firm. In 1989, at the age of 21, she met a man named Brian Carney, who was 31 years old. Brian worked as an electrical engineer for the same firm, which was a very good job. Siobhan lived in an apartment, while Brian lived with his toddler daughter, Aisling, from a previous relationship. Brian's wife and the mother of his child had passed away from natural causes a few years before Siobhan and him met. Brian was raising his daughter alone. Eventually, Siobhan would move in with Brian and his daughter. They renovated this house and then decided to sell it. Siobhan decided to set up her own catering business, as she had trained at the Shelburne Hotel, and she was ahead of her time when it came to food. She used ingredients that were uncommon in Ireland during the 90s, but would now be considered standard. The era of meat and potatoes had passed. Brian was not only an electrical engineer, but he also owned a music shop called Music City, which he sold in 2005. In 1995, the couple got engaged but then split up. They did keep in touch with each other over the years, meeting for dinner every few months. While they were separated, Brian never entered into any other relationship, and eventually they reconciled. In January 2002, they got married and Siobhan was expecting a baby. Their son, Daniel, was born 6 months later. That same year, Brian and Siobhan traveled to Spain on holidays, with the prospect of buying a boat. But while there, they came across a 200-year-old merchant's mansion on the island of Mallorca in Spain. They bought it and converted it into a boutique hotel. It had 6 luxury bedrooms and a heated outdoor pool. The couple bought the property for €2.5 million and oversaw most of the renovations themselves. Siobhan was a visionary, traveling from place to place, collecting pieces for the hotel, along with her impeccable taste and furnishings. Siobhan's culinary skills were what would make the hotel a success. The hotel opened in January 2003, and Siobhan's barbecues quickly became a highlight of guest stays and were popular among the locals. Siobhan and Brian would regularly travel back and forth between Mallorca and Ireland. However, during the holiday season, which spanned from March to December, Brian would travel back to Ireland more frequently. This meant that Siobhan was left in charge of running the business in Mallorca, while also raising their son, Daniel. Later, people who knew Siobhan would say that towards the end, they could see that she was not happy and was exhausted from doing everything. They felt there was an atmosphere of tension when Brian was around. However, because Siobhan's family was so large, Siobhan would frequently receive visits from one or a few of them, and she was very glad to see them. These visits seemed to lift her spirits and put a pep in her step. Siobhan was very independent, but she also greatly valued the closeness of her family. A few years into owning the property in Spain, Brian and Siobhan decided to build a new house beside their property in Dublin, hoping to sell the original house and move into the new house or rent out either of the properties. Siobhan came home to Dublin for the break. In 2006, she consulted a lawyer about legally separating and what she had to do. The solicitor advised her to keep a diary of the goings-on between herself and Brian. She enrolled their son, Daniel, in a local school and was going to approach Brian about her and their son moving into the new house that was being built next door. While Siobhan loved what she had built out there, she was very much on her own, overworked, and trying to raise their son with no family around her for support. On the morning of Tuesday, the 28th of February, 2006, it was Brian's birthday. Siobhan's sister Niamh arrived at Siobhan's house as usual. While she normally arrived at 9 a.m. to leave her car in the driveway and catch the bus into the city, this morning, she did not arrive until 9:30 a.m. As she had her own key, she let herself into the house and found 3-year-old Daniel wandering around on his own downstairs. Niev then went upstairs to Siobhan's bedroom door and found it was locked. There was no reply when she called her name. Niev then called her father and mother and informed them of the situation. When the father arrived, he broke down the door and found Siobhan lying in the bedroom near the inset door. Owen reached down and touched Siobhan on the head and then the leg and found she was cold. He knew then that his beloved daughter was dead. She was only 38 years old. The key to the bedroom was found on the floor, just inches away from the main bedroom door, and it appeared to have been pushed under. Owen immediately contacted the Garda, Irish police. When they arrived and examined the scene, they felt it was staged. Photos had been placed around Siobhan, almost like a shrine. A cord was partially wrapped around Siobhan, and the cord had been broken. When the forensic team arrived and examined the scene, they found indentations at the top of the end-soot door, and the other part of the vacuum cord was wrapped around the door handle on the inside of the door, making it look like she had tried to hang herself. It later emerged in court that the cord would have snapped within 5 seconds due to Siobhan's weight, and she would have had to have been at least 6 inches off the ground. These two factors, combined with other evidence, indicated that it was impossible for Siobhan to have taken her own life. It was also determined that Siobhan had been dead for a few hours as rigor mortis had already set in. The Garda imposed a 2-day media blackout on the case and advised the family not to speak to the press. After Siobhan's killing, it was said that the Garda took this step to try and avoid publicity of the case and to prevent a repeat of what had happened in the Rachel O'Reilly case 18 months earlier, where no charges had yet been brought. The blackout was lifted when Brian's mother-in-law informed him of Siobhan's passing. The McLaughlin family gathered, united in grief, while Brian received little sympathy, his sister offering consolation. The family referred to Siobhan by her maiden name, evidently privy to information unknown to others. Brian was extensively questioned. Could he leave, only to be told he had to speak to the detectives first? He also questioned whether they would want the clothes he was wearing, which was strange. Brian was eventually allowed to leave after speaking with the detectives, and he did not hand over the clothes for testing, as he had asked for a specific item of clothing from the back bedroom to change into. The police officers did not want to give him these clothes, so they let him leave with the clothes he was wearing. He went to stay with his parents, along with Daniel. Later that evening, Gwadi went to the house to retrieve the clothes he was wearing, and it was discovered that his mother had washed the clothes. Very convenient. On Thursday, March 2nd, 49-year-old Brown was brought in for questioning and detained for 12 hours. Reports indicate he was picked up from his parents' home. After initially agreeing to cooperate with the investigation, he refused to answer any of the questions asked. He was released that evening. Gwadi told the press that they were conducting further inquiries, and a file would be prepared for the Director of Public Prosecutions. The Gwadi interviewed Siobhan's friends and family, and they discovered that Siobhan was unhappy in her marriage and had visited a solicitor weeks before she died. She had also contacted the Citizens Advice Bureau for advice on separation and dividing assets. The family also revealed that they were suspicious of Brian and that he was a controlling individual. They provided an example of Siobhan being made to take out the dishes from the dishwasher and being required to wash them by hand because it was too expensive to run the dishwasher. He controlled the money, and she had to get his approval for everything. Siobhan sold her apartment, and Brian moved them to Spain. One of the sisters would say it was his dream to move to Spain, not Siobhan's. Siobhan's life was in Ireland, and she had no one in Spain. It was his way of isolating her from her friends and family. There was also a growing rift between Brian and the McLaughlin family. Brian delayed the funeral by 10 days after asking for a second autopsy. When a death notice was published in the newspaper, the McLaughlin family referred to Siobhan as McLaughlin and not Carney, and never mentioned Brian. Meanwhile, they published a separate notice in a different newspaper. At the funeral on the 11th of March, a picture was placed beside the coffin of Siobhan and her son, but Brian was left out. Additionally, at the funeral, the Kearney and McLaughlin families sat separately in the church. They did not look at each other or interact on the day. This is characteristic of Irish people. We do not hesitate to express our genuine feelings about someone. The week after the funeral, the Garda traveled to Spain and conducted a search of the hotel that Siobhan and Brian owned. Furthermore, Brian's mobile data was recovered, and it placed him at the scene of the crime at the time they believed Siobhan died. Witnesses reported seeing Brian in the driveway at the time. He claimed to be at his brother's on the morning of the murder. Brian's DNA was also found on a part of the vacuum cord. On June 22, 2006, Brian was arrested again and questioned at Dundrum Garda Station. He was questioned for 8 hours before being released without charge. The Garda felt they had enough evidence at this stage and sent a complete file with all the new evidence gathered over the months to the Director of Public Prosecutions, DPP. It was now a waiting game. Meanwhile, Brian went to Spain to oversee all the preparations for the hotel's new season opening. However, once word spread about the murder, cancellations started coming in and staff also quit considering it too difficult to work without Siobhan, who was the backbone of the business's success. The staff's loyalty was to Siobhan, not Brian, which reflects the kind of person Siobhan was. The Guardia again returned to the hotel in Spain, and under oath in front of a Spanish judge, the staff gave evidence about Siobhan's demeanor in the weeks before her death. On December 10, 2006, Siobhan's family held a vigil outside her house where she was killed. Her sister said, "We are utterly distraught without Siobhan, but we are equally determined and will not rest until her killer is brought to justice." Siobhan was the embodiment of fun, life, joy, a terrific mother, and an adorable and hilarious sister and daughter, a true friend, and she will never be forgotten. 200 people turned up at the vigil. They held hands, sang hymns, and held up pictures of Siobhan. In January 2007, the newspapers once again spoke to Guardi's sources, and they said they were confident that an arrest would be made soon. However, the amount of evidence was substantial, and it would take time to go through it. On Tuesday, the 17th of January, 2007, the inquest into Siobhan's death was postponed. The McLaughlin family appealed to the public for fresh information to convict the main suspect, Brian, as the Director of Public Prosecutions announced they needed even more evidence to go for a conviction of murder against Brian. Brian did not attend the short hearing. On May 30, 2007, Kearney was arrested at his home next to his original home with his kids. He was charged with Siobhan's murder, brought to court, and remanded to prison. His response was not guilty, and no bail request was made. The McLaughlin family attended the hearing, but Kearney avoided eye contact and chewed gum disrespectfully. Kearney was freed on bail on June 6, 2007 after appealing to the High Court at Clover Hill Prison the previous day. His release came with conditions. He had to surrender his passport, pay €100 and provide a €55,000 bond from an independent juror, which his brother Patrick supplied. He also had to sign in weekly at Dundrum Garda Station. In July, a date was set for the trial to begin 6 months later with a 4-week time frame to hear all evidence and reach a verdict. So the trial was to start in early 2008. On February 11th, Kearney appeared for trial before Justice Barry White and a jury of 12. He pleaded not guilty. However, one juror worked for a home security company that had installed and serviced the Kearney residence system. While the defense was willing to continue with 11 jurors, the prosecution objected and the judge agreed. The jury was dismissed and a new one sworn in a week later. It was the prosecution's case that Kearney had murdered Siobhan, tried to stage it as a suicide, and left his son alone before going to work. The McLaughlin family testified about the events, and Siobhan's father found her dead. Her mother also recounted the morning's happenings, including Neve's wrong actions towards the authorities and Kearney. She said when Kearney arrived home, she broke the news to him that Siobhan was dead upstairs. When she had been on the phone with him, she had not told him what was wrong, and Kearney never asked. Deja also confirmed that in 1999, Siobhan had signed herself into the St. John of God's psychiatric unit after suffering from stress at work and what was described as a little breakdown. But after 5 days, she returned to work. Bridget, Siobhan's sister, stated that in 2005, Kearney phoned her to say that Siobhan was suffering from her nerves again, but when Bridget phoned Siobhan, she was perfectly fine. Ward, who worked for Colors Electrical with Kearney, said Kearney was in the habit of arriving to work between 8:30 a.m. and 9 a.m., but on the morning of Siobhan's murder, he arrived extra early, between 7:50 a.m. and 8 a.m. A solicitor confirmed that multiple letters regarding the separation had been sent to Kearney, but he never responded to any of the correspondence. Kearney's statement to the guards was then read aloud. Kearney told the securities guards that on the morning of Siobhan's death, he had noticed her door was locked. The previous night, Siobhan and Daniel had returned home from a visit to her friend's house around 8:30 p.m., and Kearney had put Daniel to bed and slept in the same room, while Siobhan slept in the master bedroom. Kearney had said they woke up at 7 a.m. the next morning, had breakfast, and Kearney put on a DVD for Daniel, went upstairs to brush his teeth, and then attempted to enter Siobhan's room, but it was locked. He called out that he was leaving, went downstairs, kissed Daniel goodbye, and left for work. The court adjourned when a juror fell ill, but returned the next day. Evidence showed Siobhan couldn't have hanged herself. The pathologist found marks on her neck and chin, 3 larynx fractures, blood, and chin abrasions. She said the neck marks didn't come from hanging. Significant force was applied and Siobhan was assaulted in bed, gripped by the neck, and a ligature used to hasten her death. The security guards reported no signs of forced entry, as the house's windows and doors were in good working condition. The alarm company confirmed that the system was activated at 10:50 p.m. the previous night, and then immediately deactivated, and it was reactivated at 7:37 a.m. the next morning before being turned off again. A thorough search of the Kearney residence uncovered a diary in the airing cupboard, and the writing inside was confirmed to be Siobhan's by her sister. Siobhan's solicitor had advised her to maintain a diary documenting the events of her marriage to Kearney. Additionally, Siobhan's passport was found wrapped in sheets and clothing in another area, and a €500 note was discovered in a drawer among wrapping paper. A financial forensic agent was next to take the stand. Kearney did own properties in Ireland and had a stake in the electrical business, plus the hotel, but while he was asset rich, he was cash poor. On Monday, the 3rd of March, closing arguments began. The defense were first, and they said the prospect of splitting with Siobhan did not suit Kearney financially. He wanted to sell one of the houses at Knocknashie, but if Siobhan wanted to move into one of them, this would not be an option, and Kearney would have to work out his debt. In some other way, the fact that Siobhan had started to squirrel away money, hide her passport, keep a diary of her relationship with Kearney, and send solicitor letters showed her seriousness about leaving him. Siobhan was looking forward to her future and making plans, which showed that she was not suicidal. The evidence shown by forensics also showed that it was next to impossible that she had taken her own life. Kearney even admitted that he, Siobhan, and their son had been the only ones present that night. The defense recommended caution, as the prosecution had shown no hard evidence, and it was all circumstantial evidence. They said the jury needed to pay attention to what was missing in the case. There was no history of violence, no custody dispute, no alcohol abuse or jealousy. The jury was asked to ignore the emotions of the McLaughlin family when they were giving evidence. It is known that there doesn't have to be outward signs of abuse, as it's the rabbit hole of a course of control, which the family would say there was plenty of. Siobhan was strangled, and she had known Kearney since a very young age. There were no visible signs of physical violence, but there were extreme levels of control, like Kearney telling her to take the dirty dishes out of the dishwasher and hand wash them, because it would cost too much money. When Siobhan finally said she was going to a solicitor, that's when Kearney couldn't cope, and he took her life. Coercive control is considered a form of domestic abuse, even if there is no physical violence. This is a growing issue that we are only now starting to address in the 2020s. On the 4th of March, Justice Barry White charged the jury and referred to the victim as Rachel, rather than Siobhan, in his summing up, which was a terrible mistake. It so happened that at the same time he was overseeing the case of Rachel O'Reilly, and he apologized. It wasn't the first or the last time that both women would be mentioned in each other's trial, as they both had died within 18 months of each other under similar circumstances. The jury was discharged that evening, and the following evening they came back with the verdict of guilty of murder by a majority verdict of 11-1. The McLaughlins wept and hugged each other as the verdict sunk in. Kearney made no reaction, but his daughter, who sat next to him, wept. And Kearney took his wedding ring off and took his wallet out and handed them to her. Kearney was sentenced to life there and then, and the McLaughlins asked to give a victim imprisonment given a 2-year sentence and a 3-year impact statement, but this was denied, which I don't understand why. Kearney was escorted to a van and brought to Whitfield Prison to start his sentence. Kearney lodged an appeal straight away, and it was heard in 2009, and the 3-judge panel dismissed the appeal. In 2012, Kearney was refused permission to bring his appeal to the Supreme Court. 7 years later, in 2019, Kearney's applications for parole were refused on 2 occasions. Kearney's sister told her local radio news network that the parole board had recommended Kearney for 2 outside prison visits with his family, suggesting they were preparing him for release. However, the parole board will only recommend his release if he admits his guilt, which he has never done. As of 2022, although the Minister for Justice has the final say on any release, Kearney remains incarcerated. In prison, Kearney is a trained counselor to help other inmates with their mental health and works for the organization The Samaritans. He is also trained in first aid. While in prison, he decided to sell the hotel in Spain, but then took it off the market in 2010. The hotel was then run by his brother Patrick and his wife, and it is still open, although it may be under new ownership since then. Kearney said he wanted to keep the hotel in order to facilitate his son's education. The McLaughlin family sought to adopt Daniel, but it's unclear whether they did or how he is doing, which is good, as he deserves some peace, as does his half-sister Aisling. A family with 3 children lived in the house where Siobhan was murdered, but it was up for sale for €1.4 million back in 2008. It's presumed that it has been sold since then. Kearney's daughter did live in the new house while he was still a free man, but there have been no updates on her either. If Kearney decided to sell off all his assets and pay off his debts, he will have a significant amount of money when he gets out, and he may even become a millionaire. The family were considering suing him for Siobhan's share at least, if not all, but there are no public details on this. Siobhan's sister Aisling released a statement after Kearney's conviction, saying that while their lives were utterly destroyed by Siobhan's death, Siobhan had now got justice. They are grateful to have known, and had someone as special as Shawnee in their lives, which was their nickname for her. However, they miss her every hour of every day, and the unbearable longing to see her and protect her never leaves them, even though they know it's too late. Today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you, the case of Lindsay Wilson. In the spring of 1999, the community of Southport in the United Kingdom was divided into 2 camps. The media and television were filled with numerous interviews with Mitchell Quee, a man who, though unremarkable at first, had become a true folk hero. His sudden popularity was sparked by a scandal. The mysterious disappearance of his wife, Lindsay Wilson, according to him. One day she left home without a trace, leaving behind 2 young children. Her distraught husband appeared worried and abandoned, pleading for her to reconsider and return. Along the way, he shared details of their marital life, occasionally speaking unfavorably about his spouse. He believed her behavior was driven by a desire for a free and extravagant lifestyle. Mitchell mentioned seeing his former beloved driving around town in an expensive car, although she just passed by. Most likely, the grief-stricken mother had left her children for a wealthy fiancé. Despite the image portrayed on TV, in reality, he was enjoying a bachelor's life. As a result, one segment of the population sympathized with the lonely man, offering him attention and support, while the other doubted him and suspected him of a horrendous crime. While Mitchell enjoyed widespread attention, law enforcement continued to search for the missing woman. His persona did not inspire trust, and there were complications in the case. According to Lindsay's relatives and friends, the couple's relationship was different from what her husband claimed. Everyone who knew her considered her a faithful wife and caring mother. Therefore, they were convinced something terrible must have happened to Lindsay. Otherwise, she would have made contact long ago. Suspicion was fueled by Mitchell's words during a famous talk show. When the host asked if he had ended his wife's life, his guest said he would not respond to such an indecent question, then paused and added, "Wait and find out." What was the exemplary husband and father implying? Perhaps he knew more than he shared, or was he so confident in his innocence that he was just waiting for everything to fall into place? Answers to these and other questions are forthcoming. At 17, Lindsay discovered she was pregnant. Raised in a caring, large family, she hadn't imagined becoming a mother so early. She wasn't unprepared emotionally, but the fact that her boyfriend, with whom she'd been since she was 13, fled as soon as he learned about the impending fatherhood, both upset and scared her. Lindsay knew all too well the physical and financial demands of motherhood. The Wilson family, though loving and close-knit, had often faced financial challenges to provide for their children. Her parents worked tirelessly, therefore, when Lindsay met Mitchell Quee 5 months into her pregnancy, she considered it a gift of fate. Mitchell, a 20-year-old, acted like a true gentleman, being attentive and caring. Most importantly, her delicate condition did not deter him. Mitchell assured her he had fallen in love with Lindsay at first sight and wanted to spend his life with her and raise the child as his own. At that time, he was earning well and even started working extra hours so his beloved would want for nothing. The young couple's parents were shocked when they announced their decision to marry. They felt the 5-week-old relationship hadn't withstood the test of time and circumstances, and thus couldn't genuinely celebrate for them. The only thing Lindsay's relatives noted was that her former cheerfulness and good health had returned. At the same time, the new boyfriend seemed overly sweet to them, even cloyingly polite. Ultimately, no one interfered with their marriage, keeping their doubts to themselves. Red flag: the wedding took place in August 1995 within a close family circle. The majority of the guests were from the bride's side. The groom's side was represented by no more than 5 people: his parents, a brother, and 2 friends. During the celebration, Lindsay was ecstatic, believing she had won the lottery in life. However, the uneasy premonitions of Lindsay's relatives grew heavier when, by the end of the evening, the newlyweds had a dispute. The conflict unfolded before everyone's eyes. Something displeased Mitchell, and he started to shout loudly. It was unlikely that the reason was significant or appropriate for such a reaction. During the argument, he grabbed his new wife by the hand and started shaking her, which looked more than odd and threatening. Lindsay tried to calm him down. When the emotions subsided, the man apologized to everyone and later made light of the incident, emphasizing that it was just nerves due to the holiday bustle. At that moment, the girl did not give due attention to the situation and quickly forgot about it. However, in reality, it became one of the red flags in their toxic relationship. On February 5, 1999, a social worker officially reported Lindsay missing, expressing concern over being unable to reach her client. Lindsay had sought psychological support in a short period of their life together due to recurring incidents of domestic violence and had bravely reported the situation at home. After her disclosure, the social worker had been monitoring the young family. She informed the police that she had been unable to contact Lindsay for several weeks. Every time she visited the home, Lindsay's husband would answer the door, and he was also the first to answer any phone calls. The dedicated worker mentioned that she repeatedly asked to speak directly to Lindsay, but received evasive excuses. During her visits, she consistently left her contact details, yet Lindsay never called back. The social worker found this situation unsafe and requested a welfare check. Law enforcement responded to the report and visited the address, but were also unable to speak with Lindsay. Her husband, Mitchell, explained that he had not seen his wife at home for a long time, but did not consider her missing. According to him, on Christmas Eve, Lindsay had gone to a party with a friend and returned home early in the morning, somewhat intoxicated. They had an argument, and afterwards, Lindsay packed her belongings and left, without saying goodbye to the children. He claimed she left him for another man and no longer wanted any contact. The search for Lindsay began. During conversations with her relatives, officers learned that she was last seen by her family on December 11th, appearing in high spirits, looking well, and her behavior was normal. Her family had grown accustomed to her troubled marriage. Lindsay's mother also reported that she had tried multiple times to reach her daughter on December 24th to arrange a visit to give Christmas gifts to the grandchildren. Unable to reach Lindsay, she decided to visit in person that day. Mitchell answered the door with the children and told her that his wife had left with friends and accused her of infidelity. However, Mrs. Wilson had long learned to take her son-in-law's words with a grain of salt. After giving the gifts to the children, she left. Detectives found it strange that no one had been concerned about the young woman's well-being for 2 months. However, there was an explanation. Everyone knew that Mitchell restricted his wife's interactions with the outside world, even with close relatives. They had previously experienced difficulty communicating with her. Therefore, it was plausible for Lindsay to drop out of sight for a while. Nonetheless, this did not mean they were not concerned about her. The news alarmed them. Everyone asserted that she did not drink and led a modest lifestyle. Moreover, her husband had forbidden her all contact with the outside world, not to mention meetings with friends and acquaintances. Mitchell told the police contradictory information that aroused the investigators' suspicions about his character. It seemed unlikely that Mitchell could simply let his wife go, and that Lindsay would leave her children with a tyrannical husband. However, the situation demanded a thorough investigation. To this end, the police spoke with all of Lindsay's acquaintances and tried to find anyone who had seen her after the family gathering. They also questioned neighbors and requested surveillance footage from the residential complex where the couple lived and its surroundings. Unfortunately, all footage had been deleted by the time Lindsay's disappearance was noted. Some time had elapsed, however. Another date was discovered when she was last seen in person. On December 15th, She was at the local post office, sending several letters and postcards as usual. Her older sister also admitted that they met that day. Lindsay had visited despite Mitchell's disapproval. The sisters had tea and a brief conversation, after which Lindsay saw her guest out. On the way, she slipped a note into her sister's hand and asked her to read it later. The sister put the note in her purse, and in the whirlwind of days forgot about it. Regrettably, the older sister couldn't find it later, and its contents remain unknown. After that day, no one saw Lindsay again. Over several months, investigators tried to cling to any information. They began to suspect that she was no longer alive as she had not been in contact for so long. They couldn't charge Mitchell without sufficient grounds and evidence. However, the more they learned about the couple's life history, the stronger their suspicions grew. Shortly after their wedding, Mitchell and Lindsay decided to move away from their parents. They rented an apartment in Southport. Sometime later, Lindsay gave birth to a daughter named Robin. The only shadow over the joy of the new baby was her stepfather's volatile temper. After moving, the young wife fully experienced her husband's unstable moods. One moment he could be joking and laughing, the next he became unbalanced and aggressive. Trying to maintain a fragile peace at home, she didn't realize how completely she had submitted to his will. He controlled every step she took and caused a scene whenever she failed to hear the phone or answer a call. However, loud arguments were often followed by passionate reconciliations. Mitchell would kneel, beg for forgiveness, and profess his love. It seemed for a while that peace had returned to the family, but then the cycle would start again. Conflict, reconciliation, repetition. Lindsay began to lose recognition of the man she loved. She often told her relatives about what was happening. They advised her to return home and end her suffering. But it was hard for the young woman to admit her mistake. In one interview, the Wilsons mentioned that she always lived with thoughts of the past. Each time, her husband assured her he would change and everything would be fine. As a loving wife, she wanted to believe him and waited for him to return to his former self, gentle and caring. Meanwhile, Mitchell increasingly tightened his grip and control. He forbade his wife to go out alone in the evenings and eventually restricted her from being anywhere without him. He was jealous of her every move, yet he himself was seen in dubious liaisons. Once, Lindsay confided to her older sister that she suspected her husband of infidelity. She told her about a woman who came to their home looking for him and was very surprised to learn he was married. That day, another argument erupted, but this time it escalated to physical violence. Gradually, physical abuse became a part of their life. To prevent his wife from complaining about him and tarnishing his reputation, the man began to limit her interactions, starting with neighbors, friends and acquaintances, and later with her family. Despite being unhappy, Lindsay still tried to maintain contact secretly, fearing being discovered and punished. At the same time, despite the evident problems, Lindsay continued to stay with Mitchell. Along with her feelings, the comfortable life he provided was a factor. He earned well, supporting her and their child, paying the bills. She truly lacked nothing financially. The era of living in a gilded cage came to an end for Lindsay when she found out she was pregnant again. At that moment, she was certain she no longer wanted more children. It's only fair to note that Mitchell was good to his stepdaughter, even loving her. However, Lindsay deemed the current circumstances unfavorable for bringing another child into the world, and decided to terminate the pregnancy. When her husband learned of this, he became enraged, hurling insults and physically intimidating her. That same evening, she packed her things, took her child, and returned to her parents' home. Her family breathed a sigh of relief. There, she proceeded with the pregnancy as she had planned. Over time, however, she began to miss her husband. He wouldn't leave her alone, frequently calling and begging her to come back. Mitchell tried everything to prove he had changed, and eventually, he managed to convince Lindsay. Initially, everything went well, and it seemed as if their old feelings had returned. The couple was expecting another child. This peace lasted for 6 months, until Mitchell had a severe anger outburst. Fortunately, he did not direct his rage at his pregnant wife, but took it out on the apartment. He smashed everything he could see, destroyed furniture, ripped doors off their hinges, and even stained the walls with blood and food remnants. He threw the television out of the window and smashed the car parked outside. The landlord demanded not only compensation for the damage and repairs, but also that they vacate the apartment. This situation worsened the family's financial position, requiring additional expenses. As a result, the couple had to take out a large loan and move to a more modest apartment. You can't run from yourself. In October 1997, their son Jack was born. Mitchell adored the boy, however, the relationship between the spouses became increasingly tense. Throughout their married life, Mitchell frequently left home, sometimes for a few days, sometimes for a week, often over trivial or fabricated reasons. Lindsay had grown accustomed to her husband's behavior. Yet when he abandoned her again, she filed for divorce and returned to her parents' home. Apparently, she realized she couldn't cope with the separation on her own. Therefore, she reached out to a local charity that assists women in difficult life situations. They helped her find subsidized housing in another city. Lindsay feared that Mitchell would discover her new address or phone number, so she took measures to distance herself from him. After he made several threats, she even obtained a restraining order from law enforcement. Mitchell remained unpopular with Lindsay's relatives. They too wanted nothing to do with him. Ultimately, their communication nearly ceased. Despite all efforts, Lindsay repeatedly returned to the abusive relationship. Thus, her circle saw no point in trying to save her anymore. They accepted the situation and stepped back. However, this time, her decision proved to be fatal. At the outset of the investigation into Lindsay's disappearance, Mitchell was initially helpful in the search efforts. However, as the case gained media attention, his focus shifted dramatically. He turned his misfortune into a public spectacle, becoming a media figure in the process. As Mitchell invited more journalists into his home, his abundant media appearances began to seem less genuine, with viewers often noting a smirk on his face. Lindsay's parents considered their son-in-law to be involved in their daughter's disappearance, and detectives also viewed him as the prime suspect. Yet, the lack of direct evidence tied their hands. Searches were conducted not just at the couple's home, but throughout the area. After a provocative question during a televised interview, the antagonist became even more brazen, even declaring that the time would come when his wife's family would have to apologize for their suspicions. On the eve of the holiday season, Mitchell sent a postcard to the lead investigator on the case. Attached to it was a pack of hair dye. Instead of a festive greeting, Mitchell wrote, "I hope this covers your gray and gives you a bit more confidence," mocking the detective and displaying his own arrogance. In February 2000, Mitchell found himself at the center of a scandal with a tarnished reputation. It became known that he had been forging his wife's signature to receive social benefits, serving as another indirect proof of his involvement in Lindsay's disappearance and presumed demise. The investigators wanted to latch on to a financial motive. However, the suspect's popularity worked in his favor. Many supporters emerged, arguing that as a single father, he had every right to financial assistance. These circumstances hindered the detectives' ability to bring the charges they desired. Nevertheless, they managed to charge him with fraud. Mitchell was brought to court for the benefit fraud and was found guilty, sentenced to a month of community service. This time, Mitchell couldn't walk away unscathed. The forgery of his missing wife's signature appeared more than suspicious. The number of angry comments increased. Eventually, the man's patience snapped and he began lashing out, blaming the media for intruding into his personal life. The case of Lindsay Mitchell's disappearance might have remained unsolved had it not been for a clue discovered by chance. On June 1, 2000, a parkgoer noticed his dog acting strangely near the roller coaster at a city amusement park. The animal uncovered human remains. Specialists were called to the scene, and the remains were sent for forensic examination, which revealed that they were parts of a female torso. Genetic testing confirmed they belonged to Lindsay, who had been missing for a long time. This breakthrough revitalized the investigation, making it clear that Lindsay had been the victim of a brutal crime. The focus now was to find the perpetrator. On June 7th, Mitchell was brought in for questioning. The detectives were determined, and after more than 36 hours of intermittent interrogation, the suspect broke down under the pressure and confessed to the dismemberment murder. On December 15, 1998, after meeting with her sister, Lindsay informed her husband that she wanted a divorce. This time, she was resolute. According to Mitchell, this news infuriated him, leading him to attack and strangle her. The incident occurred in front of their children. He then hid her lifeless body in their bedroom, stuffing the gap under the door to mask any odors. Realizing he couldn't dispose of the body alone, he enlisted the help of his brother Elliot, a butcher, who he thought could assist. Elliot was initially hesitant, but was eventually persuaded by Mitchell. While the children played in the next room, they dismembered Lindsay's body and later dispersed her remains across the city. During his confession, the murderer expressed no remorse or empathy. Instead, he seemed proud of his actions, stating that without his confession, they would never have proven his guilt. The next day, he led them to the other locations where he had hidden her limbs. Sadly, her head and one hand were never recovered. The forensic comparison confirmed that the remains were indeed Lindsay's. There was no doubt about Mitchell's guilt. The final judgment at the trial of the Key brothers took place in January 2001. The court proceedings were swift and straightforward. Mitchell was found guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 17 years. The court-appointed psychiatrist noted that the defendant showed all the signs of being a narcissist with sadistic tendencies. His brother Elliot received a 7-year sentence for his role in concealing the crime. Lindsay's children were taken in by her maternal grandparents, who gave them their surname. Just 3 months after the sentence was handed down, another tragedy struck the Lindsay family. One of Lindsay's older brothers, unable to cope with the shock, took his own life in the attic of their family home. In his farewell note, he wrote that he saw no point in continuing in such a cruel world and wished to reunite with his sister. As of 2017, Mitchell Quay has been eligible for parole. However, as of January 2023, his lawyer's requests have been denied 3 times. Lindsay's family, including the children, are concerned that the murderer might eventually be released. Consequently, they have started a petition urging that he remain incarcerated. As long as the voices of the victim's family are considered, the criminal will continue to serve his sentence. Regardless, no punishment can bring Lindsay back. Experience shows that most women with domestic Stockholm syndrome try to adapt to their abusers throughout their lives. Even when their families come to their aid, they continue to act against their own best interests. In such cases, only deep self-reflection and psychotherapy can help. If the victim does not come to realize the recklessness of their actions, the end of the relationship will be dire. Today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The case of Mia Skudhaug-Stevens. Herein lies a crime that shocked the nation of Denmark, a country renowned for its peace and low crime rate. On February 5, 2022, it was Saturday night. Mia Skudhaug-Stevens, 22, and her friends were excited for a night of partying and good times. Mia had just completed her 2nd semester in nursing school and eagerly anticipated socializing with her friends. It was a cold night in Aalborg, with temperatures dipping below freezing, and Mia, just like many other partygoers, dressed for the indoor bars and clubs she planned to visit. She wore a black top and black pants, her long, curly blonde hair cascading down her sides. Comfortable white sneakers adorned her feet, and she carried a black purse slung over her shoulders. She appeared no different from many other university students looking to unwind and enjoy their weekend. Mia danced and drank to her heart's content, enjoying herself, before they finally ended up at Club Vox. The club closed at 6 in the morning. Everyone was tired, but Mia wanted to continue the party. Her friend remembered that she was slightly drunk and dancing with strangers while hugging people she had just met. Nothing unusual for a friendly 22-year-old in Denmark. Outside the club, Mia and her friends briefly talked, before deciding to go their separate ways. A friend assumed that she would take the bus home, and planned to follow up with her later. 13 hours had passed since Mia bid farewell to her friends. Her family grew increasingly worried as they hadn't seen or heard from her. They first checked with her boyfriend, assuming she might be with him or that he might know her whereabouts. To their surprise, he claimed he hadn't heard from Mia. This greatly worried them because Mia was known to be responsible and always informed them if she had changed plans. Contacting her friends did little to ease their concerns, as no one had any contact or knowledge of Mia's whereabouts since 6 a.m. that morning. Her parents became extremely worried, prompting them to file a missing persons report with the North Jutland Police Department. Desperate, Mia's family also took to Facebook, publicly requesting help from anyone who might know her whereabouts. The community rallied behind them, sharing posts and spreading the word. Given the circumstances of her sudden disappearance and knowing her responsible character, the North Jutland police took no chances. Despite Denmark's low crime rate, they treated her case as a worst-case scenario, believing that investigating and locating her as early as possible gave her the best chance of being found. The police promptly initiated an extensive investigation, imploring the public to safeguard and provide any photographs or videos captured by mobile phones, cameras, or other devices from the vicinity that morning. They were aware that this was a bustling area, well known and frequented by numerous individuals, and there had to be someone who possessed information about Mia, deliberately or inadvertently recording her on camera. The responses were staggering. Close to 400 calls, images, recordings, and messages flooded in from residents throughout North Jutland following their appeal for information. The country genuinely came together to assist in locating Mia. What remained was the laborious undertaking of painstakingly analyzing hours of footage for any clue regarding Mia's location. Mia's background was that of a normal 22-year-old with no criminal history. Born on September 19, 1999, she began her academic journey at Vesthimlands Gymnasium in 2016. Her pursuit of nursing led her to the University College of Northern Denmark, UCN, in Aalborg. On February 7, 2022, 26 hours had passed since Mia was last seen. The police once again appealed to the citizens of North Jutland, urging any eyewitnesses to come forward with information on Mia's whereabouts. Meanwhile, they meticulously combed through the footage retrieved from the surrounding area. Detectives began cross-examining people who knew Mia and anyone warned. She may have spoken with that night. A major clue emerged from CCTV footage dated Sunday, February 6th at 6:09 a.m., showing Mia standing at a bus stop at Vestbo 99. A black car stopped at the nearby Netto store, and after a brief conversation, Mia was seen getting in. The next bus was not due until 7:35 a.m., nearly 90 minutes later. It was a cold morning with temperatures hovering around freezing, and Mia was not dressed for the cold. The footage was alarming. Mia did not hail the car. Instead, the car stopped next to her. Frank Olsen, head of the investigation, stated that it appeared the driver contacted her first. Her friends and parents claimed it was out of character for her to get into a stranger's vehicle. The police speculated that the driver might have offered her a ride as an illegal taxi, a common practice in the area to avoid tax and licensing costs. However, this was purely speculation, supported by the fact that her bus home was not due for a long time. Due to the limitations in the quality of the footage, the police could not clearly identify the vehicle's license plate, and once again appealed to the public for help. On February 8th, the police shared the sequence of events leading up to Mia getting into the vehicle. After saying goodbye to her friends around 6:02 a.m., Mia walked from Jomfruanegade, took a left on Borgergade, and then another left into the Vestby district. She walked to the bus stop at Vestbo 99, waiting for her bus home. The black Volkswagen stopped moments later, and the driver engaged her in conversation. She got in and had been missing since. That same day, a breakthrough arrived. The police managed to identify the vehicle's license plate with the help of new footage and technology. The vehicle had parrot plates, a Danish term for a license plate with more than one background color. February 9th, 2022, 11:20 a.m., 53 hours have now passed since Mia disappeared. Police successfully traced the license plate to several addresses, specifically in Arumgers, Skorping, and a summer house in Saltham. Amongst these locations, they located the vehicle matching the CCTV footage, a 2015 Volkswagen Golf, at one of the addresses. Although Mia had not yet been found, this critical lead led to the arrest of two men. Both were childhood friends, and their connection to the vehicle's license plate brought them to the forefront of the investigation. These two men were known to the authorities for their history of petty crimes, including an incident where they had impersonated police officers at a soccer game. The men denied any involvement, but the vehicle being tied to them built a suspicious case against them, marking a significant turning point in the investigation. Within 24 hours, the police brought the two suspects to a constitutional hearing. In Denmark's legal system, a constitutional hearing is a preliminary court session held soon after an arrest, usually within 24 hours. The arrested individuals must be brought before a judge, along with the evidence that led to their suspicion. During the hearing, the judge examines the evidence and decides whether to keep the suspects in custody or release them. This process, outlined in the Danish constitution, ensures the rights of the accused are protected while maintaining public safety. February 10th, 2022. It had now been 4 days since Mia went missing. Mia's family, friends, and the community continued holding on to hope for her safe return. At the constitutional hearing, held in private at the Aalborg District Court, it was determined that one of the two men arrested could be released from detention, though the charges against them could continue to be investigated. The other man, however, a 36-year-old named Thomas Thompson, was to remain in custody. Thompson even voluntarily agreed to be detained for 4 weeks. Thomas Thompson, an electrician, was described as polite, charming, neat, and proper. He was a sergeant in the armed forces and had practiced judo since his youth. The black Volkswagen was registered to Thompson, making him the most likely driver who picked up Mia the morning she disappeared. In fact, the police traced his movements using his vehicle's GPS system. Although the system had been manually turned off, for hours before Mia was picked up, the digital forensic team managed to retrieve much of his route. Consequently, the police's massive investigation focused on this route and his residences. They combed through multiple locations, including Thompson's residence in Flensgold, a summer house in Hammarby, and Erland Starkov. Clues began to emerge, painting a grim picture of what happened to Mia. Leading into the Hammarby forest from a clearing along the road, police dogs located Mia's keys, an elastic hairband, and 2 breast patches. These belongings were spread over a distance, indicating she may have been running and dropping them along the way. Their worst suspicions were confirmed in the forest area of Erland Starkov, a 10-minute drive from Thompson's home in the village of Flensgold. Here they discovered several shallow holes, which appeared to be dug by hand. Within them were dismembered human remains, hacked into over 200 pieces. The police assumed the worst, believing these remains likely belonged to Mia, and sent samples for confirmation. That very night, on February 10th, the police held a press conference to share these details with the public. Sadly, but clearly stating their belief that Mia had likely been murdered and dismembered, and they would push on with the investigation. On February 12, 2022, 2 days later, the remains were confirmed to be Mia, dismembered into 231 body parts. The coroners determined the body was dismembered with an electric saw, a hobby knife, and scissors. Some parts were partly dissolved with a strong alkali solution, such as sodium hydroxide. The cause of death was determined to be strangulation. What happened that day? Thomas disconnected the GPS in his car at 2:14 a.m. on February 6th, planning to avoid being tracked while he was out on the prowl. However, due to a fortunate technical error, the GPS still logged its position every 15 seconds. When confronted about why he disconnected the GPS, Thomas claimed he did this to avoid a certain police officer who, according to him, harbored a grudge and harassed him at every opportunity. His GPS was turned back on at 9:23 a.m. It's assumed that what happened to Mia occurred between 6:09 a.m., when she entered the vehicle, and 9:23 a.m. At 6:09 a.m., Thomas stopped next to Mia, rolled down the passenger side window, and offered her a ride, which she accepted, sitting down next to him. The trial took place in June 2023. According to Thomas's claimed, in his own words, he said he pulled over and offered Mia a lift for free. According to him, Mia was flirtatious in the car. He drove them towards the training ground at Camp Hammer in Hammarby, because he wanted to show Mia something cool. When they arrived, they mutually agreed to have sex, but at one point, she became enraged when she learned he had been a sergeant. Thomas later explained in court that during this time, Mia accidentally fell and suffered a fatal twist to her neck, or was perhaps strangled by her backpack straps when she got out of the car with him in the wooded area of Hammarby. It's important to point out that his statements were contradictory. Initially, he asserted that she didn't stumble and fall until a considerable time had passed. However, in a subsequent statement, he mentioned that she tripped while exiting his vehicle. These inconsistencies raise questions about the reliability of his narrative. He acknowledged that he panicked and didn't know what to do, so he put her body in his car and drove it back home, where he dismembered her. He initially tried to use alkali to dissolve her body, but when that didn't work, he gave up and chopped her into pieces. He then partly buried her remains and scattered some in a deserted area in Erland Starkov. Additionally, he burned buckets, tools, coveralls, a car mat, and possibly her bag in a fire, but he couldn't remember where. The police suspect that Mia entered Thomas's vehicle, expecting him to drive her home, since the next bus wouldn't arrive until 7:35 a.m. However, either through deception or coercion, Thomas took Mia to Hammarby against her wishes. There she was chased, overpowered, raped, suffocated, and mutilated. They completely reject Thomas's claim that she died from an accidental fall. Coroner Asa Heater Thompson from Aarhus University, who performed Mia's autopsy, testified on June 23rd. He cited systematic dismemberment intended to obscure the cause of death, but believed suffocation was likely. A fall, as described by Thomas, would be impossible. Thompson emphasized that sexual assault had occurred and that strangulation was the cause of her death, although crucial body parts confirming suffocation were missing. Other evidence indirectly supported this theory. Evidence suggests Mia ran for her life. Her belongings were scattered across the forest. Her hairband was found on the dirt road, her keys further down, and 2 chest patches in the dark forest, where Thomas claimed they never went. The GPS recorded 3 stops on the dirt road. Special Prosecutor Mette Bendix argued this indicated Mia fought for her life, dismissing any notion of mutual consent. The police believed Thomas committed these acts to fulfill deviant sexual gratification through control and power. Further evidence showed Thomas cruising around Aalborg with the GPS off that night before the murder. Before heading out, he watched porn featuring younger girls online. Due to the extensive tampering with the body, no scene traces were found. However, the police remained steadfast in their belief that rape occurred. DNA from Mia was found on the door handle to Thomas's bedroom, confirming she was dismembered at his home. In fact, Thomas maintained the facade of a completely normal life while dismembering Mia's body over several days. He bought pizza and sweets, went to work, and texted his friends with jokes and emojis as if nothing had occurred. If he was shocked by her accidental death, he sure didn't seem affected by it one bit. If anything, he seemed pleased with himself, as if he had gotten away with murder. According to the prosecutors, he believed he did. Was born on June 18, 1985. Thompson was raised in SE, and later moved to Falkenskald, a small town with 500 residents. Initially living in an apartment, he later moved into his grandparents' farmhouse. Raised in stable conditions without violence, crime, or abuse, Thompson made a career in the military as a sergeant before training as an electrician. He was considered good at his job, but was described as a loner by those who knew him in the village. In 2009, Thompson was convicted of being a peeping Tom after leaving semen on a girl's window. The incidents occurred in 2005 and 2006 in Frederick, Maryland. He would knock on the windows of 2 girls, identified as Louise and Maria, and masturbate. Thompson was only charged in Louise's case because semen was found on her window. Maria vividly recalled the humiliating experience, describing how she had gone to bed when someone knocked on her window in the middle of the night. Thinking it was a friend, she turned on the light but saw nothing due to the darkness outside. When she rolled up the blinds, she saw a man with his pants around his ankles, masturbating in the pouring rain. She remembered his blank, staring eyes and ran to wake her parents, who then contacted the police. Thompson's DNA also matched a trace from an old assault case involving a sleeping woman in Aalborg in 2010. The incident occurred in an apartment at Jammerlangad, where 2 women woke up to find a man sexually assaulting one of them. The man fled, and the case remained unsolved when Thompson picked up Mia Scott Hogg 7 in his car. It was also near Jammerlangad. The connection between the cases has only recently been made, likely due to advancements in DNA technology. However, the statute of limitations means Thompson cannot be prosecuted for the 2010 assault. Nevertheless, the 2 women involved and a witness have been summoned to testify in the current case. The testimonies of Thompson's ex-girlfriends also painted a disturbing picture. They described how he quickly went from charming and polite to controlling, arrogant, and manipulative. He insisted on having things his way and would get angry if he didn't get it. This behavior was corroborated by his childhood friend. The ex-girlfriends also recounted instances of transgressive sexual behavior, lies about his age and surveillance both during and after their relationships. A woman testified that he had tied her naked against her will. Another reported that her brake lines had been cut after their breakup, an act for which Thompson was convicted in 2010. A third woman discovered an Excel sheet listing women and their sexual activities on specific dates. Thomas Thompson pleaded not guilty to rape and manslaughter, admitting only to the indecent handling of corpses. The court could not find sufficient evidence to prove he raped Mia or exposed her to sexual relations beyond his claim of mutual intercourse. Thus, he was only found guilty of attempted rape. Only the killer, Thomas Thompson, and his victim, Mia Skadhawk, Stephen know exactly what transpired that morning in the deserted forest area of Hammerbacker. It was there that he drove the slightly intoxicated young woman after trapping her in his car, following several hours of driving around, searching for a potential victim. In June 2023, the now 38-year-old electrician Thomas Thompson was convicted of murdering Mia Skadhawk Stephen. He was also convicted of attempted rape and indecent treatment of a corpse. The court noted particularly aggravating circumstances and sentenced Thompson to custody based on a mental evaluation conducted during the case. The Council of Forensic Medicine stated he is domineering, manipulative, and not reflective in relation to guilt. There is a high risk of repetition of violence and crimes of immorality. They concluded that Thompson posed a significant danger to the life, limb, and health of others if found guilty of the crime. Thompson continues to maintain his innocence regarding the charges of murder and attempted rape. Immediately after his sentencing, he appealed to the High Court. He's expecting to hear the judgment on his appeal by the end of May 2024, hoping for an acquittal or a lighter sentence. In the face of such tragedy, Mia's parents Brave linked the community for their outpouring of support. They wrote, "Thanks for all your thoughts and greetings, but we are asking for no flowers." This case sparked an increase in community concerns for more surveillance cameras in the city center. Additionally, a group of dedicated volunteers came together to establish the Safe House Initiative, which aims to ensure the safety of all young people traveling home. Today, we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The case of Catherine Nevin. 55-year-old Tom Nevin was fatally shot in his pub, Jack White's, near Arklow, in the early hours of March 19th last year. He was killed by a single shotgun blast to the side as he was counting the takings after the St. Patrick's holiday weekend. His car, which was driven away after the robbery, was later discovered abandoned at Dartmouth Square in Dublin. Today, members of the investigation team took Mr. Nevin's widow, Catherine, into custody when she was visiting Dublin. She was arrested in the Ballabo area of the city at lunchtime and brought to the Bridewell Garda station, where she was charged with the murder of her husband and with soliciting others to murder him in 1989 and 1990. Shortly afterwards, she was taken before Judge Michael Connellan in the nearby Dublin District Court. Catherine Nevin, née Lee Scully, was born on October 1st, 1950 in the small village of Nerney, County Kildare. Growing up in a modest two-bedroom house with her brother and sister, she attended Presentation College, Kildare, an all-girls school run by nuns. Catherine excelled as a student, known for her diligence and deft hands. After leaving school, she invested in sewing machines and traveled the country, providing dressmaking lessons. She then ventured into the world of makeup, completing a beauty course and delivering lectures on makeup and presentation, where she demonstrated her exceptional teaching skills. Catherine's first significant employment was as a receptionist at the oldest hotel in Dublin, the Castle Hotel. Her colleagues described her as highly efficient, glamorous, and ambitious, with aspirations to establish her own model agency. At the young age of 21 in 1971, she met Tom Nevin, a regular visitor to the hotel, who was 10 years her senior. Their romance blossomed, and they married in Rome in 1976. Tom was a relatively wealthy, shy, and down-to-earth man, originally from the County Galway village called Tina. He was the eldest of 9 children and had a great love for sports, especially hurling. His easygoing charm, combined with Catherine's ambition, was a potent combination. When he married Catherine, he was managing his uncle's pub in Dolphin's Bar in Dublin. Over the years, Tom and Catherine went on to acquire and manage many properties around the city of Dublin, with Catherine being very hands-on in decorating the properties and collecting the rents. In March 1986, Tom and Catherine decided to purchase Jack White's pub in British Bay, County Wicklow, which is the setting for our story. They worked tirelessly, keeping the pub open from 8:30 a.m. until late at night. British Bay is a 4-kilometer stretch of beach on the Irish sea coast, and the beach and associated dunes are highly popular with Dubliners, being one of the most frequented beaches by residents of the capital during the summer. Acquiring Jack White's pub and restaurant was a very lucrative move for the Nevins. However, this is where Catherine's true nature emerged and her marriage began to deteriorate. Catherine was a bossy, bullying individual who was abusive towards both Tom and her young staff. While some may have seen her as a motherly figure, the general consensus was that she was a nightmare to work for. She had no qualms about belittling Tom in front of the staff and berating her young staff members, who would later speak out against her. An example of her pettiness was told by one staff member, where one night after closing, the staff and Tom were sitting around chatting and having a laugh. When Catherine came into the bar, she didn't like what she saw and confiscated the staff's tips tip jar, which was so petty and spiteful. Tom was affectionately known to the staff as Daddy. He was a gentle giant, standing at 6 feet 3 inches tall, and was caring and quiet. The staff loved him, and he would go out of his way to help any of them. However, Catherine ruled the workplace with an iron fist. One staff member reported that she was so strict and ruthless that her behavior bordered on inhumane. Kathleen, a cleaner on the staff, was told to come in early to redo rooms that she had already cleaned. At one point, Catherine asked the cleaner to work full-time, and when the cleaner refused, Catherine retaliated by contacting the social welfare officers and reporting that Kathleen had refused full-time work, thereby making her ineligible for government assistance. Catherine's actions were petty and vindictive. As early as 1986, Catherine and Tom were no longer a married couple. Tom slept in the staff quarters while Catherine occupied the main bedroom, openly entertaining male friends just doors away from Tom's room. A deeply disrespectful situation. Although Catherine had requested a divorce multiple times, Tom refused, as he had already annulled his first marriage, and his Catholic upbringing made him reluctant to go through another failed marriage. If Tom had granted the divorce, he might still be alive today, spared the years of humiliation before his staff, friends, and patrons. Between 1989 and 1991, Catherine desperately wanted to end the marriage, making no fewer than 18 requests to have her husband killed. She stood to benefit greatly from his death, as she would inherit the pub worth £670,000 Irish pounds, their 2 Dublin properties worth £1 million at the time, and a £78,000 payout from an insurance policy, along with £197,000 Irish pounds in cash. Catherine was not only all I've said above, but she was also a bit of a gore, as we would call her here in Ireland. She had men left, right and center with no shame, and she loved men in high-profile jobs. If someone high-profile visited Jack White's, she would fall over herself, as she was a bit of a sex kitten and used her sexuality to her advantage, with short skirts, low tops, and high heels. On Tuesday, the 19th of March, 1996, Tom and Catherine were to celebrate their 10th anniversary of owning Jack White's pub. It was just after Paddy's weekend, so the pub was extra busy. Tom didn't get the chance to go to the bank, and on the Tuesday evening, he was downstairs in the kitchen of the pub, counting the weekend's takings, while Catherine was asleep upstairs. According to Catherine, she was awoken by someone pressing her face into a pillow, and a man was shouting, "Jewelry, kill you," with a knife in his hand. Catherine was then tied up by her attacker. After a while, she heard 2 vehicles speeding away. She managed to get to a panic button, and the garter arrived around 4:30 a.m. They found Tom slumped on the kitchen floor, in a pool of blood, with a gunshot to his chest, still wearing his glasses and a pen in his hand. He was surely dead. A sum of 13,000 Irish pounds, equivalent to €16,500 today, was stolen, along with Tom's car, which would later be found in Dublin City, abandoned. It looked like a robbery gone wrong, but despite Catherine's story, there were no signs of a 4th entry, and the phone cards had not been pulled out of the walls, but 2 were off the hook. Catherine's bedroom was in a state of disorder, but it did not appear to have been systematically searched, and jewelry had been scattered around, but none was taken. From the time of the shooting, it would take Catherine a total of 2 hours before she pressed the alarm button to alert authorities of the break-in. She would greet the garter, scantily clad, and tell them she had been tied up with her own black tights, and her underwear had been thrust into her mouth as a gag. A guard of fingerprints expert found drawers discouraged on the floor, which appeared to have been lifted from the sides and placed on the ground. None of the doors and windows in the pub showed signs of forced entry. She had not gone to her husband's separate bedroom for help once she had freed herself. A witness would recall how on the day of the murder, Catherine had told staff they were not welcome to stay there that night in the pub, as they had often done after a night out, especially after a bank holiday weekend. While many of the circumstances seemed suspicious, and the Gardaí were confident they had their killer, there was still a lack of firm evidence, no forensics, no white witnesses, and no admission of guilt. Circumstantial evidence would not be enough to convict her. However, while they built their case, Catram would play the grieving widow to a T, all dressed in black, carrying a single red rose and lapping up the sympathy pool from family, friends, and people who knew them through their businesses. Catherine even installed a huge headstone at Tom's gravesite and writings of poetry inscribed, showing her love for Tom. She even took out an advertisement in a local newspaper that spoke of her devotion to Tom. It would take until April 1997 for Catherine to be arrested, shortly after she had sold the pub for £500,000. When she was later charged with murder and solicitation to murder, she had already become one of the most widely discussed and recognizable individuals in the country. Later, Tom's family would petition the courts to freeze all assets until the conclusion of the trial, including the proceeds from the pub's sale. In 2000, the first trial collapsed when it became known that the jury's deliberations had been overheard. The second trial was delayed when Catherine was hospitalized, but resumed a few days later. Catherine pleaded not guilty, and as the prosecution had only circumstantial evidence, they heavily relied on the testimony of 3 specific witnesses. Between 1989 and 1991, Catherine had approached these 3 men, who became the key witnesses for the prosecution. The first man was William McLean, a self-admitted smuggler from County Monaghan, who was among the initial barmen employed at Jack White's pub when the Nevins acquired it. He was also Catherine's first known extramarital companion, and he claimed to have been compensated solely through her kindness. Years later, he received a phone call from Catherine, informing him that she was hospitalized following a heart attack. However, it was in fact a cosmetic surgery procedure. She offered him £20,000 and the prospect of rekindling their relationship if he agreed to kill Tom. His response was a firm refusal. The second man was John Jones, a former member of the political party Sinn Féin, who ran an advice clinic at the back of his shop in Dublin. She had offered to host meetings in the pub to gain favor with the IRA. She visited his shop one day and directly requested that he have the IRA kill Tom. Jones thought she was joking and refused. A few weeks later, she would return with the same plan, but Jones would decline again. She even showed up at his business premises, bruised and bandaged, claiming that Tom had assaulted her. In fact, she had undergone cosmetic surgery again, as it seems our Catherine was fond of such procedures in the past. Eventually, she got the message and stopped asking. The third of these witnesses was Jerry Heaps, a former member of the Provisional Irish Republican Army, and he worked for John Jones in his shop. It was Jones who had originally introduced Jerry to Catherine. She approached him at least 10 times, asking him to help her kill Tom. Then she suggested to him that Tom could be killed during one of his weekly visits to the flats he owned, as it would be an opportune moment since he would have the pub takings with him. Every time Jerry refused, she would come up with another idea. One of these involved ambushing him after having a meal out with Catherine. He told her he couldn't do that because the bulk of the shot would pass through him and hit her. Catherine's response to this was that it would look great if Tom was to die in her arms. Jerry said no once again. Catherine also would have an affair with Guard Inspector Tom Kennedy, an affair he would deny in court. This affair began in 1991. Several staff members would say in court that Kennedy was a frequent visitor to the pub, and one staff member said she had seen him and Catherine in bed together on several occasions. Kennedy would say that Tom was his friend, and he was the only reason he went to the pub, but Tom would say different to one of his staff the morning after a retirement party that was held at the pub for Kennedy, where Catherine would gift him paid flights to New York to visit his children, a very generous gift on Catherine's part. Kennedy will go on to say to the Guardie that Catherine was the type of woman who would give you a pain in the head when she started getting on about things. He said he was aware of the rumors of him and Catherine having an affair, but that he was over 60 and that sex would not be a concern of his. Next, we have Judge Danica Buckler, who was introduced to Catherine by Tom Kennedy. Edward said he too had an affair with her, which he also denied, just like Kennedy. It was also stated that he had his own key to the pub and would let himself in and out at all hours of the night. Allegedly, Tom was very upset by this affair, according to staff members, and he would frequently argue with Catherine over it. Catherine would later go on to deny these affairs in court. On the day before Tom's murder, Monday the 18th of March, the bar and lounge saw steady customer traffic. The only unusual occurrence that day was a visit by a strange man wearing a long overcoat and carrying a bag. This man then went to make a phone call, and one of the staff said he was muttering into the phone. He spoke to Tom, and the staff presumed Tom knew him, given the nature of their conversation. This man was not seen leaving the pub that day, and it is possible that he did not leave, but instead hid in the pub and later, in fact, shot Tom. Also, after Tom died and Catherine was under investigation for his murder, there was no objection to oppose her taking on the license of the public house exclusively. The Judge Danica Abucola would be the one to grant her the license in his private chambers. Another theory was that the captain herself was the one who pulled the trigger, as she was the only one in the pub that night. Tom did not appear to act defensively immediately prior to it. He still had his glasses on his nose, and his pen was in his hand when the guards found him. He would not have been unduly surprised by her arrival in the kitchen. While there was no evidence of firearm residue found on her clothing, they only tested the clothes she was wearing on that night. But she could have changed her clothes before she tied herself up. After all, she had 2 hours before she got help. She also admitted to washing her hands before their arrival. In another scenario, Catherine would have had to be assisted by an accomplice who tied her hands and took the money, the gun, and the car to Dublin. The other theory is that Catherine helped one or more people to carry out the killing. The trial of the notorious Black Widow, as she was dubbed, captivated the nation from start to finish, and she quickly became one of the country's most high-profile killers. She assassinated Tom's character by claiming he was abusive and alcoholic. Despite Catherine's continuously glamorous appearance and impeccable grooming, her tight-lipped expression and stubborn chin, along with her apparent determination to appear matronly rather than seductive, could not be concealed. Her appearance was part of the extensive web of lies she had constructed to shield herself. The media reported on Catherine's appearance, from her clothes, her hair, and makeup, and even down to her nail polish. In court, it became such a problem that Judge Carl put a ban on the press reporting on her appearance. After a gripping 42-day trial, the jury of 6 men and 6 women deliberated for a record 5 days before she was found guilty, in April 2000, for paying a hitman to murder her husband, and for soliciting 3 men to do the same. She received life in prison. 3 years later, Catherine was back in court, trying to get her case overturned. The Court of Criminal Appeal said, however, that it was satisfied there was nothing in the new material that could come to light that could have assisted in Catherine's defense, and so it was dismissed. In 2010, she had another miscarriage of justice appeal dismissed. In 2014, she was denied in her bid to appeal her murder conviction to the Supreme Court. Tom had not made a will, and Catherine and he never had any children, so she was to inherit everything. Tom's mother had effectively frozen Tom's estate, including the proceeds from the sale of the pub. The application of probate by Catherine was still pending on the results of the trial, and when she was found guilty, she lost any claim to the estate. Tom's mother had also initiated legal proceedings to try and have her disinherited. She died a year before Catherine had been convicted of her son's murder, and her case was taken over by her son Patrick and daughter Margaret. They believed they should be allowed to rely on her conviction as part of their legal action, and the Supreme Court agreed. So basically, Catherine got absolutely nothing when she was found guilty. In September 2016, Catherine was admitted to the hospital and was later diagnosed with a terminal brain tumor. She stayed there for 3 days and was granted a reviewable temporary release, RTR, to receive treatment. On November 7, 2016, she was transferred to an acute post-care unit while undergoing medical treatment. She remained there until August 2017, when she again received an RTR for pre-release and resocialization. She was provided with supportive accommodation and stayed there until she was rehospitalized on November 6, 2017. In December 2017, she was moved to a hospice care facility, where she remained until her death in February 2018. She was 67 years old. Catherine protected her innocence until the end. Despite being convicted of murder by a jury, she insisted that this was not conclusive proof of her guilt. Additionally, she never revealed who had assisted her in killing Tom. Today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The case of Liga Skroman. India is the only country in the world where cultural and religious traditions have not been interrupted since ancient times, which is probably why it attracts tourists from all over the planet. But in our story, we will look at India like a coin that has a different image on each side. On April 20th, 2018, at dawn, 2 young men went fishing down the river toward a mangrove forest. They took a long boat ride downstream until they reached a remote and quiet place. One of them jumped into the water to tie up the boat, but his attention was distracted by a pungent, acrid odor that was very close by. They went ashore and followed the odor. Curiosity led them to a horrifying find. There was something that looked like a human body hanging on a tree branch and a skull lying nearby. The guys abandoned the boat and rushed to the nearest village to report the terrible find. A team of investigators, forensic experts, and police officers urgently arrived on the spot. The experts confirmed that the suspended body was indeed human. It was obvious that it had been hanging for a long time and had already begun to decompose. The flesh on the arms and legs had torn off, and the skull was found nearby. Next to the body were packs of cigarettes, packaged drinking water, and a lighter, which probably belonged to the victim. An investigation was conducted at the scene the same morning. The evidence found was seized, and the remains were sent for examination. The modest remnants of clothing that could be identified on the victim revealed that Liga Skroman a 33-year-old hiker, was the victim of an accident. But who is Liga Scromine, and what happened to her on the riverbank? Liga Scromine was born in Latvia in 1986. She grew up in a large and friendly family, had an older brother and a younger sister. The sisters were very friendly, and from childhood shared all joys and hardships with each other. Growing up, Liga moved to Ireland, but always maintained close relations with her family. It was in Ireland that she met Andrew Jordan. It was not love at first sight, as the modest Liga had difficulty in communicating with new people. But after 5 years, Liga and Andrew turned into a married couple who made great plans for the future. Despite the fact that Liga worked in a hotel and led a modest lifestyle, she dreamed of opening her own center of yogic retreats in Portugal. Andrew supported his beloved's idea, and together they saved money for 4 years to fulfill their dream. But fate had other plans. In early 2018, Liga was experiencing the effects of an aggravated skin disease that was causing physical and mental discomfort. To help her sister overcome this ailment and restore her emotional state, her sister Ilse invited Liga on a trip. So in February 2018, Liga and Ilse traveled to Tiruvananthapuram, the capital of Kerala, so that Liga could receive Ayurvedic treatment for depression. Kovalam is the premier Ayurvedic resort of Kerala in India. Kovalam, which means grove of coconut palms in Hindi, is a small village offering everything you need for a comfortable and complete rest and treatment. Ayurveda is the oldest system of medical knowledge, which originated more than 5,000 years ago. Ayurveda is based on the universal laws of nature, on the unity of all things in this world. Ayurvedic programs help a person to restore balance and harmony in the body. Panchakarma is the best Ayurvedic program for modern man in Kerala. Panchakarma helps to reboot the body effectively. Most of those who have undergone the Panchakarma course in Kerala repeat it annually, and it is not without reason. As regular Panchakarma not only allows us to get rid of extra pounds, but also adds a couple of decades of healthy life. Since 1985, Ayurveda has been recognized by the World Health Organization as the most effective system of alternative medicine in the world. Let us emphasize that all the promised benefits of Ayurveda are only an alternative, not a panacea for healthy longevity. The 33-year-old Liga and her sister came to Kerala in search of spiritual enlightenment, hoping to be cured of depression in one of the Ayurveda centers. Their treatment tour was scheduled for 6 weeks and included yoga classes, meditation, therapeutic herbal drinks, and nutritional and massage recommendations. The sisters were treated together at an Ayurvedic clinic at Kovalam in Kerala and have already completed their course. On the morning of March 14th, Liga refused to go to yoga class with her sister, explaining that she had a headache. When Isla returned to her room, Liga was not there. With the help of the hotel staff, Liga was able to find out that her sister left the hotel around 11:30 a.m., wearing leggings and a yoga t-shirt, hired an auto rickshaw, and went to Kovalam Beach for a walk. The beaches around Kovalam are popular destinations for both domestic and international travelers. The sandy beaches of Kovalam are always crowded, however, Liga could not be found there. Liga wandered the beach until late at night, showing her sister's picture, but never heard the long-awaited response that someone had seen her. This was actually strange, as Liga was a tall white girl who definitely stood out, and if she was actually on the beach, someone should have seen her. After searching unsuccessfully, Isla went to the police station to report her sister missing. However, the Indian police officers did not show any sympathy for the missing foreign tourist. On the contrary, they complacently asserted that they would surely find the girl who had strayed, or that she would surely return the next day. They were not even deterred by the fact that Liga, according to her sister, had psychological problems and could be an easy target for criminals. The police registered a case, but the investigation started coldly, or rather, it is more correct to say, did not start at all. Liga had traveled extensively in Kerala, visiting Kollam, Varkala, and finally came to Kovalam. She considered herself a very experienced traveler in India, and this time, she took her sister with her to show her the India she loved so much. But the trip turned tragic. After a few days of inaction by the Indian police, Liga started searching on her own. She enlisted the help of friends, and also reported Liga missing to her husband, Andrew, who flew urgently to India. The police investigation intensified after the missing person's husband, Andrew Jordan, and Liga contacted the local press and started an online campaign to find her. Liga also reached out via Twitter to India's Foreign Minister, Sushma Swaraj. Please help, my sister, a Latvian citizen, has been missing for 8 days. We are very worried, she wrote. The desperate sister announced a reward of 100,000 rupees to anyone who could help find Liga or provide any information about her movements that day. Liga and her friend, Alexa, who had also traveled to India after hearing about Liga's disappearance, put up posters in the Kovalam beach area where Liga was last seen. Together, they put up flyers and distributed them to people. Numerous locals took an active part in the search for the missing tourist. The important fact remained that Liga suffered from depression and had a hard time interacting with strangers. On the day of her disappearance, she hired an auto rickshaw to reach the beach and was never seen again. She had about 8,000 rupees with her, but no passport, so she could not leave the country. Ashok Kumar, head of the local police station, said that the police had no leads in the case. The police kept saying that the tourist had gone on a bender and would soon return on her own. However, regular, persistent requests for help from Liga and Andrew forced the police to search for Liga. The search operation was conducted in the Kovalam beach area where Liga Scani was last seen. Police assumed that she had drowned, just as the unidentified body of a woman was found washed ashore at Kakal in Kanyakumari district. Investigators examined the body along with the missing woman's sister, but the latter did not identify it as her sister. The version of drowning was not confirmed, and the search for Liga continued. Andrew, on the other hand, was convinced that his wife had been kidnapped by local gangs for the purpose of selling her. He tried to infiltrate these gangs to get more information, but was exposed and warned that repeated contact with the gangs would result in him having to leave the country. A month after Liga went missing, there was still no leads to help find the girl. Liga continued to look for her sister. She visited Kovalam beach every day and watched people. On one such day, she spotted a boat and she had a theory. The only way to leave or leave the beach unnoticed was by boat. On April 17, 2018, after a forced hiatus, Andrew returned to India to continue his search. Liga and Andrew entered a new struggle to find Liga Skramana, but her body was still not found. The search was complicated by the fact that Liga was a tourist and a citizen of another country. The Latvian Foreign Ministry said the embassy was in constant contact with Liga's relatives and was also working closely with the Indian police. The Latvian embassy also appealed to the Indian Foreign Ministry with a request for special support in the search for Liga, as well as the Honorary Consul of Latvia in India, whose consular district includes the region where Liga disappeared. At the request of the Kerala state government, the Indian Navy and Air Force joined the search for the missing Latvian citizen. The search operation involved an N-32 transport plane, Gemini inflatable boats, underwater sonar, and 5 deep-sea divers. But even this extensive effort did not bring the desired result, and Liga remained missing. The search continued, and by this time, all local residents knew about the missing tourist from Latvia. They supported and sympathized with Andrew and Liga. On April 20th, 2018, Liga's phone received the longest-awaited yet most horrific call of her life. A body had been found in the mangrove jungle. She and Andrew drove to the designated spot where the police were waiting for them. For the boat crossing, Liga's heart was pounding like never before. She felt that for the moment, she would have to swim the path that Liga had traveled to her demise. On the spot, horror overwhelmed her. Liga saw her sister's clothes. She recognized the shirt and leggings on the body, but the jacket and shoes did not belong to Liga. It remained unclear how, with whom, and why Liga had gotten to a place that could only be accessed by going through Panader from Samudra Beach. 2 women confirmed that they had witnessed Liga traveling alone into the mangrove forest. But why would a girl who was being treated for depression and already alone take a boat to a remote place in the forest? The body was shifted to the Medical College Hospital, where it underwent an autopsy, which was captured on video camera. The police said they could not confirm the identity of the body until DNA analysis was completed. According to the city police commissioner, the body was badly mutilated with the head lying nearby. Police tentatively identified the dead woman as missing tourist Liga Skramana. In favor of the investigators' conclusions is also the fact that Liga's relatives identified the victim by her hair and clothes. One of the versions put forward by rescue services in India was poisoning. There are poisonous pong trees in the mangrove forest, and she could have accidentally or intentionally eaten their fruit and poisoned herself. Between 1989 and 1999, more than 500 people died from poisoning by its fruits in Kerala alone. However, this theory seemed nonsensical because the person was found hanging upside down, but there was no head. It is obvious that if Liga had been poisoned, her body would have been in a completely different position, and the head would have been in place. The Indian authorities were talking utter nonsense. Based on the information about Liga's complex psychological problems, the investigators also considered the possibility that Liga had voluntarily taken her own life. Liga feared that the police would try to pass off her sister's murder as a voluntary departure from life. Although a rope had been found at the scene, and it could be concluded that the hiker had hanged herself, Liga demanded a separate explanation for the missing head. "Don't tell me it's lost," Liga said sarcastically in yet another appeal on the internet. Breathlessly, Liga and the anxious public waited for the results of the forensic tests. The forensic results were overwhelming. The report stated that there were areas of blood pooling in part of Liga Skroman's brain, as well as bruising in the neck area. The autopsy revealed that the woman had been strangled by several people and was killed in an attempted violent attack. There were external injuries on the body, probably sustained during the struggle. However, the fact of violence could not be definitively confirmed as the body was in the decomposition stage. There were characteristic injuries on the cartilage in her throat, which indicated that someone had forcefully squeezed her throat. The trauma was severe enough to be fatal, according to forensic experts. There were blood clots in her brain, which confirmed strangulation. They also noted that there were bruises on her neck and legs. A total of 9 wounds were recorded on Liga Skroman's body. In view of the above, the police no longer considered the version of voluntary death. According to the autopsy, it was determined that Liga was murdered after resisting or struggling. Hills breathed a sigh of relief and hoped that the police would soon find her sister's killers. But there were complications as well. As part of the investigation, the police began checking out local drug dealers and card players. In addition, during interviews with local residents, 2 women said that they saw Liga walking alone to the place where her body was later found, but the police said they did not fully trust their words. Meanwhile, Liga's relatives have accused Indian police of incompetence, claiming that if the girl had been searched for immediately, the tragedy could have been avoided. The 33-year-old Latvian tourist is believed to have been grabbed from a nearby beach and transported by boat before being strangled. A special team of investigators has begun looking for those responsible for the crime. About 40 suspects were interviewed. However, arrests were planned to be made a few days later after the law enforcers had enough evidence. The Indian police conducted an investigation that led to the arrest of 2 men who were eventually accused of killing Liga Skroman. Police revealed that Liga Skroman was lured by 2 men who then abused her before dismembering her body. The alleged assailants, who are now in custody, are local dealers in illegal substances. The suspects fully confessed under torture. Both the accused were pimps and were also dealing in illegal substances, police said. The autopsy did not reveal much evidence because Liga's body was badly decomposed. Andrew Jordan filed a petition in Superior Courting for a review of the felony murder case. He believed that more people were involved in the woman's murder. In the petition, he pointed out that both defendants later recanted their pleas of guilty to the crime. According to Jordan, the men may have confessed because they were tortured, which, as it turns out, is a common practice in India. However, the Supreme Court of India denied the murdered woman's common-law husband, Andrew Jordan, a review of the case due to lack of direct evidence. The trial was postponed for 2 months, but Andrew was outraged by this attitude of the authorities. He had earlier accused the Kerala authorities and police of incompetence and attempts to cover up Liga's murder, so as not to scare away tourists. Both the suspects' lawyers asked for, and got a postponement by law. They have the right to postpone the case once without giving any reason. The more they postponed, the more he was convinced the case was unclean. However, both suspects were in custody. Investigation revealed that 32-year-old Amesh and 28-year-old Adyakumar offered Liga's scanny weed, and when she was drugged, they used it and then strangled and decapitated her. It is noted that the 2 men apprehended for the murder of Liga Skram had previously committed similar crimes on numerous occasions. Both of them worked for a food delivery company in the Kerala capital and earned money as illegal tour guides in their spare time. Umesh and Udyan have been charged with destruction of evidence, murder, poisoning, kidnapping, and rape. The place where Liga's corpse was found had earlier served as a pleasure ground for Umesh. He used to take men there. 13 criminal cases have been filed against him, including 6 for sexual assault and 1 for attempted murder. Several of Umesh's victims have testified against him. Liga Skram, along with both men, was seen in the area by several people. They were initially silent, but confessed to everything after the body was found. The detainees confessed to police that they committed the murder while attempting violence. They were apprehended, but had previously claimed that they had only seen Liga Scram and Covalum. The men pleaded guilty after repeated interrogations. On December 6, 2022, the court finally sentenced both men to life in prison. The court also recognized that the criminals must pay compensation to Liga Scram's sister, Ilsa, 65,000 rupees each. We would like to note that there has been a whole series of such crimes in this country recently. Young girls are regularly subjected to violence. The problem of crime in India is very acute due to the huge number of sexual acts against minors. The government has introduced the death penalty. It is also worth noting that if the relatives, and primarily Liga's sister, had not been persistent, had they not involved the press by organizing a press conference and an influential MP, it is obvious that the local police would hardly have seriously investigated the case. At first, a theory was put forward that Liga had allegedly passed away voluntarily. And as it now turns out, this is not the first incident in this very place where Liga was found. After this story, I would like to warn once again, all women who are frivolous about the dangers of traveling alone in India, do not seek spiritual enlightenment in distant, dangerous, and uncharted countries. Take care of yourself. Today, we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The case of Lorena Bobbitt. It's said that a humiliated and insulted woman is capable of anything, with the most terrifying in this list being revenge. Cruel, ingenious, and sometimes unpredictable. Much in this regard depends on the lady's level of sanity, but one must not overlook the depth of her hurt. This destructive emotion can be carefully hidden within a woman for years. But if it erupts, it will sweep away everything in its path. The story of the Bobbitt spouses in the early 90s shook the world, and their surname became a byword, spawning the verb to bobbit, which means to cut or to chop. This case drew heightened public attention, not just to the issues of domestic violence, but also to such a delicate subject as marital assault, which many try to sidestep. Lorena Leonor Bobbitt was born on May 15, 1970, in the town of Bucri, located in eastern Ecuador, near the province of Chimborazo. She was the youngest child in a simple and very modest family. When she was in elementary school, her family moved to Venezuela and settled in Caracas. Lorena grew up quite clever. She performed well in school, was diligent and goal-oriented. In her teenage years, she lost her father, and her relationship with her mother, Elvia Gallo, was quite strained. As soon as she graduated from school, she decided to move to the United States to live with her cousin, Jana Basutti. Her relative gladly took her in and helped her with the paperwork for a student visa. However, she was a very conservative woman, so Lorena, living in her house, had to abide by a strict set of rules, just like Jana's own children, and also take on some of the household duties. Despite everything, the young woman decided to stay in the U.S. as she realized that it offered her far more opportunities than Latin America. She had long been attracted to the beauty industry, so Gallo decided to train as a manicurist. Moreover, Basutti owned her own beauty salon, located in the city center, had extensive experience in the field, and was eager to help her niece learn the profession by allowing her to observe the work of the specialists and practice on her own. Later, her aunt arranged for her to work part-time in her salon. About 8 months after she moved to the new country, the young woman had settled in, enrolled in college, and was working as a manicurist in her relative's salon while gradually saving money. In September 1988, Lorena was preparing to go to a party with several of her friends. Her aunt gave her strict instructions on how to behave and what time she needed to be home, and she promised that everything would be fine. The modest young beauty was nervous, as it was her first time preparing to go to a nightlife establishment late at night. She chose a relatively modest outfit, unlike her friends, applied makeup, and styled her hair fashionably. Upon arriving at the nightclub, she was struck by the carefree and festive atmosphere. Inside, the venue was filled with young people dancing, having fun, and socializing, and Lorena couldn't help but think that such a place might be where she could meet the man of her dreams. This thought proved to be prophetic. A few minutes later, she noticed a very attractive young man intently looking at her and smiling. He waved at her, and she waved back. Then the young man approached her and introduced himself. He was John Bobbitt, and he could not take his eyes off the young beauty with the quite exotic appearance. The guy was handsome, tall, and charismatic. He cracked jokes and skillfully paid compliments, so she couldn't resist his charm. They spent the evening dancing and chatting, and afterwards, the new acquaintance walked Lorena to her aunt's home. As they said goodbye, he asked for her home phone number and promised to call soon. John Wayne Bobbitt was born on March 24, 1967, in Buffalo, in the northwestern part of New York State. He was the youngest of 3 children in his family. At the age of 3, the boy lost his father, who tragically died, and his mother, unable to cope with the shock, ended up in a psychiatric clinic after a serious nervous breakdown. All 3 children were taken into the care of their religious aunt and uncle, who wanted to help their relatives in this difficult situation. The boy was still very young at the time, but the events that occurred undoubtedly left a mark on his life. The aunt and uncle raised the children with strictness, in accordance with religious canons. They all attended church every Sunday and engaged in charity work, trying to help those around them. John was not an outstanding student, but overall, he did fairly well in school. As a teenager, he decided to pursue a future in military service. After undergoing the necessary training and special preparation at a military academy, the young man joined the ranks of the Marines, where he proved himself as a brave, disciplined, and determined young man. However, after a few years, the strict regime and the need to obey in the army began to weigh on him. After leaving the service with some military experience and skills, he was hired as a security guard at one of the city's popular establishments, but he later changed jobs frequently, not staying long at any. The day after they met, John, as promised, called Lorena to ask her out on a date. The young couple simply walked through the park, engaging in easy conversation about various topics, and John made it clear that he wanted to continue their relationship. Lorena was not opposed to this, but according to the rules set by her aunt, she had to introduce her boyfriend to her before they could start a serious relationship. John accepted all the conditions, and on the appointed day, he came to dinner at the home of his beloved's relative. Bobbitt was very sweet, courteous, and considerate, yet he made an effort to appear serious. He managed to make a good impression on the strict janitor, and after a serious one-on-one conversation with the young man, the woman allowed her niece to continue seeing John. 6 months after the start of their romantic relationship, the suitor proposed to Lorena, and she accepted. She was overjoyed, having always dreamed of a family, children, and a home of her own. The couple began preparing for the most important event of their lives, and in June 1989, shortly after Gallo turned 19, they made their union official. The wedding celebration was quite modest, as the young couple did not have the money for a lavish ceremony, and they chose to spend their savings on a honeymoon by the warm ocean coast. They were happy, but the only shadow over the celebration was the absence of the bride and groom's parents. Instead, their aunts and uncles came to share the joyous moment with them. After the wedding and a delightful honeymoon, the couple moved to Virginia and settled in a quiet and cozy area of the city called Manassas. The first few months of their life together were like a real fairy tale. They enjoyed each other's company, showing mutual tenderness, care, and love. But as the new year of 1990 approached, the situation began to change for the worse. At first, Lorena tried not to pay much attention to some of her young husband's remarks and rudeness, thinking it was just a so-called adjustment period. But one day, when she served cooled soup for dinner, her husband simply threw the plate on the floor and then started yelling at his wife, insulting her, and calling her a terrible homemaker. She tried to argue, pointing out that he closely monitored where she went and who she spoke to. At home, she had to follow the rules he set, and intimacy between them occurred only when John wanted it, regardless of Lena's wishes. The poor girl couldn't share her problems with anyone, as she found the situation shameful and humiliating. On June 22, 1993, John, along with his longtime military buddy, decided to go out to an entertainment venue. The men partied and drank until late at night, while Lorena was at home alone. She did not wait up for her husband and went to the bedroom around midnight, soon falling asleep. Around 3 in the morning, a drunk and aroused John returned home. He didn't waste any time and ripped the shirt off his sleeping wife. Lorena hardly understood what was happening when her husband forcefully took advantage of her. She begged him to stop and not to do this, crying, but he was completely indifferent to her pleas and tears. After it was over, John simply collapsed next to her and fell asleep. Lorena, trembling and sobbing, made her way to the kitchen. She poured herself some water and took a few sips to calm down. But then her gaze fell on a stand with large, sharp kitchen knives. Her hand reached out on its own and pulled out a carving knife. Out of her mind, she went back to the bedroom, where her husband lay on his back, snoring drunkenly. She grabbed his genitalia with her left hand, squeezed hard, and sharply cut through with the knife, severing a large part of it. John jumped up, screaming in agony, while Lorena simply walked out of the room, went to the garage, and got into her car, speeding away through the deserted nighttime streets of the city. She only came to her senses at an intersection when she saw a red light at the traffic signal. At that moment, she looked at her blood-stained hands and realized that she was still holding the severed part of John's body in her left hand. She rolled down the window and threw the detested piece of flesh out, then continued driving. Lorena headed to the home of a close friend who was stunned by her nighttime visit and the state she was in. After Lorena told her what had happened, her friend, realizing the gravity of the situation, called the police herself and summoned a medical team to the house where the injured Bobbitt was. Precision surgery was required. Throughout this ordeal, John was desperately trying to stop the bleeding by pressing a sheet against his wound. Notably, the groin vein is a major vessel, and its injury nearly always results in death from blood loss. However, John was somewhat fortunate, if one could say that, because a clot had formed, significantly slowing the blood loss. The responding medics arrived in time to transport him to the nearest hospital, where he received immediate medical attention. The question then arose about the whereabouts of the severed part of his genitalia, as it was still possible to reattach it to its original place, with restoration of its initial physiological functions. Lorena indicated the approximate area of the road where she had discarded her husband's anatomical fragment, and after an extensive search, the police were able to find it. The amputated organ was cleansed with antiseptic, then placed in a special container with medical ice, and urgently transported to the hospital, where the injured party was already being treated. The surgeon, who arrived from the state capital, was astounded by the complexity of the situation, as he had never encountered such a case before. But he proceeded with the operation anyway. He performed a unique surgery for that time, which lasted more than 9 hours, and was more than successful. Despite the traumatic amputation of the organ, and the fact that it had lain on the road for over an hour, all tissues and vessels were successfully reattached, and the patient quickly began to recover. Public outcry ensued. That same night, Lorena was arrested and taken to the police station for questioning, as well as to clarify all the circumstances and motives of her actions. She immediately confessed to everything, and shared her harrowing story that had driven her to such a desperate act. She recounted how 4 years of marriage had turned into a real nightmare for her, with her husband regularly abusing her, both emotionally and physically, and forcing intimacy only when he desired. Mrs. Bobbitt also mentioned how, about a year ago, her husband had forced her to terminate a pregnancy, despite her deep desire to have a child, and that abortion had been a traumatizing event for her. Regarding the incident itself, she said she remembered very little of that night, and had acted as if she were in a fog. Lorena recounted how her husband had come home drunk, and simply taken advantage of her, and although she tried to resist, he ignored her. After the incident, she went to the kitchen for water, and the next thing she remembered was her husband's scream, the roar of the car engine, and the part of his genitalia that she was clutching in her hand as she sat behind the wheel. The case caused a significant stir in the press, and was actively covered by the media. Many women like Lorena, who had suffered from domestic violence, as well as feminist organizations, which were gaining strength and popularity at the time, rallied to her side. In the early 90s, wives who were subjected to emotional and physical abuse by their husbands typically remained silent about their plight. Society was still inclined to blame the victims themselves, suggesting that they provoked conflicts or behaved improperly. It was assumed that a wife should be submissive and obey her husband in everything, and if the husband was dissatisfied and resorted to violence, it was considered the wife's fault. It was her fault. Intimacy in marriage was considered a duty of the wife, not open to discussion. On the other hand, almost all men sided with John. Many feared that Lorena's act might prove contagious, prompting other women suffering from physical and intimate violence in marriage to also take up knives. According to official statistics, there were several million such women in the country at that time. Trials and sentences of the spouses, 2 parallel court cases, began almost simultaneously. Lorena officially charged her husband only with taking advantage of her on that fateful night, although in court she detailed the years of regular abuse and beatings, emotional violence and humiliations she endured, as well as the abortion she was forced to undergo against her will under her husband's coercion. John's testimony was confused. He denied all allegations against him, but much of what Lorena said was corroborated by facts. For instance, it was confirmed that he did not have steady employment or a stable source of income, yet he loved spending time in entertainment venues, often forcibly or deceitfully taking money from his wife to do so. Additionally, Lorena's friends confirmed that they had repeatedly seen bruises and scrapes on her body, and she had been in a depressed state for a long time, though she tried not to complain. The court concluded that the husband had indeed abused his wife both emotionally and physically throughout their marriage, driving her to desperation. However, regarding the charge of intimate violence that occurred on the night of June 23, 1993, there was not enough evidence, and thus John was acquitted. He presented several versions of what happened that evening, and the jury, composed of 9 women and 3 men, found him not guilty. In the fall of that year, Lorena's trial began in September 1993. She was charged with inflicting severe bodily harm on her spouse. Her lawyers argued that she acted while suffering from PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, caused by the ongoing emotional and physical abuse from her husband. A psychiatric evaluation was ordered, which confirmed that she acted in a state of distress, unaware of her actions, and therefore could not be held responsible for what she had done. In early January of the following year, after nearly 8 hours of deliberation, the jury decided that Lorena could not be held criminally responsible for her actions, as she was in a state of insanity at the time of the offense. However, she was required to undergo a 6-week treatment program at a specialized clinic, after which she was able to return to her previous life. The spouses officially divorced only in 1995, after which Lorena reverted to her maiden name. What became of John later? John remained indignant for a long time that his wife faced no punishment for her actions. He decided to fully capitalize on his sudden notoriety, aiming to extract as much money as possible from such scandalous fame. John founded his own music band called Severed Parts, but the group was short-lived as it failed to garner any public interest. When offered a substantial fee to star in adult films in the late 90s, he did not hesitate to accept. Thus, he appeared in explicit films titled Frankenpenis, a play on Frankenstein, and John Wayne Bobbitt Uncut. John acted in several more films of a similar genre, but interest in him and his reattached organ quickly waned. For a long time, John was eager to appear on various talk shows and gave interviews extensively. But over the years, such offers became less frequent, and the story gradually faded from memory. John then found work as a bartender in an entertainment venue in Las Vegas. And by his 50s, he was struggling to make ends meet by taking jobs as a mover, driver, and pizza delivery man. In 1999, he received a suspended sentence for theft. Regarding his personal life during the high-profile court case that the entire country followed, journalists discovered that Bobbitt had an illegitimate son named Andrew, born in 1992 to one of his lovers, Beatrice Williams. In 1994, John was brought for assaulting his new girlfriend, Christina Elliott, who worked as a dancer in a nightclub. He spent 15 days in jail for this and received probation. In the early 2000s, John was arrested 3 times for assaulting his then-wife, Joanna Farrell. This time, he was imprisoned for a year for violating his probation. They officially divorced in 2004. What happened to Lorena? Unlike her former husband, Lorena did not take pride in her scandalous notoriety and tried to stay out of the limelight. In 1996, she decided to return to her native Ecuador, where her mother, Elia, was living at the time. However, just 6 months later, Lorena made the news again when her mother accused her of assault. The conflict was resolved without going to court, and the women continued to live together. A year later, Lorena returned to the USA, where she opened her own small beauty salon in Washington. In 2007, she founded a foundation called Lena's Red Wagon, which focused on helping women who had suffered from domestic violence. Soon after, Lorena agreed to give an interview for the first time in a long time and appeared on CBS News Morning Show, where she discussed her life post-incident. She also appeared on the popular Oprah Winfrey talk show in the mid-2000s. Lorena remarried, and her new husband was a man named Dave Bellinger, with whom she had a daughter in 2006. She preferred not to recall her marriage to Bob at all, and claimed she did not follow his life after their divorce. In 2009, nearly 15 years after their sensational legal battles had ended, the former spouses met face-to-face for the first time on the show Insider. John apologized to Lorena for the way he had treated her during their marriage, and declared that he still loved her despite everything. Lorena was visibly moved by his words and confirmed that every year on Valentine's Day, her ex-husband still sends her flowers and cards.